Dear family, a 6-year-old child traverses into the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, awakening his martial soul with innate full soul power, only to face the envy of others. His grandfather arranges for him to hunt a 500-year-old thunderclap dragon, sending Elder Luo to guide him. Along the way, they encounter bandits, and surprisingly, Elder Luo instructs him to take action. After successfully capturing a soul, Elder Luo even proposes a marriage for him, and he presents a family development plan to his grandfather. What will happen next? I, a mere 6-year-old, found myself ensconced within a carriage when a band of bandits suddenly surrounded us. I thought to myself, isn't there a formidable soul, Douluo, seated beside me? To my astonishment, the old man turned to me and said, "Go, practice your skills." At that moment, I was utterly perplexed. I mean, come on, are you seriously asking how a 6-year-old child ended up in a real-life battle with bandits? This predicament traces back to the day of my martial soul awakening. Allow me to explain. Our blue lightning tyrant dragon sect conducts its awakening ceremony with grandiosity and complexity. Replete with silk handkerchiefs and green leaves, I nearly mistook it for some arcane Eastern sorcery, almost expecting floral arrangements to sprout on the spot. When my turn arrived, a beam of light descended upon Mello, and behold, innate full soul power. The entire venue erupted in excitement. My grandfather, Yu Engine, and our sect leader nearly split their sides laughing, boasting to the nearby elders that I had inherited his prowess, claiming it was due to his exceptional initiation. However, I felt a jolt of alarm within me. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of 2 murderous gazes directed at me. One belonged to an elder from our clan, Yulomien, who clearly reeked of treachery. The other was even more formidable, emanating from the imperial prince, Shuechingha. I was acutely aware that this fellow had already been swapped out by the holy maiden of the Spear Hall, Qianren. The looks these two exchanged with me were akin to those directed at an inevitable threat that needed to be extinguished immediately, as if they longed to erase me from existence. I pondered, this won't do. I have just arrived in this new world and have yet to embark on my illustrious journey as a dragon. How could I be hastening toward the tragic conclusion? I needed to report this immediately. So, I rushed to find my grandfather, and as I began to speak of the internal threat, he scooped me up and washed my face with his saliva, dismissing my concerns as a child's overthinking. I thought to myself, all right then, relying on others is less effective than relying on oneself. Just as I was contemplating how to navigate this predicament, my grandfather assigned me a new task. He declared that my extraordinary talent warranted nothing less than a direct engagement with a 500-year-old thunderclap dragon. Upon hearing this, I exclaimed, 500 years? Brother, I have only just awakened my first ring. This is sheer madness. Yet my elder brother, Yu Qianheng, who at 12 was already as mature as a seasoned adult, became frantic upon learning of my quest in the soul-hunting forest. Tears streamed down his face as he clung to me, imploring my grandfather to reconsider, leaving my grandfather quite exasperated. Ultimately, Elder Luo, the very man who had earlier suggested I confront the bandits, was appointed to accompany me on this journey. Now, do you see the reality of the situation? It dawned on me that this was not merely a hunting expedition, it was, in truth, a business trip-style boot camp. Elder Luo, that old man, immediately regarded me as a wilderness survival tool as soon as we hit the road. I leaped from the carriage, observing those rascally bandits, who were still chuckling. Hey, where did this little brat come from? We could sell him alive for 10 gold coins. At that moment, my expression resembled that of an elderly subway passenger engrossed in his phone. My brother once taught me, to capture a thief, one must first seize the leader. While they were fervently debating whether I was worth 10 or 50 gold coins, I swiftly approached and delivered a fatal blow to the throat. Clean and decisive. The gang was momentarily stunned, unable to react as I sprang from one burly fellow's arm to another shoulder. My brother's dagger sliced through yet another neck, and another adversary fell. Elder Luo was inside the carriage, peering through the curtain, watching the spectacle. Once I dispatched all 5 of them, despite sustaining a gash myself, he leisurely stepped down, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my grandfather is going to kill me." Covered in blood, I glared at him. "You had better pray that I survive to collect the soul ring." The old man retorted, "Can't you offer me a word of comfort? After all, I am your uncle." I chuckled lightly. "I will be sure to inform my brother about this." Elder Luo fell silent. Let me tell you, the journey was anything but tranquil. We encountered numerous bandits, including farmers and blacksmiths, a motley crew indeed. By the time we reached the entrance of the soul-hunting forest, I felt I had transformed from a beautiful dagger into a blood-soaked cleaver, my murderous aura nearly palpable. Upon entering the soul-hunting forest, Elder Luo unleashed his formidable presence, revealing a black, ancient soul ring. The families at the entrance, still wary of one another, parted like the Red Sea before Moses, granting us passage. It is human nature to fear the strong while preying on the weak. We focused on our objective, penetrating deep into the northern reaches of the forest, quickly locating the 500-year-old Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Good heavens, this creature was no ordinary beast. Its size resembled that of a 1,000-year-old specimen from the illustrations. Elder Luo chuckled softly. It is not ordinary, it is a variant, the Thunder Tyrant King. I was taken aback. We were starting off with a limited edition SSR, weren't we? Elder Luo displayed his 8 soul rings, exuding the aura of a peak soul master, causing the Dragon King to hesitate. He seized it with one hand, nearly crushing it to death, and shouted at me, "Now's your chance, finish it." Without hesitation, I plunged my dagger precisely into its eye, the only weakness it possessed. With a reluctant wail, a brilliant yellow soul ring slowly ascended. I had expected that absorbing it across levels would be excruciating, yet it was astonishingly smooth, completed in just an hour. At last, fortune smiled upon me. I glanced at my first soul skill Thunder Dragon Claw with effects, attack, strength, defense, all surging by a remarkable 50. Elder Luo stood by, dumbfounded, gasping in disbelief, nearly depleting the forest's oxygen. Without uttering a word, he hoisted me up, soared to the forest's outskirts, and unceremoniously tossed me into a throng of 10-year-old rampaging wild boars, urging me to test my mettle. As soon as my martial spirit awakened, a century-old soul ring illuminated behind me, and the radiant claws of a lightning dragon gleamed in my right hand. The group of fools opposite me attempted to employ a strategy of encirclement with a soft snort. I lunged forward, and, with a swift motion, the head of the nearest wild boar burst apart like a watermelon. The scene was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Once the affair concluded, Elder Luo hoisted me up, proclaiming that my grandfather would undoubtedly arrange for additional rigorous training, advising me not to become complacent. I was aware of this, yet it was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was the Royal Academy. With a notorious Qianrenchu alert my presence, there would be akin to delivering myself as a sacrifice. I needed to devise a strategy. There was no way I could attend classes in this manner. As I contemplated how to feign illness to avoid school, Elder Luo, who had returned with me, suddenly became quite enthusiastic about matchmaking. I must tell you, this old man is quite cunning. He spoke of a granddaughter of his, blessed with considerable talent and beauty, insisting on arranging a betrothal. At that moment, I could only roll my eyes internally. Who understand my plight? I am merely 6 years old. However, could I voice such thoughts aloud? I deftly shifted the responsibility onto my grandfather, stating that is acceptable as long as my grandfather consents. The old man was immediately rendered speechless, recognizing that my grandfather's standards were exceedingly high and would never allow me to marry someone of mediocre talent. The sight of his crestfallen expression was simply priceless. This matter was thus brushed aside. The journey continued in silence as I utilized the time in the carriage to meditate and enhance my strength. Upon returning home, I directly confronted my grandfather. Before he could utter a word, I declared to Elder Luo, "We are not yet strong enough." Then in my grandfather's study, I unveiled my intentions. I asked him, "Grandfather, can our family contend with the spear hall?" I must say, my grandfather's expression at that moment was akin to encountering a ghost. He nearly dropped the teacup in his hand. He likely could not fathom that a mere 6-year-old child would pose such a question. After a prolonged pause, he hoarsely inquired about my thoughts. The opportunity had arrived. Clearing my throat, I unleashed my meticulously crafted plan that had been brewing for several years, as if convening a board meeting. First, we should assimilate the 4 subsidiary sects no longer needed by the Haoyan sect. Second, we must bring those elemental academies like Shunfeng and Chua under our banner. Third, and most crucially, we must root out the traitors within our ranks. Each statement landed like a bombshell, causing my grandfather's eyes to widen progressively. He was undoubtedly aware of the daunting challenges these plans entailed, yet he understood that, when weighed against the survival of the family, these difficulties were trivial. He promptly approved the endeavor, questioning whether I had conceived this strategy myself. Of course, if not me, who else could it be? Naturally, after the exhilaration, it was my misfortune that followed. My grandfather announced that starting tomorrow, I would undergo a month-long rigorous training regimen. Well, I had anticipated no good would come of this. Back in my room, my mind was still racing with calculations. Securing the celestial herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang, I was imperative, as it was the key to our family's resurgence. And my brother, Yu Qianheng, must not be allowed to follow the old path. What I was unaware of at the time was that as soon as I departed, my grandfather summoned all the most esteemed elders of the sect. Remarkably, even those in seclusion were brought forth. Upon sharing my meticulously crafted plan, several elders gasped in astonishment, likely perceiving me as either a prodigy or an anomaly. Particularly regarding the matter of uncovering the traitor, they hesitated slightly. Given the familial ties involved, however, my grandfather's resolve was unwavering. For the sake of our family's future, he insisted that no leniency could be afforded. Once verified, the traitor would be stripped of their martial soul and cast into the abyss of Dragonsa, truly ruthless decree. Most astonishingly, they even deliberated that should I achieve a breakthrough to level 30 before reaching the age of 12, I would be permitted to attempt a mysterious something. The following day, the special training commenced. To my surprise, it began not with rigorous exercises, but rather with my grandfather treating me to a sumptuous feast featuring the flesh of millennium-old soul Biasa, truly nourishing repast. Once satiated, he guided me to. In a dimly lit room, he struck the wall with his hand, causing me to nearly collapse to the ground. To my astonishment, it was a gravity chamber. Moreover, this gravity was equipped with an automatic upgrading feature, increasing by 5 units every hour, designed to induce a gradual suffocation. He declared his intention to teach me the secret technique of the Lan Dian Zone, the Bao Long Lien Ti Jue. The name alone sounded formidable, but upon practice, it revealed itself to be a pure M behavior, an invitation to hardship. The essence of this cultivation method was to endure beatings within the gravity field. Yes, you heard correctly, endure beatings. By the end of the first day, I felt as if I might fall apart. Fortunately, my brother Yu Qianheng came to visit, bringing me chicken legs. How fortunate I was to have a brother like him. I casually inquired about his experiences at the Royal Academy, and he mentioned having made numerous friends, including a girl named Douluo. Upon hearing this, I realized an opportunity had presented itself. Douluo's grandfather was none other than Douluo. I became ecstatic, exclaiming, "Brother, our grandfather is a titled Douluo. What do we have to fear from a mere soul, Douluo?" After my brother departed, a servant brought in a large tub of steaming medicinal liquid, and immersing myself in it was pure bliss. Upon finishing the medicinal bath, I felt an overwhelming surge of energy, with my soul power skyrocketing from the 12th level peak to the 13th. Just as I contemplated the bizarre yet effective nature of this technique, my grandfather suddenly appeared behind me like a specter, revealing a shocking secret. He explained that the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long family was exceptional due to our ability to transform into dragons, yet this came with its own burdens, requiring a rare power known as Dragon Force. The meager amount of Dragon Force within the soul rings was insufficient, hence the elders were stuck at their levels. To break through, one would need a dragon-type soul bone over 50,000 years old or would discover legendary treasures. As he spoke, he produced an ancient, yellowed tome, claiming it contained vital records. To my astonishment, it was a compendium of the celestial herbs associated with the ice and fire two elementi. I was elated to see the illustrations of Qiluo, Yu Jinxiang, and Ba Jiao Xuanbing Sao. I was on the verge of a breakthrough, my friends. With this, not only could the elders advance, but my grandfather could also ascend a level. What was even more intriguing was that before leaving, he mentioned that I would eventually encounter the ancient Dragon King referenced in the tome. I was momentarily bewildered, wondering if the old man was cursing my demise. Regardless, the plan was set. Upon completing my rigorous training, my first task would be to persuade Douluo. The following day, Elder Luo arrived, claiming he was there to assist with my cultivation. In a moment of levity, I made a jest which caused him to turn dark, stating that today's task was to perform the technique 3,000 times. Failing to do so would result in no meals. What could I do but comply? He immediately unleashed a soul power ball that sent me flying. This was not cultivation. It was blatant bullying. He formed a whip from his soul power, striking my body repeatedly. The pain was searing, penetrating to the very bones. Yet, I gritted my teeth and persevered, realizing that the more I suffered, the faster the Bao Long Lien Ti Jue operated, and the more my soul power surged. I could not tell how long I endured the lashes. When I finally collapsed to the ground, I inquired how many strikes I had received. He informed me it was 4,672 lashes. I must tell you, the look in his eyes was not right. He seemed frightened, for this record surpassed even my grandfather's. In his shock, he forgot to prepare my medicinal bath and fled. Just as I felt I was nearing my limit, a small child appeared at the door, dressed in tattered clothes, cautiously inquiring if I needed assistance. He laboriously helped me to the bed, allowing me to examine him. Upon questioning, he revealed he also bore the surname Yu, calling himself Tianma. This was peculiar. How could a member of the Lan Jianba Wanglong family be in such dire straits? He appeared to be an orphan, working in the kitchen. My heart stirred, and I said, from now on, drop the formalities. We are of one blood. You may call me Tianligu. No sooner had I spoken than Elder Luo barged in, carrying a large wooden tub, calling out, quickly, young man, go soak in this. Do not let any sickness take root. Despite the pain that felt as if I might fall apart, I grasped him and said, Elder, hold on a moment. Please, take a look at this young lad. I pointed to the skinny Tianma. How is it that a member of the Lan Dianba Wanglong family has fallen to working in the kitchen? This is not right. Elder Luo finally noticed Tianma, his expression frozen in disbelief. He crouched to ask the boy's name, and upon hearing it, his countenance changed. He revealed that this child was Tianma, the son of the renowned war god Yu Xiaolong, who had a mutated martial soul transforming into an Xianbing dragon. At the age of 40, he reached level 80 and was hailed as the next title Douluo. However, during a mission, he mysteriously vanished, likely at the hands of the Wuhuan temple. His mother followed him to the grave, and the sect had originally provided for him. Yet he now found himself reduced to kitchen labor. Upon hearing this, a surge of anger ignited within me. This was unacceptable. The son of the war god, the orphaned genius of the sect, was being bullied right before our eyes. The internal management of the sect was rotten to the core. Observing Tianma's pitiful state, I issued a resolute command to Elder Luo. You shall take Tianma to my grandfather immediately. Inform him that I have taken it upon myself to protect this child from this day forth. My grandfather must personally restore honor to Tianma's lineage. Elder Luo, filled with guilt, nodded and without hesitation, took Tianma away. As I watched their retreating figures, I finally hobbled into the large medicinal tub. The moment the liquid touched my wounds, it was an exquisite sensation, bringing me a blissful relief that nearly made me cry out. As my spirit relaxed, my eyelids grew heavy, and I leaned against the edge of the tub, falling into a deep slumber. I cannot say how long I slept, but when I awoke, darkness enveloped the world. Rising from the tub, I stretched, and my bones popped like firecrackers, filling me with an invigorating energy, pure delight. Turning around, I was not surprised to find my grandfather Yu Engine standing behind me like a ghost. Honestly, I was quite touched. The sect leader took the time to check on me daily. He regarded me with eyes full of approval, saying, Tianli, you've done well to endure 3,000 repetitions of the Bao Long Lianti Jue. I was about to express modesty when I recalled Tianma's situation and quickly asked, Grandfather, what of Tianma? The old man sighed, a look of remorse on his face. It is my oversight. I entrusted him to Yuluomian. Who could have foreseen he would treat a child so poorly? Yuluomian? I smirked internally, suspecting he was the traitor. Just as I was about to inquire further about his betrayal, my grandfather waved his hand, signaling me to cease. Let us not discuss Yuluomian until we have evidence. I have arranged for Tianma to stay next door. From now on, I will personally oversee his affairs to ensure he suffers no more indignities. He continued, by the way, I sense that completing the Bao Long Lianti Jue has significantly increased your strength. I eagerly nodded, exclaiming, indeed, my soul power has surged to the 13th level. The 13th level? My grandfather's eyes brightened, and he bore a familiar grin, one that suggested he was plotting something mischievous. My heart skipped a beat. What was this decision he had made? Just then, he cheerfully announced, your little aunt, Liu Erlong, has returned. Would you like to meet her? Upon hearing the name of my second aunt, I sprang from the bed. This aunt of mine was a legendary figure. Having a falling out with the family over matters concerning my second uncle Yu Xiaojiang, and establishing the Lanba Academy on her own. My grandfather mentioned that the 5-year term was up, and her academy, which only admitted commoners, was struggling to survive. A thunderbolt struck my mind. Of course, Lanba Academy. I could not attend the Royal Academy, and the Thunder Academy was under the control of Yulomien, the traitor, yet I still had my Aunt's academy. Although her father was Yulomien, their relationship was fraught due to my uncle's issues, making them natural allies. I decisively stated, "Grandfather, I shall go to Lanba Academy." The old man was utterly bewildered, declaring that the teaching resources and environment in that place were inadequate. He remarked that my second aunt, Lu Erlong, was merely a sole emperor and had no time to manage me. I couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Grandfather, isn't it a trivial matter for our Lan Dianzong to arrange for a soul saint to oversee the situation and allocate some resources? My second aunt, after all, is one of our sect's own. How could she possibly refuse?" Observing my confident demeanor, the old man surrendered, waving his hand decisively. "Very well. I shall send your Uncle Yu Bei, a soul saint of level 77, to act as your bodyguard and deputy dean. Let's see who dares to lay a finger on my grandson. Uncle Yu Bei." He was the chief of grandfather's personal secret guards. The old man was certainly making a significant investment for me. He affectionately patted my head, beaming with satisfaction. "All right, your grandfather is, after all, a title Douluo of level 96. I shall not perish. Now get some rest." After bidding farewell to grandfather, I sat cross-legged on my bed, and as I began to cultivate, I noticed a remarkable increase in the speed of my soul power circulation. Could it be that enduring hardship truly enhances one's strength? While I pondered this, on the other side, within the True Dragon Hall, the atmosphere was palpably tense. The sect leader and the 3 elders had gathered, and standing among them was my little aunt, Lu Erlong. Upon revealing the possibility of Yu Luomien being a traitor, the old man announced, "I have decided to send Tian Li to your Lanba Academy." Lu Erlong had no objections, albeit she expressed a hint of sarcasm, fearing that the family would look down upon her humble academy. Elder Luo interjected, his words dripping with subtlety, hinting to Lu Erlong not to let sentimental matters hinder her cultivation. He assured her that once she broke through to title de law, certain matters and people would no longer pose a problem. Understanding the underlying message, Lu Erlong was so excited that she nearly knelt in gratitude. Wasn't this implying that as long as she became strong enough, her relationship with Yu Xiaojing could flourish? Sensing the moment was ripe, the old man waved his right hand, and a shadow emerged from behind him. It was Uncle Yu Bei. The old man directly ordered him to take up the role of deputy dean at Lanba Academy, and also established a new rule for the academy. Not only must they accept commoners, but also talented nobles, adhering to the principle of better to have fewer than to have many. Lu Erlong expressed her heartfelt thanks and departed. However, no sooner had she left than Uncle Yu Bei appeared like a wraith, whispering a few words in grandfather's ear. With just those few words, the usually composed grandfather, a title de law of level 96, was instantly taken aback, rising in shock. "Is it true? Is the news confirmed?" The 3 elders were equally startled, quickly inquiring what had transpired. The old man's expression turned grave enough to draw water. The Tiando royal family has conveyed that tomorrow, their auction house will be selling a 6,000-year-old right arm bone of the famed demon dragon king. Boom! This news detonated within our sect like a nuclear bomb. A 6,000-year-old dragon soul bone. This treasure could grant us another title de law within Lan Dianzong. At that point, we would be undeniably the foremost sect in the world. Yet, the old man saw through it immediately. This was not merely an auction, but rather the Tiando royal family fishing for our allegiance, using a soul bone as bait for our entire Lan Dianzong to take sides. It was a political negotiation cloaked in the guise of an auction. Ultimately, the old man declared, "I shall go personally. I will take Elder Luo and Tian Li with me." Early the next morning, after completing my cultivation, I was not met by Elder Luo, but by grandfather himself. Without uttering a word, he lifted me up and swiftly carried me to the carriage outside the valley. Once aboard, he divulged the entire situation regarding the soul bone. Upon hearing this, I understood the gravity of the matter. It was indeed a coveted prize. But then I thought, why fear? I leaned close to grandfather and quietly declared, "Grandfather, we must secure this soul bone." Seeing my mature demeanor, the formerly tense atmosphere lightened considerably. He waved his hand with authority. "Indeed, regardless of what conditions the royal family presents, this soul bone shall be ours." The carriage entered Tiando City, halting before an enormous semicircular structure, the Tiando Royal Auction House. It was grander than even grandfather's true dragon hall. I immediately flattered, "Grandfather, no matter how large this place is, it remains but an empty shell compared to your true dragon hall, which is graced by your presence." Grandfather chuckled heartily at my praise. However, as soon as we entered, the atmosphere shifted. The surroundings were filled with experts. At that moment, the main door swung open, and 3 figures entered, led by Ning Fengji, the sect leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Accompanying him was a delicate little girl, appearing around 3 or 4 years old, with pink hair and large, glistening eyes. She was undeniably adorable. Without a doubt, this was Ning Rongrong. Upon meeting, the 2 sect leaders began exchanging pleasantries. After their exchange, grandfather nudged me forward to greet Ning Fengji. The latter brought forth his daughter, instructing her to call me Tian Ligij. As I gazed at the charming little girl, my heart raced. She was simply too enchanting. Just then, a servant approached, guiding us to the center of the auction hall. The vast venue was empty, except for 2 individuals seated in the front row, the Snow Knight Emperor of the Tiando Empire and Prince Xuesheng. Upon seeing us, the Snow Knight Emperor stood and addressed us directly. "I possess a 6,000-year-old soul bone, yet unfortunately, none within the royal family can utilize it. I have invited you both today to see who can alleviate my troubles. Whoever assists me shall receive this soul bone." I was taken aback internally, feeling as if he were playing a word game with us. If he wanted us to act as his enforcers, he should simply say so instead of masking it as a request for aid. The 2 sect leaders fell silent. Accepting the soul bone meant aligning ourselves with the Tiando Empire, binding us to them. Was it worth it? In that tense silence, Ning Rongrong gently nudged me, whispering, "Tian Ligij, why are they not speaking?" My mind raced, weighing the pros and cons in an instant. I leaned toward my grandfather, speaking in a tone only he could hear. "Grandfather, we should accept, even if we refuse. The Spirit Hall has long regarded us as a thorn in their side and will strike at us eventually. It would be wiser to acquire this soul bone now, securing our sect with an additional title Douluo. Then we would not fear anyone." The furrowed brow of my grandfather unfurled instantly, and he cast a glance at me, filled with approval. Then he suddenly lifted his head, presenting a radiant smile to the Snow Knight Emperor. "Your Majesty, I believe the Lan Dianba Wang sect is willing to serve you." This declaration astonished everyone present. The Snow Knight Emperor was overjoyed and immediately offered to grant my grandfather a noble title. Grandfather graciously bowed, accepting the fearsome red soul bone without hesitation. And without a word, he led me out. Ning Fengji hurriedly excused himself and followed us, perplexed, asking, "Dragon Uncle, why this sudden impulsiveness?" Grandfather waved his hand and reiterated my earlier reasoning, then ushered me into the carriage, speeding away. After we departed, I overheard Ning Fengji's sword Douluo speaking in a grave tone. "Fengji, that child is unfathomable." He relayed my earlier words to Ning Fengji verbatim. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji was left dumbfounded. His brow furrowed tightly as he gazed in the direction of our vanishing carriage. This child is only 6 years old, yet can see through so much. Not only that, but his soul power has already reached the pinnacle of level 13. The golden scales are not mere fish in a pond. Once they encounter a storm, they become dragons. While he was lost in thought, I was already en route home in the carriage, being scrutinized by my grandfather with a rather peculiar expression. I must admit, my heart skipped a beat, sensing that this old man was not quite sane. Sure enough, he grinned mischievously and winked at me. "Ton Li, what do you think of that little girl from the Ning family?" Me? I wore a look of bewilderment, akin to a subway elder absorbed in his phone. Thinking, "Grandfather, what on earth are you talking about? What do you mean by what do I think?" The old man became even more outrageous, declaring, Grandfather shall arrange a betrothal for you too. How about that? Good heavens! Who understands I am merely 6 years old? 6 years, and you wish to arrange a betrothal for me? Are you familiar with that cyber judge, intending for me to tread the sewing machine ahead of time? I hastily distanced myself from this notion. Grandfather, please spare me. I am but a child. And what if I were to marry a capricious young lady who would turn our household upside down? To my surprise, my grandfather wore an expression that suggested I was still too naive and began imparting his wisdom on seduction. If you cannot handle a single woman, it only reflects your incompetence. In my youth, I wandered through the garden of beauties, untouched. Enough of this, I thought. Elder Luo beside us fanned the flames further. Yes, your grandfather speaks the truth. I could see the excitement in his eyes, clearly coveting that soul bone. Among the 3 elders, he was the only one missing the right arm bone, and it was destined to be his. How could he not be thrilled? I rolled my eyes and teased them. You 2 old fellows shouldn't corrupt the youth. What if I end up with a harem of 17 or 18? Let us see how you would feel then. My grandfather, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively. Let them be born. Our Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect can't afford a few children. Speaking of children, I suddenly recalled that lad Tian Mo and casually inquired. Immediately, my grandfather's demeanor shifted. He sighed deeply, stating that the child had suffered significant primordial loss and was being bullied by some elders in the clan. He was currently using the finest resources to sustain Tian Mo's life, hoping to restore him. Alas, this matter is indeed troublesome. Noticing my somber mood, my grandfather quickly changed the subject, announcing that starting tomorrow, I wouldn't need to go to the gravity house anymore, but would directly train in the forbidden area of Lei Shengu. That place is a treasure, I tell you. Our Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect's exclusive upgrade package. Upon returning to the sect, the soul bone was indeed granted to Elder Luo. Several elders immediately provided protection for him in the Zhenlong Hall, allowing him to absorb it on the spot. The next morning, as I opened my eyes, I felt my grandfather standing behind me like a specter. Without turning around, I called out, "Grandfather, come out." He promptly delivered a light smack to my head. Rubbing my head, I inquired about Elder Luo, and he replied that Elder Luo had successfully absorbed the essence and was currently in seclusion attempting to break through to the title Douluo level. I calculated in my mind. Splendid. Our family was about to gain another pinnacle of combat strength. Just as I was reveling in this, my grandfather struck me again on the head. Stop daydreaming. Hurry to Lei Shengu. Goodness, that was a real blow. I grimaced and asked, "Aren't you afraid of knocking me silly?" He retorted, "Knocking you silly would be ideal. It would save me from your incessant cleverness," and walked away with his hands behind his back. What could I say? He is the sect leader, after all. Accompanying him to Lei Shengu, I could feel the violent energy of the lightning from a distance, and every cell in my body rejoiced. I exclaimed, "Grandfather, I feel like I could ascend right here." Yet he doused my enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water, his expression grave, warning me that this place was not to be lingered in. 1,000 years ago, a peerless genius from our sect perished here after staying too long, struck down by a divine lightning bolt that left no trace. That divine lightning contained a force known as the power of destruction, which has yet to dissipate. The power of destruction? My DNA stirred instantly. Isn't this the work of the destruction god from the divine realm? What a surprise. A final boss hidden in the novice village? I quickly inquired how long I could stay, and my grandfather stated that with my current physique, I could manage at most half an hour. Fine then, half an hour would be. I nodded and approached the valley's entrance. Just as I reached the threshold, my grandfather called out from behind, "Don't go further. You cannot withstand the power of destruction inside." Obediently, I seated myself cross-legged at the entrance and began circulating my cultivation technique. The blue-purple lightning energy surged into my body, and I instantly comprehended. Indeed, this energy contained traces of the power of destruction. Though small in quantity, it was overwhelmingly fierce. Absorbing too much would surely cause my body to explode. I am certain that there are remnants of the destruction god within this valley. Once I become formidable, I must venture inside to explore. For now, I shall prudently slow my absorption rate allocating part of my focus to counteract that force of destruction. Good heavens, a month passed, and who knows what I endured. Each morning, like clockwork, I'd arrive at Lei Shungu, struck by lightning for 2 hours, and during the day, I was tossed around like a sandbag by elderly while practicing the Tyrannosaurus body refinement technique. In just this month, I surged from level 13 to level 15. The soul power within me surged like the Yellow River. Moreover, with my current physique, I could stand toe-to-toe with a soul master without fear. During this month, Elder Luo successfully emerged from seclusion, officially advancing to title Douluo. My grandfather personally took him to the Stardow Forest to hunt an 80,000-year-old flame magic flood dragon for his 9th soul ring. Truly a grand spectacle. On my end, I began to devise my own small goals. First, to report to Lanba Academy and strive to break through level 20 before I turn 8. Then to obtain a 1,000-year soul ring. With a solid foundation, I would seek to bathe in the ice and fire yin-yang eye, and conveniently procure a divine herb for my grandfather to assist him in reaching level 98. At that point, as long as that old fellow Qian Dao Lu doesn't personally show up, anyone from our Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect would make them kneel and sing our praises. Alas, it is a pity that I arrived a millennium too early. Otherwise, I could have gifted my grandfather a Qiankuan creation pill to directly elevate him to the throne of Limit Douluo. As I was lost in these thoughts, Elder Luo approached unbeknownst to me. He now appeared rejuvenated. His once white hair turned black, and his spirit was as lively as that of a young man. He asked what I had just muttered, and I seized the opportunity to jest. Elder Luo, have you thought of a title after breaking through to title Douluo? To my surprise, he was genuinely caught off guard, stating that the sect did not intend to publicly announce his breakthrough for the time being. Hence he thought of one. I immediately adopted a strategist's demeanor. While it's wise to keep it concealed, you should consider a title. Just imagine, when enemies come knocking, you stand firm and bellow, I XX the law, am here, do not act recklessly. Wouldn't that be a different kind of presence? Upon hearing this, he exclaimed, indeed, you have a point, and requested me to name one for him. I pondered theatrically and suggested, since my grandfather is the Thunder Douluo, why not call you Thunderstorm Douluo? What do you think? He mulled over Thunderstorm Douluo for a moment, his eyes lighting up. Not bad. Let's go with this. Then, he began reminiscing about hardships, mentioning how I reminded him of my unfortunate uncle Yu Xiaojiang, and remarked on the challenges my grandfather had faced over the years, expressing relief that my brother and I were not disappointments. Just as I was about to join him in sentimentality, he playfully slapped the back of my head. Enough of this sorrowful reflection. Get up, I'll take you to Lanba Academy. Your grandfather said that if you don't make progress this semester, he'll toss you into the Wanlong Cave. I do not believe it. Such a precious child as I, would he really dare? Thus, Elder Luo led me straight to Tiando City. Meanwhile, my grandfather stood alone before the Zhenlong Hall, receiving reports from his subordinates. The several affiliated clans that had just fled from Hao Ian sect were still hesitant, unwilling to merge with us immediately. However, the Pazhi clan, harboring a deep-seated feud with Hao Ian sect, had their leader Yang Wudi bring over more than 200 members, resolutely intent on joining us. My grandfather promptly made a decision, establishing a pharmacy for the Pazhi clan, appointing Yang Wudi as the head, granting him the rank of outer sect elder, and proclaiming to the world that from this day forth, the Pa clan members would be regarded as part of our Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect. Anyone who dared to act against this would face dire consequences. On the other side, at the entrance of Lanba Academy in Tiando City, a throng of people gathered. Elder Luo entrusted me to Uncle Yu Bei, who served as the vice president here. After exchanging pleasantries, Elder Luo made his exit. Uncle Yu Bei smiled at me and said, Tianli, are you ready? Let this continent witness the fury of our Lan Dian Ba Wang clan. I was suddenly enveloped in a flash of electric light, responding with great authority. I am prepared, but I wonder if Lanba Academy is ready. However, my moment of bravado lasted no more than 3 seconds, as Uncle Yu Bei swiftly changed the subject. But now, your task is to make your bed in the dormitory. The sect master has instructed me to inform you that the destructive power within you has accumulated excessively. You must resolve it within a year, or you shan't think of entering the Thunder God Valley for the next 3 years. With a reluctant nod, I followed him to the dormitory. After a brief tidying up, I sat cross-legged on the bed, eager to see if I could refine that destructive energy. To my astonishment, it was like a bottomless pit. My soul power vanished upon contact, completely devoured. It seemed I had been too impatient. While I was engrossed in my cultivation, guess what? In the divine realm, two powerful beings were watching me. The very embodiment of the destruction god and his wife, the goddess of life, were casually munching on seeds while observing the spectacle. The former was exceedingly thrilled, claiming to sense a child capable of withstanding his power in the mortal realm, and that my mental strength was several times greater than that of an ordinary person. His wife, a stunning beauty with green hair, gently reminded him not to carelessly bestow divine seeds, as he had done last time. Engrossed in their affectionate banter, they even expressed a desire for a child. Even celestial beings partake in mortal joys. The following morning, I donned the Academy's distinctive black robe, adorned with an imposing dragon motif, and made my way to class. The number of heads turning in my direction was remarkable. Upon entering the classroom, I knocked on the door, and the teacher asked me to introduce myself. I stepped onto the podium without hesitation and declared, "Greetings, everyone. My name is Yu Tianli, and my martial soul is the blue electric Tyrannosaurus dragon, a level 15 first ring battle soul master." No sooner had I spoken than the classroom erupted in chaos, akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. After all, most students in this introductory class had only just awakened their martial souls, with soul power levels of 7 or 8 considered prodigious. My level 15 status was a staggering blow to their expectations. The material the teacher covered was so familiar to me that I could recite it fluently since I was 3 years old, rendering the class unbearably tedious. After enduring until the end of the lecture, I stepped outside to find Uncle Yu Bei waiting for me. He informed me that my cousin, his wife, was concerned I might not enjoy the cafeteria food, so she had prepared a grand feast for me at their home. How could I refuse? My cousin, Yu Wuhin, was one of the few gentle souls in our Lan Dian sect, and her culinary skills were unparalleled. Upon arriving at their quaint courtyard, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Their 5-year-old son, Yu Qianhao, sweetly called me cousin. The meal was nothing short of splendid. From that day forth, I treated my cousin's home as my personal dining hall, visiting daily for meals. Half a year passed, and the 50 or so children from the affiliated 4 clans began their studies. I asked Uncle Yu Bei to ensure they were all settled in. I also inquired about my previous request for Elder Yang Wudi regarding alchemy. Uncle Yu Bei appeared somewhat embarrassed, relaying that Elder Yang advised me not to seek shortcuts at such a young age, emphasizing that diligent cultivation was the true path, lest I jeopardize my foundation. Fine. Elder Yang, with his stubborn temperament, it seems I must pay him a visit myself. Changing the subject, I asked Uncle Yu Bei to accompany me in search of my brother, Yu Qianheng, whom I had arranged to meet today. I needed to act swiftly. Today, I was to meet my brother, Yu Qianheng, hoping he would introduce me to his girlfriend, Duge Yan. My primary motive? Certainly to gain access to her family's coveted treasure, the ice and fire duality eye. We hurried to the designated meeting spot, and I spotted my brother standing at the entrance. Just as I was about to wave and call out, "Brother, I'm over here," a gust of wind must have obstructed my voice, for he failed to hear me. To my astonishment, I watched as he entered with a green-haired young woman, completely ignoring me. Was it possible? Had he truly prioritized a woman over his own brother? I was utterly flabbergasted. This was undeniably my blood brother. Without a moment's hesitation, he left me behind, eagerly rushing to meet his future sister-in-law. As I followed inside, I was greeted by the sight of them engaged in a lively conversation. My brother's handsome face beaming with delight, oblivious to my presence. I feigned a cough, and only then did my brother notice me, pretending to inquire when I had arrived. I shot him a glare and retorted, "Of course, it is because you only have eyes for beautiful women that you failed to notice your little invisible brother." The young woman, Duge Yan, blushed profusely at my words. My brother, flustered, approached and playfully scolded me. "What nonsense are you spouting? Show some decorum." I stuck my tongue out, continuing to provoke, "Brother, aren't you going to introduce us?" Only then did he realize and proceeded with the introductions. As I gazed at Douluo, my mind began calculating. With her green hair and dark green eyes, I sensed a potent toxin within her, perhaps even more lethal than that of her grandfather. Douluo opportunity had knocked. I immediately adopted an innocent and naive demeanor, sweetly exclaiming, "Sister Yin, do you realize you are poisoned?" The air around us seemed to freeze. My brother's face turned ashen, and he frantically signaled me with his eyes, blinking furiously as if to say, "Please, don't say anything reckless." Pretending not to notice, I continued, "It's true, brother. Have you forgotten that our family just opened a pharmacy? I can guarantee that you are indeed poisoned." My brother was momentarily stunned. He was aware of the situation, but likely never expected a mere child like me to discern anything. Douluo, however, reacted swiftly, grasping my brother's hand and gently asking, "Little Tianli, can you tell your sister what kind of poison it is?" She had taken the bait. That was the very question I had been waiting for. I confidently declared, "I know. It is the innate lethal toxin that your martial soul carries. Not just you, but your father and grandfather are also afflicted." Douluo's expression faltered, her eyes immediately glistening with unshed tears, likely recalling her bedridden father. My brother was now frantic, gripping my arm and shaking me vigorously. "Tianli, you know how to cure it, right? Please tell me." His force was so strong that I felt as if my soul might escape my body from the shaking. I quickly shouted, "Brother, calm down. If you shake me any harder, I'll be sent away." He finally released me. Clearing my throat, I addressed Douluo, "Sister Yin, I can indeed help with the antidote, but I must speak with your grandfather privately. This matter requires his consent." Without hesitation, Douluo dashed out to find her grandfather. Observing my brother's anxious anticipation, I could no longer contain my laughter. "Brother, you are the heir of the third sect. Can you not show a bit more composure?" He shot me a glare. "What do you know? This is called true love. Be honest. Do you have confidence in this?" He added, "Douluo's grandfather has quite the temper." Leaning back on the sofa, legs crossed, I relaxed. "Fear not if I dare to say it. I have a solution. It all depends on whether Douluo possesses the resolve." As I spoke, I called out to Uncle Yubei, instructing him to return to the sect and bring my grandfather over to support us. My brother was utterly bewildered. "What exactly are you planning? Why bring grandfather here?" I flashed him a mysterious smile. "Of course, it's for you to meet the family. And just so you know, I'm securing you a future titled Douluo as an honorary elder for our sect. Imagine the benefits a titled Douluo could bring to our family." My brother fell into deep contemplation. He understood that if my plan succeeded, it would be monumental for our sect. Not long after, Douluo returned, ushering in an elderly man. I must say, the moment he entered, the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Dressed in a gray robe, he appeared as slender as a bamboo pole, with green hair and eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. This was none other than the future poisoned Douluo. Without preamble, he addressed me directly, his aura imposing. "I hear from Yin that you can cure our family's poison." The pressure from his presence would have terrified any ordinary child. He observed my lack of response and let out a cold snort, saying, "Young one, out of respect for the Lan Zone, I shall not make things difficult for you. Do not speak boastfully next time. How dare a mere level 15 soul master claim he can resolve my Bai Lin Shi poison? You are truly overestimating yourself." With that, he turned to leave. However, I could not allow him to depart so easily. I immediately adopted the most aggrieved tone and said in a childlike manner, "Oh dear, it seems I've been overly sentimental. I was merely thinking how wonderful it would be for my elder brother and sister Yin to become a couple. After all, if sister Yin becomes my sister-in-law, her family's matters would also become mine. Who would have thought that some people would be so ungrateful? Well, I suppose I should not waste my energy worrying about this." These words struck a nerve with Douluo. He abruptly turned back and pointed at my brother, asking Douluo, "Are you with him?" Douluo glanced at my brother and shyly nodded. Douluo sighed deeply, slumped down in resignation, and waved his hand, saying, "You two go out first. I need to have a word with this little monster." Once they exited, the old monster's gaze towards me transformed, as if he could see right through me. "Speak up, little monster, what are your conditions?" I smiled and replied, "Since you call me little monster, I shall refer to you as old monster. My demands are not high. Simply join our Lan Dian Ba Wang Zong as a guest elder, and we can consider the matter settled. Impossible. He rejected without a moment's thought. I shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Old monster, whether you join or not, I can still resolve this poison. After all, it concerns my brother's happiness and his future children. Therefore, the decision lies with you. Weigh it carefully. I must say, this is psychological warfare. By placing the choice in his hands, I rendered him unable to refuse. He squinted at me for quite a while, likely wrestling with his thoughts. Joining Lan Dianzong not only meant the poison could be resolved, but also allowed him to align with a powerful faction. Just as he hesitated, he slammed the table, exclaiming, "All right, little monster, I accept your terms. As long as you can cure my son and relieve the poison afflicting my grandson and me, the Douluo family shall join Lan Dianzong." With my back to him, I could not help but smile broadly. My plan was in motion. Just then, the door swung open, and my grandfather's booming voice echoed in. "He cannot make the decision. I can." What a spectacle! My grandfather, Yu Yuanjun, made a grand entrance with my brother and Du Guyan by his side. Who's my grandfather, you ask? A 96th level Thunder Douluo. His personal intervention provided Du Gu Bo with an enormous opportunity to save face. A few words were all it took to finalize the arrangement. It was done. Seizing the momentum, I pressed on, "Senior Du Gu, resolving the poison is not a problem. However, I have heard that you possess a miraculous medicinal garden. Might you take us to see it?" This was, of course, part of my premeditated plan. That garden contained the ice and fire Yin Yang well, the ultimate starter pack of Douluo continent. I had already sent Uncle Yu Bei to summon our newly recruited pharmacy master, Yang Wu Di. Without much thought, Du Gu Bo led us deeper into the sunset forest. Upon arrival, I was left in awe. Who could understand the marvels of my family? The valley's floor was divided. One half of fiery crimson, the other of frosty white, with a spring in the center, one half boiling and the other frozen. A true miracle of the world. Everywhere I looked, legendary medicinal herbs abounded. As I searched for the two most crucial herbs, the fire apricot and the eight-pointed ice grass, I suddenly spotted a towering tree behind the spring. My grandfather and I exchanged glances, and we both recognized the joy in each other's eyes. The Long Yuan tree, a legendary divine object. Alas, it bore no fruit. However, that was of little concern. My true goal was not it. I pulled my grandfather aside and whispered my intention to use those two herbs to undergo ice and fire body refinement. My grandfather's face turned pale, believing I had lost my mind, but I assured him I was confident. Unable to dissuade me, he relented. With a flick of his soul power, the two herbs burst forth from the ground and fused perfectly in his hands. I took them, without a moment's hesitation, swallowed them whole. The taste was delightful sweet. In the next moment, I felt as if two volcanoes had simultaneously erupted inside me. A wave of scorching heat and an icy chill clashed within my body, creating an extreme tug-of-war. I tore open my shirt, let out a roar, and leapt directly into the center of the ice and fire Yin Yang well. With a splash, I sank beneath the surface. Let me tell you, the sensation was akin to my soul repeatedly departing from my body. The pain was so intense that I nearly ascended to the heavens. Then, I completely lost consciousness. I did not know how long it was until I resurfaced. The sky had turned dark. I felt an explosive power surging throughout my body. I extended my right hand toward my grandfather, and with a mere thought, my entire forearm was instantly covered in azure and purple dragon scales, my hand transforming into a sharp dragon claw. My grandfather was dumbfounded. Is this dragon transformation? Indeed, I, a mere level 15 soul master, had prematurely mastered a skill that typically belonged to those of the soul sect. This was all thanks to my absorption of the residual power of the Ice and Fire Dragon King from the spring. This maneuver propelled me to new heights. We carefully selected two additional herbs most suitable for my grandfather and brother before we returned to the mountaintop, satisfied. Du Gu Bo regarded my seemingly unfazed demeanor with skepticism. I offered him a slight smile and presented my solution. "Senior Du Gu, I have found a way to resolve the poison. Your poisoning is not severe. Simply find a soul bone, consume the pills I provide, and push the poison into the soul bone. As for your son, his situation is a bit more complicated. He must take the medicine for a month before using the same method. Douluo stared at me, incredulous. Is it really that simple? I nodded, wearing an innocent expression. Yes, it is indeed that simple. However, you will need to find the soul bone yourself. That should not pose a problem for you, right? I instructed him to retrieve the medicine from our sect the following day and then pulled my grandfather and the others to prepare to leave. My brother, observing Douluo's sour expression, approached me with concern, saying, Tian Li, I told you not to provoke him. I patted my chest confidently and replied, Elder brother, rest assured, soon I shall have this old monster willingly offer his granddaughter to you. Meanwhile, while I was confidently assuring my brother, the old poison master, Douluo, was not idle. A sudden murderous intent sparked in his eyes, clearly indicating he was planning something significant. He turned to his granddaughter, Douluo Yin, and said, Yin Yin, grandfather is going out for a while. If I do not return by noon tomorrow, you should go to the Lan Dianba Wang Zone to find me. His granddaughter appeared bewildered, asking, Grandfather, what are you going to do? Is it dangerous? Listen to how this old man responded. Not dangerous, not dangerous. Grandfather is merely afraid of not making it back. With that, he vanished in a flash. Let me tell you, he was setting a flag, making it clear he was going to commit some grave act. The scene shifted back to our home, the Lan Dianba Wang Zone. I had already dispatched that incompetent Yang Wu Di to the alchemy room. A single herb had him scampering about in excitement. Now, in the secret chamber, it was just my grandfather, my brother, and me. I proudly presented the two herbs. One was a golden, radiant qi, rong, tong tianju, intended for my grandfather. The other was a lightning-infused lei, ting long ling chao, meant for my brother. Grandfather, consume the flower stamen first, then the petals, but do not touch the root. My grandfather was a straightforward man. Without hesitation, he accepted it, sat cross-legged, and began to absorb its essence. My brother, Yu Tian Hung, anxiously fidgeted beside us. What about mine? Where's mine? I handed him the lei ting long ling chao, saying, Here, brother, this is yours. It's specifically for breaking through the level 30 bottleneck. To my surprise, my brother insisted, Tian Li, this is too precious, you should use it. I immediately retorted, Why would you be polite with me? Do you think I would shortchange myself? One must not consume too much of these herbs. I've already taken mine, and another would be too much. Hurry. Do not dawdle. Upon consideration, my brother realized that I was indeed quite crafty and likely had a backup plan. Only then did he take it, but he hesitated again, pondering how to consume it. I nearly burst into laughter, having forgotten to inform him of the method of use. Brother, this is simple. Just swallow it whole and truly experience the power of the thunder within. He nodded, gulped it down in one go, and then sat cross-legged to begin his cultivation. Observing the grandfather and grandson both in deep meditation, I quietly slipped outside, instructing the guards to keep a watchful eye on the door, and hurried off to find Yang Wudi. Upon arriving at the apothecary hall, Elder Yang greeted me with utmost respect. Young master, I waved my hand dismissively and asked, What the medicine for Douluo? Everything is ready. We just await your blood. Good heavens, I was taken aback. Let me tell you, the most astonishing part is that the final ingredient of this prescription is, in fact, my blood. The main focus is a cyber or bloodletting therapy, isn't it? How much is needed? 1 cup will suffice. It can cleanse the toxins from 3 generations of his family. Very well. To save a life is to save it thoroughly. I made a cut on my wrist and forced out a silver cup of blood using my soul power, and with a flick of my soul energy, the wound healed instantly. After handing the blood to Yang Wudi, I instructed him to meet with Douluo tomorrow and quickly made my way back to the Zhenlong Hall. By the time I returned, night had fallen, and my grandfather and I were still meditating, resembling 2 statues. I too was not idle. I seated myself beside them and began my own cultivation. You cannot imagine how swiftly time passes during cultivation. It felt like I merely closed and opened my eyes. And daylight arrived. Just as the first rays of sunlight streamed in, I stretched lazily when suddenly 2 dragon roars erupted, one high and one low, nearly tearing the roof off our house. The entire blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect was roused by those 2 roars. Upon glancing over, I was astonished. My grandfather had broken through. After 5 years of being stuck at the 96th level, he had directly ascended to the 97th level. My brother had also breached the 30-level barrier. This was indeed a double celebration. Naturally, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. In a dim corner of the sect, a pair of eyes brimmed with resentment. That was my uncle, Douluo, filled with hatred. He must be cursing inwardly. That old man has grown stronger again. Why? TSK. I could smell his sourness from 800 miles away. In the Great Hall, I excitedly exclaimed, "Grandfather, you are now at the 97th level." My grandfather merely nodded enigmatically, his expression exuding an air of profound mystery. And then the 3 grand elders, along with that scheming Douluo, rushed in to offer their congratulations. At that moment, Douluo stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Sect Master, the lower 4 sects have sent an invitation stating that the Hao-Ian sect has closed its gates, and the contributions for the Grand Soul Arena need to be redistributed." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but feel amused. That old fellow Huiyanjun from the Xiangjia sect, a relic stuck at the 89th level for a lifetime, the top lackey of the Spirit Hall, now dares to come out and vie for resources? Does he not fear Tang Hao descending unexpectedly and smashing his skull? My grandfather inquired if the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect was aware, to which Douluo replied that they should have received the news as well. My grandfather instructed him to respond affirmatively, stating that our Blue Electric sect would certainly attend. Observing Douluo's devoted demeanor, I couldn't help but scoff. My relatives, who understands? If I weren't a reincarnator, I might have actually believed in his acting skills. Curiously, I asked my grandfather, "Grandfather, how much stake does our family hold in the Grand Soul Arena?" He ruffled my hair and replied, "The upper 3 sects hold 60%, while the lower 4 sects hold 40%. Now that the Hao-Ian sect is out of the game, that old fellow from the Xiangjia sect intends to swallow it all. He doesn't fear choking on it." I joked, "What if it comes down to who has the bigger fist?" An elder nearby laughed. "I've heard that Huiyanjun has a grandson named Huiyan Li, who is 12 years old and at the 27th level. His talent is quite respectable. It seems they intend for the younger generation to compete." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. My brother is only 11 this year. Once he acquires his 3rd spirit ring, he will easily reach 35 at the very least. Wouldn't he just crush them? However, the elder's face turned stern, and he began to lecture me. "Tianli, no laughing. Do you think everyone is as monstrous as you?" I could only begrudgingly respond with an "oh," while internally I was frantically complaining. It's clearly their lack of effort. Why should it concern me? My grandfather, noticing my discomfort, quickly intervened to ease the tension, then began to boast about discovering the dragon source tree in the Sunset Forest yesterday, which excited the old men greatly. Seizing the opportunity, I pulled my brother aside and whispered, "Brother, how many years are you planning for your 3rd spirit ring?" Without hesitation, he replied, "The upper limit is 1800 years. Family tradition. The Thunder Fury is the strongest." I shook my head. "Brother, you're different now. After consuming the divine herb, your physical quality surpasses that of the spirit sect. You should aim for a spirit ring between 2,500 to 3,200 years." We were engrossed in our discussion, oblivious to the group of elders eavesdropping. My grandfather approached and said, "Tianli is correct. Let me assess you." He placed his hand on my brother's shoulder, probing with his soul power, his eyes growing brighter. "Very good. With your current physique, absorbing a 3,500-year spirit ring poses no issue." My brother was taken aback. 3,500 years. That's double the upper limit. And so it was decided. The next day, the elders would take my brother to the soul-hunting forest to capture a spirit beast. Meanwhile, I was summoned alone into a secret chamber by my grandfather. He approached with a stern expression, directly questioning, "What is that destructive force within you? It has been half a year, and your soul power has only risen to level 16. Do you think it simply doesn't exist?" I was taken aback, finally realizing that my cultivation had been as slow as squeezing toothpaste over the past 6 months, all due to that force causing havoc. I could only admit, I tried to get rid of it, but I couldn't, so I left it alone. "Are you foolish?" my grandfather exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration. "If I hadn't used my soul power to probe yesterday, and discovered that thing was nearly settled in your body. You would never have hoped to advance again in this lifetime. I was dumbfounded. What should I do then? Seeing my expression, my grandfather's anger subsided a bit, and he sighed. This force cannot be eliminated. You must comprehend it on your own. Let me ask you, why do we call the blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul the #1 beast martial soul in the world? I instinctively replied, dragon transformation and mastery over lightning. Upon mentioning the word lightning, my mind buzzed as if something had exploded within it. I understood. I shouted and immediately sat cross-legged, beginning to circulate my soul power to sense that trace of destructive aura within the lightning, attempting to merge it with the power within me. My grandfather, observing my eagerness, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, shaking his head and summoning a soul power barrier around me. Guess what, my dear family? While I was striving to comprehend, an influential figure from the divine realm, a true powerhouse, the god of destruction, was overseeing from the clouds. Upon noticing my potential to grasp his destructive divine power, he deemed me more promising than my ancestors and decided to grant me an opportunity. With a casual gesture, he conjured a small purple orb and, with a swift motion, sent it down to the lower realm. Just as I was deeply engrossed in my practice, I suddenly felt the destructive force within me vanish entirely. Puzzled, I noticed a small hole had appeared in the soul power barrier my grandfather had erected. Cold sweat broke out. Who could break through his defenses without alarming him? Could it be the legendary Thousand Paths flow? While I was scanning around in confusion, a sudden explosion erupted beneath me. A wave of heat surged through my body. Good heavens! That force was rampaging within me, causing me to roll on the ground in pain. It dawned on me that this was the very destructive force that had just disappeared. But the issue was, it had transformed from a small stream into an ocean. My grandfather sensed something was amiss and instantly appeared beside me. Panicking, Tianli, what happened? I could hardly speak, feeling as if I was about to be torn apart. My grandfather quickly infused his soul power into my body, attempting to suppress it. However, that destructive force, as if on drugs, consumed my grandfather's 97th level soul power, as if it were food, swallowing everything that came its way. Just as my grandfather was on the brink of despair, I unexpectedly stood up. An immensely authoritative voice, utterly foreign to me, emerged from my lips. Your cultivation has been arduous. I shall spare your life. But cease meddling in my affairs. Depart. A wave of purple energy erupted from my being, forcefully propelling my 97-year-old grandfather away. Once he managed to regain his footing, an eerie silence enveloped me. He hurried over to inspect, discovering that not only was I unscathed, but my meridians had also improved. As I slowly regained consciousness and gazed at my grandfather in confusion, I asked, Grandfather, what has happened to me? He, equally flustered, could hardly admit his ignorance and awkwardly replied, the destructive power within you suddenly erupted. Refrain from visiting the Thunder God Valley in the future. Fortunately, the energy eventually dissipated on its own. Nodding, I began to channel my energy to recover. Upon introspection, I discovered a purple orb nestled within my dantian, entwined by 8 golden chains. A frigid voice resonated within my mind. Do not attempt to unravel the seal. It will release itself when the time is right. Once you unlock the 6 seals, seek me at the Temple of Destruction. In that moment, I comprehended. A divine entity had bestowed upon me an extraordinary boon. Although I was perplexed as to why I was chosen, it was undeniably a fortuitous event. As I continued to cultivate, I noticed a hint of purple destructive energy mingling with my soul power, significantly enhancing its potency. When I attempted to transform into a dragon, my claw pierced the iron wall, creating 5 sizable holes, with black smoke emanating from them, exhibiting corrosive properties. What a tremendous gain! I practiced diligently until nightfall, finally emerging from the secret chamber with a sense of fulfillment. Upon stepping out, I was astounded to find the true dragon hall teeming with people, all reveling in a grand celebration. I seized a fellow disciple to inquire about the commotion, and he informed me, Young master, the vice master has broken through to Douluo, and the master is hosting a banquet in his honor. You Luomi, that traitorous fool? Wasn't he supposed to be stuck at level 79 due to insufficient dragon power? As I pondered this, Yulomi's deceptive smile approached me. Tianli, my dear nephew. Uncle has broken through. Why not join me for a drink to celebrate? He thrust a wine cup into my hands. I froze. Caught in a dilemma, accepting or declining was equally awkward. Who knew what concoction that old scoundrel had mixed into the wine? In this uncomfortable moment, my grandfather's voice rang out from behind. Lomi, Tianli is still but a child. Do not put him in a difficult position. With that, he pulled Yulomi away, casting me a knowing glance. I understood immediately and sought out Elder Luo in a corner. Upon my arrival, Elder Luo offered a wry smile. Surprised, are we? I nodded. He led me outside the hall and whispered, Yulomi claims he inadvertently acquired a piece of a 2,000-year-old red dragon's right leg bone, which enabled his breakthrough. Nonsense. I internally cursed. Inadvertently? It seems he was merely a pawn for the spirit hall, receiving such rewards. While I was mentally berating the situation, Elder Luo's next words left me dumbfounded. He spoke with a dispassionate tone. The 3 senior elders have conferred. Yu Luomi has betrayed the clan. His crimes are unforgivable. He must be executed. I was taken aback. Had my grandfather made this decision? Your grandfather only resolved to act after learning he obtained that soul bone. Elder Luo sighed. He also discovered that Yulomi planned to sabotage the Grand Soul Arena to aid the Xiangjia sect in usurping the Haotian sect's share. So that was the case. Time to clean house, then. Elder Luo advised me to disregard these matters, indicating that Douluo awaited me in the apothecary hall, urging me to return to Tiando City and focus on my training and preparation for the upcoming tournament. Bidding farewell to the elder, I hurried to the apothecary hall, where I found Douluo and Yang Wudi staring at each other intently. Upon my arrival, Douluo stood and proclaimed, Little monster, your grandfather has sent me to bring you back. We've been waiting for you. On the way back to the city, I couldn't help but tease him. Old monster. Did you go slaying today? Douluo's pupils contracted. How did you know? Well, it's rather obvious. With such limited time, if you weren't out hunting for soul bones, where would you procure them? So, what treasures did you acquire? The old man remained tight-lipped, prompting me to tempt him. If you tell me, I shall select the most suitable immortal herb for your granddaughter, ensuring she levels up by 5 or 6 ranks. Really? Douluo immediately took the bait. I assured him, why would I lie to you? Your granddaughter is to be my future sister-in-law. I wouldn't let her down. Only then did Douluo divulge that he had eliminated a rival in a black market deal, obtaining 2 pieces of 10,000-year-old soul bones. This future relative is truly capable. 1 year swiftly passed, and the day for the clan's soul awakening arrived once more, with my return ahead of time. Throughout the year, my soul power had stagnated at level 19, remaining unyielding for over 4 months. I wondered if I could reach level 20 before my 8th birthday. Standing atop the true dragon hall, I gazed at the eager children below, preparing for their awakening, feeling a wave of nostalgia. I recalled my own awakening, brimming with vigor. Yet now, alas, leveling up proved more arduous than constipation. Within the grand hall sat numerous esteemed elders, including Douluo. Ever since I had assisted in resolving his family's hereditary ailment, his son was now able to walk, and Douluo frequently visited our sect, resembling an honorary elder. Among the assembly of aged figures, Elder Luo regarded Yu Tianli with a sympathetic expression, stating, Tianli, why not absorb that soul bone? Tianli firmly shook his head, resolute. Elder Luo, we agreed that both soul bones are to be preserved for my elder brother. I truly do not require them. I informed him. These 2 soul bones were discovered by Yu Yuanjin and Elderly after secretly executing Yulomi under the pretense of hunting soul beasts. Externally, they claimed it was an accident caused by the domain of a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Even more absurdly, Elderly had found 2 pieces of 10,000-year-old dragon soul bones on Yulomi. Elderly had been so thrilled, yet upon receiving them, he realized that aside from the well-known 2,000-year-old soul bone, the other was merely a 4,000-year-old flame serpent's left arm bone. The blue lightning tyrant dragon's elders each possessed soul bones. Who didn't? The remaining 2 elders had only 1 soul bone slot left, and absorbing such bones wouldn't enable them to break through to tidal Douluo, rendering their prospects utterly bleak. Thus, They collectively decided to pass these two soul bones to the clan's most outstanding third-generation members, Yu Qianheng and Yu Qianli. Upon hearing this news, Yu Qianli immediately offered both soul bones to his elder brother. Yu Qianheng insisted on giving both to Yu Qianli instead, but ultimately, it was Yu Yuanjin who decided to give the 2,000-year-old right leg bone to Yu Qianheng, while the 4,000-year-old flame serpent's left arm bone was temporarily kept by Yu Yuanjin. Yu Yuanjin's expression darkened as he gazed at his grandson in frustration. He had hoped that 3 months ago, Yu Qianli would have broken through to level 20. After all, what a promising future awaited a 7-year-old at level 20. He could then boast to the old geezers. Yet, who could have imagined that remnants of destructive power lingered within Yu Qianli? For 4 months, he had been unable to break through. When Yu Yuanjin once again proposed granting him the 4,000-year-old soul bone, he was met with a refusal from the young man. Yu Qianli calculated that he regarded the 4,000-year-old soul bone with disdain, aiming for a soul bone of at least 60,000 years. Although this ambition may seem a bit lofty, as a transmigrator, shouldn't one harbor dreams? However, standing beside Yu Yuanjin, Yu Qianli felt that if he did not break through soon, his grandfather might indeed force him to absorb it. Chapter 29. A successor? I have no idea why. But up to this point, Yu Qianli has yet to discover a method to unlock the seal. If he cannot break the seal, he may never surpass level 20. What a vexing predicament. How could the god of destruction be so different from others? As others wait until a certain level to partake in the divine examination, you, on the other hand, come seeking me before I have even reached level 20. Do you wish to overwhelm me? Beside him, Yu Yuanjin admonished, enough. We shall discuss this matter later. It is now time to begin the martial soul awakening ceremony. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianli could only fall silent and gaze down at the assembly below. Only then did he notice that both Yu Tianma and Yu Tianhao were present. He smacked his forehead, realizing that in his recent focus on cultivation, he had forgotten that these two youngsters, being a year younger than him, were due for their martial soul awakening today. Just as he was about to greet Yu Tianma, the clansman responsible for the awakening called out, "Next, Yu Tianma." Yu Tianma stepped forward towards the arranged stone, his wide eyes fixed on the guide. The clansman raised his right hand, and a blue-purple soul power enveloped Yu Tianma in an instant. Martial soul awakened. At that moment, a surge of icy energy erupted from within Yu Tianma, drawing the attention of all present. Elder Luo exclaimed, "It is indeed the martial soul of the little dragon, the Xianbing dragon. It seems this child will inherit the legacy of the little dragon." Upon hearing this, even Yu Yuanjin relaxed his brow, revealing a hint of a smile. The guide produced a blue crystal ball and gently said, "Come, Tianma, let's test your soul power." Yu Qianma obediently took the crystal ball, and as soon as he grasped it, the ball emitted a dazzling light, settling at approximately 80%, indicating an innate soul power of 8.5 levels. Yu Yuanjin sighed. It appears the innate foundation has suffered some damage. Otherwise, with the Xianbing dragon as his martial soul, this child would undoubtedly possess innate soul power of 9, perhaps even reaching the pinnacle of innate soul power. Brother, do not blame yourself. We can seek herbs to replenish Tianma's foundation. If that fails, we can find a 10,000-year soul bone. Surely, there must be a way to restore the damaged foundation. Yu Yuanjin nodded. It seems we have no choice but to proceed in this manner. He then turned to Yu Tianli. In a few days, let Tianma accompany you to the Lamba Academy. Due to Yu Tianli's influence, the Thunder God Valley was on the verge of being abandoned by the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, and even Yu Yuanjin began to suspect there were unclean elements within the Thunder God Valley. Yu Tianli nodded. Not only Yu Tianma, but also that little rascal Yu Tianhao. He had taken him to the Heaven Do City to play quite often this past year, and that fellow would also need to report to the Lamba Academy. Next, Yu Tianhao, here I come. Yu Tianli looked down to see Yu Tianhao striding up with a beaming face. Uncle Yubei doted on this son, raising him plump and fair, a stark contrast to the slender Yu Tianma. Yu Tianli chuckled and remarked to Yu Yuanjin, "Grandfather, this is Uncle Yubei's son. You have yet to meet him, right?" Yu Yuanjin was taken aback and quickly looked down, realizing this was the first time he had seen Yubei's son after all these years. Martial soul awakened. As everyone turned their attention to Yu Tianhao, The guide began the martial soul awakening. Unlike others, a dragon's roar emanated from Yu Qianhao, and a shadowy aura swirled around him. Even the guide, well-versed in martial souls, could not discern what this martial soul was and could only glance at the esteemed elders in the hall. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Yuanjin said, "This must be a product of the fusion between Yu Bei and Yu Wuhan's martial souls." Elder Luo beside him added, "That seems plausible. Tianhao, what is your martial soul?" The voice echoed through the hall, and Yu Qianhao proudly proclaimed, "My martial soul is the Shadow Demon Dragon." His boisterous declaration elicited laughter from all present. Yu Yuanjin nodded. It appears this martial soul possesses attributes of both agility and power, reminiscent of the swift-wind demon wolf. He then turned to Yu Tianli. Once Tianhao finishes testing his innate soul power, take them both and head down. Tomorrow morning, we shall visit the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. I have something to give you. Yu Tianli reluctantly nodded, realizing his grandfather was anxious. If he did not break through soon, he might be compelled to do so. Sighing, he resigned himself to fate. The most perplexing aspect of his transmigration was the inexplicable purple orb within him, which hindered his cultivation. Innate soul power, 8 levels. Just as Yu Tianli was about to descend, he heard Yu Tianhao announce his innate soul power as 8 levels as well. Another 8 levels? Yu Tianli waved goodbye to Yu Tianma and Yu Tianhao, and the three made their way out of the hall. Upon exiting the True Dragon Hall, Yu Qianhao and Yu Tianma began chattering excitedly. "Brother, is our martial soul powerful?" Yu Tianli smiled wryly and replied, "Indeed, indeed. You two little rascals are the mightiest, even surpassing me." In unison, Yu Qianma and Yu Tianhao exclaimed, "No way. Brother, you are the strongest." Observing the spirited exchange between the two, Yu Tianli playfully ruffled their hair. "Do not celebrate too soon. Starting tomorrow, you both must report to the Lamba Academy. If you fail to return with your first soul ring within 3 months, I shall summon you for a reckoning. At that time, those who do not succeed shall receive 100 knocks on the head from me." He pretended to strike at their heads, prompting them to shield themselves hastily. After a moment, they realized he was merely teasing. Seeing Yu Qianli watching them with a smile, Yu Qianhao pounded his chest and declared, "Tianma, once we reach Lamba Academy, I will protect you. Should anyone dare to bully you, they shall answer to Yu Tianhao." Yu Qianli, observing the lively banter between the two, admonished, "All right, enough idle chatter. Tianma, you should return and pack your things. We shall have a meal at the sect before heading to Lamba Academy together. Is that understood?" The two boys nodded in unison, understood. Yu Qianli waved his hand, and the two scurried back to their rooms to gather their belongings. Watching their retreating figures, Yu Qianli reminisced about the carefree days when his elder brother taught him. How unfortunate it was that those times could not return. Chapter 30, Decision Fusion. After Yu Tianli exited the True Dragon Hall, the elders within began to deliberate on his predicament. Elder Li sighed softly, voicing, "Tianli is far too headstrong. Brother, how could you allow him to cultivate in the Thunder God Valley at such a young age? Now, he has become tainted by the power of destruction. Unless he absorbs the soul bone of the flame serpent, there seems to be no solution." Yang Wudi interjected, "Sect Master, esteemed elders, I believe the presence of destructive power within young Master Tianli is not necessarily a detriment. Have you not noticed that his soul power differs from that of a typical blue electric tyrant dragon soul master? Due to the destructive power within him, his soul power is infused with a significant amount of that energy, which greatly enhances his potential. Given his current strength, I do not think he is any weaker than an ordinary soul respect." Yang Wudi's remarks prompted a moment of reflection among the assembly. The weakest among them, aside from Yang Wudi, was Douluo, who possessed an impressive level 88 strength. It was evident that Yu Tianli stood out among his peers. However, what was the use of having strength if the enemies of the blue electric tyrant dragon would not also grow stronger? Yu Yuanjin pondered for a moment before stating, "In truth, I believe Tianli's current state is similar to that of the second and third brother. They are unable to advance due to a lack of dragon power. Tianli must be missing something that is restricting his soul power enhancement." Upon hearing his words, the others nodded in agreement. Yet they found themselves at a loss, as to what was lacking. Just as they were at an impasse, the guide from below reported, "Sect Master. All eligible children in the sect have completed their awakenings. Please provide your instructions." Yu Yuanjin felt a wave of frustration wash over him. However, as the sect master, he could not let his personal feelings interfere with the greater affairs of the sect. He rose to his feet and addressed the children below. "Everyone, you are the third-generation disciples of our Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect and the future backbone of our sect. Currently, the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect relies on us old-timers, but in the future, it will depend on you. For the brighter future of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, strive for excellence." As he observed the multitude emerging from the Jinlong Hall under the encouragement of Yu Yuanjin, Yu Qianli pondered whether his grandfather possessed an aptitude for pyramid schemes. With everyone departed, Yu Qianli approached Yu Yuanjin, kneeling before him and uttering, "Grandfather, I am an unfilial grandson, causing you concern. I have resolved to absorb the soul bone you prepared at the ice and fire yin yang I tomorrow. Should I fail, it is merely the will of the heavens. Please do not grieve." These words brought tears to Yu Yuanjin's eyes. Many years prior, his son, Yu Shaojang, had been expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect for failing to break through the 30th level. Will he be left without any kin beside him? Good child. You are ambitious, and I believe you will succeed. Do not worry. Even if you cannot break through, I shall not allow you to be expelled. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is still under my command. As he witnessed his grandfather's expression, a warm current flowed through Yu Tianli's heart. "Grandfather, I will not let you down." At dawn the following day, after ensuring that Yu Qianma and Yu Tianhao were settled, Yu Qianli accompanied his grandfather to the Sunset Forest. Standing before the ice and fire spirit spring, he held the fiery left arm bone that his grandfather had handed him. Being a soul bone from a dragon of 40,000 years, it appeared relatively intact. Sensing the intense soul power emanating from it, Yu Qianli silently intoned, "Success or failure rests upon you. Grant me the fulfillment of my wish." With that thought, he leapt into the fire spirit spring. After absorbing the fiery Xinjiao Shu and the octagonal Xianbing grass, the icy and fiery springs felt merely cool and warm to him. As his body fully immersed in the fire spirit spring, Yu Qianli pressed the soul bone tightly against his left arm. In an instant, the soul bone transformed into a red light, merging into his being and coursing through his meridians, visibly enhancing his physical prowess. While Yu Qianli absorbed the soul bone, deep beneath the lake's bed, two ethereal figures, one blue and one red, floated. If Yu Qianli were present, he would recognize them as the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings buried underground. The blue figure addressed the red. "Well, it seems that even after tens of thousands of years, someone dares to absorb a soul bone in this ice and fire spirit spring, and it appears to be from your fiery dragon clan." The red figure scoffed. "Oh, Ice Brother, how can you remain so unenlightened after all these years? That child has clearly absorbed the fiery Xinjiao Shu and the octagonal Xianbing grass, enabling him to navigate our burial ground with ease. As for that soul bone he is absorbing, it is merely a 40,000-year hybrid. I was alive long before he was. What is he, a snake or dragon? Huh, even after all this time, you remain so contradictory. Tell me, did you not sense the power of destruction within that child?" The Fire Dragon King disdainfully replied, "I say, Ice Brother, we were merely unfortunate, caught in the aftermath of the clash between destruction and the Dragon God. We should have been utterly obliterated. Were it not for the intervention of the Goddess of Life and that fellow beside her, would we still be alive?" The Ice Dragon King sighed, "Indeed, you have a point, but I am still unsatisfied. Forget it. For the sake of the Goddess of Life, I shall not concern myself with him. Let's return to our slumber." Just as they were about to depart, the Fire Dragon King interjected, "Wait, something feels amiss. Why does that child possess a seed of divine destruction within him?" Upon hearing this, the Ice Dragon King narrowed his eyes at Yu Qianli and noticed a swirling purple orb within his dantian, adorned with 8 golden seals. It appears that the old fellow of destruction finds the divine realm mundane. The Ice Dragon King chuckled knowingly. Chapter 31. The gifts of the 2 Dragon Kings. The Ice Dragon King gazed at the Fire Dragon King with curiosity, saying, Tell me, are you aware that the old fellow of destruction cannot sire offspring? The Fire Dragon King looked at him in shock. What do you mean? Destruction is a divine king. What ailment could he possibly have? The Ice Dragon King scoffed. Are you truly that ignorant, or merely feigning ignorance? The power of destruction is so overwhelming that it renders him incapable of procreation. Did you not know this? How could I possibly know such a secret? Do you take me for gossip monger like yourself? This is mere speculation. Did the old fellow of destruction confide in you? Why, he cannot have children? The Ice Dragon King expressed frustration. Enough of this banter. What do you propose we do about this child? Are you willing to stake your barely living existence on him? That is not necessary. However, assisting him in evolving his soul bone poses no issue. Just as the Fire Dragon King intended to act, the Ice Dragon King halted him. Consider this carefully, old fire. This is no trifling matter. Although it may not cost you anything, you will lose the opportunity to reshape your body. The two dragons had spent countless years in this dark abyss, forging a bond deeper than any other. The Fire Dragon King chuckled wryly. Ice brother, how many years have we lingered in this lightless realm? Are you not tired? I wish to gamble on this child. Should we succeed, he could be the key to our rebirth. The Ice Dragon King regarded him with skepticism. You have such faith in this child? He is destined to inherit the divine throne of destruction. Do you not comprehend how arduous it is for mortals to ascend? Moreover, should he fail in claiming the throne of destruction, we would lose everything. The Fire Dragon King gazed at him with heartfelt emotion. Ice brother, you are steadfast. Throughout these tens of thousands of years, I have not misjudged you. You are willing to accompany me on this perilous journey. Enough with the superfluous words. If you perish, this lightless place will be left with only me, and I shall surely perish alone. However, this child's body remains too feeble to bear the full extent of our powers. For now, let us assist him in evolving his soul bone, as you suggested. With your capabilities, it should be a mere flick of your finger. The Fire Dragon King exclaimed with excitement. Just you watch. As the Dragon King of fire elements, I can be regarded as the progenitor of all fire attribute soul beasts. Elevating the bloodline of a fire attribute subdragon soul beast is a task of utmost simplicity. With that, the Fire Dragon King extended his claw, and a stream of fiery brilliance surged into Yu Tianli's body. Do not underestimate this flicker of brilliance, with the Fire Dragon King's cultivation spanning over 1,000,000 years. Even this small fragment could elevate the 40,000-year fiery Jiao soul bone to 100,000 years, transforming it into a true dragon species soul bone. While Yu Tianli was absorbing the soul bone, he suddenly felt a wave of scorching energy penetrate his body, drilling into his left arm. What is happening? After absorbing the fiery Xin Jiao Shu, why do I still sense this searing aura? Could be the lake playing tricks? Let me tell you, that old fellow Salus turned green with envy. When my grandfather unleashed his aura, it was a staggering pressure of 97 levels. It directly sent the weaker sex, including Salus, scrambling, their martial souls frightened out of them. He held them under pressure for a considerable time before my grandfather casually withdrew his power and led me out. I could not contain my laughter, leaning into my grandfather's ear and exclaiming, "Grandfather, you were too fierce." That Windsword sex leader nearly buried his face in the ground. How pathetic. My grandfather chuckled as well, intentionally declaring loudly, "Indeed, Tianli, some individuals are so inept yet enjoy causing trouble. Who among our family understands?" That remark seemed to GPS their ears directly. The Windsword sex leader was destined to perish right there, nearly burrowing into the earth. Ning Fengji and his sword Douluo followed closely, still discussing my grandfather's might. The sword Douluo shook his head, stating he could not fathom it, estimating at least 96 levels or higher. Ning Fengji appeared troubled, fearing that the 7-treasure glazed tile sect would be at the bottom of the rankings. Hastening to keep pace with my grandfather, eager to glean some insight, the group proceeded directly into our Blue Tyrant Academy and within my grandfather's office. Ning Fengji could no longer contain himself, asking, "Uncle Yu, why did you agree to that Salus? He's clearly targeting our Qibao Liuli sect." My grandfather chuckled at that moment, his laughter brimming with cunning wisdom. And then he dropped a bombshell. Fengji, what relationship do we have with the three sects? Would I deceive you? Didn't he say he wanted direct disciples? Well, my grandson can marry your daughter and help you out. Doesn't that count as direct lineage for your sect? I was utterly bewildered. Grandfather, are you selling me off? I have only met Ning Rongrong once. And you're already arranging a cutting-edge cyber wedding for me in 2025? Ning Fengji was also taken aback, glancing at me and then at my grandfather, cautiously inquiring, Uncle, are you my daughter? My grandfather laughed heartily. What? My grandson Yu Yuanjin is not worthy of your daughter? Ning Fengji quickly laughed it off, saying his daughter had been spoiled since childhood, and this matter would depend on her decision. My grandfather, undeterred, replied, All right, go back and ask your little princess. But regardless of the outcome, Tian Li will certainly help this time. Only then did Ning Fengji leave with a sense of relief. The moment he departed, I exploded. Grandfather, how can you just push me out like that? My grandfather wore a look that suggested he was doing this for my benefit, claiming that Ning Rongrong was exceptionally talented and could potentially create an 8-treasure Lioli pagoda in the future. I muttered under my breath, Humph. What's so great about the 8-treasure? If I wish, I could conjure up a 9-treasure for her. This stirred up a hornet's nest. My grandfather, with his keen ears, seized my arm. What did you say? 9-treasure Lioli pagoda? Do you even know what you're talking about? I hastily chuckled. Grandfather. If there are immortal-grade herbs, why wouldn't there be a way to evolve martial souls? It's all uncertain, right? Upon hearing the term immortal grade, my grandfather's demeanor shifted, and his gaze towards me grew more intense, likely thinking, this lad, claiming he doesn't want it, yet his body reveals his true intentions. He has long been interested in that girl. To divert the topic, my grandfather declared, Enough, lad. Stop rambling. Quickly, prepare to hunt for your second soul ring. How many years do you want? At this, I became enthusiastic. Grandfather, I believe I can absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. Is there a thunderstorm crocodile around 1,000 years? My grandfather pondered for a moment, noting that there weren't any just over 1,000 years, but there were a few at 1,500 years, which is the limit for an average soul master. Are you sure? I grinned, revealing my cards. Grandfather, let me share a secret with you, but don't be alarmed. My left arm soul bone has granted me 2 skills, and it seems to have evolved. The moment those words left my mouth, everyone in the room, including Elder Luo and Dugabo, gasped in shock. A dual skill soul bone? That is a privilege exclusive to 10,000-year soul bones. My grandfather grasped my left arm, probing it with his soul power, and after a moment of astonishment, he murmured, It's actually true. Elder Luo and the others were nearly breathless. A 10,000-year soul bone is the dream of all soul masters. My grandfather's expression turned serious as he warned me. Tian Li, remember, a commoner is innocent, but possessing treasures is a crime. Only use this soul bone in dire circumstances. I nodded vigorously. If the Spirit Hall were to discover this, they would surely send 10 titled Douluos to beat me up. With a 10,000-year soul bone as a foundation, absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring was naturally a trivial matter. My grandfather decisively stated, Elder Luo, once the meal is finished, take Tian Li to the Stardo Forest and capture that thunderstorm crocodile. Elder Luo's speed was remarkable. As a titled Douluo, he flew me there in less than 3 hours. He was very familiar with the thunderstorm crocodile's lair and could find it with his eyes closed. Sneaking closer, we spotted 3 massive creatures resting there. Elder Luo whispered, Tian Li 1,800, 1,700, 1,500. I suggest you go for the 1,500. It's the safest option. I shook my head. No, uncle, I want the 1,800. The second soul ring must be maximized so that my third soul ring can reach 5,000 years. Elder Luo grinned. All right, lad, you have ambition. Wait here. With that, he vanished and reappeared beside the 1,800-year thunderstorm crocodile. In a swift motion, he struck it lightly, and the crocodile fell asleep instantly. Elder Luo grabbed it and whisked me away in a flash. The 2 smaller crocodiles were left bewildered, glancing at each other. Brother, where did the big one go? I don't know. Maybe he went to relieve himself? Oh, then let's not wait for him. Let's head back. Once we reached a safe location, I swiftly dispatched the crocodile with a dagger, and a deep purple thousand-year soul ring emerged. I nodded at Elder Luo, sat cross-legged, and began to absorb it. The sensation was exhilarating. A warm current surged into my body, making every cell feel as if it were throwing a party, and my physical prowess visibly strengthened. Elder Luo watched from the side, probably feeling envious, muttering about how some people thrive while others languish, contemplating how to secure an immortal-grade herb for his grandson Yutianxin. Half an hour later, I was done. A yellow and a purple soul ring orbited around me, and my soul power skyrocketed to level 22. Elder Luo asked with irritation, "You little rascal, how's your second soul skill?" I stood proudly, declaring, "Elder Luo, my move is called Thunderclap Dragon Claw with a 100% increase in attack power, and it doubles after dragon transformation." Look, as I spoke, the fabric of my right arm tore, and my arm expanded by half a foot, becoming covered in blue-purple dragon scales, transforming into a fearsome dragon claw entwined with electric serpents. Absolutely stunning. Elder Luo's eyes nearly popped out. This is dragon transformation. You can already transform into a dragon. Just as I was about to boast further, a roar echoed through the forest, and two little kids tumbled out, followed by a thousand-year gale wolf. Upon seeing us, the children initially brightened, but their expressions soured when they noticed we were unmoving. They gritted their teeth, attempting to divert the wolf away to avoid implicating us. Hey, I couldn't let that slide. Martial soul, possession. My right arm's dragon claw formed instantly, and with my first soul skill, Thunderclap Dragon Claw, I crushed the Gale Wolf skull as easily as squeezing tofu. I smirked and approached the two frightened children. "Who are you? Daring to come to the Stardoe Forest at such a young age?" The chubby one introduced himself as Xianling, while the other was Lin Tianxian. They revealed their families were gone, and they had fled into the forest to escape enemies. Upon hearing this, I decided to rescue them and take them back to Tiano City. On the carriage ride back, Elder Luo kept a close eye on the child named Lin Tianxian and suddenly asked, "Little one, do you know someone named Linicombe?" "I tell you." The boy turned pale, trembling all over, stammering, I don't know. Elder Luo immediately transmitted to me, "Tian Li, something is amiss." Linicombe was a prodigy of the Xingluo Empire 30 years ago, a sole Douluo at 36. How could his descendants be in such dire straits? Goodness, a sole Douluo from 30 years ago must be over level 95 now, a title Douluo? This revelation was rather significant. Upon returning to Lamba Academy, I instructed my grandfather to have someone awaken the martial souls of the two children. Uncle Yubei performed the awakening for Xianling first. The commotion was immense. With a yellowish light shooting into the sky, his awakened martial soul turned out to be the Taotai Divine Ox. My mind buzzed. Isn't this the martial soul of Elder Xian from Douluo too? I stumbled upon a treasure by mere chance. A soul power assessment revealed he was innate level 9. Next was Lin Tianxian. As he extended his hand, countless starlights converged, forming a beautiful chessboard with pieces. My grandfather and Elder Luo stood up in shock, exclaiming, "Star Source Chess, the first control-type martial soul." Uncle Yubei quickly passed over the crystal ball, and the moment the boy touched it, the brilliance exploded. Innate full soul power. Everyone in the room was astonished. My grandfather was so excited that he immediately wanted to accept both of them as disciples of the Blue Lightning sect. The chubby boy, Xianling, asked innocently, "As long as you provide food and drink." We all burst into laughter. I suggested they first recuperate at the academy to avoid wasting their talents. Then, I casually pulled out an immortal-grade Lei Yu herb from my soul guide and handed it to Elder Luo, as a token of gratitude for twice accompanying me in hunting for soul rings. As the two children were taken away for their meal, my grandfather's expression suddenly darkened. He remarked, "Tian Li, this time in the competition, that Hu Yanli will be a formidable opponent. Salasi has gifted him a piece of a 10,000-year-old soul bone." I was taken aback. A 10,000-year-old soul bone? Salasi is so generous? My grandfather sneered and calculated for me, stating that the profits from the Grand Soul Arena exceed hundreds of billions annually, rendering a single 10,000-year soul bone insignificant. He further mentioned that Hu Yanli possesses at least 2 soul bones. I was astounded. 100 billion a year? Goodness. It turns out I am a super rich second-generation heir. However, amidst my shock, the pressure began to mount. With 2 soul bones and a soul power level 13 ranks higher than mine, and my own 2,000-year soul bone not being freely usable, how was I supposed to compete? No, I had to devise a plan. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed in my mind. A secret maneuver I had long kept hidden. If I could manage to bring that out, then Hu Yanli would be nothing to worry about. With that thought, I wasted no time and dashed towards the training room. My grandfather, watching from behind, blocked Elder Luo, who attempted to speak. I understood that he was intentionally applying pressure on me, urging me to grow rapidly. But let me tell you, this pressure was no joke. Elder Luo was even concerned, remarking that I was only 8 years old. Fighting against opponents 10 levels above me was rather harsh. Guess how my grandfather responded? He burst into laughter, dismissing the concern, and said, "Don't forget, my grandson is a once-in-a-century innate full soul power. The second ring is of 1,000-year caliber. The hopes of the entire sect rest on my shoulders. If I can't handle such trivial matters, what future can I talk about?" Hearing this, I felt a surge of adrenaline. Elder Luo then began to gossip, inquiring about our family's hidden treasure, which was the core of the maneuver I hoped to execute, asking my grandfather whether it surpassed 10,000 years. My grandfather beamed with pride, stating it was on an entirely different level. The thing seemed to possess its own consciousness and could resist absorption. Its soul power fluctuations were several times that of a 10,000-year soul bone. Otherwise, how could it serve as the ancestral relic of our Lan Dianba Wang Long clan? Meanwhile, in the training room, the others appeared almost dazed. Clenching that orb of destructive power, I realized it was akin to a ticking time bomb. It clashed violently with my own thunder power, and the moment they touched, it would explode, making it impossible to merge them. If I forced it, I would likely end up launching myself into the air before even reaching Hu Yanli. However, the skill of the 10,000-year soul bone was not available for use. And without a new tactic, if Hu Yanli were to pin me down, where would my face go? Such an outcome was absolutely unacceptable. I couldn't afford to lose face. After pondering all night, at dawn my grandfather pulled me out of the training room, declaring, "Hurry up, get ready. We're going to meet your future father-in-law." I was stunned. What future father-in-law? Grandpa, we haven't even properly met that Ning family girl. My grandfather chuckled slyly. Tianli, it seems you have some skills. Old Rong told me that the Ning girl has been thinking about you since your first meeting. It appears you have quite a charm, just like me. Back in the day, your grandmother fell for me at first sight and stubbornly pursued me. I quickly covered my ears. Who understands family matters? My grandfather has many virtues, but he loves to boast. My grandmother was a renowned beauty, with suitors lining up from the sect to Tiando City, and eventually it was my grandfather, the old rascal, who managed to win her over, spending a lifetime under her reign. As he aged, he began to brag more. All right, I'll go. No need to say more. I'll change my clothes right away." I dashed out of the training room like I was fleeing for my life, muttering to myself, could it be that dragon-type soul masters are all such braggarts? Elder Luo was no different. He truly was a brother in spirit. Upon returning to my dormitory, the first thing I did was wash my face vigorously, changing into a black robe adorned with the exclusive emblem of our Lan Dianba Wang Long direct descendants, feeling refreshed as I stood before my grandfather. Riding in the carriage, gazing at the scenery outside, I understood his urgency. I spoke directly. "Grandpa, you're not just in a hurry to find me a wife, are you? I suspect you have your eyes set on the 7-treasure glazed tile sect." My grandfather was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, no longer hiding his intentions. Indeed, after getting accustomed to our Jiulong mountain, I wish to see what the scenery of the 7-treasure mountains has to offer. His words were veiled, but I understood. Ever since he broke through to level 97, his ambitions had skyrocketed. He aimed to secure a foothold in the 7-treasure glazed tile sect through my marriage. I shook my head and replied earnestly, "Grandpa, let go. Ningfeng Ji is no fool. Besides, I hope my marriage can be a pure one. Is that too much to ask? Having ambition is fine. but being blinded by immediate interests is a grave mistake. My grandfather regarded me with a hint of surprise and finally nodded. All right, I promise you. Your feelings, you shall decide. But you must also understand, for people like us, finding a pure relationship is not easy. But you already have one, don't you? I countered. I can't even protect the entire Londian sect, can I? You will, he assured me. Do you really have such fondness for that Ning girl? You must know. For families like ours, having multiple wives is the norm. Yes, I truly like her. My life's pursuit is a pure love. Remaining steadfast is splendid. I spoke sincerely. In my previous life, while reading, I admired Ning Rongrong. Though she had a bit of temper early on, she could recognize her mistakes and bravely stood up during our sex troubles. Those qualities were incredibly attractive to me. Thus, I did not oppose my grandfather's proposal. But if my marriage were to be used as a bargaining chip, that was out of the question. If I were to traverse time and not be able to be with the one I love, that would be too stifling. My grandfather shrugged. All right, as long as you don't mind that she may never break through to title Douluo in this lifetime, I will support you. I felt a surge of joy. The restriction of martial souls? That was nothing to me. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda could be arranged in no time. Wait a minute. If I administered the Qi Luo Eugene Xiang to her before her martial soul awakening, wouldn't she awaken the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda directly and simultaneously enhance her innate soul power? Goodness, I'm truly a genius. With that thought, I couldn't help but break into a mysterious smile. My grandfather, witnessing my expression, suppressed the urge to slap me and quietly turned his head towards the window. The carriage sped swiftly, reaching the entrance of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect in less than half an hour. To my surprise, Ning Fengji was personally waiting at the gate, accompanied by Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo, an impressive display. My grandfather, a seasoned actor, approached and remarked, "Ah, Fengji, why'd you come out to greet us personally? You're making me feel embarrassed." Ning Fengji responded warmly, "Uncle Yu, after today, we shall be in-laws. It is only right for me to welcome my in-law." The two exchanged pleasantries, complimenting each other's children, with my grandfather proclaiming, "My grandson is so exceptional," and Ning Fengji countering, "Rongrong is constantly thinking of him." I trail behind, overhearing Bon Douluo and Sword Douluo whispering. Bon Douluo remarked, "Are today's youngsters all so extraordinary? This kid is only so young, yet already at level 22, and his physical prowess is astonishing." Sword Douluo observed more deeply. "Old Bone, don't just look at the surface. This child's talent is secondary. The key is that his thoughts can influence the entire Londian sect. Consider it. Even the proud, old Long listens to this little fellow." Upon hearing this, Bon Douluo's gaze towards me grew solemn. I realized he was reluctant to part with his little princess. Sword Douluo patted his shoulder in comfort, saying, "Think positively. Everyone ages. Perhaps we can both break through again. And then protecting Rongrong for another 50 years will be no problem." Upon entering the castle, the adults swiftly exchanged marriage certificates, solidifying the arrangement. Then, Ning Fengji smiled and mentioned that Rongrong was shy and in the back garden, suggesting I find her myself. I greeted the esteemed guests and followed the attendant toward the back garden. Let me tell you, Qibao Liuli Zone is extraordinarily affluent. The garden is filled with exotic flowers and plants, resembling a fairyland. At the farthest corner of the garden, I spotted Ning Rongrong. After 2 years apart, the young lady had blossomed into even greater beauty. Surrounded by a group of children, she was assertively declaring, "I don't want your things. Go away." My brow furrowed as I recalled a detail from the original text. These children were the offspring of other sect members, attempting to win Rongrong's favor through gifts to secure advantageous positions for their parents. Initially, Rongrong believed she had made friends, but upon realizing she was merely a pawn, she began to reject them, gradually adopting a haughty demeanor for self-protection. Who understands the significance of this period in shaping her character? How could I stand idly by? Who dares to bully my fiancée without consulting my dragon claw? I dashed forward, shielding Ning Rongrong behind me, glaring at the group of children. "What do you think you're doing? If you wish to rise, let your parents exert their own efforts." Bullying a young girl is no achievement. The children, perceptive enough to recognize my address of Ning Fengji as uncle, promptly scattered with hasty retorts. Ning Rongrong gazed at me with sparkling eyes and softly asked, "Tinli Gij, thank you. Is it only when I am a bit fierce that they dare not bother me?" I turned to her, gently ruffling her hair, and said, "Rongrong, you must not think that way. True friends would never use such tactics to trouble you. There is no need for you to feign arrogance. As the future sect leader, assert your authority and graciously refuse them. If they dare to trouble you again, inform me, and I shall show them the true meaning of the iron fist from Tianli Gij." This elicited a laugh from Rongrong, who nodded vigorously. Naturally, I took her small hand as we made our way to the hall. Throughout the journey, she stole glances at me, her cheeks flushed, and I knew this was a solid victory. Upon returning to the hall, the sight of our intertwined hands caused my grandfather and Ning Fengji to exchange knowing smiles, resembling two cunning old foxes. Douluo, in a fit of anger, stomped his feet, incessantly muttering about how a young woman should not remain unwed. Douluo, however, took a more relaxed stance and half-jokingly warned me that if I treated Rongrong poorly in the future, the two of them would unleash their wrath upon me. At that moment, Ning Fengji, holding a wine cup, inquired, "Tianli, do you have confidence in the upcoming sect competition?" A smile crept onto my lips as I released Rongrong's hand, unleashing my soul power, and summoned my martial spirit. Two soul rings, one yellow and one purple, erupted from beneath my feet. Goodness, 1,000-year soul ring. Douluo could not contain himself, exclaiming that my second ring was indeed a millennium old. I chuckled, ready to deliver a little shock from the Dragon Clan. Raising my right hand, azure and violet dragon scales instantly enveloped my entire arm, transforming it into a colossal dragon claw. Ning Fengji was left in awe, turning to my grandfather and asking, "Uncle Yu, is it all right for Tianli to dragonize at such a young age?" My grandfather proudly shook his head, "No problem. Tianli possesses a soul bone comparable to one of 100,000 years, allowing him to challenge a soul sovereign beyond his level. This competition is assured." I stood nearby, rolling my eyes internally. "Grandfather, please do not boast. The soul bone skill is not available to me, and I still have no idea how to defeat Hu Yanli. He possesses even more soul bones than I do. Give me 5 more years, and I could subdue him without using soul bones. Yet here I am." Rongrong tugged at my hand, softly asking, "Tianli Gij, what are you thinking about?" I snapped back to reality and smiled. "Nothing much. Will you come to cheer for me during the competition?" "Of course." She nodded eagerly. "Then let's make a pinky promise." I extended my pinky, intertwining it with her tiny hand. Time flew by, and soon the day of the competition arrived. The Tian-Do Great Soul Arena was filled with individuals from various sects and the Spirit Hall. The Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe, accompanied Ning Fengji as well. As the host announced, first match, Qibao Liuli Zong versus Feng Jian Zong. Upon my entrance, the audience began to murmur. "What is this? Why is someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect here? Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you want to get yourself killed? Is it really our place to discuss the affairs of the top 3 sects?" Meanwhile, Bishop Salas from the Spirit Hall wore an ominous expression, seated beside 2 elders. Elder Luo, who remarked that the individuals next to him were the Spirit Hall's offerings, Qianjun and Jiao Dua, both formidable beings at level 96. Just as Salas was about to send someone to inquire about Ning Fengji's intentions, my grandfather arrived with Ning Fengji and the others. Salas, with a forced smile, said, "Sect Master Ning, are you implying that the grandson of Yu Yuanjin has joined your Qibao sect?" "Absurd," my grandfather erupted, unleashing his level 97 pressure, which instantly bore down upon Salas. The bishop felt a wave of discomfort in his chest, and the 2 offerings hurriedly stepped forward to barely withstand the force. Poor Hu Yanjun from the Elephant Armor sect, left unprotected, was crushed to the ground, unable to move. The entire audience trembled under my grandfather's overwhelming pressure, which lasted nearly a minute. Unable to bear it any longer, I called out from the stage, "Grandfather, enough. Let us focus on the competition." My grandfather finally relinquished his pressure, casting a playful glance at Salas. "Bishop Salas, Do you have any objections to my grandson participating as the son-in-law of Qibao Liulizong? Salas shook his head vigorously. No problem. No problem. Sec Master Yu, please proceed. The match finally commenced. My opponent, Fengbu Ping, was a Soul Sovereign at level 31, nearly 10 levels above me. After announcing his name, I respectfully introduced myself. Yu Qianli, Martial Spirit, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Rank 22 attack, System Great Soul Master. As soon as my words fell, my right arm transformed into dragon form, and the yellow and purple soul rings erupted, enveloping me in a tempest of thunderous energy. The appearance of my purple second soul ring drew the attention of Qianjun Duo, who furrowed his brow, clearly startled by my innate talent. As the match began, Fengbu Ping, swift in speed, attempted to engage in guerrilla tactics. I smirked inwardly. He wished to flaunt his skills before me. Seizing a close-quarter opportunity, I activated my second soul skill. Thunderbolt Fury. Violent lightning surged into his body, momentarily slowing him down, forcing him to confront me head-on. This was precisely what I awaited. I unleashed my first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, forming a massive electric claw that sent him crashing off the stage. It was a clean sweep. The opponent, a decent fellow, acknowledged my restraint with a respectful gesture of thanks. I found the individuals from Fengjian Zone quite intriguing. Each resembled ancient knights. Had they not been my adversaries, forming a friendship would have been delightful. The host announced loudly, Qibao Zone versus Fengjian Zone. Victor, Qibao Zone. I strolled down from the stage, where my grandfather and Rongrong awaited. I greeted Rongrong with a smile, only to be met with my grandfather's teasing remark. Oh, seems like someone has forgotten his grandfather now that he has a wife. This comment flushed Rongrong's cheeks crimson. I took her hand and whisked her aside for a quiet conversation, leaving my grandfather boasting with Elder Luo. I could hear my grandfather patting Elder Luo's shoulder. Old 4. Do not underestimate my grandson. Who knows who will be the future sect leader of the Blue Lightning sect? I understood that he had high hopes for me, wishing for me to reach the pinnacle of that path and forever safeguard our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Just as I established this promise, I turned around to find someone trying to shake my confidence. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the day to face off against the Elephant Armor sect. I must say, Salas and Hu Yinjun wore expressions darker than soot. Why? Because I had already triumphed in 3 consecutive matches, leaving their faces bruised. Particularly for the Elephant Armor sect's Hu Yin Li, who had lost 2 matches in a row, his mentality was on the brink of collapse. From a considerable distance, I could overhear the 2 elders whispering. That Hu Yinjun was behaving like a sycophant towards Salah Si, nodding and bowing, claiming everything had been arranged, and that Hu Yinli was to enter the arena and eliminate me. That Salah Si, with pupils widened in astonishment, actually nodded in agreement. Goodness, it seems they intend to use the Xiang Jia Zone as cannon fodder, to be discarded after use. Then, as Hu Yinli entered the stage, he resembled a rabid dog, howling that he would send me on my way. The referee had yet to signal the start, yet his soul rings blazed forth, his body shimmering as if adorned with diamonds. Upon seeing the madness in his eyes, I realized he had lost his senses. He boasted that he would incapacitate me, the holder of the world's foremost beast martial soul. I thought to myself, just him. I smirked wickedly, activated my soul rings, and initiated my dragon transformation. In the audience, Salah Si's face turned pale, likely taken aback by my hidden prowess. I immediately unleashed a Thunder Dragon Claw, my power, defense, and attack surging exponentially. Hu Yanli was no fool, countering with his own soul abilities. In the initial clash, I admit, I took 3 steps back and suffered a minor setback, but it was of little consequence. At that moment, Rongrong was cheering for me from the VIP box, her voice sweet as honey. I instantly felt invigorated. I shouted at Hu Yinli, "Come again." Then I conjured a magnificent spell, crafting a colossal sword of lightning, aptly named the Thunder Holy Sword. I told him, "Brother, this is my debut of a self-created soul technique, and you should be my first target." To my surprise, the fool did not evade but activated a defensive soul technique to withstand it. My sword struck down, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Following that, I unleashed a thunderstrike with a resounding boom, sending him crashing off the stage. Had I not emerged victorious, I would have had to resort to my soul bone ultimate move. Yet fortune favored me, as he was foolish enough to stand his ground. Salasi in the box was livid, while Hu Yin-jun suggested sending someone to deal with me. Salasi erupted, berating Hu Yin-jun as a fool, asserting that my grandfather, a rank 97 title Douluo, stood there. Who would dare lay a finger on me? After the match, our final confrontation was against the Qi Bao Zone. My future father-in-law, Ning Fengji, graciously conceded, sparing us any embarrassment. My grandfather, ever the tactician, prompted me to express my gratitude to my future father-in-law. I could only muster the courage to clasp my hands towards Ning Fengji, assuring him, "Rest assured, father-in-law, I will not disappoint Rong Rong." Beside me, Rong Rong blushed like a little kitten, shyly hiding behind her father, utterly adorable. At that moment, I turned and spotted the false prince, Xue Qinghe, also known as Qianren Xue. The game was afoot. "Sister," I flashed her a knowing smile. I would wager her heart skipped a beat, though she likely could not fathom how a mere boy of over 20 levels could see through her. "Ah, my dear, I have a script." As I bid farewell to Rong Rong, she expressed a desire to visit our academy, and we agreed that a month after her martial soul awakening, I would come to escort her, promising to bring her a special gift. We then returned to Lanba Academy. Upon arrival at the entrance, we encountered a young man in his 20s, accompanied by a child. The young man inquired if Director Liu Erlong was present, claiming he was there to deliver a message. Upon hearing his introduction as Qin Ming, I felt a surge of excitement. Was this not the genius Qin Ming from Shrek Academy? Surely destined to become a title Douluo? This talent must be coaxed. No, recruited into our sect. I immediately approached him in a friendly manner, stating I was Liu Erlong's nephew, aware of his status as Dean Flinder's disciple. The child beside him was impressive too, with a Xianwu martial soul, albeit not fully awakened and progressing slowly. My mind raced with possibilities. I promptly invited Qin Ming to remain at our academy as a teacher, mentioning that his Xianwu disciple could also study with us, and we could assist him in acquiring a 5th soul ring. To my astonishment, he declined. He expressed a desire to travel across the continent. Very well. If he would not accept an invitation, then I would employ a different strategy. I feigned retreat, suggesting that we would soon embark on a soul-hunting expedition and that he might join us for mutual protection. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed. The bait was taken. I led him to find my second aunt, whispering my plan to her along the way. My aunt, being exceptionally perceptive, understood immediately and patted my shoulder, complimenting my cleverness. Once we entered her office, she casually glanced at the letter and began her performance. She scrutinized Qin Ming, shaking her head and saying, "Flinder has praised you to the skies, but I see you are lacking, merely suitable to be an ordinary teacher." Qin Ming, an elite from Shrek, could not tolerate such provocations. He promptly revealed his credentials: 24 years old, rank 49 peak soul master. My aunt had been waiting for this declaration. Smiling as she said, "Very well, since you are so confident, I, as your aunt, shall teach you a few moves. I will suppress my soul power to rank 49 and use only my first 4 soul abilities. If you can endure for a stick of incense, I shall consider you accepted." Without hesitation, Qin Ming agreed. My grandfather and Ning Fengji observed with delight, likely thinking, "This child is still too young." Easily manipulated by our aunt-nephew duo, regardless of the outcome, he would surely remain with us. I quickly whisked Rong Rong away, recounting the events as we walked, leaving her mouth agape, her gaze towards me transformed, inquiring if I would also deceive her in the future. Who understands family matters? I hastily reassured her. How could I deceive my own wife? Later, I learned that Qin Ming had been thoroughly bested by my fierce aunt, reportedly bedridden for 3 days, but, in a twist of fate, broke through to rank 50. I silently apologized to Brother Qin, stating, "In order to keep you, I had no choice but to employ some extraordinary measures. Fear not, there will be plenty of celestial herbs to replenish your strength." This month flew by, and soon it was the day of Rong Rong's martial soul awakening. We arrived at the Qi Bao Liuli zone in a carriage. And as soon as Rong Rong dashed into my arms like a little cannonball, I stroked her head and mysteriously declared, "Rong Rong, come, let us return to your room. I have a treasure to show you." Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked if it was prepared just for her. I confirmed, saying, "Yes, this treasure is exquisite, long and shiny, and only you can use it." Hand in hand, we hurried to her room, and I called back to my subordinate, instructing him to inform my future father-in-law that I was taking Rong Rong to see a treasure. Upon reaching her room, I retrieved the jade box containing the Qi Luo Yu Jin Xiang from my soul guide. As soon as Rong Rong opened it, the room filled with a delightful fragrance. I explained that this item should not be consumed directly, but rather that she should absorb the essence from the flower stamen, and I used my soul power to assist her in the process. Just as we began, trouble erupted outside. My subordinate, being quite honest, relayed my words verbatim to Ning Fengji and the others. "What long, shiny treasure?" The Bon Douluo immediately exploded in rage, jumping up and shouting that the dragon nature is inherently lecherous, accusing the Yu family of harboring no good intentions, proclaiming that he had opposed this union from the start. And now look what had happened. Who understands family matters? I was only 8 years old. What were they thinking? Suddenly, there was a thunderous crash as the door was shattered, and the Bon Douluo and Ning Fengji burst in as if catching someone in the act. With the Bon Douluo shouting, "Little brat, stop!" Upon entering, the three of them were left dumbfounded. There sat Rong Rong cross-legged on the bed, while I rested my hand on her shoulder, drenched in sweat as I guided her through the medicinal effects. I was nearly depleted of soul power, and seeing their astonished expressions, I had neither the strength to complain nor the energy to indicate silence. After finally stabilizing Rong Rong's medicinal effects, I collapsed onto the floor. Ning Fengji helped me up, and I gasped for breath to explain that this was the celestial-grade Qi Luo Yu Jin Xiang, which could aid Rong Rong's martial soul evolution. Only then did they realize the tremendous misunderstanding that had occurred. The Bon Douluo, looking quite embarrassed, remained to protect us. The following morning, I awoke with my legs numb, and upon opening my eyes, I found the Bon Douluo sitting like a sentinel, staring at me. He sheepishly inquired, "You rascal, if you've done nothing wrong, why be afraid?" I cast a significant eye at him and remarked, "Grandpa Gu," after cultivating the entire night. What sort of immoral deeds could I possibly have committed? Moreover, having witnessed the commotion among the three of you yesterday, I can surmise what images are dancing in your minds. Please, I am but 8 years old. Do you not think you are overthinking this a tad? As soon as my words fell, lo and behold, the visage of Gu Douluo flushed with colors akin to a dye house, alternating between crimson and ebony. He stuttered for a while before finally managing to utter, "Ah, I understand now. You, young lad, should not entertain thoughts of mischief. Very well, I wish to depart. Once Rong Rong awakens, bring her to the great hall. I shall assist her in awakening her martial soul." With that, he vanished in a flash, his speed rivaling that of a rabbit. Observing his hasty retreat, I could not help but roll my eyes. Was it truly necessary? It was merely a whimsical contemplation of an 8-year-old's romantic life. Was such a reaction warranted? Just as I intended to lie down and catch a few more winks, I suddenly felt a warmth enveloping me, prompting an involuntary stretch. It must be said that traversing realms has its perks indeed. Meanwhile, the two prominent figures in the divine realm were indulging in popcorn, thoroughly amused by my antics. "Xiaolu, what do you think? I have chosen this child remarkably well." A voice chimed in a teasing tone, unmistakably that of the god of destruction. The goddess of life nestled gently against him, her tone indulgent as she replied, "Xiaozi, I hope this time this child can succeed. It seems he is quite the romantic. Oh dear, my Xiaolu, are you thinking of giving that little girl an advantage again?" Although that lad administered the Cho Yu Jingxiang to her, allowing her to evolve into the 9-treasure glazed tile. The 9-treasure glazed tile alone is insufficient for inheriting your divine position. Why not grant her something else? The god of destruction winked with a mischievous expression. The goddess of life chuckled at his antics. "Xiaozi, you are truly incorrigible. However, this little girl does possess remarkable fortune. She was initially only able to cultivate to soul sage, Yet now she has been elevated to the reserve of a god king. If those old geezers who have toiled for millennia were to hear this, they would likely spit blood in fury. Serve them right. Who told them they were not chosen by my heir? Xiao Lu, simply bestow upon her some source power to ensure she inherits your divine position smoothly. And then we can both relieve ourselves of this burdensome responsibility and venture forth to enjoy life. The god of destruction waved his hand with a commanding air. The goddess of life gazed at his childlike demeanor with warmth in her heart, lightly raising her jade hand, causing a beam of light to shoot down to the mortal realm with a swift by sound. I awoke with the sun high in the sky, and, upon opening my eyes, I beheld Ning Rongrong standing by the bedside, appearing like a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, radiantly beautiful. Rubbing my eyes in disbelief, I exclaimed, Rongrong, how had you become so stunning? Her cheeks flushed as she playfully retorted, Tianli Gij, you always know how to flatter. Let us hurry to the great hall. For father and the others must be waiting anxiously. Indeed, we must hurry, lest that old fellow Gu comes back and subjects me to another lecture on moral education. I quickly rose, eager to avoid the reappearance of that ancient figure. What old fellow? Ning Rongrong inquired curiously. Oh, nothing, Rongrong, let's be off. I hastily diverted the topic, pulling her along as we made our way outside. In a conference hall of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Gu Douluo resumed his characteristic pacing back and forth. Unable to bear it any longer, Chen Exine chuckled and teased. I say, old bone, Tianli has just turned 8. Must you be so anxious? What do you understand? At such a tender age, he possesses such knowledge. There must be something amiss. That old fellow Yuanjin would never teach him these things. Could it be that he is lacking? I must keep an eye on him, lest Gu Douluo's words grow increasingly outrageous. Grandpa Gu, what if are you speaking of? A soft voice interjected. Gu Douluo swiftly turned to find Ning Rongrong, instantly donning a benevolent smile. Ah, my little ancestor, you have finally arrived. Grandpa Gu has been waiting anxiously. Ning Rongrong beamed. Grandpa Gu, I just woke up and rushed over. Why are you so impatient? Before Gu Douluo could respond, Ning Fengji stood up, gently stating, all right, Rongrong, since you are here, let us proceed with your martial soul awakening. Ning Rongrong obediently nodded and stood at the center of the hall. Father, I am ready. Let's begin. Ning Fengji smiled and exchanged glances with Gu Douluo and Jian Douluo before returning to his seat. Jian Douluo, Chan Exan stepped forward and waved his right hand, summoning 6 blue gemstones to encircle her. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings rose sequentially from beneath Chun Xine's feet as he gently caressed Ning Rongrong's head, concentrating, martial soul, awaken. 95 levels of soul power surged toward Ning Rongrong like a tidal wave. Suddenly, a radiant beam shot into the sky, exuding an overwhelming presence that knocked Chun Xine back several steps. Had it not been for Gu Douluo's quick reflexes, he might have been sent flying. What martial soul is this? It possesses such might. Ning Fengji marveled at the brilliant light. Meanwhile, I understood that Ning Rongrong was about to ascend. It turned out to be the 9-treasure glazed tile, and she possessed innate full soul power. Chapter 48. Forming a team? Outside the Douluo forest, an imposing procession gradually disembarked from their carriages. A few adults stood nearby, earnestly advising the young ones. A stunning woman in her 30s pointed at the group and instructed, listen closely. Once we enter the Douluo forest, none of you are to stray. You have just awakened your martial souls and possess no soul rings. You must not venture more than 2 meters away from me. Do you all understand? We understand. The children chimed in unison. Do not worry, Rongrong. I will protect you. I assured them confidently. You Tianli, do not think your 22nd level makes you formidable. The dangers within the Douluo forest are unpredictable. If any of you dare to act recklessly, be wary of my wrath, or I shall make you suffer like Qin Ming. This fierce woman was Lu Erlong. After Ning Rongrong awakened her 9-treasure glazed tile and innate full soul power, I had suggested to Ning Fengji that she accompany them into the Douluo forest to hunt for soul rings. Ning Fengji had no objections, but Gu Douluo was quite concerned and insisted on accompanying them. Meanwhile, the hapless Qin Ming, who had suffered previously, glanced at everyone with a resigned expression, recalling the unfortunate events he had endured, causing him to shiver involuntarily. "All right, let us set forth," Liu Erlong declared with satisfaction at the group's response, waving her hand to signal the departure. After a full morning of travel, Yu Yuanjin addressed the group. "All right, let's take a break. We have traveled all morning without encountering any suitable soul beasts. We shall rest for an hour before setting out again." The children gathered together, and the eldest among them, Yu Qianma, stated, "Tianli Gij, you have the most knowledge of soul beasts. What kind of soul ring should we hunt?" I smiled and replied, "While the others are manageable. You present the greatest challenge. Your martial soul is derived from the blue lightning tyrant dragon, necessitating that you absorb dragon-type soul beasts. This is precisely why I asked Grandpa to provide you with a medicinal bath for such an extended period to enhance your physical constitution." Yu Qianma, somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head at this remark. As for the others, their soul rings were considerably simpler to identify. Prior to our departure, I had conducted thorough research. For instance, Su Yiping's Xuanwu turtle martial soul is well suited to a soul beast known as the Xianming turtle. Lin Tianxian, your Star Source chess martial soul is particularly compatible with soul beasts that enhance mental strength, such as the Silver Shadow Beast, which would be a perfect match. Tianhao's options are simple. Any speed-type soul beast will suffice. As for Xianling, his martial soul can adopt either a strong attack or a half-attack, half-defense stance. That will depend on your choice. As for Rongrong, Uncle Ning has already selected a suitable soul beast for her. We simply need to find one of appropriate age. My words are not mere bravado. After a profound slumber, Ning Rongrong awakened the Jiubao Liuli Tower. Ning Fengji, along with the sword and bone Douluo, meticulously scrutinized the various records of the 7 treasures Liuli sect, ultimately distilling 7 of the most potent auxiliary skills. This was precisely why Bone Douluo felt compelled to accompany us. A group of children gazed at me with envy, while Lin Tianxian looked at me with starry eyes, exclaiming, "Tianli Ge, you are truly remarkable." I felt a bit bashful and waved my hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. I merely enjoy reading books on this subject, which is why I have acquired a bit more knowledge. If you're interested, you may visit the library in the academy. It contains many volumes on this topic." As I spoke animatedly, a sudden shout from Yu Yuanjin interrupted. "Everyone gather around. There are signs of a soul beast horde approaching." Upon hearing the term soul beast horde, I quickly called the others to form a circle, seeking refuge among the adults. After all, a soul beast horde is no trivial matter. Although the outskirts of the Xingdou forest are unlikely to harbor particularly formidable soul beasts, a swarm of lesser ones could overwhelm ordinary individuals. Yu Yuanjin's 9 soul rings pulsated around him, exuding a powerful aura that seemed to quell the movement of the approaching soul beasts. It was a group of 100-year-old Dali Mojing Yuan, a relatively rare type of strength-oriented soul beast. What could have caused them to appear in numbers at the forest's edge? Upon hearing the name Dali Mojing Yuan, both Bone Douluo and I exchanged glances of excitement. I promptly called out, "Grandfather, do you have any between 400 and 600 years old? We need 2. These soul beasts would be perfect for Rongrong and Xianling. Please go catch 2 for us." Yu Yuanjin looked at me with a darkened expression, clearly exasperated by my request, as if he were merely a servant to my whims. Yet, for the sake of his future granddaughter-in-law, he refrained from voicing his irritation. In a flash, he reappeared, holding 2 Dali Mojing Yuan, each about 3 meters long. With a resounding thud, he tossed the 2 soul beasts to the ground, scattering the horde. "These are both around 500 years old," he said. "I thought they looked decent enough, so I brought them back. Rongrong, Xianling, take a look and see if they suit you." I examined the 2 half-conscious Dali Mojing Yuan and turned to Xianling, asking, "Xianling, do you have the confidence to absorb a 500-year-old Dali Mojing Yuan? If not, I will trouble Grandfather to fetch another." Xianling, however, responded with confidence, "Tianli Ge, if that sister can do it, then surely I can." I smacked my forehead, realizing that Ning Rongrong, due to her absorption of the divine herb, was in no way inferior to any great soul master. If it weren't for her auxiliary role, I would have considered having her attempt the absorption of a 700- or 800-year-old soul beast. Xianling, Rongrong's physique is quite robust, so I have no concerns for her. But you must think this through, I said, patting Xianling on the shoulder. Xianling, with a proud smile, reassured me, don't worry, Tianlige, I will succeed. Seeing the determination in Xuanling's eyes, I nodded and handed each of them a dagger. The weakest point of the Dali Mojing Yuan is just below the magic crystal on its head. Go ahead. If we delay, they will be finished off by grandfather's thunderous power. Xianling wasted no time and followed my instructions, dispatching the Dali Mojing Yuan efficiently. However, Ning Rongrong hesitated, taking her time to approach. I smiled and stepped beside her, whispering a few encouraging words. With newfound resolve, she looked at me and plunged the dagger into the soft flesh, causing the Dali Mojing Yuan to convulse violently before falling still. I silently gave her a thumbs up, and she responded with a triumphant glance. Within moments, 2 deep yellow soul rings emerged from the corpse of the Dali Mojing Yuan. Hurry and absorb them. They will dissipate soon. Chapter 49. The 1,000-year soul beast on the run and the mysterious Xingyuan vine. Observing the two as they absorbed their soul rings, Yu Yuanjin spoke up. Ere long, Qin Ming, you two keep watch on the perimeter. Stay alert for any further soul beast hordes. I sensed something unusual in the Xingdou forest. The two nodded and dispersed the patrol. Bondoa gazed at Yu Yuanjin in astonishment, asking Old Dragon, what is this unusual sensation you speak of? Yu Yuanjin shook his head. I cannot pinpoint the exact nature of this disturbance, but my instincts tell me there is a grave danger lurking within the forest. Bondoa, an elderly, looked at Yu Yuanjin with solemnity. If a title Douluo of Yu Yuanjin's caliber felt a sense of danger, it must be formidable indeed. We must hasten to secure soul rings for these children. There seems to be a significant upheaval occurring in the Xingdou forest. The Dali Mojing Yuan we just encountered may not have been migrating, but rather fleeing. Just as Yu Yuanjin finished speaking, we heard Lu Erlong's voice call out, Uncle, a 1,000-year soul beast is approaching this way, and it appears to be fleeing. Yu Yuanjin's eyes sparkled with interest. It seems my suspicions were correct. Ere long, Qin Ming, return and tighten our formation. Once Rongrong and Xianling finish absorbing their rings, we must exit the forest immediately. Uncle, it is a fire-type dragon soul beast, likely around 12 to 15,000 years old, perfectly suited for Qinming. Moreover, this fiery dragon bears a Xingyuan vine. Xingyuan vine? Upon hearing this, I exclaimed, Grandfather, the Xingyuan vine is the most suitable soul beast for Tianqin's first soul ring. Ere long, how old is this Xingyuan vine? It's about 5 meters long and approximately 500 years old. How could it be attached to the fiery dragon without fear of flames? The Xingyuan vine grows by absorbing star power, unlike ordinary plants. However, is 500 years too risky? Tianqin, can your body handle it? Lin Tianqin nodded resolutely. I'm fine. If Xianling can do it, then I surely can. Seeing Lin Tianqin's determination, I nodded and turned to my grandfather, who merely shrugged and barked, ere long, fall back. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Yuanjin vanished from sight, only to reappear moments later with the fiery dragon, now severely weakened, lying on the ground. Yu Yuanjin addressed Qin Ming. This fiery dragon is approximately 14,000 years old. Both its attributes and age are ideal for you. I know you're a disciple of Flandra, and my son has benefited greatly from his care over the years. Consider this soul beast a token of my gratitude. Should you ever need soul rings, feel free to seek me out at the Londian Ba Wanglong sect. Children owe their debts to their parents. Qin Ming quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you. Master Yu, I cannot accept. Yu Yuanjin waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. Simply come to me when the time comes. For now, go ahead and absorb this fiery dragon. As for the Lin family boy, while the Xingyuan vine is indeed compatible with your martial soul, 500 years may be a bit challenging for you. As a friend of my family, I feel responsible for your well-being. Are you prepared to absorb this 500-year soul ring? Lin Tianqin observed Yu Yuanjin's serious demeanor and nodded once more. Grandfather Yu, I believe in my abilities. Yu Yuanjin nodded approvingly, gently pulling the Xingyuan vine from the fiery dragon and handing it to Lin Tianqin. This Xingyuan vine is unlike any ordinary soul beast. It possesses no life of its own. You need not slay it. Instead, use your soul power to sense the star power within. This is wisdom imparted to me by your grandfather Linicone, and I share it with you in hopes that you will carry on his legacy and pass down the Xingyuan Qi martial soul. Lin Tianshan nodded silently, accepting the Xingyuan vine before moving to a corner to meditate on it with his martial soul. Beside him, Yu Tianli gazed at Lin Tianshan's retreating figure and softly inquired of his grandfather. Grandfather, what was Lin Tianshan's grandfather, Linicone, like in his prime? Yu Yuanjin appeared to reminisce about the past. Linicone, when I first met him, he was a celebrated prodigy of the continent, having ascended to the rank of Soul Douluo in his 30s. Everyone believed he would break through to the title Douluo rank and might even achieve the pinnacle of a 99th level ultimate Douluo before the age of 60. Yet, 30 years have passed, and I thought he had chosen to live in seclusion, only to learn in the end that he had passed away over 20 years ago. Such are the unpredictable turns of fate. To break through to Soul Douluo at such a young age, how astonishing. What could have led to the untimely demise of such a genius? Could it be the machinations of the Spirit Hall? It seems they're always lurking around. But with me here, the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect shall never be manipulated by you again. With that thought, I approached Lu Erlong. Aunt Erlong, have you decided what kind of soul ring you wish to seek? Lu Erlong retorted, What's the matter, kid? You can share your insights with those little brats. But do you think you can lecture me? I walked more roads than you have eaten grains of rice. I awkwardly replied, How could I dare to teach you? I was merely inquiring, just asking. Lu Erlong gestured toward Yu Qianmao, Yu Qianhao, and Su Yiping, who were watching from the sidelines. Hey, you three, instead of slacking off, why aren't you training? Go on, get back to it. The trio nearly jumped in fright and hurried away, no longer daring to observe Lu Erlong. She then brushed her hair back, declaring, My 6th soul ring is already 35,000 years old, and for the 7th soul ring, I have acquired a magnificent 7,000-year blazing golden scale dragon. I must say, my grandfather Yu Yuanjin is truly formidable. He casually bestowed that 7,000-year dragon upon Aunt Erlong for her to absorb. Elderly nearby looked on in envy, lamenting, Why didn't I have such fortune back in the day? My 8th ring barely reaches 60,000 years. Family members understand the feeling of being publicly overshadowed. It's simply unbearable. Meanwhile, I was engrossed in playful banter with Ning Rongrong. This little girl, after consuming the celestial herb I provided, had her soul power soar like a rocket. Now, she even dared to pat my shoulder and request I call her Sister Rongrong. The audacity! Just as we were engaged in our light-hearted teasing, Lin Tianshan and Qin Ming completed their absorption. Lin Tianshan, brimming with excitement, bowed to me, expressing his gratitude. I quickly steadied him, saying, We are brothers. No need for such formality. However, when he revealed his first soul skill, we were all left astounded. His soul skill, named Bound in the moment, had an effect that could stun for an entire second, disregarding level disparities. My mind reeled. This was nothing short of a superbug. Just imagine, at my grandfather's level, a mere second could determine life and death in a duel. How could one proceed with such a skill in play? It was as if the game had been flipped over. Bondoa stood by, dumbfounded, asserting that this was a gathering of the most extraordinary talents, and in 20 years, the world of soul masters would belong to us. I was perplexed by his rapid progress. A 500-year soul ring had propelled him to level 14, outpacing my own initial growth. He then confessed that his family possessed an ancestral technique known as Xingqianbian. I nearly spat out my drink. I thought perhaps his grandfather was also a time traveler, paying homage to the classics. As we continued our conversation, the entire Stardow forest suddenly trembled. My grandfather's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, This is bad. A beast wave is approaching. In the next moment, I tell you, the scene was overwhelming. Thousands of soul beasts surged toward us like a dark tide. It was the first time I witnessed my grandfather truly unleash his power. The aura he exuded was simply awe-inspiring. He advanced step by step, with all 9 of his soul rings glowing one after another, particularly the last red ring, which shone so brightly that it was blinding. He roared at the approaching beasts, commanding them to retreat. However, the beasts ignored him, as if some formidable entity were directing them from behind. My grandfather scoffed, stubborn and unyielding. Then, both his fifth and sixth soul rings ignited simultaneously. Thunderous blasts accompanied his attack, sending a torrent of lightning radiating outward, akin to a fireworks display, but targeting the soul beasts. In a single strike, the area within 100 meters was cleared, leaving no remnants behind. We, within the protective barrier, were left speechless. Xianling blurted out in astonishment that my grandfather would now be his idol. Of course, who could witness such a spectacle and remain unaffected? After clearing the area, my grandfather stood poised in midair, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of unmatched elegance. Suddenly, the beasts at the rear began to speak, offering to retreat if we surrendered one among us. Upon hearing this, my grandfather's eyes lit up. For a creature capable of human speech must be at least 100,000-year-old soul beast. Following the voice, he spotted a colossal serpent, an azure bull python. My grandfather immediately reserved his 9th soul ring. He boldly declared that no one would be surrendered. If they had the capability, they should come and fight. The azure bull python and another titan giant ape charged at my grandfather. This ignited the warrior spirit within him. His 7th soul ring flared to life, and his martial soul transformed into a dragon, elevating him to a towering 15-meter-tall humanoid dragon. The might of that dragon forced even the 100,000-year soul beast to submit, as he pinned them down and mercilessly ground them against the earth. Just as my grandfather prepared to claim victory, a more outrageous figure appeared, a middle-aged man who materialized out of thin air, seizing my grandfather's dragon claw with a single hand. The oppressive aura he exuded was suffocating. Douluo, realizing the dire situation, rushed in to intercept the 200,000-year soul beasts. Yet, the middle-aged man deemed the azure bull python and its companions worthless, and cursing, charged straight at me. In his eyes, our protective barrier seemed as fragile as paper. But just as his hand was about to reach me, darkness engulfed the sky. A force that sent shivers through the souls of all present descended from above, locking onto the middle-aged man. He dropped to his knees, gazing up in despair, exclaiming that no god should descend upon the earthly realm. I assure you, this incident immediately drew the attention of the heavens. In the divine realm, a powerful figure known as the god of destruction was watching the unfolding events while grumbling to his wife, the goddess of life. "Look, my little green. This foolish dragon dares to provoke my people. It seems he seeks his own demise." After a few words of persuasion from his wife, the god of destruction finally stated, "Very well, the death penalty can be avoided, but he shall not escape punishment. I will take one of his arms as a soul bone for my own." As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of purple light descended from the sky, severing the right arm of the beast god Emperor Tian. That arm transformed into a soul bone, swiftly entering my body, causing me to black out momentarily. The beast god Emperor Tian was swept away by a silver light, while the remaining soul beasts fled in terror. When I regained consciousness, Ning Rongrong was teary-eyed, clinging to me tightly. My grandfather explained that the purple light was the beast god Emperor Tian's arm transformed into a soul bone, containing his soul's imprint, which I could not absorb until I reached level 70. As I was still bewildered, my grandfather suddenly patted me with a mischievous grin. "Kid, stop moping around. Come on, let me take you to dig for treasures." It dawned on me. Indeed, with so many soul beasts having perished yesterday, it was akin to opening treasure chests in the next version of Genshin Impact. You would believe it, but my grandfather's luck was astonishing. After a morning of searching through the remains of numerous 10,000-year soul beasts, he managed to unearth 3 soul bones. He insisted that I take them all, but I immediately shook my head. "Are you joking? I currently possess a soul bone of the beast god. My standards must be higher. These 10,000-year ones are now somewhat beneath my notice." I suggested that the 3 soul bones be distributed among our clan and to Aunt Erlong and the others. My grandfather nodded thoughtfully and specifically instructed me to keep the position of the skull vacant, as he had other plans. Thus, we returned to Tiendo City. As soon as I got off the carriage, the first thing I did was grab Ning Rongrong's hand and urge her, Rong, you must hurry and handle your enrollment. Do you hear me? She obediently nodded and promised to come the day after tomorrow. Just as we reluctantly parted ways, my grandfather suddenly called me, my second aunt, and the newly arrived teacher Qin Ming away, leading us mysteriously to the dean's office. Upon entering the room, my grandfather gave me a knowing glance. I understood immediately, retrieving 2 soul bones from my soul guide device and slapping them onto the table. The dark red glow and the energy fluctuation of the ancient soul bones stunned both Qin Ming and my second aunt. Clear in my throat, I began the introduction. 1 right arm bone of the ancient flame dragon and 1 left leg bone of the ancient flame unicorn, both formidable treasures. To my surprise, Qin Ming adamantly refused, stating that he had just arrived and had not accomplished anything worthy of such rewards. I thought to myself, isn't your sense of humility a bit excessive? My grandfather insisted, this is a token of gratitude for your teacher, Flinder, for taking care of me. Yet, Qin Ming still shook his head, claiming he could not accept something when his teacher had not received anything. It was becoming increasingly frustrating. And just as it seemed we would be at an impasse until dusk, my second aunt could no longer endure it. She slammed her hand on the table and declared, if I command you to accept it, you will accept it. No more nonsense. Anyone who knows my family understands that when it comes to matters involving Yu Xiaojiang, my aunt is more proactive than anyone else. Once she spoke, even Dean Flinder had to hold his tongue. Seizing the opportunity, I swiftly pressed the right arm bone of the ancient flame dragon into his hands, saying, Brother Qin, let's not stand on ceremony. You are well aware of the connections between the Spirit Hall and our 3 great sects. If you become stronger, it directly benefits our blue lightning tyrant dragon family. From now on, we are allies. This argument proved effective. Qin Ming immediately expressed his willingness to join our blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, as long as the sect did not mind. Sensing the atmosphere was ripe, my grandfather began to weave grand visions, announcing that both Qin Ming and my second aunt were exceptionally gifted, and in addition to the soul bones, each would be provided with a celestial herb, with the goal of increasing their soul power by 10 levels within 5 years. This declaration sent my second aunt into a frenzy of excitement, prompting her to suddenly ask, Uncle, does that promise you made to me still stand? My grandfather furrowed his brow for a moment before smiling. Of course it stands, but my requirements are even more stringent. A soul Douluo in 5 years, and a title Douluo in 15. If you can achieve this, I will personally announce that matter in front of the entire sect. My goodness. My second aunt seemed to be on fire, thumping her chest in assurance to complete the task. I felt a pang of guilt. Uncle Xiaojiang, I am so sorry, but I have elevated your future wife from a female Tyrannosaurus to an ultimate battle beast, and it seems you will never escape this fate. Once the discussions concluded, they began absorbing the soul bones right there. Then my grandfather took me to the training room, saying he wanted to conduct special training for me. I must tell you, that night, our Blue Tyrant Academy was anything but quiet. My screams reportedly echoed for 2 miles. The next day, rumors spread throughout the academy that a person of extremely high status had arrived, possessing such overwhelming abilities that they required a dedicated guard to prevent them from making too much noise at night. The following day, I donned an enormous black cloak, stealthily infiltrating the Tiando Royal Academy. From a distance, I saw my brother Yu Qianheng and his team engaged in a training match against the Soul Douluo. After their match concluded, I waved my hand and called out, "Brother!" Upon seeing my attire, my brother laughed and approached, attempting to lift my cloak, saying, "Tianli, which villain are you cosplaying? Are you too shy to show your face?" I quickly stopped him. "Brother, don't lift it. Grandfather loosened my bones last night, and now my body is a canvas of abstract art. I can't be seen." Upon hearing Tyrannosaurus' body refinement technique, he immediately halted, a look of sympathy overtaking his expression. I quickly pulled him aside, gesturing subtly to indicate that grandfather had something for him. We returned to his dormitory, and as soon as we entered, I closed the door and mysteriously retrieved a large box from my soul guide device, tossing it to him. However, as I turned, I lunged onto his bed, only to have something strange and odorous slap across my face. Upon focus, I was propelled into an immediate panic. I screamed and jumped from the bed to the door. My brother looked baffled, asking Tianli what happened. I stuttered, nothing. Inside is a 20,000-year-old soul bone. You must take leave to absorb it. We need to leave now. With that, I bolted from the room. Just as I rushed out, I collided with the crown prince. Xueqinghe, let me tell you, this fellow was as smooth as silk, smiling as if a spring breeze was blowing. Had I not been aware of her true identity, I might have believed her. I chuckled inwardly, thinking, just wait until you are exposed. The treasury of the Tiando royal family will become my easy pass. On the surface, I still respectfully bowed. She feigned concern while helping me up, likely thinking my 1,000-year soul ring was worthless, while in reality, the chaotic energy within me was the destructive force at play. My brother conveniently found an excuse, claiming grandfather had asked him to return to the sect for seclusion and to hunt for a fourth soul ring. Xueqinghe allowed us to leave without further ado. At that moment, Vivian rushed over to whisper something to my brother, who, upon hearing it, widened his eyes in shock, staring at me. I felt so embarrassed that I was nearly digging into the floor. On the way back, my brother mischievously said, Tianli, you must not tell grandfather. I patted my chest reassuringly. Don't worry, brother. But can you handle it? Huh? The look on my brother's face turned as red as a monkey's backside, and he stubbornly replied, Handle it? Of course I can. Upon returning to the sect, my brother went to absorb the soul bone while I headed to our family's Thunder God Valley to commence my research. Ever since mastering the destructive force, I had yet to properly develop it. With lightning in my left hand and the destructive force in my right, I began to merge them. Initially, there was significant resistance, but as I intensified the output of the destructive force, to my astonishment, the two powers began to fuse. Ultimately, I managed to conjure a pitch-black energy sphere. Success. I decided to name it Black Magic Thunder. Is this your self-created soul technique? A voice suddenly echoed from behind me. I didn't need to turn around to know it was Elder Luo. I turned with a nonchalant grin. Elder Luo, just freshly developed. Why don't you give it a try? Elder Luo replied with a calm demeanor. All right, do you think it can harm me, a tidal Douluo? With a flick of my wrist, I hurled the basketball-sized Black Magic Thunder towards him. The old man initially attempted to catch it empty-handed, but upon contact, his face turned pale. That thing could devour soul power. He instinctively hurled the thunderball against the nearby stone wall, and with a loud bang, the wall exploded into debris. Elder Luo, still shaken, gazed at me. What exactly are you? I scratched my head and chuckled. Just some casual research. He tried to suppress his urge to chastise me. Eventually said, Your grandfather instructed me to tell you that another individual from the Spear Hall has broken through to tidal Douluo. He wants you to visit Douluo and see how his breakthrough is progressing. At that moment, my mind was a whirlwind. Goodness, it seems the Spirit Hall is on a roll. Tidal Douluo are popping up like dumplings. We only have 3 here, including Douluo. How are we to contend with this? I abruptly stood up, my eyes reddening, and declared to Elder Luo, we must find suitable soul bones for both elders immediately. If the Spirit Hall comes for us, we are doomed to be slaughtered. If we cannot find them, we shall seize them. At worst, we will kill for bones. Elder Luo was taken aback, exclaiming that I should not think that way. I fixed him with a cold stare. Is an outsider's life more important than the lives of our entire clan of over 2,000? For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. I did not afford him another opportunity to speak, summoning my guardian Yubei, and we proceeded directly to the Luri Sunlin. Along the way, I instructed Yubei to notify my grandfather, requesting that he dispatch someone to investigate all individuals across the continent possessing dragon-type left arm soul bones, aged 50,000 years or more. I demanded all relevant information. Upon arriving at the Binghua Liangyi Yin, I shouted downwards, Old monster, I have come to see you. The voice of Douluo echoed back. Hurry up and come down here. Stop dilly-dallying. I urged Yubei to take me down, and upon seeing Douluo sitting cross-legged, I playfully teased him. Old monster, I hear you are about to make a breakthrough? From level 88 to 89 in 2 years. You are quite the little genius. He shot me a look of disdain. Nonsense. If it weren't for this poison holding me back, I would have long become a tidal Douluo. Just as we were chatting, Yubei suddenly announced that Ning Rongrong had arrived. She had pursued me all the way here after failing to find me at the Lamba Academy. Douluo chimed in, well, our little monster is impressive. Even the princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school has followed her here. I push him away in annoyance. Moments later, Ning Rongrong came bouncing over. As I jokingly told Rongrong that Douluo, this green-haired monster, had kidnapped me and to help me fight him. A green light suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped Rongrong. I was thrown back by the force of that power. Terrified, I scrambled to rush into the green light. But it was impenetrable. After what felt like an eternity, the green light dissipated. Rongrong looked bewildered, claiming she felt nothing. At that moment, Yubei behind me shrieked as if he had seen a ghost. Young master, look at that tree. That tree has borne fruit. I turned around, and I was utterly stunned. The Lonyuan tree beside the Binghua Liangyi Yin, which was said to bear fruit only once in hundreds of years, was now laden with golden fruit. 15 in total. Without hesitation, I shouted to Yubei, return to the sect at light speed, and summon my grandfather and the 3 elders immediately. Right now. Then I turned to Douluo, wrapping my arm around his shoulder. Old monster, do you wish to undergo a spirit evolution, transforming your serpent into a dragon? His eyes nearly bulged out. I pointed to the Lonyuan fruit on the tree, informing him that this could allow a subdragon species to evolve into a true dragon. He was ecstatic, but worried that my grandfather might refuse. Just as he voiced his concern, my grandfather's voice echoed. Elder Douluo need not worry. I can make the decision regarding a single Lonyuan fruit. In an instant, my grandfather and Elder Luo appeared, followed closely by Elder Li and Elder Hong, both panting from their hurried arrival. They had been stuck at level 89 for over a decade, and upon seeing the Lonyuan fruit, their eyes lit up. They were ready to devour it. I quickly stopped them. Wait. Grandfathers, this should not be consumed raw. Its potency is too strong. It must be taken in conjunction with this Millennium Snow Silkworm. I handed them the Snow Silkworm and whispered a few words to Douluo, informing him that his spirit, being purely toxic, required no neutralization and could be consumed directly. Then, dear family, the moment of grandeur arrived. The 3 of them simultaneously sat cross-legged, commencing their breakthrough. I urged my grandfather to quickly establish a barrier. I witnessed the ethereal form of the Bailin Snake Emperor behind Douluo begin to sprout dragon scales, while the auras of the 2 elders surged. 3 formidable energies erupted simultaneously. In a single day, our blue lightning tyrant dragon family gained 3 tidal Douluo. My grandfather and Elder Luo stayed behind a guard, while I took Ning Rongrong to the side of the herbal pile, selecting appropriate herbs for her and my 2 dragon ants, as well as for Brother Qiming. Rongrong gazed at me with admiration. Tianli Gidge, how do you know everything? It's so impressive. I couldn't help but laugh heartily. This is nothing. I am quite skilled in other areas too, but you will only discover that as you grow. After this event, life settled into a tranquil rhythm for 3 years. During these years, I studied diligently at the academy, returning to the sect every month to undergo rigorous training at the hands of my grandfather using the Tyrant Dragon refining body technique. After 3 years, I finally succeeded in breaking through to level 30 after being stuck at the peak of level 29 for half a year, all by the age of 11. I remember the day of my breakthrough. My grandfather looked at me with an exceedingly serious expression, stating, Tianli, your cultivation speed should not be so slow. It is that mysterious power within you that hinders you. Nevertheless, achieving level 30 at the age of 11 warrants that I reveal the secrets guarded by our blue lightning tyrant dragon family for generations. Upon hearing this, I was intrigued. Another secret? I straightened up, and my grandfather continued, our family possesses a treasured heirloom, a piece of soul bone known as the Shui Guan. I must emphasize, this is no trifling matter. It is not merely a relic of 100,000 years, but rather one that exceeds 300,000 years. It is a remnant left by the fallen ancient Dragon King. In the past 10,000 years, only one ancestor has successfully absorbed it. It is thanks to this that our blue lightning tyrant dragon sect has dominated the world, earning the title of the strongest assault-type beast martial spirit. Yet thereafter, no one has succeeded again. I was puzzled, asking, Grandfather, isn't it sufficient to have soul power to absorb soul bones? Why does it require a specific person? My grandfather offered a bitter smile, explaining that this soul bone is unlike any other, fundamentally overturning conventional understanding. He had attempted to absorb it at ages 15, 35, and even during his own breakthrough to title Douluo, all 3 times met with rejection. He lamented that my elder brother's talent was only mediocre, having given up long ago. Now, all hope rested upon me. If I, with my innate full soul power, could not succeed, the dream of reviving the Blue Lightning sect would shatter with this generation. Upon hearing this, I knew I had to rise to the occasion. I assured him, Grandfather, you can rest easy. I will definitely succeed. My grandfather was then relieved and instructed me to rest well. For the next day, I would go to the Jinlong Hall, where the 3 elders would be present to provide protection. The next day, standing at the entrance of the Jinlong Hall, my heart was a tumult of emotions. Having traversed through so much, what challenges had I not faced? Absorbing soul rings was arduous. My soul power increased at a snail's pace, and a force of destruction within me caused constant turmoil. Yet, I had endured it all. How could I possibly believe that a mere soul bone could turn the tide? As I pushed open the door, I was met with the sight of my grandfather and the 3 elders, for pairs of eyes fixed intently upon me. The atmosphere was thick with pressure. The 4 elders likely pondered whether it was cruel to place such a heavy burden upon the shoulders of an 11-year-old child. Sensing the tension, I quickly took the initiative, performing a deep bow and proclaiming, Disciple Yu Tianli is willing to serve the sect for generations, to undergo the trial of the soul bone. This declaration brought forth laughter from the 4 elders, and my grandfather, stroking his beard, beckoned me to ascend the hall. With a flourish of his right hand, a wooden box engraved with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon insignia materialized. I accepted it and felt its weight. Upon opening it, I discovered a complete skull resting within. Strangely, this artifact emitted no soul power, lying still as if a mere counterfeit. Confused, I looked to Elder Luo, who explained that since the last ancestor utilized it, it had returned to a state of simplicity. Nodding, I lifted the soul bone with my right hand when suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated in my mind. Human, you dare to absorb the soul bone of the Fire Dragon King. You shall not escape unscathed. Before I could comprehend, the white skull transformed into a beam of white light that surged into my body. Anyone who understands this knows that at that moment, I felt as if my very soul had been pierced by ice. I had previously consumed the Bajiao, Xianying grass, and the Liehua, Xingjiao Shu, granting me immunity to ice and fire. Yet this chill penetrated directly to my soul. Just before losing consciousness, I summoned my last ounce of strength to shout, "Throw me into the Binghua Liangyi Yen, hurry!" The 3 elders were startled, leaping to their feet, while my grandfather's face turned pale as he grasped me and shot out of the Jinlong Hall like a rocket, heading straight for the Luri Sunlin, accurately depositing me at the very center of the Binghua Liangyi Yen. Reverting to the subject at hand, the Binghua Liang Yen has now become akin to a garden in our home. Since the evolution of his martial soul, the elder Dugu Bo has long since vacated the premises. Upon my descent into the depths, I barely managed to regain a modicum of control over my body and hastily channeled my soul power to commence my efforts. However, the ancient Dragon King would not relent, incessantly clamoring in my mind, "Wretched human, you are courting death." His uproar immediately roused the 2 formidable entities lying beneath the spring. The ethereal images of a red and a blue dragon emerged, with the Fire Dragon King reveling in my predicament. "So, how does it feel, my icy brother? I warned you, the destructive power within this fellow has only intensified, and he is even absorbing our nephew's soul bone." The Ice Dragon King looked on with disdain. "Nephew? That is your nephew. Do not involve me." That little rascal insisted on challenging the Shura god, and when I tried to intervene, he called me a coward. The Fire Dragon King quickly approached, throwing an arm around his shoulders, as one might soothe a child. Oh, why hold a grudge against a younger generation? After all, he is of pure dragon blood, brimming with youthful exuberance. Why not lend him a hand? The Ice Dragon King was taken aback. You want me to merge my power with his feeble mind? How ludicrous. The Fire Dragon King then launched into his persuasive tactics. Consider it, dear brother. If your strength integrates, the soul bone will still be under your dominion. Moreover, should he falter and perish, that surge of destructive power within him would annihilate our nephew's remnant soul as well. Surely, you do not wish to witness his demise? The Ice Dragon King fell into contemplation. After a moment, he acquiesced. The Fire Dragon King promptly summoned the ancient Dragon King, Xiao Gu, leading him aside for a thorough mental conditioning session. Once Xiao Gu returned, resolute and nodding in agreement, the Fire Dragon King signaled an okay gesture to the Ice Dragon King. Then, allow me to tell you, a remarkable transformation occurred. The ethereal forms of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings split into two, with one half whoosh. Whoosh! Two beams of light, piercing directly into my body. One entered my mind, the other my left arm. Once this was accomplished, both esteemed beings succumbed to slumber. At that moment, the soul bone that had been threatening to burst my head apart suddenly quieted, becoming as docile as a kitten, permitting me to absorb its essence. I hastily bit my tongue to keep myself alert and fervently channeled my energy. On the shore, my grandfather beamed with joy, almost grinning from ear to ear, exclaiming, "Tian, Li has endured. The era of our blue lightning tyrant dragon sect is upon us." The three elders were so elated they nearly leaped from their seats. Elder Luo proposed that I was of such significance that a personal guardian must be assigned to me. My grandfather instantly agreed, appointing Elder Luo to accompany me. And once I had completed my absorption, we would embark on the hunt for the third soul ring. My grandfather even set a KPI, declaring that my third soul ring must be no less than 5,000 years of blue lightning tyrant dragon. After half an hour had passed, I abruptly opened my eyes. The entire world appeared transformed in my perception, vividly clear to an unsettling degree. This skull granted me 3 divine abilities. The first, Eye of Truth, serves as a cheat detector, rendering all illusions and enchantments ineffective against me. The second, Ice Impact, directly assaults the soul, though its energy cost is exorbitant. Using it once would likely render me a fool. The final one, Ancient Dragon Might, is a widespread debuff, reducing all attributes of beast martial soul opponents by 30%. Remarkable. With a mere thought, I leaped from the spring. Elder Li was taken aback at my transformation. "Oh, Tian Li, you have certainly bulked up." Looking down, I was astonished to find my height had surged from 1.7 meters to 1.85 meters, my physique now sculpted with defined muscles, and my shoulders broader. Even more astonishingly, I had grown more handsome. Elder Hong handed me a mirror, and upon gazing into it, I could scarcely contain my excitement. Is this truly me? I am only a fraction less handsome than the esteemed readers before their screens. While I reveled in my newfound appearance, my grandfather delivered a swift reprimand to the back of my head. Enough of the vanity. No matter how handsome, it is still inherited from me. Quickly don your clothes and accompany Elder Luo to the Stardow Forest. Should your third soul ring fall short of 5,000 years, prepare to endure my rigorous training daily. The mere mention of training caused my legs to weaken, and I hurriedly grasped Elder Luo's hand, fleeing as if from a predator. Elder Luo and I roamed the depths of the Stardow Forest for 2 days, and my patience was waning. I told Elder Luo that anything below 5,000 years was beneath my consideration, with my 200,000-year soul bones augmenting my physique. I was on par with a soul sec from the outset, and I deserved a soul ring ranging from 6,000 to 8,000 years. Elder Luo grew anxious, cautioning me against my recklessness. Yet he divulged that there were indeed 2 aged 7,000 to 8,000 years within the clan, although they were close to the leader, making them difficult to acquire. I seized this opportunity, transforming into a charming rogue, clinging to his leg and pleading for assistance. Just as we were engaged in our antics, a thunderous roar resonated from the depths of the forest. Elder Luo's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad. It is the voice of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Someone is slaughtering them." He seized me and soared towards the source. Upon arrival, we witnessed a group of cloaked figures mercilessly slaying the dragons. Without hesitation, Elder Luo dashed into action, his form a blur, swiftly eliminating the assailants in mere seconds, leaving a gruesome scene in his wake. Next, he negotiated terms with the 30,000-year-old Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon leader. We shall assist in relocating your clan to a safe haven, and in return, you shall provide me with a soul ring. The leader, a sagacious dragon, gestured toward the nearby, gravely injured kin, approximately 7,000 years old. I approached and swiftly dispatched it. The deep purple soul ring emerged, seamlessly integrating into my being without resistance. Meanwhile, Elder Luo produced a cloth bag, methodically collecting the remaining Blue Lightning Tyrant dragons one by one. Once I had completed my absorption, I slowly opened my eyes. 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, pulsating behind me. I smiled at Elder Luo and inquired, Elder Luo, how much do you estimate my 3rd soul skill enhancement to be? He speculated a 200% increase in lightning power and a 100% boost in soul power. I shook my head, smugly declaring, you underestimate its potential. Lightning power has surged by 300%, while soul power has risen by 150%. At this moment, I believe I could effortlessly contend with a high-ranking soul sect. On our return journey, Elder Luo informed me that my grandfather was planning to host a grand family competition to select a leader for the 3rd generation, aiming to attract attention. I found this notion dubious, fearing it would effectively position us as targets for the Spear Hall. Upon returning to the sect, I rushed into the Zhenlong Hall to confront my grandfather. I articulated my concerns, insisting that we should adopt a more cautious approach rather than thrust ourselves into the spotlight. To my surprise, my grandfather chuckled, affirming, Tianli, your points are valid. However, a dragon will never be a dog that wags its tail in submission after being struck. We have no path of retreat. As he spoke, soul rings began to rise sequentially around him. 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and finally, a blinding crimson. An overwhelming pressure enveloped me, rendering me breathless. I was struck dumb, my mouth agape in disbelief. 98 levels. My grandfather had broken through to level 98. In an instant, it dawned on me that a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon at level 98 could overpower even a golden crocodile Douluo, unless Qian Daolu personally led an assault. No one would dare to challenge us. My grandfather gazed at me, his eyes brimming with authority. I have invited members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Tiando royal family to witness the event. Tianli, I wish for you to assume the role of the leader, just as Tang Hao did for the Haoyan sect in the past. At that moment, I sensed that Yu Tianli was somewhat amiss. The instant his grandfather mentioned inviting the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Tiando royal family to attend, he wore a disgruntled expression, likely harboring his own grievances. What business does that heartless Shueqing have here? This will expose all our secrets. Yet, his grandfather mistook his demeanor for fatigue and urged him to rest. Remarkably, he instead sauntered over to the abode of the ancient poison master, Douluo, no stranger to mischief, raised his eyebrows upon seeing Yu Tianli. Ah, little monster, what occupies your thoughts so deeply? Have you taken a liking to some young lady? Would you like me to procure some potent herbs for you? Yu Tianli was momentarily taken aback, taking quite some time to process the meaning of wa I Iji Chai. With a hint of irritation, he retorted, as a title duo, are you seriously peddling aphrodisiacs? Is this not a tad unprofessional? Douluo scoffed, TCH, what do you know? I call this a balance of work and rest. At my level, soul power is honed through practice. Meanwhile, you little monsters are advancing at an astonishing pace. I estimate you will break through to title Douluo before the age of 30. At that point, you will be a legendary figure on the continent. As he spoke, he began to fiddle with his various vials and jars. Yu Tianli casually picked up a bottle and shook it, asking, what are these vials? Could it truly be what you call a Ai Chiao Chai? Douluo quickly interjected, hey, don't mess with that. It's something valuable. It took me 3 days to refine. With a flick of his wrist, Yu Tianli stored the bottle in his soul guide, saying, don't be so stingy. What is so great about it? Tell me. I don't believe a title Douluo like you would be refining aphrodisiacs. Seeing that Yu Qian, Li had put it away, Douluo ceased his objections and replied with a smirk. Do I need to lie to you? Inside is merely a trace of toxin extracted from my life as poison. I accidentally discovered it had certain effects in that regard. Yu Qianli expressed his disdain. Why on earth would you extract toxins? Are you out of your mind? Douluo rolled his eyes. Nonsense, you don't understand. I'm enhancing my control over my own poisons. This is also a form of power enhancement. Anyway, I know what you're worried about. The Spirit Hall has known what it should know long ago. Can you guarantee that with you Luo Mian dead, there are no spies from the Spirit Hall in the Londian clan? So, don't be afraid. The more you hide, the more they will want to know. It's better to be forthright. Upon hearing this, I thought, this old poison master makes a valid point. Yu Qianli realized that indeed, with you Luo Mian, the fool, dead, who knew if there were any moles left. Why worry unnecessarily? As long as the three elders concealed their strengths, everything else was inconsequential. With Yu Engine breaking through to level 98, even if the Spirit Hall learned of the allegiance of the four clans, it would matter little. At that point, it would be a contest of high-ranking soul masters. All right, old monster, thank you. I'll head back to prepare for tomorrow's competition. With that, he dashed away. Douluo spat in disdain. Pa, what a little genius, and he even took a good item from me. Upon returning to his courtyard, Yu Qianli commenced meditation and cultivation. After a night's rest, he suddenly remembered Tang San's method of opening the 8 extraordinary meridians to enhance physical attributes. It seemed he would need to study it thoroughly after the competition. Early the next morning, he donned a specially designed combat robe of the Lan Dianba Wang Zone and made his way to the Long Shou Tai. The gazes of his clansmen were a mixture of envy, jealousy, and fighting spirit. Yu Qianli understood that only a handful of individuals would be competing on stage today. His true rivals were the twin stars of the Londian clan, Yu Qianheng and Yu Qianxin. These two, endowed with divine herbs, had already surpassed level 40, while Yu Qianheng possessed 2 soul bones and stood at level 47. Even Yu Qianli could only rely on his self-created soul techniques and soul bone skills to contend with him. At present, he was only at level 33, 14 levels below Yu Qianheng. To everyone's eyes, the victor was undoubtedly Yu Qianheng. Upon reaching the Long Shou Tai, he noticed Ning Rong waving at him. Yu Qianli couldn't help but smile at her. With his fair complexion, his smile radiated warmth, causing Ning Rong to blush deeply. On stage, the announcer called out, "First match, Yu Qianli versus Yu Tianxin." Yu Qianli was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his first match would be against his cousin, but he quickly ascended the stage. Yu Tianxin's martial soul was the Lan Dianba Wang Long, a level 44 assault-type soul master. Yu Qianli's martial soul was also the Lan Dianba Wang Long, yet he was merely a level 33 assault-type soul master. The two exchanged formal bows. Yu Tianxin sincerely stated, "Tianli, since you provided me with the divine herb, my soul power has surged rapidly, and I am truly grateful. However, in today's battle, I will not hold back. After we finish, let me treat you to drinks." Yu Qianli nodded with a smile. "Cousin, you're too kind. I too wish to witness your true strength, so please do not hold back. Even if I lose, I want to know where my shortcomings lie." "As you wish." With that, both activated their martial souls. Behind Yu Tianxin were 4 soul rings, while Yu Qianli had 3. Both their arms rapidly swelled, revealing robust dragon-like appendages, with blue-purple dragon scales symbolizing their fighting spirit. Yu Tianxin was momentarily taken aback by Yu Qianli's dragon-like arms, and Yu Qianli seized the opportunity, lunging forward. His dragon claw aimed at Yu Tianxin's head. Yu Tianxin instinctively dodged, feeling the rush of wind from the dragon claw graze his cheek, drawing blood. Missing the first strike, Yu Qianli flowed seamlessly into an assault targeting Yu Tianxin's neck. Below, Ning Fengji couldn't help but praise Uncle Long. This child, Tian Li, has truly exceptional combat skills. A tiger father begets no dog son. You've taught him well. Yu Yuanjin laughed heartily. Not at all. Fengji, look at your Rong. Her talent far surpasses our Tianli. At just 10 years old, she is nearly at the threshold of Soul Master. The leaders of the 3 affiliated clans, listening to this exchange, felt a pang of bitterness. In just a few years, Yang Wudi had broken through to Seoul Douluo, with Yu Yunjin personally hunting the soul beast for him. The three clans regretted their decisions deeply. Had they joined the Londian clan back then, they might have gained fame as renowned as Old Yonks. The three exchanged glances, and Bai He stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Yu Yunjin. Yu Zhongzhu. We three clans have deliberated and are willing to join the Londian Ba Wang Zone. Ning Fengji watched with great interest, eager to see how Yu Yunjin would respond. Yu Yunjin smiled. You three clan leaders jest. If you're willing to join my Londian clan, it is indeed a favor to me, you. Since you have the intent, why not lead your clans to establish a hall and reside in Jiulong Shangu? From now on, the four affiliated clans will be under Yang Wu D's command. Do you have any objections? The three felt a wave of bitterness, but could only feign smiles, responding, We have no objections, and we are willing to follow Hall Master Yang's orders. Yu Yunjin nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, the competition on stage intensified. Yu Tianxin suddenly shouted, Tianli, I never expected that in just a few short years. You have cultivated to such a level. It seems I underestimated you. I will now use my third soul skill. Be careful. Yu Tianli's expression turned serious, knowing that Yu Tianxin was about to unleash his ultimate move. Third soul skill, Thunderous Fury. They both exclaimed almost in unison. The renowned skill of the Londian clan erupted in a flash of blue lightning around them. Yu Tianli's momentum matched that of Yu Tianxin. This was the advantage of absorbing soul rings beyond one's level. Yet, such exertion came at a cost. Yu Tianli estimated that within the span of an incense stick, if he could not secure a victory, he would surely lose. Yu Tianxin made his move, launching an elbow strike towards Yu Tianli's abdomen while simultaneously striking at Yu Tianli's right shoulder with remarkable speed. Yu Tianli had anticipated this, catching Yu Tianxin's elbow with his right hand, neutralizing the attack, while his left hand swept out to deflect Yu Tianxin's hand. Following up with a left fist aimed directly at Yu Tianxin's chest, transitioning from defense to offense. Yu Tianxin crouched, his dual dragon claws striking forward to repel Yu Tianli's left punch. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Yu Tianli's mouth. This was precisely the opportunity he sought. In that moment, he swung his right palm diagonally from right to left, targeting Yu Tianxin's right shoulder. Realizing that the shoulder well was a vital point, Yu Tianxin quickly activated his fourth soul ring. Fourth soul skill, Blue Electric Divine Dragon-S Speed. A thunderous divine dragon charged towards Yu Tianli. Yu Tianli, having expended his old strength and not yet regained new power, could only summon the strength of his soul bone. With a flick of his left hand, a red dragon-shaped lightning erupted, executing the first soul skill of his left arm bone. Thunderflame, Sacred Dragon-S Break. The dragon-shaped lightning surged through Yu Tianxin's thunderous divine dragon. Racing towards him, with his soul power depleted, Yu Tianxin could only raise his arms in defense. But a 10,000-year soul bone skill was not something mere flesh could withstand. Seeing this, Yu Tianli waved his left hand, dispersing the dragon-shaped lightning into the air. Yu Tianxin slowly lowered his arms, knowing that Yu Tianli had chosen to relent. He bowed to Yu Tianli and said, Thank you, cousin, for this round. I concede. The host promptly announced, in the first round, Yu Tianli faces Yu Tianxin, and the victor is Yu Tianli. Applause erupted like thunder. Yu Tianli then bowed to Yu Tianxin, saying, Tianli must also express gratitude to my elder brother for holding back. Otherwise, I would not have won. Yu Tianxin waved his hand. We are brothers. Losing is simply losing. Admitting defeat is not shameful. Tonight, I shall treat you to drinks, along with your elder brother. I shall certainly honor that promise. The two walked down the arena side by side. Upon reaching Longshitai, Yu Tianli heard the leaders of the Strength Clan, Titan, the Agility Clan, Bai He, and the Control Clan, Niu Gao, expressing their agreement with him at the front of the stage. Yu Yunjin smiled and said, Tianli, allow me to reintroduce you. The three clans have agreed to join my Londianba Wang Long sect. The Strength Clan will become Li Tang. The Agility Clan will become Min Tang, and the Control Clan will become Yu Tang, with their respective leaders serving as Tang Masters. From now on, including the Medicine Hall. Everything will be coordinated by Medicine Hall Master Yang Wudi. What do you think? The crowd was astonished, not expecting Yu Tianli to influence Yu Yunjin's decision. Yu Tianli smiled and replied, "Grandfather, that is certainly wonderful. Now the four major sects are all assembled. Elder Yang will surely be overjoyed." Yu Yunjin chuckled, then turned to Prince Xue Qinghe and Prince Xue Xing, bowing, "I hope you gentlemen can keep this matter confidential for my Tianli. After all, at such a young age, possessing a soul bone is not a trivial matter. If someone with ill intentions covets the soul bone and harms Tianli, I shall hold you both accountable. So please ensure discretion." Xue Qinghe smiled. "Rest assured, Prince of Londian, we as members of the Tiando royal family would never do anything detrimental to the Londian sect." Yu Tianli squinted at the prince, thinking to himself that this prince certainly knows how to speak. It seems he must find an opportunity to discuss this prince with his grandfather. After Xue Qinghe took his leave, Yu Yunjin cast a threatening glance at Prince Xue Xing. With the royal representatives gone, the atmosphere among the crowd noticeably lightened. Ning Fengji quietly remarked to Yu Yunjin, "Uncle Long, why must you be so disrespectful to the royal family? Although the Tiando royal family is somewhat weak now, the foundation of the empire remains. As far as I know, the Tiando royal family commands an army of over 1 million, a force that cannot be underestimated." Yu Yunjin nodded. "Fengji, I am well aware of that. However, my shadow guards captured irrefutable evidence just yesterday of clandestine dealings between members of the Tiando royal family and the Spear Hall. Although we do not yet know who it is, the list of suspects is dwindling. Otherwise, do you think I would directly threaten the future heir of the Tiando Empire?" Ning Fengji gasped, "Uncle Long, are you serious?" Yu Yunjin waved his hand and instructed Yang Wudi, "Master Yang, please take the 3 Tang masters and ensure they are well accommodated. Let's conclude for today. Only Yu Yunjin, the 3 elders, Yu Qianli, Dugabo, Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong, and Sword Douluo, Chun Xian remained on the field." Yu Yunjin raised his right hand, and a transparent barrier enveloped Long Shitai. With a grave expression, Yu Yunjin said, "Fengji, I understand this news is of utmost importance, but my investigation has hit a dead end. The individual in question is likely guarded by at least 1 title Douluo, and my shadow guard has already sacrificed themselves." The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Ning Fengji finally spoke. "Given this, the suspects are limited to 3, Prince Xue Qinghe, 4th Prince Xuebeng, and Prince Xue Xing." Yu Yunjin nodded. "Indeed, that is why I sought to admonish the Tiando royal family in this manner today. Unfortunately, young as he is, Xue Qinghe speaks with both humility and authority. I find myself uncertain about this matter now. Fengji, who do you think is the most likely among these 3? Ning Fengji shook his head. "Uncle Long, each of these 3 is a legitimate heir to the throne, and any of them could conspire with the Spirit Hall. For the throne, some individuals would go to any lengths." As he spoke, he glanced at Yu Tianli, who was lost in thought, and added with a smile, "Tianli, what do you think? You have met all 3, haven't you?" Yu Tianli stammered, "Uncle Ning, I think 4th Prince Xuebeng is quite unlikely. After all, colluding with the Spirit Hall only serves one purpose, which is the throne. But consider Xuebeng's reputation among the people. Anyone truly aspiring to be emperor would cherish their reputation. I believe Xuebeng is not a viable candidate." Sword Douluo also chimed in. "That does make sense. Not only Xuebeng, but even Prince Xue Xing enjoys a certain influence among the populace. Thus, it seems that Prince Xue Qinghe has the best reputation of the 3. However, we cannot suspect someone simply because of their good reputation." Yu Yunjin nodded. "Indeed, a scoundrel could be feigning virtue. Until we have definitive evidence, we must maintain a certain distance from the royal family. After all, the Spirit Hall's power has expanded too rapidly in recent years, with over 10 title Douluo openly in their ranks. If the Spirit Hall truly decides to act, none of US can withstand their might. This is precisely what I fear. We must unite, or we shall all be mere meat on the chopping block for the Spirit Hall." Ning Fengji stood up, his expression dark enough to draw water. Yu Yunjin exchanged a look with Elder Luo, who produced several signal flares and handed them to Sword Douluo. "These are the firework communication devices recently developed by our Londian sect. The distance between our Jiulong Valley and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is merely a few dozen kilometers. In the event of a sudden attack, simply launch this device into the sky, and the Lan Dian sect will receive the message, enabling us to respond and assist the Seven Treasure sect. Conversely, if the Lan Dian sect is attacked, this device can also be used to notify the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Yu Qianli scoffed, thinking to himself how useless this contraption was. As he pondered, he turned to Yu Yuanjin and said, "Grandfather, I'll take Rong Rong for a stroll. You all continue your discussions. I might even visit cousin Tianxin later." Yu Yuanjin, with a playful smile, replied, "What use is it for you to tell me? You ought to be discussing it with your future father-in-law." Yu Qianli scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Uncle Ning, may I take Rong Rong to play for a bit? If it gets too late, I can escort her home." Ning Fengxi chuckled. "All right, since you've asked, go ahead. But remember, you must bring her back safe and sound." Yu Qianli nodded vigorously. "Understood, Uncle Ning. I will certainly do that." With that, he grabbed Ning Rongrong's hand and ran outside. "Rongrong, have you made progress in your soul power during these past few days?" Ning Rongrong beamed with pride. "Of course, brother. Not only has my soul power improved, but also Yu Tianma and the others have made significant strides. Teacher Qin Ming said that once we all break through to level 30, he will take us to various places on the continent for training." Yu Tianli found this news quite refreshing. With this opportunity, wouldn't it be possible to challenge the original protagonist team in Suatua City? With this thought, he ruffled Ning Rongrong's little head and said, "Rongrong, you must practice diligently. If you lag behind us, I might have to spank you." "All right, enough of that. Tonight, cousin Tianxin is treating us to a meal. I suspect brother Tianheng will also bring sister Yinzi along, so you should come with me. But remember, don't drink any alcohol. You're still young." Upon entering the courtyard, they indeed spotted Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin sitting at table. Yu Tianli smiled and greeted Yu Tianheng. "I must say, big brother, you really managed to bring sister Yinzi over. You're quite impressive." Yu Tianheng waved his hand, while Dugu Yin chuckled. "Tianli, you've also brought the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect along. Neither of you should mock the other." Yu Tianheng helplessly gestured to Yu Tianli. "What can I do? Your sister-in-law is very strict. However, Tianli, I'm quite surprised that you won today. Tomorrow when we spar, I will not go easy on you." I tell you, when my brother Yu Tianheng looked at me, his expression was as if he had already inscribed victory on his face. And you guess what happened next? I cast a villainous grin upon him. "Brother, did you truly believe this was the end?" To my astonishment, he stood there momentarily stunned. In that fleeting second, I summoned the powers of destruction with my left hand and the force of thunder with my right, beginning to channel them with sheer determination. Do you understand the sensation? It was akin to two magnets of opposite polarity being forced together, the energy violently repelling within my grasp, causing such pain that I felt as if my hands would shatter. Yet I persevered. Ultimately, a small orb, dark and unassuming, resembling a ball of sesame paste, manifested in my palm, devoid of any soul power fluctuation, embodying a return to simplicity. I hurled it forth with great force. The audience of Tidal Douluo went into a frenzy. My grandfather, Yu Yuanjin, turned pale, shouting, "Quick, protect Tianheng." In an instant, an elder materialized before my brother, intercepting my attack. I must tell you, that elder was utterly dumbfounded. His soul power shield, belonging to a tidal daw, was corroded by my little black sphere. Although it was not significant, who would believe such a tale? The spectators below erupted, accusing the sect of foul play and the elder of bias. In response, my grandfather stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder. "In this match, Yu Qianli prevails. I declare, the third-generation leader of the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect. Yu Tianli." The arena fell into a profound silence. Ning Rongrong leaped with joy on stage, her father, Ning Fengji, grinning widely, promptly bestowing upon me the title of Little Dragon King. My family understood the magnitude of this fortune that had suddenly graced us. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. During this time, it felt as though I had been endowed with extraordinary abilities. My height surged to nearly 2 meters. My physique transformed into solid muscle, and my soul power ascended to the pinnacle of level 39. Our team at Lanba Academy also witnessed every member surpassing level 30, with our teacher, Qin Ming, declaring that it was time to venture beyond the academy for practical training. Our first destination, Zirwizi City. Throughout the journey, Ning Rongrong was like a little sparrow, chattering incessantly. Upon our arrival in Zirwizi City, she pressed her face against the car window, exclaiming, "Brother, look at this commercial street. Accompany me tonight." I shivered at the thought, as did the other men. Recalling the last time we accompanied her shopping, our legs nearly gave out under the strain, while she remained energetic. Thankfully, teacher Qin Ming intervened. "Enough nonsense. Tomorrow is a team battle. If you win, I shall grant you a day off." Upon reaching the hotel, teacher Qin Ming arranged our accommodations and specifically admonished us young lads. "Order your meals tonight. And remember, no fast food." My companions looked bewildered, while Ning Rongrong appeared puzzled. I leaned closer to her and whispered an explanation, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She playfully punched me and hurried back to her room. That evening, I brought food to her room, and as I pushed the door open, I was greeted by a high-pitched scream. I quickly called out, "Rongrong, it's me." She peeked from under the covers, her face flushed as she asked what I was doing there. I waved the delectable dishes in my hand. "Of course. I'll come to feed my little princess." The moment she caught a whiff of the aroma, she scrambled out, insisting that I feed her. We indulged in our little moment, and as I gazed at her rosy lips, I could not resist and leaned in for a kiss. Initially, she was wide-eyed in shock, but ultimately, I found myself being playfully kicked out of her room, both embarrassed and amused. The following evening, teacher Qin Ming gathered us together, presenting a stack of documents. "This is our opponent for tonight, the Fierce God team." As I perused the information, I was taken aback. They were all level 40 soul masters, predominantly specializing in offense, a clear disparity in power. Some of my teammates visibly faltered, fueled with indignation. I slammed my hand on the table and stood up. "Why do you hesitate? Their martial souls are merely cattle and sheep. Look at our configuration. I assure you, we are leagues ahead. 3 dragons, the supreme Xuanwu, the gluttonous divine bull, and the best support and control in the world. What is there to fear?" My words ignited a fervor, restoring our morale instantly. Upon reaching the Great Soul Arena, the atmosphere was electric, teeming with spectators eager to witness the Fierce God team's performance. As we entered the waiting room, we collided with the opposing team. The leader, Meng Li, stood at level 49, exuding an unmistakable ferocity. The host lavished praise upon the Fierce God team, elevating them to the status of legends, while we were merely referred to as an unknown squad. The audience erupted into jeers, with one individual shouting, "Are you ready to be crushed?" I did not even flinch. With a flick of my wrist, a bolt of lightning struck, causing several of them to collapse unconscious. The arena fell into an eerie silence, as if they were gazing upon a mythical beast. As we took the stage, both sides unleashed their martial souls, leaving the opposition utterly astonished. Their soul ring configurations were a chaotic mess, with even white rings present. In stark contrast, our side displayed a harmonious array of yellow and purple, an optimal configuration. The roar of the dragon rang out, instilling dread in the hearts of the opposing team. Instantly, a member of their team turned to Meng Li, exclaiming, "Brother, this is a tough match. With both the Londianlong and the 7 Treasure Pagoda, we cannot contend with them. Should we concede?" Meng Li wavered, contemplating whether to request our surrender. I found the situation amusing, raising an eyebrow at him, "But I do not wish to leave. What shall we do about that?" His face turned a shade of green, and he bellowed, "Brothers, end this swiftly. Do not kill them. Just throw them out." 7 soul masters charged towards us, their presence indeed intimidating. However, I activated my 3rd soul skill, Thunder Fury, and my body erupted in electric brilliance, a colossal blue dragon's phantom materializing behind me. Ning Rongrong positioned behind me, enveloped me in the ultimate buff, and I felt my soul power surge to the level of a soul king. I charged directly at the foremost Meng Li, who was equally fierce, activating his soul skill for a direct confrontation. The outcome? My massive dragon claws seized his proud horns, abruptly halting his advance. He was momentarily bewildered as I grinned wickedly at him. Mingli, you appear to be lacking. No sooner had I spoken, a surge of lightning erupted from my hand, shattering his horns into fragments. He was left stunned, attempting to evade, but it was too late. With a single punch, I struck the pressure point on his shoulder, causing his soul power to dissipate in an instant, sending him flying like a discarded sack. His teammates scrambled to catch him, one inspecting him before looking up with wide eyes, shouting, "You dare to go all out?" I found this amusing, wearing a bloodthirsty grin typical of a villain, stepping towards them deliberately. With each step, their faces paled further, their hearts sinking. As I approached within 5 meters, I discarded the pretense and revealed my true nature. In a tremendous explosion, my entire being radiated a blinding crimson light, engulfing the entire arena in strange blood-red patterns. Even my hair transformed into a deep crimson hue. My friends understand this. My second soul skill, the sacred domain of thunder and flame, had finally been unleashed. Essentially, this created a 20-meter radius centered around me, transforming it into my domain. Within this realm, my soul power doubled, and I could unleash any soul skill at will, maintaining the state for half an hour. Naturally, the cost was a 7-day cooldown, but for dealing with them, it was more than sufficient. Beholding the terror etched on their faces only heightened my amusement. Apologies, my dear opponents, but I have my sights set on your Captain S. Soulbone. As for you all, it seems you have chosen the wrong leader. What a pity he possesses such a treasure. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Moments later, as the crimson light dissipated, I stood amidst a sea of blood and bodies. The supervising official trembled in fear, gazing at me as if witnessing a colossal dragon emerging from the annals of time. The spectators fell silent, fully aware that during my display of power, not a single soul ring had illuminated. What did this signify? Soul bones. Yet, who would dare to speak out? Who would dare to challenge me? Behind me lies the esteemed presence of the Sand Zone, a force that even the Wuhan Temple must regard with respect. Amidst the envious and resentful gazes of the crowd, I leisurely descended from the stage. Ning Rongrong rushed toward me, her eyes brimming with tears of concern. "Brother, are you hurt? Let me see." I chuckled and ruffled her little head. "Silly girl, do not fret. This blood is that of our enemies, not mine. Come on, Teacher Qin Ming, let us return to the hotel. This blood is quite sticky." Teacher Qin Ming, a delightful character, replied with a smile. "All right, let us head back. Tomorrow, you all shall have a day off, but do not cause any trouble." Upon returning to the hotel, I luxuriated in a large wooden tub. I must admit, killing a few people did not faze me. Perhaps it was a result of the rigorous training imposed by my grandfather since my youth. After my bath, I donned a bathrobe and retrieved the newly acquired left arm, soul bone from my soul guide device. Alas, a 2,000-year-old Earth attribute bone does not align with my own attributes, and my left arm already has an occupant. I decided to keep it for now, intending to gift it to Rongrong or another member of the team. With this thought, I grinned and stealthily made my way toward Ning Rongrong's room. I assure you, my mind harbors an entire library of clever maneuvers. Unlocking a few new techniques is merely a matter of skill. The following day, I emerged from Rongrong's room, invigorated and admiring my handsome reflection in the mirror, contemplating the fortunate benefits of my transmigration. After tidying up, I awaited my teammates at the door, as we had planned to visit the Sylves auction house that day. To my astonishment, the auction house was adjacent to the hotel, and upon entering, my inexperienced companion's jaws nearly dropped in disbelief. Why, you ask? Because the female attendants within were dressed rather provocatively. In white skirts with absurdly low necklines, their long legs swayed, causing dizziness. Ning Rongrong, visibly flustered, promptly covered my eyes and exclaimed, "No peeking, you pervert." Naturally, I dared not glance elsewhere, but my companions were captivated, drooling as if under a spell, unable to move. I could no longer bear the sight and yelled, "Enough! Show some dignity. Have you never seen women before? Hurry inside." Yu Qianma, still unconvinced, muttered, "Brother Tianli, how can we compare to you? You always have sisters-in-law by your side. We have yet to even hold a girl's hand. Can we not look?" Upon hearing this, my temper flared, and I turned to glare at them menacingly. Still want to look? First, consider your cultivation levels. Rongrong is the youngest, yet possesses greater soul power than any of you. When you surpass her, I shall grant you permission to look. Should you fail to do so, and still wish to, I might very well cut off your light. At this, they immediately quieted down, retracting their necks in submission. After all, I am more than capable of defeating them all single-handedly. Entering the private room, the auction commenced. The first item was a 20-cubic soul guide device, which turned out to be damaged. I could hardly bear to look. Perusing the auction catalog, something suddenly caught my eye. 10,000-year-old whale glue? Goodness, is this available now? However, the efficacy description was baffling. Enhancing virility? Treating male ailments? Surely not. Inju Shi Tang Men. This substance is renowned for its ability to unblock meridians and enhance physical fitness. The auctioneer was energetically promoting it, addressing the male patrons. Gentlemen, this is a treasure. Starting bid is 1,000 gold soul coins. And yet, the room fell silent. Naturally, who would purchase such an item in public? How embarrassing. Just as the auctioneer feared another item would go unsold, I pressed the button and bid 2,000. The auctioneer, seemingly afraid I might retract my offer, hastily declared sold, with the hammer striking faster than anyone else. With the item secured, I was in high spirits, only to sense an awkward atmosphere in the private room. My companions looked at me as if I were a monster. The eldest among them, Su Yiping, awkwardly approached, saying, Tianli, do you have a problem in that regard? I know a good remedy. You need not consume this. My eyes widened in disbelief, nearly kicking him away. Old Su, what nonsense is in your head? Who said I bought this out of necessity? It promotes health, understand? It's 2025. Who still believes this stuff enhances virility? The ancient texts of the Lan sect state it improves physical fitness. You lot are incorrigible, always ogling at beauties. They remained skeptical. Even Rongrong looked at me with suspicion. I had no choice but to lean closer to her and whisper, causing her face to flush crimson as she punched me lightly. Falling silent, observing Rongrong's reaction, the others quickly comprehended, considering our prowess as Dragon Soul Masters in that domain is well known. This situation was far too embarrassing, and I hastily ushered them away, leaving you Tianma behind. Tianma, you have 3,000 gold soul coins. Please retrieve the items. Keep the rest for yourself, and we shall wait for you at the Qibao Pavilion. Poor Tianma, left bewildered, likely cursing me in his heart, when we indulged in a sumptuous feast. Teacher Qinming also arrived. He immediately recognized the whale glue in my possession and recounted his impoverished days at Shrek Academy, affirming that it is indeed a beneficial item for enhancing physical strength, a fact lost on outsiders. He patted my shoulder, advising me to be cautious in future battles and to allow my teammates some opportunities. A month passed swiftly, during which we conquered 12 cities, each victory resounding. Today, we finally arrived at Suatuwa City. I can assure you, my mind was solely occupied with one thought. Shrek, Tang-san, I have arrived. I yearn to witness what sort of substitutes you can muster without the world's greatest support. Ning Rongrong. I shouted to my companions, stay sharp. Something exciting awaits us today. I then recounted Shrek's impressive record of 27 consecutive victories. Teacher Qinming beamed with pride at my praise of his alma mater. He personally arranged a match at the Great Fighting Soul Arena. The supervisor, initially attempting to assert authority, quickly cowered upon seeing the insignia of our Lan sect, bowing and scraping like a servant. Meanwhile, in Shrek's lounge, my uncle, Master Yu Xiaojing, examined our data, his expression turning pale. Initially indifferent, Flinder's demeanor shifted dramatically upon seeing my record of 13 years and 39 levels. Learning that I had wagered all my possessions on a victory over Shrek, he nearly wept, clinging to Master Yu's leg for guidance. Master Yu was at a loss as well, resorting to calling Tang-san and the others for a meeting. When Dai Mubai saw my profile and exclaimed my moniker, Little Dragon King, Master Yu's face darkened further. Reluctantly, he permitted Tang-san to utilize his Tang sect hidden weapons and the 8 spider lances. He then turned his attention to Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's soul fusion technique, hoping they would employ the nether white tiger as a trump card. An unexpectedly dramatic scene unfolded. As Master Yu orchestrated the strategy, Zhu Zhuqing, the usually stoic girl, suddenly shouted, "What if I refuse?" The atmosphere became so awkward it could be cut with a knife. Finally, the match was set to commence. I led my brothers onto the stage, instructing them, "Today we face Teacher Qin's alma mater. Inflict injuries, but do not kill, understood?" Upon reaching the stage, I immediately spotted the Shrek team. Ah, indeed, the replacement for Rong Rong was a soul called the Wind Chime Harp. Such a lowly specimen dares to compare with my 9-treasure glazed tile? Dai Mubai attempted to exert pressure through his aura, but as he unleashed the might of his evil white tiger, I merely blinked, unleashing my dragon's might in response. And the illusory form of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex flickered behind me, causing him to falter. Tang San quickly whispered to him to avoid a direct confrontation. Dai Mubai, recognizing the situation, shouted, "Brothers, unleash your soul skills. 2 yellow and 1 purple, not bad." I sneered and boomed, "Brothers, let's show them our soul skills." 3 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, swirled around my arm, my hands transforming into enormous dragon claws. I turned to Ning Rongrong and said, "Rong Rong, grant me the full buff. 3 minutes, and I shall deal with them." In an instant, she enveloped me in her warm buffs, a sensation akin to snuggling under a thick quilt while sipping hot milk tea on a wintry day. Absolutely delightful. I shot her a charming smile, reassuring her that I would handle the situation with aplomb. My fighting spirit was igniting, yet upon glancing back, I found my comrades dispirited. That rotund fellow, Xianling, plopped down on the ground, grumbling about how today was a lost cause and that the boss left us with nothing. Only Lin Tianchen remained clear-headed, kicking that hefty fellow to his feet and shouting, "Get up, something's off today. That control-type opponent is definitely formidable." His words struck like a bolt of insight. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong became immediately anxious, swiftly organizing our defenses and instructing who should prepare to assist and who should hold the rear. Her demeanor transformed from that of a delicate bird to a battlefield valkyrie. Our team's vice-captain was not to be underestimated. But at that moment, I paid little heed to anything else, as the thunder crackled around me, and I surged forward. That fellow, Dai Mubai, dared to impede my advance? What a folly. With a single strike of my thunderclaw, he was sent sprawling like a bowling pin, and I mockingly quipped, "Is this it? A top-tier martial soul? Must we slay the heart as well? Who understands, my friends?" Then, my second spirit ring illuminated, unleashing the power of thunderstorm. The entire arena was engulfed in my electric fury, serpents of lightning, thicker than trees, darting about. The chubby opponent, Ma Hongjun, turned pale, stammering to Tang San if his flames could withstand my onslaught. What could Tang San say? He could only respond with uncertainty. His paltry blue silvergrass would be reduced to ashes by my lightning. Yet, Tang San was no fool. He deftly cast a massive net towards me. I could not help but laugh. Did he truly believe that flimsy net could ensnare me? I conjured a colossal lightning sword and cleaved through the net effortlessly, heading straight for their support. Eliminating the healer was but a fundamental tactic, was it not? However, just as I charged forth, I caught sight of the triumphant grin on Tang San's face. The next moment, a cloud of purple toxic mist enveloped me, rendering everything before me obscured. While I found myself ensnared, chaos erupted outside. Upon realizing I was compromised, Rong immediately cried out for Tian Mo and Tian how to rescue me. The Shrek team was no slouches either. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, both agile attackers, darted towards our rear where Rong stood. My 2 steadfast comrades, Xianling and Su Yiping, activated their strongest defenses, one with earth power and the other with the Xianming turtle shield, standing steadfast like an iron bastion, believing we were secure. But what ensued was outrageous. Those from Shrek disregarded all martial ethics. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing revealed black boxes, which I later learned were concealed weapons crafted by Tang San, dubbed the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Whoosh! 36 crossbow bolts erupted forth, piercing through my comrade's strongest defense in an instant. The rapid turn of events left them dazed. Before they could recover, Dai Mubai transformed into a white tiger and charged in a frenzy, mercilessly scattering their formation. Lin Tianxian, in a state of urgency, hurled several chess pieces into the Shrek crowd, causing them to explode and temporarily halt their advance, buying us precious seconds. Su Yiping wiped the blood from his lips and shouted towards Rongrong and Lin Tianxian, warning that the enemy's weapons were too sinister and urging them to concede. Yet, Rongrong was stubborn. How could she retreat? The 9-treasure glazed tile in her hand radiated brilliance, sending healing light into Su Yiping and Xianling. But it was futile. Dai Mubai called out, "Use hidden sand to shoot shadows. Send them down." Another unfamiliar concealed weapon. Dozens of poisoned steel needles shot forth. And my 2 comrades' defensive line was breached for a second time, their faces turning ashen as they were hurled off the stage, discontent etched on their features. Dai Mubai cast a scornful glance at Rongrong, commanding them to remove themselves. Xiao Wu was even more ruthless, charging directly forward. Lin Tianxian, no less fierce, coldly declared, detonating all the previously thrown chess pieces, the explosion taking down himself, Xiao Wu, and Rongrong in a mutual destruction. When I utilized my soul bones true, I'd pierced through the mist and emerged. I was stunned. Rongrong, Xianling, and the others were all eliminated. Xianling and Su Yiping had turned pale, evidently poisoned and relying on their soul power to endure. Upon seeing me emerge, Rongrong's eyes glistened with tears as she cried, "Brother, they are bullying me." In that moment, a string snapped within my mind. The notions of sparring and playfulness vanished. This matter was far from over. My gaze turned icy as I cast Tianmo and Tian Hao, still trapped in mist, off the stage, the lightning mark on my forehead glowing ominously. I coldly addressed the remaining members of Shrek, using such insidious weapons. Your Shrek Academy has truly broadened my horizons. Dai Mubai dared to taunt me, urging me to concede alone. I found amusement in his arrogance. How could one know without trying? Did he truly believe those trinkets could breach my defenses? I called out Tang San by name. "Ah, Tang San, is it? No need to hide. Reveal your true prowess, or this will be dreadfully dull." As my words fell, I unleashed my full soul power, the buffs from Rongrong still potent as I activated my second soul skill, Thunderstorm, with a newfound intensity far surpassing my previous effort. The arena transformed into a vast sea of lightning. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, left with no options, resorted to a martial soul fusion technique, summoning a semi-transparent colossal white tiger. It appeared imposing, yet to me, it was nothing more than a paper tiger, a mere shadow of its potential. Now only I, the gigantic tiger, and the airborne Tang San remained in the arena. The tiger charged at me with a roar, my fighting spirit surging forth as I gathered lightning in my right hand and met its charge head-on with a thunder claw. Their combined soul power was already depleted. How potent could this force fusion be? As I struck hard, I pressed forward, my left hand, empowered by 100,000-year soul bone, landed a blow directly upon the tiger's face, causing it to howl in distress. Is that all it takes to break your spirit? Then allow me to deliver a heavier blow. Just as I prepared to strike again, Tang San called out for the tiger to retreat. Immediately, he unleashed a volley of crossbow bolts and poison needles from his left hand and right hand, a deluge of projectiles raining down upon me. I sneered, unleashing a thunderous tremor, dispersing the onslaught of inferior weapons that dared approach. I glared at Tang San aloft, my ire rising. "What now? You timid rat hiding in the skies? Are you not coming down?" Seeing his indecision, my left claw blazed with crimson energy as I activated my soul bone skill, unleashing a massive dragon-shaped bolt of lightning that struck the spectral white tiger with tremendous force. The creature was sent flying from the arena without a moment's reprieve. Still not descending, Tang San, you have truly disappointed me. Tang San hovered above, torn between strategies. He sought to wear me down, yet my taunts were relentless, likely gnawing at his pride. Ultimately, he seemed to reach a resolution, his eyes flashing with purple light as he unleashed every concealed weapon from his soul guide towards me in a single barrage. Observing his earnestness, I chuckled. Now, this was more like it. However, his poison projectiles, including the dragon whisker needle, were indeed treacherous, and I dared not be careless. My claws crackled with thick layers of lightning, swatting away every approaching concealed weapon. In an instant, the air around me was filled with the clattering of metal colliding. The penetrating power of those hidden weapons was formidable, nearly breaching my protective soul force on several occasions. To be frank, his barrage of concealed projectiles was indeed impressive, resembling a hailstorm that caused my soul force to dwindle rapidly. On the sidelines, Rong was growing anxious, sensing my diminishing soul force. Just as everyone believed I was on the verge of collapse, the soul bone skill in my left arm charged up once more, unleashing a dragon-shaped bolt of lightning directed at Tang San. Tang San, in a desperate attempt, had his back torn asunder and 8 long, black spider legs emerged to block my attack. With a series of crackling sounds, 6 spider legs were severed before he barely managed to withstand the blow. He landed on the ground, gazing at me with a smile, and remarked, "How does it feel when your soul force is nearly depleted?" I shrugged indeed. I had less than a quarter of my soul force remaining, and I was on the verge of losing even my 3rd soul skill. I decided to dispel the soul skill altogether. Seeing my condition, that rascal Tang San feigned concern and approached, suggesting that, out of respect for teacher Qinming, we should consider this match a draw. I nearly laughed out loud at his audacity. He thought I was out of options, thus doing me a personal favor while ensuring their victory. A clever calculation indeed. The members of Shrek Academy had already begun to celebrate in advance. Unfortunately, he was unaware of the trump card I still held. Just when everyone assumed the battle was decided, a brilliant red light erupted from my body, even more dazzling than before. My 10,000-year soul bones second skill, Thunder Flame Sacred Domain, activated. Instantly, the entire arena was enveloped in my domain, dragging Tang San in my world. My voice resonated from all directions, proclaiming, in this realm, within a 20-meter radius, I am a deity. My soul force is enhanced to 100%, allowing all soul skills to be utilized without consumption for half an hour. Now tell me, do you still have a chance? Observing the astonishment on his face, I gradually dissipated the domain and boldly declared, "This match shall be considered a draw." What is this called? It is called giving you face so that you may retain your dignity. After stepping off the stage, teacher Qinming was bewildered, questioning why I deemed it a draw despite unleashing my ultimate abilities. I smiled and explained that Tang San's background was not simple. It was worth granting him a favor. Little Rong was heartbroken, tears glistening in her eyes as she blamed herself. I quickly pulled her close, whispering playful words that made her cheeks flush, causing her to lightly punch my chest. Nearby, several single teammates averted their gazes. Teacher Qinming, noticing our intimacy, cleared his throat awkwardly, reminding me not to forget the task assigned by Dean Erlong. Upon hearing the mention of the task, I felt overwhelmed. I must tell you, my aunt is a veritable human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, possessing an 8th-level soul force. If I fail to complete the task, I am certain I will face dire consequences upon returning. I urgently grabbed teacher Qinming, insisting that we devise a plan to trick that old fox, Flinder, in a Tiando city. Otherwise, we would both suffer greatly. The atmosphere during dinner that evening was unbearably awkward. Qinming, gathering his courage, raised his cup to toast the teachers before cautiously stating that our Lanba Academy was in need of instructors and wished to invite Shrek's teachers to assist us. Upon hearing this, Flinder, the old fox, began to play coy, suggesting that Qinming wanted him to close the academy to retire at his place. Seizing the opportunity, Qinming hastily guaranteed that the benefits would be exceptional. However, upon hearing the name Lanba Academy, Flinder's expression immediately froze. Meanwhile, the master, who had been mostly silent, suddenly posed a question. I wonder if Lanba Academy has qualified to participate in the Continental Youth Soul Master Competition. Upon hearing this, Qinming's eyes lit up. He nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Yes, indeed, it must have." As an officially recognized advanced academy, the qualification for the competition is as good as guaranteed. The master decisively agreed, stating, "Very well, we accept. However, it is not without conditions. Our Shrek students must be taught by our own teachers, and your academy cannot interfere." Goodness, upon hearing this, Qinming was overjoyed, eager to leave with us immediately. But the master waved his hand, stating that the academy needed time to prepare for the move, and the students required a break after their exhausting efforts. We would discuss this again in 2 months. After saying this, he left Flinder to handle the subsequent arrangements, signaling for Yu Tianli to follow him out. I must tell you, the master, who usually behaves like an AI, could not maintain his composure when it came to family matters. He pulled Yu Tianli into a quiet room, his expression betraying a mix of hesitation and concern. Tianli, how has the family been all these years? How's my father? Yu Tianli quickly nodded, reassuring him, Uncle, do not worry, grandfather's in good health, and his cultivation has progressed. He often mentions you. I've seen him secretly wipe away tears on several occasions. As he spoke, he began to persuade, Uncle, just come back with me. That troublesome Yuluomian has passed. No one will obstruct you now. And it was grandfather who resolved the situation with his own hands due to his collusion with the Spear Hall. You must hurry home. Upon hearing that his father had wept for him, the master's eyes turned red. Sensing his opportunity, Yu Tianli promptly produced a fruit from his soul guide. Presenting it to him, Uncle, this is a dragon source fruit that grandfather asked me to give you. He says it can resolve the issues with your martial spirit, allowing you to return home with dignity. The master gazed at the fruit in a daze. His father had searched the entire continent for this item years ago without success. Just as he was about to refuse, suggesting it be given to the elders, Yu Tianli interrupted, Uncle, please do not. The 3 elders are already titled Douluo. This fruit is meant specifically for you. Grandfather said that if you do not return, he will have no son to care for him in his old age. What a clever lad, a master of improvisation, weaving a narrative on the spot. Yet, I must say, to deal with someone as reticent as the master, such potent persuasion was indeed effective. The master was moved, accepting the fruit, and promising to return home after absorbing it. Soon, the master's theoretical fervor returned, and he began to inquire about Yu Tianli's training situation. Upon hearing that he aimed for a 10,000-year soul ring for his 4th soul ring, the master's brows furrowed deeply. However, upon learning that Yu Tianli's physical constitution could withstand it and that his family possessed extraordinary body-refining techniques, the master relaxed, professionally advising him. Your Lan Dianba Wang Long martial spirit has 3 fierce attacks, but you lack a defensive capability. I have researched a soul beast known as the Purple Lightning Dragon Armor Bear. It is tailor-made for you. If you acquire its soul ring, you will be invincible. The uncle-nephew duo conversed for over half an hour. Upon returning to the private room, Flinder had already finalized all matters. In 2 months, the entire Shrek Academy would relocate to Lanba Academy, with Flinder serving as the deputy dean, and student instruction would be entirely autonomous. Simply perfect. That night, upon returning to the hotel, I must say, Yu Tianli was quite the schemer. Once everyone had retreated to their rooms, he stealthily approached Ning Rongrong's door and gently knocked. Ning Rongrong, feeling cautious, called out, Who is it? It's me. Upon recognizing Yu Tianli's voice, she opened the door. Though she feigned toughness, she chastised. It's late at night. What do you want? You lecher? But guess what? Yu Tianli swiftly embraced her, grinning mischievously. Well, since you called me that, wouldn't it be a disservice if I didn't do something? In an instant, they were pressed against each other, the atmosphere charged. Ning Rongrong playfully punched him, exclaiming, Stop it! Don't press that against me. Family, who understands? The 2 of them remained entangled within the room. The next morning, as Yu Tianli emerged from Ning Rongrong's room, he appeared exceptionally refreshed. The most absurd part was that this encounter broke through the bottleneck that had troubled him for 4 months, propelling him directly to the 40th level. This method of cultivation, I can only say, is rather unconventional. A 13-year-old with a 40th level soul master rank. Such talent is simply astonishing. As soon as he made a breakthrough, he immediately sought out Qin Ming, stating bluntly, Teacher Qin, let's adjust our itinerary. I have reached level 40. Let us take a detour to the Xingdou forest, for I must acquire a soul ring. Qin Ming was utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Really? Level 40 at 13? I only reached that at 20. The comparison is disheartening. He eagerly inquired what kind of soul ring Yu Tianli desired. Yu Tianli scratched his head and casually dropped a bombshell. I've made up my mind. I want the ancient purple thunder dragon armored bear. Ancient? Qin Ming was taken aback, struggling to articulate his disbelief. You can't be serious. A soul ring that old for your fourth. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Yet, Yu Qianli remained nonchalant, asserting that his grandfather had given his tacit approval and that his body could withstand it. His target was a range between 12,500 to 15,000 years. With no choice but to comply, Qin Ming accepted the plan. Once arrangements were made, the group set off without delay. Ning Rongrong, being a support type, struggled to keep pace, prompting Yu Qianli to carry her on his back, playfully bantering as they traveled. They finally arrived at Qingshan Town, adjacent to the Xingdou forest, just as dusk fell. Ning Rongrong, feeling exuberant, declared, "Today the lady treats." To Qibao Pavilion. With a mischievous movement, Yu Qianli whispered in her ear, "Don't move too much, or I might come looking for you tonight." Startled, yet blushing, she bit down on his neck. As they savored their meal at Qibao Pavilion, a group of individuals entered, clad in pale blue robes of Tsanghui Academy. They were led by a sinister-looking elder in his 50s. Yu Qianli's expression turned icy upon recognition. This was none other than the old pervert Shunyan, who practiced mental illusions. He mentally sentenced the old man to death, aware that he possessed a piece of a 10,000-year soul bone, a danger that could not be allowed to linger. Discreetly, he informed his companions, "You all continue eating. I need to visit the restroom." Stepping outside to a secluded area, he called out, "Come forth. I have urgent matters." Almost immediately, a familiar voice responded, "Xiao Li, why did you summon me? Not entertaining your little girlfriend anymore?" Turning around, Yu Qianli was startled to find it was Elder Luo from their family. He could not resist teasing, "Elder Luo, as a titled Douluo, why are you eavesdropping on us youngsters? You old pervert." The elder, resembling a disgruntled bodyguard, retorted, "Do you think I wanted to come? Your grandfather sent me. Watching a young one's flirt is no easy task. With your talent, if it were my youth, I would have been dominating every day. And here you are, just flirting." Yu Qianli quickly interrupted, "All right, Elder Luo, I summoned you for something serious. Have you seen that old man from Tsanghui Academy, named Shunyan? Tonight, you and I shall take care of him." Upon hearing of the intent to kill, Elder Luo showed no hesitation, asking instinctively, "Why? Did he offend you? Or does he possess a soul bone?" As the conversation progressed, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. "Not exactly, but this rascal has a piece of a 10,000-year soul bone, which I need. Elder Luo, I kindly request your assistance in eliminating him." With a look of disdain, Elder Luo agreed, "Fine, I, dignified titled law, have now become your personal henchman. You need to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast. And that Qin Ming kid won't suffice. I'll simply capture him for you. Once you've absorbed it, hurry back to the sect. Your grandfather wants you to double your training on the Tyrannosaurus body refinement technique for the month you missed." Yu Qianli's expression fell, but the pressing matter of murder took precedence. He cheerfully outlined the plan to Elder Luo, arranging to meet in his room later that night. After returning to the private room, having finished their meal, Yu Qianli decided they would stay overnight. Though the lodging fee at Qibao Pavilion was painfully high, it was worth it for a 10,000-year soul bone. Later that night, Ning Rongrong, having waited for a considerable time without Yu Qianli's arrival, stealthily approached his room. Upon entering, she found him shirtless, meditating. His muscular form and handsome features illuminated by moonlight left her blushing, and she could not resist reaching out to touch his physique. The moment her fingers made contact, Yu Qianli's eyes snapped open, and he grasped her wrist, smirking. "What? Do you wish to misbehave?" He playfully pinned her against the wall, caught in a passionate moment, when suddenly a cough broke the atmosphere. "Ahem, should I step outside?" Startled, Ning Rongrong dove into his embrace. "If I had been present, I would have clawed out a 3-bedroom apartment out of sheer embarrassment." Yu Qianli looked at Elder Luo with exasperation. "I must say, Elder Luo, you certainly have impeccable timing." Elder Luo, rather annoyed, replied, "Did you not summon me? Hurry up. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can be done with it." With that, he vanished. Yu Qianli calmed the startled Ning Rongrong, instructing her to wait patiently in the room. In the blink of an eye, he donned a black robe and stepped out. His demeanor transformed, radiating a cold intensity. Elder Luo awaited him outside, displaying remarkable efficiency. Nian is on the third floor. I have already knocked him unconscious and set up a barrier. Proceed, but keep it clean. Yu Tianli nodded, vanishing into the moonlight. Upon his return, he bore an indescribable aura. He had acquired Nian soul bone, a 30,000-year left arm bone, perfect for Ning Rongrong. As he entered the room, Ning Rongrong rushed to him, biting his shoulder, and murmured, "No more of this. I dislike you killing." Yu Tianli paused, then lifted her, stating seriously, "You dare to spy on me? Next time, it will not be tolerated." He sealed her protest with a deep kiss. The following morning, the group ventured into the Xingdou forest. With Elder Luo, a titled Douluo, leading the way, they advanced directly into the inner circle. After searching for some time, Elder Luo expressed doubt about finding the purple thunder dragon armored bear, deeming it too rare. Just then, two beastly roars echoed ahead. Quietly, they crept forward to witness an awe-inspiring sight. An ominous golden-clawed bear and a purple thunder dragon armored bear engaged in a fierce battle. What divine fortune! A 2-for-1 deal. Seeing the purple thunder dragon armored bear falter, Yu Tianli urgently called out to Elder Luo, "Elder Luo, act now." With a swift gesture, Elder Luo separated the two ancient soul beasts effortlessly. He tossed the nearly defeated purple thunder dragon armored bear at Yu Tianli, who promptly dispatched it with a clean thrust of his dagger into its eye. On the other side, the golden-clawed bear surprisingly yielded a soul bone. However, Yu Tianli could not absorb it, and Elder Luo conveniently collected it. Yu Tianli settled down to absorb the 15,000-year black soul ring. As soon as the ring was affixed, the residual spirit of the purple thunder dragon armored bear surged against his mental sea. Yet, for one possessing a million-year spirit headbone, this minor disturbance was merely an itch, easily swallowed by him. 3 hours later, he completed the absorption. Behind him, 4 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, began to pulsate rhythmically. Rising to his full height of nearly 2 meters, his physique was now a spectacle of muscular definition, exuding an aura of charm and danger. Eagerly, Elder Luo inquired, "What is your 4th soul skill? Show us." With a sly smile, Yu Tianli responded, "Elder Luo, brace yourself." Suddenly, the black 10,000-year soul ring blazed to life, enveloping him in a multitude of blue-black dragon scales, transforming him into an imposing dragon-like figure. My 4th soul skill is called Thunderbolt Sacred Armor. My defense has doubled, and most impressively, it can rebound 40% of damage. Upon hearing this, Elder Luo slapped the back of his head, "Stop showing off. Tidy up, and let us return to Tiando City. Have you had your fun? Once we get back, someone is waiting to deal with you." As soon as the words were spoken, apart from Yu Tianli, the rest of the crowd erupted in lamentation. 5 days later, upon returning to Tiando City, Qinming escorted the students back to the academy, while Elder Lu directly took Yu Tianli to the Blue Electric Overlord Dragon sect. In Elder Lu's words, his grandfather was yearning for him intensely and urged him to return for a visit. Yu Tianli was almost forcibly taken back. For who truly desires to face their own elder? He could hardly fathom the tragic ordeal that awaited him. The two entered the Zhen Long Hall one after the other, and after several months apart, Yu Yuanjin stood tall in the grand hall, his hair still as dark as ever, making it hard to believe he was over 40 years old. Yu Yuanjin jested, "What is this? After a little outing, have you forgotten what your grandfather instructed you?" Yu Tianli responded with a wry smile, "Grandfather, how could that be? I have surely arranged everything you asked for." With that, he approached the hall with a sense of eagerness. Yu Yuanjin waved his hand, signaling Elder Lu to leave, and his expression grew serious. "So, did Xiao Gong accept that item?" His face became solemn. Yu Tianli nodded and reassured his grandfather, "Do not worry, grandfather. I have already given the Long Yuanggua to my uncle. I believe he will understand your intentions. Moreover, 1 Long Yuanggua can restore his essence, and I will find a suitable celestial herb for him, even if he cannot cultivate to the rank of title de law. Achieving Soul Emperor or Soul Sage should not be a problem." Yu Yuanjin nodded with a hint of tears in his eyes. Perhaps this was the best outcome. Cultivating to the Soul Emperor or Soul Sage would greatly extend one's lifespan, and with the strength of the Blue Electric sect, They could ensure his safety throughout his life. Furthermore, with her Long by his side, surely no one would dare to bully him, and that would suffice. Observing Yu Yuanjin's demeanor, Yu Qianli was reminded of a saying from his past life. A parent's love for their child is deep and far-reaching. Yu Yuanjin's actions were indeed profound, not only for Xiaogong, but also for himself, as he too had a plan for his own future offspring. Just as Yu Qianli was becoming sentimental, Yu Yuanjin playfully slapped him on the back of the neck. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and practice. Haven't you already broken through to level 40? Yu Qianli winced in pain, rubbing his neck. Grandfather, could you be a bit gentler? You are now a level 98 title Douluo, and I am merely at level 42. Your strike nearly knocked my head off. Do you wish for a grandson without a head? Yu Yuanjin looked at Yu Qianli with amusement, a smirk playing on his lips. I heard you chose a defensive type for your 4th spirit ring, so your resilience must have significantly improved. I think your Baolong Lianti can be enhanced further. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianli's expression fell. No way, grandfather. You do not intend to leave me without heirs, do you? You want to increase the intensity? The training method of Baolong Lianti is incredibly grueling. I don't mind the heavy load runs, but the spirit power whips are truly unbearable. Yet, I must admit, this method is effective. With my current level 42 cultivation, my physical prowess is already comparable to that of a Soul Emperor. This is the astonishing power of Baolong Lianti. Chapter 89. Special training commences when Yu Qianli opened his eyes once more. Yu Yuanjin stood at his bedside, smiling down at him. Awake? It's time to begin your 7-day special training. I've intensified the training regimen. It will no longer involve spirit power whips. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianli leaped up in joy, grasping his grandfather's hand. Really, grandfather? You're not joking, are you? I'll get up right away to see what the normal training entails. Seeing the hopeful look in Yu Qianli's eyes, Yu Yuanjin felt a twinge of guilt for shattering his illusions. But for the sake of Qianli's future, it was worth it. With a serious expression, Yu Yuanjin laid out his comprehensive plan. Yu Qianli's face changed drastically, his gaze blank as he stared at his grandfather. What the heck? The spirit power whips are gone, and you replace them with spirit power oppression? Before Yu Qianli could retort, Yu Yuanjin dragged his still sleepy grandson to the Thunder God Valley, a place that had not been used for training in a long while, as no one was as extraordinary as Yu Qianli. They feared being cursed by such terrifying power. Yu Qianli surveyed the desolate Thunder God Valley and smiled at Yu Yuanjin. Grandfather, has this place been neglected for so long? You should take care of it. It's a waste of such a good training ground. Yu Yuanjin shot Yu Qianli a sidelong glance. Do you think everyone is like you? It's best to leave some seedlings for the Blue Electric sect. Enough chatter. I'm coming now. With that, Yu Qianli felt an immense pressure descending upon him. The air seemed to solidify, as if an invisible hand was gripping his throat, rendering his spirit power unable to flow. This was the first time Yu Qianli had directly experienced his grandfather's oppressive might, feeling as if he might perish at any moment. Seemingly just to allow Yu Qianli to feel the weight, Yu Yuanjin quickly relaxed the pressure, and Yu Qianli collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. This was the power of a level 98 Super Douluo. At this moment, apart from the 3 ultimate Douluos who could rival his grandfather, even Bibi Dong had yet to reach level 98 and thus could not possibly contend with Yu Yuanjin, let alone Innate Douluo. Although both were level 98 Super Douluos, the Golden Crocodile King was merely an extraordinary martial soul, and in comparison to the true dragon martial soul, there was a vast difference. Reflecting on this, Yu Qianli felt a resurgence of determination. Since his grandfather had broken through to level 98, he had relaxed his own standards, only to realize how foolish he had been. He had come to the Douluo continent for over a decade, not merely for enjoyment, but to pursue the supreme power capable of crushing everything in its path. Grandfather, bring it on. I am ready, he declared, simultaneously enveloping himself in spirit power. Yu Yuanjin observed his grandson with a smile. His little grandson was quite promising, but lacked ambition. Stimulating him like this was the right approach. With that thought, Yu Yuanjin gently moved his spirit power, sending another wave of pressure crashing down upon Yu Qianli. This time, with the protection of his spirit power, Yu Qianli managed to withstand the terrifying pressure, though he still struggled against his grandfather's might. Well done, lad. You've managed to endure much longer this time. Quite impressive. Grandfather, bring it on again. More. For a full 7 days, Yu Qianli could withstand his grandfather's pressure for the duration of a stick of incense. Yu Yuanjin looked at his grandson with satisfaction. He could not deny that Qianli's talent was indeed remarkable. In just 7 days, he had made such significant progress. Even Yu Yuanjin himself had taken 3 months to achieve similar improvements. Grandfather, before I return to the academy, I need to make a trip to the Binghua Liangyi Yin to absorb another celestial herb. Yu Qianli exclaimed with a smile. Yu Yuanjin looked at him quizzically. Didn't you say you could only absorb once? How can you still absorb celestial herbs? That's for short intervals. The last time I absorbed was 7 years ago, and I had already absorbed more than half. I can now take in a new celestial herb, and the ones I previously absorbed, like Liehua, Xingjiao Shu, and Bajiao Zuanbinko, were merely for fortifying my physique. This time, I will absorb a proper celestial product. Proper celestial product? What do you mean? Were the ones you had before not proper? Ha, grandfather, I was just joking. Kid, keep joking around, and I'll send you to Wan Longku. Do you believe me? I believe it, definitely. As the elder and the youth arrived once more at the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, the night had already descended. The disciples of the apothecary hall, bustling back and forth, paused to pay their respects upon seeing Yu Yuanjin and Yu Qianli. After enduring a thorough interrogation, they finally reached the center of the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye. Yu Qianli, observing the noticeably diminished medicinal herb garden, furrowed his brow and addressed Yang Wudi, who was accompanying him, saying, "How could the herbs have decreased so much? Although this garden grows rapidly, it cannot withstand such overuse. If you continue this way, in another decade, this entire garden will be depleted." Yang Wudi, feeling somewhat ashamed, lowered his head. The apothecary hall, aside from training in spear techniques, was entirely occupied with the passion for alchemy. Indeed, the garden was filled with innumerable rare and precious herbs, and the excessive harvesting was evident. Very well, Yang Hall Master. Please be more mindful in the future and strive to preserve some for the years to come. You may return now and inform everyone that harvesting without permission is strictly prohibited. Yu Yuanjin spoke with a grave tone. Yang Wudi nodded earnestly and retreated. The formidable presence of the elder and the youth silenced any thoughts of dissent within him. Over the years, he had reached the 86th level largely due to their guidance. And if this continued, he believed he could break through to become a titled Douluo within a decade. He was determined to reach that realm. As he watched Yang Wudi depart, Yu Qianli squinted and remarked, "Yang Wudi possesses quite an ambition." Yu Yuanjin chuckled, "What of it? Here, he shall ultimately create no significant disturbance." Yu Qianli nodded in agreement. With his grandfather's power, he could quell any rebellious forces within the sect at any time. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had thoroughly evolved into a regime of singular authority, yet Yu Qianli felt that this prevailing order was not without merit. Once they had safely weathered this calamity, they could reassess the situation. With that thought in mind, he withdrew a celestial herb from his soul guide. Gazing at the deep blue flower shaped like a dragon's head, he recalled the ancient text that described the Lan Yu Long Shou Hua, a flower transformed from the dragon pearl of an ancient dragon king upon his demise. However, the ancient texts offered scant details about these dragon kings, likely due to the inability to distinguish between the various types, thus generically referring to them as ancient dragon kings. Chapter 90. Evolution or Mutation. Yu Qianli plucked the dragon head-shaped flower from the celestial herb and placed it into his mouth. The dragon head melted instantly, and a warm current surged throughout his body, culminating in a tremendous dragon roar escaping his lips. This warm flow transformed into a small pearl within him, continuously supplying Yu Qianli with energy. His specially crafted garments burst apart, and the dragon transformation activated automatically, first enveloping his right arm, then his left, followed by his right leg. Countless blue-violet dragon scales enveloped his body, even covering his neck with fine scales. His thunderous power surged dramatically. Just before losing the last vestige of his sanity, Yu Qianli leaped into the icy spring, barely managing to regain some semblance of control. He exerted all his soul power to absorb the strength from the Dragon Pearl, while simultaneously activating his head soul bone to counter the fierce rage emanating from the residual dragon soul within the pearl, which sought to manifest itself through him. Should it succeed, he would have no escape but to dissipate into nothingness. Meanwhile, beneath the ice and fire spirit spring, the Ice Dragon King was awakened by this overwhelming rage. Astonished, the Ice Dragon King gazed at Yu Qianli's figure on the lake surface. This boy has encountered such fortune. He has even acquired a Dragon Pearl, which contains some unknown energy that even I cannot decipher. The Fire Dragon King let out a booming laugh. I say, Ice Brother, do you still have the leisure to praise this lad? If he succumbs to the Dragon Pearl, the residual soul within will surely consume our powers, rendering our efforts futile. Well, how should I put it? If he cannot withstand this, then reviving us would be a mere fantasy anyway. It's all the same in the end. ISNT it? Despite this, I suspect that this boy's martial soul may undergo a mutation. The dragon soul cannot last much longer. And once he absorbs all the power within the Dragon Pearl, his grand fortune will arrive. As the two Dragon Kings conversed, the residual soul within the Dragon Pearl was ultimately overwhelmed by Yu Qianli's fierce assault, vanishing entirely. The phenomenon of Yu Qianli's dragon transformation subsided, and the energy from the Dragon Pearl continued to flow into him. At that moment in the divine realm, the Destruction God King sat high upon his throne, observing Yu Qianli in the ice and fire spirit spring, who was tirelessly absorbing power. A slight smile graced his lips. This lad truly encounters abundant fortune. It has only been a few days, and my choice was indeed correct. However, I suspect this little black dragon's power will trigger a transformation in his martial soul. This could complicate matters. It seems the time has come to unleash the sword of destruction. With that, he pointed his right hand, and a purple light surged forth in the direction he indicated, piercing straight into Yu Qianli's body. Suddenly, Yu Qianli, who had been stabilizing his absorption of the Dragon Pearl, found his body spiraling out of control. A purple sword materialized in his grasp, and the destructive power within him surged violently, flooding into the purple, sacred sword he held. The two Dragon Kings at the lake bottom watched in panic as that purple sacred sword manifested. That is the artifact of the Destruction God King. It cannot be mistaken. The aura of that sacred sword is unmistakable. It seems the old fellow truly regards this lad as a successor. I foresee that if he can endure this trial, it will not take 20 years before he ascends as the next Destruction God King. Time passed, and eventually, Yu Qianli gradually awoke, sensing the changes within his body. His soul power had risen to the 47th level, and it seemed his martial soul had undergone some transformation as well. With this thought, he lightly leaped onto the shore, only to realize that dawn had broken. He had spent the entire night absorbing energy. His grandfather had likely gone to the apothecary hall to rest. Never mind. It was best to examine the changes in his martial soul first. With that, 4 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, materialized behind Yu Qianli. The blue snake lightning that had enveloped him transformed into a menacing black hue, and his dragon claws had also turned a deep blue-black. The phantom of the blue lightning tyrant dragon that should have emerged behind him had morphed into a dark holy dragon that roared towards the sky. Yu Qianli chuckled at himself, never expecting to transform into the martial soul of the future, the dark holy dragon. However, it should be superior to the dark holy dragon, as his martial soul retained the abilities to control lightning and transform into a dragon. Ultimately, the evolution of his martial soul was a good thing. Yu Qianli quickly changed into a new set of clothing and made his way toward the apothecary hall, not far from the ice and fire Yang Eye. Upon entering, he found himself captivated by a painting at the hall's entrance. Just as he approached, he heard Yu Yuanjin's voice. "You're awake? How did it go?" Yu Qianli smiled. "My soul power has reached the 47th level, and my martial soul has indeed undergone some notable changes." Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanjin whirled around, looking at Yu Qianli with astonishment. "Your martial soul has changed? What changes? Release it for me to see." Yu Qianli nodded, focusing his mind. and the four soul rings manifested behind him once more. The black snake lightning enveloped him, and his black-blue dragon claws exuded an enigmatic aura. Yu Yuanjin gazed at Yu Tianli, now embodying his martial soul with wide eyes. This is the legendary Dark Holy Dragon, the superior martial soul of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, a divine-level martial soul. As if realizing something, Yu Yuanjin suddenly burst into joyous laughter, exclaiming, "I can hardly believe it. The blue lightning tyrant dragon family has produced another divine-level martial soul. Heaven bless our blue lightning sect." Yu Tianli felt somewhat awkward as he gazed at his grandfather. "Grandfather, could you please clarify what is meant by sacred dragon-level martial soul?" Yu Yuanjin smiled as he explained, "A divine-level martial soul is one that transcends the peak martial souls. For instance, your previous martial soul, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, is among the most elite on the continent, second only to the six-winged angel and the legendary sea god Douluo's sea god martial soul from the sacred sea god island. Beyond these two, even a Hao-Ian hammer cannot compare to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. These two are the fabled divine-level martial souls. Moreover, our blue lightning Tyrannosaurus family once possessed a sacred dragon martial soul millennia ago, but unfortunately did not pass down. Otherwise, our blue lightning sect would not merely be one of the top 3 sects." Yu Tianli's heart surged with excitement as he pondered Yu Yuanjin's words. The reason he previously felt a gap between himself and Qian Rinxue was due to their martial souls. If he were to ascend to a divine-level martial soul, the disparity between them would vanish. He had complete confidence that within 5 years, he could surpass Qian Rinxue and perhaps even secure some advantages for the Blue Lightning sect. The thought made him unconsciously break into a wicked smile. Chapter 91. Distribution of Celestial Herbs. Yu Yuanjin looked at his grandson with satisfaction, who had continually surprised him. With him in the Blue Lightning sect, prosperity for another century was assured. As for what lay beyond that, it would be someone else's concern. Children and grandchildren have their own fortunes. One cannot rely solely on the old man for strategies. With that thought, he playfully smacked the back of Yu Tianli's head, saying, "Now don't get too cocky. Return to the academy. You youngsters need systematic training. You can't always be the one charging into battle. You must remember that you are a team. Your martial soul inherently determines that you cannot be the brain of the team. I've noticed that Lin lad has made impressive progress over the years. Each of you should receive a celestial herb from him. By the time of the Continental Soul Master Competition, with a full team of level 40, including you, you will surely be a Soul King. Winning the championship will be a piece of cake. I've heard that this time the prizes include 3 soul bones, each over 30,000 years old, with one even reaching 60,000 years." Yu Tianli waved his hand dismissively. "Grandfather, those 3 soul bones are likely beyond my reach. Although not widely known, the top 3 sects are aware of them. One is a fire attribute left arm soul bone. One is a speed type left leg soul bone. And the most impressive is the skull of a 60,000-year-old wisdom demon ape. I already have the skull. The speed type is unsuitable for me. And I also possess a left arm bone. These would be a waste." Yu Yuanjin retorted playfully, "You little rascal, do you realize that these 3 soul bones, each over 30,000 years old, are treasures that even the Blue Lightning sect might struggle to offer? How can you look down upon them? The skull can be given to your girlfriend, the speed type can go to Tianhao, and as for the fire soul bone, let's keep it for future promising talents in the family." Yu Tianli nodded, conceding that his grandfather's distribution was reasonable. "In that case, grandfather, I shall head back to the academy. I've already selected the celestial herbs for them, so just wait and see. I will definitely bring back a championship." Yu Yuanjin signaled with his chin, and Yu Tianli's figure vanished from sight. The rapid increase in his soul power had significantly enhanced his attributes. He now believed he could easily defeat 5 versions of his former self who had just reached level 40. Indeed, the evolution of his martial soul was remarkable. Watching the direction in which Yu Tianli had disappeared, Yu Yuanjin murmured to himself, "Announce it, the Dragon King plan is now in motion." As soon as Yu Yuanjin finished speaking, a shadow appeared behind him, kneeling on one knee. It was Yu Dong, one of Yu Yuanjin's 4 elite shadows. with a martial soul of the swift wind demon wolf and a rank of 78. While Yu Bei was Yu Enjin's most capable shadow, Yu Dong was the most enigmatic. Not only was his strength comparable to Yu Bei's, but no one other than Yu Enjin had ever seen his true face. In Tiando Imperial City, Yu Qianli gazed at the familiar Blue Ba Academy, which he had not seen for a month. He could not quite articulate his feelings towards the academy, dependence, a sense of home. Entering Blue Ba Academy, Yu Qianli headed straight to his team's quarters. Along the way, fellow students looked at him with admiration, as he had reached the pinnacle of level 39 at such a young age. It was said that he had returned having attained the rank of a Soul Zone, truly a paragon of the younger generation. Not to mention, he was the next generation sect leader. Who wouldn't want to forge a good relationship with him? Upon reaching the rear mountain base, Qiming was training the team when Ning Rongren noticed Yu Qianli. After seeking Qin Ming's approval, she dashed toward him like the wind, wrapping herself around him like an octopus. Even Yu Qianli felt his face flush as he said, "Rongren, please come down. Everyone is here." Only then did Ning Rongren realize the group was smiling kindly at them. Yu Qianli gently patted her back, whispering, "I brought several celestial herbs this time, which can aid in your cultivation. Everyone come over." Qin Ming, having previously consumed celestial herbs, understood their extraordinary value and smiled. "I wonder what kind of celestial herbs you brought this time. Show us." Yu Qianli's lips curled upward as he first took out a jade box from his soul guide, handing it to Yu Qianma. Yu Qianma exaggerated, "Tianli, I didn't expect the box for the celestial herbs to be so exquisite. They must be quite exceptional." Yu Qianli replied, slightly exasperated, "They're nothing special. I merely obtained them from the pharmacy. They're probably just low-grade jade, not worth much." Feeling embarrassed, Yu Qianma scratched the back of his head, unsure of what to say. Fortunately, Yu Qianli's next words eased the situation. "However, what's inside is priceless." With that, he gestured for Yu Qianma to take out the 8-petal celestial orchid from a box. This item is called the 8-petal celestial orchid. When you were young, you suffered a loss in your essence, resulting in insufficient innate soul power of only 8.5 levels. This 8-petal celestial orchid is an excellent remedy for restoring your essence. There is no complex way to consume it. Simply chew it and absorb its medicinal properties with your soul power. Yu Qianma carefully cradled the 8-petal celestial orchid, as if fearing it might break, and hurried to the side to absorb it cautiously. Observing Yu Qianma's eagerness, Yu Qianli shook his head helplessly, looking at the expectant gazes of the others. He quickly retrieved the next celestial herb from his soul guide and handed it to Xu Yiping at the back of the team. "Yiping, when teacher Qiming brought you here years ago, he mentioned that your Xuanwu martial soul was somewhat unique. However, this moonlight jade grass can harmonize the yin and yang energies within you, leading to a true awakening of your martial soul. Among us, your progress may be the most significant." Xu Yiping grinned at Yu Qianli and said, "Tianli, thank you. I want to say much more, brother." Hearing this, Yu Qianli patted Xu Yiping's shoulder, signaling his understanding. After 6 years of training together, Xu Yiping was the strongest support in the team aside from himself. Next, Lin Tianchen looked at Yu Qianli with a hint of flattery, softly saying, "Tianli, what about me?" With a smile, Yu Qianli produced a sparkling celestial herb and handed it to Lin Tianchen. "This is called the Void Stargrass, which grows by absorbing the power of the stars. It is perfectly suited for your martial soul, the Star Source chess. I suspect that after you absorb it, your martial soul may undergo a transformation." Lin Tianchen accepted the celestial herb, grinning as he asked, "How should I consume it, Tianli?" "Simply chew it and gradually absorb its medicinal properties with your soul power. The celestial herbs I present to you are all of the kind that fortifies the foundation and nurtures the essence. You must absorb the medicinal power gradually with your soul force, ensuring that no energy is lost in the process. Strive to absorb every bit of potency." Chapter 92. The heart's yearning and grief in crimson, everyone nodded in agreement, having previously heard of the extraordinary nature of the celestial herbs. None of them were foolish enough to squander such a remarkable opportunity. It would be tantamount to sheer folly. Yu Tianli then produced another celestial herb and handed it to Xianling. "This particular herb is known as Di Long Jingua. Your martial spirit, the Taotai, divine ox, possesses a certain dragon lineage, albeit not of the purest kind. This herb will gradually enhance your dragon bloodline until it fully transforms into a true Taotai. However, this process may take some time, likely until you reach the 70th level, at which point your martial spirit will genuinely become a Taotai. By then, your martial spirit may rival my own. Is it truly that powerful? Yu Qianli lamented the predicament of the rotund Xianling, who had been at Lanba Academy for 6 years. In the words of Lu Erlong, if you keep devouring the Academy's provisions, I shall strip your skin. The fact is, every time this fellow consumes something, his strength increases, leading to an enormous expense for Lanba Academy, as they have to procure livestock from the surrounding villages of Tiando City for him to devour. Were it not for the substantial resources of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, the Academy might have faced bankruptcy. Of course, you can simply consume it directly. With your devouring ability, you won't even need to use Soul Force to absorb it. You can completely ingest the medicinal power on your own. Xianling scratched his head in embarrassment, then hurriedly ran to a corner, consuming the Dilong Jinghua in a few bites before entering a meditative state. At this moment, only Yu Qianhao and Ning Rongrong remained. Ning Rongrong was not at all worried, given her relationship with Yu Qianli. He would undoubtedly select the most suitable herb for her. Yu Qianhao was anxious, yet he felt too shy to voice his concerns. Yu Qianli noticed Yu Qianhao's unease and, with a flick of his soul guiding device, presented an item resembling blue-silver grass to Yu Qianhao. Observing the astonished expressions of the onlookers, Yu Qianli chuckled and said, Qianhao, you don't think I've given you a blue silver grass, do you? Allow me to enlighten you. This is a Fengling grass, perfectly suited for an agile attack type like you. It will not only enhance your soul power, but also significantly improve your physical attributes, increasing your speed as well. As he spoke, a playful glint sparkled in his eyes. Yu Qianhao, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed, retorted, Stop with the nonsense about speed. Just tell me how to consume this. Simply swallow it whole. Don't waste the medicinal potency. Go on. Yu Qianli encouraged as he patted Yu Tianhao's shoulder. Nodding, Yu Tianhao dashed off to absorb the herb. Qin Ming, having previously absorbed celestial herbs, smiled and said, I shan't intrude upon your romantic escapades. I shall guard them instead. For absorption requires time. With that, he strolled away. Watching everyone depart, Ning Rongrong shyly gazed at Yu Qianli and playfully chided, You little rascal. Why did you take so long to return? You're incorrigible. She playfully pounded her fists against his chest. Yu Qianli chuckled as he embraced Ning Rongrong, gently caressing her cheek. My dear Rongrong, you missed me, didn't you? It's quite a challenge. Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson like a ripe apple. You incorrigible rogue. Always thinking about mischief. Oomph. She buried her head into Yu Tianli's embrace and playfully bit his shoulder. Yu Qianli winced in pain and exclaimed, Ouch, Rongrong. Are you attempting to murder your husband? I have prepared so much for you. Ning Rongrong proudly lifted her chin and smiled. What have you prepared for me? Show me. She shook Yu Tianli's arm as she spoke. All right, I concede. Just wait. He reached into his soul guiding device and produced 2 items. In his left hand was an unremarkable white peony, while in his right hand was a pristine left arm soul bone. If its completeness were not impressive enough, the most remarkable aspect was that Ning Rongrong felt a profound resonance with this soul bone. This is a 10,000-year gemstone soul bone. Where did you acquire such a high-grade soul bone? Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback. While she had encountered soul bones before, selecting a suitable one for support-type spirits was exceedingly difficult. A gemstone soul bone was ideally suited for the 9-treasure glazed tile martial spirit, and she never anticipated that he would possess one. Yu Qianli's lips curled into a slight smile. Rongrong, this is no ordinary 10,000-year soul bone. It is a 30,000-year soul bone. How else could it be so complete? Now, would you prefer to absorb the soul bone or the celestial herb first? Ning Rongrong, with a hint of pride, declared, Of course, the celestial herb. The soul bone won't run away. Show me the celestial herb. Yu Qianli waved his hand and chuckled. Before you consume the celestial herb, I would like to share a story about it. This herb is called Xiangxi Duan Chang Hong, a treasure among celestial medicinal herbs. It carries a legendary tale. Long ago, there was a young man, gentle in nature, who delighted in nurturing flowers and plants, surrounding himself with lush green lotus and vibrant blooms. When Yu Qianli concluded the tale, Ning Rongrong had nestled into his embrace, softly weeping. Yu Qianli gently reassured her, "Rongrong, dear, it's merely a legend. Do not cry." As he spoke, he wiped away her tears. Ning Rongrong widened her eyes, as if making a resolute decision. "Qianli, how do I absorb this celestial herb? You must nurture it with a drop of your heartfelt blood. Only when a true love resides in one's heart will the flower bloom. At that moment, you can freely absorb the celestial herb." As soon as Yu Qianli's words fell, Ning Rongrong slapped her chest and expelled a mouthful of blood onto the flower stamen. The flower remained still and gracefully fell into her delicate hands. Ning Rongrong even forgot to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth, a smile gracing her lovely face. "Qianli, I am indeed the fated one. I have found someone I genuinely love." Yu Qianli gazed in astonishment at Ning Rongrong, who held Xiangxi Duan Chong Hong aloft, as if some invisible bond tethered their hearts. Unable to suppress the fervent emotions within, Yu Qianli exclaimed, "Rongrong, I love you." Before she could respond, he captured her crimson lips, wrapping his arms around her waist as he fervently sought her affection. Ning Rongrong rose on her toes, wrapping her arms around his neck in bashful reciprocation. Fortunately, there were no outsiders present. Qin Ming, perceptive to the moment, stepped aside while reflecting on the joys of youth, lamenting his own 30-plus years without a wife, merely consuming the romantic exploits of his students. Was there a more pitiful teacher than himself? Sighing, he gazed at the azure sky, releasing a solitary wolf's lament. Chapter 93, Level 40. After a prolonged moment, the two finally parted. Ning Rongrong's cheeks were flushed, her eyes brimming with affection as she leaned against Yu Qianli's embrace, playfully nudging him. Yu Qianli's heart swelled with indescribable joy. He was uncertain of his standing in Ning Rongrong's heart, but even as the small dragon king of the blue electric tyrant dragon sect, destined to become its future leader, he alone understood the depth of his affection. When he witnessed the Xiangxi Duan Chong Hong fall without a tremor, his lingering doubts dissipated entirely. Gently releasing the person in his arms, he softly said, "Rongrong, you should absorb the Xiangxi Duan Chong Hong. With your current cultivation at 37, absorbing it alongside this soul bone may very well allow you to catch up to me. At that time, with a little effort, when the great soul master competition across the continent arrives, we shall possess the cultivation of soul kings. At that moment, who could use our marriage as an excuse?" Ning Rongrong was initially quite delighted, but upon hearing Yu Qianli's increasingly nonsensical words, she scoffed disdainfully. "How shameless! You were the one who said you would marry me. Oh, now it's too late to backtrack. If you disagree, I shall take someone and rescue you from your Seven Treasures glazed tile school. And then you can serve as my husband at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect." As she spoke, she suddenly pulled Ning Rongrong close, leaning in to savor the faint fragrance that enveloped her. To her surprise, Ning Rongrong pushed Yu Qianli away, exclaiming irritably, "Go away. Stop thinking about mischief all day. Guard me here while I absorb this soul bone. After that, I will consume the celestial herb. Once my soul power exceeds yours, I will definitely show off to Grandpa Yu, ensuring he puts you through rigorous training so you stop daydreaming." With that, she sat cross-legged, took out the pink soul bone from her soul guide, and gently pressed it against her left arm. It transformed into a stream of light and entered her body. Yu Qianli watched Ning Rongrong absorb the soul bone, his smile broadening, as this was indeed the most compatible soul bone for her. Coupled with the effects of Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, Ning Rongrong's soul power could potentially rise by 10 levels. "Little girl, just remain innocent and leave everything else to me." An entire hour passed before Ning Rongrong awoke from her meditation. Although the left arm bone was not as powerful as the two soul bones absorbed by Yu Qianli, it was still a 30,000-year-old artifact. As soon as she opened her eyes, Yu Qianli smiled and asked, "How is it? Rongrong, what is the skill of this soul bone?" Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her tongue, replying, "The skill of my soul bone is called illusory space. It can increase the mental strength of the chosen individual by 40%, while also establishing a mental network that enables mutual communication. For enemies, it creates a hallucinatory effect, causing them to lose their sense of direction and gradually weakening their mental power. As she spoke, her left arm emanated a rainbow of light. Yu Tianli felt a sudden surge in his mental strength, as if he could even hear Ning Rongrong's thoughts. How interesting. What are you thinking, you rascal? Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson, and she began playfully punching Yu Tianli's chest. Within the illusory space, all of Yu Tianli's thoughts were apparent to Ning Rongrong, which is why she looked so proud. Unable to contain his laughter, Yu Tianli said, Rongrong, stop messing around. First, absorb the celestial herb. Tomorrow, we will hunt for your soul ring. Haven't you always coveted my 10,000-year soul ring? I will get you one as well. After you absorb the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, your physical attributes will surely enhance significantly, and with a soul bone at your side, you will be just fine. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong expressed her worries. Can I really do it? I heard that one needs to be at least level 50 to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Is it really possible, brother? With 2 celestial herbs at your disposal, you can surely manage. Xiangxi Duanchang Hong is capable of reviving the dead. Do not underestimate it. Celestial herbs possess spirit. As he spoke, he gently brushed his finger down Ning Rongrong's nose. Only then did Ning Rongrong nod, taking out the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong and popping it into her mouth. As soon as it touched her tongue, it transformed into a sweet liquid, instantly filling her body with potent medicinal energy. Ning Rongrong quickly began to circulate her soul power to absorb it. Watching her cultivate, Yu Tianli also sat down beside her, practicing the tyrant dragon body refinement technique. His goal was not merely to become a soul king in 2 years, but to stand atop the peak among his peers, looking down upon all beings. Thus, not a moment could be wasted. When the first rays of morning sun illuminated Yu Tianli, he opened his eyes right on time and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Glancing at Ning Rongrong, who was still in meditation, he noted that the effects of Xiangxi Duanchang Hong were indeed extraordinary, as she had not yet fully absorbed it, even after a night. Stretching his limbs, he noticed Lu Erlong, Qin Ming, and the other 6 approaching. Yu Tianli greeted them with a cheerful smile. Aunt Erlong, what brings you out today? Lu Erlong shot him a glance, her gaze drifting to Ning Rongrong, and softly inquired, what does this mean? Is she still in the process of absorbing the celestial herb? Yu Tianli, confused, replied, I'm not referring to that. It's something else. Before he could finish, Ning Rongrong gradually awakened, surprised to see everyone present. Upon seeing her awake, Lu Erlong turned her attention to Ning Rongrong and asked with a smile, Rongrong, how effective was the celestial herb? You were already at level 37. You must be at level 40 now, right? Ning Rongrong obediently nodded. Yes, Aunt Erlong. My soul power is now at level 40, but it should be more than that. Once I absorb the soul ring, my soul power will be revealed. Is that so? Then Rongrong must work doubly hard. Lu Erlong said kindly. Observing Lu Erlong's demeanor, the others couldn't help but feel a chill. Her cheerful expression seemed ominous. Signaling un bon digne expression. Not just the students, but even Qin Ming felt a sense of foreboding, nervously asking, Dean, shall we announce it now? Since Rongrong is already awake. Lu Erlong waved her hand grandly, exclaiming, all right, let's announce it. Teacher Qin Ming, you take the lead. After all, you are the main person responsible for this matter. I trust you to handle it. Chapter 94. Blue Tyrant Battle Team. Qin Ming felt a wave of helplessness. This was not a matter of him being reliable. If he were not trustworthy, he might already be 6 feet under. After a moment, Qin Ming spoke. There is less than 2 years until this year's Great Continental Youth Soul Master Competition. The Academy has decided that you shall form the Blue Tyrant Battle Team, with Yu Tianli as the captain, Ning Rongrong as the vice-captain, and Dean Lu Erlong serving as the team leader. Starting today, the Blue Tyrant Battle Team will enter training mode to prepare for this competition. The group had already mentally prepared for Qin Ming's announcement. Among them, only Yu Tianli was qualified to lead as captain, while Ning Rongrong, being the next highest in soul power after him, was perfectly suited for the role of vice-captain. As for Lu Erlong as the team leader, They dared not breathe a word of protest. Who would dare provoke the Dragon Lady? Once Qin Ming finished, Lu Erlong boomed. All right, you all absorbed celestial herbs yesterday, so report your martial souls and levels to me. I want to see what capabilities you little monsters possess. Yu Tianli. Martial Soul. Dark Sacred Dragon. Level 47. Strong Attack-type Battle Spirit Sect. As soon as Yu Tianli finished reporting, everyone was stunned, and Lu Erlong, bewildered, asked Tianli, "Have you lost your mind? What Dark Sacred Dragon? Show me your martial soul. Where is your blue Electric Tyrant Dragon?" Yu Tianli looked at Lu Erlong with a hint of helplessness. In truth, given Lu Erlong's strength and status, she should have been well-versed in much of the Blue Electric Sect's history. However, as the illegitimate daughter of Yu Lumian, her relationship with her father was strained, and due to the master's influence, she was reluctant to return to the sect, leaving her unaware of certain matters regarding the Blue Electric Sect. With a smile, Yu Tianli explained, "Aunt Erlong, I absorbed a celestial herb during my return, and my martial soul underwent a transformation. According to Grandpa, it is a positive development. There's nothing to worry about." Upon hearing these words, Lu Erlong slowly nodded. After all, the most significant person in her life had experienced a mutation in her martial soul. But as long as it was in a favorable direction, everything would be well. She then waved her hand dismissively, urging everyone to continue speaking. Upon Lu Erlong's cue, Ning Rongrong stepped forward and introduced herself, stating, "I am Ning Rongrong, with a martial soul of a 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, a level 40 auxiliary soul master." Following her, Su Yiping announced, "My martial soul is the Xuanwu, a level 39 defensive battle spirit." Lin Tianxian declared, "My martial soul is the Star Source Chess, a level 38 control battle spirit." Xian Ling introduced himself. "My martial soul is the Gluttonous Divine Bull, a level 37 assault battle spirit." Yu Tianma stated, "My martial soul is the Xianbing Dragon, a level 36 assault battle spirit." Finally, Yu Qianhao proclaimed, "My martial soul is the Shadow Demon Dragon, a level 37 agility battle spirit." With each introduction, Lu Erlong nodded in acknowledgement. Once Yu Qianhao finished, she smiled and remarked, "Well done, you few. The oldest among you is not yet 15, and the youngest is merely 13, yet your soul power has already surpassed level 40. Your talents can be said to be among the very best on the continent. I believe that with your strength, securing the championship should pose no issue. However, if you fail to achieve this, you must understand the consequences that await you." Upon hearing Lu Erlong's ominous words, the group shuddered involuntarily. If this fierce woman were to unleash her wrath, it could spell disaster. Well, there is still over a year left. I will set a goal for each of you. Tianli, your objective is to break through to level 50 before the competition. If you can achieve this, you will have already won half the battle. And Rongrong, I estimate that after you acquire your soul ring, your soul power will be around level 43. Your target should be to reach level 48, 49, or even 50 before the competition. As for the rest of you, aiming to break through to level 40 and reach around level 44 or 45 should suffice. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's ambitious goals, the group sighed in dismay. These targets seemed exceedingly daunting, not to mention the difficulties Yu Tianli would face in ascending to Soul King. Even Su Yiping and the others would struggle to rise by 6 or 7 levels. For a top-tier genius, advancing 3 levels in a year was already considered extraordinary, making Lu Erlong's expectations unreasonably high. Yu Tianli chuckled at Lu Erlong, seemingly provoking her. "Aunt Erlong, don't you think this target is a bit too low? At my current rate of advancement, I estimate I will reach at least level 53 by the time of the competition." After Yu Tianli made this statement, the others glared at him in indignation. "Brother, just because you're talented doesn't mean we are. Please don't involve us." Lu Erlong smiled knowingly, finding her nephew increasingly intriguing. At just 14, he was already at level 47. It was conceivable that he might reach level 70 by 20. She thought to foster a bond between him and Xiao Gang, aiming for him to rejoin the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect as soon as possible. Enough of this posturing. Today is a day of rest. Tomorrow, I will take Rongrong to the Sunset Forest to hunt for soul rings. Tianli, you will be the main attacker. Unless we encounter soul beasts over 20,000 years old, I will not intervene. Yu Qianli's lips curled into a subtle smile. This was indeed an interesting development. Although dealing with a 10,000-year soul beast would not be easy, with Ning Rongrong's support, he could sustain the battle and outlast it. Before Yu Qianli could revel in his newfound confidence, Lu Erlong pulled him aside. With a puzzled expression, he asked, "What is it, Aunt Erlong? What's the matter?" Lu Erlong smiled and inquired, "Qianli, how have I treated you all these years?" A chill ran down Yu Qianli's spine. He sensed something was amiss. "All right, what is it?" "In a couple of days, your uncle Xiao Gang will be visiting, accompanied by several of his students. I heard from Qin Ming that he has taken on a direct disciple named Tang San. Am I correct?" Upon hearing the name of this fateful figure, Yu Qianli became serious, as Tang San posed a considerable threat to him. "Yes, what's the matter, Aunt Erlong?" Lu Erlong implored. "You know your uncle Xiao Gang is quite rigid in his ways. I plan to rename the academy to Shrek Academy to appease his pride. What do you think? This matter involves the family's interests, and even I cannot decide unilaterally. It requires proper discussion with the future sect master." Upon hearing this, Yu Qianli narrowed his eyes and coldly replied, "Aunt Erlong, this matter is non-negotiable. It is not trivial. Lanba Academy is a crucial step in the sect's plans. Changing its name without reason would be akin to sewing garments for others. Not only would grandfather disagree, but even if he were to consent, I would still oppose it. This is a matter of great significance." Chapter 95, Whimsical Delusions. Lu Erlong was taken aback, her displeasure evident as she retorted, "Qianli, how can you disregard family ties? Xiao Gang is your uncle after all. It is merely a name change. What are you thinking?" Yu Qianli's gaze revealed a hint of disdain as he coldly replied, "Aunt Erlong, the sect has treated you well, hasn't it? With grandfather in the sect, no one would dare bully Uncle Xiao Gang. As for dignity, please refrain from mentioning it. He is ultimately a member of the sect, and the sect should not sacrifice an academy for him. Do you understand? The sect will never agree to renaming it to Shrek Academy. From now on, if Uncle has any requests, let him come to me directly. There is no need to let trivial matters drive a wedge between us." With that, he turned and walked away, his expression darkening as he approached the others. "Disband. We will gather at the academy gate tomorrow morning. Now, go back and prepare quickly," he said, pulling Ning Rongrong along as they exited. Ning Rongrong had never witnessed this side of Yu Qianli. She gently smoothed his furrowed brow and said softly, "Don't be upset. What happened? Talk to me. Perhaps I can help." Feeling the warmth of her hand on his forehead, Yu Qianli was ultimately swayed by her tenderness and apologized. "I'm sorry, Rongrong. I shouldn't have let my bad mood." Before he could finish, Ning Rongrong gently placed her finger over his lips and whispered, "Do not say sorry to me, ever. I am willing to share your burdens, always, forever." The next morning, at the entrance of Lanba Academy, the Lanba team, along with Lu Erlong and Qin Ming, had gathered. Just as everyone was preparing to depart, two figures clad in white descended from the sky. Ning Fengji, the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Jian Douluo, the guardian elder of the sect. Ning Rongrong rushed into her father's embrace, exclaiming, "Daddy, what brings you here?" Ning Fengji smiled at his daughter, his voice warm as he replied, "Rongrong, you're going to retrieve your fourth soul ring. So I have come to accompany you." He then turned serious, gazing at Yu Qianli. "Qianli, do you truly have confidence in this endeavor?" Last night, Yu Qianli had sent word that he intended to take Ning Rongrong to obtain her fourth soul ring, with the aim of hunting for a 10,000-year soul beast. Although Yu Qianli's fourth soul ring was indeed a 10,000-year one, he was a unique individual on the continent. While his daughter was undoubtedly talented, she was still somewhat lacking in comparison to Yu Qianli. He could not bear the thought of risking his beloved daughter in such an endeavor. Yu Qianli nodded and smiled. "Uncle Ning, you can rest assured. The immortal herb, Xianxiao Cc Duanchang Hong, that Rongrong absorbed yesterday is among the finest of its kind, significantly enhancing her physical attributes. Acquiring a 10,000-year soul ring will pose no problem." After listening to Yu Qianli's words, Ning Fengji felt a slight alleviation of his worries. Yu Qianli could see that Ning Fengji still harbored doubts about him. So he approached Ning Fengji and whispered, "Uncle Ning, Yesterday, Rong absorbed a 30,000-year gem-type left arm bone. With the soul bone skill illusory space. This can enhance her spiritual power by 40% and allows for sharing with others. This means I can assist Rong in absorbing soul rings, so you need not worry. Ning Fengji was taken aback. A 30,000-year gem-type left arm bone? Such a high-grade soul bone was a rare find. How could his daughter have absorbed one at such a young age? Although it was a left arm bone, it was still an impressive soul bone. Tianli, this item. Uncle Ning, rest assured, it was given to Rong by me. If you are truly uneasy, consider it a betrothal gift for Rong. Yu Tianli said unabashedly. Hearing her beloved and her father discussing betrothal gifts made Ning Rong's face flush with embarrassment. She ran to Jian Douluo's side and asked, Grandpa Jian, what are they talking about? Jian Douluo chuckled and replied, I see this as not a bad thing. With his cultivation level, he had naturally heard about the 30,000-year gem-type soul bone mentioned by Yu Tianli. He had long regarded Ning Rong as his granddaughter, and as long as she was well, he would support anything. Ning Fengji smiled and said, in that case, Uncle Ning has nothing more to say. Let's set off. There are plenty of 10,000-year soul beasts in the Sunset Forest. We only need to find a 10,000-year defensive soul beast. We have already decided on Rong's fourth soul skill, which will be the strongest defense. Yu Tianli nodded, casting a glance at Liu Erlong. Although he had rejected Liu Erlong's fanciful notions the previous day, he did not wish to strain their relationship, as she had taken care of him over the years. Immediately, Yu Tianli asked, Aunt Erlong, can we set off? Upon hearing this, Liu Erlong quickly nodded and said, all right, Ning Zhongzhu, Jianduo, let us depart. However, I must clarify that this time is to train the children's teamwork. You must not intervene unless we encounter soul beasts over 20,000 years. Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo had no objections and nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was part of Erlong's teaching plan, which they would naturally not interfere with. Liu Erlong waved her hand with vigor, declaring, set off to the Sunset Forest. In less than half an hour, the group arrived at the Sunset Forest outside Tiando City. Liu Erlong joked, originally, when Douluo was around. The soul beasts in this forest feared provoking that old poison master. Ever since he retreated to the Blue Lightning clan, the soul beasts in the Sunset Forest have increased, with many 30,000 and 40,000-year soul beasts surfacing. It is even said that a pack of wolf bandits from the northern continent has been devouring soul beasts to enhance their cultivation. After being killed by Home Master Yang Wudi, they disappeared. It is unclear whether they are still in the Sunset Forest. Upon hearing about the wolf bandits, Yu Tianli frowned. Could it be the pack of wolf bandits that Tang San encountered on his way to Sea God Island in the original story? If that were the case, wouldn't he be able to acquire the leg bone of the Wind Demon Wolf? However, the original story never mentioned that these wolf bandits possessed any devouring ability. Forget it. He would wait until Rong hunted for her soul ring before seeking out his grandfather at the sect. After all, it was a quality 10,000-year soul bone, and one should not pass up such an opportunity. Then, with a smile, Yu Tianli said, let us not worry about the wolf bandits for now. Our primary goal is to help Rong hunt for a soul ring. Once we secure it, we can search around. How much trouble can a pack of wolf bandits really cause? Everyone agreed, for in the eyes of soul masters, wolf bandits were merely a dangerous type of soul beast. Moreover, with Liu Erlong and Jian Douluo present, they could handle anything that came their way. Unbeknownst to them, it was this very pack of wolf bandits that would lead to monumental changes in the lives of some of them. As they traversed deeper into the forest, Ning Fengji continuously shared his understanding of soul beasts over the years. His insights far surpassed those of the Academy's teachers, so the journey was far from tedious. Just as the conversation was becoming lively, a wave of dark green energy pulsed from beneath the ground. Jian Douluo was the first to react, swiftly striking with his sword, shattering the energy wave. Only then did they see the massive beast before them, measuring 6 meters in length and 3 meters in height, its body covered in dark green scales. Most strikingly, this beast had 4 eyes that blinked curiously at the group. Upon spotting the soul beast, smiles spread across everyone's faces. Yu Tianli remarked, what a fortuitous encounter. The defensive prowess of the Linjia beast is already remarkable. And to find an anomalous four-eyed variant that has just surpassed 10,000 years is truly serendipitous, as if it were tailor-made for Rongrong. Ning Fengji, with a cunning glint in his eyes, proposed, in that case, Tianli, why not let you lead the capture this time? Yu Tianli smirked, nodding in agreement. No problem. Unkle Ning. The seven of us are more than sufficient. You need not involve yourselves. Just ensure Grandpa Jian keeps an eye on it to prevent its escape. As he spoke, the black serpentine energy surged around him, and 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black appeared behind him, revealing 2 massive blue-black dragon claws covered in dense dragon scales, transforming him into a striking figure. Jian Douluo leaned in to whisper to Ning Fengji. This boy is progressing remarkably fast. At just 14, he has already reached level 47. I wonder if Rongrong. Ning Fengji shook his head, responding in a hushed tone only the two could hear. No, Tianli is not that kind of child. Do not mention it again. As they conversed, Yu Tianli announced. In a moment, I, along with Tianhao and Xianling, will take the lead in the attack. Tianchen and Tianma, you two will restrain the Linjia beast, while Yiping. You ensure it doesn't escape, and Rongrong, you will assist as needed. Upon hearing Yu Tianli's tactical arrangement, Ning Fengji couldn't help but curse under his breath. You little rascal. The reason this boy did not assign any protection to the support role was not due to a tactical oversight, but rather because he was taking advantage of their presence. With them around, the Linjia beast would have to be truly desperate to attempt a sneak attack on this side. Yu Tianli seemed oblivious to this, as his first and second soul rings activated in an instant. Countless thick black serpent energies surged from his dragon claws. The 4-eyed Linjia beast charged forward, seemingly unfazed, enduring the black serpent energy and rushing toward them. Yu Tianli cursed silently. Damn it! Rongrong, provide support. The impact of this 10,000-year variant soul beast would surely inflict internal injuries. Even if he could withstand it, there was no need to endure. Hearing Yu Tianli's call, Ning Rongrong activated her Lioli Tower, skillfully channeling the 9 treasure glaze tiles abilities. Strength. Spirit. 2 streams of light entered Yu Tianli's body in quick succession, and he felt his power surge more than 50%. With a sudden grip, he seized the Linjia beast's horn and lifted it, slamming it around a full 10 times before finally tossing it aside, his massive dragon claws crashing down upon the beast's body. The team members were left in stunned silence, watching Yu Tianli. Xianling, astonished, remarked, "No way, boss. When did you become this formidable? Can he truly overpower a 10,000-year soul beast?" Su Yiping had originally emerged, braving the immense pressure of the tortoise shield, intending to withstand the onslaught of the 4-eyed armored beast. However, to his astonishment, he witnessed Tianligu mercilessly beating the millennial-old beast. He suddenly slapped Xianling, who was momentarily taken aback, and exclaimed loudly, "What are you doing, old turtle? Goodness, is this real? I thought I was dreaming. Why are you hitting me? Doesn't it hurt you to hit yourself?" This elicited surprise not only from his team, but even from Qin Ming, who was aware of Yu Tianli's combat prowess. He had not anticipated that upon the evolution of his martial spirit, he would become so formidable. After all, even he himself could not so easily subdue a beast renowned for its defensive capabilities. It was Ning Fengji who articulated the reason. Not only had Tianli's strength increased, but Rongrong's 9 treasure glaze tile had also ascended to level 40, amplifying his abilities to a staggering 60%. It could be said that Tianli's strength and soul power, bolstered by Rongrong, were now comparable to that of an ordinary soul emperor. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming felt a tinge of displeasure. I am a soul emperor too, and even I cannot achieve this. Are you implying something about me? Just then, Yu Tianli casually tossed the armored beast before them, a slight smile gracing his lips. Rongrong, the beast's weakness lies in the hidden scales at the nape of its neck. You can pierce through with a dagger. Rongrong nodded, her exquisitely crafted dagger piercing directly into the hidden scales. The beast convulsed violently, and with its scales breached, it had no choice but to await its demise. Yu Tianli gently grasped Rongrong's slightly trembling hand, reassuring her, "Do not fear. I am here." Rong smiled as she gazed at her beloved, feeling an overwhelming sense of contentment. It was truly wonderful to have someone who cared for her so deeply. Leaning against Yu Qianli's shoulder, she savored this brief moment of tranquility. Ning Fengji observed this couple with a paternal smile, albeit with a hint of sadness as he looked at Douluo. Jian Shu, why do I feel so melancholic? Douluo looked at Ning Fengji with a face devoid of hope and replied tersely, Fengji, spare me. I feel like I could hardly resist the urge to take down this brat for being so brazen in our presence. Nevertheless, despite their words, both were grateful that their precious daughter had found someone who genuinely loved her. Once they were gone, they could rest easy knowing she would be protected by such a strong individual. Before long, tiny black specks began to emerge from the corpse of the four-eyed armored beast, gradually coalescing into a dark ring of light. Yu Qianli and Rong exchanged glances, and upon her nod, a radiant multicolored glow erupted from her left arm, enveloping both of them. Rong felt her mind become extraordinarily clear. She attempted to communicate with Yu Qianli mentally. Tianli, can you hear me? Yu Qianli's lips curled into a subtle smile as he conveyed his ability to hear her through thought. Rong's cheeks flushed, and she inwardly scolded him as a bad guy, forcing herself to cast aside her embarrassing thoughts. With her right hand, she released her soul power, drawing the dark soul ring toward her. Yu Qianli offered her a warm smile, encouraging her, you can do it, Rong. Rong reciprocated the smile, and as her soul power surged, the black soul ring encircled her, infusing her with vitality. With the combined enhancements of Xiangxi, Duanshanghong, and Qilu Jingxiyang, Rong's physical constitution was now capable of withstanding the energy of a millennia-old soul beast. The only concern for Yu Qianli was the potentially devastating soul shock. Thus, he had hesitated regarding Rong's fourth soul ring until she absorbed the gemstone-like soul bone that granted her the ability to share spiritual power. This solidified his resolve. Facing the soul shock from a newly emerged millennia soul beast would be a trivial matter for him. Regrettably, this could only be applied to Rong, as it would not work for others. However, if that were the case, would it not mean that Rong could continually absorb higher-level soul rings? It seemed necessary to select a formidable 100,000-year soul beast for her. After half an hour had passed, just as they believed the armored beast would not produce a soul shock due to its recent millennia status, a surge of malevolent intent from the beast suddenly assailed Rong's mind. Yu Qianli reacted swiftly, enveloping Rong's psyche with a gentle wave of spiritual power, blocking the beast's initial assault. Stay alert. This creature is attempting to play tricks. Upon hearing Yu Qianli's voice, Rong regained her composure and began to control her spiritual power to resist the soul shock of the armored beast. She understood that the more she could withstand, the greater the benefits for her spiritual growth. After 3 attempts, just as it seemed that she could no longer fend off the final soul shock, Yu Qianli's spiritual energy flowed like a refreshing spring, reviving the nearly unconscious Rong. With a single strike, he shattered the terrifying soul shock from the armored beast. Wow, you are amazing, Rong exclaimed in admiration. Had she not been in the process of absorbing the soul ring, she would have eagerly kissed the handsome and powerful boy who was hers. Yu Qianli chuckled. All right, the soul shock from the armored beast has dissipated completely. Hurry and absorb the residual energy. I estimate your soul power may soon surpass mine. Rong obediently acknowledged, her soul power swirling around her as she began the final absorption of the millennia soul ring. After yet another half hour, they simultaneously opened their eyes. Rong first assessed her soul power, then joyfully leaped up and exclaimed, guess how much my soul power has reached? Ning Fengji, witnessing his daughter's successful absorption of the millennia soul ring, smiled and said, Rong, allow your father to make a guess. Could it be level 45? Rong proudly shook her head. Father, you guessed wrong, and quite low at that. Lower? The others were taken aback. Could she have reached level 50? That would be astonishing. Rong, no longer teasing, beamed and declared, my soul power is now on par with Qianli's, both standing at level 47. 47 at 13 years old was indeed terrifying. Even Douluo could not help but swallow hard. At this rate, Reaching level 70 before the age of 20 would be a breeze. With a bit more effort, achieving the title of Douluo before 30 was entirely feasible. If that were the case, he could truly depart this world with a smile. After a long pause, Ning Fengji finally exclaimed, "Excellent. My daughter is truly extraordinary, a splendid daughter indeed." Beside them, Yu Tianli added with a grin, "It seems we may soon have another Soul King competing. Victory will surely be within reach." Upon hearing this, everyone smiled, as winning the Continental Youth Soul Master competition was a matter of great honor, especially considering the generous rewards of 3 soul bones over 30,000 years, which would entice anyone. Just as Lu Erlong prepared to announce their return, a chorus of wolf howls surrounded them. Yu Qianli's lips curled into a smile. Moments ago, he had scattered a fair amount of powder favored by wolves around the area. Timing was impeccable, as the pack of wolves had arrived just on cue. It was time to reclaim their soul bones and put an end to these nefarious creatures. The people around were gazing leisurely at their surroundings, reassured by the presence of a formidable Jiandalaw at level 95. This group of wolf bandits posed no real threat. After all, his 7-kill sword was renowned as the most powerful weapon in the world. Yu Tianli wore a smile as he looked at the Jiandalaw, suggesting, "Grandfather Jian, shall we join forces?" Jiandalaw regarded Yu Tianli with surprise, as the latter had yet to reach level 50. Although his strength was formidable, facing wolf bandits comparable to a 50,000-year soul beast was no small feat, however. Seeing the determination in the young man's eyes, he sighed. This boy was cleverer than he appeared. Perhaps he had more hidden talents than anyone knew. Very well, just be cautious. The leader is akin to a 50,000-year soul beast. Yu Tianli nodded, while Ning Rongrong looked on with concern, saying, "Tianli, please be careful. I will support you from behind." Yu Tianli took Ning Rongrong's hand, reassuring her. "Do not worry, Rongrong. Do you not trust me? Just focus on providing your support." Ning Rongrong nodded obediently. Her 4 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, floating rhythmically behind her. A glazed tower materialized in her left hand. At that moment, a considerable number of humanoid wind demon wolves appear before them. Yu Qianli removed his specially crafted robe, not wanting it to be torn apart when he transformed into his dragon form, as even he knew the robe had its limits. His own 4 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, materialized behind him. His left arm, right arm, and left leg had already transformed, giving him a fearsome appearance. The terrifying black serpentine lightning emanated from him, causing even the leading wolf bandit to take 2 steps back. The pressure from his martial soul altered the atmosphere of the wolf bandit group, dispelling their earlier ferocity. Yu Qianli deduced that the leader of the bandits possessed 2 soul bones, not just the left leg bone, but also one capable of absorbing energy. It was impossible for any ordinary being to reach the level of a 50,000-year soul beast without such power. With a mighty roar, the leader of the wolf bandits summoned hundreds of his followers, charging recklessly towards Yu Qianli. Lu Erlong, standing behind Yu Qianli, revealed a bloodthirsty grin, exclaiming, "Qin Ming, keep an eye on these kids." With that, she surged into the fray. Typically, Lu Erlong could only vent her frustrations occasionally, but now, with the wolf bandits at her disposal, it was a perfect opportunity to release her pent-up emotions. Observing his frenzied aunt, Yu Qianli quickly followed suit. When Lu Erlong went on a rampage, even 300 wolf bandits would not suffice to challenge her. Moreover, the leader of the wolf bandits possessed the soul bones he sought, and he could not allow her to lay eyes on it. Who knew what ideas she might entertain? "Aunt Erlong, leave the leader to me. The rest are all yours," Yu Qianli shouted, hoping Lu Erlong would not eliminate the leader too quickly. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong landed a punch on the leader, sending him flying. "Go on. That guy is probably nearing his end." Yu Qianli was overjoyed and sped towards the direction in which the bandit had disappeared. Behind him, Ning Rongrong activated her 4 soul rings simultaneously, enhancing power, speed, soul power, and defense by 60%. This was the might of the world's premier support system. With his newfound strength, Yu Qianli's speed intensified, and within moments, he reached the dazed wolf bandit. The bandit, having been thrown by Lu Erlong, was still disoriented, but as he saw Yu Tianli's dragon claw descending towards him, a surge of intense red light erupted from his right leg. The wolf claw clashed with the dragon claw, causing Yu Tianli to falter slightly. Faced with the towering 3-meter-tall wolf bandit, Yu Tianli's lips curled upward. His first 3 soul rings glimmered to life, and thick black serpentine lightning radiated outward from him. The black lightning emblem on his forehead illuminated as dark and thunderous elements converged. In this moment, he unleashed his true power, having not fully exerted himself since breaking through to level 40. Today, he would show this little wolf cub the full extent of his abilities. With that thought, Yu Tianli's dragon claw struck once more at the wolf bandit, empowered by Ning Rongrong's assistance and the terrifying effects of Thunder's fury. With a single punch, the bandit's left arm shattered. Despite the pain, the bandit attempted to resist, but Yu Tianli's left dragon claw, infused with pure purple energy, struck his head. Even the leader of the wolf bandits, rivaling a 50,000-year soul beast, could not withstand the destructive force of the god of destruction. Under the immense power, the wolf bandit's head disintegrated into fragments, his claw falling lifelessly to the ground. Observing the fallen bandit, Yu Tianli summoned black flames that engulfed the body, turning it to ash, an ability he wielded after evolving his martial soul into the dark holy dragon. Noticing 2 glimmers among the ashes, Yu Tianli retracted his martial soul and donned his robe again. He retrieved a pouch of clean water from his soul guide device and washed the 2 soul bones free of ash. Raising them in his hands, he felt a sense of familiarity. After encountering numerous 10,000-year soul bones, the sight of 2 more no longer thrilled him as it once would have. One was the azure leg bone of the wind demon wolf, while the other appeared to be an arm bone, likely over 30,000 years old. This soul bone must have granted the ability to absorb energy. It would be perfect for Xianling, who only cared about consuming. With this thought, he stored the 2 soul bones in his soul guide device and made his way back to the group. By the time Yu Tianli returned, Lu Erlong had concluded her one-sided slaughter. Given her strength as a soul Douluo, the lesser wolf bandits posed no real challenge. But it was a small outlet for her frustrations. Ning Rongrong, seeing Yu Tianli clad in a black robe, felt reassured that he was unharmed. Yu Tianli shot her a flirtatious glance, and she understood, lowering her head in response. This guy always had such thoughts. In the blink of an eye, a month and a half had passed. After extensive training, the team's coordination had once again improved. At the entrance of Lanba Academy, Lu Erlong, Yu Bailey, Qin Ming, and Yu Tianli stood waiting for the arrival of the Shrek team. Being his uncle, Yu Tianli could not act too overly. Within a short time, the Shrek team appeared, weary from their journey. Upon seeing the master at the forefront of the group, Yu Tianli realized that the melodrama between him and Lu Erlong was about to unfold. Lu Erlong's years of hard work seemed aimed at being with a man. It must be said that the master's charm was truly remarkable. He was indeed a paragon of excellence. Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong, each in their own way, had devoted themselves to the master. How could one adequately express such a situation? As anticipated, the melodrama unfolded, with a man and a woman rushing forth. As the rest looked at each other, unsure of how to react, Yu Tianli stepped forward, stating, "In truth, the master is an old acquaintance of our academy's director, Lu Erlong. Moreover, Director Lu is a soul Douluo, so there is no need to worry for their safety." Saying this, he beckoned everyone to proceed into the academy. Upon hearing this, everyone, save for Flinder, felt relieved and followed Yu Tianli into the academy, with Flinder silently praying for his brother. "Xiao Gang, please be safe. Sister Erlong, do take it easy." With a person like Yubei present, everyone was arranged appropriately, and all that remained was to await the directives from Dean Lu Erlong. Nevertheless, Yu Tianli followed his grandfather's wishes and appointed Flandra as the vice dean, along with bestowing honorary vice dean titles upon several teachers. Aside from a master, the atmosphere was one of merriment. However, Yu Tianli believed the master would also be quite content. Who could say for certain? It was not until evening that the master and Lu Erlong reappeared at the academy. Yu Tianli could discern that both seemed to have had a delightful time, especially the master, whose spirit appeared markedly uplifted. Lu Erlong nestled closely beside the master, evoked astonishment among the members of Lamba Academy. Was this truly our fierce female tyrant? What sort of person could so easily tame her? Lu Erlong was the first to speak, declaring, "From this day forth, I appoint you Xiaojiang as the honorary dean. All your teaching will be under his purview. Treat him as you would treat me. Do you understand?" Though her tone remained gentle, the implicit threat in her words sent a shiver through the gathered crowd. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's address, Yu Tianli chose to remain silent, a smile adorning his face. Others echoed their approval, and he offered a token acknowledgement. Observing the reactions of the crowd, the master introduced himself. "Greetings, everyone. I am Yu Xiaojiang, Wuhuan, Golden Sacred Dragon. Rank 39 Assault System Soul Master." Yu Qianli was taken aback by this revelation. A golden giant dragon? Rank 39? When did such a transformation occur? Was it truly the result of a single dragon source fruit? Had the Wuhuan fully evolved? As Yu Tianli pondered these questions, Yu Xiaojiang continued, "It is precisely because I am only a rank 39 soul master that I will participate in all training plans I devise. I believe you talented individuals should surpass this old man, right? Should anyone fall behind, they will have to answer for it." His words prompted a nod of agreement from the crowd, as they all considered themselves geniuses, unwilling to be outdone by a man in his 50s. Seeing the collective nods, Yu Xiaojiang smiled and announced, "In that case, formal training begins tomorrow. Additionally, I have another announcement. These individuals," he gestured towards the members of Shrek, "will also represent Lamba Academy in the Continental Youth Soul Master Competition." Yu Tianli raised an eyebrow and remarked, "As far as I know, aside from the two royal academies, it seems no other academies have a concept of a second team. Are they to serve as substitutes?" The master shook his head solemnly, responding, "Not at all. With less than 2 years until the Continental Youth Soul Master Competition, your two teams will train together for over a year. At the end, the two teams will engage in a soul battle. The victor will participate in the competition, while the loser serves as a substitute." The master's words struck the crowd like a thunderclap, causing the members of Lamba to smile silently. If there were no underhanded tactics, Shrek's members would hardly pose a threat. Furthermore, with their soul powers transformed by the absorption of celestial herbs, the odds seemed bleak for Shrek in a direct confrontation. However, unbeknownst to them, from the master to Tang San, all believed that in nearly 2 years, Dai Mubai would surely break through to rank 40. And Tang San would likely do the same. With 2 rank 40 individuals, as long as the tactical arrangements were sound, the chances of victory remained substantial. Yu Qianli raised an eyebrow, a playful tone in his voice as he inquired, "Uncle, are you certain about this method?" The master nodded, unaware of Lu Erlong's gesturing glances. While it was true that Lamba might face some disadvantages, it still seemed relatively fair overall. A chuckle escaped Xianling, who found the master's comment amusing. Disadvantage? Who is truly at a disadvantage here? Yu Qianli could barely contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Uncle, perhaps allow us to introduce our current soul power levels before you make such decisions." The master, puzzled, nodded. He was not surprised that Yu Qianli could break through to rank 40 within 2 months, as merely 2 months prior, his nephew had already reached the pinnacle of rank 39. Had he become arrogant after his breakthrough? It seemed a reminder was in order. The pride of the family's youths was becoming rather pronounced. Yu Qianli, Wuhuan, Dark Sacred Dragon, rank 47 Assault System Soul Master. The master's eyes widened in astonishment. A Dark Sacred Dragon? Rank 47? Had he really improved by 7 levels in just 2 months? Was he on a rocket? What kind of Wuhuan was this? Evolving so suddenly? As the master pondered, he finally caught the gaze of Lu Erlong. With a sharp intake of breath, the master realized that if Yu Qianli possessed a Dark Sacred Dragon Wuhan, then Shrek would undoubtedly be relegated to the role of substitutes. Moreover, with Yu Qianli's soul power reaching rank 47, he might very well become a Soul King by then, capable of single-handedly overpowering Shrek. This was quite different from their earlier discussions. "Then let us postpone this matter for further consideration." The master's voice, now raspy, elicited a wave of satisfaction among the members of Lamba Academy. The welcome banquet concluded rather abruptly. That evening, in Lu Erlong's room, she gazed at the master with a charming demeanor. Yet, the master appeared preoccupied, lost in thought. Suddenly, he spoke. Erlong, what is going on with that child, Tianli? His Wuhuan has not only evolved, but his level has skyrocketed. Lu Erlong shot the master a look, having just celebrated their recent accomplishment earlier that day. What was the point of such thoughts now? However, her deep affection led her to patiently explain Tianli's transformation is due to the absorption of celestial great herbs. I have absorbed celestial herbs. Otherwise, I would not have achieved the rank of Soul Douluo. The master regarded Lu Erlong with excitement. Erlong, what are these celestial herbs? Do you possess any? Lu Erlong waved her hand dismissively. Of course not. Celestial herbs are precious items kept in secret locations, and even I have never been there. You could ask Tianli, but your Wuhuan is recovering. My uncle has mentioned providing you with a celestial herb, so it won't be long before Tianli brings one to you. The master's disappointment was palpable as he sighed. I'm not asking for myself. I wish to procure some for Xiao San and the others. Just one for each would suffice. With that, they would have the strength to defeat Tianli. Lu Erlong looked at the master in surprise, puzzled. Are you suggesting Tianli should give celestial herbs to your students so they could defeat him? I would advise against it. I fear he might retaliate. The master paused, realizing how absurd that sounded. Yet, could Tianli truly be so stingy? Surely not. In Yu Tianli's room, having just finished assisting Ning Rongrong, he held her close, gently caressing her face. Suddenly, he asked, Rongrong, what do you think of my uncle? Ning Rongrong blinked in surprise. Pondering for a moment before responding, he seems fine, perhaps a bit knowledgeable, but his perspective is somewhat narrow and a tad self-righteous. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's assessment, Yu Tianli nearly burst into laughter, for her remarks were truly remarkable. Wasn't that just like the master? Moreover, it seemed inevitable that he would soon come to request the divine herbs from him. In the first 100 chapters, titled Requesting Divine Herbs, Yu Tianli's anticipation proved accurate. Barely half a day had passed when a master summoned Yu Tianli aside, appearing somewhat abashed, and softly inquired, Tianli, I have heard that you possess some exquisite herbs known as divine products. Is that true? With a resigned nod, Yu Tianli summoned forth a radiant blossom, revealing an extraordinary chrysanthemum in his grasp. Uncle, this is a gift from grandfather. This divine herb, named Onqing Tongluo Ju, is perfectly suited for your golden saint dragon martial soul. It can enhance your physique and open your meridians. Before Yu Tianli could finish, the master waved his hand dismissively and shamelessly stated, Tianli, that is not what I meant. I was hoping you could provide me with a few more. Feigning ignorance, Yu Tianli replied, Uncle, divine herbs are rare and precious. You wouldn't be able to utilize so many. A single person can only absorb one divine herb, and even if one wishes to absorb another, it would take at least 8 or 9 years. Yu Xiaojiang felt a tinge of embarrassment. How could this child be so obtuse? Did he really need to spell it out? Yet, for the sake of Xiao San, he refrained from showing his annoyance. Tianli, the main issue is that several of our Shrek students have levels that are simply too low. No matter how hard they try, they cannot catch up to you. They are diligent children, and I do not wish for them to lose their dreams. Listening to Yu Xiaojiang's words, Yu Tianli almost laughed aloud. Dreams? He thought. How can you say such a thing? You, as an uncle, should really know better. I have very few divine herbs myself. I can barely spare 1 or 2, let alone for all 7 of them. I intend to keep these for my son and grandson. Their dreams have no bearing on me. Tianli, how can you be so? Tianli waved his hand, interrupting, Uncle, you needn't say more. Among your students, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing are of royal blood from the Xinglua Empire, and Tang San has even more significant connections. As for Oscar and Ma Hongjun, if they wish to join the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, the sect has no objections. Do you understand? With that, Yu Tianli turned and walked toward the training ground, leaving Yu Xiaojiang standing there, dejected. As Yu Tianli approached, Ning Rongrong asked with concern, What's wrong, Tianli-ge? Does the master have something on his mind? Yu Tianli shook his head, smiling as he ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair. Don't worry, I'm here. Everything will be fine. Seeing his smile, Ning Rongrong felt reassured. In her eyes, there was nothing Yu Tianli could not achieve. The tranquil days of training passed swiftly, and 6 months flew by. On this day, The master gathered everyone together, observing the two teams with a peculiar smile. I know both of your teams have been holding back, unwilling to concede to one another. Recently, Dai Mubai has broken through to level 40, which signifies some progress. Why not have a soul fight between your two teams to test your strengths? Xian Ling from you, Tianli's side scoffed. Just them? Our leader can easily defeat them all. Before anyone could respond, the master interjected. In that case, Tianli, you will face all 7 of them alone. Are you confident? Yu Tianli raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile. I am indeed confident, but how shall we proceed? Will we require any peculiar weapons? At the mention of peculiar weapons, even the master's face flushed with embarrassment. Had it not been for the use of hidden weapons, Shrek would have endured a complete annihilation. However, as a mentor, Yu Xiaojiang, known for his audacity, boldly stated, no, to ensure fairness, weapons cannot be used. Only your own soul skills and soul bones are permitted. Do you understand? Understood. It was apparent that they were scheming for the divine herbs. Despite having already been told no, they still pressed on. As expected, Dai Mubai, leading the 7, seemed to nonchalantly suggest a simple soul fight lacks excitement. Why not wager something? What do you think? Yu Tianli nodded. No problem. What do you propose as a wager? Over the past 6 months, his soul power had been rapidly increasing, and just yesterday, he had broken through to level 49. Fighting them would be exceedingly effortless. Dai Mubai appeared magnanimous as he responded. I can't think of anything at the moment. How about the loser agrees to fulfill one condition for the winner? Yu Qianli's lips curled into a slight smile. If I fight all 7 of you and emerge victorious, then each of you must agree to one condition. If you lose, you may each request one favor. Agreed. Yu Qianli nodded, his spirit surging as the aura around him peaked. 4 soul rings appeared behind him. 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. His previously fair hand transformed into a colossal dragon claw, covered in blue-black scales. For this group, it was unnecessary to fully unleash his dragon transformation. The transformation of his arms would suffice. With a teasing gesture toward the Shrek team, he playfully inquired, will you come me one by one? Or shall we engage all at once? Hurry, I can hardly wait. The members of Shrek released their soul rings in unison. In the span of 6 months, they had all advanced to the rank of Soul Master, with even the weakest, Ma Hongjun, reaching level 32. This provided them with the confidence to challenge Yu Tianli. As Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu charged forward, Yu Tianli activated his second soul skill. Thick black serpent-like lightning coiled around him and surged toward the trio. The formidable serpent lightning was not to be underestimated. Dai Mubai unleashed his third soul skill, transforming into a fierce white tiger and charging recklessly through the lightning. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu opted for speed to counter Yu Tianli's attack. Xiao Wu's third soul ring glimmered, and in an instant, she appeared behind Yu Tianli, attempting to ensnare him with her long legs. However, intent on not allowing another woman to touch him, Yu Tianli activated his first soul skill, condensing black lightning into claws on his right hand and launched them toward Xiao Wu. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing, rushing in from the outside, met a similar fate as she was sent flying by the robust black serpent lightning. With both agile attackers repelled, Yu Tianli struck toward Dai Mubai's chest with his dragon claw. Though Dai Mubai attempted to block with his tiger claws, he was not in prime condition due to the lightning and failed to withstand Yu Tianli's full force, resulting in him being sent flying. In Chapter 101, titled Tianli Battles the Tiger, witnessing the first wave of Shrek's assault thwarted, Yu Tianli chuckled. Is this the result of your arduous training? Quite disappointing, wouldn't you say? Yu Tianli's words elicited a twinge of guilt among the group. While they all recognized their efforts, facing a prodigy like Yu Tianli left them feeling inadequate. It was a one-sided battle, 7 against 1, and none could emerge with dignity. Dai Mubai and Tang San, having been repelled, exchanged nods. Suddenly, the 7 of them stood in a straight line, with Dai Mubai at the forefront, followed by Zhu Zhuqing. Intrigued, Yu Tianli observed them. Were they practicing this formation all this time? That could indeed prove to be interesting. However, Yu Tianli recalled that in the original story, the 7 individuals were led by Tang San, who transformed into the true form of the Haoyan. Now, with Dai Mubai at the helm, could it be possible that the martial soul fusion technique could indeed unite all seven? At that moment, a colossal Yuming white tiger materialized before Yu Tianli, appearing more substantial than the last encounter, seemingly stronger than before. The unity of seven individuals had indeed succeeded. Very well, let us put it to the test. With that thought, his fourth soul ring, which had existed for 10,000 years, burst forth in brilliance, enveloping Yu Tianli in a layer of blue-black armor, cloaking him in a dark aura. The soul power of the seven transformed into a Yuming white tiger, and even Yu Tianli did not dare underestimate it at this moment. With all three of his dragon transformations activated, he narrowed his dragon-like eyes as he observed the approaching Yuming white tiger. A fierce red light erupted from his left arm, signaling the preparation of the Thunder Flame Sacred Dragon Break. In an instant, Yu Tianli swung his left fist with great force, unleashing a dragon-shaped lightning bolt towards the advancing Yuming white tiger. The collision was thunderous, causing the Yuming white tiger to stagger back several steps, while the dragon-shaped lightning bolt vanished without a trace. Truly, the martial soul fusion technique of seven individuals could withstand Yu Tianli's full power strike. A slight smile graced Yu Tianli's lips as he remarked, "Not bad, not bad. You are indeed remarkable." Before the Yuming white tiger could recover from the paralysis caused by the lightning, the third soul ring behind Yu Tianli illuminated, amplifying the thunderous power coursing through him. He bent his legs slightly and leapt onto the back of the Yuming white tiger, delivering a series of powerful punches to its massive head. Observing the Yuming white tiger's form beginning to waver, the master hastily called out, "Tianli, show some mercy." Yu Tianli smirked, casually tossing aside the nearly ethereal Yuming white tiger, and retracted his martial soul. He gazed playfully at the now human-formed members of the Shrek Seven. "So, will each of you fulfill one of my wishes?" The Shrek Seven exchanged glances, and Dai Mubai rose to speak. "We will keep our promise." Yu Tianli nodded. "Good. You have some credibility. I have just one question. Who among you is willing to join the Lan Dianba Wang Long Zone? Step forward." The seven hesitated visibly. Among them, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were members of the Xingluo royal family and had no intention of considering other sects, while Tang San and Xiao Wu, being one entity, clearly sought freedom. However, Oscar and Ma Hongjun appeared somewhat tempted, as neither had a significant background, making joining the Lan Jianba Wang Long Zone an appealing prospect. They exchanged glances and stepped forward, stating, "We wish to join the Lan Jianba Wang Long Zone after graduation. Is that acceptable?" Yu Tianli felt a surge of joy, as he had originally intended to recruit Oscar and Ma Hongjun, given their lack of ties and promising talents, particularly Oscar's evident aptitude. Nonetheless, he maintained a cold facade and simply nodded. "That will do. As for the rest of you, I have no special demands." Tang San, "My request is quite simple. Your unique weapon." Tang San frowned, pondering if this meant the crafting methods for mechanical hidden weapons, which would indeed be a tall order. However, he replied, "I have seen your weapons. They are quite practical. My fiancée, Ning Rongrong, hails from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and these weapons would greatly benefit them. I would like to purchase the crafting methods from you. You may set the price, and there should be no issue, right?" Hearing Yu Tianli's words, Tang San hesitated. "These are secret techniques. I can sell them to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School at cost price, not a penny more. Would that be acceptable?" Yu Tianli chuckled, having anticipated Tang San's reluctance. He nodded. "Very well. Let us proceed with this arrangement. We shall discuss the details later." Yu Tianli then turned his attention to the master. "In that case, uncle, there should be no issue, right?" Yu Xiaojiang sighed and waved his hand. "Let's leave it at that for today. Everyone should return and focus on their cultivation. We will reconvene here tomorrow morning." Yu Tianli raised an eyebrow, wrapping his arm around Ning Rongrong as they strolled out of the academy, cheerfully announcing, "Come on, tonight there's a special auction at the Royal Auction House. It is said that soul bones will be featured. Let us go and enjoy the spectacle." The others laughed, exclaiming, "Boss, you truly are impressive. You single-handedly subdued such a large tiger. No wonder you are the boss. Less chatter. I need to change into some proper attire, so we can head out early. After all, soul bones are rare treasures." The group of young men conversed as they made their way back to the dormitory. On the other side, the master observed the somewhat dispirited group and comforted them gently. Do not worry. Tianli is nearing level 50, and you all have performed admirably. Tonight, at the Royal Auction House, there will be a sale, and it is rumored that a 10,000-year soul bone will be available. We should attend. If it is suitable, we can bid on it to enhance your strength. Although Yu Xiaojiang had not yet rejoined his family, with the aid of Xian Xiao and Long Yuangua, he had already reached level 44. The Lan Dianzong had begun discussions on when to reintegrate the master back into the sect, allowing him to acknowledge his roots. Thus, Yu Xiaojiang had the confidence to claim that he would secure the soul bone for the group. After all, it was said to be a piece of a 10,000-year torso bone. The specific attributes remained uncertain. Upon hearing the master's words, the group's spirits lifted slightly, as they had endured numerous trials, and their resolve was not to be underestimated. They rallied their spirits, ready to head towards the Royal Auction House. Not only these two groups, but the entire Tiando city was flooded with many outsiders, drawn by the emergence of a 10,000-year torso bone, a matter that even titled Douluo could not afford to overlook. The Tiando royal family had even invited the Thunder Da Yu engine to oversee the event. Without such precautions, there might have been direct attempts at theft. Chapter 102. Undercurrents rising night fell upon the Tiando imperial city at the Royal Auction House. Since the news of the 10,000-year torso bone spread, various figures began to converge upon Tiando imperial city. Upon declaring the name of the Lan Dianzong, the attendant escorted Yu Tianli and his companions to a private box on the 3rd floor. It wasn't long before the Royal Auction House was filled to capacity, with even the master, accompanied by the Shrek 7 and Lu Erlong, taking their seats in the main hall on the 1st floor. The host, skilled in engaging the crowd, began by auctioning a few intriguing trinkets before announcing, "I believe everyone present is here for the next auction item." Without further ado, allow me to introduce the upcoming item, the torso bone of a 20,000-year evil wind red tiger. After evaluation by our appraisers, this is an exceptionally intact torso bone. I need not elaborate. You all understand the significance of a 20,000-year torso bone. The starting price is 5 million gold soul coins, with each increment no less than 200,000 gold soul coins. Yu Qianli gazed at the torso bone displayed in the showcase, finding the starting price of 5 million to be rather standard. However, he pondered whom this soul bone would be for. It seemed somewhat lackluster. Even for Yu Qianma and the others, he preferred to seek soul bones of at least 30,000 years, for given his status, he had opportunities to acquire such treasures. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the bidding below had already escalated to 10 million, and it continued to rise. Yu Xiaojiang, somewhat excited, remarked, "The evil wind red tiger is a well-known spirit beast of the mental type. Although this is not a head bone, it is still a torso bone that greatly enhances mental capabilities. Xiao-san, I believe this soul bone would suit you perfectly." Beside him, Tang Sen chuckled wryly. "Teacher, listen to this price. It has only been a short while, and it has already reached 12 million gold soul coins. This is far beyond what we can afford. Even if it is suitable, we cannot obtain it." The master found himself in a rather awkward predicament. Caught up in contemplation about suitability, he had momentarily forgotten that he was, in fact, a veritable pauper with a total of less than 1,000 gold soul coins to his name. Just as despair began to envelop him, Lu Erlong cheerfully handed him a crystal card, exclaiming, "Use mine first." The master was momentarily taken aback. "Erlong, how could you possibly have so much money?" "Don't jest." Lu Erlong, her eyes widening with excitement, replied, "There are 50 million gold soul coins in here. It's the Academy's surplus for this quarter. I thought, for a 10-year soul bone, it should at most be priced around 40 to 50 million, right? Can it really go beyond that?" The master considered accepting it, but ultimately pushed it back, saying, "Erlong, it's the Academy's funds. Let us not." Lu Erlong huffed, declaring loudly, 15 million. This proclamation stunned everyone in the private box, including Yu Qianli, who turned to Ning Rongrong and whispered, "Isn't that Erlong's voice?" Yu Qianli raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. If Lu Erlong were to bid, it would certainly be for Tang San. The thought of giving Tang San a 2,000-year soul bone brought a wicked smile to Yu Tianli's lips. How delightful. However, he pondered how much money Lu Erlong truly possessed. Soon after, Yu Tianli leaned in to whisper a few words to Ning Rongrong, who then retrieved a crystal card from her soul guide and handed it to Yu Tianli, stating quietly, "This card contains 300 million gold soul coins. It's all pocket money my father has given me over the years. That should suffice, right?" Yu Tianli brushed his forehead, acknowledging that while they were both part of the upper three sects, when it came to pocket money, he couldn't compete. Having just a few thousand gold soul coins on hand seemed fortunate, whereas Ning Rongrong could casually present 300 million. Yu Tianli mused about how delightful it was to live off the generosity of others. He beckoned Yu Tianma with a finger and said softly, "Take this card to Aunt Erlong. It contains 300 million gold soul coins. Just say it's from me." Yu Tianma nodded and proceeded downstairs. Watching Yu Tianma's retreating figure, Yu Tianli thought, although he and Tang San were not enemies, he couldn't let Tang San become too powerful. After all, giving him a 2,000-year soul bone would make even Tang Hao acknowledge Yu Tianli as a good person. Ultimately, he had to contend with the remnants of the God King's trials, where he ascended to the divine realm. He didn't wish for anyone to be there pointing fingers at him. Tang San, focus on cultivating in the mortal realm. There's no need to become a deity. The divine realm already has its leaders. Meanwhile, as the bidding escalated to 50 million gold soul coins, and Lu Erlong found himself at a loss, Yu Tianma handed a card to the master, whispering, "Uncle Xiaogang, this card contains 300 million gold soul coins. It's from Brother Tianli." The master was taken aback and quietly inquired, "Did Tianli mention anything else?" Yu Tianma shook his head, stating that Brother Tianli only said to use it without worry. Nothing more. Lu Erlong interjected, "Tianli might be trying to make up for the fairy grass. After all, their ISN team much of it. And he is indeed a good child." The master nodded in agreement. "That must be it. Little San, you should thank Tianli properly in the future. I see he asked you for the crafting method of that hidden weapon. If it's not too important, just give it to him." Tang San also nodded, feeling that Tianli bore no ill will towards him. After all, Tianli had helped him auction the soul bone and did not seem to have ulterior motives. It was he who had been suspicious. Just as the bidding reached 80 million gold soul coins, the master suddenly shouted, 100 million gold soul coins. The room trembled at the bold increase of 20 million. But while the 100 million price startled some, soul masters were not particularly short of money, especially high-level ones. After a brief shock, the price continued to rise. Inside the box, Yu Tianli was overjoyed. If 300 million gold soul coins could ensure Tang San would not ascend to divinity, it would be an exceedingly wise investment. Now that Tang San had lost the fairy grass and was merely absorbing a few shabby soul bones, the prospect of his ascension seemed laughable. With 300 million gold soul coins at his disposal, the master began raising the bid vigorously, incrementing by 10 million at a time. Before long, he outbid all opponents, successfully acquiring the 2,000-year Evil Wind Red Tiger Soul Bone for 285 million gold soul coins. However, this victory was not without its challenges, as many were prepared to ambush and seize it immediately after the auction. Yu Tianli hastened towards the backstage, excitedly informing his grandfather, "Grandfather, you must follow Uncle and the others. They just won that soul bone, and I fear someone might attempt murder for it." Upon hearing this, Yu Engine, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce intent radiating from him. The soul bone was purchased by Xiaogang? How could he afford it? Yu Tianli sheepishly scratched the back of his head, replying, "I borrowed it from him." Yu Engine retorted, "I knew it was you. What use does that soul bone have for your uncle? He can't utilize it, having absorbed a dragon source fruit. He should focus on absorbing the dragon-type soul rings and soul bones. What use is a tiger-type soul bone to him?" Yu Tianli shrugged, suggesting, "Who knows? Perhaps it's for his disciple?" Yu Engine sighed. "You must realize how closely tied his disciple is to many affairs. Not to mention, that little girl beside him is a ticking time bomb, capable of transforming into a 100,000-year soul beast and daring to infiltrate the Heaven Do Imperial City. It's truly baffling." Yu Tianli nodded. "My head soul bone can see through such disguises, but I can't fathom why. Moreover, That disciple of his possesses twin martial souls and is exceptionally intelligent, not at all inferior to me. Yu Yuanjin waved his hand, signaling Yu Tianli to stop. All right, let us follow them and see. A 2,000-year soul bone, ISN, something one can boldly take without strength. His words conveyed a hint of disappointment towards the master. The two then made their way towards Lanba Academy, with Yu Qianli having already sent Ning Rongrong and others back. Thus, the grandfather and grandson duo sped through the night. Soon, catching up to the group, headed towards the academy. Yu Yunjin's brow furrowed, realizing that many were still coveting the prize, and several old acquaintances had also arrived. As he spoke, Yu Yuanjin descended rapidly, landing beside the master. Before anyone could speak, he boomed, "No need to hide. I am Yu Yuanjin. Come out, old friends." As his voice echoed, a sinister tone emerged from a nearby building. "Who would have thought the Thunderbolt Douluo is here? Old dragon, it's been years. Your cultivation has increased significantly." Yu Qianli turned to see a shadow standing atop the roof, accompanied by a yellow figure beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum. From their attire and manner of speech, he recognized them as the formidable Jithaw and Faithful, renowned as the right and left arms of the current pope. Were they also here for the soul bone? If it were just the two of them, it might not suffice. Yu Yuanjin remarked playfully, "Old chrysanthemum, little ghost. You two titled Douluo are here to snatch a 2,000-year soul bone? Is that not a bit excessive?" Ju Duo, unfazed by the presence of an elder chrysanthemum, replied with a smile, "Old Long, we bear no grudges from the past, nor enmity in the present. This time, we are merely following orders to retrieve this soul bone. We have learned that it belongs to a tiger-type soul beast, which holds no advantage for your Blue Lightning clan. Moreover, this soul bone is perfectly suited for a junior of the Pope. Old Long, do us this favor." For reasons unknown, he found the elder dragon exceptionally agreeable today, as if he were gazing upon his own martial spirit. Yu Yuanjin, with a hint of resignation, responded, "Old chrysanthemum, your words are indeed reasonable. However, this soul bone was not acquired by me, but rather by my unaccomplished son, who intends to give it to his disciple. What am I to do?" The expressions of the two atop the roof shifted abruptly. Had the elder dragon not been so overwhelmingly powerful, they would have engaged in combat. But who was this elder dragon's son? Wait, could it be? Ju Douluo cast a meaningful glance at Yu Yuanjin's son, Yu Shaojiang, and growled, "Let us go." The moment the words left his mouth, the two vanished from sight. With the two titled Douluos having withdrawn from the conflict, the remaining petty characters, aware of their inability to contend with Yu Yuanjin, retreated hastily. Yu Shaojiang, witnessing his father's imposing figure, could not help but shed tears, softly uttering, "Dad." Yu Qianli, eager to mediate, said, "Grandfather, uncle, this is not a place to linger. Let us return to the academy." Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, everyone nodded in agreement and made their way back to the academy. After a brief walk, they arrived at the Blue Ba Academy. The master first handed the soul bone to Tang San, saying, "Xiao San, you should absorb this soul bone. A 2,000-year torso bone is quite sufficient as your first soul bone, and it is rare to find such a treasure." He continued, "Go ahead, we will protect you." Tang San hesitated for a moment, then accepted it, but turned to Yu Qianli and handed him a stack of sketches. "These are the mechanisms you mentioned, including the Zhuge Divine crossbow and other concealed weapons. Please take them." Yu Qianli responded with a playful smile. "All right, I will accept them for now. You should absorb this soul bone. Consider it a small token from me for your benefit." Tang San nodded gratefully, recognizing that a 2,000-year soul bone was indeed a rare find, especially when compared to his external soul bone, which was only 2,000 years old, a tenfold difference. No wonder Tang San felt so appreciative. As Tang San began to absorb the soul bone, Yu Yuanjin slowly spoke, "Shaojiang, you have endured much over the years." The master, observing his father's graying hair, forced a smile despite the pain, replying, "Father, it's all right. So many years have passed. I've grown accustomed to it. Besides, I am now a soul sect, thanks to your arrangements." Yu Yuanjin nodded, gesturing toward Tang San. "Do you know his background?" The master was taken aback, but nodded, replying solemnly, "Yes, I believe you are aware as well. It is not a concern. As long as Xiao San grows strong, he need not fear anyone." Yu Yuanjin scoffed, seemingly unconvinced. Xiao Jiang, what about his twin martial spirits? Or his crippled father? If it weren't for me, do you think he would still be alive tonight? The master, agitated, exclaimed, Father, what do you mean? Are you suggesting someone wishes to harm Xiao San? But I have always had him use lawn, eating grass in public. How could his identity be exposed? Yu Qianli could no longer contain himself. Interjecting, Uncle, during training, he used the Hao Ian hammer. There are no spies from the Spear Hall around. Finding someone should not be difficult. Before the master could respond, Liu Erlong angrily remarked, that wicked person is still as ruthless. What harm could a child possibly cause? No, do not speak recklessly. Yu Qianli was taken aback. Realizing his uncle's formidable presence, a true descendant of their grandfather, he felt a pang of embarrassment. However, seeing the fiery gaze of Liu Erlong, he could only silently wish for his uncle's well-being. Chapter 104, Ambition. In Wuhuan City, within the Wuhuan Hall, the Pope's Hall, Zhu Gui and the two titled Douluos knelt partially on the ground, reporting to the figure above. A stunningly beautiful woman stood there, holding the staff of destiny, speaking softly. So you have failed? Zhu Daw, somewhat startled, replied, Your Holiness, not only did we encounter Thunder Daw Yu Yuanjin, but also. The woman on the throne gently prodded. And what else? Speak. Also, the son of Thunder Douluo. Before Zhu Douluo could finish, the stunning woman's aura shifted drastically. And in an instant, she was before him. Who? Despite having broken through to title Douluo for many years, Zhu Douluo could not hope to match this pope, who had surpassed him by leaps and bounds in just a few years. He hurriedly stated, It is you Xiao Jiang, the son of Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjin. You laid hands on him. Bibi Dong enunciated each word, her imposing presence intensifying, nearly suffocating Zhu Douluo. The ghost Douluo at his side quickly interjected, No, Your Holiness. We did not make a move. We recognized him immediately and left. Upon hearing Ghost Douluo's words, Bibi Dong gradually retracted her oppressive aura, returning to her previous elegant demeanor. She waved her hand, saying, You may leave. For your incompetence, your salaries will be docked for 3 months. Zhu and Gui dared not linger, hastily fleeing the scene. Bibi Dong gazed at the azure dome crafted by Liu Li, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Gang, we have ultimately arrived at this juncture. Meanwhile, the fortunate escapees, Zhu and Gui Douluo, exchanged glances, relieved. They were fortunate not to have acted rashly. Zhu Douluo had distinctly sensed an unprecedented killing intent from Bibi Dong. Had he admitted to making a move, he believed she would have killed him without hesitation. Ghost Douluo murmured, It seems we must keep our distance from her in the future. The karmic burden she bears is far too heavy. Zhu Douluo nodded, pondering whether the secrets of the past were finally coming to light. At that moment, in Tiando Imperial City, within the Blue Ba Academy, the group engaged in a lengthy discussion, stretching and yawning. As high-level soul masters above level 40, a night without sleep bore little consequence. Yu Yuanjin solemnly stated, One last matter. Your disciple's little companion is the manifestation of 100,000-year soul beast. Any soul master of rank soul Douluo or above would discern this. Do you think you can keep this secret? The master stared at Yu Yuanjin in shock, excitement lacing his voice. Father, are you certain? That child, Xiao Wu. I have watched her grow. How could she possibly be the manifestation of 100,000-year soul beast? Yu Yuanjin replied sternly, I have told you. Any soul Douluo or above would recognize it. If you do not believe me, ask Erlong. He can confirm that Xiao Wu is indeed a 100,000-year soul beast. The master turned to Liu Erlong, who solemnly nodded in agreement. The master felt as if the breath had been knocked from him. He understood Tang San's feelings for Xiao Wu. If this were true, Tang San would undoubtedly be devastated. The master anxiously inquired, Father, is there any way to conceal Xiao Wu's aura? In this moment, he knew only his father could help cloak Xiao Wu's presence, as they had to complete the Continental Youth Soul Master competition. Yu Yuanjin nodded, coldly stating, The Blue Lightning Clan's pharmacy has developed a potion that can mask one's aura, but it comes with certain side effects. What side effects? The master, filled with excitement, queried whether there was a way for the children to participate in the competition. asserting that even securing second place would be commendable. It was essential to take medication regularly, which would often lead to feelings of unease. This might significantly impact their cultivation. Yet the side effects would dissipate once the medication was ceased. After listening to Yu Yuanjin's words, the master fell into a deep silence, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. After some time, he finally spoke. Once Xiao San awakens, we shall inquire with him. Just as the master finished speaking, Tang San slowly opened his eyes and, with a hint of confusion, asked, "Teacher, what do you wish to ask me?" Observing Tang San, who had just successfully absorbed the energy, the onlookers were momentarily silent. Yu Qianli, noticing the silence, stepped forward and said, "Tang San, your sworn sister, Xiao Wu, is a 100,000-year spirit beast that has transformed into human form." Tang San was initially taken aback, then exclaimed with fervor, "Impossible, it cannot be." Yu Qianli smiled and replied, "Do I have any reason to deceive you? You only need to understand that any spirit master above the rank of Soul Douluo can discern that Xiao Wu is indeed a 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit in human form. Do you believe that a soul Douluo, or even a title Douluo, would refuse the allure of a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone?" Tang San fell silent, gazing at Yu Qianli without uttering a word. After a long pause, he finally inquired, "Is there a solution?" Yu Qianli nodded, confirming there was a way, albeit with side effects. The medication would often cause unease and would affect cultivation. However, the advantage was that it would mask one's aura, preventing detection. After a lengthy deliberation, Tang San declared, "Give it to me. I understand what to do." Yu Qianli nodded and tossed 2 small jade vials from his soul guide, containing 200 small pills, one to be taken daily, and once they were exhausted, Tang San was to return for more. Tang San accepted the vials, stored them in his soul guide, and bowed to the others, expressing his gratitude and requesting their discretion. The master hastily assisted Tang San to his feet, exclaiming, "Child, why say such things? We are all family. Rise." Yu Qianli looked at Tang San being helped by the master with a hint of amusement, acknowledging his determination. He then addressed Tang San, "Xiao San, I am but a year older than you, so I shall call you Xiao San. You still need to approach Xiao Wu. If I were to intervene, it would complicate matters. Do you understand my meaning?" Tang San nodded and clasped his hands in gratitude, stating, "I shall never forget the immense kindness of Brother Tianli. Should you ever require my assistance, I will not hesitate to oblige." Yu Qianli waved his hand, saying, "Very well. I shall be direct. You must be aware that I have been absorbing soul rings beyond my level. I estimate that when I reach level 70, I will be able to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. How about we hunt a 100,000-year spirit beast together then?" Tang San, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "Brother Tianli, given your strength, I might not even reach level 60 by the time you attain 70. What use would I be?" Yu Qianli grinned enigmatically, reassuring him, "Do not worry. As long as you accompany me, that will suffice." Tang San felt compelled to agree. "Thank you." In Chapter 105, The 8 Extraordinary Meridians. Within the Tiando Empire at the Sunset Forest, at the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, Yu Qianli sat cross-legged on the lake. After discussing Xiao Wu's matter with Tang San, he bid farewell to the others and ventured alone to the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, preparing to enter seclusion to break through the bottleneck at level 50, a process that would last 3 days. Yu Qianli sensed that his soul power had reached its peak state, merely awaiting the final breakthrough. With his eyes slightly opened, he examined his bare torso, realizing he could now use his soul power to pierce through his meridians. Having previously studied human anatomy, he was ready to apply that knowledge. This time, he aimed to break through the 6 meridians beyond the run and dew vessels. With these 6 meridians as a foundation, his cultivation speed would significantly increase. As Yu Qianli concentrated, his soul power gathered at a single point, following the sequence of Yin Xiao, Yang Xiao, Yin Wei, and Yang Wei. With each meridian he broke through, his aura intensified. At the moment he breached the Dai Meridian, all the white energy surrounding him was absorbed within, causing his soul power to surge like a vast ocean, instantly breaking through the 50-level barrier and reaching the Quasi-Soul King level. Releasing a breath of stale air, he leapt lightly to the ground, donned a black robe, and simply tied his long hair back, causing his figure to vanish from sight. As he leaped through the forest, a wave of joy filled his heart. His fifth soul ring would require at least 30 to 40,000 years. He might have to venture back to the Douluo Great Forest, and with this thought, he felt his speed quicken. Before long, Yu Qianli returned to the academy. He had already informed his grandfather that he would need 5 days to break through. If he did not return within that time frame, his grandfather would return to the sect first. With plenty of time before the 5-day deadline, Yu Qianli headed to his grandfather's small room. Before he could speak, Yu Yuanjin smiled and asked, "What is it? Have you successfully broken through, little monkey?" Yu Qianli shrugged. "Indeed, you possess quite the keen eye, grandfather. I hadn't even spoken, yet you discern my cultivation level." Yu Yuanjin replied gruffly, "Of course, I've consumed more salt than you've eaten rice. Have you decided what type of soul ring you wish to obtain?" Yu Qianli approached his grandfather with a grin. "A soul ring of 30 to 40,000 years. Isn't aiming for 50,000 a bit overambitious?" Yu Yuanjin playfully rapped Yu Qianli on the head. "Come, let me assess your physical condition." He pulled Yu Qianli closer, placing his hands on his back. Yu Qianli felt a warm surge of soul power enter his body. Moments later, Yu Yuanjin exclaimed in astonishment, "You can now absorb a 50,000-year soul ring. Does this mean that when you reach your 7th ring, you'll be able to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring?" As he spoke, Yu Yuanjin withdrew his hands. Yu Qianli raised an eyebrow, realizing that after unblocking the 6 meridians, his physical condition had undergone a qualitative change. If his grandfather were to unblock the 8 meridians, the results would be even more remarkable. With a smile, Yu Qianli explained, "Grandfather, this rapid improvement is due to a secret diagram I obtained recently. It is this diagram that has accelerated my physical enhancement." Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanjin gave him an odd look and quipped, "You aren't referring to an explicit diagram, are you? At my age, I've long lost such desires. Let us leave that aside." Yu Qianli inwardly cursed his grandfather for being a lecher, but replied, "No, grandfather, you misunderstand. It's a meridian diagram, which indicates that there are 8 meridians in the human body. If one can unblock all 8, their physical quality will increase significantly. I have already unblocked 6. And look at the results. Imagine what would happen if I unblocked all 8. Yu Yuanjin, having trained for decades and possessing sharp insight, quickly understood. "So, Tianli, do you wish to attempt to unblock these meridians?" Yu Tianli nodded. "Grandfather, my soul power has now reached level 50. Our martial souls share the same origin, and there should be no rejection. If I can control a thread of soul power into your body, and you follow my soul power to break through these 8 meridians, I believe your strength will see remarkable improvement." Yu Yuanjin chuckled and replied, "The most pressing matter now is to procure you a quality soul ring. We can discuss the rest upon your return." Yu Tianli nodded in agreement. "Then, grandfather, shall we set off for the Douluo Great Forest tomorrow?" Yu Yuanjin shook his head, stating that this time they would not be venturing into the Douluo Great Forest, but rather heading north to the frozen forest, or possibly even the extreme north. Yu Qianli, somewhat surprised, remarked, "Grandfather, the Douluo Great Forest is currently the largest gathering place for soul beasts. Why go to the frozen forest?" Yu Yuanjin replied, "Tianli, you must understand that due to our martial spirit, we can only absorb dragon-type soul beasts. However, the higher-level dragon soul beasts are predominantly found in the northern frozen forest and even the extreme north, while the Douluo Great Forest has relatively fewer." "I see. In that case, I will inform Rongrong, and we shall set off early tomorrow without them," Yu Qianli said as he made his way towards the headquarters of the Lamba battle team. Yu Yuanjin watched the figure of his little grandson retreating and couldn't help but chuckle. Still such a romantic. At the headquarters of the Lamba battle team, Yu Qianli observed the ongoing battle. Although Ning Rongrong's team consisted of only 2 members, with her support, they had managed to exhaust the opposing 4. At that moment, Qin Ming called for a halt and sternly stated, "What are you all doing? With only Rongrong and Su yipping on the field, you haven't managed to win even after such a long time? You've drained all your soul power with such performance. Do you even think you should participate in the Continental Young Soul Master competition? Are you trying to embarrass yourselves?" As Qin Ming began to reprimand them, Yu Tianli stepped forward with a smile. Teacher Qinming, there's no need to rush. We still have nearly a year left. Tianma and the others have reached a plateau in their soul power and are about to break through to level 40. Once they acquire their fourth soul skill and refine their tactics, wouldn't that be advantageous? Qinming huffed. You can advocate for them all you want, but everyone should return to cultivating their soul power. If you don't reach level 40 within a month, none of you will be allowed to participate in the Soul Master competition. The group exchanged expressions of shock, glancing at Yu Tianli, who sternly added, "What are you looking at? It's been quite a while. You haven't improved at all. After consuming those heavenly herbs, your cultivation speed should have accelerated significantly. If you still can't break through within a month, you'll all be relegated to substitutes." Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, the group trudged towards the training grounds, as the thought of becoming substitutes was simply too humiliating. Chapter 106. The Frozen Forest. As the others fled in fright from Yu Tianli's stern demeanor, Ning Rongrong playfully punched his chest. "Look at you, scaring everyone away. Why be so fierce?" Yu Tianli smiled and pinched Ning Rongrong's cheek. "You don't understand. I'm doing this for their benefit. If they don't put in the effort now, they are squandering their talent. Our age is the prime time for cultivation. If we don't seize this moment, when will we?" Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at Yu Tianli. "You always speak so reasonably. So, have you made any breakthroughs? When shall we set off?" Seeing the eager look in Ning Rongrong's eyes, Yu Tianli felt a pang of guilt and said, "Rongrong, this time grandfather is taking me to the frozen forest. I need to hunt soul beasts of at least 50,000 years for my fifth soul ring. This time, can you please wait for me at home?" Ning Rongrong's eyes immediately reddened. "Is it very dangerous? Why not go to the Xingdou Great Forest?" Yu Tianli quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and softly reassured her, "It will be fine. Due to my martial spirit, I can only absorb dragon-type soul beasts, and the higher-level ones are only found in the frozen forest or the extreme north. Don't worry, remember, grandfather is already at level 98. He wouldn't fear even a 100,000-year soul beast, let alone a mere 10,000-year soul beast." Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, Ning Rongrong realized that Yu Yuanjin was indeed a formidable presence at level 98, with few rivals across the continent. With this thought, she buried her little head in Yu Tianli's embrace, refusing to budge. Yu Tianli's crimson lips curled into a mischievous smile as he swept Ning Rongrong into his arms, teasingly saying, "Little one, since you've come to me, I shall not hold back." Early the next morning, as Yu Tianli emerged from Ning Rongrong's room, he found Yu Yuanjin waiting at the academy entrance, his expression dark. "Let's go," he said tersely. Yu Tianli chuckled. Although he had not succeeded in his pursuits the previous night, as an experienced individual, he understood that there are many ways to find joy. It was evident that Yu Tianli had enjoyed himself thoroughly the night before. Once the grandfather and grandson duo exited Tiandou City, they hastened their pace. Although the frozen forest was quite distant from Tiandou City, with Yu Tianli's current strength at level 50, they reached the outskirts of the frozen forest by evening. Yu Yuanjin surveyed the dim sky and pointed to a wonton stall, saying, "Let us have some wontons before we head into the frozen forest. I suspect there won't be any formidable soul beasts at this hour. We'll pass through the frozen forest and enter the extreme north." Yu Tianli nodded in agreement. After all, with his grandfather's level 98 soul power and the protection of a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, encountering the frozen forest sovereign, the Ice Emperor, would pose no threat. They could run if necessary. Each ordered a large bowl of wontons, and, as Yu Tianli took his first bite, the wontons transformed into a warm stream, flowing into his stomach. Stunned, he noticed that Yu Yuanjin seemed accustomed to this and chuckled. "Hurry and eat. This is an old recipe. His name is Meng Ta, a food-type soul master. Anyone who frequently visits the frozen forest knows him. His martial spirit is wontons." Yu Tianli nodded, surprised to meet someone whose martial spirit was wontons. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. With that thought, he devoured his bowl of wontons swiftly. Yu Tianli then stood up, shaking himself off, but Yu Yuanjin kicked him lightly from the side. "Stop showing off. Come along." With a dejected expression, Yu Tianli followed closely behind. The grandfather and grandson swiftly traversed the frozen forest and arrived at the true extreme north. Upon witnessing the actual snowfield, Yu Engine finally spoke. Your fifth soul ring must be at least 50,000 years old. Let's slow our pace. I expect that in about an hour, the sky will brighten, and the soul beasts of the extreme north will be at your disposal. Yu Tianli nodded, stretching his limbs and taking a sip of the warm liquor from his soul guide. He then offered the flask to Yu Engine. Yu Engine scoffed lightly. Look at you. How old are you to be drinking such liquor? Yu Tianli shrugged. Grandfather, don't underestimate me. You might not have a better tolerance than I do. Very well. When the time comes, we shall have a proper drink and see how well you hold your liquor. An hour passed swiftly, and the sky brightened. The grandfather and grandson had already traversed a significant distance in the vast expanse of the academy. Along the way, they encountered a few soul beasts whose ages were somewhat appropriate, but unfortunately, none were dragon-type soul beasts, leaving Yu Tianli feeling quite disheartened. Tianli, don't fret. In such a vast extreme north, are you worried about not finding suitable soul beasts? Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Yu Tianli smiled lightly. It's all right, grandfather. I'm not anxious. I'm just pondering what my fifth soul skill will be like. Yu Engine chuckled. My fifth soul skill is named Thunderbolt Fourfold, which releases lightning centered around myself and has a paralyzing effect. Although it comes from a 15,000-year soul ring, under the dual enhancement of Thunder Fury and Dragon Transformation, it can rival the sixth soul skill of a typical title Douluo. Yu Tianli nodded, acknowledging that his grandfather was indeed among the top-tier existences among title Douluo. And apart from the three ultimate title Douluo, none could match his grandfather, not even Bibi Dong, let alone the crippled Tang Hao. Desiring to select a wide-ranging attack skill for his fifth spirit ability, he sighed, acknowledging that fate plays a significant role in such matters. His first three spirit abilities had been meticulously developed by the sect over many years, yet the subsequent skills were contingent upon personal inclination. Just as the two were conversing, Yu Engine suddenly gestured for Yu Tianli to cease speaking. Yu Tianli promptly quieted down and, following Yu Engine's pointed direction, focused his gaze, only to be met with the sight of two enormous Xianbing Jiaolong engaged in a fierce struggle. Grandfather, Yu Tianli whispered, these Xianbing Jiaolong will reach a length of 3 meters after surpassing 10,000 years, and for every additional 10,000 years, their length increases by 1 meter. These two are approximately 7 meters long, indicative of a 50,000-year age. Perfect for me. Yu Engine nodded in agreement, recognizing the rarity of encountering a suitable dragon-type spirit beast. If not for Yu Tianli's unique constitution, a 50,000-year Xianbing Jiaolong would indeed suffice as the 8th spirit ring for a soul Douluo. Given that his own 8th spirit ring was merely 70,000 years, one could fathom the rarity of such a dragon-type spirit beast. As the two had already set their sights on this spirit beast, a sudden collapse occurred in the distant snowfield. The two Xianbing Jiaolong seemed to sense something amiss. Crouching low and remaining utterly still, while they were momentarily bewildered, a massive dragon head emerged from the snow-covered ground beneath them. Chapter 107. The Silver Saint Dragon. This dragon head measured 2 meters in length. As the two stood in astonishment, the concealed body of the dragon leaped into view, revealing a magnificent silver-white dragon, towering at 7 meters and stretching approximately 15 meters in length. Yu Tianli, having perused the entire Spirit Beast Compendium, found himself at a loss for the name of this creature. However, Yu Engine, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Tianli, your fortune has arrived. You have encountered the legendary Silver Saint Dragon. Confused, Yu Tianli looked at Yu Engine and queried, Grandfather, what is the Silver Saint Dragon? I haven't seen it in the Spirit Beast Compendium. Yu Engine replied softly, You've seen nothing. I have never encountered it either. The Spirit Beast Compendium likely does not include it. This knowledge was passed down from our ancestors of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, and my grandfather informed me about it. The Silver Saint Dragon is a unique dragon species that exists in the far north, possessing unparalleled control over elemental powers. Once it surpasses 50,000 years, it can reach a length of 12 meters, increasing by 3 meters for every subsequent 10,000 years. This Silver Saint Dragon is approximately 60,000 years old, making it an ideal candidate for your 5th spirit ring. If it were to yield a spirit bone, it would be beyond imagination. Having listened to Yu Enjin's words, Yu Qianli fell into contemplation. A 60,000-year silver saint dragon. Wasn't he that simply a standard version of the Silver Dragon King? Nevertheless, if he could absorb this spirit ring, it would indeed be a remarkable boon. Compared to the Silver Saint Dragon, the Xianbing Jiaolong seemed insignificant. As he pondered, Yu Enjin's figure vanished from his position. The Silver Saint Dragon, a natural ruler among dragonkinds, could potentially attract formidable spirit beasts if it fled. Although he was not afraid, allowing the Silver Saint Dragon to escape would make finding such a fitting spirit ring a daunting task. In an instant, Yu Enjin reappeared, his aura manifesting as 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red spirit rings. The Silver Saint Dragon sensed an overwhelming danger and attempted to retreat into the academy. But Yu Enjin had already sealed off all its escape routes. With a terrifying surge of energy, he captured the Silver Saint Dragon effortlessly, lifting it as if it were a mere chick. Under the immense power of Yu Enjin's thunderous might, even the Silver Saint Dragon, renowned for its elemental control, fell unconscious. Yu Enjin grasped the Silver Saint Dragon with one hand and lifted his grandson with the other, swiftly making their way to the frozen forest. Once they left the far north, he would no longer need to fear those ancient beings. In mere moments, they returned to the frozen forest. Yu Qianli gazed at the unconscious Silver Saint Dragon with exhilaration, marveling at the beauty of this pure blood dragon species. It truly deserved to be his spirit ring. Contemplating this, Yu Qianli summoned a purple longsword into his hand, the famed Destruction God Sword, imbued with the essence of the Destruction God King over countless years. As the sword met the dragon's scales, it sliced through effortlessly, severing the massive head of the Silver Saint Dragon. Seeing this, Yu Enjin waved his hands, creating an invisible barrier to temporarily enclose them. He did not wish to release the aura of the Silver Saint Dragon. Attracting a beast tide would spell disaster. Yu Qianli, noticing his grandfather's barrier, nodded in acknowledgement and sat cross-legged on the ground, observing the body of the Silver Saint Dragon as it gradually formed a spirit ring. At the moment the ring coalesced, a glimmer of crystalline light emanated from the dragon's body, and both were overjoyed, for if a high-grade spirit bone were to emerge, Yu Qianli would gladly accept it. However, absorbing the spirit ring remained the priority. With determination, he drew the spirit ring of the Silver Saint Dragon towards himself. Having previously absorbed spirit rings of higher levels, Yu Qianli was well acquainted with the pressure that accompanied high-grade spirit rings. Although the Silver Saint Dragon was a magnificent creature, it was not merely a pretty face. The power of this spirit ring was tangible, as the formidable energy coursed into his body. Even Yu Qianli felt a twinge of discomfort. Had he not opened 6 meridians this time, the speed of his soul power circulation would not have ascended to such a heightened level. Had he merely absorbed this power without such preparation, it could have rendered him incapacitated. Fortunately, as Yu Qianli's soul power surged rapidly, the energy within the spirit ring began to meld with his body, fortifying his physical constitution. He absorbed the spirit ring for a full 3 hours. The once bright sky had dimmed significantly. Slowly, Yu Qianli opened his eyes, realizing the difference that the pure blood dragon species made. He had elevated 2 levels, reaching a state of 53.5. Exhaling a heavy breath, he stood up and stretched his limbs, spotting his grandfather nearby, holding a leg bone that resembled a spirit bone. Yu Enjin observed his grandson's fatigued expression and remarked, "How is it? Your soul power has surely increased by at least 1 level. You must have done a great many good deeds in your past life for all this fortune to fall upon you in this one." Yu Qianli chuckled, "Grandfather, my soul power has reached 53. However, I cannot speak to the nature of good deeds. That is beyond my control. So what part of the spirit bone is it?" He gazed eagerly at the spirit bone in his grandfather's hand. Yu Enjin, hearing this, tossed the spirit bone to Yu Qianli, saying, "Here, it's a right leg bone. Its completeness rivals even that of 100,000-year spirit bone." Yu Qianli caught it and examined the silver-white leg bone, sensing the soul power emanating from it, rivaling that of the 2 spirit bones he had previously absorbed. The strength of this top-tier bloodline was astounding. "Grandfather, may I absorb it?" he asked, his large eyes fixed on Yu Enjin. Irritated, Yu Yuanjin kicked at him. Stop pretending with me. Go absorb it. The sect has a myriad of matters that require my attention. I have no time for your nonsense. With a grin, Yu Tianli scampered to a nearby spot. Once again, sitting cross-legged on the ground, he caressed the cold spirit bone and murmured, "Come, my first leg bone." With that, he pressed the spirit bone against his right leg, and the silver-white spirit bone transformed into a stream of light, entering Yu Tianli's body. The term icy is the only fitting description, as the moment the soul bone entered the body, a vast surge of energy began to gradually enhance Yu Tianli's physical attributes. Meanwhile, Yinjin suddenly turned his gaze towards the northernmost region, where ominous clouds were rushing toward the frozen forest. The ground trembled violently, signaling the approach of the beast tide from the extreme north, the aura of which belonged to the sovereign of the northern lands, the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion. As Yu Yuanjin observed his grandson, who was just beginning to absorb the soul bone, he silently prayed that the beast tide was not headed in their direction. If it were to come towards them, Yu Yuanjin could not guarantee that he could protect Yu Tianli while he absorbed the soul bone amidst the swarm of thousands of beasts. Unfortunately, circumstances did not favor him. The beast tide seemed to sense them and charged directly toward Yu Yuanjin. Resolutely, he summoned forth 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red, manifesting a formidable 7th soul ring that lit up with azure lightning, enveloping him in its power. With a thunderous roar, Yu Yuanjin transformed into a colossal humanoid dragon standing 10 meters tall. Even though the beast tide numbered in the thousands, witnessing such a magnificent dragon, adorned with massive wings and claws that spanned 3 meters, instilled a sense of trepidation in them. The beast tide halted approximately 20 meters from Yu Yuanjin. He proclaimed, "We mean no harm. I kindly request that those behind refrain from making things difficult for this old man." Although Yu Yuanjin was aware that his hunting of the sacred beasts of the extreme north would inevitably provoke a beast tide, he had taken precautions, never anticipating such a swift response. He pondered whether he could endure until Yu Tianli completed the absorption of the soul bone. While Yu Yuanjin stood firm against the beast tide, Yu Tianli had progressed significantly in absorbing the soul bone, but his consciousness had plunged into an extraordinarily peculiar realm. He found himself lost in an endless expanse of snowy plains, unable to find an exit. He called out, "Hello. Is anyone there? Hello." After 3 calls, a voice echoed from the heavens, "Stop shouting. This is my spiritual space." As soon as the words were spoken, a silvery figure materialized before Yu Tianli. Yu Tianli was taken aback, gazing at the figure. "You, are you the silver holy dragon? How did you end up here?" The figure retorted, "Why are you asking me? Had you not absorbed my soul ring, I would not have been reduced to this half-human, half-ghost form." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yu Tianli rubbed his head and replied, My apologies. It's not entirely my fault, is it? You are a soul beast, and I am a human. While it's not right for humans to hunt soul beast attacking humans is also quite common. ISNT it. I can only say I'm sorry for hunting your soul ring." The figure scoffed and pointed at Yu Tianli, saying, "I must admit, you are quite impressive and rather ruthless. It's true, I've devoured nearly 800 souls over the years. Being hunted by you is merely fate. I have no grievances. However, you are intriguing, and since you speak plainly, I shall not make things difficult for you." As soon as the words left its mouth, Yu Tianli felt himself being pulled back into his own body, the energy from the soul bone flooding into him once again. After approximately half an hour, the energy from the soul bone had fully integrated into Yu Tianli's body. He exhaled a breath of stale air, and just as he intended to rise and stretch, he heard a thunderous roar. "Once you finish absorbing it, get up quickly. We must leave. If we linger any longer, we will perish here." Yu Tianli abruptly opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by pools of blood, littered with the bodies of thousands of slain soul beasts. Behind him, 5 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, materialized as he leaped to his grandfather's side. After Yu Tianli awakened, Yu Yuanjin retracted his martial soul, and the two stood back to back, observing the relentless tide of soul beasts approaching. This sight reminded Yu Tianli of years past when his grandfather single-handedly faced a wave of tens of thousands of soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest. Now, 7 years later, he had reached the rank of Soul King and was qualified to stand alongside his grandfather. With a smile, he remarked, "Grandfather, what is the plan?" Yu Yuanjin snorted coldly. "What is the plan? Humph. If I weren't protecting you and could unleash my full potential, I wouldn't fear these rabble. Take care of yourself. Watch how your grandfather handles them." As Yu Yuanjin finished speaking, his already formidable form grew even taller, and his 8th soul ring suddenly lit up, unleashing the dragon thunder explosion. In that instant, vast swathes of blue-black thunderclouds gathered above them. Yu Tianli gazed in astonishment at his grandfather's 8th soul skill. To this day, it was the first time he had witnessed Yu Yuanjin wield such power. The terrifying thunderous might contained within the storm made even Yu Tianli, whose martial soul had ascended to the dark sacred dragon, tremble uncontrollably. This was the essence of strength. The thunderclouds unleashed a multitude of thunder dragons, initially numbering in the dozens, which swiftly escalated to hundreds and then to thousands, each dragon claiming the lives of dozens or even hundreds of soul beasts. Even as the soul beasts streamed forth relentlessly, they could not withstand such consumption. Just as Yu Tianli thought it might be nearing an end, a jade-green energy wave dispersed the gathered thunderclouds. As Yu Tianli looked out, he was astonished to see the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion, the proclaimed king of the extreme north. A second golden finger for Hui Yuhao after 10,000 years. Yu Yuanjin, too, took note of the 40,000-year-old ruler of the extreme north, slowly ascending into the air. Speaking softly, "Ice Emperor, do you intend to wage an all-out war against humanity?" Though Yu Yuanjin's voice was low, it struck like a heavy hammer in the hearts of the gathered soul beasts. Even the Ice Emperor recognized it could not easily subdue this human. It seemed that today would not end peacefully. "Humans, we bear no ill will, yet you have slain the sacred entity of the extreme north. How can we simply let you go? Unless you can vow never to set foot in the extreme north again, today shall be a fight to the death." Upon hearing the Ice Emperor's words, Yu Yuanjin laughed with rage. As a rank 98 title Douluo, he had originally been forced to adopt a defensive stance to protect Yu Tianli while he absorbed the soul bone. However, with Yu Tianli awake, his concerns vanished. The Ice Emperor, with a cultivation of less than 40,000 years, dared to speak of a fight to the death? Did it have the right? Yu Yuanjin's hands transformed into fearsome dragon claws as his 9 soul rings began to contract. The original 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black rings fused into the final 10,000-year soul ring. Since advancing to title Douluo, Yu Yuanjin had rarely used his 9th soul skill, and even the 2 abilities of the 10,000-year soul bone had seldom been invoked, illustrating the depth of his fury. Chapter 109. A bountiful harvest. Typically, a soul skill from a 10,000-year soul ring would possess 2 abilities. However, Yu Yuanjin's 10,000-year soul ring contains but a single skill. One can only imagine the formidable power of Yu Yuanjin's 9th soul skill. Beneath the crimson glow of the 10,000-year soul ring, even the Ice Emperor sensed the terrifying energy within. Should she forcibly endure this attack, not only would her cultivation be severely diminished, but she would also be left with grievous hidden injuries. Only Sister Shui might have chance. At that moment, the Scarlet Soul Ring erupted in brilliant radiance, and 9 colossal thunder dragons surged forth. Despair flickered in the Ice Emperor's eyes. Today, she feared she might truly meet her end. Yet, even if death awaited her, she would perish as a ruler of the extreme north. Contemplating this, she gathered her powerful pincers to form 2 immense waves of emerald energy, a manifestation of her unique ultimate ice power. Though inferior to the thunder dragons before her, it excelled in purity. As she shattered 2 of the thunder dragons, Yu Yuanjin ceased to hold back, unleashing the remaining 7 thunder dragons upon the Ice Emperor. Observing the desolate surroundings, the Ice Emperor's eyes revealed a glimmer of unwillingness. Waves of green light radiated outward. Her final gambit, the eternal frozen domain. This skill resembled a soul beast's domain, yet paled in comparison to Yu Yuanjin's might. However, Yu Tianli, standing nearby, found himself in a precarious situation. Had his soul power been elevated by another 20 levels, he might have barely withstood the onslaught. Now, Yu Yuanjin had to remain vigilant of his grandson, as this brief interlude granted the Ice Emperor an opportunity to flee. The Ice Emperor cast a terrified glance at Yu Yuanjin before vanishing over 10,000 meters away, as she vented her frustration at those around her. Lamenting their lack of camaraderie, she prepared to seek out her sister. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanjin had shielded Yu Tianli, sparing him from significant harm. Yet, Yu Tianli sprang up, gazing at his grandfather with excitement. "Grandfather, we VE struck gold. So many soul beasts, this could mean another batch of soul bones." Observing his lively grandson, Yu Yuanjin could not help but rub his forehead. This child truly possessed a remarkable fate. Had the absorption taken any longer, it might have necessitated forcibly using soul power to undo his soul bone absorption state. However, this turn of events was fortuitous, as it would yield numerous high-quality soul bones. This boy certainly knew how to transform waste into treasure. "All right, let me release my spiritual power and see what we have. Come here." With a wave of his right hand, Yu Yuanjin summoned Yu Tianli to his side. Gazing at the exhausted youth, Yu Yuanjin felt a pang of exasperation. He unleashed his spiritual power, directing it toward the fallen soul beasts. After a brief interval, he opened his eyes, excitement evident in his voice. "It appears you were right. There are indeed 6 10,000-year soul bones, not to mention the 1,000-year soul bones. This time, we have truly struck it rich. 6 10,000-year soul bones could be bestowed upon exceptional disciples within their clan or serve as ancestral soul bones passed down through generations, thereby bolstering the foundation of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect." As Yu Yuanjin's figure darted about, the soul bones in his hand multiplied rapidly, soon reaching over 20. Yu Tianli, observing his grandfather's elation, chuckled. "Grandfather, let us make haste. If another wave of beasts arrives, we might find ourselves in dire straits." Yu Yuanjin shot Yu Tianli a sidelong glance before both turned toward the direction of Tiando City. Although Yu Yuanjin's soul power had been considerably taxed, maintaining his speed was still manageable. By nightfall, the pair returned to the academy, dropping Yu Tianli off before Yu Yuanjin proceeded back to the Blue Lightning sect, mindful of his responsibilities as the leader of one of the top 3 sections. Meanwhile, under the cover of darkness, Yu Tianli stealthily entered Ning Rongrong's room. She was on the verge of sleep when she heard a noise outside. Just as she was about to rise and investigate, she was suddenly enveloped in a warm embrace. Sensing a familiar aura, Ning Rongrong instinctively wrapped her arms around Yu Tianli's waist. "You rascal, you actually decided to come back. Was everything smooth?" Yu Tianli, gazing at the charming figure in his arms, replied with a smile. "No worries with grandfather around. What is there to fear? Besides, I brought you a birthday gift." It turned out that Ning Rongrong's birthday was just a few days away. Upon hearing about the gift, Ning Rongrong, with a hint of pride, inquired, "What did you get me, little Li? Show me. If it doesn't satisfy me, your good fortune may just dwindle." Yu Tianli, amused by her playful arrogance, conjured a radiant right arm bone shimmering with the brilliance of a crystal. "My princess, this is a 5,000-year right arm bone from the Mirror Beast. Though it resides in the frozen forest, it is indeed a type of gemstone soul beast. I wonder if this 5,000-year soul bone meets your satisfaction?" Ning Rongrong was momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by the surprise. Yu Tianli had given her so many delightful gifts. In truth, she would have been content with a simple, thoughtful token for her birthday. Fearing that Yu Tianli had bestowed too much upon her, and that she might not reciprocate, she impulsively kissed him on the cheek. Taken aback, Yu Tianli smirked wickedly. "What? A kiss and you think that settles the score? You must be dreaming. How about I indulge in some fun first?" As he spoke, he tossed the soul bone aside and swept Ning Rongrong into his arms, carrying her toward the bed. The following morning, Yu Tianli emerged with an air of triumph, while Ning Rongrong, nursing her sore wrist, glared at him. Observing his smug demeanor, she could hardly contain her irritation. "This guy is relentless. My wrist hurts so much." Seeing her adorable pout, Yu Tianli couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "Rongrong, I mentioned that you should absorb the soul bone. Why haven't you? With your current peak level of 48, Absorbing it would certainly elevate you to level 50. Are you not concerned about falling behind me? Ningrongrong, vigorously shaking her small fists, protested. Well, you know, my priority right now is to master the 4 apertures heart. If I reach level 50 without proficiency, it will be a setback. Building a solid foundation is crucial. Understand, you little fool? She patted Yu Tianli's head affectionately. Observing their exchange, the onlookers, who had come to greet Yu Tianli, found their own feelings overshadowed by the couple's growing display of affection. Just as they were about to reach their limit, a female voice resonated from behind them. Excuse me, is Yu Tianli here? Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned their attention with keen interest toward its source. Chapter 110. Cousin? Unable to resist, the crowd turned to see a girl of approximately 13 or 14 years standing nearby. Yu Tianli raised an eyebrow upon recognizing her, a playful smile forming on his lips. What brings you here? Just came by. Is that a problem? Before the girl could finish, Yu Tianli felt Ning Rongrong press against him, seemingly asserting her territory. With a cool demeanor, she asked, Tianli, who is this sister of yours? I don't recall you mentioning her. Simultaneously, she pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Yu Tianli winced and inhaled sharply, realizing that if he did not provide a reasonable explanation, he would surely face consequences. Allow me to introduce you. This is Mu Yun, the granddaughter of Grandfather Hong. Her family has been away, assisting grandfather, which is why Tianma and Tianhao Haven team met her. Understanding dawned upon Yu Tianhao, who nodded in realization. He had previously heard of Elder Hong's family residing outside the clan, and now it made sense. Beside him, Lin Tianchen also displayed a look of delight. Initially, he had thought that Yu Tianli's companion was a romantic interest, which left him somewhat disappointed. However, upon hearing Yu Tianli's introduction, Mu Yun stepped forward and said, Hello everyone. My name is Mu Yun. I am Tianli Ji's cousin, 13 years old, with a martial soul of the 9-headed serpent and a soul rank of 33. I am here to serve as a substitute. She spoke with a hint of shyness. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face brightened with a genuine smile. She released Yu Tianli's arm and approached Mu Yun, saying, So you're Mu Yun, his cousin. It's a pleasure to meet you. Seeing her future sister-in-law extend a friendly gesture, Mu Yun replied with a smile, You must be the sister-in-law my grandfather mentioned. You are truly beautiful, perhaps due to the predominantly male company. The two girls found themselves with an endless array of topics to discuss. Yu Tianli watched the scene with a sense of helplessness and waved his hand, urging, Let's go. We shouldn't keep teacher Qin Ming waiting. Last night, the higher-ups of Lamba Academy had already been informed of Yu Tianli's return, and thus decided to hold a friendly match today. Yu Tianli would face all the team members and the substitutes from Shrek Academy. Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, everyone followed him toward the training ground. Beside him, Yu Tianma quietly asked, Boss, how's your 5th soul skill? Is it super cool? Tell us about it. The mention of Yu Tianli's 5th soul skill even drew the attention of Ning Rongrong and Mu Yun, who had been engrossed in their conversation. Feeling a bit shy with everyone gathered around, Yu Tianli replied, Oh, it's nothing special, just a wide-area destructive soul skill. You'll see soon enough. The atmosphere shifted as everyone fell silent. Ning Rongrong pulled Mu Yun closer and whispered to Yu Tianli, Come on, spill the beans. If you don't expect me to talk to you again. In response, Yu Tianli leaned closer to Ning Rongrong and quietly shared a few words. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Clearly impressed, Yu Tianli playfully cautioned, You mustn't tell anyone else. Otherwise, I won't share anything with you in the future. Ning Rongrong pouted, understanding that Yu Tianli had his limits, and nodded obediently. As they spoke, the group arrived at the training ground, where several teachers from Lamba Academy had already been waiting. The master, with a stern expression, remarked, Why are you so late? Didn't you say you would return last night? Ning Rongrong's face flushed at this comment, recalling how a certain rascal had occupied her thoughts the previous night. Yu Tianli, with an air of indifference, replied, I stayed up a bit late last night, and the journey was tiring. It wasn't too late after all. Upon hearing this, the master shot Yu Tianli a disapproving look, feeling exasperated by his nephew's antics. How could he not understand the concern of an uncle? Lu Erlong, observing the tension, interjected, All right, enough of this. Since you're here, let's get started. Tianli, are you ready? This time, you'll be facing 13 opponents alone. Although you are a Soul King, it won't be an easy feat. Yu Qianli waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he said, "If I lose, I lose. I'm not solely focused on winning. Facing 13 opponents alone, losing wouldn't be shameful. If I win, then perhaps someone else will feel embarrassed." Lu Erlong shot him an annoyed glance, realizing that this mischievous lad had a knack for stirring trouble. With Yu Yuanjin backing him, she knew she couldn't afford to be too harsh. After all, if she retaliated today, she might find herself facing Yu Qianli's guardian tomorrow. As the awkward silence lingered, Yu Qianli waved his hand again, declaring, "Let us get started. I'll make it clear, Tang San, don't use that special weapon of yours. That thing can be deadly. If you do, I'll have no choice but to eliminate you first." Tang San scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "I understand, Qianli Ge." Despite the awkwardness between Yu Qianli and the master, Tang San always remembered how Yu Qianli had helped him obtain a soul bone and concealed Xiao Wu's identity. Even Xiao Wu's impression of Yu Qianli had improved. After all, someone who could resist the allure of a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone must possess a good heart, even if they were a bit arrogant at times. The master, observing his disciples and the future daughter-in-law, couldn't help but wonder if all his efforts were for naught. Meanwhile, Qin Ming noticed the tense atmosphere and quickly intervened. "All right, everyone, enough chatter. You have 1 incense stick's worth of time to prepare. If you lose in a 13-to-1 match, you will face 6 months of hellish training." The mention of 6 months of hellish training stunned everyone. Having endured a month of grueling training previously, the thought of half a year was daunting. Hearing Qin Ming's words, Yu Qianli chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "A 6-month special training sounds interesting. I believe you all could use it," he teased, relishing the prospect. The group exchanged worried glances, realizing that a serious Yu Qianli was a formidable opponent indeed. They instinctively turned their gazes toward Ning Rongrong, their eyes pleading with her to reign in this prodigy. Ning Rongrong, displaying a look of helplessness, understood that once Yu Qianli set his mind to something, even she couldn't alter his course. Realizing the futility of their situation, the group reluctantly released their martial souls and formed a battle formation. As they unleashed their martial souls, Yu Qianli grinned wickedly. 5 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, rose from beneath him. Even a master, witnessing Yu Qianli's unprecedented soul ring configuration, could only sigh in admiration at his exceptional talent. The 1,000-year second soul ring and 10,000-year fourth soul ring showcased Yu Qianli's overwhelming power. Among his peers, he was virtually invincible. Even his elder brother, Yu Qianheng, who was over 5 years his senior, had only just become a Soul King and was regarded as the second greatest talent in a century. The 2 glaring black soul rings further suppressed the morale of the opposing team. Only Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong were Soul Zone, and facing the pressure of a Soul King left everyone feeling overwhelmed. As the soul rings materialized, Yu Qianli's arms transformed into fearsome dragon limbs, blue-black scales glistening, with molten dragon blood coursing beneath. The surrounding black serpent lightning heightened the battle intent in the air to its zenith. Meanwhile, Lin Tianchen addressed the group. "Boss's 4th soul skill is a defensive ability. Our combined attack might not even breach his 4th soul skill. My 1st soul skill can hold him for just 1 second. If we miss that window, he will be prepared. Once he employs his soul bone skill, we would be finished." The members of the Lamba battle team nodded in agreement. Fully aware of Yu Qianli's terrifying prowess after years of training alongside him. On the other hand, Dai Mubai expressed his disbelief, stating, "With so many of us, how can we possibly be outmatched by just one? If you can truly restrain him for even a second, the rest is up to us at Shrek." Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, the members of the Lamba battle team cast him furious glances, and even Zhu Zhuqing, standing behind him, coldly remarked, "Idiot? Zhuqing, can our Yuming Baihu not break through a 4th soul skill?" Was there to doubt? Dai Mubai found himself at a loss for words, countering her statement. However, Zhu Zhuqing coolly replied, "We? Who among us is a we with you? Filthy." With that, she turned away, refusing to look at Dai Mubai. Frustrated, Dai Mubai could only watch her retreating figure in silence, his expression one of defeat. The Lamba battle team couldn't help but sneer at him, taunting his inability to handle a mere girl. Observing the situation, Yu Tianli wore a playful smile and said, "All right, are you all ready? If you're too afraid to fight, then go practice. I have things to attend to." Despite his words, the group hesitated to surrender outright, knowing that these merciless instructors could push them to their limits. Yu Tianli shook his head, questioning, "Do you lack the courage to face a stronger opponent? In future competitions, you will inevitably encounter those who are superior to you. Will you cower like quails then?" Upon hearing Yu Tianli, Tang San was the first to step forward, addressing the group. "Brother Tianli is right. If we lack the courage to confront those stronger than ourselves, then we should abandon our training." Seemingly uninterested in further discourse, Yu Tianli's third soul ring suddenly glowed, his already formidable physique expanding even more. The surrounding black serpentine electricity intensified as Yu Tianli swiftly moved, his dragon claw striking towards Dai Mubai. Having trained for many years to reach the soul sovereign level, Dai Mubai recognized he could not withstand this blow and hastily unleashed his third soul skill. White Tiger King Kong Transformation. The clash of dragon against tiger saw Yu Tianli's claw meet Dai Mubai's hastily raised paw. With a soul power level of 52 compared to Dai Mubai's 42, the 10-level difference was insurmountable. Dai Mubai was sent flying, only to be caught by Tang San's blue silver grass. Dai Mubai's arm hung limply, and Tang San was shocked to discover that his right arm had been dislocated by Yu Tianli's strike. He quickly called out to Oscar in their ranks, "Little AO, prepare some sausages. Boss Dai is injured." Oscar, murmuring incantations, quickly handed over several sausages, but before Dai Mubai could even swallow, Yu Tianli's second wave of attacks arrived. The terrifying black serpentine electricity threatened even Su Yiping, known for his defenses. Behind a shield, Lin Tianchen nodded to his teammates, activating his first soul ring as two streaks of light shot towards Yu Tianli. Aware of Lin Tianchen's movement, Yu Tianli's second soul ring lit up, and countless thick serpentine bolts erupted around him. The team behind the shield awaited Lin Tianchen's signal, who skillfully maneuvered the two pieces to evade the serpentine strikes until finally he shouted now. The shield was abruptly withdrawn, and an onslaught led by Xianling surged towards Yu Tianli. With the support of the ice arrows shot by Yu Tianma, the serpentine electricity was partially breached, and Xianling and Yu Tianhao prepared to strike Yu Tianli. Meanwhile, the Shrek team, seeing that Yu Tianli was indeed immobilized, disregarded the injured Dai Mubai and joined forces against him, spearheaded by Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. In the midst of the chaotic energy, Yu Tianli smirked, inviting, "Come on, everyone, let us settle this together." His fifth soul ring finally illuminated, unleashing 9 black dragons that attacked the enemy, drawing upon the surrounding elements without being hindered by elemental attacks. Xianling, positioned to the forefront, could not help but exclaim, "This is the 5th soul skill. If I didn't know better, I would think it was the 9th. This is too frightening." Su Yiping shouted in response, "Xianling, form a defense. Protect them first. Boss's 5th soul skill is incredibly powerful. The soul power consumption must be enormous. If we can withstand this wave, we may have our chance." "You're quite clever. Here comes Dad." With that, both of their third soul rings glowed, creating an even larger shield to protect the members of Lamba battle team. However, the Shrek group faced dire straits, unable to evade as the surrounding serpentine electricity left them with no escape. As they neared the terrifying black dragons, the Master's voice rang out, "Tianli, hold back. Don't injure anyone." Yu Tianli frowned at the command. How could one simply withdraw from such a soul skill once unleashed? Did the Master not understand this, or was he indifferent to the consequences? Seeing Yu Tianli's refusal to relent, the Master urgently turned to Lu Erlong. "Erlong, go stop him. We cannot afford any casualties." Lu Erlong nodded and quickly appeared amidst the black serpentine electricity. Yet, even she could not easily withstand a 5th soul skill from a Soul King. With her dragon claws glowing crimson, she struck the black dragon's head 9 times before finally breaking through Yu Tianli's 5th soul skill. Only after Lu Erlong intervened did Yu Tianli retract all his soul skills, standing coldly with a mocking smile directed at the master. The master approached, his expression stern, almost accusatory. Didn't I tell you to hold back? Did you not hear me? Do you even acknowledge me as your uncle? Yu Tianli smirked playfully. Uncle? Surely you jest. Do you not realize how I treat you? I've given you the celestial herbs and dragon source fruits. What more do you want? As the illustrious little dragon king of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, I am merely serving as your sparring partner, and you are still unsatisfied? If you truly look down on me, I can leave. Lu Erlong quickly interjected. Tianli, your uncle did not mean it that way. Yet, you, Tianli countered. Then what did he mean? Lu Erlong found herself at a loss for words, recognizing that in her eyes, Yu Tianli was a good child, unable to comprehend some of the master's actions. Why seek closeness with an outsider when he had a nephew like Yu Tianli? With a cold laugh, Yu Tianli turned to leave, unwilling to waste time arguing with a fool, even if that fool was his own uncle. He had to maintain some respect for his grandfather, who only had this one foolish son left. Before he could take more than a few steps, Ning Rongrong hurriedly caught up, grasping Yu Tianli's hand and softly saying, Don't be angry. You still have me. Seeing Ning Rongrong's innocent demeanor, Yu Tianli smiled and gently ruffled her hair, saying, Come on, Rongrong, let us go out for a stroll. As Yu Tianli displayed his carefree attitude, the master felt a surge of frustration rising within him. This little rascal was purely trying to infuriate him. However, Yu Tianli paid no mind, taking Ning Rongrong around Tiando City for a delightful outing and a sumptuous meal before returning to the academy. Upon returning to the academy, the news was relayed to Lu Erlong that apart from essential teaching, all instructional activities for the Lanba battle team would henceforth be under the purview of their captain, Yu Tianli. Although the master had sent someone to negotiate, Yu Tianli chose to remain elusive, leaving behind a singular remark. This academy was founded by the Lan Jianba Wang Long family, and, as the young dragon king of this lineage, he possessed the right to conduct all affairs within Lanba Academy, provided the students consented. Implicit in this statement was the notion that if the master could persuade the other members of the Lanba battle team to heed him, it mattered little to Yu Tianli. The master, upon hearing this, was incensed, feeling as though he could only curse in frustration. For the members of the Lanba battle team regarded Yu Tianli as a deity, disregarding all other counsel. After a single visit, the master declared he would no longer involve himself in these matters. Unbeknownst to them, 9 months had swiftly elapsed, and all members of the Lanba battle team had reached a plateau, necessitating the acquisition of soul rings. During this period, Qin Ming had visited several times, as had Lu Erlong, and even Tang San had come by on a few occasions to instruct Yu Tianli on the manufacturing techniques for mechanism-based hidden weapons. In these 9 months, the Qibao Yuli sect had equipped itself with all manner of mechanism-based hidden weapons. According to Ning Fengji, Yu Tianli, the exemplary son-in-law, truly had his father-in-law in mind. Observing his team members, Yu Tianli remarked with a smile, I must say, it has nearly been a year, yet you have only reached level 40. This falls quite short of my expectations, with less than 5 months remaining. What progress can you hope to achieve in the Continental Youth Soul Master Competition? His words extinguished the group's spirits, primarily due to the stark contrast with Yu Tianli's rapid advancement, having attained level 55 within 9 months. Were it not for this remarkable pace, how could he maintain authority over such a talented group? Seeing their downcast expressions, Yu Tianli continued, Nevertheless, you have made progress. Rongrong, Yipping, and the others who have broken through first should experience further elevation in their levels upon absorbing their soul rings. Remember, you are among the most outstanding of the younger generation, second only to me. Approach your tasks with confidence, for after the competition, each of you shall venture forth to hone your skills in the continent. It is imperative that you be capable of standing alone. Lin Tianshun, brimming with excitement, inquired, How do we train? Do we simply head out? Yu Tianli nodded and explained, Not quite. After the competition concludes and you ascend to the Soul King rank, I shall procure suitable soul rings for you before allowing you to embark on your journey. You will train for 3 to 5 years before returning. Yu Tianli had already contemplated that by the competition's end, These young ones would likely be around level 47 or 48, and reaching level 50 would not take long. Securing a formidable 10,000-year soul ring would smooth their path ahead. Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, the group was deeply moved. They had grown up alongside him. And it was not merely his strength that commanded their respect, but also his genuine care for them. All right, enough standing around in a daze. Return and prepare. Tomorrow, we shall venture into the setting sun forest to hunt soul beasts. Be meticulous. Any mistakes, and I shall send you to the Wanlong cave. The group chuckled at Yu Tianli's words, for he had often mentioned the Wanlong cave over the years, always stepping in to shield them from repercussions when they erred. This was a testament to their unwavering trust in him. Noticing that Yu Tianli and his wife had words to share, the others departed with cheerful smiles. Even the substitute Mu Yun left with a grin. Once they were alone, Yu Tianli approached Ning Rongrong, smiling as he asked, "So, my dear wife, how did I perform just now?" Ning Rongrong, recalling her partner's earlier imposing demeanor, now playfully teasing her, could not help but laugh, playfully striking Yu Tianli's arm. "You always know how to amuse me. By the way, this time, my father insists on accompanying me to find my 5th soul ring. You wouldn't object, would you?" She said this with her large, twinkling eyes, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Chapter 113. Hunting for soul rings. Yu Tianli, seeing Ning Rongrong's mischievous smile, chuckled in response. "Ah, you dare to incite discord between me and my esteemed father-in-law. It seems you harbor ulterior motives." With that, he reached out to gently poke Ning Rongrong's forehead. She swiftly leaped into his embrace, giggling, "You always bully me. Even Grandpa Jian said he would give you a proper beating." Gazing at the lovely figure nestled in his arms, Yu Tianli smirked devilishly. "If you claim I bully you, then I shall truly take advantage of the situation." He lifted Ning Rongrong effortlessly, proclaiming, "Today, I shall indulge in a bit of midday revelry." Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed at Yu Tianli's words. Although she had just turned 14, her cultivation of the martial spirit had accelerated her development, and she sensed what was about to unfold. Meanwhile, Yu Tianli felt himself unable to restrain his desires. As a man wielding the true dragon martial spirit, he struggled to maintain composure, especially in the presence of Ning Rongrong's alluring demeanor. In a flash, he returned to his room, and upon seeing Ning Rongrong's flushed face, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Rongrong, why are you blushing?" "I feel no shame." Ning Rongrong, unable to suppress her laughter at Yu Tianli's shamelessness, playfully spat at him. Observing her charming visage, Yu Tianli couldn't resist capturing her lips in a kiss. It wasn't until evening that a refreshed Yu Tianli stepped out of his room. Gazing at the round moon in the sky, he mused to himself about his own strength, remarking that experiencing such moments was markedly different from mere fantasies. After hastily gathering some food from the dining hall, he returned to his room, only to find Ning Rongrong staring at the blood-soaked sheets. "Come eat. Be careful you don't have the strength to rise tomorrow." Ning Rongrong shot him a glare. "It's your fault. If my father and Grandpa Jian find out, you will be in trouble." As she spoke, she donned a bathrobe, standing up, inadvertently revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, which she quickly attempted to cover. "Look again, and I shall gouge your eyes out." All right, no more looking. Let's eat." When the sun rose the next morning, both emerged once more, with Ning Rongrong still blushing profusely. This morning, Yu Tianli had whimsically suggested that she assist him in walking properly, curious if it would yield any improvement. As for the reason he needed assistance walking, well, one could easily infer that. With a sense of experimentation, Ning Rongrong, although wary of her father and Grandpa Jian discovering anything, was nonetheless intrigued. Despite her frequent teasing about Yu Tianli deserving a beating, the thought of him truly being punished was far from pleasant. To her surprise, his method proved effective, and she found his walking much improved. Yet, why did he keep laughing? Ning Rongrong pinched Yu Tianli's soft waist, threateningly declaring, "If you keep laughing, you can forget about coming to find me in the future." Yu Tianli finally stifled his laughter, though the mirth in his eyes remained. "Rongrong, I can't help but be overjoyed. Why can't you understand? Stop being so cheeky. My father and the others have arrived. Keep quiet, or we will both be in trouble." Just then, Ning Fengji and Douluo appeared before them. Ning Fengji maintained his warm, genial smile, unchanged from years past. Were it not for Yu Tianli's knowledge of Ning Fengji's age surpassing 60, he might have believed him to be in his 30s. Greetings, esteemed father-in-law. Ning Fengzhi chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. There is no need for excessive formality. Your kindness towards Rongrong over the years has not gone unnoticed by us elders. We have long understood your intentions without the need for words. Beside him, Douluo grinned and added, indeed, especially those intricate mechanisms you brought back. They have truly resolved the long-standing issues that plagued the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. With this alone, we are undoubtedly a true family. No need for pleasantries. Ning Fengzhi gestured again, smiling as he said, all right, Rongrong, do not keep your friends waiting. Let's be off. Not only us, but your sister Douluo also broke through to level 50 last night. She is likely preparing to hunt for soul rings today, and I suspect Douluo and the others will arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianli was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Sister Yin to also reach level 50. It seemed that after detoxifying and absorbing the celestial herbs, she had been diligently training, rivaling his elder brother. As this realization dawned on him, Ning Rongrong called everyone over, smiling as she said, let us go. Sister Yin will be there, and I expect Brother Tianheng will also come. If you're late and Sister Yin gets angry, do not blame me for not warning you. Everyone was well aware of Douluo Yan's formidable reputation. After all, for many years, the Huangdo team and the Lanba team had trained together, and Douluo Yan's poison was a source of fear for all. Privately, they all referred to her as Sister Yin. With swift determination, the group reached the outskirts of the Sunset Forest in less than half an hour, where they spotted Douluo, Douluo Yan, and Yu Tianheng waiting. Upon seeing his elder brother, Yu Tianli approached with a smile. Brother, how has your training been? Is the soul bone grandfather brought suitable? Yu Tianheng was equally excited to see his younger brother. Over the years, they had both been engrossed in their training, often seeing each other only once a year. Recalling the soul bone gifted to him by their grandfather, he said with a grin, Grandfather gave one soul bone, each to me and Yen. It was indeed due to the soul bone that Yen was able to break through to level 50 so quickly. Yu Qianli nodded, realizing that gifting Douluo Yan a soul bone was also a strategic move to solidify their relationship with Douluo. A single soul bone was hardly a significant matter. However, the conversation between Ning Rongrong and Douluo Yan was perhaps a bit too scandalous. Douluo Yan scrutinized Ning Rongrong for a moment before bursting into laughter. While Ning Fengzhi and Douluo, being men, might not have noticed, Douluo Yan saw through it immediately. Pulling Ning Rongrong aside, she whispered, so, Rongrong, how is Tianli? Ning Rongrong, feeling slightly flustered under Douluo Yan's gaze, turned crimson and murmured, Sister Yin, what are you saying? Realizing she had struck a nerve, Douluo Yan grinned, wrapping an arm around Ning Rongrong. Oh my, our Rongrong has grown up. Why are we still hiding things from each other? Tell me, when did this happen? Ning Rongrong glanced at her father and then quietly replied, you mustn't tell anyone. It was just last night. After a while, the blushing Ning Rongrong and the playful Douluo Yan emerged, leaving Yu Tianli puzzled. Rongrong, what happened? Why is your face so red? Ning Rongrong shook her head, insisting, it's nothing really. Let us hurry inside. As she spoke, she took Yu Tianli's hand and headed towards the Sunset Forest. Yu Tianli looked curiously at Douluo Yan, wondering what had transpired during their brief conversation. But Douluo Yan maintained her composure, teasingly saying, why are you looking at me? Do you think I would bully Rongrong? Upon reflection, Yu Tianli conceded that Douluo Yan indeed regarded Ning Rongrong as a close sister. However, seeing Ning Rongrong's flushed face, he suddenly understood. Pulling her into an embrace and teasingly saying, so, you told Sister Yin about us? Since Yu Tianli spoke softly, everyone assumed they were merely sharing whispers. While Ning Fengzhi cheerily ushered the group into the Sunset Forest. At the back of the line, only Yu Tianli and Ning Rongrong remained. She whispered. Sister Yin figured it out instantly. Was it that obvious? What if Father finds out? Yu Tianli chuckled, ruffling her hair gently as he comforted her. What are you worried about? If Uncle Ning finds out, just say I force you. That should suffice. Ning Rongrong, blushing and playfully punching Yu Tianli's chest, couldn't help but smile at his mischievousness. All right, let us move on. If Uncle Ning realizes we are lagging behind, he will worry about you. Besides, you are bound to be mine sooner or later. Why worry? With that, he took her hand and led her into the heart of the sunset forest. Before long, they rejoined the main group, and Douluo spoke with a serious tone. Shally, do you have any good ideas? Last time we eliminated the wolf bandits. The commotion was too great, and the soul beasts have hidden away. There are hardly any out in the sunset forest now. Upon hearing Douluo's words, Yu Qianli was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a smile, I do have a plan, but I need to borrow something from Elder Yang first. The information about the Blue Lightning Sect's pharmacy being situated at the Eye of Ice and Fire was no secret among those present. However, was there something within the pharmacy that could attract soul beasts? Yu Qianli smiled and explained, it's a celestial herb I once gifted to Elder Yang. This particular herb has a deadly allure for soul beasts, which is why I want to borrow it. Realizing the significance of such a herb, the group nodded in understanding. If they had that celestial herb, the issue would be resolved. Just then, Jian Douluo's voice echoed from behind, but if we attract a beast tide, it won't be a trivial matter. Yu Qianli nodded in agreement, acknowledging that there were indeed ancient poison formations left by the old monsters within the sunset forest, which could deter even 10,000-year soul beasts. Upon hearing this, even Ning Fengji couldn't help but nod. He recognized the flaws in the plan, but was impressed that his son-in-law had thought of everything. The more he observed Yu Qianli, the more satisfied he became. As they spoke, Yu Qianli bowed to the group, saying, I will go to the pharmacy to find Elder Yang. You all should wait at the old monster's poison formation. With that, he vanished from sight. Douluo watched Yu Qianli's retreating figure, chuckling wryly, let us go. My poison formation is not far from here. Let us wait for this kid there. Meanwhile, Yu Qianli's figure darted through the sunset forest, and soon he arrived at the pharmacy. Addressing the disciples guarding the entrance, he said coolly, please announce Yu Qianli is here to visit. The pharmacy disciples recognized him immediately. They bowed respectfully before rushing inside. Although the pharmacy had regained some vitality over the years, as disciples of the Blue Lightning Sect, they were still diligent. Before long, Yang Wudi hurried out, exclaiming as he walked, why has the young sect master come? Come in and enjoy some special fragrant tea from our pharmacy. Yu Qianli waved his hand with a smile. Elder Yang, no need for pleasantries. I have come with a request. Yang Wudi, puzzled, inquired, what is it? Please speak freely, young sect master. I hope Elder Yang can lend me the Yoshan Chilua celestial herb for a day. I have urgent matters that require this item, and I hope you will not refuse. Upon hearing Yu Qianli's words, Yang Wudi's hand shimmered as he presented the fragrant and exquisite Xiangchua celestial product to Yu Qianli. With a smile, Yang Wudi remarked, this Xiangchua celestial product was originally a gift from the young sect master. Not only can it be borrowed for a day, but if the young sect master truly requires it, I should return it without hesitation. Yu Qianli accepted the Xiangchua celestial product, clasped his hands in gratitude, and expressed, thank you, Elder Yang. I shall repay you handsomely in the future. With that, Yu Qianli's figure vanished once more. Yang Wudi narrowed his eyes as he watched Yu Qianli's disappearance, when suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him like a specter. A hoarse voice echoed, haha, Elder Yang. Is this the genius from the Lan Dian sect who has not emerged in a century? Why not simply eliminate him? Yang Wudi cast a cold glance at the figure and replied, if you wish for Yu Yuanjin, that old fellow, to discover this, feel free. Do you think the old man is still the same Yu Yuanjin of the past? I doubt many of you can suppress him now. Upon hearing the mention of Yu Yuanjin, the figure seemed to show signs of trepidation. Very well, be cautious. It won't be long before Yu Yuanjin is no longer a terrifying presence for us. Yang Wudi snorted coldly. We shall see when you act. With that, he strode towards the apothecary hall, while the shadow vanished into thin air. Within the poisonous formation, Yu Qianli's figure suddenly reappeared, planting the Xiangchua celestial product into the ground and sprinkling it with a special powder. In a short while, a delightful fragrance began to emanate from the Xiangchua celestial product. Ning Rongrong, standing behind Yu Qianli, remarked, this is overwhelmingly fragrant. Do soul beasts really enjoy such scents? Yu Qianli, gazing at Ning Rongrong's naive expression, chuckled, soul beasts do not seek mere fragrance, but rather this Xiangchua celestial product. Just wait. Soon, the soul beast from the sunset forest will be drawn by this aroma. Before Yu Tianli could finish, he noticed clouds of dust rising in the distance, and the ground began to tremble ominously. Seeing this, Yu Tianli turned to Douluo and Douluo, bowing respectfully. I kindly ask the two seniors to safeguard the poisonous formation. Soon, there will be soul beasts to choose from. As soon as Yu Tianli's words fell, the first batch of attracted soul beasts was already less than 100 meters from the poisonous formation. Yu Tianli looked at Douluo with some concern. Senior Douluo, I wonder if this poisonous formation can withstand so many soul beasts. Douluo retorted impatiently. What are you worried about? There are two titled Douluo present. What can breaking through the poisonous formation do? Yu Tianli looked at Douluo as if he were a fool. Senior Douluo, if the soul beasts break through the poisonous formation while they are absorbing soul rings, that would be quite problematic. Douluo scoffed. Enough with your grand theories. I have consumed more salt than you have rice. I can reinforce it. As he spoke, his hands began to circulate with soul power, and 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, appear behind him. With a gentle tap of his right hand, the poisonous formation transformed into a vibrant green, causing even Yu Tianli to feel a momentary dizziness. Douluo then tossed a vial of antidote to everyone, stating, "This is a newly formulated detox pill. Due to my improvement in soul power, the previous antidotes were somewhat inadequate." He also flashed Yu Tianli a playful middle finger. Yu Tianli could only roll his eyes at this old man, while Yu Qianheng looked on enviously at Yu Tianli. Having been with Douluo for so long, Douluo had never treated him with such camaraderie. He thought to himself, gazing at his younger brother, Tianli, brother also desires such treatment. However, Yu Tianli was too preoccupied to pay attention to the pitiful Yu Qianheng. He walked over to Ning Rongrong and smiled. Rongrong, is there any soul beast in this batch that catches your eye? Ning Rongrong shook her head. The age of these soul beasts is still a bit low. After all, my 4th soul ring is already 10,000 years old, so my 5th must be at least 20,000 years. Yu Tianli nodded and ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair. Then you should rest for a while. Don't tire yourself out after staying up last night. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed, and she playfully punched Yu Tianli's chest. You are the one to blame for that. Who told you to be so troublesome? With that, she ignored Yu Tianli and ran over to Douluo. At this moment, Ning Fengji approached with a warm smile. Tianli, come. I have something to discuss with you. Yu Tianli, somewhat puzzled, followed him, wondering if he had been discovered. Upon reaching a large tree at the edge of the poisonous formation, Ning Fengji continued to smile gently. Tianli, I heard Rongrong mention that you prepared a soul bone for her. I hear its age is quite impressive. Is that true? Realizing this was the matter at hand, Yu Tianli let out a sigh of relief and replied with a smile. Uncle Ning, Rongrong is my fiancée. She will be my wife in the future. A mere soul bone is nothing to worry about. Ning Fengji shook his head. If you were just the second young master of the Landian sect, it wouldn't matter. But now that you are the little dragon king of the Landian Tyrannosaurus sect and the future sect master, your actions must earn recognition of your identity. Listening to Ning Fengji's words, Yu Tianli nodded. He understood that Uncle Ning regarded him as one of his own, which was why he offered such advice. Uncle Ning, I understand. I will be mindful of this in the future. Ning Fengji smiled and shook his head, retrieving a blue object from his soul guide device, Tianli. Although this isn't comparable to the 2 soul bones you gave Rongrong, it will still be quite beneficial for your Landian sect. Upon seeing the object in Ning Fengji's hand, Yu Tianli's pupils constricted. It was indeed that item. Yu Tianli accepted it with a serious expression. Uncle Ning, on behalf of all the disciples of the Landian sect, I thank you. Ning Fengji waved his hand lightly. Tianli, there is no need for such formality. This item holds little value for my 7 treasures glazed sect. You may take it. In light of this, Yu Tianli humbly accepted the gift. Watching the 2 converse amiably as they returned, Ning Rongrong felt a sense of relief. After all, she was concerned about a potential conflict between her father and her beloved, as she did not know whom to support. However, when she noticed Yu Tianli winking at her, she turned her head away in a haughty manner. In this tender moment, suddenly, Yu Tianli shouted, "Be careful." A massive black net shot towards Ning Rongrong, positioned in front of the Xiangchua celestial product. Given Ning Rongrong's physical capabilities, she would undoubtedly be injured, which Yu Qianli could not allow. Just as he realized he could not reach her in time, a gigantic sword appeared before her. The sharp sword energy slicing the net to shreds. Realizing the giant sword's presence, Yu Qianli understood that he had been overly concerned. There were two tidal Douluo within the poisonous formation, and a mere soul beast could not pose a threat. Sword Douluo snorted coldly as the 10,000-year earth spider was cleaved into tiny 1-centimeter pieces. Yu Qianli rushed to Ning Rongrong's side and asked with concern, "Are you hurt?" "Let me see." He began to examine her closely. Ning Rongrong, recalling the events of the previous night, felt embarrassed and shyly replied, "Stop looking. My father is still over there." Unexpectedly, Yu Qianli playfully flicked her forehead. "Next time, remember to stand behind me. Understood?" Ning Rongrong nodded obediently and softly said, "I understand. Let us go. Accompany me to choose a soul beast." Meanwhile, the sword Douluo, who stood aside, looked at their departing figures with a melancholic expression, reflecting on how the children had grown while silently grieving. Yu Qianli gazed at the group and spoke solemnly, "This will be your fourth soul ring. You have spent many years at the academy learning about soul beasts, so you shall select your fourth soul ring yourselves. After your selection, you must go to either Sword Douluo or Poison Douluo for assistance in capturing your soul beast." Upon hearing this, everyone became exuberant. They had long studied the knowledge of soul beasts at the academy, and now they finally had the opportunity to put it to use. Groups of 3 or 5 gathered, observing the soul beasts outside, discussing which one to hunt. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong held Yu Qianli's hand and murmured, "Brother, Father has researched the history of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and found that the most suitable choice for my 5th soul ring is one that enhances attack." Yu Qianli nodded, recalling that in the original story, Ning Rongrong's 4th soul skill was indeed an attack enhancement. However, unlike the past, where her 5th soul ring limit was merely over 10,000 years, it now approached 30,000 years, significantly enhancing Ning Rongrong's physical capabilities. At this rate, by the time she reached the 7th ring, she will be able to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. Chapter 116, The 25,000-Year Crimson Flame Tiger. Before long, everyone completed their selections, and with the help of the 2 tidal Douluos, they successfully captured their soul beasts. Only Ning Rongrong remained, intently observing the hordes of soul beasts outside the poison formation. Yu Qianli gently massaged Ning Rongrong's shoulders while softly inquiring, "Rongrong, have you not yet made your decision?" Ning Rongrong looked up at Yu Qianli, resting her head against his abdomen, and playfully replied, "I haven't thought it through yet." "Why don't you help me decide?" Yu Qianli chuckled, pinching her small face. "I can certainly help you choose, but how will you repay me? Will you offer yourself in return?" At this moment, they were a bit distant from the others, and Ning Rongrong playfully said, "Such great kindness from the young hero. The only way I can repay is with my body." Yu Qianli laughed as he pinched her cheek again. "What do you think of that crimson flame tiger over there? It's around 25,000 years old and excels in attack. It would greatly enhance your attack capabilities." He pointed to a massive soul beast outside the poison formation. Following Yu Qianli's jur, Ning Rongrong spotted the crimson flame tiger. To be honest, she felt a bit tempted, but she was also somewhat afraid of her ability to handle it. Yu Qianli's lips curled upwards. "Rongrong, I know what you are worried about. Rest assured, your physical capabilities can definitely absorb this 25,000-year crimson flame tiger. I believe in you." Seeing the earnest expression of her beloved, Ning Rongrong obediently nodded and called out to Sword Douluo, "Grandpa Jian, I want that 25,000-year crimson flame tiger." Sword Douluo swiftly moved, severing the tiger's limbs and tossing it back into the poison formation. With a serious demeanor, he warned, "Rongrong, be cautious. Although your 4th soul ring is already a 10,000-year ring, you must not underestimate this crimson flame tiger. Do you understand?" Ning Rongrong nodded obediently. "Grandpa Jian, I know. I will be careful." She then drew a delicate dagger and swiftly plunged it into the tiger's neck. The crimson flame tiger, already crippled, struggled for a moment before succumbing to death. Yu Qianli tightly held Ning Rongrong's trembling hand, reassuring her, "It's all right. This is all normal. Don't overthink it. Rong. Ning Rong buried her small head deep in Yu Tianli's embrace. It was not until the body of the crimson flame tiger revealed a pitch-black soul ring that Yu Tianli smiled and said, Rong, the soul ring has appeared. Go on. After you absorb the soul ring, you can also absorb that soul bone tonight. This way, your soul power will be thoroughly stabilized. Ning Rong pouted playfully at Yu Tianli, then turned to sit beside the crimson flame tiger, using her soul power to draw the soul ring towards her. As the ring enveloped her, Ning Rong visibly trembled for a moment, but soon she calmed down. Yu Tianli observed Ning Rong and the 7 others, including Duge Yin, as they absorbed their soul rings, feeling an immense excitement within. After all, under his influence, all of his team members, along with his grandfather and brother, had reached heights unattainable in the original narrative. At that moment, Yu Tianheng approached and said, Tianli, Grandpa asked me to seek your assistance. Yu Tianli paused in surprise, wondering how he could assist his dear brother, and then smiled. What is it, brother? As a younger brother, how could I refuse? Yu Tianheng playfully punched Yu Tianli, saying, Grandpa mentioned that you have a technique for opening meridians that is suitable for our cultivation, and he asked me to seek your help. Upon hearing Yu Tianheng's teasing words, Yu Tianli chuckled, Brother, you tease me. This is a simple matter. Of course, I will assist you. Let me demonstrate it for you. He grasped Yu Tianheng's right hand, channeling a thread of soul power into his body. After traversing all 8 meridians, Yu Tianli finally withdrew his hand, smiling, Brother, these are all 8 meridians. With my current soul power, I could only open the first 6. The last 2 will likely require reaching the Soul Emperor level. Yu Tianheng nodded, initially smiling, but then awkwardly added, Tianli, can I teach this to your sister-in-law? Yu Tianli waved his hand dismissively. Brother, whether it's Dugu or Yanzi, you may freely teach them. I also intend to use this as a training method within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. But remember, it must not be leaked, as it concerns the prosperity of our clan for the next 100 years. Yu Tianheng nodded. Don't worry, Tianli, I am aware of this. However, seeing you achieve such accomplishments today truly makes me happy. He then patted Yu Tianli's shoulder. A certain understanding passed between the 2 brothers' gazes, but Yu Tianli knew that they would always be brothers. Suddenly, Duge called out from a distance, Tianheng, Tianli, Elder Yang Wudi has arrived. You 2 come over quickly. Upon hearing Duge words, Yu Tianli smiled and said, Let us go, brother, let us go take a look. Yu Tianheng nodded and walked alongside Yu Tianli toward the edge of the poison formation, where they saw Yang Wudi standing like a spear. Upon spotting the 2 brothers, he calmly greeted, Greetings, young master, second young master. Yu Tianli cheerfully retrieved the fragrant silk item and handed it over. Elder Yang, I believe this fragrant silk item is returning to its rightful owner. You shall be duly rewarded. Yang Wudi accepted the fragrant silk item and waved his hand. Young sect master, please do not mention it. That would make it seem as though I am lacking in etiquette. Yu Tianheng chimed in, Tianli, since Elder Yang has said this, why not invite him for a drink sometime to express your gratitude? Yu Tianli nodded in agreement, feeling that aside from his brother's mediocre talent in cultivation, he was deserving of his status in every other aspect. Meanwhile, Yang Wudi clasped his hands and said, If both young masters are willing to grace me with your presence, I would be honored to host a banquet tomorrow, and I hope Elder Dugu will also join us. Yu Tianli and Yu Tianheng exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a newfound understanding. Suddenly, Yu Tianheng smiled and said, Let Elder Yang know that tomorrow, under my grandfather's arrangement, I will enter seclusion for cultivation. I do not know when I will emerge, but Tianli can represent me fully. Yang Wudi clasped his hands, acknowledging, The young master has matters to attend to. After all, the Continental Youth Soul Master Competition is just around the corner. I wish both young masters the best of luck in achieving remarkable results. Chapter 117. Catgirl. In the Tiando Imperial City, at the Royal Auction House, Yu Tianli sat in the private booth, observing the lively crowd in the hall below. The commotion stemmed from the auction item on stage, which was a colossal iron cage containing a curled-up girl. She was barely covered, with only her vital areas obscured by shells, her figure nearly perfect. Beside her, Ning Rongrong glared at Yu Tianli, exclaiming, "What? Are you planning to buy her to warm your bed?" As the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, she was aware of such matters, but she certainly would not feel comfortable if it were to happen to her. Yu Tianli turned to face the jealous Ning Rongrong and teased, "What is this? Is our little princess feeling envious?" He took her small hand and gazed at her in silence. Ning Rongrong huffed, "You men are all bad." Yet, when she caught sight of Yu Tianli's handsome face, which was even more striking than her own, her cheeks flushed. How unfair. He was more handsome than she was. Yu Tianli observed the blushing Ning Rongrong, but remained silent, inching closer until their noses nearly touched. He smiled and said, "What is this? Are you captivated by my charm?" Ning Rongrong bit her lip. "Who said that? You're so ugly. Who would like you?" Nevertheless, her gaze betrayed her feelings. Seeing Ning Rongrong's adorable, flushed face, Yu Tianli couldn't resist and captured her lips, kissing her passionately. Ning Rongrong trembled at first, then wrapped her arms around Yu Tianli's neck, shyly responding. After a while, Yu Tianli released Ning Rongrong, who suddenly slapped him, saying, "It's your fault. How could you do that here?" Yu Tianli chuckled. "Let us go. We came to enjoy the spectacle, and now that it's over, it's time to leave." Ning Rongrong looked at him in confusion. "What spectacle? Are you referring to that cat girl? You wouldn't have developed any feelings, would you?" Yu Tianli ruffled her hair. "Let us go. Stop overthinking. Don't you know what kind of person I am?" He took her hand and headed towards the collection room. Before they could reach it, a loud shout rang out. "If you delay me, you will all perish." As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure clad in earth tones charged toward the end of the corridor. Yu Tianli quickly shielded Ning Rongrong behind him and sternly addressed the elder, Prince Xuesheng. "Do you know what you're doing?" Upon hearing this voice, the old man turned, squinting at Yu Tianli, and arrogantly replied, "You are merely a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning clan. How dare you meddle in imperial affairs?" "Now, scram!" Yu Tianli snorted coldly. As long as Ning Rongrong was unharmed, he could overlook the prince's arrogance. However, Prince Xuesheng felt an immense loss of face and boasted, "I command you to leave." "Did you not hear?" With a calm demeanor, Yu Tianli replied, "If you wish to die, I can assist you. If not, kindly keep your mouth shut." As he spoke, a pressure unique to his dark sacred dragon enveloped Prince Xuesheng. Meanwhile, from the depths of the corridor emerged four figures: Ning Fengji, Douluo, and the pair of Catgirl and her mother. Ning Fengji, observing the cornered Prince Xuesheng, said gently, "Prince Xuesheng, if there is nothing else, please take your leave. I have matters to discuss with you, Tianli." As a dynasty in this fantastical world, where martial prowess dictated authority, the prince's situation was quite precarious, especially when facing the leader of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school and the future leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. He could only retreat in shame. Watching the prince's retreating figure, Ning Rongrong pointed at the cat girl and her mother, bewildered. "Father, what is happening here?" Ning Fengji smiled. "I'm doing a good deed. We'll discuss it when we return home, all right?" He handed the pair a token, saying, "Take this to the Seven Treasures School as steward, and arrangements will be made for you." The mother and daughter bowed in gratitude and vanished down the corridor. Ning Fengji exchanged a glance with Douluo, who nodded in understanding. Seeing Douluo's expression, Ning Fengji turned to Yu Tianli, smiling. "What brings you two to the auction house?" It had been a month since everyone absorbed the soul rings, and with only 3 months remaining until the Continental Youth Soul Master Competition, Ning Fengji was curious. Yu Tianli replied with a smile, "Uncle Ning, we have both reached the Soul King level. Cultivation requires a balance of effort and relaxation. We merely came out for a stroll to enjoy the atmosphere." Ning Fengji jested, "Just don't turn my little princess into a sloth like you. Otherwise, I want to let you off easily." Yu Tianli scratched his head and chuckled. "How could that be, Uncle Ning? I am certainly not that kind of person." Ning Fengji looked at his beloved daughter, beaming. "So, little princess, how about staying home for a couple of days?" Ning Rongrong clung to Yu Tianli's arm, laughing. "Not a chance. We can talk about it later." Seeing his precious daughter so enamored with another instead of her father filled Ning Fengji with a sense of melancholy. He waved his hand to the couple. "Very well. We won't disturb you young lovers any longer. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave." After saying this, Douluo shot a warning glance at Yu Tianli. Understanding the message in the glance, Yu Tianli teased, "I didn't realize Rong would miss me so much. I guess I'll have to spend the evening with her." As he spoke, he mischievously moved his hand. Ning Rong smacked his wandering hand away, exasperated. "All right, let us go. I've accompanied you all day. Treat me to something delicious. Hurry up." She pulled Yu Tianli along as they exited. They indulged in a grand feast and did not return to the academy until evening. After a brief tidying up in his room, Yu Tianli stealthily slipped into Ning Rong's chamber. Seeing the charming and lovely Ning Rong, he felt a tinge of shyness as he approached her. Ning Rong looked at him, her cheeks flushed, and said, "What are you doing here at this hour? Always up to mischief." It was not until noon the following day that Yu Tianli emerged from the room, looking refreshed. The reason was simple. Ning Rong had been exceedingly obedient, and there were still many positions yet to explore. Chapter 118. Pre-competition preparations. With only a week remaining until the Continental Youth Soul Master Competition, Yu Tianli was conducting intensive training with the entire team. At that moment, Lu Erlong and Qin Ming approached, accompanied by a white-haired master. Lu Erlong exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Tianli, signaling him to cooperate. Yu Tianli shrugged non-committally. Qin Ming, acting as the mediator, said, "All right, gather around. You have trained for some time now. The academy needs to assess your current progress." Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, everyone complied, recognizing that he had been their mentor for several years. Beside him, Yu Tianli graciously remarked, "All right, brothers, let us report our achievements to the academy." Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, everyone, including the substitute Mu Yun, eagerly stepped forward to present their accomplishments. Su Ziping, Martial Soul, Xuanwu Turtle, age 15, level 45 Defense System, Soul Master. Ning Rong, Martial Soul, 9 Treasure Glaze Tile, age 14, level 53 Support System, Soul Master. Yu Tianma, Martial Soul, Xianbing Dragon, age 14, level 44 Assault System, Soul Master. Yu Tianhao, Martial Soul, Shadow Demon Dragon, age 14, level 44 Agility System, Soul Master. Xianling, Martial Soul, Taotai Divine Ox, age 14, level 44 Assault System, Soul Master. Lin Tianchun, Martial Soul, Star Source Chess, age 14, level 47 Control System, Soul Master. Mu Yun, Martial Soul, Hydra, age 14, level 40 Agility System, Soul Master. Listening to this impressive array of statistics, even the usually stoic master could not help but be moved. Even the youngest, Mu Yun, had reached level 40, and with the right soul ring, he could soon become a true soul master. Such achievements left Master himself at a loss for words. However, he still stepped forward, cleared his throat, and spoke, "Your accomplishments have indeed astonished us all. But you are about to participate in the Continental Youth Soul Master Competition, where you will face peers of equal talent. Therefore, I hereby announce that Teacher Qin Ming will serve as your tactical instructor, leading you in the competition." Upon hearing this news, the group had no objections, as they shared a good rapport with Qin Ming, and having him as their tactical teacher was perfectly agreeable. Yu Tianli, leaning against Su Yiping, playfully said, "Is that all? If so, let's wrap it up, as the team has training to attend to." Hearing Yu Tianli's sardonic remark, Master S' expression darkened. Lu Erlong, chuckling nearby, added, "Tianli, your uncle is merely considering that Lamba Academy cannot rely solely on you all, which is why we have decided to establish a second team, using the previous Shrek Academy's 7 as a backbone. After all, 3 of them have already broken through to Soul Master, making them quite a formidable team." Observing the expressions of those present, Yu Tianli replied with a smile, "Aunt Erlong, you are mistaken. As the Academy's principal, you need not seek my approval to form a second team. As long as the organizers agree, we have no objections." With that, he assumed a demeanor of sending them off. The masters, satisfied with this turn of events, departed, leaving Qin Ming looking helplessly at Yu Tianli. "You know," he said, "I want to comment on your uncle-nephew matters, but all of you must train diligently. At the very least, aim for a top 3 finish, or you shall not graduate." The group exchanged amused glances at Qin Ming's insistence. They were well aware of the challenges ahead. The captain of the first team from the Tiando Royal Academy was none other than Yu Tianli's elder brother, a powerhouse at the Soul King level. Additionally, there was the granddaughter of the poisoned Duvian, also a Soul King. Just these two made for an extraordinarily formidable opposition. Moreover, the Spirit Hall SC team was rumored to have 3 Soul Kings, an unfathomable presence indeed. Yu Tianli smiled and remarked, "Let us strive for victory. Who knows? We might seize first place and acquire 3 soul bones. Why not aim high?" Qin Ming returned the smile, saying, "If you can secure first place, I shall personally ensure your early graduation. It's a promise." A week swiftly passed, and the Continental Youth Soul Master Competition commenced at the Tiando Great Soul Arena. With the Tiando Empire as the host, hundreds of teams flooded into Tiando Royal City. The Lamba team had already secured their position, and since it was merely a preliminary round, Yu Qianli could single-handedly dominate them, rendering any serious effort unnecessary. Meanwhile, the second team sat solemnly nearby, as among the 7. Only Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Oscar had broken through to level 40, originally poised to reach that milestone. Xiaowu had stagnated at level 37 due to prolonged medication. In the audience, the emperor of the Tiando Empire, Shui Yi, the head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Yu Yuanjin, the head of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, Ning Fengji, and the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salis, entered in succession, followed by Prince Shui Xing and the head of the Elephant Armor Sect, Qianzhen. Emperor Shui Yi smiled and said, "I have heard that the 2 grandsons of Sect Master Yu are at Tiando Royal Academy and Lamba Academy, and I am eager to witness the talents of your sect." Yu Yuanjin, rarely smiling, replied, "Your Majesty, you jest. It is merely a touch of talent, hardly worthy of such praise." Salis, with a mocking tone, interjected, "Oh, in the eyes of Sect Master Yu, it seems the 2 young masters of your sect are just somewhat talented. How enlightening." This sharp remark caused even the ordinarily affable Ning Fengji to furrow his brow, while Yu Yuanjin continued to smile, saying, "Bishop Salis, it seems you are itching for a challenge. Perhaps I should help you loosen your bones?" The exchange between Yu Yuanjin and Salis was loud enough to draw laughter from others, including Prince Shui Xing, who found Yu Yuanjin unexpectedly charming. Salis, however, flushed with embarrassment. He had not anticipated such a public slight. Yet, he found himself powerless. If he had the capacity to counter Yu Yuanjin, he would have long returned to Spirit City as an elder. Nearby, Qianzhen, appearing as a loyal defender, stepped forward with an air of righteousness, saying, "Sect Master Yu, why be so aggressive? Surely, Bishop Salis meant no harm." Yu Yuanjin waved his hand lightly, sending Qianzhen's robust form soaring through the air like a cannonball. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, gazing at Yu Yuanjin in disbelief. Qianzhen was a formidable soul Douluo, close to becoming a title Douluo, yet Yu Yuanjin had dispatched him with but a single finger. What extraordinary power! Salis, meanwhile, felt a shadow descend over him. Chapter 119. The preliminary round of Lamba Academy, nevertheless. Yu Yuanjin would not openly disrespect the Spirit Hall before such a large audience. After all, an early confrontation would not benefit the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Ning Fengji, discerning Yu Yuanjin's intent, kindly addressed Salis, "Bishop Salis, it is your turn to draw lots. The time is drawing near. Do not delay." Recalling his duties as the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salis straightened his attire and approached the box filled with contestant balls. As he reached in, he thought maliciously, "Since the Tiando Empire shows me no respect, I shall render them utterly humiliated." With that, he grasped 2 balls, revealing them to be the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy and the first team of Lamba Academy. As Prince Shui Xing prepared to protest, he was halted by Emperor Shui Yi, who stood up with a smile, announcing, "The first match of the preliminary round, Tiando Royal Academy's second team versus Lamba Academy's first team." The members of the waiting area, including Yu Tianli and his companions, were taken aback by the sudden reveal that they would be competing first. Yu Tianli chuckled, saying, "If we're to face such weaklings, let us finish them in a minute, shall we?" The team members laughed and cheered. 1 minute. 1 minute. Meanwhile, the audience gazed at the Lamba team as though they were fools, with some openly mocking. Does Lamba Academy truly think they deserve to face the royal team? The words spoken were indeed bold, suggesting that it was they who would be defeated in a mere minute. This remark provoked the ire of the members of Lanba. While Yu Qianli, with a smile, declared, I initially intended to show some respect to the Royal Battle Team's reputation, but since you have spoken thus, let us hasten the pace. We shall unleash our full power without holding back. He then took Ning Rongrong's hand and gently advised, do not enter the arena just yet. Your soul power and soul rings are too formidable. We must ensure that no ill-intentioned individuals plot against you. Until the finals, Mu Yun shall fight in your stead. Ning Rongrong nodded, as she was not one to seek the limelight. She preferred to refrain from participating if possible, yet she softly cautioned, do be careful. Do not get hurt. Yu Qianli chuckled, assuring her, fear not. With foes of such caliber, I could merely stand and let them strike, and they would still not prevail against me. Ning Rongrong, still holding on to his arm, whispered her concern. I understand. I shall fulfill the task entrusted to me by my dear wife. He responded, bowing to her with a flourish. With a playful huff, Ning Rongrong adjusted his attire, playfully spitting at him, which made Yu Qianli beam with joy as he led the team onto the stage. Upon their arrival, they encountered the captain of the Royal Battle Team's second squad, who was ingratiatingly addressing Yu Qianli. Tianli, brother Tianli, it is I, Lan Ji. Yu Qianli was momentarily taken aback. He had previously met this fellow when visiting the Royal Academy to see his elder brother, but had thought him older and thus inappropriate to address him as brother. Lan Ji, however, was aware of Yu Tianli's strength and felt compelled to curry favor. His family was somewhat notable in the Tiando Empire. His grandfather was a duke specially appointed by the Tiando royal family, overseeing imperial affairs, while his father was a count with command over 100,000 royal cavalry. Such titles, however, seemed trivial in the face of the Lan family's young master. 100,000 cavalry might not even suffice against Yu Yuanjin alone. Lan Ji, with a sycophantic smile, pleaded, Brother Tianli, we have previously crossed paths. While we surely cannot best you, descending without a fight would be too humiliating. Could we perhaps negotiate? Please go easy on us. I am aware of your formidable prowess. Fortunately, the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school was not present, or it would have been a disaster. Yu Qianli, regarding Lan Ji with a smile, replied, very well, I shall indeed take it easy on you, as you seem quite sensible. Rest assured. Sighing in relief, Lan Ji felt grateful. After all, it would not bode well to emerge from the match battered and bruised, especially for those of their standing. The host, having observed their exchange without intervention, knew both parties were beyond his capacity to handle. Once he confirmed that their negotiation had concluded, he announced the commencement of the match. Yu Qianli, smiling, declared, Lan Ji, I shall refrain from releasing my martial soul. Come forth. He assumed a stance of confidence, hands clasped behind his back. Lan Ji understood the implication and, with a courteous gesture, signaled for his team to attack together. In less than a minute, Lan Ji and his entire team lay defeated on the ground. For Yu Qianli had indeed shown restraint. Had it been anyone else, the outcome might have been far grimmer. The referee promptly declared the victory, and the audience sat in stunned silence. The battle was concluded in under a minute. How could they be so formidable in the first match? It was a significant loss for the spectators. Nevertheless, this was of no concern to the crowd, who quickly returned to the academy, neglecting the subsequent matches. Meanwhile, the second team began to murmur amongst themselves. Tang Xin quietly inquired of the master, Teacher, why is it that before he could finish, the master interjected, You wish to ask why Tianli and I, despite being uncle and nephew, do not share a closer bond? After a moment's hesitation, Tang Xin nodded, for in his eyes, he had only his father as kin. Had he had other relatives, his situation would surely be different. The master gazed at his father seated with the Snow Knight Emperor on the stage, yearning for familial connections of his own, pondering if perhaps he was in the wrong. Xiao-san, do not concern yourself with me. I understand Tianli well. He is a perceptive individual who would not take out his frustrations on you because of me. Among the younger generation, he stands at the pinnacle, and he harbors no resentment towards you. In fact, he has even considered soul bones for you. Keep this in mind and engage with him more. It will yield no harm. Although Tang Xin did not receive the answers he sought, He recognized the master's distress and offered a respectful bow. Acknowledging his mentor's turmoil, disciple understands. At that moment, a gaze filled with malice was directed at the Lanba team as they exited the Great Soul Arena, as if a resolution had been made. Yu Tianli, leading the group, turned to glance back, his brow furrowing as he perceived something untoward. After a moment's contemplation, a cold smile formed on his lips. If that were indeed the case, it would only serve to deliver the blade directly into his hands. As he pondered, a formidable figure stood before them. Yu Tianli recognized the newcomer and flashed a mischievous grin. It was none other than the esteemed Hou Yanjun. I wonder what brings you here, esteemed elder. Surely, you are not here to ambush your junior. Is this truly the appropriate moment for such a deed? Hou Yanjun chuckled. Young master, you do not jest. I merely seek a few moments of conversation with you. The term ambush is far too harsh. The 7 great sects are interconnected. How could there be any talk of ambush? Upon hearing these words, Yu Tianli's smile widened. Ah, if you wish to put on a show, I shall gladly join you in this performance. Let us see how adept I am at the role of a little actor. Indeed, it was my oversight, dear junior. Let us instead visit the Lanba Academy, where I shall treat you to some fragrant tea. The sight of this young man bowing politely made Hou Yanjun feel somewhat nauseated. Where are you playing at? Do you think I am unaware of the connection between Douluo and your blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect? What if I were to be poisoned directly? Would you be responsible for my demise? Ha ha, young master you. I simply happened to be passing by today. I had initially hoped to converse with you, but I suddenly recalled that there were matters to attend to in the sect. Perhaps another time. With that, he turned and vanished without allowing Yu Tianli the opportunity to respond. Watching Hou Yanjun disappear, Yu Tianli chuckled coldly. Ning Rongrong, beside him, asked curiously, brother, is everything all right? Yu Tianli smiled, gently squeezing Ning Rongrong's hand to reassure her. Fear not. Let us return to the academy. This place is not one to linger in. The Tiando city is rife with dangers. Gulme. He took her hand and walked towards Lanba Academy. Upon returning, they found Lu Erlong and Frando awaiting them. Lu Erlong, clearly having received news, anxiously inquired, what happened? Are you all right? Yu Tianli waved his hand, urging them to enter. Let us discuss inside. Tiando City is currently chaotic. They all made their way to the dean's office. Lu Erlong could no longer contain his curiosity. Upon entering the office, he quickly asked, Tianli, are you unharmed? Yu Tianli shook his head and replied with a light laugh. Hou Yanjun is not so foolish. If he were to attack us, not a single member of his clan would survive. Hearing Yu Tianli's words, everyone understood. Behind Hou Yanjun stood the Elephant Armor sect. Even if he were unafraid of death, there were still thousands within the sect who would be fearful. If anything were to happen to Yu Tianli, Yu Yuanjun would undoubtedly lead a massacre against the Elephant Armor sect. In truth, what the multitude is unaware of is that Yu Tianli still harbors a glimmer of hope that Hou Yanjun might take action. After all, his grandfather has dispatched individuals to follow him, ensuring that Hou Yanjun cannot succeed. If Hou Yanjun were to act, then the Xiangjia sect would undoubtedly become a relic of the past. However, regrettably, that old scoundrel Hou Yanjun has shown cowardice. Lu Erlong's aura surged with vitality. Owing to the influence of the soul bone and celestial herb, she had already surpassed level 80, currently boasting a formidable strength of level 85. It may not be long before Lu Erlong surpasses Hou Yanjun. Does this old curmudgeon truly dare to take action? Does he truly believe that the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect is without defenders? Yu Tianli chuckled and waved his hand. And Erlong, let us not concern ourselves with such trifles. How is the second team faring? They should have progressed beyond the preliminary rounds. Upon hearing about the second team, Lu Erlong smiled. They're doing well. Although the second team may not match your prowess, they possess the presence of these 3 soul sects, making it relatively easy to advance through the preliminaries. However, when it comes to the round-robin matches tomorrow, it is likely to be much more challenging. For each team that made it through the preliminaries has 3 to 4 soul sects, which poses a considerable difficulty. Yu Tianli nodded in agreement. Very well. Let's leave it at that for today. I shall refrain from participating tomorrow. Let Jiang Zhu and the others take the stage. You all can rotate. No need for me to join in, as it would serve little purpose. His words were quite reasonable. Given their current strength, the round-robin matches posed little challenge. Just as everyone was about to disperse, Yu Yuanjin entered from outside, accompanied by Elder Luo and Yu Bei. Yu Yuanjin spoke sternly, "Erlong, take the children outside. I have matters to discuss with Tianli." Ning Rongrong glanced at Yu Tianli, who signaled that he was fine and urged her to step outside and wait. Once everyone had exited, Yu Yuanjin sat down. Elder Luo, visibly enraged, remarked, "I never expected that old dog Hu Yanjun would truly dare to target Tianli. The Xiangjia sect has grown increasingly arrogant over the years." Yu Bei, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowed to Yu Yuanjin, exclaiming, "It is entirely my fault for failing to protect the young master, putting him in danger. It is all my fault. Being the father of Yu Tianhao." Yu Tianli stepped forward to help Yu Bei rise, addressing his grandfather. "Grandfather, I am fine. Please allow Uncle Bei to leave." Yu Yuanjin nodded, indicating for Yu Bei to exit. Yu Bei, as if granted a reprieve, quickly bowed and left. After Yu Bei had departed, Yu Tianli resumed his seat, gazing at Yu Yuanjin, who smiled and asked, "What is it, my boy? Have you conceived another brilliant idea?" At his grandfather's words, Yu Tianli could not suppress his laughter. His grandfather truly understood him well. "Grandfather, in fact, we could turn this situation to our advantage. Since I do not wish to participate, we can announce that after entering the preliminaries, I was ambushed by a figure in black, and fortunately, Elder Luo came to my rescue. We can spread the word to the Great Dough City." Being astute, both Yu Yuanjin and Elder Luo grasped the implications of his suggestion. Once the news reached Great Dough City, the Wuhuan Hall would inevitably intervene, and this matter would likely be swept under the rug, providing significant operational flexibility for the Londian sect. At that point, even if they were to fabricate evidence, they could enact a few ruthless measures after the competition. Yu Yuanjin chuckled. "It seems our young master has already devised a plan. We have indeed overthought this. I was worried he might be bullied. Such a clever lad." Elder Luo chimed in, pointing at Yu Tianli. "Indeed, he has always been a cunning one, and now he is even more so, slippery as an eel." After Elder Luo spoke, Yu Yuanjin regarded Yu Tianli with a penetrating gaze. "Tianli, from now until the finals, you need not participate in the matches. I believe it would be wise for you to take some time to meditate, allowing us to exchange insights on the body, refining techniques you previously mentioned." Yu Tianli nodded. "Grandfather, to me, the Soul Masters competition holds little challenge at this point. Take the 3 figures from the Wuhuan Hall, for instance. The Dark Sacred Dragon has reached the Soul King level, and I could easily contend with those 3 alone." Elder Luo, with a smile, cautioned, "Do not be overly arrogant. Young man, I have heard that among the golden generation of the Wuhuan Hall, there exists a direct disciple of the Pope. Do you think a disciple of the Pope could be a weakling?" Yu Tianli shrugged, a smirk playing on his lips as he tapped his forehead, and replied, "Elder Luo, I am aware that the Pope's direct disciple possesses a fox-like martial spirit, specializing in enchantments. But alas, have you forgotten about my head soul bone? It negates all forms of enchantment skills, rendering that person's allure ineffective against me." Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, Yu Yuanjin waved his hand, his tone turning serious. "Tianli, you currently possess 3 soul bones, each over 50,000 years in age. You must exercise caution. The world is rife with those willing to take risks. Although Elder Luo is nearby, human limits exist, and unless absolutely necessary, it is best to refrain from utilizing soul bone skills. Do you understand?" Yu Tianli, fearing to contradict, nodded vigorously, assuring, "Grandfather, you need not worry. Do you not know me well enough?" Yu Yuanjin scoffed, seemingly mocking Yu Tianli, while Elder Luo wore a cunning smile. Rubbing his hands together, he said with a grin, "Tianli, the sect has devised a special training program for you. Take a look and see what you think." As Yu Tianli apprehensively accepted the document, a glance confirmed his suspicion that if these two were not his grandfather and a respected elder, he would have certainly exploded in outrage. The special training period lasted 1 month, starting each morning with 30,000 repetitions of the Baolong body, refining technique, followed by combat training every afternoon, specifically pitting him against clan members of level 58 and above, often 1 against 10. The least skilled members of the Londian sect could achieve dual dragon transformation at level 50, while he could already fully transform into a dragon. However, facing 10 opponents seemed rather daunting, especially considering that many of those above level 50 were his uncles and cousins. 1 against 10 felt disrespectful. His soul power had remained at level 55 for quite some time. Did the sect grow anxious? Yet upon reading the third item, Yu Tianli jumped from his chair, exclaiming towards Elder Luo, "Elder Luo, what on earth is this third item, abstinence?" Hearing this, both Yu Yuanjin and Elder Luo exchanged knowing smiles. Yu Yuanjin cleared his throat and spoke sternly. At such a young age, why indulge in desires? It is merely a month. What is your hurry? Before Yu Tianli could respond, Yu Yuanjin continued, "Enough of your complaints. Do not think I am unaware of your little escapades. Take care to practice proper precautions. I cannot bear the thought of suddenly becoming a great-grandfather." Upon hearing Yu Yuanjin's words, Yu Tianli's face flushed red as he earnestly replied, "Grandfather, who knows how long it has been since my elder brother had a child? You may not even be aware." As he spoke, he silently pleaded, "Elder brother, forgive me. Forgive me. A dead friend is better than a living one." Indeed, upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, Yu Yuanjin was momentarily taken aback, then turned a serious gaze towards Elder Luo, commanding, "Go and bring that poor soul here. I must inquire about this matter." Elder Luo complied and exited. And as he watched Elder Luo leave, Yu Yuanjin kicked Yu Tianli playfully in the backside. Yu Yuanjin's current strength is formidable. His kick nearly sent Yu Tianli away. Just as Yu Tianli grimaced in pain, Yu Bei conveyed a message from outside. "Zhongzhu, we have just released news that the Platinum Bishop of the Wuhuan Dian, Salus, the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, and the Empire's Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe, are arriving together, and they are currently being received by Dean Liu Erlong." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianli ceased his antics, adopting a serious expression as he remarked, "The Wuhuan Dian responds swiftly." They learned of this news almost immediately. Truly, the Wuhuan Dian cannot be underestimated. Yu Yuanjin, unfazed, replied, "Let Erlong entertain them for a while. I shall join shortly. Inform them that Tianli is currently unable to receive guests." Yu Bei acknowledged and began to withdraw, but Yu Tianli stopped him, saying, "Uncle Yu Bei, please prepare some turmeric juice for me. I have a use for it." Nodding, Yu Bei went to fulfill the request. Yu Tianli slowly rose, his complexion turning rosy as he said, "Let us go. Grandfather, we shall put on a performance for the Wuhuan Dian and showcase my talent as a little actor." With that, the elder and the youth hurried to a nearby bedroom. Yu Tianli reclined on the bed, applying the turmeric juice handed to him by Yu Bei, instantly transforming into a pale, sickly figure, appearing on the verge of death. Were it not for Yu Bei's knowledge of Yu Tianli's well-being, one might genuinely believe he was on the brink of death. Yu Tianli gestured to Yu Bei, signaling that he was ready. Understanding his cue, Yu Yuanjin instructed Yu Bei to bring in the 3 waiting individuals. As the trio entered, Yu Yuanjin's face was etched with fury as he intended to demand that Salus and Ning Fengji act on his behalf. Had it not been for the message from Hu Yanjin, Salus might have believed that Yu Yuanjin's grandson was indeed dead. Salus, with a righteous demeanor, assured, "Rest assured, Zhongzhu, the Wuhuan Dian will not let this street assailant go unpunished. However, may I request to see the young master's condition? After all, I have watched him grow up, and hearing of his misfortune pains me greatly." Inside, Yu Tianli nearly retched at Salus's shamelessness. The individuals outside, all astute, feigned concern as they inquired, "Indeed, Uncle Yu, how is Tianli faring?" Yu Yuanjin shook his head, turned, and opened the door to reveal Yu Tianli's condition. The sight shocked even Ning Fengji. If the aura were altered through soul power, there would be fluctuations, yet the absence of such confirmed that Yu Tianli had indeed been attacked. Momentarily, Salus found himself perplexed, wanting to approach, but hesitating. If Yu Yuanjin were to unleash his wrath upon him, it would spell disaster. Before Salus could react, Yu Yuanjin intoned gravely, "You all have seen my dear grandson's state. I, Yu Yuanjin, swear that if I do not annihilate the entire clan of that ambushing fiend in this lifetime, I shall not be considered a man." With those words, a fierce killing intent emanated from him, shocking even the Bon Douluo who followed Ning Fengji. Was this the power of such a realm? Chapter 122. Spare? Salas was the first to buckle under the pressure, bowing slightly. Please, Zhongzhu, do not grieve too deeply. Otherwise, the young master will be troubled. What do you mean by troubled? Yu Yuanjin interjected. Salas stammered, attempting to smile. Zhongzhu, do not misconstrue. I merely meant that the young master is in a critical state, and your sorrow might be overwhelming. Nonsense. Yu Yuanjin's eyes glinted dangerously as he clenched his right hand. An invisible force constricting Salas's throat, lifting him off the ground. You seem eager for Tianli's demise. Could it be you who struck him? Very well. I shall dismantle you limb from limb and eradicate your entire family. Salas was genuinely terrified. If this old dragon were to kill him over this, the Wuhu Indian would likely remain silent, perhaps even sacrificing his family for the sake of some grand scheme. Zhongzhu, please calm down. It is all a misunderstanding. Just as Salas was on the verge of suffocation, Ning Fengji interjected, Uncle, you please do not be agitated. Let's all calm down. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's plea, Yu Yuanjin finally released the nearly asphyxiated Salas. With a cold snort, he declared, this time, with Ning Zhongzhu's intervention, I shall overlook this matter. But you must remember, if my grandson suffers another assassination attempt, encounters any misfortune on the road, or is struck by lightning, I shall hold you all accountable. Remember, it is not only the Landian Zone that has juniors. Yu Yuanjin's words left Yu Tianli momentarily stunned. How did this turn into a quote from a godfather? Nonetheless, it was undeniable that Yu Yuanjin's declaration deeply moved him, for the old man truly cared for him. Meanwhile, the onlookers were taken aback. Yu Yuanjin's statements were blatant threats. Who does not have juniors in their family? If Yu Yuanjin truly disregarded the rules, even the Wuhu Indian would find it untenable. As true talents are scarce in any generation. Given Yu Yuanjin's strength, he could indeed act recklessly. Anyone below the 95th level would need to tread carefully. As the crowd fell silent, the Empire's crown prince, Xue Qinghe, finally spoke up. Zhongzhu, allow me to voice a word. As the Empire's crown prince and future emperor, even Yu Yuanjin could not be overly harsh without tearing the facade. Yu Yuanjin slightly raised his chin, signaling Xue Qinghe to proceed. Xue Qinghe first bowed respectfully and spoke gently. Zhongzhu, what I wish to convey is that should such an incident arise again, the Empire will no longer remain silent. The Empire's million-strong army is confident in annihilating all who harbor ill intentions. Xue Qinghe's words were truly eloquent. Inside, Yu Tianli nearly stood up to confront him, for his words were sweeter than honey. This scoundrel, ostensibly supporting Yu Tianli, was actually seeking to save Salas. Truly a heartless individual. However, Yu Yuanjin and Ning Fengji, unaware of Xue Qinghe's true identity, were astonished by his declaration, perceiving it as a demonstration of the Empire's resolve against the Wuhu Indian, the weakest among the three great powers. Such a stance was indeed remarkable. Yu Yuanjin nodded. I appreciate the Crown Prince's sentiments. Salas, I shall not detain you further. Remember to convey my words to those who wish to hear them. Do you understand? Salas nodded, eager to escape this place. He did not wish to linger a moment longer where Yu Yuanjin's fury could be unleashed. As he contemplated his escape, Salas hurriedly fled the Lanba, Shuyuan. Yu Yuanjin initially maintained a cold demeanor as he entered the room, raising an eyebrow at Yu Tianli and softly remarked, What? Do you not wish to see how the Tiando Empire responds? Before Yu Yuanjin could finish, Yu Tianli shook his head, indicating he would not intervene. In a tone only the two could hear, Yu Tianli said, Grandfather, while the Empire's stance is commendable, we must remain cautious. After all, Xue Qinghe is merely a crown prince, not the true ruler of the Tiando Empire. Yu Yuanjin chuckled. I was concerned you might be intoxicated by these trifling benefits. But it appears you are quite composed. Very well, continue resting. I shall handle the guests outside. Your old father-in-law is not too bad. With that, he donned a stern expression and exited the room. Outside, Ning Fengji inquired with a concerned expression, How is it? Has Yu Tianli improved? The Qibao Glaze sect has a healing soul master. Perhaps we should invite him to take a look? Yu Yuanjin shook his head, replying, Fengji, I appreciate your kindness. But this child, despite his usual cheerful demeanor, is quite proud. Let us allow him to recuperate for now. Ning Fengxi nodded in agreement, recognizing that Yu Tianli was indeed such a person, humble yet possessing a strong will, a pity nonetheless. With that thought, he and Xue Qinghe bowed respectfully to Yu Yuanjin before taking their leave. Once assured that the two had departed, Yu Yuanjin waved his hands, encircling the courtyard within a 20-meter radius, ensuring that no one below his level could perceive the true nature of the situation. After setting everything in place, Yu Yuanjin finally smiled and called out, "All right, you little rascal, stop pretending and come out." Inside, upon hearing his grandfather's voice, Yu Tianli knew that the arrangements had been made. He emerged with a bright smile, wiping his face clean of the yellow ginger juice with a handkerchief. Returning to his former handsome appearance, Yu Yuanjin, observing his grandson, playfully patted the back of Yu Tianli's neck, exclaiming, "Well done. Your acting skills rival my own from years past." Yu Tianli winced from the playful hit and replied, "Grandfather, your intimidation today was truly impressive." This was Yu Tianli speaking from the heart. He cherished Yu Yuanjin's care and would ensure that nothing would jeopardize him in this life. Meanwhile, in the martial Soul Hall of Tiando City, Hu Yanzhen knelt in the Great Hall, enduring the scorn of the Platinum Bishop Salus. "You useless fool, who attacked?" That Yu Tianli was on the verge of death. It must have been Yu Yuanjin who expended his soul power to save him. Find out who it was. Investigate thoroughly. Salus barked like a mad dog within the hall. Hu Yanzhen felt wronged. He had only exchanged a few words with Yu Tianli. Although he had considered intervening, he abandoned the idea upon realizing the overwhelming numbers. How could there even be talk of an assassination? Could it be that individual? My lord, it truly wasn't me. When I left, Yu Tianli was in good health. Before Salus could respond, a figure appeared in the martial Soul Hall. It was none other than Xue Qinghe. Salus and Hu Yanzhen quickly knelt, greeting, "We meet you, young master." Xue Qinghe's expression shifted dramatically, shedding the previously refined demeanor of a prince to reveal a girl in her late teens. She waved her hand, signaling them to rise. "I have come to inform you that you must cease any actions against the Londian sect. What we are currently doing in Tiando City serves no benefit to us." As her words fell, Salus hastily interjected, "Young master, I assure you it was not my doing. I was just contemplating whether it was your hand at play. It seems there are others targeting the Londian sect. Could it be the Pope?" Upon hearing the mention of the Pope, the girl's mood flared violently. "Enough. Find out who it is. When you ascertain the truth, report to me. If it is indeed her doing, relay my message. She need not concern herself with my affairs." Addressing such high-level matters, Salus would only be courting death by relaying messages unless he truly wished for his demise. Yet before Qian Renxue, he readily acquiesced, for none of these individuals were ones he could afford to offend. Furthermore, do we have anyone within the Lanba Academy? At this, Salus lowered his head further, quietly explaining, "I am inept. While there are individuals from the Martial Soul Hall, they are merely peripheral members and have no access to the core." "You incompetent fool. It has been an eternity since that Yu Tianli awakened his martial soul and demonstrated innate full soul power. How has so much time passed without a core member in place? Must I personally undertake this?" Salus hurriedly protested, "Young master, it is not that I lack diligence, but we simply do not have any young talents with exceptional gifts." Upon hearing Salus' words, Qian Renxue seemed to find amusement in the situation, her lips curling into a smirk as she playfully suggested, "Why not? I shall give a try." Salus, alarmed, protested, "Young master, do not jeopardize our century-long plans over such a trivial matter." Yet Salus was unaware that Qian Renxue had always made her own decisions and had no habit of considering others' opinions. "I recall you mentioning that you had found someone similar to Xue Qinghe. Let him take my place for a few days. Consider it a brief respite for me. After all, this has happened before," Qian Renxue declared with a smile. Salus could only inwardly lament. Opposing her was not an option. With a pained smile, he replied, "Young master, at most 1 month. Any longer, and it will reveal flaws, rendering your 10 years of effort worthless." Qian Renxue waved her hand dismissively, stating, 3 months. Her tone brooked no refusal. "Very well, young master, a maximum of 3 months. Beyond that, it cannot be allowed." Salus gritted his teeth as he uttered these words. At Lanba Academy, after bidding farewell to Xue Qinghe, Ning Fengji returned once more. Upon entering the courtyard, he observed Yu Tianli, his complexion rosy, playfully teasing his daughter. Ning Fengji nearly choked on his own breath, thinking, "Here I am, concerned for you, and you are here flirting with my daughter." Yu Tianli immediately noticed Ning Fengji's displeased expression and smiled ingratiatingly. "Uncle Ning, you're here again." Ning Rongrong, realizing her father was behind her, hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Daddy, what brings you here?" Even with Ning Fengji's good temper, he couldn't help but snort. "Had I not come, would you have kept me in the dark? You truly are something, hiding this from your elder." Initially, Ning Fengji intended only to voice his grievances, but Ning Rongrong interjected, "Daddy, you don't understand. Tianli did this to protect us from those wicked people. You see, Hu Yanjun genuinely blocked our way. Otherwise, Tianli wouldn't have resorted to this method. You've misunderstood him." Ning Fengji felt a pang of sadness. "My dear daughter, why do you not speak up for your father? Am I not your good daddy?" Beside them, Yu Tianli was secretly delighted, holding Ning Rongrong's hand tightly while maintaining a serious demeanor. "Uncle Ning, I assure you, it was not my intention to conceal the truth. I merely felt that the royal family is not as simple as it seems, and I did not wish to reveal my true circumstances to them." This was the most rational explanation Yu Tianli could muster. He could not divulge that the real Xue Qinghe had long since perished, and that the current Xue Qinghe was a disguise crafted by the martial Soul Hall's Pope. Bibi Dong, were he to say such a thing, Ning Fengji would surely not believe him. Even if he did, there was no evidence to substantiate the claim. For Qian Rinxue transformed her appearance through soul bones. The present him was Xue Qinghe, unless she willingly exposed her identity. Nevertheless, Ning Fengji, being understanding, nodded and finally returned to a normal expression. "All right, I understand. Your skepticism towards the royal family is justified. After all, they have their own considerations. What will you do during this period? You should at least disappear for 3 months. You Tianli Siket Unkle Ning. You don't know, grandfather has already devised an intensive training plan for me. I will likely begin the special training within 2 days." Ning Fengji, seeing Yu Tianli's distressed expression, understood just how rigorous the training plan set by Yu Yuanjin must be. "Tianli, do not blame your grandfather. It is primarily due to your exceptional talent. If you squander such gifts through laziness, it would indeed be a pity. While you are still young, seize the moment, for after you turn 25, any further cultivation will require arduous effort." Yu Tianli nodded, fully aware of his soul power's potential. Achieving level 70 before the age of 20 is feasible. As for 25, he might attain a titled rank, leading directly to divine battles, leaving no time for arduous training. Ning Fengji then spoke. "By the way, Tianli, regarding the Qi Luo Yu Jinxiang elixir, has there been any progress?" Yu Tianli shook his head. "Uncle Ning, although I planted the seeds after harvesting the elixir, it will take decades for them to grow." Ning Fengji nodded, smiling. "This is quite normal. After all, it is a celestial herb. If it were so easily obtained, it would not be regarded as such. All right, you two focus on your training. There are numerous matters within the sect. When you both head to Wuhan City for the finals, I will accompany you. For the next few months, concentrate on your training." With that, he turned and walked away. Chapter 124. Rong Rong, I will miss you. Observing Ning Fengji's departing figure, Ning Rong spoke with a tinge of reluctance. "Brother, is there truly no way? Father has pursued the breakthrough of his martial soul his entire life. I cannot bear to see him like this." Yu Tianli shook his head, grasping Ning Rong's hand. "Rong, you know me well. If there were a solution, I would not hesitate to present the elixir. However, such celestial herbs cannot be cultivated without thousands of years, even in a place like the ice fire in Yang'ai, which accelerates growth significantly, still requiring decades." Ning Rong gently leaned her head against Yu Tianli's chest, savoring the moment of tranquility. After a long while, she said, "Brother, will we be apart for a long time?" Yu Tianli cradled Ning Rong's angelic face, smiling wryly. Rong, it may be at least a month. I will miss you too." With a playful huff, Ning Rong clung tightly to Yu Tianli's waist, nuzzling her head into his embrace. At 14, she had matured, particularly in certain aspects, causing Yu Tianli to feel a rush of emotions. His hands began to wander. Ning Rong's cheeks flushed with an unusual hue, her gaze becoming dreamy as she began to murmur softly. Yu Tianli lifted her face once more, capturing her cherry lips, initiating a passionate exchange. As they finally parted, Ning Rong gazed into Yu Tianli's fervent eyes and, noticing his unusual excitement, playfully suggested, "Let's go inside, not out here." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianli could no longer contain his inner fervor, lifting Ning Rong in his arms and heading indoors. An hour later, observing the peacefully sleeping Ning Rong, Yu Tianli stood and prepared himself, donning a white robe and the golden mask prepared for him by Yu Yuanzhen. He leaped outside, heading towards the Landian sect. With his current strength at level 55, he returned to Jiulong Mountain in less than half an hour, directly arriving at the Jinlong Hall. Upon entering, he found his grandfather and the three elders in discussion. Startled by his appearance, the Red Elder exclaimed, "Which disciple dares to intrude upon the Jinlong Hall without invitation?" The Red Elder, having ascended to the title Douluo for many years, commanded a different aura now. However, Yu Tianli had also undergone significant transformation. Removing the mask that covered half his face, he smiled. "Grandfather Hong, it has been a while. Your cultivation has improved greatly." The Red Elder was taken aback. Recognizing Yu Tianli, and awkwardly replied, "Tianli, why have you returned? Were you not supposed to be undergoing special training at the academy?" He glanced at the silent Yu Yuanzhen. Yu Tianli smiled. "Grandfather Hong, I have contemplated this. Since the special training lasts a month, I should train properly within the sect. At the academy, there are always distractions, so I have returned." Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, the four in the hall exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, the youth's pursuit of love was evident. Yet such audacity was commendable for a lad of the Landian sect. Contemplating this, Yu Yuanzhen rose, prompting the three elders to stand as well. He solemnly stated, "Since you have returned, focus on your training. The sect's expectations are not overly demanding. Reaching level 70 before 20 is sufficient. You should not feel pressured, correct?" After hearing Yu Yuanzhen's words, Yu Tianli rolled his eyes in disbelief. Achieving level 70 by 20? You have grand ambitions. The youngest recorded level 70 in the Soul Master realm is still 30-year-old Tang Hao. Nevertheless, considering it, 20 by 70 is not insurmountable. Nodding, Yu Tianli replied, "All right, grandfather, but you must promise me something, otherwise humph." Seeing the mischievous demeanor of the lad, Yu Yuanzhen chuckled, addressing the three elders. "Look at how spoiled this boy has become." Then, turning to Yu Tianli, he said, "Speak your mind. Let us see what new schemes you have in store." Yu Tianli grinned. "Grandfather, my fifth soul ring is the 6,000 years silver sacred dragon, and I anticipate my sixth soul ring will be a few thousand years older, but it will not reach 10,000. Therefore, I plan to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast for my seventh soul ring. I hope you will agree." Yu Yuanzhen and the three elders were momentarily stunned. They had long grown accustomed to Yu Tianli absorbing soul rings beyond his level, yet had forgotten that he was now at the stage where he should absorb a 10,000-year beast. If the seventh soul ring were indeed 10,000 years, the eighth and ninth could be even higher. It was conceivable that with three 10,000-year red soul rings among his nine, if Yu Tianli cultivated diligently, he could become the foremost individual on the Douluo continent. After a long pause, Yu Yuanzhen slowly declared, "You possess remarkable ambition. Seeking a 10,000-year soul ring at level 70? Very well. This is indeed my grandson. I will grant your request. Within the Qingdou Great Forest lies a 10,000-year dragon-type soul beast, the Tianqing Niumang we encountered long ago. I had intended for you to use it as your ninth soul ring, but with your audacity, it shall be your seventh." A slight smile graced Yu Tianli's lips as he bowed to those in the hall, affirming, "Tianli shall not disappoint. Enough of this. You are quite the troublemaker. Lao Si, take him to the training room." He shall not receive dinner until he completes 50,000 repetitions of the violent dragon body refinement technique. At such a young age, being so enamored with love, hearing Yu Yuanzhen's command, Elder Luo, bemused, descended from the hall, dragging a reluctant Yu Tianli along. Observing Yu Tianli's departure from the Zhenlong Hall, the Red Elder and elderly remarked, "It is indeed rare for someone so young to possess such ambition." A smile finally broke upon Yu Yuanzhen's face, for he was proud of his grandson, who brought honor to the family at such a tender age. He waved his hand dismissively. Enough, he is still a child, yet so enamored. He is truly a romantic. Elder Li and Elder Hong both chuckled and said, "Haha, brother, please don't say that. If the celestial beings of separation resemble you in any way, I must say that Tianli is nothing like you." Over the years, aside from Miss Ning, there has been no other woman by his side. Chapter 125, Refining the Right Arm Spirit Bone. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Compared to a month ago, Yu Qianli, who sat cross-legged within the ice and fiery Yang Eye, now exuded a subdued brilliance, presenting himself as an ordinary person. However, his progress was known only to himself. Over the course of a month, through relentless practice of the Tyrannosaurus body refining technique, performing it 50,000 times each day, along with battles against his kin, Yu Qianli realized that while his soul power had not increased, his strength had at least doubled compared to a month prior. In a scenario where a soul sage had not activated their martial soul's true form, Yu Qianli confidently believed he could overwhelm them. In terms of physical prowess, his body at this moment was not inferior to that of a soul, Douluo. Contemplating this, Yu Qianli murmured, "It seems the time has come to absorb that object." As he spoke, with a flicker of his mind, a black object resembling a right arm spirit bone materialized in his hands, adorned with patches of dragon scales. Gently caressing the spirit bone, he whispered, "Di Tian, you truly have reaped no rewards from your schemes. This spirit bone must have cost you at least 100,000 years of cultivation. Let me use this spirit bone to achieve the realm I have long desired." With that, he pressed the spirit bone forcefully against his right arm. In an instant, the black spirit bone transformed into a stream of black light that surged into Yu Tianli's body. The moment it entered, he felt as though his right arm had been ignited by fire. Even a person as resilient as Yu Qianli could not suppress a groan of pain. Simultaneously, deep within the Stardow forest, a colossal black dragon unleashed a furious roar, enraged that someone dared to absorb its spirit bone. "You scoundrel! Today, I will make you pay, even if it costs me decades of cultivation." Beside it, a green figure advised, "Di Tian, calm down, otherwise you may meet your demise." But the furious Di Tian paid no heed, intent on mutual destruction. Within the spirit bone resided Di Tian's soul, and his outburst caused Yu Qianli to feel a sharp pain in his soul, nearly causing him to faint. This jolt served as a reminder not to underestimate Di Tian, who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. As Yu Qianli's Tyrannosaurus body refining technique operated at its peak, he rapidly absorbed the energy from the spirit bone. Perhaps disturbed by Di Tian's agitation, the god of destruction in the divine realm sensed a hint of murderous intent in his violet eyes. "Di Tian, do you think you can act recklessly just because I spared your life?" With a delicate gesture of his right hand, a brilliant purple light shot down toward the lower realm. Just as Di Tian prepared to act again, a purple light struck him sharply on the head, sending him flying. His fate unknown. Meanwhile, the god of destruction watched Yu Qianli, who was absorbing the spirit bone, with a wry smile. "As the God King, I'm almost becoming your bodyguard. If it weren't for my wife and I being unable to remain in the divine realm, I would not be in this predicament." Yet, Yu Qianli remained oblivious to all this, feeling the energy from the spirit bone continuously flowing into his body, enhancing his physical attributes. After about an hour, Yu Qianli slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. As he sensed the two skills bestowed by the right arm bone, a wicked smile appeared on his face. Di Tian had indeed surprised him greatly, though he regretted that he had no opportunity to express his gratitude. After his martial soul evolved into the dark sacred dragon, he had gained the attribute of dark power, although it had not reached its ultimate form. With the spirit bone from Di Tian who possessed the bloodline of ultimate darkness, Yu Qianli's dark attribute underwent a complete evolution, transforming into ultimate darkness. As for the two skills granted by the right arm bone, one was DTon's famed technique, the Dragon God Claw, and the other was the Dark Dragon Flame Burst, both formidable single-target attack skills. If used now, Yu Qianli could easily obliterate a Soul Emperor, though it would deplete his soul power entirely. After experiencing the skills of the Spirit Bone, Yu Qianli leapt into the ice and fire yin-yang eye, quickly cleansing himself before donning a dragon-patterned black robe, tying his pitch-black hair back simply. Gazing at his reflection in the water, he couldn't help but remark, "Heaven truly treats me well, bestowing upon me such a visage that I hardly feel the need to rely on my strength." After indulging in a moment of daydreaming, Yu Qianli vanished from his spot. Having absorbed the Spirit Bone, his soul power had risen to 57, and his speed had improved significantly. His heart was filled with anticipation to see his beloved Rongrong. Observing the slowly rising sun, he seized the opportunity to sneak into Ning Rongrong's room. As he beheld her sleeping soundly, a warm smile spread across his face. He tossed his outer robe onto a chair, removed his shoes, and climbed onto the bed, gently wrapping his arms around Ning Rongrong. As if sensing something, Ning Rongrong nestled closer, embracing Yu Qianli's waist and murmuring a few words before falling back into a deep slumber. Time passed, and eventually Ning Rongrong awoke first. Feeling a large hand resting on her, she jolted awake, and, upon seeing Yu Qianli, her heart leapt with joy. "You rascal, you finally decided to return." With the commotion, Yu Qianli also stirred, smiling at Ning Rongrong, who blushed deeply and playfully slapped his chest. "You naughty boy, you always know how to tease me." Feigning innocence, Yu Qianli replied, "By heaven's conscience, I have merely held you while sleeping. How can you blame me?" Ning Rongrong tightened her embrace around him, playfully nudging her head against his. I don't care. It's all your fault for not coming to see me sooner, hum." Hearing this, Yu Qianli could only chuckle. All right, I apologize, Rongrong. It was my fault. It won't happen again. Who knows if I can trust you, you rascal." With that, she bit down on Yu Qianli's shoulder. He dared not retaliate, fearing he might break her delicate teeth. After a playful nibble, Ning Rongrong contentedly rested her head on his shoulder. "This is to leave a mark, so you won't bully me again, hum?" This series of actions left Ning Rongrong feeling flustered, and as she gazed at her fair skin, a surge of desire welled up within Yu Qianli. He gently cupped her face, capturing her rosy lips in a kiss. Ning Rongrong initially shivered, her body trembling. Just as they lost themselves in the kiss, the door suddenly swung open, and with a startled cry, Yu Qianli instinctively shielded Ning Rongrong in his arms, his bare upper body radiating a cold demeanor as he glared at the intruder. "Who are you?" Yu Qianli's voice was chillingly indifferent, as though he would unleash his wrath if a satisfactory explanation was not provided. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, peeking out from under the covers, recognized the newcomer and awkwardly said, "Xiao Shui, could you please wait outside for a moment? I will be out shortly." The girl named Xiao Shui nodded, her face flushed, and hurriedly exited the room. Yu Qianli gazed at Ning Rongrong with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Rongrong, who is this little Shui? You both seem quite familiar." Ning Rongrong rested her head on Yu Qianli's lap and chuckled. "Did you see your expression just now? It was as if you were ready to commit murder. You mustn't act that way in the future." Yu Qianli could only nod helplessly. Seeing him acquiesce, Ning Rongrong continued, "Xiao Shui is a new addition to our academy. Her soul power level is quite commendable, so she has been assigned to our battle team as a substitute. After all, she adds considerable strength to our ranks." Intrigued by the notion of a substitute, Yu Qianli asked, "Oh, what is her martial soul? She must possess substantial power to be directly recruited as a substitute." Ning Rongrong shook her head and giggled. You won't believe it. Xiao Shui's martial soul is none other than a large white goose." "Ha! You never saw that coming, did you? A large white goose?" Yu Qianli nearly choked on the revelation. "Wait, isn't the white goose a martial soul of the Tiantou royal family?" He buried his confusion within and grinned mischievously. "Rongrong, don't you think you owe me some compensation?" "Oh dear, Xiao Shui is still waiting outside." Stop fooling around. You've taken too long. Ning Rongrong playfully chided. Had it not been for Xiao Shui's presence, she might have indulged Yu Tianli's whims, but with someone waiting outside, she felt a tad embarrassed. Yu Tianli, however, maintained his playful demeanor, gently caressing Ning Rongrong's lovely face. Please, help me out. After a considerable time, Ning Rongrong, her face flushed, finally emerged, grabbing Xiao Shui's hand as they hurried away. Yu Tianli, suppressing his grin, donned his outer robe and made his way towards Yu Beat's courtyard. Upon encountering Yu Beat, the latter was momentarily taken aback before bowing respectfully. Greetings, young sect master. Yu Tianli waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Yu Beat to forego formalities. I come with no particular agenda today, but I wish to inquire about Xiao Shui, the one beside Rongrong. Have you ascertained her background? Yu Beat hesitated, then smiled nervously. Young sect master, she's merely a soul master of over 30s in rank. What could be of concern? His voice trailed off as he noticed the coldness in Yu Tianli's expression. Merely a soul master of over 30s? Yu Tianli's voice dripped with frost. Yu Beat, is that truly what you, a top-tier shadow guard, have to say? Have you forgotten your roots after years as deputy dean? At Yu Tianli's words, Yu Beat promptly knelt, realizing that the current Yu Tianli was not the same as 9 years prior. He now held immense authority within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. If he were to incur the young sect master's displeasure, it would not bode well for him or his son. Observing Yu Beat kneeling and bowing repeatedly, Yu Tianli furrowed his brow. Ultimately, he considered the years of care from Yu Tianhao and Yu Beat and wave his hand rise. The connection between the white goose martial soul and that of the Tiando royal family's swan must be thoroughly investigated. It is unsafe to harbor someone of unknown background. Do you have 3 days to accomplish this? None at all. Thank you for your great kindness, young sect master. I shall fulfill this task without fail. Yu Beat replied as he exited. Watching his retreating figure, Yu Tianli gazed up at the clouds, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Shui had made plans to go shopping. As they strolled, Xiao Shui teased, I wondered why such a stunning beauty like you had no suitors. Turns out you've long been taken. You really lack loyalty for not informing your good sister. Ning Rongrong grinned. Hee, Tianli had matters to attend to. Why would I tell you? Besides, with your beauty, there are so many pursuing you in the academy. Why haven't you chosen one? Xiao Shui shook her head. Please. Sister, I'm only 16. I know what those boys are after, and I refuse to indulge their whims. Unlike you, who has a pretty dedicated little boyfriend. Care to share your secrets? Ning Rongrong puffed out her chest proudly, resembling a triumphant rooster. It's primarily due to my irresistible charm. Ugh, you're so shameless. A month had passed, and Lanba Academy had entered the preliminary rounds, commencing a cycle of matches with a day of rest every 7 days. Today marked their day of respite. With Yu Tianli absent, Qin Ming temporarily took charge of training, allowing Ning Rongrong to enjoy her outing while the others persisted through rigorous drills, oblivious to Yu Tianli's return. Observing the sluggishness of the group, Yu Tianli bellowed, Stand up straight. Instantly, they straightened as if conditioned to do so. Qin Ming chuckled in disbelief, realizing these youngsters were indeed cowards who feared authority. As the 5 individuals caught sight of Yu Tianli, they hastily attempted to curry favor. Brother Tianli, you see, but before they could finish, Yu Tianli's icy voice interrupted. Now, no one is permitted to use soul power. 5 times the gravitational field, 1,000 squats. Commence immediately. Fail to complete them, and you shall forfeit your meals. In the face of Yu Tianli's command, the group had no inclination to argue and trudged with grim faces towards the 5-fold gravitational field. Qin Ming, who had intended to add more training, hesitated and spoke up. Tianli, won't this be a bit too harsh? Yu Tianli waved his hand dismissively, smiling. Teacher Qin, you don't understand. These kids need rigorous training. They've grown quite lazy in my absence. By the way, Teacher Qin, how have our results fared in the competitions over the past month? I am aware we've passed, but I am not clear on the specifics. Do enlighten me. Chapter 127. The cycle of matches. As Qin Ming recounted the competitions, he grew serious. Tianli, this past month has been challenging without you. The team has been difficult to manage. Had it not been for my previous years of guiding you, I would have struggled to maintain order. Initially, we intended to conserve strength, yet these youngsters insisted on showcasing their talents, which has driven me to frustration. With each word, Yu Tianli's expression darkened. Ignoring Qin Ming's words, they foolishly believed themselves invincible, not heeding any advice. As he approached the gravitational field, he called out to the group, laboring under the weight. "You lot, come here." The group, initially thinking Yu Tianli had softened, felt their hearts sink as they saw his stern visage. They lowered their heads, resembling frightened quails. Yu Tianli fixed his gaze on the five, and, after a lengthy silence, he spoke. Su Yiping stepped forward. Su Yiping complied, stepping forth. "Iu dia li gon li zimak, Su Yiping." You are among the eldest in the team, yet you cannot even manage your own group? What did I instruct before I departed? Do not reveal our strength, so our enemies remain unaware. Have you taken my words for naught? Listening to Yu Tianli's admonition, Su Yiping wished to vanish into the earth, regretting his earlier folly of agreeing to join these individuals on stage. Observing Su Yiping's dismayed expression, Yu Tianli turned his gaze to Yu Qianma and Yu Qianhao, stating coolly, Yu Qianma, Yu Qianhao, as direct descendants of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, do not let your positions inflate your egos. In my absence, you two have chosen to instigate trouble? Is it impressive to showcase your strength on stage? Do you believe yourselves champions already? Listening to Yu Tianli's words, the usually proud crowd lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. He then approached Xian Ling and Lin Tianxun, proclaiming loudly, "And you too, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your actions. If you no longer heed my words, I shall dissolve the Lamba battle team. You all consider yourselves heroes, defying me and Teacher Qin, each one of you a formidable warrior. I shall not intervene any further. Do as you wish." With that, he turned to leave. Yu Qianma hurriedly stopped him, patting his chest and saying, "Brother Tianli, just tell us what we must do to earn your forgiveness. Even if it costs us our lives, we will ensure your satisfaction." With Yu Qianma leading the way, others chimed in, "Yes, Brother Tianli, just tell us what to do. We will follow your commands." Upon hearing this, Yu Qianli turned back, coldly stating, "Since you have spoken, I shall grant you an opportunity. We will hold a round-robin competition, which is to say, individual battles. Over the next 15 days, only one of you may compete each day. You must complete 10,000 squats daily. Those who fail must do 50,000 weighted squats, and until you finish, no meals will be allowed. Is that understood?" Despite the harsh conditions, the group collectively affirmed, "Understood." "Speak louder. Did you understand?" "Understood." Their response nearly deafened Yu Qianli, yet he maintained his icy demeanor, declaring, "Very well. Today, each of you will face a 5-fold gravity field, and you are forbidden from using your soul power. 50,000 squats now commence." With that, everyone swiftly returned to the gravity field, performing squats with vigor. Observing them, Yu Qianli turned to leave, confident that even in his absence, they would diligently complete their tasks. Just as he exited the gravity field, he encountered Ning Rongrong and Xiao Shui returning from shopping. Yu Qianli smiled at Ning Rongrong, asking, "Did you enjoy your outing?" Ning Rongrong naturally linked her arm with his, responding cheerfully, "Of course. By the way, tomorrow is our individual match against Songhui Academy. Where is everyone?" Yu Qianli chuckled, replying, "They are out having fun. After all, who needs to strategize against a team as weak as Songhui?" At that moment, Xiao Shui interjected, "Captain, do you think I can compete?" Yu Qianli scrutinized her, finding her increasingly reminiscent of someone from his past. Uncertain, Xiao Shui felt uneasy under his gaze, repeating, "Is it not possible? I am a substitute for the team. After all." Yu Qianli nodded, smiling, "Very well. You will compete right after Lin Tianxun tomorrow. No objections?" Xiao Shui eagerly nodded. "No problem. Just being able to compete is wonderful." She then bid farewell to Ning Rongrong and headed to her dormitory. Watching her retreating figure, Yu Qianli narrowed his eyes, coolly asking, "Rongrong, do you know Xiao Shui's background?" Ning Rongrong was taken aback, then replied, "Background? What do you mean? Are you interested in Xiao Shui?" As she spoke, she pinched Yu Tianli's side, ready to act if he did not provide a satisfactory explanation. Feeling her touch, Yu Tianli laughed, "Rongrong, you misunderstand. I merely find her martial spirit, the white goose, strikingly similar to the swan of the Tiando royal family. I was pondering if there might be a connection. Upon hearing his explanation, Ning Rongrong realized her mistake, but still huffed. I suppose I'll let you off this time. However, I have considered this matter too, and my family found nothing unusual, so I dismissed it. Had Ning Rongrong's family investigated and found nothing? Was she merely being overly suspicious? Perhaps it would be best to wait for Yu Beibei's report. If her suspicions prove correct, it would indeed be troublesome. Bringing his thoughts back, Yu Qianli gazed at the contemplative Ning Rongrong, her puffed cheeks presenting a unique beauty. He mischievously smirked and suddenly swept her up into his arms. Ning Rongrong gasped, playfully striking his chest. "What are you doing? We're still outside. Then let's return to your room," he declared, swiftly making his way there. "Get off. Are you trying to be scandalous in broad daylight? Try me. What is there to fear?" Chapter 128. Sanghui Academy's Little Chickens Tiando Great Soul Arena. Today marks the personal battle between the Lamba Battle Team and the Sanghui team. On the first day of individual matches, Sanghui Academy has encountered the greatest dark horse of this tournament, truly facing dire luck. The host unreservedly stated this on stage. Meanwhile, in the preparation area, Yu Tianli patted Lin Tianxin's back, advising, "Do your best to achieve 1 against 7. Conserve your strength in the earlier matches. I'm not entirely confident in that Xiao Shui by Rongrong's side. Remember this." Acknowledging Yu Tianli's words with a nod, Lin Tianxin turned and walked towards the arena. Pleased with the trust placed in him, he would not let him down. The host excitedly introduced, representing Lamba Academy, we have Lin Tianxin, a level 45 control type Soul Master. It seems Lamba Academy is quite confident about this battle. In contrast, Sanghui Academy's first competitor is merely a level 36 Soul Master. The match is about to begin. Upon hearing the host's introduction, the audience erupted in laughter, for Sanghui Academy's strength truly paled in comparison to Lamba Academy's. Many thought it would be better for them to surrender outright. On stage, Lin Tianxin first bowed to his opponent, revealing 4 soul rings of 2 yellow and 2 purple behind him, while 2 star-marked pieces appeared in his hands. The opposing Soul Master gripped a red gemstone, presumably his martial spirit, seemingly aiming to deplete Lin Tianxin's soul power. He activated his strongest 1,000-year third soul ring, a dazzling red light emanating from the gemstone. Lin Tianxin scoffed, "This level of spiritual attack? You truly underestimate me." As he spoke, his first soul ring suddenly lit up. With its activation, the 2 pieces in his hands glowed, and threads of star power shot towards his opponent's head. The star power inherently possessed a degree of spiritual attack capability and carried the element of obliteration. The brilliant red light barely grazed the star threads before being absorbed, transforming into a minuscule sword that pierced directly into the opponent's mind. He collapsed, shouting his surrender, as Yu Qianli's voice rang out, "Tianxin, do not take a life." Lin Tianxin acknowledged Yu Qianli with a nod, gently raising his right hand, causing the star threads to return to his star source chest. The host's voice then boomed. In the first match of the individual battle between Lamba Academy and Sanghui Academy, Lamba Academy emerges victorious. Sanghui Academy, please send forth the next competitor. In the Sanghui Academy, a moment of silent exchange transpired between 2 individuals, until one of them, a Soul Master, rose and declared, "Captain, allow me to take the stage. Among our team, only the 2 of us have broken through to level 40, and your soul power exceeds mine by 2 levels. I shall exert myself to deplete his soul power, and the remainder will rest upon your shoulders. Although we may not prevail against Lamba Academy, we certainly cannot afford to be defeated in a 1 versus 7 scenario." The captain patted his companion's shoulder and replied, "My good brother, go forth and leave the rest to me." The individual nodded and raised a hand towards the judging panel, announcing, "All 5 competitors from Sanghui Academy forfeit. I will take the stage." The judges exchanged glances before announcing, "The 2nd to 5th competitors from Sanghui Academy have all forfeited, and the 6th, Jiaoda, will take the field." Following the judge's announcement, the host appeared unexpectedly and elaborated. Jiaoda is the vice-captain of the Sanghui Academy battle team. Possessing the martial spirit of the purple gem, a level 42 Soul Master, reputed for his formidable strength. One wonders what sparks will fly between him and our Lin Tianxun. Let us await the spectacle. On stage, Lin Tianxun greeted Jiaoda with cupped hands, saying, "I seek your guidance." Jiaoda responded gladly. As he spoke, for soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, rose sequentially from his feet, and a purple gem materialized in his hand. Observing Jiao Da's optimal soul ring configuration, Yu Tianli smirked. Finding the situation amusing, "This is rather interesting. Previously, we faced a motley crew." Beside him, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Shui exchanged puzzled looks. Ning Rongrong softly inquired, "What are you thinking? Why do you hope for a strong opponent?" Yu Tianli chuckled, shaking his head as he pinched Ning Rongrong's nose playfully. "Rongrong, we are not merely competing. We are also honing our skills through this contest. Such one-on-one battles are far more effective in refining a Soul Master-esque combat techniques than group battles. Moreover, given Tianxun's character, he would prefer to face an opponent 10 times stronger than himself rather than one 10 times weaker. Do you understand why?" Ning Rongrong contemplated. Could it be that battling strong opponents accelerates one's growth? Yu Tianli nodded, smiling. "Indeed, Rongrong, it seems you possess considerable insight. Engaging with those stronger than you will gradually enhance your abilities, while facing the weak hinders progress and may even lead to decline." Xiao Shui, grasping the essence of the conversation, nodded in understanding. "I see. It is akin to the joy of battling against fate, much like my own experiences." At this moment, Yu Tianli's icy gaze fixed upon Xiao Shui, contemplating the audacity of a commoner aspiring to challenge destiny. Just then, he noticed Yu Bei nearby and withdrew his gaze. Turning to Ning Rongrong with a smile, "Rongrong, I must step out for a moment. Wait for my return." Ning Rongrong obediently nodded, releasing Yu Tianli's arm. In the VIP section of the Grand Soul Arena, Yu Bei confirmed the absence of onlookers before kneeling on one knee, stating, "Young master, this individual indeed possesses some significance. Several leads have vanished near the prince's estate, leading me to suspect he was placed here by the prince." Upon hearing Yu Bei's report, Yu Tianli fell into contemplation. "The Spirit Hall has dispatched a few loyal pawns to my humble Lamba Academy. How intriguing." Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Yu Tianli commanded, "Yu Bei, investigate the whereabouts of Prince Xue Qinghe and report back once you have clarity." However, Yu Bei did not rise but continued, "Young master, while I was reporting, I discovered that the prince has been reclusive, even shirking several significant imperial affairs. Nonetheless, he is present today, positioned beside the Snow Knight Emperor and the elders." As the threads of intrigue intertwined, the truth appeared to align with his suspicions, rendering the situation all the more captivating. Chapter 129. The 1 versus 7 unfolds on stage. The duel between Lin Tianxun and Jiaoda commenced. Yet before the level 42 Jiaoda, Lin Tianxun, at level 47, was a formidable opponent. Just as defeat loomed, Jiaoda activated his 3rd and 4th soul rings, exclaiming, "3rd soul skill, purple gem radiance. 4th soul skill, purple gem calamity." Instantly, the purple gem in Jiaoda's grasp emitted a blinding brilliance, and an array of purple energy shurikens hurtled toward Lin Tianxun. Momentarily stunned, Lin Tianxun pondered, "Is this truly the extent of the 3rd and 4th soul skills? The techniques of a millennium-old soul ring seem rather feeble." Yet, even with a 5-level advantage in soul power, he knew he could not underestimate a soul master's 3rd and 4th skills. Lin Tianxun's 2nd and 3rd soul rings activated simultaneously, transforming the arena into a colossal chessboard. Countless star source chess pieces were cast from his hands, and after intercepting the purple energy shurikens, they formed an intricate formation upon the arena. The Snow Knight Emperor, observing from the judges' panel, furrowed his brow in confusion, glancing at the Soul Douluo advisors beside him. This child's martial spirit is peculiar. The formation he conjured on the arena seems oddly familiar. The Soul Douluo advisors shook their heads, admitting ignorance. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanjin chuckled, "Your Majesty, you may be unaware, but this child was discovered by my grandson within the Stardow Forest. Furthermore, He is a descendant of an old acquaintance of mine. You must have heard of Lin Yikong, correct? Upon hearing the name Lin Yikong, the Snow Knight Emperor was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he is a descendant of the prodigy from decades past in Xingluo? How has his lineage waned in such a short span of time? Yu Yuanjin continued, Your Majesty may not know, but while the Star Source chess martial spirit progresses rapidly, it possesses a fatal flaw. Without breaking through to title Douluo before the age of 40, the individual will perish. This is why Lin Tianqian has ended up in such circumstances. However, in my blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, his enemies dare not approach. Were it not for Yu Yuanjin's reputation, the Snow Knight Emperor might have dismissed such claims as mere bravado. Yet he knew the truth of Yu Yuanjin's strength. In the vast continent, few could rival him. On stage, Jiao De, oblivious to the formation of Star Source chess beneath him, charged fiercely toward Lin Tianqian, tightly gripping the purple gem. Noticing Jiao Da's advance, Lin Tianqian's lips curled into a subtle smile. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed a Star Source chess piece to a nearby corner. Jiao Da derisively taunted, What is the matter? Are you running low on soul power? Do you think a single chess piece can challenge me? Lin Tianqian's smile broadened, replying, What? Do you think my Star Source chess is limited to this? He snapped his fingers, and in that instant, the chess pieces on the ground became ethereal. Upon collision, they erupted, and, at the center of the explosion, Jiao Da's figure could be vaguely discerned, albeit disheveled and covered in dust, his attire in tatters. Such an outcome rendered Jiao Da's concession unnecessary, as the referee promptly declared. The winner of this match is Lin Tianqian. Following the announcement, the audience erupted in cheers, chanting Lin Tianqian's name, with some even exclaiming their desire to bear his offspring. In response, Lin Tianqian ostentatiously winked at Mu Yun below, eliciting laughter from the members of the Lambda team. At this moment, the host's voice resounded once more, inviting the final contestant from Sanhui Academy, Jiao Er. His martial spirit, the Dark Jiao King, designated as a sole master of level 44, raised the question of whether Jiao Er would triumph over Lin Tianqian or if Lin Tianqian would secure his championship title once more. The audience eagerly awaited the outcome. Dressed in a black robe, Jiao Er glared menacingly at Lin Tianqian, exclaiming, It is you, all because of you. If not for you, Sanhui Academy would not have become the laughingstock it is today. I will have you torn to shreds. A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Tianqian's eyes as he responded with a smile. Jiao Er, my dear fellow, there is one thing I must inform you. The Young Soul Master competition prohibits killing, so do take heed. Please enlighten me. Rest assured, I will ensure your demise, and it will be justly deserved. Jiao Er retorted, a tone of menace in his voice, amidst the echoes reminiscent of a dragon's roar. 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings emerged behind Jiao Er, causing Lin Tianqian's expression to shift towards seriousness. Although he had fought 2 rounds, the depletion of his soul power was not negligible. Moreover, Jiao Er's soul power surpassed that of Jiao Da by 2 levels, placing their respective powers in a state of relative equilibrium. Thus, the contest would now hinge upon their true capabilities. In the audience, Yu Tianli returned to his seat, prompting Ning Rongrong to ask curiously, Tianli, what kind of martial spirit does this individual possess? They call it the Dark Jiao King. But isn't a Jiao considered a type of dragon? Yet, this person's martial spirit appears quite different. With a derisive laugh, Yu Tianli replied, A Jiao? It merely carries a trace of draconic blood. If either Tian Mo or Tian Hao were to compete, there would be no need for a match. This so-called Dark Jiao King would have already knelt in submission. A mere hybrid dares to claim the title of king? What a fool. Beside him, Xiao Shui silently scoffed at Yu Tianli's arrogance, while Ning Rongrong nodded, somewhat understanding. When it came to the study of dragons, even the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School could not rival the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, which was rooted in the true dragon martial spirit and had a vested interest in comprehending their foundations. On the duel stage, Yu Tianli's seat was already in close proximity, and he spoke loudly without reservation, watching as Jiao Er's face turned a shade resembling that of pig liver. Lin Tianqian quickly grasped the situation. After all this time, you are nothing but a lowly hybrid. Allow me to escort you on your way." Seemingly unable to endure the insult, Jiao Er's third soul ring illuminated instantaneously, and a surge of dark energy enveloped him. In an instant, even Lin Tianchen could not discern Jiao Er's true position. Unable to contain his amusement, Yu Qianli remarked to Ning Rongrong, "You see, a dragon is a dragon, and a jiao is a jiao. A true dragon confronts its adversaries openly and honorably, never resorting to such underhanded tactics." Ning Rongrong, caught between laughter and exasperation, began to realize the amusing nature of her companion. Perhaps, as Old Bone had suggested, the Yu family was indeed a clan of arrogance. With this thought, she tightened her grip on Yu Tianli's hand, resting her head on his shoulder. Regardless of the man he was, he remained the most important person in her heart, the one she wished to accompany her for a lifetime. Chapter 130. 1 and a 7 on the stage. Jiao Er had completely vanished within the swirling black mist. Observing the encroaching darkness, Lin Tianxin's fourth soul ring suddenly illuminated. The fourth soul skill, Etheric Rain of Limitation. Lin Tianxin cast forth a star source chess piece, which upon release, soared into the air, transforming into delicate strands imbued with celestial power. This was Lin Tianxin's fourth soul skill, enabling him to perceive the actions of his opponent through the eyes of a deity. Only those with a spirit power far surpassing Lin Tianxin's could hope to counter this ability. In other words, every movement of Jiao Er, concealed within the black mist, was laid bare before Lin Tianxin. Observing the clumsy movements of Jiao Er amidst the darkness, Lin Tianxin could not suppress his laughter. His third soul ring activated once more, and the intricate chessboard reappeared on the duel stage. Countless star-sourced chess pieces were hurled from Lin Tianxin's hands into the black mist. With a series of resounding impacts, the pieces were cast forth, their usual control mechanisms rendering them less lethal. Yet, they served their purpose in forming a strategic array as the encroaching mist drew nearer. The audience began to believe Lin Tianxin had lost all capacity to counterattack. However, just as the black mist was on the verge of forcing Lin Tianxin off the stage, it abruptly halted, and Jiao Er dispelled the mist, a smirk gracing his lips. "Did you think I would fall for the same trick again?" he taunted, activating his second soul skill, causing his figure to vanish and reappear where he had initially entered the stage. Lin Tianxin chuckled in response. "Whether you fall for it or not is of no concern to me. Since you refuse to take the bait, I must demonstrate my true abilities. Otherwise, it will be said that I am bullying you." With that, star-sourced chess pieces began to levitate from the ground, each emanating wisps of celestial force, transforming into a spear that materialized in Lin Tianxin's grasp. Furthermore, the spear's head rotated, embodying the initial stance of Yang Wudi's shattering spear technique. This was Lin Tianxin's self-developed soul skill, created 2 years prior, allowing him to manipulate the celestial power within the star-sourced chess pieces to take the form he envisioned. Since then, he had sought guidance from Yang Wudi on spear techniques. Initially reluctant to accept Lin Tianxin as a disciple, Yang Wudi ultimately relented due to Lin Tianxin's persistent efforts and Yu Tianli's intercession. Over the course of 2 years, Lin Tianxin had honed his spear skills to a level of proficiency surpassing ordinary disciples of the medicine hall who had trained for 3 to 5 years. Upon seeing the spear in Lin Tianxin's hand, Jiao Er immediately raised his hand to signal the referee, exclaiming, "I protest. Lin Tianxin is using a weapon, which is prohibited in the Young Soul Master competition. Are you not aware?" Before Jiao Er could finish, the referee interjected, "This spear is composed of Lin Tianxin's martial spirit. Star Source Chess. Your protest is invalid. Please continue the match normally or risk disqualification for Tsanghui Academy." Upon hearing this, Jiao Er could only grit his teeth and advance toward Lin Tianxin. Meanwhile, the host quietly chuckled. Does he not realize who he is up against? Even if it were a weapon, what could the referee possibly say? As Jiao Er charged at Lin Tianxin, he unleashed his fourth soul skill. The fourth soul skill, Jiao Dragon Ascendant Break. Jiao Er transformed completely into a mass of black mist, rendering even Lin Tianxin's fourth soul skill unable to discern his movements. The spear of celestial energy spun in Lin Tianxin's hand, attempting to fend off the encroaching darkness. However, Jiao Er's fourth soul skill was an exceedingly rare body soul skill. Utilizing his own life force as bait, merging into the black mist, thereby reducing physical attacks by 90%. In the audience, Yu Qianli quickly discerned the true purpose of Jiao Er's fourth soul skill, exclaiming anxiously, "This is bad." Jiao Er is using his life force as a medium, merging into the black mist. Tianxin's attacks are now utterly ineffective. Xiao Shui, astonished, remarked, "Using life force as a medium? Isn't that characteristic of evil soul masters? How could this be?" Upon hearing the term evil soul master, even Ning Rongrong was taken aback. Yu Qianli had already confirmed Xiao Shui's identity. This was not an era where evil soul masters rampaged unchecked. If anyone were to be aware of such beings, it would likely be the three upper sects, the two great empires and the Spirit Hall. Among them, the Spirit Hall possessed the most profound understanding of these malevolent entities. Yu Qianli's heart was tumultuous, as he had confirmed that this person was undoubtedly Qianren Xue. The so-called white goose martial soul was merely a disguise of the six-winged angel. How could a person in their 20s, like her, still pretend to be young? Was it wise to keep such a ticking time bomb close? Who was Xue Qinghe from the Imperial Palace? And were there other disguised individuals? However, Yu Qianli smiled and remarked that being a sinister soul master was not certain. It should be the flaw of this martial soul. While saying this, he tightened his grip on Ning Rongrong's hand, signaling her to remain silent. Ning Rongrong understood and smiled, resting her head on Yu Qianli's shoulder. Meanwhile, the battle between Lin Tianxin and Jiao Er had escalated to a fever pitch. The black mist, after enduring Lin Tianxin's ferocious assault, had become severely damaged. The starry spear in Lin Tianxin's hand also showed signs of wear, and ultimately he broke it, transforming it into countless star-sourced chess pieces, which he hurled at Jiao Er. Jiao Er was struck painfully by these pieces, and realizing that life force was not limitless, the black mist was on the verge of complete collapse. Contemplating this, Jiao Er waved his hand, retracting the black mist, his complexion turning exceptionally pale, as if he could scarcely stand. Lin Tianxin laughed and said, "What is this? It seems your fourth soul skill relies on life force as a medium. You truly are reckless, risking your life over a mere competition." At that moment, Jiao Er's first and second soul rings suddenly illuminated, charging forward. Lin Tianxin smirked, snapping his fingers. The star-source chess pieces nearby Jiao Er erupted with boundless stellar power and destructive force. The teachers of Tsanghui Academy, fully aware that Jiao Er's current condition could not withstand such an assault, urgently shouted, "We concede! We concede!" Upon hearing this, Lin Tianxin snapped his fingers once more, retracting the remaining unexploded star-source chess pieces. The host's voice resonated, announcing, "In the first match of the individual tournament, Lanba Academy wins." The arena erupted with raucous applause. In Chapter 131, the nonsense of the Spirit Hall, although facing a weak team like Tsanghui Academy, achieving a 1-7 victory was still a symbol of strength. Even Xue Yedadi, seated in the audience, rose to applaud Lin Tianxin. A strong individual, regardless of the time, is always deserving of respect. Although Lin Tianxin's rank was not high currently, he was destined to become a formidable force in the future. Despite the limitations imposed by the 40-year-old title, only a few were aware of it. As Lin Tianxin descended the stage amidst the cheers, Yu Qianli grasped his arm and laughed. "Haha, Tianxin, I never expected you to truly achieve a 1-7. You have not disappointed my expectations. It's a pity that Xuan Ling and the others are not here. Otherwise, they would certainly want to punch you for your current smugness." Lin Tianxin chuckled, "Haha, let us leave them to do squats in the gravity chamber." He then glanced at Mu Yun. Yu Qianli, upon noticing this, smiled and said, "All right, let us retreat. There are some things that young people might not want us to overhear." He then took Ning Rongrong's hand and began to exit. Meanwhile, Qinming, Xiao Xue, and the others awkwardly retreated as well. At that moment, Only Lin Tianxian and Mu Yun remained in the waiting area of Lanba Academy. Mu Yun's face turned as red as an apple, stammering. You scared everyone away. What do you want? Lin Tianxian hesitated, finally gathering his resolve upon seeing Yu Qianli's encouraging expression peeking from the side, and declared, Mu Yun, I want to tell you that I like you. Although they had previously shared a mutual understanding, the moment he voiced it, Mu Yun's mind seemed to freeze as she lowered her head, unsure of how to respond. Why you shouldn't think that just because you defeated 7 opponents, you can bully people at will? Lin Tianxian, flustered, replied, How could I bully you? If anyone dares to bully you, I will definitely protect you. Seeing Lin Tianxian's anxious demeanor, Mu Yun burst into laughter. You silly, I like you too. As she uttered these words, a chorus of surprised gasps arose from nearby. Lin Tianxian turned to find not only Yu Qianli, but also Xu Yiping and others, who should have been in the academy, were present. Mu Yun quickly hid behind Lin Tianxian, while he, slightly embarrassed and annoyed, exclaimed, What are you all doing here? Weren't you supposed to be doing squats in the academy? Xu Yiping's companion, Xuanling, chuckled, Hey, it was Qianli Ge who said you were about to achieve a 1 versus 7 victory, so we came to enjoy the spectacle. Who knew we would actually witness such excitement? Hearing Xuanling's words, everyone laughed warmly. Lin Tianxian vowed to return and teach them a lesson, looking at this peculiar group as if they were family. Meanwhile, at the back of the crowd, Xiao Xu's mindset began to shift for the first time. That night, in Xiao Xu's room, a male voice resonated, Young master. I wonder what urgent matter brings you here at such a late hour? A white-haired elder knelt on one knee before the golden-haired girl, who was none other than Xiao Xue. Although her appearance remained unchanged, she felt like a different person. Xiao Xue commanded, Notify the Wuhuan Xingdian in Tiando City to halt all investigations into Lanba Academy until the true strength of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is ascertained. All actions are strictly prohibited. Understood? Understood, the elder replied. Be cautious as you leave, for there is a tidal Douluo guarding Lanba Academy. The development of the Blue Lightning sect in recent years is truly alarming. Inform that woman that the tidal Douluo of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect numbers no less than 3, perhaps even more. If we must forcefully deal with the Blue Lightning sect, we absolutely need someone capable of subduing Yu Engine, or else it would merely be delivering food to others. Understood. I take my leave. With that, the elder vanished into thin air. Shortly after, a cold voice echoed, Bring me the nonsense of the spirit hall and bind it. Then take it to the academy's playground. Xiao Xue was taken aback. The figure that had just vanished was one of the top combatants sent by that woman, a being of tidal Douluo caliber. As she knew, Elder Xue had already reached level 95. How many could capture him? Was it the old dragon making a move? Contemplating this, Xiao Xue's expression shifted as she resumed her innocent demeanor from earlier, joining her classmates heading to the academy's playground to witness the commotion. Before long, the playground was filled with people, and Xiao Xue noticed Ning Rongrong waving at her from a distance, prompting her to hurry over. Rongrong, what is going on? Has someone attacked the academy? She feigned ignorance. Ning Rongrong, yawning, replied, about that person. I heard Tianli mention that he thought he had captured a sneaky elder from the spirit hall and was interrogating him. Xiao Xue smiled. I've heard that the elders of the spirit hall are all rumored to be tidal Douluo level beings. Your little boyfriend's grandfather is so formidable that he could actually capture a tidal Douluo. Haha, is Grandpa you doing well? Just as Ning Rongrong seemed about to let something slip, Yu Qianli approached, pulling Ning Rongrong away, saying, Let us go. Rongrong, let us stay inside for a while. It's late at night, and those spirit hall nuisances should be tired. Shouldn't they be at home cuddling with their wives instead of causing such disturbances? As they spoke, they were about to enter the room, when, suddenly, Xiao Xue exclaimed, Wait. Yu Qianli raised an eyebrow. Is there something you need? Xiao Xue grasped Ning Rongrong's hand and whispered, Rongrong, I've never seen a tidal Douluo before. Can you take me in with you, please? She persistently shook Ning Rongrong's arm. Ning Rongrong chuckled. All right, really, it's just a bunch of old men. What is so special about them? Come on, let us go together. Xiao Xue's face lit up with excitement, eager to experience the world, while Yu Qianli gently squeezed Ning Rongrong's hand, watching her with a playful expression. Ning Rongrong proudly lifted her chin, as if seeking praise. Yu Qianli placed a soft kiss on her forehead, smiling as he said, "Let us head in first. Just wait for the show." With that, the two entered closely behind. Upon entering, they saw a figure kneeling inside the room. Due to the distance, they could not discern the figure's appearance. However, Xiao Shui recognized that this was the elder Shilong who had come to see her earlier. Looking at the imposing Yu Yuanjin seated at the head, Xiao Shui felt a chill run through her. If that old man was present, then the kneeling figure was likely Elder Shi. Chapter 132. Is it fake? However, Qian Renxue, being Qian Renxue, maintained a calm demeanor and even smiled towards Ning Rongrong, softly saying, "Rongrong, that's your little boyfriend's grandfather." Ning Rongrong, grinning, pointed from behind Yu Qianli and replied, just as softly, "Yes, that's him sitting up there. He looks so fierce. Is a title Douluo always like this? Quite intimidating." Qian Renxue whispered while leaning on Ning Rongrong's back. Ning Rongrong playfully pinched Qian Renxue's chest, chuckling, "Hey, you're mistaken. Tianli's grandfather is actually quite nice. Not fierce at all, just a bit strict with Tianli. By the way, what level is his grandfather? He seems incredibly powerful. Must be at least rank 95. Qian Renxue inquired curiously. Yu Qianli, walking ahead, couldn't help but scoff silently. Qian Renxue was quite the skilled tease. Her words were truly remarkable. Ning Rongrong blinked and smiled. "Take a guess." "Here, a hint. Grandpa US level is indeed very high." Qian Renxue seemed to ponder for a moment before speaking. "Could it be rank 96? I've heard Grandpa Yu is even more formidable than the royal family's offerings. Even the royal family has to regard him highly." "Enough." Yu Qianli turned around, his tone serious. "Let us focus on resolving the issue first." Hearing this, Ning Rongrong offered an apologetic smile and gestured towards Yu Qianli's back. Qian Renxue feigned a pout in response. At that moment, Yu Yuanjin stood up, addressing the elder bound on the floor. "What's wrong, Shilong? Uncomfortable with being an elder of the Spirit Hall? Want to join my Blue Lightning Academy as an honorary elder? Although I can't offer much, I can provide you with at least 10,000 gold soul coins a month. How'd that sound?" The man, however, kept his head bowed in silence. Yu Yuanjin's voice grew colder. "Someone, cripple, Shilong, don't kill him. Leave some face for BB Dong." As soon as Yu Yuanjin finished speaking, a shadow appeared behind him, and Shilong vanished from sight. Qian Renxue, standing behind Yu Qianli, felt a tightness in her heart. Although Shilong was not particularly significant in her eyes, a rank 95 title Douluo could greatly aid her plans. Thus, she tugged at Ning Rongrong's sleeve and whispered, "Rongrong, where did that man go?" He disappeared in an instant. Ning Rongrong casually waved her hand. "Sister Xiao Shui, you don't know? That Shilong was taken to the Blue Lightning Clan's South special place for dealing with prisoners called the Wanlong Cave. Let me tell you, even though it's called the Wanlong Cave, it's actually filled with all sorts of venomous snakes. I heard Tianli say that no one has lasted half an hour once they go in. Is it really that cruel? How could such a brutal punishment exist? That's terrifying." Xiao Shui gasped, covering her mouth. Hearing this, Yu Qianli shot a cold glance at the visibly distressed Qian Renxue and said in a frosty tone, "A large family has its own rules. Without rules, there can be no order. If it were as simple as you think, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan wouldn't have achieved its current scale." With that, he turned and walked towards Yu Yuanjin. Yu Yuanjin watched his grandson approach and whispered, "So what did you find out?" Yu Qianli nodded, speaking softly. "I can mostly confirm that this person is likely the descendant of the original Pope of the Spirit Hall. A six-winged angel, the daughter of the previous Pope Qian Xuanji, and the granddaughter of the current Grand Elder Qian Douluo, Qian Renxue." Yu Yuanjin did not respond. He stood up and waved his hand to the crowd. "All unrelated parties, please leave. Elder Luo and Yu Bei, stay behind. The rest may disperse." Hearing this, the crowd quickly departed. After all, with Yu Yuanjin's status, even the most oblivious would avoid provoking him. Within 3 breaths, only 4 individuals remained in the hall. Yu Yuanjin waved his hand, and a thin film of soul power enveloped the entire hall. Yu Yuanjin spoke in a deep voice. "Yu Bei, tell us what you have recently discovered, and see if it matches our speculations." "Yes." Yu Bei first bowed respectfully before continuing. I have found that Qian Renxue is 24 years old this year, the daughter of former Pope Qian Xuanji and current Pope Bibi Dong. It is said she has innate soul power of level 20 and has been raised alongside Grand Elder Qian Douluo since childhood, disappearing from public view 10 years ago. With no news since. Elder Luo nodded. It seems Qian Renxue has been sent as an undercover agent. To think the Spirit Hall would invest so much. Innate level 20. What concept? If she focuses on cultivation, she could very well reach the rank of Soul Douluo before 30. Such a waste. Hearing Elder Luo's words, Yu Qianli couldn't help but smile inwardly. Although Qian Renxue did not reach Soul Douluo by 30, she ascended to godhood in her 30s, an angel god, undoubtedly a first-level deity. If not for encountering Tang San, how could a Spirit Hall have faced defeat? Meanwhile, Yu Yunjin noticed Yu Qianli's unusual reaction and, rubbing his forehead, remarked, Tianli, what scheme are you concocting now? Speak up quickly. Qian Renxue is a hot potato. We can't just crush her. At Yu Yunjin's words, Yu Tianli rolled his eyes. Crush her? Are you not afraid of Qian Douluo coming after you? However, he still smiled and said, Grandfather, you are thinking too simply. Do you believe Qian Renxue is just a newcomer sent as an undercover agent? Uncle Yu Bei mentioned that she vanished from sight 10 years ago. What do you think she's been doing all this time? If a six-winged angel can disguise herself as a large white goose, could she not transform into a swan? Upon hearing Yu Qianli's words, the others paused momentarily before Yu Bei respectfully interjected, Sect Master, 10 years ago, the crown prince of the Tiando royal family, Xue Qinghe, seemed to have made some moves. In August of that year and April of the following year, the second and third princes passed away, and the fourth prince was still too young, which led to the establishment of Xue Qinghe's position as crown prince. Could this all be related? Yu Tianli mentally applauded Yu Bei for his deduction, as he had been pondering how to explain this situation, and this revelation was a perfect pillow for his thoughts. Upon hearing the words of Yu Qianli and Yu Bei, Yu Yunjin and Elder Luo, not being fools, grasped the crux of the matter. With a smile, Yu Yunjin remarked, It seems this little girl has come merely to scout our situation. In that case, let's present her with a grand gift. Tianli, what do you suggest we do? A sly smile crept upon Yu Tianli's lips as he responded, Yu Bei, at your service. Chapter 133. Uprooting the roots, Yu Tianli calmly stated. Mobilize all the hidden guards around Tiando Imperial City and thoroughly investigate all matters concerning the prince's residence. Within 3 days, I want this false prince eradicated completely. Understood. Yu Bei saluted and made his way outside. Elder Luo chuckled as he looked at Yu Yunjin. Well, brother, Tianli certainly has a knack for seizing the critical points. If we dismantle the prince's residence, the decade-long efforts of the Wuhuan Hall will be in vain. Tianli, I did not expect you to be such a cunning lad. Hearing this, Yu Yunjin also chuckled, taking pride in the fact that his grandson had inherited his cleverness. Yet, Yu Qianli clasped his hands and addressed Yu Yunjin. I implore you, grandfather, to maintain stability in Tiando Imperial City to prevent a desperate counterattack from the Wuhuan Hall. Yu Yunjin waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, as long as that old man Qian Douluo does not personally intervene, Tiando City shall remain undisturbed. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianli nodded. After all, Qian Douluo could not leave the Wuhuan Hall at will. However, should he truly arrive, it would be troublesome unless he was willing to take drastic measures, risking his life to summon the god of destruction. But wasn't he that a bit shameless? Lost in thought, Yu Qianli took his leave, stepping outside to find Ning Rongrong and Qian Renxue still waiting. As soon as Ning Rongrong saw Yu Tianli exit, she joyfully wrapped her arms around his, playfully exclaiming, Why did you take so long? I've been waiting for you. Seeing Ning Rongrong's radiant smile, Yu Qianli gently tapped her nose and replied, I shall make it up to you tonight. At this, both girls flushed with embarrassment. Ning Rongrong playfully hit Yu Qianli, saying, You rascal, there are others here. Yu Qianli cast a cold glance at Xiao Xue. Do you have something to say? If not, we shall take our leave. At this moment, Xiao Xue was filled with a myriad of thoughts. Big brother, your words can really be blunt. And no, it's nothing. Rongrong, I shall take my leave. She stammered awkwardly before turning to depart. Watching Xiao Xue's retreating figure, Ning Rongrong laughed and said, Tianli, are you sure? Xiao Xue seems quite fine. Yu Tianli nodded. Grandfather and elder Luo have nearly confirmed it. This Xiao Xue is indeed the daughter of the former pope, Qin Xuanji. One must be cautious while conversing with her. Otherwise, she might extract information without you realizing it. Understood, little fool? He pinched Ning Rongrong's small nose affectionately. Ning Rongrong playfully threatened, if you bully me again, I'll bite you. Not far away, Xiao Xue was angrily kicking a nearby shrub, muttering, arrogant, disgraceful, shameless, lecherous. She had never encountered anyone who dared to treat her this way. Yet she had to endure and pretend to be sweet and innocent. Yu Qianli, just wait. You will regret this. The following day, the competition proceeded as scheduled. Due to Lin Tianxin's remarkable performance, Yu Tianli declared that everyone should gather at the Duhan Arena, though penalties would still be enforced. Today, the luck of Lanba Academy was not so favorable. Their opponent was no longer the pitiful team from yesterday, but rather the Xiangjia Academy, one of the 7 major sections. Not only was the captain, Hu Yanli, a formidable soul master at level 44, but the team boasted a total of 4 soul masters. In the grand tournament, few teams could claim 4 soul masters among their ranks. Without a doubt, Xiangjia Academy was a powerful force. Upon hearing the name, Xiangjia Academy, Yu Tianli leaned back in his chair, smirking. Xiangjia team? How dull. Who among you wishes to take the stage? If I go, it would be a mismatch. Although Yu Tianli's words were bold, they rang true. With his current strength as a soul king, coupled with his full dragon transformation, he could easily take on all 7 members of the Xiangjia team single-handedly. Amidst the silence, Su Yiping stepped forward, stating solemnly, I shall go first. I want to see what Xiangjia Academy is made of. Yu Tianli nodded and replied, very well, Yiping, you shall take the lead. Tai Long, you two should give it a try, and Xianling, the 3 of you will do. If you cannot prevail, then I shall intervene. Just as the referee was about to take the list away, Xiao Xue's voice rang out. Wait. Yu Qianli furrowed his brow. He had already made his decision. Why was this woman being so troublesome? What is it? His tone was quite harsh, causing others to look on in confusion. I'm also a member of the Lanba team, and wish to take the stage. Is that acceptable? Xiao Xue seemed to muster all her strength to voice this request. Yu Tianli assessed Xiao Xue with a discerning gaze, then replied coolly, Fine, you may take the stage after Tai Long. With that, he turned to look at the distant Hu Yanli. Hu Yanli crossed his right arm across his neck, feigning a casual gesture. Yu Qianli nearly burst into laughter at this foolish display. Had he not suffered enough humiliation years ago? Disregarding him entirely, Yu Qianli closed his eyes, resting his head against Ning Rongrong's shoulder, and whispered, Let me lean for a while. Ning Rongrong obediently embraquet Yu Tianli. Those present, aside from the recently single Lin Tianxin, cast awkward glances elsewhere. Only when the host announced that Lanba Academy could take the stage did Yu Qianli open his eyes, nodding at Su Yiping, signaling him to proceed with caution. Su Yiping nodded solemnly and stepped onto the platform. Upon seeing the first contestant, Yu Qianli was taken aback. How had Hu Yanli, this big fool, managed to be the first one up? Truly reckless. Hu Yanli impatiently glared at Su Yiping, grumbling, Why are you here? Where's Yu Qianli? Why send a lackey to face me? Do you look down on me? Su Yiping's expression shifted immediately. He no longer bothered with formalities and coldly declared, Su Yiping, Martial Soul, Xuan Wu, level 45 defensive type Soul Master. Please advise. Upon hearing the level, Hu Yanli's pupils constricted, yet his lips remained flippant. Level 45. So you're just a somewhat capable lackey. But a lackey is still a lackey. What can you do to me? If you touch me, you'll just bring trouble to your master. Hu Yanli's words sent tremors through Su Yiping. He knew the truth in Hu Yanli's words. He truly could not afford to offend Hu Yanli, the sole heir of Xiangjia, one of the 7 major sects. Just as Hu Yanli was about to utter more venomous words, Yu Qianli's cold voice resonated from below the stage. Old Su, go all out. Do not hold back. Life and death are not a concern. If you kill him, I shall take responsibility. Yu Qianli's declaration silenced Hu Yanli, who stared wide-eyed at Su Yiping. 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings rose sequentially from Su Yiping's feet as a massive turtle shield materialized in his hands. Chapter 134. Do you have any opinions? Hu Yanli glared at Su Yiping. I warn you, whatever your name is, do not bring trouble to your master. Meanwhile, the expression of Hu Yanli on the podium was grim as he appeared to want to discuss something with Salas. But Salas raised his hand in advance, signaling Hu Yanli to refrain from speaking further. Then, in a tone audible only to the two of them, he said, "Stay vigilant. If that person goes for the kill, call for a halt immediately. If you cannot afford to provoke them, you should know how to evade." Upon hearing Salas's words, Hu Yanjun appeared as though he had swallowed a pound of excrement. His countenance darkened considerably. Yet, for the sake of his grandson, he trudged onward with a forced cheerfulness. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Shui was exceedingly pleased, for the Wuhuan Temple held dominion over two great empires, particularly the Tiando Empire, with many kingdoms and principalities beneath it maintaining ambiguous relations with the Wuhuan Temple. Were it not for the presence of over 1 million troops in the Tiando Empire, the Tiando royal family might have changed hands long ago. Shui chuckled, remarking, "The ability of the Thunder Douluo to mentor the younger generation surpasses even my own. I must learn from the Thunder Douluo." Yu Yuanjin raised an eyebrow, replying, "Your Majesty, you flatter me. My grandson merely cannot abide certain people's true natures. He is simply straightforward. Being straightforward is admirable. Who does not appreciate sincerity? After this tournament, I shall personally bestow him a title, at the very least a count." What was once a convivial atmosphere turned sour, as Salas, seemingly unable to restrain himself, contemptuously remarked, "What, is the Tiando royal title now so worthless that even a mediocre lad can be made a count?" Yu Yuanjin raised an eyebrow at Salas, asking, "Do you have an issue with that?" Hearing the thinly veiled threat in his voice, Salas snorted and fell silent, redirecting his gaze towards the ongoing duel below. The contest had reached a fever pitch, with Su Yiping's iron fists growing increasingly ferocious, rendering Hu Yanli incapable of mounting any defense. The Diamond Mammoth, though once regarded as one of the premier offensive and defensive soul beasts, proved utterly inadequate against the Xuanwu, a soul beast renowned alongside the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Its defense was insufficient, and its offense was futile. 2 words sufficed: utterly frustrated. Just as Su Yiping was about to land a punch on Hu Yanli's head, a shout rang out, "Stop! We concede." However, Su Yiping's fist remained unyielding, hurtling directly towards Hu Yanli's forehead. "You little brat, how dare you!" Hu Yanjun's fury erupted, sending Su Yiping flying. Despite Hu Yanjun's unremarkable standing in Yu Yuanjin's eyes, the Xiangjia sect was indeed a formidable entity, and ordinary referees dared not offend him, all watching in trepidation as Hu Yanjun injured Su Yiping. At that moment, as Hu Yanjun's fury surged, a chilling snort resonated like thunder in his mind, causing a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. He gazed in shock at the judge's platform. Has this old dragon become so formidable? Just a cold snort nearly incapacitated me. Meanwhile, Yu Tianli had ascended the platform, assisting Su Yiping to his feet as he said, "Yiping, rest now. You are injured, and continuing like this may lead to hidden ailments." Su Yiping paused for a moment, then shook his head vigorously, gripping Yu Tianli's arm with difficulty as he implored, "Tianli, help me. I do not wish to lose to myself." Observing Su Yiping's determination, Yu Tianli nodded slowly and addressed the referee. "Referee, our contestant has been injured by the elder of the opposing team. I request a 1-hour break for our side to continue the competition." Without hesitation, the referee acquiesced, agreed. The match is paused for 1 hour. Xiangjia Academy receives a warning. Should such an incident occur again, their qualification will be revoked. With the referee's announcement, Yu Tianli gently assisted Su Yiping to the resting area, presenting him with a roll of dragon grass leaves and a vial of medicine specially formulated for internal injuries. These leaves and medicine will swiftly restore your soul, energy, and wounds. 1 hour should suffice, correct? Su Yiping accepted the dragon grass leaves and healing potion, forcing a smile as he shook his head. "Tianli, it may look severe, but internally it is not serious. I can recover to 70% in 1 hour without issue. So do not worry." Yu Tianli nodded, patting Su Yiping on the shoulder. "Take the time to recuperate. Do not overthink it. I consider you a brother. You must not come harm." Su Yiping was momentarily taken aback, then smiled as he closed his eyes, beginning to circulate his soul energy for recovery. As the match was paused for an hour, Yu Yuanjin and Ning Fengji arrived together, observing the meditative Su Yiping. How is he? Is he all right? Yu Qianli shook his head. It's nothing serious, just looks worse than it is. This Hu Yanjun has truly become more brazen, disregarding all decorum. Ning Fengji chuckled. Qianli, do you think everyone is like the top 3 sects? Hu Yanjun is merely gambling, wagering his clan's fate. If he wins, it will be the foundation for eternity. If he loses, then so be it. Yu Yuanjin, with a hint of disdain, remarked. Isn't it merely because the Xiangjia sect's people are lacking? If Hu Yanjun had spent his time consolidating his foundation instead of scheming, he wouldn't have remained stuck at rank 89 for so many years. The founding master of the Xiangjia sect was also a rank 95 powerhouse, yet after so many years, they are on the verge of losing their legacy. What a disgrace to the descendants. Amidst their conversation, a figure suddenly appeared before them. Yu Qianli was taken aback before joyfully exclaiming, Uncle Exa, you have returned. The newcomer, with long black hair and mesmerizing emerald eyes that evoked a sense of trepidation, was none other than the son of Dugibo, Deguxin, having been delayed in his cultivation due to toxins. He had absorbed the celestial herbs provided by Yu Qianli over the years, and now possessed a strength of 78 ranks, likely to break through to Douluo within a few years. Deguxin smiled, saying, I've completed my tasks and have returned. As you instructed, all personnel are back. Just tell me how we shall proceed. Yu Qianli grinned. Uncle Xian, let's find a suitable place to converse at length. As they made their way to the VIP lounge of the combat arena, Yu Yuanjin and Ning Fengji exchanged knowing smiles and proceeded towards the judge's platform. While walking, Ning Fengji mused, the children have grown. It is their time to shine. As elders, we merely need to support them from behind. Yu Yuanjin nodded in agreement, confident that with the current foundation of the Blue Electric sect, Yu Qianli could act freely, as long as he did not turn the world upside down. Yu Yuanjin could manage it. Meanwhile, in the VIP lounge, Yu Qianli beamed at Deguxin. Uncle Exin, tell me, how are things on your end? Deguxin nodded, smiling. The situation there is even better than we anticipated. Although there are some titled Douluo experts, the highest are merely at ranks 93 or 94. The strongest there is at rank 95. Unlike our realm, they have only one nation. Overall, aside from their soul tools being significantly more advanced than ours, in every other aspect, they lag behind us by at least a millennium. Deguxin spoke animatedly. Yu Qianli listened attentively, nodding. Uncle Xian, did you bring back any samples? I wish to see the extent of their soul tool advancements. Upon hearing this, Deguxin first chuckled, then the soul tool in his hand shimmered. Suddenly, the entire VIP room trembled, and Yu Qianli stared in astonishment at Deguxin, pointing at the piles of soul cannons on the floor, exclaiming, Uncle Xian, you brought all these back? How are they operated? Please explain in detail. Certainly, Deguxin replied, lifting a long object measuring 1 meter by half a meter, inserting his hand into it, and concentrating his soul energy. Instantly, the soul cannon emitted a radiant blue light. Qianli, this is a level 5 soul cannon. I have already tested it. With this, a great soul master can take on a soul king. There are even more powerful level 6, 7, 8, and 9 soul cannons. The formidable power of the level 9 soul guidance cannon is such that even a level 95 titled Douluo would be unable to withstand it. However, I have yet to acquire this highly confidential weapon. I have only managed to procure 8 level 8 soul guidance cannons. Nevertheless, I successfully rescued a group of craftsmen specializing in the production of level 8 soul guidance cannons. What do you think of my gains this time, Uncle Xian? Upon hearing Gu Xian's words, Yu Qianli felt a sense of incredulity. Craftsmen for level 8 soul guidance cannons? Even a millennium later, they would be considered remarkable. Let alone now, with level 8 soul masters at our disposal, we need not fear the trivial soul hunting operations. We can obliterate them with ease. Uncle Xian, how many people are we talking about? They won't deceive us, will they? Gu Xian patted his chest and replied, Rest assured, I am meticulous in my dealings. All the craftsmen were taken from the roadside, and everything is secure. I have already negotiated with them, offering money and wives in exchange for a different place to conduct their research. They will have access to the same resources as before. So there is no issue at all. Yu Tianli nodded, for Douluo Xin was indeed considered reliable. Very well, Uncle Xin. Please take these items back to the sect and inform the Hall Master, Niu Gao, of my words. Tell him to draft a reconstruction plan for the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect within 7 days, transforming it into a military fortress. Allocate 20% of these cannons to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, and utilize the remainder for our own purposes. Douluo Xin rose, clasped his hands, and understood. Just watch Tianli. As he spoke, the soul guidance devices in his hands shimmered once more, vanishing from the room. Meanwhile, Yu Tianli gazed at the soul guidance cannon in his possession, contemplating inwardly. It appears I have made significant advancements in the technological prowess of Douluo. At that moment, outside, the battle resumed. Su Yiping, having won 2 more matches, eventually exhausted his soul power and withdrew from the competition, allowing Talon to take his place. Unfortunately, Talon encountered an adversary who was a soul zone and suffered a crushing defeat. Alas, it seems that Talon from the Blue Tyrant team is truly unfortunate. I wonder who will take the stage next for the Blue Tyrant team. Let's all remain vigilant. Just as the host finished speaking, Xiao Shui stood up and strode towards the soul fighting platform, having held back her frustration for far too long. It was time to unleash her fury upon these worthless members of the Xiangjia sect. As Xiao Shui approached the stage, the host exclaimed, "A previously unseen female contestant." According to the reports, this young lady is named Xiao Shui, with a martial soul of the White Goose, and she is a level 38 Battle Soul Sovereign. She faces a level 43 Soul Zone. Alas, it is a pity for such a beautiful young lady. Upon hearing the host's words, the audience erupted in cheers. For who does not enjoy gazing upon a lovely visage? Meanwhile, the Emperor of Snow Night furrowed his brow. The White Goose, could she be a royal orphan? Yet, I do not recall any such age in my family. Could she be a child of one of my brothers? He glanced over at Yu Yuanjin. Yu Zhongzhu. Is this contestant also a member of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect? Yu Yuanjin was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Your Majesty jest. Although the Blue Tyrant Academy was founded by our Blue Electric sect, not all students are from our sect. She is merely a student of the Blue Tyrant Academy. The Emperor of Snow Night shook his head. That is not my intention. I merely noticed that this young lady's martial soul, the White Goose, bears some resemblance to the swan of the Tiando royal family. I wonder if Yu Zhongzhu know her background? Yu Yuanjin promptly denied, Your Majesty. I have investigated and can assure you that she is certainly not a royal orphan. Please rest assured. The Emperor of Snow Night nodded. As long as she was not a royal orphan, the dignity of the Empire would remain intact. Although the Empire has little dignity left, we cannot afford to lose even the remnants of it. On the soul fighting platform, the member of the Xiangjia sect, Huyan Zong, looked at Xiao Shui with a smirk, saying, Why send out a girl? Is there no one else in the Blue Tyrant Academy? Are you attempting to tempt me? Why not come down, and I can take you somewhere fun? Upon hearing this, Huyan Zhen and Salas on the podium were overwhelmed with disbelief. Who was this fool? This was the young master. Huyan Zhen was tempted to crush this idiot, disregarding the recent warning, and sternly said, What nonsense! Get on with the match, or get lost. Huyan Zong was baffled by the sudden outburst from his sect leader. Meanwhile, Xiao Shui was filled with rage at the shameless words directed at her. How dare he speak to her like that? She would teach him a lesson. Unbeknownst to her, when Yu Qianli was speaking beside her, she did not feel such anger. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings emerged beneath Xiao Shui's feet in succession. This was a secret technique of the Spirit Hall. Her true strength had long since reached that of a soul emperor. Even without utilizing the subsequent 3 soul rings, she was determined to incapacitate this man. With that thought, a pair of pristine white wings unfurled from her back, and a long sword appeared in her hand. Suddenly, the 1st and 2nd soul rings on her body illuminated, radiating a holy brilliance, and she surged towards Huyan Zong like a streak of light. Huyan Zong could not evade in time and was struck away like a shooting star. At the moment he was sent flying, Huyan Zhen below the stage caught sight of the endless killing intent in Xiao Shui's golden-haired eyes. Chapter 136. Hu Yinjin realized that he must provide an explanation to Qianren Xue and the audience. Otherwise, how could a mere soul sovereign so easily defeat a fully energized soul zone? Immediately, he caught Hu Yin's zone as he flew backward and shouted, "You vile woman! How dare you ambush my Xiangjia sect disciple when he was unprepared? This is truly disgraceful." Salas on the podium also discerned Hu Yinjun's intent and stood up to proclaim, "Where are the Holy Hall warriors? Seize this vile woman and bring her back for severe interrogation." As he spoke, dozens of Holy Hall warriors appeared at the arena, ready to apprehend her. Just then, Yu Yuanjin's figure suddenly manifested on the stage, an overwhelming aura erupting from him. A blue dragon spirit appeared above his head. And not only the dozen Holy Hall warriors, but everyone in the soul-fighting arena felt suffocated by this immense pressure. Yu Yuanjin's cold voice resonated. What? Does the Spirit Hall intend to snatch people away directly? Do you think I, Yu Yuanjin, am inconsequential? Salas, adhering to the principle of going all out, disregarded everything and said, "Old dragon, how dare you lay hands on the Holy Hall warriors? You are disrespecting the authority of the Pope. Do you wish to become enemies with the Spirit Hall?" Before Yu Yuanjin could respond, Yu Tianli stood up and walked onto the stage, positioning himself in front of Xiao Shui and coldly stating, "Since when does an old dog of the Spirit Hall dare to declare war on my Blue Electric sect? If the Spirit Hall engages in battle with the Blue Electric sect today, a mere platinum bishop like you would not even be sufficient to atone for the sins of the Blue Electric sect." Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, Salas was left speechless. A platinum bishop, considered a high-ranking figure within the Spirit Hall, was reduced to being called an old dog by Yu Tianli. Yet if one were to reflect, what difference was there truly between himself and an old dog? Feeling utterly powerless, he was at a loss. At that moment, Yu Tianli's voice rang out once more. Yu Tianli, the young master of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, grandson of the Blue Electric King of the Tindo Empire, hereby announce on behalf of the organizing committee that the Xiangjia Academy's participation rights are hereby revoked. The audience erupted in an uproar, and just then, the Emperor of Snow Night stepped forward and declared, "I announce that the Xiangjia Academy is disqualified from the competition due to repeated violations of the rules, with a 10-year ban on participation. Furthermore, due to the merits of Prince Yu Yuanjin in defending the nation, I grant him the privilege to establish a country titled the Blue Electric Kingdom. Hualux and Tajia, the two prominent provinces, have been designated as part of the territory of the Londian Kingdom." The words of the Emperor of the Snowy Night have undeniably heightened the atmosphere for many years. The Tindo Empire has been persistently undermining the kingdom and the principalities in a bid to seize imperial power. To suddenly carve out two provinces is tantamount to nearly slicing away half of the realm. Yu Yuanjin chuckled softly, remarking, "Your Majesty is jesting. The affairs of the Londian sect are exceedingly demanding, and I scarcely have the time to manage a kingdom. I'm most grateful." As he spoke, he vanished from sight, leaving the spectators astonished. The Xiangjia Academy was expelled from the Duhan Arena, thus forfeiting their qualification to compete. Su Yiping took an hour to recuperate from his injuries, while other matches had long since concluded. Once the match at Lanba Academy ended, the audience began to disperse from the arena. The news of the nation's resignation spread absurdly until it was ultimately suppressed, but that is a tale for another time. Within the Hall of Martial Spirits, Hu Yinjun gazed sorrowfully at Salas. The events of the day had stirred an irritable restlessness within him, causing him to disregard even the usually esteemed Salas. Salas, too, bore an expression of discontent, having been publicly ridiculed as an old dog by a mere child. A blow to his dignity. Fortunately, the young lord had not been exposed. "Enough with the long faces," Salas said. "Look at you, Yuanjin. The young lord is still held in high regard. If you could resolve the issues with your disciple, we could conclude this matter." Upon hearing Salas's words, Hu Yinjun snorted disdainfully. "What do you mean resolve? As a dignified sect leader, I cannot even protect a disciple. What use is my position then? You're pretending to be oblivious. If not for your disciple's indiscreet remarks, would we have reached this point? You must be a fool to raise such a disciple. I am called an old dog. What have I done to deserve this?" Salas rose and pointed an accusing finger at Hu Yinjun. Acknowledging his fault, Hu Yanjun said nothing further, rising to leave, leaving Salis alone to stomp his feet in frustration. After all, Hu Yanjun was also a sect leader, and there was little he could do in retaliation. At the Lanba Academy, within the Lanba battle team's quarters, Yu Tianli addressed his team and substitutes with seriousness. Today, some have referred to you as my lackeys, while others have accused our Lanba Academy of disgraceful behavior. Although these are indeed slanders against our academy, they reflect upon me as well. I regard you all as brothers and sisters, holding each of you dear to my heart. Equally, you must consider yourselves as my brothers. Do you understand? Understood. The crowd responded. Yu Tianli waved his hand. That's enough. If you comprehend, then let us proceed. Tomorrow we have a bye. So tonight, I shall treat you to a fine meal. The competition has been underway for nearly 2 months, and you all deserve a day of relaxation. And for those of you who have faced penalties, take a day off. Cheers erupted. Tonight, let's feast well. After briefly conferring with Ning Rongrong, Yu Tianli turned and made his way to the dean's office. As he stepped outside, he overheard a heated exchange between Master and Elder Luo. My student, despite being in the second team of Lanba Academy, deserves at least the basic treatment of the first team, not to mention the heavenly herbs. Now, even ordinary students look down upon us, resorting to violence. What value do we hold if we are merely a backdrop for the first team? The master's voice was perpetually jarring. Elder Luo, reluctant to engage with him due to Yu Yuanjin's influence, simply remarked, "Your student has been harassing female students and spying on them while bathing. Are you certain this is the academy's fault?" The master's expression tightened. He had already been in a foul mood upon hearing of Ma Hongjuan's beating and had not even inquired about the reasons behind it, immediately confronting Elder Luo. This absurd justification made him long for a place to hide. As Yu Tianli entered, he greeted Elder Luo, who nodded in acknowledgement. Yu Tianli smiled, shrugged at the master, and proceeded to Yu Yuanjin's room. Observing Yu Tianli's entrance, the master's demeanor softened, and he curiously asked, "What is that young lad up to in there?" Elder Luo sighed. "Xiao Gang, as your uncle, my words may not be pleasant, but now that your martial soul has returned to normal, focusing on your cultivation is paramount. Some matters are best left unattended." Chapter 137, Arrangements. Upon Elder Luo's departure, he stepped into the room, his expression devoid of hope as he regarded Yu Tianli, who stood behind Yu Yuanjin and shrugged at Elder Luo. Yu Yuanjin cleared his throat and spoke. "All right, I understand your intentions. If you dislike each other, then maintain your distance. Xiao Gang has always been somewhat peculiar. As long as I can see him live a good life without being bullied, my wishes will be fulfilled. As for whether you can assist in caring for him in the future, that is entirely up to you." Yu Tianli smirked and sat on a nearby chair, saying, "All right, Grandpa, I grasp your meaning. Rest assured, I will ensure he is not bullied. Besides, given your current cultivation, living to 200 or 300 years is hardly a challenge. This matter should not fall to me, a mere junior." Yu Tianli's reasoning held weight. As a 98-level title Douluo, even without breaking through to 99, reaching 200 years is quite feasible. Should he fortuitously break through, he might live for 3 to 4 centuries unharmed. Moreover, with Yu Yuanjin being under 80 years old, living for another 1 to 2 centuries poses no issue. Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, Yu Yuanjin chuckled. "You little monkey, enough of that. Let us discuss serious matters. What exactly is going on with the batch of items that Douluo Xian brought back? What are those 8th-level soul-guiding cannons? Their power is astounding, capable of overwhelming even Elder Luo, who could not withstand 3 simultaneous shots. Did you devise these?" Laughing at the mention of the soul-guiding cannons, Yu Tianli shook his head. "Grandpa, I did not create these. They originate from the other side of our continent, a place known as the Ryu continent. While the individuals there may lack strength, their offensive soul-guiding devices are quite formidable. According to Uncle Xian, a 9th-level soul-guiding cannon could even threaten title Douluos above level 95. As they pondered Yu Tianli's words, both fell into contemplation. After all, throughout the history of Douluo continent, everyone relied on the cultivation of their martial souls. The sudden notion that a few soul-guiding devices could threaten or even slay title Douluos above level 95 was disconcerting. Few could cultivate beyond 95, and without heavenly herbs. Yu Yuanjin would merely be a 96-level title Douluo. Observing the two lost in thought, Yu Qianli patiently clarified, "Grandpa, Elder Luo, you are overthinking this. The development of soul-guiding devices to this extent is already remarkable. Achieving further advancements may take several millennia, so instead of rejecting them, we should promote these devices for the sake of our descendants. In the short term, they also serve as a means of self-defense." Yu Tianli's words awakened both men. Indeed, self-defense. Once stability is restored, they could focus on development. With Yu Tianli's explanation, Yu Yuanjin smiled. "Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. First, we shall properly establish the Lan Dian sect to prevent others from encroaching upon our stronghold. As for the Seven Treasures sect, once the Lan Dian sect is fortified, we shall send over the Yu family. After all, Feng Ji is not lacking in funds. It is settled then. Lao Si, you shall handle this matter." He spoke while casting a glance at Elder Luo, who nodded and exited the room. Yu Yuanjin smiled and said, "Tianli, I have successfully opened all the extraordinary meridians you mentioned last time. I now feel that the speed of my soul power operation has increased by more than 30%. All right, Grandpa. Such matters are better kept to oneself. Isn't it better to quietly amass wealth?" Yu Qianli chuckled in response. In Tiando City, at Liufei Pavilion, all members of the Lamba battle team were gathered around a table, where platters of dishes crafted from soul beasts were served. Xuanling remarked with a grin, "My goodness, boss. You truly are extravagant. Dishes made from 1,000-year soul beasts. How much do you think each platter costs?" Lin Tianchen replied with a smirk, "Hee. Eating one tea, close your mouth. Hurry up and eat. This is beneficial for your cultivation." As he spoke, he stuffed a piece of braised earth dragon meat into his mouth. The atmosphere at the main table felt somewhat awkward. Yu Qianli was continuously serving dishes to Ning Rongrong, while Xiao Xue, seated on the other side of Ning Rongrong, was also serving her. Frowning slightly, Yu Tianli said with displeasure, "What are you doing? Just eat for yourself. Why are you serving so many dishes to Rongrong?" Xiao Xue retorted, "Fine, then I won't serve anymore." Yet she continued to serve dishes to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong laughed and said, "Do you both want me to turn into a little chubby pig? All right, don't serve anymore." She shielded her plate to prevent the two from serving her again. Meanwhile, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Xue's mouth. Yu Qianli furrowed his brow. Ponder how to deal with Qian Rinxue, this ticking time bomb. If the Imperial Prince's residence were uprooted and Qian Rinxue remained at Lamba Academy, it would truly be a case of losing the chicken while trying to catch the hare. The meal passed in this awkward manner, with Yu Tianli holding Ning Rongrong's small hand, contemplating their next steps. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. Liufei Pavilion was not far from the academy. A journey that should take 10 minutes had inexplicably stretched to 20 minutes without returning to the academy. Something was wrong. Someone was acting in the shadows. With that thought, a brilliant white light erupted from his head, illuminating the previously dim sky, transforming the surrounding buildings into a forest. Wasn't this the skill of Shunyan? What was going on? He was still alive? Yu Qianli's heart raced with shock. His companions had vanished, and a thick fog began to envelop him. Yu Qianli's soul power surged as his head soul bone reached its peak operation, yet the surroundings remained unchanged. "Come out, whether you intend to kill or torture me. At least let me know who I am dealing with. If you can do this much, killing me should be a simple task. Show yourself." A chilling voice echoed. "As expected of a young master of a Lan Dian sect, your ability is beyond that of ordinary people. Even your companions have yet to realize they have wandered into an illusion. Ha ha ha." As he spoke, a gray figure emerged from the fog. Yu Qianli squinted. The person before him felt like a shadow, somewhat resembling Yu Beishu, yet distinctly different. "Are you from the Wuhuan Palace? Are you from the Hall of the Pope or the Elder Hall?" Upon hearing Yu Tianli mention the Hall of the Pope and the Elder Hall, the figure was taken aback. "You even know about the Hall of the Pope and the Elder Hall? Truly worthy of someone from the top 3 sects." With a smile, Yu Qianli looked at the figure. "It appears you are indeed from the Wuhuan Palace. You don't seem like a title Douluo, yet you come to kill me? How should I describe you? Arrogant?" The gray figure cackled. You are quite impressive, but do not forget, if I am here, I certainly have confidence. And who told you I am alone? In an instant, numerous figures clad in gray appeared around Yu Tianli, at least 20 in number. Yu Tianli first let out a cold snort and then spoke. The Wuhuan Palace truly makes a grand display. Sending over 20 Soul Do-level individuals to kill me is quite an honor. However, I won't simply walk to my death. I must at least be allowed to resist. As he spoke, the soul tool in his hand radiated brilliant light, revealing the two 8th-level soul cannons he had intended to gift to the Qi Bao Liuli sect. The gray-robed elder across from him exclaimed in surprise, "What is that? Another soul tool?" Another person chimed in, "What does it matter? Let us go all out. With 23 of us, we can surely overpower him." The others nodded in agreement. After all, over 20 Soul Douluo were a formidable force. Under normal circumstances, if such a number could not defeat a Soul King, they might as well give up. But Yu Tianli was different. If it had been 3 days prior, he would have likely met his end, but now that he had acquired soul-guided weaponry from the neighboring continent, the outcome was uncertain. As the two 8th-level soul tools in his hands gathered soul power, they erupted with intense blue light. "I'm sorry, but you must understand, technology is the true path." With that, the soul cannons unleashed 2 powerful waves of blue light. In an instant, 4 Soul Douluo perished on the spot. Yu Tianli gasped for breath. Firing those 2 shots had consumed 50% of his soul power. Clearly, using 8th-level soul cannons forcibly was not advisable. The gray-robed elders were momentarily stunned, with one shouting, "What kind of weapon is that?" "They are dead, leaving no trace. How many more can that kid unleash?" It must be said, the 8th-level soul tool was still quite intimidating on the current Doa continent, effortlessly killing 4 Soul Doa, a feat only a Tidal Douluo could achieve. Could it be that this young man possessed Tidal Douluo strength? The situation had reached a stalemate. The gray-robed elder hesitated to advance. For reaching Soul Douluo was no easy feat, and none of them were willing to become mere shields for another. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Yu Tianli. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yu Tianli frowned. "What are you doing here?" The newcomer was none other than the exposed undercover from the Wuhuan Palace, Xian Renxue. Yu Tianli said coldly, "What are you doing here? Where are Rong and the others?" Xian Renxue, somewhat confused, replied, "We were heading back together. By the time we reach the academy, you will be gone. Your grandfather and Elder Luo will have sent us to find you." "How did you end up outside the city?" Of course, Xian Renxue would not mention that she had left the city to negotiate with an elder from the Wuhuan Palace. Yu Tianli initially sighed in relief, reassured that Ning Rong and the others were safe, allowing him to focus on resolving the current predicament. It wouldn't be long before his grandfather would arrive. As long as he could hold on until then, these fools wouldn't even be able to serve a meal. But then he reconsidered, frowning as he glanced at Xian Renxue. Did she genuinely have the good intentions to come find me? Perhaps there was an elder from the Wuhuan Palace waiting for her nearby. While his 8th-level soul tools could eliminate Soul Douluo, they were insufficient to deal with the Tidal Douluo from the Wuhuan Palace. Was he meant to capture this girl? The gray-robed elder opposite them seemed unfamiliar with Xian Renxue. Upon seeing another person arrive, he grew anxious, and in an instant, more rushed forward. A slight smile crept onto Yu Tianli's lips. "Aren't you coming here to seek death? Do you think I'm joking with my 8th-level soul cannons?" With that thought, he raised both hands once more, unleashing another 2 waves of light towards the 4 Soul Douluo. In an instant, those 4 Soul Douluo followed in the footsteps of their predecessors. Exhausted, Yu Tianli collapsed, having drained his soul power, but not before remembering to store the soul cannons back into the soul tool. Xian Renxue hurriedly supported Yu Tianli. The soul power was abruptly drained by 2 8th-level soul-guided cannons, leaving Yu Tianli feeling dizzy and disoriented. His vision blurred, and had it not been for Xian Renxue's support, he might have collapsed. Meanwhile, Xian Renxue's mind was in turmoil, overwhelmed by the robust masculine aura emanating from Yu Tianli. At that moment, a sound echoed through the air, prompting the remaining gray-robed elder to withdraw with his team. Frustrated, Xian Renxue blushed and exclaimed, "Hey, don't pretend to be unconscious. Where are you leaning?" But Yu Tianli truly could not hear her. The consecutive blasts from the soul-guided cannons had completely exhausted his soul power. Had it not been for his exceptional mental fortitude, he might have succumbed to a severe nosebleed. Qian Renxue had never experienced such intimate contact with a man, especially one who belonged to another. If Yu Qianli had held a place in her heart, she might not have felt so conflicted. However, as she had come to know, Yu Qianli had not shown interest in any other woman for many years. Covering her forehead in frustration, she pondered why she felt drawn to him, questioning whether it was merely his handsome appearance. Ultimately, she decided to carry him back for now. When Yu Qianli regained consciousness, he found himself nestled in a soft embrace. "Rongrong, what time is it?" he murmured. Ning Rongrong responded with a soft whimper. "You're awake. I was terrified when you returned yesterday. If it weren't for Xiao Shui, you would have died outside." Yu Qianli rubbed his still sore forehead, realizing that she must have gone out for a transaction. "What time is it now?" "It's already noon, and everyone has returned from the competition. Why do you always worry me? Why did you go outside the city alone?" As she spoke, she bit down hard on Yu Qianli's shoulder. The bite jolted him into full awareness, and he explained with a wry smile, "I didn't just walk out. I was ensnared by an illusion and dragged out. If Uncle Xian hadn't retrieved the soul-guided cannons, you might not have seen me again." Ning Rongrong's eyes glistened with tears as she clasped his arm tightly. "Really? How could it be so dangerous? Was it the spirit hall's doing?" she asked. Yu Qianli shook his head and gently wiped away her tears, smiling as he reassured her, "It's nothing to worry about. This is all quite normal. The spirit hall is our natural enemy, and these events are to be expected. Just wait. In less than 10 years, I will resolve all of this. Trust me." Feeling Yu Qianli's solid muscles, Ning Rongrong blushed and responded with a playful tone. "Qianli, did you know that Xiao Shui seems to have taken a liking to you?" Yu Qianli was momentarily taken aback before chuckling. Such an unfounded notion. Even if it were true, what difference would it make? "Rongrong, my heart can no longer accommodate anyone else. Remember, if you feel jealous, let it out rather than bottling it up." As he spoke, he lifted her chin and kissed her. Ning Rongrong embraced his neck in response, shyly reciprocating. Their breaths grew heavier as his kisses trailed down to her neck, nose, and earlobes, filling the room with melodious sounds of intimacy. When Yu Qianli emerged again, he felt revitalized and stretched his body, noticing that the team members had returned. He raised an eyebrow and cheerfully inquired, "How did it go today? Who did you face and what was the outcome?" However, the team appeared somewhat dejected. Su Ziping, leading the group, said, "Brother Tianli, we lost this round. We faced Lei Ting Academy, and your cousin was incredibly formidable, single-handedly defeating us with his peak level 49 soul power." Upon hearing Lei Ting Academy, Yu Qianli immediately recognized that Yu Qianxin had participated. Indeed, a level 49 who could transform his arms into dragons was not someone this group could contend with. He waved his hand dismissively, asserting that with his cousin's exceptional prowess, even among the entire tournament, there were hardly 5 who could surpass him. It wouldn't be long before Tianxin broke through level 50, at which point the championship of the Continental Yu Soul Master Tournament would surely belong to the Londian sect. As Yu Qianli spoke, the others seemed to grasp the situation. With Yu Qianheng, Yu Qianxin, and Yu Qianli present, even if the Spirit Hall had 3 Soul Kings, it would be of little consequence. The identities of the Spirit Hall Soul Kings were no longer a secret, their martial souls being Bloodblade, Flame Lord, and Demon Fox. Although their martial souls were not weak, they paled in comparison to the exceptional Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus and the surpassing Dark Sacred Dragon. Seeing the lingering expressions of disappointment among his comrades, Yu Qianli grinned and placed an arm around Su Yiping's shoulder. "Come on, since you all seem so disheartened. I'll train with you. Let us see if you've been slacking in your practice these past few months." No, boss. You were injured yesterday. Don't worry about us. We're just fine," the others exclaimed, scrambling to leave in a hurry. Elder Luo, who had come to find Yu Qianli, looked on in confusion. What happened to them? Yu Qianli shrugged nonchalantly. "Nothing much. Why are you here?" Elder Luo usually didn't seek him out, so he wondered if there was something urgent. Elder Luo chuckled. "Of course there's good news. Yu Bei just submitted the intelligence he gathered to your grandfather, who is about to enter the palace. He wants you to prepare quickly. We're moving to the Crown Prince's residence." Yu Qianli's expression turned serious as he donned a robe from his soul guide, stating gravely, "Elder Luo, if the Crown Prince's residence falls, The forces hidden beneath the Spirit Hall will undoubtedly retaliate. You must send either Elder Hong or Elderly to assist, and dispatch someone to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to summon Master Ning. He and Sword Douluo should rush to Tiando City, with 4 titled Douluo present. Stabilizing the city should be a mere formality. Elder Luo retorted with annoyance. Enough. Do you need to instruct me? After living all these years, do you think I'm less aware than you? He then playfully slapped Yu Tianli on the head. Laughing, Yu Tianli dashed outside, where he spotted the carriage belonging to the Blue Lightning sect. Yu Yuanjin was already inside, and upon seeing Yu Tianli through the small window, he said sternly, "Get in quickly, we'll talk inside." Yu Tianli jumped aboard, and before he could settle, Yu Beibei urged the horses toward the Tiando Imperial City. Inside the carriage, Yu Yuanjin remarked with a serious demeanor, "Qianren Xue is indeed being taken seriously. As far as I know, there are at least 6 titled law within Tiando City, along with hundreds of soul Douluo. This is practically an army-sized force." Yu Tianli furrowed his brow. "I've already instructed Elder Luo to send word to the Blue Lightning sect and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, summoning Elder Li and Uncle Ning, along with Sword Douluo to Tiando City. With your 4 titled Douluo and Uncle Ning's assistance, stabilizing the city should be straightforward. Most importantly, we must secure Qianren Xue. Only by controlling her can we negotiate confidently, even in the presence of Qian Douluo." Yu Yuanjin nodded thoughtfully and cautioned, "Once we arrive at the Imperial City, refrain from speaking too much. Just stand behind me. This is not a matter even an emperor could endure, let alone common folk. Understand?" "I comprehend, grandfather. Do you think I am so naive as to not understand this trivial matter?" Yu Tianli gazed innocently at Yu Yuanjin, reflecting on the fact that he was soon to turn 16 and was certainly capable of grasping such concepts. The horse-drawn carriage sped along, and many recognized the emblem of the Lan Dianba Wang Long zone, stirring a commotion in the vicinity of the Imperial City. Numerous informants returned to their respective masters, imparting all they had gleaned. At that moment, within the prince's palace, 4 elders from the Wuhuan Temple were gathered. Leading them was the esteemed Qianjun Elder, a formidable figure at the 96th rank. Present alongside him were the Jiaoma Elder, the Shimao Dao, Shilong, and the Zizhu Dao, Zixue. Qianjun Elder's expression was grave as he remarked, "It appears we may indeed be on the verge of exposure. What shall we do? Are we to let the 10 years of our young master's efforts go to waste?" The Jiaoma spoke in a low voice, "As far as I know, the Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo are also present in the Tiando Imperial City. Though their strength may be lacking, their martial soul fusion technique is unparalleled. We should summon them both. With 6 of us, we can directly seize control of the Tiando Imperial City. Moreover, we have over 100 soul Douluo-level experts within the city. What would prevent us from placing the young master on the throne?" In a tempest of fervor, the surrounding individuals nodded in agreement with the Jiaoma Douluo's words. Shilong interjected, "Indeed, although the Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo are not of our Elder Hall, they are still part of the Wuhuan Temple. Contributing to our cause is not too much to ask." Seeing the consensus among the group, Qianjun Dao stepped out to whisper with his trusted confidant before returning inside. Currently, Yu Yuanjin was the only titled Douluo within the Imperial City. That old dragon had fortuitously broken through to the 97th rank. Otherwise, the 4 of them could have forcibly occupied the Imperial City and elevated the young master to power. Qianjun Douluo mused as he took a seat. The Jiaoma Douluo scoffed, "My dear brother, you worry too much. With Ju and Gue present, we can easily restrain that Yu Yuanjin. After that, the rest will be as we dictate. The Tiando royal family has no title Douluo. There is no need for concern. When the Pope issues the command, we shall seize control of the kingdoms and duchies below. In less than 3 years, the Wuhuan Temple will unify the Douluo continent." Shilong and Zixue shared in the laughter, affirming, "Indeed, Elder Qianjun, there is no cause for concern. After 10 years of scheming in Tiando City, it has long since become our Wuhuan Temple's domain. Once we secure the throne and gather a cadre of ministers, it won't be long before we can retire." Upon hearing their words, Qianjun Douluo chuckled, for as they asserted, the strength of the Wuhuan Temple in Tiando City was beyond what Yu Yuanjin could counter. They needed only to delay him, and their 100-plus soldiers would accomplish the task on their behalf. Just then, news arrived that Zhu and Douluo had arrived. As fellow title Douluo, the four emerged to greet them. Zhu and Douluo politely inquired, "What matters bring us here, elders? We shall not refuse within our capabilities." Douluo replied with a smile, "Come, let us discuss this matter in private." The six then entered the room, taking their positions of importance. The Jiama Douluo stated directly, "The purpose of summoning you both is to seek your assistance regarding the young master. You are aware of the situation, I presume." Upon hearing the term young master, Zhu and Douluo nodded with difficulty. Observing their reaction, the Jiama Douluo smirked internally while maintaining a pleasant demeanor. "The issue is that the young master is at risk of being exposed. We have deliberated and decided to forcibly seize the imperial city. However, as you know, Yu Yuanjin has already broken through to the 97th rank. We hope you can restrain that old dragon for just a quarter of an hour, and the situation will shift entirely in our favor." Zhu Douluo nodded, smiling as he replied, "This task is indeed manageable. It is all for the future of the Wuhuan Temple. With all six of us present, victory is assured." At that moment, Yu Yuanjin and his grandson encountered the Snow Knight Emperor. When Yu Yuanjin revealed that the current Xue Qinghe was an impostor and that the real Xue Qinghe may have perished long ago, the Snow Knight Emperor's body stiffened. Had it not been for his pressing need for Yu Yuanjin's strength, he might have unleashed his full wrath. Instead, the Snow Knight Emperor merely remarked, "Zhongzhu Yu, do you possess any evidence to substantiate the claims regarding my son Qinghe?" A slight smile graced Yu Yuanjin's lips as he activated his soul guidance device, revealing a stack of information collected by dark guards. While lacking direct proof, the Snow Knight Emperor's keen intellect swiftly discerned the underlying issues. Years ago, Qinghe had indeed undergone a significant transformation. However, over the years, the Snow Knight Emperor had grown increasingly satisfied with his son, eagerly anticipating the day he would inherit the vast empire. Yet now, the heir he had painstakingly nurtured had turned out to be a spy sent by the Empire's mortal enemy, igniting the usually mild-mannered Snow Knight's fury. "Summon the commander of the Yulong Legion," he commanded. Before long, a robust man clad in armor entered. As he prepared to pay his respects, the Snow Knight Emperor waved his hand, issuing orders. "Yulong, lead 30,000 royal knights to surround the prince's palace. Bring that traitor before me, and do so swiftly." "Your servant obeys," Yulong replied, turning without hesitation to carry out the command. As the Snow Knight Emperor's trusted general, he would not hesitate to carry out even the most difficult of orders. Upon exiting the palace, the 30,000 royal knights surged forward, swiftly surrounding the prince's palace. Meanwhile, the impostor Xue Qinghe questioned, "Yulong, what is the meaning of this? Are you attempting to rebel? By the Emperor's decree, I must escort you, Your Highness. Do not make it difficult for your subordinate," Yulong replied with unwavering composure. Xue Qinghe snorted disdainfully. As a man prepared for death, he had already accepted his fate, lifting his head and following Yulong into the palace. Inside the prince's palace, the six-titled Douluo watched this scene with amusement. Qianjun Douluo smiled. "Enough of this. Let us follow and ascend to the Tiando Empire." With that, he leaped, joining the royal cavalry towards the palace, while the other five titled Douluo displayed their prowess, making their way to the imperial palace. In the imperial city, Yu Qianli gazed somewhat boredly at the palace's dome, where the amethyst gems refracted dazzling rays of light. Beside him, Prince Xue Xing and the fourth prince, Xue Beng, lowered their heads, uncertain of what to expect. Initially, they believed the Snow Knight Emperor had come to reprimand them. However, once inside the hall, the atmosphere grew increasingly frigid, surrounded by armored soldiers wielding blades. A new glimmer of understanding emerged in the eyes of the two relatives. As dusk settled, the imperial city was ablaze with lights. Upon realizing that Xue Qinghe was a spy from the Wuhuan Temple, the emperor's paranoia was laid bare. The 30,000 most loyal royal guards had assembled, and even a titled Douluo would be hard-pressed to navigate a battlefield of hundreds of thousands, save for exceptional individuals like Douluo. Before long, Yulong had escorted Xue Qinghe into the hall. The Snow Knight Emperor gripped the arms of the dragon, thrown tightly. seemingly eager to identify the one who had murdered his son and masqueraded as him. He yearned to rend the traitor into countless pieces. As the Emperor of Snow Night was about to speak, Prince Xuexing interjected, saying, "Your Majesty, has Qinghe committed an unforgivable error? As his uncle, I certainly cannot abandon him." Chapter 141. Are you an accomplice? In an instant, the gaze of the Emperor of Snow Night turned razor-sharp as he coldly remarked, "What? Is Prince Xuexing also an ally of the Crown Prince? I have yet to voice my concerns, yet you rush to defend your master?" When he uttered these words, the Emperor felt as though a knife had pierced his heart, causing him excruciating pain. Prince Xuexing was his own brother. If he were to lose him, whom could he rely on? An avalanche? Upon hearing the Emperor's piercing words, Prince Xuexing hastily knelt, repeatedly bowing his head, pleading, "Your Majesty, I harbor no rebellious intentions. My relationship with the Crown Prince is merely that of uncle and nephew. I beseech you to see the truth." Observing Prince Xuexing's demeanor, the Emperor began to comprehend that perhaps his brother, even the Spirit Hall, might look down upon him. Nonetheless, this could be advantageous. At least there would be someone to inherit his position. With this thought, the Emperor's gaze shifted to Xuexing. Having reached this juncture, will you not reveal your true colors? Perhaps I could still grant you a complete corpse. Suddenly, Xuexing burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Shi, you Yuanjin, you too consider yourselves heroes, yet do you not understand? Since I dare to come, I am fully prepared. Tonight, the Tianshou royal family shall change hands." The Emperor of Snow Night scoffed, "Do you think my million-strong army will fail? Let me inform you, over 300,000 royal guards have gathered in the imperial city, along with 200,000 royal cavalry entering the city. It is likely that no fewer than 500,000 troops are amassed in Tianshou City. How many can your Spirit Hall muster to claim my Tianshou royal family?" Yet Xuexing remained unfazed, a slight smirk gracing his lips. 500,000 troops? Once we eliminate you, as soon as the Crown Prince ascends the throne, those 500,000 soldiers will be ours. At that moment, a tremendous commotion erupted outside. The smile on Xuexing's face deepened as he declared, "Xuye, this day next year will be your day of mourning. I wish you a safe journey." Before he could finish, his head rolled from his neck. The sudden demise of Xuexing prompted simultaneous gasps from Prince Xuexing and Xuebing. Yu Yuanjin turned to the Emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, allow me to step outside and investigate. There is nothing to worry about." Just as he was about to leave, the Emperor interjected, "Wait, Yu Zongzhu, I shall accompany you. I want to witness how my Tianshou empire changes hands." With a face full of fury, he strode out. Upon reaching outside the palace, they discovered that the guards of Douluo Palace had been slaughtered, leaving only 4 gray-robed elders hovering in the air. Yu Yuanjin glanced at these 4 individuals and chuckled. "What brings you here, Qianjun and Jiangmo? Have you come to join the fray? Since you recognize us, we shall no longer feign ignorance. Let us reveal ourselves for old friends to see." With that, the 4 gray-robed figures soared into the sky. Recognizing the other 2, Yu Yuanjin exclaimed, "Shilong and Cixue, you 2 old fools. Do you really believe that with just the 4 of you, you can wreak havoc in Tianshou City?" Qianjun stroked his pale beard and smiled. "Whether we can or not, don't you want to find out? Come on, old dragon. Let me see how you've progressed over the years." With that, the 4 figures instantaneously appeared before Yu Yuanjin. Yu Yuanjin snorted coldly, his figure also ascending into the air. 9 soul rings materialized behind him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, causing the tower nearly 3 meters tall due to the manifestation of his martial soul. With a thunderous dragon roar, the 4 figures in the air momentarily froze. This was the oppressive aura of the true dragon martial soul. Shilong and Cixue, wielding the serpent spear and the stinging porcupine martial souls respectively, could only unleash a fraction of their power, at most 60%, when confronted with the true dragon martial soul. Qianjun and Jiangmo, utilizing the coiling dragon staff, similarly found their ability suppressed, also limited to a mere 80%. The 4 in the air quickly recognized the effects of the martial soul suppression and exchanged glances. Qianjun then said in a voice audible to only a few, Hold off this old dragon for a moment. When Zhou makes his move, we will strike down both the old dragon and Xue. Upon hearing this, everyone lunged toward Yu Engine, whose smile only widened. The first 4 soul rings on his body illuminated simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of blue serpent lightning. With just a single serpent lightning strike, Shilong and Xixue were already struggling to withstand, leaving only Qianjun and Jiangma to contend with the overwhelming force. At that moment, 2 figures descended from the sky. The 2 extremes, stillness domain. A brilliant silver flame descended in an instant upon Yu Engine, while beside him, Douluo Jiugu was also enveloped in a layer of golden flames. In that fleeting moment, the 9 soul rings adorning their bodies illuminated simultaneously, enhancing the golden and silver flames around them into a spectacle of grandeur. Standing face to face, the 2 united their hands, merging their bodies. Together, their 18 soul rings coalesced into a massive gold and silver light ring that soared forth. Yu Qianli, observing the eerie gold and silver light ring, shouted, "Grandfather, be careful. It is a martial soul fusion technique. Quickly dodge." Ha ha ha. Do you think a mere rank 97 title Douluo can evade the martial soul fusion technique of 2 title Douluos? The serpent spear, Douluo laughed arrogantly. Yu Engine, with a grave expression, watched the gold and silver light ring, realizing there was no escaping it. This martial soul fusion technique from these 2 rank 95 title Douluos was destined to strike true. In an instant, the gold and silver light ring ensnared Yu Engine, centering him within its grasp. Yu Qianli slapped his forehead in frustration, lamenting how he could have forgotten about these 2 title Douluos with a martial soul fusion technique. Meanwhile, Qianjun chuckled. First, we eliminate the old dragon. Once he is gone, the rest are not a concern. With that, the 4 title Douluos simultaneously charged toward Yu Engine. Yu Qianli's eyes widened, and he shouted, "Grandfather!" Just then, a gentle voice resounded. 7 treasures, manifest your true form. Suddenly, 7 streams of colorful light merged into a white figure. In an instant, a colossal sword over 20 meters in length descended from the heavens. Empowered by 7 attributes at full capacity. With a single swing, it repelled the 4 title Douluos. Qianjun looked up abruptly, seeing the sword Douluo Qianxin, standing with a long sword and resembling an immortal descended from the mortal realm. Chapter 142. The Sword Path Qianxin? Has your 7 treasures glazed tile school also entered this fray? If you leave now, the 7 treasures glazed tile school can still remain friends with our spirit hall. Jiangma Douluo said earnestly, given that the sword doll, aided by Ning Fengji, possessed strength comparable to a rank 97 title Douluo. The 4 of them, Shilong and Xixue, were already injured. If the old toxic being Douluo were to arrive, it would truly spell disaster. Therefore, the only course of action was to target and eliminate the rank 97 title Douluo Yu Engine, which would still be a significant gain. Then, Qianjun Douluo quietly suggested, one of us will hold off the old sword master, while the other directly takes down the old dragon. Without Yu Engine, the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect will no longer pose a threat. As the words were spoken, the 7th soul rings of Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma began to glow, transforming the originally held Panlong gun into a colossal staff. The dragon souls coiled around the staff intertwined into a single, massive dragon soul, soaring directly towards Qianxin. Meanwhile, Shilong and Xixue unleashed their own martial soul fusion techniques, targeting Yu Engine with ferocity. Yu Tiandi's figure vanished in an instant, seemingly to shield Yu Engine from the impending assault. Just as the piercing attack was about to strike Yu Engine's heart, a resounding dragon roar erupted towards the assailants. "You scoundrels, dare not harm our sect master." 2 towering blue electric Tyrannosaurus dragons, each standing 7 meters tall, emerged before Yu Engine, overpowering the assailants and sending them crashing to the ground. With the presence of Elder Li and Elder Luo, the martial soul fusion technique of Jiuge Duo was completely shattered, followed by an overwhelming dragon roar. The previously immobilized Yu Engine began to stir. "Since you have come, let us perish together." Upon uttering these words, his 7th soul ring flared brightly, and his already 3-meter frame expanded further, revealing a blue electric Tyrannosaurus dragon that exceeded 10 meters in height. Ect Sulskil, Dragon Thunder Explosion. A chilling voice resonated as countless calamity clouds of varying sizes gathered above Douluo Palace, infused with a tremor-inducing purple lightning. Qinshin, Air, CC, protect the key figures. Today, I shall ensure they all remain. Yu Yuanjin's voice echoed once more. Qianjun Douluo and Jiama Douluo looked up in terror at the calamity clouds. If they could not evade this skill, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. The Douluo Palace had been entirely sealed off by Yu Yuanjin, leaving no escape. And even with over 100 soul Douluo outside, none could rival Yu Yuanjin's might. As the calamity clouds prepared to descend, Yu Qianli's voice resonated. Grandfather. Yu Yuanjin froze momentarily, glancing back at Yu Qianli's profound gaze, suddenly realizing that if he were to retain all 6 titled Douluo here, it would undoubtedly provoke retaliation from the Spirit Hall, even drawing the attention of Qindao Lu, the head of the Elder Hall, who would come personally to eliminate the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Given the current strength of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, they could not withstand a peerless Douluo of level 99. With this in mind, Yu Yuanjin split the purple lightning in his hands into 2 masses, sending them crashing towards the fallen Shilong and Xixue. Qianjun and Jiama recognized Yu Yuanjin's intent immediately, pulling the 2 Douluo of Zhougui along as they fled towards the palace exit. A thunderous boom echoed as Shilong and Xixue were obliterated on the spot. Yu Yuanjin's figure descended to the ground, observing the 3 glimmering soul bones among the lifeless bodies, his soul guide shimmering as it absorbed the precious bones. Watching the 4 escape, Yu Qianli sighed with relief, grateful that his grandfather had not chosen to retain these individuals, for that would have invited disaster. Nevertheless, the loss of 2 titled Douluo and over 100 soul Douluo would require even the affluent Spirit Hall to recuperate. Meanwhile, the despondent Shuya Emperor, watching his enemies retreat, slumped to the ground and addressed Prince Shueshing beside him. Tell you long to disperse. From this day forth, I declare the 4th Prince Shui Bing as the Crown Prince, and Prince Shueshing as the Regent Prince, overseeing all affairs of the Empire. I am truly exhausted. After uttering these words, Shuya seemed to expend all his strength, collapsing onto the ground. Following another tumultuous day, as Yu Qianli boarded the return carriage, he felt utterly spent. Today had truly illuminated his own insignificance among his peers. He appeared to have no rivals, yet across the continent, many surpassed him in strength. Had he possessed the cultivation of a soul sage today, he would not have been rendered powerless, merely spectating. Ning Fengji, seated in the carriage beside Yu Qianli, smiled warmly. Tianli, there's no need for self-reproach. Your time to shine has yet to arrive. We elders can still manage. The sword Douluo beside Ning Fengji also revealed a rare smile. All right, young Tianli, you need not lament. The mere courage you displayed in shielding your grandfather proves your worth as a man. Hearing the sword Douluo's praise, Yu Yuanjin looked at Yu Tianli with satisfaction. In that moment of peril, he truly believed his end was near. Yet witnessing Yu Tianli rush to his side felt as though his life had not been lived in vain. Contemplating this, Yu Yuanjin summoned forth the 3 soul bones, which shimmered in his hands, before casually tossing them onto the small table in the carriage. These 2 fellows may lack in strength, but the quality of these soul bones is commendable. The highest among them even reaches 60,000 years. Yu Yuanjin chuckled. Ning Fengji examined each of the 3 soul bones before speaking. These bones are the right leg bone of a 60,000-year Gale demon wolf, the left leg bone of a 50,000-year thorn dragon, and the left arm bone of a 30,000-year crimson flame sword tiger. With the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda martial soul, Ning Fengji's appraisal abilities far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Yu Yuanjin handed the 60,000-year right leg bone to Ning Fengji. Grinning, Fengji, take this soul bone. I have no means to repay the life-saving grace from Sword Douluo today. So let this soul bone serve as a token of my appreciation. Even Qinshin revealed a fervent gaze at the azure soul bone, Absorbing this bone could potentially enable him to attempt breaking through the barrier of level 97. Ning Fengji accepted the soul bone, smiling, "Then I shall accept it. Uncle Yu, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect shall forever remain a friend of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect." Just then, the carriage driver, Yu Bei, interjected, "Sect Master, the Imperial City Guards have halted the carriage, stating that the Shu Emperor urgently summons you to the palace." Chapter 143. Competition. Pause. Yu Engine inquired irritably, "What is it? Did they say? I nearly lost my life today." Yu Bei hesitated. "Sect Master, the guards only mentioned it was urgent without specifying any details. Perhaps you should go out and see." "Enough, enough. You take them back. Fourth, you come with me. Fengji, you all wait at the Lanba for me. I shall return shortly. I wonder if this tournament can even continue." With that, his figure vanished from sight. Watching his grandfather's retreating figure, Yu Tianli was filled with concern. Beside him, Ning Fengji reassured, "Tianli, fret not. With Elder Luo present, nothing can threaten Uncle Yu." Yu Tianli nodded, closing his eyes to meditate beside him. Meanwhile, 300 kilometers away from Tiando City, Qianjunduo finally came to a halt, landing heavily on the ground while gasping for breath. Jianma Douluo exclaimed, "This blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect has already produced 3 titled Douluo, along with the top-tier Yu engine. If we do not eliminate them soon, they will surely become a significant threat to our spirit hall." Zhou Guido nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, Elder. Upon our return, I shall report to His Holiness the Pope. I am certain he will take appropriate measures." Hearing Zhou Guido's words, Qianjun Douluo sighed deeply. "It seems we have underestimated the Tiando Empire. With the support of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, they already possess 5 titled Douluo, not to mention the elusive Douluo bow that amounts to 6 titled Douluo level forces. The strength of the Tiando Empire cannot be underestimated." Qianjun Douluo's words plunged everyone into silence. 6 titled Douluo were indeed a terrifying force. Lamba Xuan, having learned of the military coup early, found Ning Rongrong waiting expectantly. Observing her, Yu Qianli felt a warm current coursing through him, prompting him to draw Ning Rongrong into his embrace. Her cheeks flushed with a delightful crimson hue as she exclaimed, "What are you doing? There are so many people around." Yu Tianli replied softly, "I'm tired. Let me hold you for a moment." Hearing his childlike plea, Ning Rongrong mustered her courage and gently wrapped her arms around him, her face radiant with a blissful smile. Nearby, Xiao Shui clenched her fists, striving to mask her emotions. Understanding the moment, Ning Fengji suggested, "Let us go inside. Tianli is indeed exhausted." He gestured for everyone to proceed indoors. Once they had entered, Ning Rongrong pinched Yu Tianli's waist playfully, chiding, "Not done yet? Hurry inside, you rascal. Always taking advantage of me in front of others." With a grin, Yu Tianli replied, "I missed you." "Nonsense, how long have you been gone?" she retorted. At that moment, I genuinely felt I might lose you. As he recounted the events, Ning Rongrong covered her mouth and wept, simultaneously thumping his chest with her hands. "You naughty boy, what would I do if you died? Before you play the hero next time, could you please consider me?" "You bad boy," she cried again. "Do not worry. I am fine," he reassured her. "See, I am back in one piece. Stop crying. I will be more careful next time." Gradually, her sobs subsided, and she clung tightly to his arm, refusing to let go. "You scoundrel, if you dare again, you can forget about coming to my bed." Upon returning to the main hall, the group settled in their respective places. Yu Qianli surveyed the room, his expression somber. "I trust you are all aware of the recent events. Crown Prince Xue Qinghe and Elder Shilong of the Wu Hun Temple have rebelled. Xue Qinghe has been executed, and Elder Shi has met a bloody demise. Emperor Xue Yi has decreed that the 4th Prince, Xue Beng, is to be crowned as the new crown prince, with Prince Xue Xing appointed as regent. Together, they will oversee all matters of the empire." The news elicited little reaction from the crowd. The vastness of an empire rendered the politics of power largely indifferent to them. Only Xiao Shui, at the back, bit her lip tightly, her head bowed, for the implications were profound. The crown prince's demise meant that her decade of effort had been in vain. A decade, the most beautiful years of a young girl's life, gone in an instant, leaving her heart desolate. Ning Fengji waved his hand, signaling the others to leave, for what was to follow was not for all ears. Soon, only Ning Fengji, the sword Douluo, elderly Yu Tianli, and Ning Rongrong remained. The sword Douluo raised his hand, enveloping the room in a barrier, and then spoke softly. That Xiao Shui is the daughter of the former pope, Qianren Xue? Yu Tianli nodded, confirming, indeed, her disguise is remarkable, merely presenting the strength of a soul master. Yet she should now possess the power of a soul emperor. A soul emperor? Truly remarkable talent, befitting the daughter of a pope. It won't be long before she ascends to the rank of titled Douluo. Ning Fengji pondered gravely. Yu Qianli chuckled, secretly mused. If you knew that in just a few years, Qianren Xue would attain divinity and become an angel god, would you collapse entirely? The sword Douluo remarked. The most challenging aspect is our lack of top-tier combat power to contend with the Wuhan Temple. Though Elder Long boasts a battle prowess of level 98, he still falls short against the level 99 Qian Douluo. At the sword Douluo's words, 5 shimmering golden characters leaped into Yu Tianli's mind. Qinkuan Zhao Huadan. With Uncle Xian having returned with a batch of 8th grade soul masters under directed research, it would not be long before they could produce a 9th grade soul guidance pill. With Qinkuan Zhao Huadan in hand, not only would his grandfather benefit, but the 3 elders, Aunt Long, and the sword Douluo would also see significant advancements. With a smile, Yu Qianli called out, "Yu Bei, at your command." Yu Bei replied, "Go," and, upon hearing Yu Tianli's instructions, Yu Bei nodded and swiftly headed towards the Lan Dian zone. Ning Fengji, puzzled, inquired, "Tianli, what is this 9th grade soul guidance pill you mentioned? Is it the same as the soul guidance cannons you sent us?" Yu Qianli nodded affirmatively, smiling as he explained, "Indeed, but this pill is intended for alchemical purposes, not weaponry. Nevertheless, Uncle Ning, rest assured, we have located a group of soul masters. And soon the supply of soul guidance cannons from the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School will be restored." Ning Fengji looked at his son-in-law with satisfaction, remarking, "No need to rush. Even if they choose to act, it won't be for another year or 2. After a pause, he continued, "Tianli, I will charge you the price of those hidden weapons for the soul guidance cannons. I cannot let you suffer a loss." Yu Qianli waved his hand dismissively. "Uncle Ning, there is no need for that. Not only would I disagree, but even my grandfather would not approve. Besides, wouldn't that be a slap in my face? What son-in-law charges his father-in-law for a gift?" His words elicited laughter from those present, and Ning Rongrong blushed adorably as she gazed at him. Just as the atmosphere turned jovial, Yu Yuanjin and Elder Luo entered, curiously asking, "What are you all laughing about? Has my grandson been up to his antics again?" Seeing Yu Yuanjin appear, the sword Douluo was taken aback. His barrier had shown no sign of intrusion, and Yu Yuanjin had entered without a hitch, indicating his improved strength. Yu Qianli feigned innocence, saying, "Not at all, Grandpa. I merely mentioned giving Uncle Ning some soul guidance cannons, and he insisted on paying us. I had no choice but to comment on how it would be a loss of face for me as a son-in-law." Upon hearing this, even Yu Yuanjin couldn't help but chuckle. "You rascal, there's no one quite like you. Truly shameless." He then turned to Ning Fengji. "Thank you for your timely assistance. Or I might have been left in a dire situation." Ning Fengji clasped his hands in gratitude, smiling, "Uncle Yu, you flatter me. The 7 treasures Glazed Tile School and the Lan Dianba Wang Long School are akin to one family. It is my duty." With a gentle smile, Ning Fengji rose, saying, "Uncle Yu, we must take our leave. There are many matters awaiting my attention at the sect. Should you require anything in the future, simply send someone to the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School." Yu Yuanjin nodded, patting Yu Qianli on the shoulder. "Go see your father-in-law off. Return promptly." Yu Qianli was momentarily stunned before quickly replying, "Yes." He then stood and walked with Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong towards the courtyard. Inside, Elder Luo, standing behind Yu Yuanjin, inquired in confusion, "Brother, why did that Ning fellow say such a thing? It seems inappropriate and unnecessary. Not suitable, and not for you to question." Yu Yuanjin responded sternly. Feeling the weight of his brother's demeanor, Elder Luo refrained from further inquiries, instead sipping the fragrant tea beside him as he awaited Yu Qianli's return. Yu Qianli escorted Ning Fengji to the carriage and, grasping Ning Rongrong's small hand, smiled. You head back and wait for me. I must see what my grandfather wants. Ning Rongrong nodded obediently. Be careful. Do not worry. I am merely visiting my grandfather, not seeking anyone else, he said, tousling her hair affectionately. Ning Rongrong pouted at Yu Qianli, who chuckled as he embraced her, capturing her lips with his. When Yu Qianli returned to the main hall, Elder Luo had already finished an entire pot of tea and grumbled, Qianli, how many times must I say it? At such a young age, how can you be so indulgent? Yu Qianli shrugged and looked seriously at his grandfather, inquiring about why the old man was summoned back so urgently by Shui Yi. Don't even mention it. Yu Yuanjin waved his hand dismissively. I've been outwitted by that old fool today, and I have no choice but to accept it. Noticing the deepening furrows on Yu Yuanjin's brow, Yu Qianli's voice turned icy. What? Does he dare to coerce you? Not exactly coercion, Yu Yuanjin replied. It's merely an exchange. Shui Yi appointed me as the commander of the Imperial Royal Soul Master Legion, responsible for establishing the Imperial Soul Master Corps, with the condition that I may enter the royal treasury and select 10 treasures at will. Yu Qianli was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. 10 treasures? That's not too shabby, Grandpa. Have you decided when you will go to choose them? Seeing the gleeful expression on Yu Qianli's face, Yu Yuanjin raised an eyebrow. What? Do you want to come along? Yu Qianli replied non-committally. That depends on your wishes, Grandpa. After all, they may not allow me into the royal treasury. Yu Yuanjin waved his hand. What has to stop you? If you wish to go, we shall set off tomorrow. Shui Yi has granted me 5,000 spots for the Imperial Soul Master Legion, and I plan to recruit talent from across the continent. What do you think? Tilting his head thoughtfully, Yu Qianli smiled. Grandpa, this matter, I see a problem. I remember you were once bestowed a title of a marquis, right? Indeed, you were present at the time. What? Do you wish to play at being a marquis? Yu Qianli chuckled. Not exactly. I ponder that the Tiando Empire has only a worthless prince remaining. Is there really a need to maintain its existence? We might as well. Yu Yuanjin couldn't help but laugh at Yu Qianli's audacious ambition. Young lad, your aspirations are indeed grand. What? Do you not aspire for the position of the future master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, but rather wish to play at being an emperor? Yu Qianli shook his head. Grandpa, I am not suggesting seizing the throne at this moment. Firstly, the timing is not ripe, and secondly, many kingdoms and principalities of the Tiando Empire maintain ambiguous relations with the Spirit Hall. My intention is to take this opportunity for you to consolidate power, gradually eliminate the disloyal kingdoms and principalities of the Tiando Empire, and then ascend to the throne when the time is right. Yu Yuanjin nodded approvingly. Qianli, your idea is indeed commendable and feasible. However, I must refute one point. Yu Qianli looked at his grandfather in confusion. Grandpa, what could that possibly be? Yu Yuanjin pointed at Yu Qianli. The flaw lies with you. This method is indeed viable, but the one who ascends to the throne should not be me, but you. Me? Yu Qianli pointed at himself, and then laughed heartily. All right. As Yu Qianli and Yu Yuanjin, along with the two elders, plotted their plans, an unexpected guest arrived in Ning Rongrong's room. Ning Rongrong stared in surprise at the entering Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui? What brings you here? Do you need something? Xiao Shui smiled. What? Can I not come to find you without a reason? Has your little boyfriend returned, and now your sister is not allowed to visit? Seeing the insincere smile on Xiao Shui's face, Ning Rongrong felt a wave of nausea. She had already discerned that this person was a pretender and found it hard to feel close. Xiao Shui, with a beaming smile, wrapped her arms around Ning Rongrong and gently said, Rongrong, I have a relationship problem I'd like to consult you about. Can you help me? Ning Rongrong's interest was piqued, her eyes igniting with curiosity as she completely forgot her previous sentiments. Xiao Shui leaned in closer, whispering in Ning Rongrong's ear, Rongrong, I have taken a liking to a man who is already with someone. What do you think I should do? Before Xiao Shui could finish her words, Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in shock, resembling a startled cat. Xiao Shui, seemingly oblivious to her reaction, wore a flirtatious smile. So, Rongrong, what do you think I should do? Ning Rongrong, with a mix of indignation and embarrassment, retorted, A man with a woman is nothing but a married man. Forcefully intervening would only ruin their relationship. Xiao Shui, how can you even consider such a thing? It would bring shame upon you. Xiao Shui's smile only widened. But this is the first time I've liked a man. It feels too bitter to just give up like that. Rongrong, do you think if I speak to that woman, she might let go of her man for me? Ning Rongrong shook her head vigorously. No way. How could anyone relinquish their partner? Unless that woman is a complete fool. Xiao Shui, you should just give up. Qianren Shua stood up, seemingly abandoning her teasing of the girl before her, yet still leaned closer to Ning Rongrong, whispering, Rongrong, what I dislike the most is giving up. How can I let go? Rest assured, that man will eventually be mine. As she spoke, she walked toward the exit. Her earlier words were not mere bravado, but a statement of her determination. She was destined to become a goddess one day. Upon returning to his chamber, Yu Qianli found Ning Rongrong in a daze, sitting on the bed and seemingly unresponsive to his arrival. It was only when Yu Qianli waved in front of her that she snapped back to reality, asking in confusion, Hey brother, when did you come back? Yu Qianli smiled. You silly girl, what were you thinking? I've been back for quite a while, and you seem lost in thought. Ning Rongrong shook her head vigorously. No, I was just wondering when you would return. Their essay competition tomorrow. Let us get some rest. Yu Qianli shook his head, realizing that she was not adept at deception. He firmly lifted Ning Rongrong, placing her on his lap, wrapping his arms around her, and softly inquired, What? Are there matters you're keeping from me? Looking at his handsome face, Ning Rongrong suddenly burst into tears, not just any tears, but clinging to Yu Qianli's neck. Sobbing heartily, this startled Yu Qianli, who gently patted her back, speaking softly, Rongrong, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? Tell me, and I will avenge you. To his surprise, Ning Rongrong cried even harder, pounding Yu Qianli's chest. It's your fault. Why are you so exceptional? You're so handsome. Will someone else take you away from me? Will you abandon me? Observing Ning Rongrong's distressed state, Yu Qianli couldn't help but chuckle. Our Rongrong is so unwilling to part with me. How could I ever bear to leave her? I am destined to be with you for eternity. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. But perhaps having cried too much, her laughter caused her to bubble up with snot, which only made Yu Qianli laugh heartily. Hey, no laughing. Ning Rongrong reached out to cover Yu Qianli's eyes, but unbeknownst to her, he had already wiped away her tears. This action left Ning Rongrong blushing with embarrassment, while Yu Qianli gazed at her with a surge of uncontrollable desire. Sensing the unusual sensation beneath her, Ning Rongrong gently twisted and, with a smile, remarked, It's time to rest. There's a competition tomorrow. Suddenly, a wicked grin spread across Yu Qianli's lips, revealing a charming smile. Rongrong, I almost forgot to tell you, due to recent events, the Continental Youth Soul Master Competition has been postponed by 3 days. As he spoke, Yu Qianli tightened his embrace around Ning Rongrong. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she clung to his neck, whispering softly in his ear, Then let me undress. Your Highness. Those words ignited Yu Qianli's desires completely. Before long, melodious and sorrowful sounds filled the room. Meanwhile, hiding behind the door, Xiao Shui couldn't help but kick the nearby bushes, muttering to herself in frustration, That scoundrel, that lecherous fiend. When Yu Qianli awoke the next morning, it was already dawn. He attempted to withdraw his nearly numb arm, but as soon as he moved, Ning Rongrong jolted awake, grasping his hand tightly and asking, Where are you going? Observing her reaction, Yu Qianli confirmed that someone must have spoken to her. Furthermore, Ning Rongrong had been unusually proactive last night, extending their time together far longer than usual. Noticing her slightly exposed form, Yu Qianli pulled her back into his embrace, gazing earnestly into her eyes. Rongrong, rest assured, although I may seem playful at times, I take my feelings seriously. In my heart, there is no room for anyone but you, so you need not fear being taken away by another. Do you understand? Ning Rongrong tightened her grip on his arm and nodded obediently. I understand. With that reassurance, Yu Qianli felt at ease, rising from the bed with a smile. I must accompany my grandfather to the palace today. He has probably been waiting for me since early morning. If I don't hurry, he'll tease me again. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong quickly pushed him out, exclaiming, Why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry and get ready. Oh, how embarrassing. With that, She donned a light garment and stood to help him with his attire. Yu Qianli smiled as he washed his face with fresh water from the room, changing into the elegant black robe that Ning Rongrong had meticulously prepared for him. Tying his long, dark hair back simply, he gently ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair, saying with a smile, "Wait for my return at home." Chapter 146. The royal treasury. As soon as they stepped outside, they encountered Yu Yuanjin, who had been waiting nearby. Yu Qianli scratched his head sheepishly and said with a smile, "Let us go, grandfather. This time, let us make the Tiando royal family pay dearly and see if we can acquire some treasures along the way." Yu Yuanjin shot him an exasperated glance. "Enough of that. Hurry up. At your young age, who did you learn such behavior from?" Yu Qianli muttered under his breath in defiance. "I wonder who had a reputation for promiscuity in their youth." Yu Yuanjin glared at him, demanding, "What did you say?" "Nothing, nothing at all. You are the most formidable. Let us go and collect treasures from the royal treasury," Yu Qianli said, pulling Yu Yuanjin's arm with a flattering demeanor as they made their way to the carriage. Yu Yuanjin playfully tapped the back of Yu Qianli's head, reproaching him, "Stop pretending to be foolish. Let us get going." They both climbed into the carriage. Once they were settled, Yu Bei drove the carriage at a rapid pace toward the palace. Meanwhile, in Wuhuan City, within the Elder Hall, two figures stood at the forefront, the Grand Elder Qian Daolu and the current Pope Bibi Dong. Listening to the lamentations of the four members of the Qianjun demon-slaying squad below, Qian Daoliu's face twisted with impatience. "You useless fools! 6 title de law and over 100 soul de law, and you return after losing 2 title de law and 100 soul de law. How can you still show your faces here? You're all adults. Can't you have a little dignity?" After being scolded by the Grand Elder, the 4 kneeling title de ceased their sobbing, their expressions filled with grievance as they remained motionless. Bibi Dong, standing beside Qian Daolu, revealed a wicked smile. She was unconcerned about the casualties within the Wuhuan Hall. Even if everyone perished, it mattered little to her, but she could not ignore her daughter's safety. Although she often treated her coldly, it did not mean she was indifferent to her own flesh and blood. She then remarked with a smile, "Juju de law, I wonder how Xiao Xue is faring. She must be feeling quite distressed after this failed operation." Upon being mentioned, Juju de and lowered their heads even further, trembling as they replied, "Lady, she is within the Lamba Academy." As soon as Juju de finished speaking, he felt 2 icy gazes fix upon him. Adhering to the principle of self-preservation, he exclaimed loudly, "Your Holiness and Grand Elder, it was the Platinum Bishop Salas from the Tiando City Wuhuan Hall who provided the lady with a decoy." She then suspected something was amiss at the Lamba Academy and decided to go undercover. Upon hearing Juju Dolua's words, Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu grasped the general situation. Qian Daolu was so enraged he almost laughed. "So, Xiao Xue was completely unaware of your foolish actions. This was entirely your own plan. Excellent, excellent. Someone, punish the Qianjun Elder and the Demon Slayer Elder with 100 soul locking sticks each, and hand Juju and Gate over to the Pope's Hall. I am weary and have no time to manage your affairs. You may all disperse." Upon hearing Qian Daoliu's punishment, Qianjun Doluo and Jiang Mao exchanged terrified glances toward the second elder, Jin Idolaw. Presently, their only hope lay with this second elder, who was just beneath the Grand Elder. If they were truly punished with 100 soul locking sticks, while it might not lead to death, their souls would surely suffer. And they still aspired to break through to the 97th level. Jin Idolaw, witnessing the despair on the faces of his longtime friends, felt a pang of sympathy for them and turned to Qian Daolu. "Brother, the Elder Hall has already lost 2 title de law. If you further punish Qianjun and Jiangma with 100 soul locking sticks each, they will lose all hope of breaking through." Considering the talents of the two, Qian Daolu reflected on their potential. If the Elder Hall gained 2 more 97th level elders, it might compensate for this loss. With that thought, he waved his hand. "Very well, Qianjun and Jiangma, your salaries will be docked for 3 months, and you are stripped of your elder titles, demoted to ordinary elders. Now be gone." Upon hearing this, the two expressed their profound gratitude, while Bibi Dong looked at the kneeling figures with a smile, softly declaring, "The actions of Juju and Gue were inadequate. They will have their salaries docked for 3 months and be stripped of their elder titles. Thank you, Your Holiness. Juju and Gue Duo replied in unison. Bibi Dong waved her hand, her smile unwavering, and gracefully stepped outside. Once she had exited the elder hall, she coldly commanded, "The two of you must immediately proceed to Tiando City and ensure Xiaoshua's safety. Should any misfortune befall her, you will present your heads to me." Juju Duo and Gue Duo, shivering in fear, quickly lowered their heads and vowed, "Your Holiness, we will certainly fulfill our mission." On the other side, within the palace treasury, the enormous stone door, towering dozens of meters high, slowly creaked open, revealing an array of priceless treasures laid bare before the onlookers. Yu Yuanjin and Yu Tianli entered closely behind the official of the inner treasury. As they walked, the official, with a fawning smile, proclaimed, "Prince Lan Dian, young sectmaster, His Majesty has issued a decree bestowing 10 treasures upon Prince Lan Dian. Feel free to choose at your leisure." Yu Qianli, smiling, regarded the official's enthusiasm. The notion of choosing freely felt reminiscent of a quaint shop from days gone by. Had it not been for the opulent surroundings of the inner treasury, he might have thought he had stepped back into a previous life. Yu Yuanjin cast a glance at the official before striding directly toward the soulbone area. Observing his grandfather's determined gait, Yu Qianli swiftly followed suit. Upon gazing at the dazzling array of soul bones, Yu Qianli couldn't help but sigh, recognizing the profound heritage of the Tiando Empire. While it lacked the rarest 10,000-year soul bones, it still boasted a commendable collection of 8,000-year soul bones. Turning to the official, Yu Qianli requested, "If you would, allow my grandfather and me a moment to deliberate. After all, everything here is duly recorded." Understanding, the official replied, "I comprehend. Prince Lan Dian and young sectmaster may confer at their leisure. I shall await outside." As the official departed, Yu Qianli chuckled, "Grandfather, the inner treasury of the Tiando Empire is astonishingly affluent, with no less than 10 8,000-year soul bones. If we were to take them all, that old fool Shuya would be heartbroken." Yu Yuanjin snorted, "One must leave some face for the royal family. We cannot take them all. We should at least leave a couple behind." "Ha ha, grandfather, you are quite mischievous. However, there is one item I must acquire." Yu Yuanjin paused, a hint of confusion crossing his face. What item could that be? "The finest treasures here are these soul bones." Chapter 147. Hanhai Qinquanjiao with a playful smile. Yu Tianli replied, "Not to be disclosed, not to be disclosed. You will know soon enough. You little rascal, learning to tease your grandfather. Keep it up, and you may find yourself training extra hard upon our return." Yu Yuanjin threatened with a fierce gaze. Yu Tianli chuckled, "All right, grandfather, let us select the soul bones first. These exquisite treasures are not easily chosen." Yu Yuanjin, with a slight grunt, remarked, "Among these 10 soul bones, there are 2 trunk bones and 2 skull bones. The rest are various limb bones. We must take the trunk and skull bones, and the limb bones can be chosen at random." Yu Qianli questioned, "Grandfather, is my elder brother not absorbing dragon type soul bones anymore?" Yu Yuanjin smiled. "Look at that trunk bone. It is the spiny dragon from the subdragon species. As for those 2 skull bones, whether the 8,000-year wise magic ape skull or the 8,000-year Medusa queen skull, they are top-tier choices, rare and invaluable. As for dragon power, our sect has plenty of dragon source fruits. We need not worry about that soul bone." After considering his grandfather's words, Yu Tianli nodded in agreement. Realizing there might not be better options available, they carefully selected their treasures, and Yu Qianli called the official back with a gentle smile. "Excuse me, I have heard of an item within the treasury known as Hanhai Qinquanjiao. Might you inform me of its whereabouts?" Upon hearing the name, the official first froze. Then a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. "Young sect master, I apologize, but there is no such item as Hanhai Qinquanjiao within the treasury. I'm unaware of where you might have heard such a thing." Yu Qianli's lips curled into a slight smirk as he coldly stated, "I shall say this only once. Sir, I hope you do not require me to repeat myself." Hearing the chill in Yu Qianli's voice, the official trembled, stammering, "Prince, young sect master, I assure you, there is truly no Hanhai Qinquanjiao here. I do not know where you heard of it, and I cannot go searching for it at this moment." Yu Yuanjin looked at the official with a cold glare. He trusted his grandson, who was not one to speak without basis. Do not think to brush this aside. His Majesty has permitted me to select 10 treasures. Should I personally need to intervene? With that, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Yu Yuanjin, causing the official to kneel and the treasures on display to tremble. Feeling the terrifying aura, the official repeatedly bowed his head, saying, I report to you, Prince Lan Dian. The Hanhai Qinquan Zhao is located at position 10 of the Tian series. I assure you, I did not lie. It is indeed there. Following the direction given, Yu Qianli spotted the Hanhai Qinquan Zhao, a crystalline blue artifact, quietly resting in its place. Nodding at his grandfather, Yu Yuanjin retracted his menacing aura. As Yu Qianli gently touched the Hanhai Qinquan Zhao, an unusual energy wave emanated from it, ensnaring his finger as if it wished to merge with him. Yu Qianli attempted to withdraw his finger, but the Hanhai Qinquan Zhao clung to him tenaciously, its sapphire energy radiating with brilliance. At that moment, in the divine realm, the destruction god king suddenly opened his eyes, filled with fury as he gazed down upon the mortal realm. A mere first-level god dares to compete for my heir? You must seek death. Conversely, on the other side of the divine realm, the sea god observed the mortal world with delight, realizing that the sea heart he had left behind had found an exceptionally promising heir. Not only had this young individual reached the level of Soul King at a tender age, but his physical prowess was akin to that of a Soul Douluo. This was undoubtedly the most gifted mortal he had witnessed in centuries. Just as he contemplated using divine senses to discreetly investigate, a cool voice resonated in the air. Poseidon, you dare to compete with me for a person? I commend your audacity. Poseidon, startled, looked up at the swirling purple aura above him and hurriedly replied, I did not realize it was the chosen heir of the God King. My apologies, my apologies. His reluctance stemmed from the fact that only a handful of beings in the divine realm could contend with this entity, and he was clearly not among them. Moreover, this elder bore a grudge. If he were to find a fault, Poseidon's days of ease would be over. Do not let it happen again. Remember, there will be no next time. With that, the apparition vanished, leaving Poseidon to sever the divine power of the sea heart. In the mortal realm, inexplicably, the Hanhai Qinquan Zhao, which had been firmly attached to Yu Tianli's hand, suddenly released its grip and gently settled into his palm. Observing the peculiar occurrence, Yu Yuanjin glanced at Yu Tianli with a questioning look. Yu Tianli smiled and shook his head, signaling that he was unscathed. Yu Yuanjin then stored the 8 soul bones into his soul guide and casually selected another treasure before leading Yu Tianli out of the inner treasury. As their carriage departed the inner treasury, Yu Yuanjin finally inquired, what was that item you just brought out? To Yu Yuanjin's question, Yu Tianli replied with a smile. That is the most formidable treasure within the entire imperial treasury. Its value far surpasses those 8,000-year soul bones. Grandfather, have you ever heard of certain legend? With that, Yu Tianli tilted his head, gazing at his grandfather. Yu Yuanjin raised an eyebrow, inquiring about what legend was being discussed. Achieving godhood at level 100. Upon hearing Yu Tianli mention the notion of ascending to divinity, Yu Yuanjin paused momentarily, perplexed, and remarked, what does this have to do with this object? Can it really elevate someone to godhood? Yu Tianli shook his head, clarifying, of course not, but it serves as a key to the path of becoming a god. Surely, grandfather is aware of the influence of the Haishan Island, right? Upon hearing about Haishan Island, Yu Yuanjin nodded, indeed having heard of it before. During gatherings of the elders from the 3 sects, he had come across some information regarding Haishan Island, reputed to harbor a peerless Douluo at level 99, who is also known as the invincible force of the seas. Chapter 148, The Sea God? Yu Tianli affirmed, speaking earnestly. It is indeed from this esteemed elder's Haishan Island that the treasure I had just acquired originates. It is a token left by the sea god on the Douluo continent. One must gain the recognition of the Hanhai Qinquan shield to qualify for the sea god's ultimate trial. Seeing the serious expression on Yu Tianli's face, Yu Yuanjin couldn't help but chuckle. All right, you have something of value now. So does that mean you're recognized? Take it back with you then. Yu Tianli shook his head with a smile. No, I do not require his approval. It is better for me to keep this here. lest it fall into the hands of nefarious individuals. Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, Yu Yuanjin nodded in agreement. He knew that his grandson had caught the attention of a deity, and it appeared that he held a significant status among them. Keeping the sea god's token with his grandson was indeed prudent. Otherwise, another god might emerge. If his grandson were the sole god on the Douluo continent, would the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect not rise to become the most powerful sect in the world? Contemplating this, Yu Yuanjin nodded and said solemnly, "It is fine for you to keep it. By the way, during the selection in the inner treasury, I acquired an 80,000-year-old gem-like leg bone. You should take it back." As he spoke, an extraordinarily intact leg spirit bone appeared in Yu Yuanjin's hand. The crystal-like leg bone radiated no discernible fluctuations of soul power. Yet the moment Yu Tianli grasped it, an overwhelming wave of soul power erupted. Had it not been for his formidable mental fortitude, he might have been compelled to absorb it immediately. Taking a deep breath, Yu Tianli stored the spirit bone in his soul guide, looking earnestly at his grandfather. "Grandfather, please convey my gratitude to Rongrong. However, are there no troubles within the sect?" At that moment, Yu Bei's voice echoed from outside the carriage. "Sect Master, we have arrived." Yu Yuanjin responded with a smile. "Quickly get down. At your young age, what troubles could there be in the sect? With me around, who would dare to cause trouble?" Observing Yu Yuanjin's demeanor, Yu Tianli chuckled. "All right then, I shall take my leave first. Please take your time." With that, he gracefully exited the carriage. Watching Yu Tianli's retreating figure, Yu Yuanjin couldn't help but laugh. "This lad, Yu Bei, our lineage is indeed commendable." Yu Bei, with a face full of exasperation, replied, "Indeed. Indeed, Sect Master, your lineage is truly exceptional." "Oh, what happened to your tongue?" I just bit it." As Yu Tianli entered the training ground, many came to greet him. "Brother Tianli, it's been a while." "Brother Tianli, how has your cultivation been recently?" Yu Tianli smiled and responded to each greeting, following the shaded path of the academy until he arrived at the training ground of the Lanba battle team. However, before he could step inside, he heard a voice that thoroughly irked him. "Where's your captain? I need to speak with him." Just then, Ning Rongrong's voice chimed in. "Master, Tianli has gone out with grandfather. Is there something you need? Our matters are not convenient to discuss with you. When he returns, please have him come find me." With this statement, Yu Tianli appeared with a smile, exuding an air of innocence. "What is it, my dearest uncle? What brings you here?" Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, the master felt a chill run down his spine, expressing his distaste. "What are you doing?" Yu Tianli feigned shock, gazing at the master as if he had encountered something abnormal. "Did not my uncle come seeking me? Why then do you question my actions? Are you feeling unwell?" As he spoke, Yu Tianli approached the master with a playful smile, arms wide open as if to embrace him, quickly advancing towards the master. The master, startled by Yu Tianli's approach, stumbled back several steps, nearly losing his balance. After being steadied, he broke free from Su Yiping's grasp and bolted away. Beside them, Mu Yin whispered to Ning Rongrong, "Didn't they say that cousin and the master had a poor relationship? What is happening?" Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at Yu Tianli, whispering, "Just watch him put on a show. He enjoys playing pranks. He was just teasing the master." "Brother Tianli, how mischievous." Yu Tianli, grinning at the crowd, declared, "From now on, if any outsiders come seeking me under various pretenses, send them away. I hold no obligation to those who are not my true elders. Genuine elders deserve my respect, but I will not entertain those who come here pretending to be one. Do you understand?" "Understood." "Good. Now, take a break for a few days. It's not easy to have a holiday. Relax and rejuvenate. And Rongrong, come with me." Upon hearing Yu Tianli's final statement, Xianling couldn't help but chuckle, quickly covering her mouth. Ning Rongrong blushed as she followed Yu Tianli back to the room. Once inside, Yu Tianli glanced out the door as if he were a thief, locked it securely, and drew the curtains before turning around. Observing Yu Tianli's actions, Ning Rongrong felt a wave of shyness wash over her face flushing a deep red as she softly murmured, Tianli, is it inappropriate to do this during the day?" Yu Tianli was initially taken aback, pondering what could be wrong with absorbing a spirit bone, and then shook his head. What could possibly be inappropriate? Why worry? But others might mock me. Ning Rongrong replied, enunciating each word with a hint of laughter. We're not stealing or robbing. Who would mock you? Should I not teach them a lesson? Yu Qianli said, perplexed. What is there to be embarrassed about in absorbing a spirit bone? Are they perhaps envious? But, do you really want to do this? Ning Rongrong's face resembled a ripe apple as she lifted her gaze to Yu Qianli. Noticing Ning Rongrong's flushed cheeks, Yu Qianli realized they were not on the same wavelength. He smiled. Rongrong, what are you thinking? I meant to give you a spirit bone. What are you talking about? As he spoke, the spirit guide in his hand shimmered, and the exquisitely intact left leg bone reappeared. Upon seeing the spirit bone, Ning Rongrong realized she might have misunderstood. Noticing Yu Qianli's teasing expression, she bit his shoulder playfully, causing him to inhale sharply. Ning Rongrong then buried her head in Yu Qianli's embrace, refusing to budge. Only when Yu Qianli threatened, if you do not come out soon, I might have to discipline you. Did Ning Rongrong shiver at the mention of discipline, pouting as she emerged from his embrace. Chapter 149. Waiting for you to absorb it well. Ning Rongrong pouted, you only know how to bully me. Be careful. I might refuse to let you on the bed. Before she could finish, Yu Qianli swiftly pinned her down, and Ning Rongrong immediately quieted down. With a delicate finger, she playfully poked Yu Qianli's muscular chest and said in a charming tone, what are you doing? I warn you, if you go too far, I will call for help. A wicked smile crept onto Yu Qianli's lips as he replied, quickly absorb the soul bone. The left leg bone of gemstone quality from 80,000 years ago is a rare treasure. Hurry up, and once you've absorbed it, be sure to clean up and wait for me in bed. He then leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on Ning Rongrong's forehead. Feeling a bit dazed, Ning Rongrong picked up the soul bone and began the absorption process, while Yu Qianli sat cross-legged nearby, commencing his training with the Tyrannosaurus body refining technique. Since the beginning of the competition, he hadn't engaged in systematic training for quite some time, so this was an opportune moment to refine his skills. As he felt the continuous flow of soul power within him, Yu Qianli was confident that within a month, his soul power would further increase. Unbeknownst to them, 3 hours had passed. When Ning Rongrong slowly opened her eyes and sensed the changes in her soul power, a smile blossomed on her face. Her soul power had leveled up. This 80,000-year soul bone is indeed formidable. Where did that rascal go? She mused, scanning her surroundings and spotting Yu Qianli, who appeared to have just finished his training and was resting against the wall. A mischievous grin spread across her face as she approached Yu Qianli like a playful kitten. Unable to resist, she playfully poked his handsome face. To her surprise, Yu Qianli immediately opened his eyes and seized her delicate wrist, teasingly asking, what? Are you captivated by my good looks? Flushed with embarrassment at his striking features, Ning Rongrong stammered, I am not. Stop being mischievous. Yu Qianli chuckled, darling, it's getting late, and I think it's time I pamper you. Not long after, the room was filled with sounds reminiscent of a melodious song. The next morning, Yu Qianli looked proudly at the sleeping Ning Rongrong in his arms. She grumpily exclaimed, what are you staring at? Don't look. If you do, I'll poke your eyes out. Amused by her adorable antics, Yu Qianli laughed, Rongrong, you are simply too cute. Enough with the sweet talk. Get up, I'm starving. Hurry, put on some clothes, and let us go out for a feast. He declared, all right, your highness, Little Li will assist you with your attire. As he stood up, Ning Rongrong quickly covered her eyes, exclaiming, can you please put on some pants first? Even Yu Qianli felt his cheeks flush, awkwardly scratching his head. Okay, I'll get dressed right away. When they ventured out again, Yu Qianli held Ning Rongrong's hand tightly, and she beamed with joy, saying, let us go, Little Li. I'm in a good mood today, and I'll treat you to something delicious. All right then, lead the way. Although it was Ning Rongrong who was guiding, they soon arrived at the nearby Lu Fei Pavilion. The waiter, recognizing the wealthy patron, approached Yu Qianli and said, welcome back. Would you prefer a private room or a table downstairs? Let us have a table downstairs with a 3,000-year soul beast-level meal. 3 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and some dessert. Make it quick, he instructed, tossing a gold coin to the waiter. The waiter accepted the coin with a beaming smile. Certainly. Please wait a moment. As they admired the street scenery, Ning Rongrong softly said, if only we could live like this forever, carefree and content. Yu Qianli tousled her hair and replied, Rongrong, In just a few years, we will be living that life. By then, you can bear me a son, and I will hand over the Lan Dian sect to my elder brother. We can find a place where no one knows us and live a simple life. Can we really? She asked, eyes wide with hope. Of course, there are a few promises I have yet to fulfill, Yu Qianli smiled, and Ning Rongrong felt she had truly found a treasure in him. Before long, exquisite dishes were served one after another. Yu Qianli grinned. Let us eat. I am starving. He quickly placed a large piece of dragon meat on a Ning Rongrong's plate before diving into the feast himself. In no time, they had devoured all the food. Ning Rongrong patted her full belly and said, I'm stuffed. Let us go out for a stroll. I want to buy a pretty dress. Yu Qianli affectionately watched her. Sure, wherever you wish to go, I will accompany you. Meanwhile, in the shadows, 3 pairs of eyes observed the two walking side by side. Qian Rinxue clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly. Behind her, Zhu Douluo suggested, Master, shall I go? But Qian Rinxue shook her head, no need. Pack up. We'll return to Wuhuan City early tomorrow. Let the matters of Tiando City remain forever in Tiando City. With that, she turned her back and walked towards Lanba Academy. Zhu Douluo and Guame Douluo exchanged glances, watching Qian Rinxue's figure disappear from view. Zhu Douluo could not help but remark, Old ghost, do you think the master has taken a liking to that pretty boy? Zhu Douluo shot him a glance. Are you blind, Zhu Douluo? That lad is just a pretty face. Although he is handsome, his talent is unmatched. Even the master is slightly inferior to him in talent. It's a pity he is our Wuhuan Hall's nemesis. Otherwise, they would truly make a fine pair. Alas, Zhu Douluo sighed, what a pity. The master and the crown prince really resemble one another. When Yu Qianli and Ning Rongrong returned, they found Qian Rinxue waiting at the entrance. With a bright smile, she said, Rongrong, I have a favor to ask of you. Ning Rongrong tightened her grip on Yu Qianli's arm, puzzled. What is it? It's so late. What could it be? Tonight, Qian Rinxue looked exceptionally radiant, her golden hair simply tied back, dressed in a flowing white gown, and with a charming smile, she said, Tianli, if I may call you that, I recently broke through to level 40 and have a few cultivation questions I'd like to discuss with you privately. Is that all right? Feeling Ning Rongrong tighten her hold on him, Yu Tianli grasped her small hand and replied seriously, Can't we discuss it here? I'm currently busy. This matter is somewhat private, she insisted. It truly is a private topic, and we don't seem to be that close, do we? Yu Qianli raised an eyebrow. Speaking earnestly, what if I were to speak to you under a different identity? With that, a golden longsword appeared in Qian Rinxue's right hand. Upon seeing the golden longsword, Yu Qianli narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Fine, wait for me at the training ground. I will come. He then led Ning Rongrong into the building. Excitedly, Ning Rongrong clutched Yu Tianli's arm and asked, Tianli, are you really going? Yu Qianli remained silent until they had walked quite a distance. Then he smiled and said, Rongrong, what she revealed just now is the angel sword, symbolizing her identity as a servant of the angel god in our Wuhuan Hall. By showcasing that sword, she intends to confront us. You should return and seek Uncle Bei. Have him contact Elder Luo. Do not intrude. Wait in the shadows instead. Ning Rongrong noted momentarily stunnet. Seeing her innocent expression, Yu Qianli gently kissed her on the forehead. I will be waiting for you at home. All right. With that, Yu Qianli turned towards the training ground, his face devoid of any smile. In the training ground, as Yu Qianli slowly approached, Qian Rinxue revealed a charming smile. You have arrived. Yu Qianli nodded, a reluctant acknowledgement. I'm not just Xiao Xue. Yu Qianli nodded again, leaning against a massive stone beside the training ground, silently observing Xiao Xue. Noting Yu Tianli's unperturbed demeanor, Qian Rinxue offered a bittersweet smile, realizing her guess was correct. He had already known her identity. Indeed, I have known for quite some time. Yu Tianli spoke his first words of the evening. Qian Rinxue chuckled, but as she laughed, a golden longsword silently appeared in her hand. Yu Tianli raised an eyebrow at the golden sword, questioning, Are you planning to silence me? As soon as he spoke, he felt the destruction divine sword within him suddenly stir violently. This is a reaction to stimulation. Thinking this, Yu Tianli's right hand shimmered, and a purple, long sword materialized in his grasp. Upon seeing the purple sword, Qian Rinxue felt her heartbeat slow momentarily. This weapon was equal to, if not superior to, her angelic divine sword. Could it be that a divine presence resided within him as well? No need to speculate, Qianren Shui. Just tell me why you sought me out. Do not attempt to conceal your intentions. I may understand you better than you do yourself. Yu Qianli's voice was cold. Qianren Shui felt that her previous act of saving this man was a thankless endeavor. Perhaps it would have been better to have slain him instead. Yet, as though she still wished to make one last effort, she softly inquired, "What do you think of Ning Rongrong?" Yu Qianli smiled and replied, "She is wonderful, my girl. How could you be anything less? Moreover, before we were together, I admired Rongrong for a long time. My heart will belong to no one else." Is the order of appearance truly that significant? Qianren Shui nearly ground her silver teeth, articulating each word. "It matters not, for my love is solely for her." "I apologize." Upon hearing Yu Qianli's words, Qianren Shui unexpectedly laughed. Yet no smile could mask the pain that pierced her heart. Slowly raising the long sword in her hand, she stated lightly, "If that is the case, I shall strike down my weakness today." As she spoke, 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, rose sequentially from her feet, and 6 pristine wings emerged from her back. Witnessing those immaculate wings, Yu Qianli felt pressure for the first time. Qianren Shui was no ordinary soul emperor. She possessed capabilities that matched his own. In terms of soul bones, her angelic divine armor had absorbed an unknown number of fragments. Most importantly, Qianren Shui wielded a domain, an angelic domain. Although lacking the enhancement of a martial soul's true form, it was still a genuine domain. However, I, Yu Qianli, am not to be trifled with. I shall not allow myself to be easily defeated. Let us battle, Qianren Shui, and see who is stronger. 5 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, manifested behind Yu Qianli, his once fair wrist now enveloped in numerous black dragon scales, his hand transforming into a black dragon claw, and fine scales sprouting along his neck. Qianren Shui admired, "Truly, you are a rare talent from the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. Having attained dragon transformation at the Soul King level, impressive indeed. You surpass Yu Engine." Yu Qianli snorted coldly. "In the future, please refrain from directly invoking my ancestor's name." With that, his second soul ring suddenly illuminated, and a torrent of robust blue-black lightning surged toward Qianren Shui. "Understood. Angelic Domain, activate." As Qianren Shui's voice fell, a brilliant golden light erupted from her, radiating outward. The moment the golden light met the lightning, the latter began to dissolve. Yu Qianli huffed. This angelic domain was no mere boast. "In that case, allow me to unleash something formidable." Suddenly, the blue-black lightning erupted with a flash of purple light, a hue that even Qianren Shui's angelic domain could not dissolve. It was clear to Qianren Shui that this was divine power, possibly exceeding that of her own angelic presence. "I cannot afford to wait any longer. If the angelic domain collapses, we shall be unable to fight." Thinking this, Qianren Shui activated her 5th soul ring, which burst forth with a potent black light, instantaneously igniting countless golden flames around her longsword. Meanwhile, gripping his sword tightly, Yu Qianli activated his 3rd soul ring. The Wrath of Thunder, the dark holy dragon, was a divine martial soul capable of standing against the 6-winged angel. Under the 3rd soul ring's influence, Yu Qianli's purple light surged, and terrifying purple flames coalesced upon the destruction divine sword. With a resounding clash, the 2 swords met, and both combatants were sent flying. After a lengthy pause, Qianren Shui touched the blood at the corner of her mouth, realizing that this was not merely a conflict between the 2 of them, but a collision of the divine forces behind them. Clearly, she had lost. So be it, she thought, as the wings at her back flapped, vanishing in an instant, leaving only an echo in the air. "Yu Qianli, I await you at the finals of the Continental Youth Soul Master Competition in Wuhuan City. Do not disappoint me." Chapter 151, The Affectionate Servant. Observing the spot where Qianren Shui had vanished, Yu Qianli smiled, the purple longsword transforming into a streak of light and returning to his body. Just as he intended to leave, he saw Ning Rongrong, Elder Luo, and Yu Bei rushing toward him. Elder Luo stated gravely, "Is Qianli unharmed?" What of the Spirit Hall personnel? Yu Qianli smiled. I am fine. She has departed. She concealed her cultivation, revealing herself to be a 6-ring soul emperor, with soul power likely not below level 65. I nearly fell to her just now. Even Elder Luo, well-versed in the world, was surprised by a soul emperor in their 20s, a record-breaking feat. This is a good outcome. We have eliminated a hidden threat. Let's return. Rong has been anxiously seeking me, worried for your safety. Upon seeing you, well, I must say, you are holding up well. Elder Luo commented with amusement. Yu Qianli's lips curled into a smile as he grasped Ning Rongrong's small hand, saying cheerfully, All right, Elder Luo, let us return. We have a competition tomorrow, and I truly wish to witness the splendor of the 99th level Peerless Douluo. Elder Luo waved his hand. Go on. There are not many matches left in the Tiando City competition. I will personally lead the team, along with Erlong and Yang Wudi. A title Douluo, 2 soul Douluos, and 5 soul saints from our family should suffice. Yu Qianli nodded, leading Ning Rongrong toward their small abode. As they walked, Ning Rongrong tightened her embrace around Yu Qianli's arm, grinning. Actually, I heard everything. Yu Qianli was momentarily taken aback, then smiled at Ning Rongrong. So you heard? What I said was not false. It was all from my heart. Ning Rongrong huffed, pretending not to look at Yu Qianli. How do I know you didn't notice me beside you, and said that on purpose? You rascal, how wicked. After waiting for a while, without Yu Qianli trying to console her, Ning Rongrong subtly turned her head back to glance at his smiling face, indignantly saying, Why are you smiling? I smile because my wife is truly adorable. Hearing Yu Qianli's words, Ning Rongrong's face instantly flushed crimson. What nonsense are you spouting? Who said I would marry you? Oh, what are you doing? Suddenly, Yu Qianli swept up Ning Rongrong in a horizontal embrace, exclaiming, Little one, you think you can run away after taking all that I have? It's not that easy. The following morning, Yu Qianli led the entire team of Lanba Academy to the Tiando Royal Soul Arena, as they were to participate in a 7-person team battle. Yu Qianli resolved that from now on, he would take the stage for every match to cultivate their synergy, while Ning Rongrong would remain hidden as their trump card. Their opponents today were the formidable Shenkong Academy, boasting a remarkable streak of 16 consecutive victories. Observing Feng Xiaotian, the leader of the opposing team, Yu Qianli couldn't help but reflect. He was one of the few innate full soul power users on the Douluo continent. The original text stated that had Feng Xiaotian not focused all his attention on creating his unique soul skills, he might have already broken through to the Soul King level. Alas, he has encountered me, and thus your streak ends here. As Yu Qianli approached, Feng Xiaotian was somewhat taken aback. This was only Yu Qianli's second appearance, and he was unaware of Yu Qianli's true strength. It seemed he was slightly stronger, but being so young, he was merely a high-level soul master. Feng Xiaotian's Swift Wind Demon Wolf 36 consecutive slashes could be deemed invincible within the same realm. After all, Yu Qianli was just a high-level soul master. The referee's voice rang out, announcing the imminent start of the match, instructing both teams to release their martial souls. In an instant, yellow and purple soul rings erupted into view, causing the referee to frown and question the captain of the Lanba team. Why haven't you unleashed your martial soul? The spectators were astonished by this new referee's audacity, unaware of who they were addressing. Yu Qianli merely shook his head, indifferent, stating, It matters not. I can manage without releasing my martial soul, as the opponent is simply too weak. As soon as he spoke, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. For Shenkong Academy was indeed a team with 16 consecutive wins, tied for first with the equally formidable Leitang Academy, although Lanba Academy had 15 wins and 1 loss. Upon closer inspection, the two teams did not differ greatly in strength. Lanba's solitary defeat was against Leitang Academy, which boasted the presence of Yu Tianxin, a Soul King, making that loss somewhat inevitable. However, Shenkong Academy lacked such a powerhouse, thus their arrogance appeared somewhat justified. Feng Xiaotian raised his middle finger towards Yu Qianli, who regarded him with the disdainful amusement of a jester, and remarked, Feng Xiaotian, I offer you a piece of advice. Do not be too servile. Beware that in the end, you may find yourself with nothing. Feng Xiaotian gritted his teeth, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. clearly understanding the implication behind Yu Tianli's words. He seethed, "Yu Tianli, you will pay for this." Yu Tianli merely raised an eyebrow, responding, "Very well. I shall await your challenge and witness your capabilities." The referee, seemingly informed of Yu Tianli's identity, stammered, "The match begins now," and promptly retreated from the arena. Feng Xiaoyan's third soul ring flared to life, and a pair of swift wind wings manifested behind him, propelling him towards the forefront of the Lanba team. Targeting Yu Tianli. As the captain and primary attacker of Shenkong Academy, Feng Xiaotian was supported by the remaining 6 members, who were all there to assist him. Observing the advancing 7, Yu Tianli spoke with gravitas, "Tianchun, you will control the field. As our team's control-type soul master, you must take charge." Lin Tianchun nodded silently, responding, "Boss, Yiping, you two will block the incoming assault. Tianma and Tianhao, disrupt their support from the back. Xianling and Muyun, stay behind boss and Yiping. If they falter, you two must step in." "Understood." Yu Tianli exuded a swirling black soul power, though not as potent as when his martial soul was unleashed. It was formidable nonetheless. Witnessing the trio led by Feng Xiaotian, Yu Tianli displayed a sinister smile, casually saying to Su Yiping, "Yiping, prepare shield. Let me show them something interesting." Without hesitation, Su Yiping nodded and unleashed his third soul skill, conjuring a massive turtle shell before them. Yu Tianli, fists clenched, leapt atop the shield, legs slightly bent, and charged at Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian scoffed, "You think you can face me head-on alone? You overestimate yourself. Even if your soul power exceeds mine, what does that matter? Watch as I make you suffer." Yu Tianli seemed to perceive the disdain in Feng Xiaotian's gaze and uttered words that left all in attendance astounded. Martial soul embodiment. 5 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, suddenly appeared behind Yu Tianli. Black dragon scales enveloped him, and with a right claw transformed into a dragon's talon, he struck fiercely at Feng Xiaotian's chest. Still entranced by the unusual arrangement of the soul rings, Feng Xiaotian reacted too late, raising his arms to defend against Yu Tianli's dragon claw just as it reached him. "You are cheating," he shouted. Yu Tianli smirked, "All's fair in war." With that, the colossal dragon claw slammed against Feng Xiaotian's raised arms, producing a sickening crack as his bones shattered. In a single blow, Feng Xiaotian was sent crashing to the ground. Observing from the stands, Yu Tianxin shook his head, lamenting Feng Xiaotian's arrogance. He truly knows nothing of the world. Even I would not dare to underestimate Tianli. How could he, a mere 44th level soul master, look down upon him? Had he encountered me from Leitang Academy, I would have taught him a lesson in humility. Beside him, Lei Zhu chuckled, "Boss, enough already. We all know your brother is impressive. But honestly, I believe the champion this year will emerge from either you, Tianheng, or Tianli." Yu Tianxin sighed, shaking his head. "Let's be realistic. Only Tianheng stand a chance against Tianli. When I was at level 40, Tianli was at level 30, and I lost. Now, his soul power surpasses mine. It's hopeless." Lei Zhu sighed. "Boss, does every member of your family possess such extraordinary talent? They are all so formidable." Hearing this, Yu Tianxin silently shook his head, casting a serious gaze towards Yu Tianli while inwardly pondering, "It's not that my family is filled with monsters. Rather, we have one great monster leading us into becoming little monsters." On the arena, Yu Tianli surveyed the members of Shenkong Academy encircling Feng Xiaotian, his disdain growing. "Is this it? This is Shenkong Academy? A mere pawn in the grand scheme." As Feng Xiaotian fell, the remaining 6 members of Shenkong Academy lost their morale. Looking helplessly at Yu Tianli, Yu Tianli shouted to his comrades behind him, "Charge together. Overwhelm them. Show no mercy to these worthless opponents." The 6 behind him roared in unison and surged towards Shenkong Academy, leading to a complete rout of their adversaries. The Emperor Xia, seated at the judges' table, lamented, "What a pity. I had high hopes for Shenkong Academy, but it seems this team is merely a shadow of their captain, Feng Xiaotian. With him defeated, they can barely muster half their usual strength. Truly, they are like mud that cannot be molded." Beside him, Yu Yuanjin chuckled, perhaps in their training. They centered everything around Feng Xiaotian, neglecting the importance of teamwork. Just as Yu Yuanjin finished speaking, Emperor Shuya smiled and remarked, I hear that the esteemed grandson of Yu Zongzhu is engaged to the daughter of Ning Zongzhu. Yu Yuanjin was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled and replied, Indeed. The two children met at a young age and have already been betrothed. Upon hearing this, the Shuya Dadi sighed, gripping Yu Yuanjin's hand, and said, Yu Zongzhu, today Ning Zongzhu is absent, and there are some heartfelt words I wish to share with you. Yu Yuanjin calmly withdrew his hand and replied earnestly, Your Majesty, please do not hesitate to speak. Anything within my capacity, I shall not refuse. Shuya Dadi waved his hand, dismissing those around them, and with a smile said, Ning Zongzhu, I have a daughter named Shuke, who is only 14 years old and has yet to be engaged. You are aware that my health is precarious, and once Xue Beng ascends the throne, he will have no one to assist him. The royal lineage is well understood by that false prince. If I do not devise a solution soon, the Tiando Empire will be doomed. Therefore, I have an uncharacteristic request. I wish to betroth my daughter Xue to Tianli, a child I've watched grow up and know intimately. What say you, Zongzhu? There is no need to worry about the age difference. It is simply a matter of status, much like with the little princess of the Ning family. Upon hearing Shuya Dadi's words, Yu Yuanjin could not help but offer a bitter smile. It must be admitted that Shuya Dadi had indeed presented a significant opportunity to the Lan Dian Bawang Longzong. Unfortunately, Yu Tianli would not be cooperative. Contemplating this, Yu Yuanjin forced a smile and said, Your Majesty, this matter is beyond my assistance. My grandson is rather unique. I have discussed this with him, but he has little interest in such matters. To use his own words, he seeks a life of eternal companionship. Shuya Dadi was taken aback, as he had not anticipated Yu Yuanjin would decline with such reasoning. Not to mention Yu Yuanjin himself, including Ning Fengji, who among them has not taken multiple wives. How could one speak of eternal companionship without seeming to dismiss my request? Observing the changes in Shuya Dadi's expression, Yu Yuanjin felt a silent frustration. Marrying the princess would significantly aid Yu Tianli's future, lending him great prestige. But alas, his grandson, Your Majesty, I fear you may not believe me, but what I say is entirely true. Tianli has been different since childhood. He contemplates many things even more than I do. I can convey your intentions to him, but how he chooses is beyond my influence. Only then did Shuya Dadi's expression soften slightly, as he replied solemnly, This matter requires your utmost diligence, Yu Zongzhu. For the safety of the Tiando Empire, my resolve is greater than anyone else's. Upon hearing these words, Yu Yuanjin's demeanor shifted, as this was an unmistakable threat. Although the royal family holds little sway on the Douluo continent, the loyalty of the million-strong army is not to be underestimated. And this is one of Shuya's few sources of confidence. Yet, Yu Yuanjin coldly replied, Your Majesty speaks rightly. With me present, the protection of the Tiando Empire poses no problem. I do not take the machinations of the Wuhuan Dian lightly. However, I am advanced in years, and should there come a day when I can no longer fulfill my duties, I must implore Your Majesty to seek out capable successors. With that, Yu Yuanjin rose and strode purposefully towards the exit. I have lived over 70 years, and you are the first to dare threaten me to my face, Shuya. You truly are a remarkable character. With this thought, Yu Yuanjin quickened his pace. Meanwhile, Shuya Dadi, left behind, gazed at him with piercing eyes and murmured, It seems you speak the truth after all. The 153rd chapter. Shuya Dadi glanced at the shadow behind him and reprimanded. Did I not say not to appear in front of others? Do you wish for everyone to know your identity? The shadow cackled. Your Majesty, fear not. After all, I possess the strength of a titled Douluo. Though I am gravely injured, my spiritual power remains intact, and my instincts as a titled Douluo are still sharp. No one around can overhear our conversation, so what do you fear? Shuya snorted and then inquired, How many more people do you require for your recovery? The prisoners in Tiando City are nearly depleted, and you are still not well. These individuals are of little use. The highest among them is merely a great soul master. What can they contribute to fully restore my strength? I require at least the vitality of 10 soul Douluo. Shui Adadi was taken aback, exclaiming, 10 soul Douluo? Do you think they're cabbages? Where am I to acquire so many soul Douluo? If I had 10 soul Douluo, would I still be collaborating with you? The shadow only laughed harder. Shui Adadi, your soul power has been rising at quite the pace lately. It is rather amusing to think that before our encounter, you, a sovereign emperor, had yet to reach the rank of soul emperor. In just a few days, you have advanced from level 55 to the pinnacle of level 59. By tomorrow, you will likely reach level 60. When he heard the mention of level 60, Shui's expression gradually eased, and he even smiled, saying level 60. It was once beyond my wildest dreams, and yet here I am, achieving it in just 3 days. Oof. Do not think of hiding anything from me. In these past few days, you have drained the vitality of 5 soul emperors. Otherwise, how could you progress so swiftly? If you diligently cultivate, upon reaching level 70, your martial spirit will undergo a complete evolution, transforming into the bloodthirsty Swan King. With sufficient strong vitality, it will not be long before you attain the title Douluo status you have never dared to imagine. At that point, you could lead an army to unify the entire continent. Shui's face broke into a proud smile. Unifying the continent, even if it costs countless lives, what does it matter? Death is inevitable in war. It might as well serve my reign. With this thought, Shui Adadi rose, surrounded by a throng of followers, and strode majestically towards the palace. Meanwhile, at Lanba College, after the conclusion of the competition, Yu Yuanjin summoned Yu Tianli to a private room and recounted the day's events in detail. Yu Tianli furrowed his brow and replied coolly, "Grandfather, you know my stance. I cannot accept this. You should think about how to respond to that old man Shui. I doubt he has many years left. Do not provoke him further." Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, Yu Yuanjin could not help but sigh. This grandson truly frustrates him at times. What a splendid opportunity he fails to grasp, causing great vexation. Just as Yu Yuanjin was about to speak, Yu Bei, standing at the door, interjected, reporting to the Zhongzhu. The informant within the palace has relayed news that Shui Adadi broke through to level 60 half an hour ago, and is preparing to hunt for his 6th spirit ring. Understood. Return to the sect and summon the 3 elders. Yes. After this exchange, the atmosphere in the room turned cold, with Yu Tianli being the first to break the silence. Having broken through to the Soul Emperor, it seems we must temporarily set our plans aside. Yu Yuanjin nodded, realizing that Shui had indeed kept a hidden hand. Previously, it was only known that he had the cultivation of a Soul King, but now he had unexpectedly broken through. This advancement would likely extend his lifespan significantly, necessitating a shift in strategy to more discreet measures. Neither the grandfather nor grandson entertained negative thoughts, as they had previously been unaware of Shui Adadi's true level, and a sudden breakthrough was not unusual. It merely meant a few more years of life. Before long, the 3 elders, led by Elder Li, arrived in the room. Yu Tianli glanced at the 3 elders, noting that the power of the Long Yuengua was indeed formidable. In just a few years, Elder Li and Elder Hong had caught up with Elder Luo, who had previously been the first to break through, reaching level 94. In no time, they would surpass level 95, further elevating the strength of the Londian zone. Not only that, but Douluo's soul power has also reached level 94. After the evolution of his martial soul, his cultivation of soul power has become remarkably efficient. In just a few years, he is destined to become a formidable title Douluo at level 95. Meanwhile, Liu Erlong has reached level 88, Yang Wudi has achieved level 89, and Qi Ming has attained level 73. These are the profound foundations of the Lan Dian sect. Within 5 years, if the soul hunting actions of the Spirit Hall arrive, as they did in the past, the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect could certainly present at least 7 title Douluos, establishing itself as one of the most formidable forces on the Douluo continent. As Yu Tianli pondered these matters, he suddenly noticed Elder Luo gazing at him with a smile, prompting him to ask curiously, "Grandpa Luo, what is it that makes you smile?" Elder Luo, with a playful tone, replied, "I am not truly laughing. I merely lament that some individuals are so exceptionally handsome that it becomes a burden, attracting all sorts of attention. Akin to a tree wanting stillness, yet the wind does not cease. Upon hearing Elder Luo's words, laughter erupted among the assembled company. Yu Tianli, feeling helpless, addressed the elders. You are my elders. Must you all join forces to mock me? However, his words only intensified their amusement. After a considerable time, the laughter gradually subsided. Tholdili, with a smile, remarked, Brother, I believe there is no need for concern. So what if Shuya has broken through to level 60? To my mind, we should follow the Spirit Hall's example, eliminate him, and install a puppet in power, allowing you to regent the realm. Elder Hong chimed in. What second brother says is indeed correct. Once you become regent and purge all kingdoms and principalities within the Tiando territory, will we not then hold complete dominion over the Tiando Empire? Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanjin fell into silence, recognizing the feasibility of the plan. The Tiando imperial family genuinely lacks powerful experts, and their survival for so many years is nothing short of miraculous. If such a course of action were taken, the likelihood of success appears to be quite substantial. Contemplating this, Yu Yuanjin turned to Yu Tianli. Tianli, what is your perspective? A faint smile graced Yu Tianli's lips. There is no need for haste. We can address this matter after the conclusion of the Continental Youth Soul Master competition. Our current focus should be to delve deeper into the foundations of the Tiando Empire. I refuse to believe that aside from its military, the Tiando Empire lacks any formidable deterrence. If that were the case, it could hardly have established itself as a nation. Chapter 154. Foundations. Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, Yu Yuanjin nodded in satisfaction and solemnly stated, Tianli speaks truthfully. Indeed, the Tiando Empire possesses its own foundational strengths. Anyone who underestimates it will meet a dire fate. Moreover, the recent actions of the Snow Knight Emperor have been quite irregular. I have heard that he has executed many criminals. Have Yu Bei summoned the Dark Dragon Guard. I want a thorough investigation of the Tiando Imperial Palace. I sense something amiss, and it is prudent to ascertain the truth. With Yu Yuanjin's directive, the three elders nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, in the Spirit City, within the Pope's palace, Douluo and Douluo stood in the Grand Hall. Douluo slightly bowed and respectfully announced, Your Holiness, the young master has safely returned to Spirit City and wishes for me to convey her intention to participate in the Youth Soul Master competition. Bibi Dong looked quizzically at the two, pondering why the young master would still show interest in such matters, which seemed out of character for her. Sensing the penetrating gaze, Douluo stiffened and quickly added, It appears that the young master harbors distinct feelings for Yu Yuanjin's grandson. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong revealed a bittersweet smile. With her intellect, she immediately grasped Douluo's implication. Her daughter had developed feelings for someone, seemingly to her own detriment. Is it true that those from the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect are so formidable as to captivate 2 generations of the Spirit Hall's young masters? She mused internally, waving her hand to dismiss them. Douluo and Douluo felt a great relief and hurriedly exited the Pope's palace. The Pope's power seemed to have escalated significantly in such a short span. Observing the empty hall, Bibi Dong leaned wearily against the Pope's golden chair, closing her eyes as a tear silently traced down her cheek, murmuring, Xiao Gang, we were ultimately ill-fated. Yet, I wish for my daughter to fulfill her desires, even if it costs her life, so she may avoid the suffering I endured. In the Elder Hall, Qian Daolu sat before the towering statue of the angel, while Qian Renxue approached her grandfather step by step. The journey of a mere 100 steps felt prolonged. Just 10 meters away, Qian Daolu suddenly spoke, Xiao Xue. Your heart is in turmoil. As he turned to face his granddaughter, the only relative he had in this world, Qian Renxue, who had not seen him in a decade, felt a surge of pent-up emotions and embraced him tightly, tears spilling forth. Qian Daolu, feeling his own eyes moisten, recalled the countless times he had visited the Tiando royal family, and how he had nearly lost control upon seeing Qian Renxue performing menial tasks for Shui Qinghe. The golden crocodile Douluo had to intervene to prevent him from unleashing his wrath. All the words he wished to express coalesced into a singular sentiment. It is enough that you have returned. With your grandfather here, fear not. Everything will be well. After a long while, Qian Rinxue gradually ceased her tears and gazed firmly at Qian Douluo. Grandfather, I wish to participate in the Soul Master competition, and I must defeat him. Qian Douluo paused in surprise before smiling. You mean that lad from the Landian sect, right? Qian Rinxue, astonished, exclaimed, Grandfather, how did you know? Did Zhu and Gue Douluo inform you? Qian Douluo rarely smiled. Having lived over a century, nothing escapes my notice. Just observe the look in that lad's eyes. It tells a story. Qian Rinxue, feeling dejected, retorted, Grandfather, why do you come to see me, yet do not meet me face to face? Qian Douluo did not respond directly, and instead remarked, Xiao Xue, you should be aware that the lad is already engaged to Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. That girl possesses the innate 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda and full innate soul power. Her talents rival your own. I do not believe that Yuanjin is a fickle person. As someone who has experienced life, I advise you to reconsider. A pang of heartache struck Qian Rinxue. For the first time in her life, she had developed feelings for a man, yet he belonged to another. Reluctant to accept this reality, she replied, Grandfather, I will handle it. You need not worry. Qian Douluo sighed. Very well, let the younger generation find their own paths. As he spoke, a brilliant golden soul bone appeared in his palm. You have absorbed one angelic soul bone. It is time to begin on the second. Now that you are back, dedicate yourself to your training. With your exceptional talent, do not let earthly concerns distract you. Qian Rinxue accepted the soul bone, determination gleaming in her eyes. In the Tiando Imperial City, within the secret chamber of the Snow Knight Emperor's palace, having just absorbed a 35,000-year soul ring, Snow Knight felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. The shadow behind you Tianli chuckled, so what do you think? I did not deceive you. Upon reaching the Soul Emperor rank, you should be able to sense this newfound strength. On the snowy night, Shui nodded thoughtfully and inquired about the state of one's injuries, suggesting that the vitality of a Hunyuan Dao would be quite restorative. Unconsciously, the Emperor Shui revealed a hint of a bloodthirsty smile. The shadow responded with a grin, stating that the injuries had improved to about 40% recovery, and that one could now seek out some soul saints to absorb. After some calculation, the shadow estimated that around 50 soul saints would be necessary for a breakthrough. Upon hearing the number, a bitter smile crept across Shui's face. Where could he possibly find 50 soul saints? Surely, he was being underestimated. Moreover, gathering 50 soul saints would constitute the framework for a formidable army, which seemed excessive. The shadow chuckled ominously, remarking that it was merely offering assistance. However, it urged Shui to envision a day when he would trample Qian Douluo and Yuanjin beneath his feet, unifying the entire continent. Listening to the shadow's words, Shui couldn't help but catch his breath, contemplating the prospect of subduing Qian Douluo and Yuanjin and unifying the continent. Inspired, he rose from his seat and stepped out of the secluded chamber, proclaiming with vigor, summon the chief instructor of the Tiando Royal Academy, Meng Xinji, at once. I must discuss the future direction of the Royal Academy with him. The guards outside promptly knelt, responding with, as you command. The shadow behind Shui remarked. Now it is your turn. Chapter 155. Successful advancement as expected. The Lanba team entered the finals as the second-place team in the group stage, with the first place taken by the Tiando Royal Battle Team. Shenfeng Academy and Leitang Academy also advanced to the finals, having achieved a record of 16 wins and 1 loss. Meanwhile, the second team of Lanba Academy, with 13 wins and 4 losses, lost their qualification for the finals. Nevertheless, under the Master S directive, they prepared to accompany the others to Wuhuan City. During this time, the Tiando royal entourage, led by Prince Xue Xing, marched forth with 1,000 cavalry to escort everyone to Wuhuan City. Watching the vanishing procession from the city walls, Shui listened as a shadow leader reported all the intelligence regarding the major sects surrounding Tiando City, requesting the emperor's approval. Shui took the report, glancing at the dense information before returning it and stating, in that case, proceed with your tasks. His subordinate replied, "Understood." With the presence of these sects, breaking through to title Douluo within 5 years would be a trivial matter. Contemplating this, Shuiye's complexion brightened. Once he achieved title Douluo, how far could the unification of the continent be? Within the convoy of the Lanba team, Yu Qianli gazed down at Ning Rongrong, nestled in his embrace, and teasingly suggested, "Rongrong, how about you marry me after this competition? What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson. "Oh, you are insufferable. What are you saying?" she retorted, her gaze fixed intently on Yu Qianli. Just as their tender moment blossomed, a shout from the cavalry commander outside interrupted. "Everyone, pay attention. We have a situation." Yu Qianli's expression turned icy, recalling that during this period in the original story, the target of attacks was Tang San, who had revealed his twin martial souls. Yet now, Tang San had not even advanced to the finals. Could it be that they were here to hunt him? Did they not know how many titled Douluo the Blue Lightning clan possessed? Could it be that Qian Douluo had come in person? Excitedly, Yu Qianli questioned, "Rongrong, has there been anything unusual with the second team during these 2 months of competition?" Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, there was something. The vice-captain of the second team, Tang San, he actually possesses 2 martial souls, one of which is the Haotian hammer. "I meant to tell you that day, but you weren't there." Yu Qianli recalled his own situation that night and awkwardly smiled, taking Ning Rongrong's hand in reassurance. "Don't worry, it will be fine. Let's go see what's happening. Trust me." Aware of the grim situation, Ning Rongrong obediently nodded and gracefully descended from the carriage. As soon as they disembarked, Yu Qianli noticed the royal knights guarding the surrounding spirit masters. Approaching them were 10 figures in gray robes. Yu Qianli narrowed his eyes. These gray-robed individuals were indeed from the spirit hall. He was uncertain who their target was, but it was likely either Tang San or himself. The commander of the cavalry shouted to the group, "I am Kolant, commander of the Tiando Royal Cavalry. Withdraw at once, and do not disturb the Spirit Master competition." The 10 gray-robed figures erupted into laughter simultaneously. "Spirit Master competition? What is that?" "Oh right, our target seems to be the participants of the Spirit Master competition. Hand over the people from Lanba Academy, and we shall spare your lives. Otherwise, prepare to die together." At the mention of Lanba Academy, the crowd stirred uneasily, their gazes shifting towards Yu Qianli. In their eyes, these intruders must be here to hunt the most outstanding Yu Qianli. As the academy head, Lu Erlong glared fiercely at the gray-robed figures. "What? Do you have business with Lanba Academy? Can't you stay away if you want to come here and play teacher?" This remark prompted a wave of laughter from the crowd, while the gray-robed figures fell silent. The leader coldly stating, "I do not wish to make things difficult for you. Simply surrender one person, and we will leave immediately." Lu Erlong resolutely replied, "Whoever it may be, Lanba Academy does not have a habit of trading people for safety. If you do not withdraw, prepare to face the consequences." The 10 gray-robed elders suddenly moved, charging towards the Spirit Master team, and the leader snorted, "In that case, you shall all descend into hell." In an instant, 10 elders unleashed their martial souls, prompting gasps from the crowd as they realized they were facing 10 title Douluo-level experts. This situation looked dire. Just then, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings suddenly appeared before the onlookers. Title Douluo. Amidst the gasps, Elder Luo, clad in white, sent the 10 gray-robed elders flying. 10 mere, title Douluo? Perhaps your backers are underestimating us." Elder Luo's demeanor was calm, drawing admiration from the crowd. However, their elation was short-lived as a voice, smooth and menacing, echoed from above. "Luo or Dia, do not be disrespectful. How dare you act so insolently towards Elder Luo?" A masked figure in white appeared in the air, accompanied by 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings. Elder Luo's expression grew serious. He recognized this individual. In a one-on-one confrontation, he would not fear them. But with this person was another formidable ally. Should they join forces, he would face considerable difficulty. The opposing figure, however, seemed disinclined to engage, speaking softly. "Elder Luo should know that we are not here for the people of the Blue Lightning clan, but rather for matters of old. We ask that you do not impede us. Elder Luo hesitated, recalling that Tang San possessed a twin martial soul, one of which was the legacy martial soul of the once greatest sect, the Haotian Hammer. Realizing this, Elder Luo's gaze faltered. This person was not from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Truthfully, there was no need to stir trouble with the Spirit Hall over such an individual. Just as Elder Luo was wavering, Yu Qianli reached his side, whispering, "As far as I know, this child is the son of the Haotian Douluo." Elder Luo looked at Yu Qianli in shock, and upon seeing him nod, he smiled and said, "My apologies. This child is indeed from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan." He gestured towards the Tang San beside Yu Xiaojie. "You should be familiar with this person. He is the only son of our current sect leader. That child is his direct disciple and will undoubtedly join the Lan Dianba Wang Zong in the future. Therefore, my old friend, I must apologize." The Judo spoke with urgency. "Elder Luo, I trust you understand the gravity of the situation. You are aware of this child's identity. Are you truly willing to confront us for someone like him?" Chapter 156, 4. Title Douluo. Elder Luo, with a smile on his face, replied leisurely, "Old friend, do not be hasty. We are old acquaintances. Surely you comprehend my intentions?" The Judo furrowed his brow and nodded slightly. "Very well, in that case, Elder Luo, I must take my leave." As he spoke, a large chrysanthemum flower appeared above his head, and the sixth spirit ring behind him suddenly illuminated, activating his sixth spirit ability. Golden petals flowing sunset. Countless razor-like petals shot towards Tang, sent among the crowd of Lanba Academy. Elder Luo snorted coldly as his fifth spirit ring also glimmered to life, activating his fifth spirit ability, Thunder Falls in all directions. In an instant, numerous crackling lightning snakes enveloped the members of the Thunder Academy, shattering the countless floral blades. The strength of both sides was immediately apparent. Although the Judo possessed a higher level of soul power than this old fellow, the disparity between his martial soul, the rare and magnificent Ju, and Elder Luo's Lan Dianba Wang was immense, with no discernible difference in combat prowess, even surpassing him in strength. "Old man, since you seek death, do not blame me." With that, the Judo let out a long howl towards the sky. Shortly thereafter, a shadowy figure appeared in the air, accompanied by 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black spirit rings. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be Elder Luo. "Do you believe you can break our formation?" Elder Luo glared at the suddenly appearing Douluo and sternly stated, "What is it, you old ghost? If you harm even a hair on my Lan Dian sect's disciples, our Lan Dianba Wang Zong will not let this matter rest." The Douluo chuckled. "Elder Luo, that boy is merely an outer disciple. You Yuanjin may not even know him. Do you genuinely believe your own words?" Elder Luo snorted. "Words are futile. Let us see the truth in action." The Judo grinned. "Old ghost, I will hold off this villain. You handle your business and retreat swiftly upon completion." "Understood." As the words left their lips, the Judo's 7th spirit ring shone brightly, and a massive chrysanthemum flower rose up against the wind. Elder Luo's expression grew serious. While he could usually suppress the Judo, once the true form of their martial souls was invoked, it would take at least 3 days and nights to determine a victor. If that were the case, this Tang San would be truly defenseless. Faced with the Judo using his true martial soul, Elder Luo could no longer concern himself with Tang San. His 7th spirit ring radiated a brilliant black light, summoning an 8-meter-tall Lan Dianba Wang in the air, continuously engaging in battle. Meanwhile, the Guido swiftly darted forward and seized Tang San by the neck in an instant. Suddenly, the atmosphere surrounding Lu Erlong changed dramatically. Shouted Master, "Sun and moon shine, golden shift, awaken, eternal holy king." The sudden surge of radiant energy startled the Guido. He, who had cultivated a cold and dark soul power, feared such light energy above all. Combined with the aura rivaling that of a tidal Douluo, he was compelled to release Tang San and retreat. The Judo stared at the Guido in surprise. "Old ghost, what is happening?" The Guido panted. "The situation is dire. That is an exceedingly restraining light power. If I were to restrain this dragon, you should handle them." The Douluo was about to nod in agreement when the radiant energy surged once more. Liu Erlong's 8 spirit rings, Flinder's 7 spirit rings, and the Master's 4 spirit rings, 19 spirit rings in total, were bestowed upon the Master's martial soul. Having absorbed the dragon source fruit, the Master's martial soul had transformed back into the golden sacred dragon. With the augmentation of these 19 spirit rings, a 10-meter-tall golden dragon materialized before them. Both the Douluo and the Guo gazed gravely at the towering golden dragon. The Guo trembled slightly and said, "This is impossible to contend with. This is far too restraining for me. I believe we should retreat." Knowing how greatly the light attribute restricted his old companion, the Douluo nodded, and the two swiftly vanished from sight. As they retreated, Elder Luo also dispelled his martial soul's true form, his expression stern as he commanded, "Continue forward. Everyone, adhere to the rules. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless." Upon hearing Elder Luo's words, those who had intended to slacken their focus immediately straightened up, preparing diligently as they set forth towards the Spirit City once more. All the senior members of Lanba Academy, including Tang San, gathered atop the grand carriage. On the carriage, Yu Qianli spoke first. "Uncle Xiao Gang, you must be aware of the identity of Brother Tang San, correct? It would be best to be forthright so everyone is informed." Upon hearing Yu Qianli's words, everyone's gaze fell upon the Master. With a sigh, he slowly began, "Qianli is correct. I should clarify. Little San is the son of the once revered Hao Yanduo. Dang Hao." As the Master's words settled, a profound silence enveloped the group. Tang Hao, a name once steeped in legend, now a source of regret. After a moment, Yu Qianli smiled, "The Hao Yanduo, a prodigy of his time. Little San, you must learn from your father." Tang San, feeling a surge of emotion, nodded appreciatively at Yu Qianli, who continued, "All right, knowing is sufficient. With Uncle Xiao Gang's influence, the Lan Dian sect will ensure your safety. More importantly, it is not you who should be concerned, but rather the one beside you. She must remain undiscovered." Do you grasp my meaning? Tang San understood that Yu Qianli referred to Xiao Wu and nodded firmly. "Brother Qianli, rest assured. I comprehend the gravity of the situation and will not let my guard down." Yu Qianli recognized Tang San's reliability in this regard and nodded. "That is good to hear. Once we reach the Spirit City, try not to wander. It is a place of extraordinary talents, and one might easily see through your disguise." With that, Yu Qianli patted Tang San's shoulder and turned back towards his own carriage. After Yu Qianli departed, Elder Luo also took the opportunity to step away, leaving the Master feeling somewhat guilty. "Erlong, Little San, do you think I have wronged Qianli?" Liu Erlong smiled. "As long as you realize your mistake, it's good. Qianli is a wonderful child. You always hold him to a high standard. He has helped Little San with soul bones and assisted Xiao Wu. And, he even brought you fruits and herbs. Are you aware that there are still dissenting voices within the clan?" The Master sighed deeply. After all, he had yet to return to the Lan Dianba, Wang Zone. However, he could imagine how unpleasant the voices from the clan must be. Chapter 157, Spirit City. Little San, you must repay Qianli well in the future," the Master sighed, addressing Tang San. Tang San nodded. Even without the Master's prompting, he would do so. He believed in repaying kindness and avenging grievances. This had always been his principle in life. Seeing Tang San nod, the Master appeared weary, waving his hand to signal for him to step down. After Tang San disembarked, Liu Erlong gently patted the Master's back, speaking softly. "What are you thinking about? Are you tired?" Listening to Liu Erlong's gentle words, the Master smiled and said, "Not at all. I am, after all, a member of the Soul Sect. Although I may not be particularly strong, I am not without my worth. The main issue is that I do not know how to say it. I am too ashamed to approach Tianli. From now on, please take good care of Tianli. Let this be my compensation to him." Meanwhile, Yu Tianli leaned against Ning Rongrong, recounting the earlier events. Ning Rongrong, somewhat astonished, exclaimed, "I never expected that Tang San is actually the son of the Hao Yanduo. I once heard my father speak of the Hao Yanduo. He is a formidable soul master in our realm. Why did he not protect his son?" Yu Tianli chuckled and pinched Ning Rongrong's cheek, replying, "It's not that simple." Tang Hao antagonized the spirit hall and the spirit beasts. Moreover, the previous pope was defeated by Tang Hao. Thus, it is perhaps better for Tang Hao to remain hidden. Ning Rongrong, after hearing Yu Tianli's words, smiled and asked, "Brother, if the spirit hall were to come for me, would you protect me?" Yu Tianli wrapped his arms around Ning Rongrong's waist and softly replied, "You silly girl. Of course, not only will I protect you, but I will also eliminate anyone who dares to bully you." Despite being in his embrace, Ning Rongrong felt a rush of emotions as she gazed at Yu Tianli's handsome face, her cheeks turning crimson. "You always know how to sweet-talk me. Who knows what you're really thinking?" Before Ning Rongrong could finish her thought, Yu Tianli captured her lips, and after a brief moment of surprise, she wrapped her arms around his neck, responding with fervor. Just as Yu Tianli's hands began to wander, Ning Rongrong grasped his hand, pleading, "No, not here. We can't." Yu Tianli grinned mischievously, his lips curling upwards as he whispered, "I don't care. You help me." Initially resistant to Yu Tianli's playful persistence, Ning Rongrong found herself inexplicably reaching out, her fingers deftly unfastening his belt. At that moment, in the spirit hall of Wuhuan City, Bibi Dong gazed coldly at the Douluo and Guo before her. "Are you saying that the master of that spirit fusion technique has already manifested a golden dragon spirit?" The Douluo nodded, acknowledging the truth. "Yes, my lord. It is precisely because of this that an unbelievably pure light power has emerged, which is highly restraining against the old ghost." "All right, I understand. You may leave now." With a wave of her hand, Bibi Dong leaned back at her chair, lost in thought. Once the Zhu and Guo exited, Bibi Dong murmured, "Xiao Gang, your spirit has returned. You may finally return to the Blue Lightning Clan. I hope they will accept you again. If not, I will ensure the Blue Lightning Clan pays the price it deserves." Half a month passed quickly, and a large entourage finally arrived at Wuhuan City. Yu Tianli looked at the not-so-imposing city and smiled at Ning Rongrong, saying, "Rongrong, this time the champion's reward includes a 60,000-year-old skull. I think this skull would suit you well. I'll give it to you when the time comes. What do you think?" Ning Rongrong pondered for a moment and shook her head. "Tianli, I already possess 3 soul bones. I do not wish to absorb another one in the near future. Why not take it home or give it to Tian Mo or someone else? I don't need it for now." Yu Tianli paused, recalling Ning Fengji's previous words. Understanding her concern about adding pressure, observing Ning Rongrong's resolute expression, he smiled and said, "Very well, let us set this soul bone aside for now. In the future, I will find an even better one for you." Ning Rongrong nestled closer to Yu Tianli, her face glowing with happiness as she nodded in agreement. Upon entering Wuhuan City, arrangements were made for their accommodations, and they were instructed to collect their competition numbers from the Wuhuan Hall in 2 days. At this moment, the master made his way to the Pope's Hall, located in the heart of the city. 1,000 meters from the Pope's Hall, a temple guard brandishing a spear declared, "This is the sacred ground of the Spirit Hall. No idlers allowed." The master waved his hand, revealing his elder's token. The leading temple guard approached swiftly. Upon recognizing the 6 symbols on the token, he shivered and knelt before the master, exclaiming, "Greetings, elder." Instantly, all the temple guards knelt in unison, loudly proclaiming, "We salute you, elder." The master, with a cold demeanor, commanded, "Take me to see the Pope." "Yes, elder, please follow me." The leading temple guard guided the master towards the Pope's hall. With each step up the 1,000 stairs, the master felt as though he were treading on the edge of a blade, uncertain of how he would face her. After a moment, the temple guard said, "Elder, please wait here while I report your arrival." The master nodded stiffly. Shortly thereafter, the temple guard returned, stating, "Elder, the Pope is inside. You may enter." The master glanced at the temple guard and stepped into the grand hall. As he beheld the soaring ceiling adorned with opulent decorations, amidst the splendor, there she was. From blurred vision to clarity, the master trembled as he spoke. "Bibi Dong, how have you been?" The woman in the hall scoffed. Above all others, what could be wrong? As the ruler of the Spirit Hall, even the emperors of the 2 great empires must show me respect. Do you truly think I would have any grievances? The master opened his mouth to say something, but faltered, unsure of how to begin. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. "Bibi Dong, I have come to ask you for something." "Oh, Is there still something in this world that you would seek from me, Yu Xiaojiang? You have changed quite a bit over the years. However, you should address me as Your Holiness the Pope. Bibi Dong regarded the man before her with a hint of surprise. The master, with a bitter expression, replied, Yes, Your Holiness the Pope, I hope you can share the secret of cultivating twin spirits with me. A playful smile graced the Pope's lips. Do you honestly believe I would divulge this secret? Or that I would share it with the son of Hao Hian Douluo? Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, the master found himself momentarily speechless. He could only imagine how Tang San, whom he regarded as a son, would react. He gritted his teeth and said, I can assure you that as long as you share this with me, he will never oppose the spirit hall in his lifetime. Before the master could finish, Bibi Dong chuckled lightly, amused by his earnestness. After a long pause, she finally spoke, Yu Xiaojiang, do you truly think that, given my nature, I would allow a potential threat to remain? Let me tell you, the Zhu Douluo's failure was merely a temporary setback. Once this competition is over, he must die. A dual spirit wielder possessing multiple soul bones, achieving the rank of soul sect at such a young age. Given time, he could become the next Hao Hian Douluo, or even stronger. The spirit hall will not permit such a person to exist. Upon hearing the threat against Tang San, the master stood up, his eyes blazing with fury as he stared at Bibi Dong, his shoulders trembling as he declared, Bibi Dong, I, Yu Xiaojiang, have no children of my own. Xiao San is like a son to me. If anything happens to him, I will stop at nothing to destroy the spirit hall. Bibi Dong observed the enraged master with a sly smile, pondering how he had transformed from the passionate figure she once knew. When she encountered the master once more, she realized that her heart seemed indifferent, facing him as if he were a stranger. Do as you please. Destroying the Wuhan temple is within the capabilities of a soul master at your level, she remarked. Every emperor of the two great empires has yearned to dismantle the Wuhan temple, yet it remains unscathed. What of Tang Hao from years past? Did he not hide away? If there's nothing else, you may leave. The Wuhan temple does not welcome you. Listening to Bibi Dong facilities. The master found himself at a loss for words and could only turn to leave. Wait. Bai Dong's voice rang out again, and the master thought he glimpsed hope. He truly did not wish for Xiao San to come to harm. However, upon turning back, he heard Bai Dong say, Return your elder token to the Wuhan temple. We have no need for an elder like you. Initially taken aback, the master snorted coldly, tossing the token onto a nearby table before departing. Observing his retreating figure, Bai Dong used her soul power to retrieve the token, feeling its residual warmth. With a gentle squeeze of her delicate hand, the exquisite jade token shattered into fine dust, dissipating into the air. Yu Xiaogong, thank you for bringing me back a complete Bai Dong. From this moment forth, I shall be the Pope of the Wuhan Temple, the future goddess of Rakshasa. Bibi Non. At the Wuhan Hotel, only the top 8 teams from the current Soul Master competition were permitted to stay in the officially arranged accommodations, namely, the Wuhan Temple's reserve team, the Xing Luo Empire's royal team, the Tiando royal team, the Thunder Academy, the Lanba Academy, the Shunfeng Academy, the Xing Luo Empire's Star Academy team, and the Xing Luo Empire's Wine Sword team. As Yu Tian Li perused the information on these teams, he crumpled the documents he had read and discarded them onto the floor until he reached the last one, the Wuhan Temple Team S data. Gazing at the glaring words Golden Generation, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Currently, the Wuhan Temple Team could only rely on Qian Renshui, who had returned to Wuhan City. She was a 6-ring Soul Emperor, and even a typical Soul Sage could not match her. With such a formidable leader, the Wuhan Temple Team had changed significantly. What was once a foregone conclusion for the championship now appeared uncertain. Forget it, no need to dwell on it. The ship will sail smoothly when it reaches the bridge, he thought, tossing the crumpled documents onto the table and walking outside. Standing at the hotel entrance, gazing at the Grand Pope Palace, a flicker of doubt arose in Yu Tianli's mind. Could the Wuhan Temple endure for so long solely on the foundation laid by a soul master of the pinnacle level like Qian Dao Lu? Just then, he spotted the master returning, looking disheartened. Due to Yu Yuanzhen's influence, Yu Tianli approached and inquired, Uncle Xiao Gang, what has happened? Yu Xiao Gang looked somewhat dazed and replied, Ah, Tian Li, I've eaten. Not hungry anymore. Saying this, he walked into the hotel. You uzlavia Tian Li fronat pujlat. What do you mean you've eaten? What did you have? Are you out of your mind? Before he could ponder further, 3 individuals appeared before him. Instantly recognizing them, he noted that the fiery-haired woman leading the trio was Hu Laina, the foremost of the golden generation of the Wuhan Temple, a level 51 battle soul king. Beside her were Xie Yu and Yin. Yu Tianli wore a playful smile, contemplating, so, the golden generation of the Wuhan Temple can so easily step out? Is it for someone as insignificant as me? Looking at the exceptionally handsome man before her, Hu Laina found it hard to utter harsh words despite their opposing affiliations and instead smiled. The illustrious little dragon king of the Londian sect. How could he be an insignificant figure? We are merely here to see what our defeated opponent looks like. Chuckling, Yu Tian Li's tone suddenly turned icy. Now that you've seen me, what are your thoughts? You look quite decent. I just wonder if you're merely a facade. Upon hearing this, Hu Laina's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at her own rudeness. Just as Yu Tianli was about to retort, he felt his arm being wrapped around. And sensing that familiar fragrance, he knew it was Ning Rong Rong. Brother, are they your friends? Ning Rong Rong gazed suspiciously at the trio, particularly at Hu Laina. Just as Hu Laina was about to say, Sister, I have no interest in your man, Yu Tianli's words nearly choked her. No, I am their father. Upon hearing this, Yan's face turned crimson as he pointed at Yu Tianli and exclaimed, You brat, say that again. You uzlavia Tianli shuzhao plesli. If you want me to say it, I will. I am your father. How could I heed your words? With that, he took Ning Rong Rong's hand and headed toward the hotel. Yin could no longer contain his rage, and his soul power erupted, summoning 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, behind him, as his fist ignited with crimson flames, hurtling toward Yu Tianli. The force of a full power strike from a level 52 soul king distorted the very air itself. In the younger generation of the Wuhan Temple, Yin was a leading figure, and many young elites gathered around to witness his attack. In their eyes, only Xie Yu and Hu Laina, both of the golden generation, could challenge him. The others would only be inviting defeat. However, they were taken aback when they saw 5 soul rings rise behind Yu Tianli, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Wait, why does his 2nd soul ring belong to 1,000 years, and the 4th to 10,000 years? Is he a monster? Confusion spread among the crowd, and even Yin felt a twinge of unease. I had not heard this kid was so formidable. However, once his fist was thrown, it was not easy to retract, especially with Yan's full-strength blow. Facing the impending strike, Yu Tianli remained unfazed, effortlessly grasping Yan's fist with one hand and gently twisting it, causing Yan's hand to misalign. With a calm demeanor, Yu Tianli remarked, You are not qualified to speak to me. If you truly wish to converse, send someone of sufficient rank. Do not send mere pawns to test me. With that, Yu Tianli delivered a swift kick, sending Yan flying. Is that what you call the golden generation? Oomph. After saying this, Yu Tianli turned and strode back into the building. As Yin was helped up, he stared in shock at Yu Tianli's departing figure. He. Xie, somewhat speechless, asked, What about him? Just say it. After calming his breath, Yin finally spoke. His soul power is at least 5 levels higher than mine. This is not just a difference in soul rings. What kind of monster is he? Beside them, Hu Laina looked puzzled. Is he really that impressive? Yin replied helplessly. Nah. When have I ever deceived you? We've known each other for so many years. When have I ever lied to you? As they spoke, the group made their way toward the Wuhan Temple. Back at the hotel, Yu Tianli gathered everyone in his room. As the result of the draw had arrived, Lanba Academy would face Thunder Academy, meaning one of the two must be eliminated. Yu Tianli looked at everyone with a wry smile. Thunder Academy was not a concern, as it only had his cousin Tian Exen, and without him, Thunder Academy might not have reached this level, especially since their team boasted 2 soul venerables. Xianling smiled and said, Tianli Go, if what you say is true, then Leiting Academy is hardly a cause for concern. What is there to fear? We can simply focus on the next round of teams. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Leiting Academy was indeed not a formidable opponent, especially with Yution Li restraining Yution Xin. The rest could be left to them. However, Yution Li shook his head and replied with a smile. My concerns do not lie with Lighting Academy. After our duel with them, we will reach the top 4. Aside from us, the only teams likely to remain are the Wuhan Temple and possibly the Tiando and Xingluo Imperial teams. Given the nature of the Wuhan Temple, I suspect we will have to face Tianhonggu as well. Alas, upon hearing Yution Li's words, the group displayed faint expressions of worry, for competing against one's own kin ultimately offered little to boast about. All right, everyone, let's keep our spirits high. We still have to contend with the Wuhan Temple. Remember, they boast 3 Soul Kings, which places us at a natural disadvantage. Qi Ming said with a hint of despair. Resting against the table, Yution Li chuckled bitterly and addressed the group. It's not just 3 Soul Kings. To my knowledge, there is also a Soul Emperor who has joined the Wuhan Temple's team, thus diminishing our chances of securing the championship significantly. Qi Ming, perplexed, inquired. Tian Li, where did you hear this? Are you serious? Achieving level 60 before the age of 25? What kind of talent is that? Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, that person certainly has a fervent fan base, Teacher Qin. Perhaps we should have Tian Li charm his way to victory. It might just work. The group erupted into laughter, while Yution Li, feeling somewhat embarrassed, approached Ning Rongrong, playfully pinching her waist and whispering, What's this? Are you still jealous? The others, unable to bear the romantic exchange, chimed in, Are you two done? We are strategizing here. Ning Rongrong huffed and moved to stand beside Mu Yun, deliberately ignoring Yution Li. He continued, The Wuhan Temple's team comprises 1 Soul Emperor, 3 Soul Kings, and 3 Soul Ancestors. This is undoubtedly the most luxurious lineup we have encountered thus far in the Soul Master competition. After a brief pause, he added, with Rongrong's support, I might be able to hold my own against 1 Soul Emperor and 2 Soul Kings, but the rest will depend on you all. Moreover, I must mention that, to my knowledge, the golden generation of the Wuhan Temple possesses a rare Trinity martial soul fusion technique. Upon hearing the mention of the martial soul fusion technique, a chill swept over the group, clearly diminishing their confidence in facing the Wuhan Temple. Yet, Yution Li smiled and said, When we face the Wuhan Temple, you must take care of yourselves. They are not to be underestimated, and if anyone sustains even the slightest injury, I will surely feel pained. Listening to Yution Li, the group managed to ease their tension, and in the center of the crowd, Lin Tianqin declared, Tian Li Ge, you should lead us in this final match. After all, it will be the last one, and having you there gives me confidence. Yution Li nodded, very well. I will stand by your side and offer my counsel. In the first match of the top 8, Lanba Academy faced Lighting Academy. As Yution Li gazed at the arena constructed entirely of marble, a smile graced his face as he spotted Yution Xin approaching. Tian Xin, it's been a while. Yution Li greeted with a smile. Yution Xin responded with a bittersweet smile. Indeed, I did not foresee that we would meet in such a manner. Under the same roof, one must bow their head. Tian Li, just unleash your full strength. I wish to gauge the difference between us. Observing the resolute expression on Yution Xin's face, Yution Li nodded, Big brother, do take care. Rest assured. The announcer's voice boomed. The contestants are ready. Please unleash your martial souls. The match will commence in 1 minute. Both teams prepare. The 2 teams, centered around Yution Li and Yution Xin, summoned countless soul rings from behind them. Tian Xin Ge. After this match, I shall treat you to drinks of the Landian sect. Tian Li, it is a promise. With that, even the soul masters below could discern the intense battle intent in their eyes. Although they had fought numerous times within their clan, this time they were vying for the championship of the entire continent. Despite Yution Xin's awareness that he would ultimately lose, he wished to experience firsthand the disparity between them. Yution Xin ranked 3rd among the younger generation in his sect, with Yution Li holding the 1st position and Yution Hung in 2nd. Although Yution Xin was a year older than Yution Hung, his soul power was 2 levels lower, not due to Yution Li's lack of effort, but rather a difference in innate talent. Yu Xin exhibited 3 instances of dragon transformation, notably with not only his arms transformed, but also an unusual transformation of dragon wings. A deviation from the norm, as the Lan Dian sect's dragon transformation typically begins with the limbs. This indicated that Yu Xin was indeed an exceptional talent, and having absorbed an immortal herb, it would not be long before the Lan Dianba Long sect boasted another formidable title, Douluo. With a resounding clash, Yu Tianli took a step back while Yu Xin staggered 5 steps. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yu Xin revealed a bitter smile. Is the gap really this vast? Despite his relentless training to attain the rank of Soul King, his younger brother had already reached a level where he could inflict injury upon him. No, I refuse to accept this. I, Yu Xin, am not inferior to anyone. Resolutely, he called out to his support, Lightning, assist me with all your might. Everyone else retreat. Upon hearing Yu Xin's command, Yu Tianli turned back, shaking his head at Ning Rongrong. Should Rongrong's assistance be added, his cousin would undoubtedly face an even more devastating defeat. Ning Rongrong understood the implication in Yu Tianli's gaze and took it upon herself to dismiss those eager to intervene. This is a matter between brothers. Our interference may not be appropriate. The group nodded in agreement. Lightning from Lightning Academy was a remarkably unique lightning attribute support soul master. Her martial soul mirroring her name, Ling. This martial soul significantly amplifies the strength of lightning attribute soul masters by 50%, which is why she was allowed to compete. First soul skill, Ling's power, a 45% increase in strength. Second soul skill, Ling's speed, a 45% increase in speed. Third soul skill, Ling, a 45% increase in attributes. Fourth soul skill, Ling's defense, a 45% increase in defense. As the 4 radiant lights entered Yu Xin's body, Yu Tianli could distinctly feel his cousin's aura multiply in intensity. Xin, show me just how formidable your future sister-in-law support can be. Yu Xin initially offered a slight smile, but in the next moment, his face was covered in fearsome. Fine Dragon Scalis. Yu Tianli's 5 soul rings fluctuated in a rhythmic pattern, and suddenly his 3rd soul ring shone brightly, transforming his formerly fair hand into one adorned with blue-black dragon scales. On the observation platform, Juve Douluo, standing beside Bai Dong, softly remarked, "Your Holiness, the Lan Dianba Long sect now possesses 3 title Douluo-level fighters. Their descendants are so exceptional, should we not?" Bai Dong, smiling wryly, shook her head. No matter how you put it, Yu Yuanjun is merely a 97-level title Douluo. Let them revel for a few more years. At that point, we shall capture them all at once. Jubilee, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Your Holiness, what if Yu Yuanjun were to break through to the 98th level? Wouldn't that be problematic?" Upon hearing this, Bai Dong's smile deepened. If he were to indeed break through to the 98th level, it would only serve to complicate matters further. The Elder Hall's esteemed member would surely not permit the existence of a 98th level entity outside the Spirit Hall. Realizing this, Juve Douluo experienced a moment of enlightenment. He recalled the formidable 99th level Elder from the Elder Hall. Should Yu Yuanjun achieve such a breakthrough, the Elder would undoubtedly eliminate him without hesitation, leaving the Lan Dian sect utterly powerless. With this thought, Juve Douluo felt a sense of relief and shifted his gaze toward the nearby battle platform. On the platform, the relentless clashes between Yu Tianli and Yu Tianxin inspired admiration from the onlookers. Although both were merely at the Soul King level, their fighting spirit surpassed even that of most Soul Douluos. Elder Luo, leading the team, felt a surge of excitement as he observed these descendants of the Lan Dianba Long Yu Tianli's colossal dragon claw suddenly struck toward Yu Tianxin's chest. Caught off guard, Yu Tianxin felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his body was propelled backward. Seeing Yu Tianxin unable to rise, Yu Tianli remarked, "Brother Tianxin, it's pointless for us to continue like this. Let us resume our training upon our return." A bittersweet smile crossed Yu Tianxin's face as he replied, "Tianli, you truly are something." "Fine, I concede," Thunder Academy, I admit defeat. The referee from the Spirit Hall promptly announced, Lanba Academy versus Thunder Academy. Victory goes to Lanba Academy. After hearing the referee's declaration, Yu Tianli assisted Yu Tianxin up and handed him over to the waiting Lei Linger, softly saying, Sister-in-law, I apologize. I may have been a bit too rough. This term of endearment caused Lei Linger to blush deeply, stammering, W, what are you saying? Meanwhile, Yu Tianxin tightened his grip on Lei Linger's hand, forcing a rather unflattering smile. Linger, don't be afraid. He asked just like that. Besides, let us settle our matters, shall we? At Yu Tianxin's words, Lei Linger's cheeks flushed to the roots of her ears as she softly acknowledged, using her petite frame to support Yu Tianxin, signaling to Yu Tianli that he could release him. Yu Tianli, sensing the moment, complied, shrugging his shoulders as he approached Ning Rongrong. How are you? Do you need me to assist with your treatment? Ning Rongrong inquired gently, concern etched on her face. Unable to resist teasing her, Yu Tianli replied, I do need your help. Brother Tianxin is indeed quite formidable. Ning Rongrong, a hint of urgency in her tone, asked, Where are you hurt? Is it serious? Yu Tianli shook his head. Let us just head back. I can endure. It would take too long otherwise. And I don't wish to trouble you. Ning Rongrong, taken aback, insisted. What are you saying? You must tell me where you're hurt. If you don't, I might just get angry. Yu Tianli hesitated. Do I really have to say? All right then, but you asked for it. He gestured towards his heart, nodding gravely. Ning Rongrong gasped. Is it your heart? How serious? She exclaimed. Wait here. I will treat you immediately. Chapter 161. As expected, Yu Tianli grasped Ning Rongrong's small hand, placing it over his heart, gently whispering, Seeing Brother Tianxin and my sister-in-law so close hurt my heart a bit. Perhaps you could help me tonight? Realizing that Yu Tianli was teasing her, Ning Rongrong playfully struck him on the chest. You dare to jest with me? Go away. Don't come looking for me. She then dashed off the stage, prompting Yu Tianli to hurriedly follow, leaving the members of the Lanba team in an awkward silence. El Douluo, alongside Ning Fengti, spoke solemnly. Ning Zhongzhu, could you come to the Lanba team as conference room shortly? There are matters we must discuss. Ning Fengti discusses Harpenet. In the spirit city, one's life and wealth were often in the hands of others, necessitating caution. He nodded, smiling. Uncle Luo, given our family's relationship, please call me Fengji. Referring to me as Ning Zhongzhu would be too much for this junior. Elder Luo smiled slightly, affirming, Very well, Fengji. I shall await you in the conference room. He then proceeded toward a nearby hotel. Meanwhile, back at the hotel, Yu Tianli was soothing the fuming Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, I was only joking. Please don't be upset. Ning Rongrong, not truly angry, chuckled at Yu Tianli's humble demeanor. Consider this a lesson. If you do this again, just wait and see how I'll handle you. She pouted, playfully showing her annoyance. Yu Tianli enveloped her in an embrace, whispering, I understand. By the way, during our time in Spirit City, you must stay close to me. Don't want her off, all right? Ning Rongrong nodded, her expression peculiar. I understand. I won't cause you trouble. If your woman were to eliminate me, wouldn't that be a loss? Yu Tianli sighed. What woman do I have? You make me sound like a rogue. Just then, Elder Luo's voice came from outside. Tianli, if you're not busy, could you step out for a moment? I need to speak with you. Ning Rongrong quickly broke free from Yu Tianli's embrace, softly saying, You go ahead. I want to accompany you. However, Yu Tianli firmly grasped her hand, shaking his head. Have you forgotten what I told you? Be obedient. There is nothing you cannot hear. You are the future matriarch of the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect. You must accompany me from now on, understood? Ning Rongrong smirked, yet complied, nodding. Understood. How domineering. She allowed Yu Tianli to lead her out. Upon opening the door, Elder Luo feigned surprise. Oh, Rongrong, you're here too. What a coincidence, Tianli. Are you not too busy? Yu Tianli rolled his eyes at Elder Luo. Enough with the pretense, Elder Luo. I'll be straightforward. Rongrong is my wife and the future matriarch of the Lan Dianba Wang Long family. There is no need to conceal anything. Let her join us for the discussion. Elder Luo smirked. Got it. You're so tedious. I didn't know you thought you were the elder, and I was the junior. Come on. Fengji and Chun Xin are already waiting in the conference room. Yu Tianli nodded, and the group proceeded to the conference room. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengji's eyes brightened. This was a significant elevation in his daughter's status. Yu Tianli gently clarified, Ning uncle, Rongrong is my wife. There is no need to avoid discussing matters concerning her. Ning Fengji nodded, smiling. Tianli, Rongrong is my daughter. I'm thrilled to see her doing well. I would never hold that against you. Elder Luo affirmed. Indeed, Tianli. I summoned Ning Zhongzhu to discuss our safety in leaving the city. You are quite resourceful. What do you propose? The corners of Yu Tianli's mouth lifted slightly. Elder Luo, what concerns do we have? The Spirit Hall may not even view us as a threat. The others were momentarily taken aback, and Elder Luo questioned, Tianli, how can you say that? The Longjin sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect have made tremendous strides. How can you claim the Spirit Hall does not see us as a challenge? Ning Fengji regarded Yu Tianli with a similar look of inquiry. Yu Tianli let out a weary sigh and said with a bitter smile, Elder Luo, Uncle Ning, have you perhaps forgotten about the esteemed Grand Elder Qiandaolu of the Wuhuan Temple? With his presence, no matter how we develop, it would merely be empty talk. At level 99, he can stand against the mightiest of the world. Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, a profound silence enveloped the room. Indeed, without a rival to Qiandaolu, how could the Wuhuan Temple ever take notice of us? It seems I've been overly optimistic about our standing. Observing the silence of the crowd, Yu Tianli smiled and continued. While we may seem insignificant, there is one individual whom the Wuhuan Temple must regard with utmost seriousness. Ning Fengji's eyes sparkled with insight. You mean Tang San, the son of the Haoyan Douluo Tang Hao? Yu Tianli nodded, with dual martial souls, hidden soul bones. And having broken through to Soul Master at such a young age, it is evident that if Tang San continues his training steadily over the next 20 years, he will undoubtedly become the next Haoyan Douluo. Moreover, let us not forget that Tang San cultivates the blue-silver grass martial soul. This implies that once he ascends to Soul King or Soul Emperor, he can transition to the Haoyan Hammer. At that point, a Haoyan Hammer imbued with 10,000-year spirit rings would be even more formidable than the current Haoyan Douluo. 10,000 years? Such lofty ambitions. Does that lad possess the strength to endure? Elder Luo questioned, perplexed. Yu Tianli shrugged, saying nothing. After all, Tang San had yet to absorb the celestial herbs or achieve the ice and fire forging body. Who could predict whether he could fulfill the ambition of obtaining 10,000-year spirit rings for both his martial souls? After all, Tang San is the child of destiny in Douluo continent. Who knows if some great deity might take an interest in him? With a smile, Yu Tianli remarked, regardless. This does not concern us too much. After all, Tang San is the direct disciple of Uncle Shao Gang, who treats him as a son. His strength will only bolster our alliance, so why not embrace it? Elder Luo and Ning Fengji nodded in agreement, but Elder Luo added, however, Shao Gang visited me yesterday and mentioned that the Wuhuan Temple would not relent in their pursuit of Tang San. What shall we do? How can we contend with them in Wuhuan City? Yu Tianli shook his head. Chapter 162. The Imperial Battle Team, following morning. The Lanba Battle Team received notification of their entry into the top 4 matches. As expected, they were set to face the Huangdo Battle Team, leaving no opportunity for the Tiando Empire. However, these matters could only be discussed in private, since they did not violate any major rules of the competition. Who could object? Hearing the referee's not-so-gentle words, Yu Tianli smiled as he led the others towards the battle arena. While walking, he quietly advised, when we take the stage, be exceedingly cautious. Brother Tianheng has already broken through to level 50 a year ago, and Sister Yin has been at level 50 for half a year. With their nearly complete Soul Master lineup, we must be wary. Even a slight error could lead to our defeat. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Tianchun, standing nearby, asked, Brother Tianli, shall I still be in charge of this match? Yu Tianli nodded, of course. You are a control-type Soul Master. Who better to lead than you? Lin Tianchun's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, Brother Tianli, I have a brilliant strategy to break through the top-tier defenses of the 2 Xuanwu turtles in the Huangdo Battle Team. Yu Qianli looked at Lin Tianchen with keen interest. You rascal. Why have you kept this to yourself until now? Speak quickly. Lin Tianchen nodded and explained. The two Xuanwu turtles of the Huangdou battle team are nearly flawless in their collaboration. However, I can lay the Star Source chess pieces on them beforehand and connect them with the pieces I have set up externally, allowing their defenses to collapse from within. The others were taken aback by Lin Tianchen's words, and Yu Qianli asked, puzzled, Tianchen, since when could you place chess pieces on others? That sounds rather unsettling. Lin Tianchen sheepishly scratched his head. I only recently discovered it after a few experiments. Yu Qianli chuckled and patted Lin Tianchen on the shoulder. No matter. Let's proceed with your plan. Just as he finished speaking, the impatient referee called out, contestants, quickly take your positions. What are you dawdling for? Yu Qianli scoffed. You could let the opposing team strike while we are unprepared. If you lack the capability, keep it to yourself. Do you think you can intimidate me? The referee's face turned a deep shade of purple, but he had no recourse. After all, he was merely a referee. Some smaller teams might still consider the authority of the Wuhuan Temple, allowing him to flaunt his power, but encountering a troublemaker like Yu Qianli left him powerless. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, Bibi Dong smiled slyly. This lad is indeed a troublemaker. No wonder even Xiao Shui would give up 10 years of patience for him. Hulaina, surprised, remarked, Teacher, are you not angry? This is an empire, after all. Even we cannot easily contend with them. Bibi Dong's smile broadened. Nana, you do not understand. When you possess sufficient power, a force that exceeds the continent itself, unifying the continent becomes merely a matter of words. Therefore, from now on, you must double your efforts to pursue that realm. Do you understand? Hulaina, somewhat bewildered, nodded, quietly resolving. What teacher refers to must be the level of the Grand Elder at the 99 level. I must reach that realm and never disappoint, teacher. Just then, a Holy Hall warrior approached and greeted, Greetings, young master. Hulaina's thoughts were pulled back to the present as she turned to see Qian Rinxue approaching. Clad in a simple yet elegant white palace dress, adorned with minimal embellishments, showcasing a classic and refined style. A golden collar framed her gracefully long neck, and her golden hair was simply tied back. As Qian Rinxue approached, everyone present, except for Bibi Dong, knelt in respect. We pay our respects to the young master. Qian Rinxue merely waved her hand and took a seat beside Bibi Dong. This single gesture underscored her position in the Wuhuan Temple. Only the Grand Elder is permitted to sit while discussing matters with Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong softly inquired, What brings you here to see your little lover? Qian Rinxue coldly snorted, entirely ignoring Bibi Dong's question. Observing Qian Rinxue's silence, Bibi Dong gestured for those around them to leave. Those nearby, recognizing the tension, discreetly retreated. For anyone who meddled in the affairs between these two would be a fool. Once alone, Bibi Dong spoke coolly, You truly cannot let him go. You are my daughter. I do not wish to see you walk the path I have traveled. Qian Rinxue fixed a cold gaze upon her mother, with 1,000 words lodged in her throat, unable to find expression. Finally, she managed to utter, So what if I do? Bibi Dong sighed inwardly, watching Yu Qianli, who was already arranged and ready to commence the battle, and softly said, What can I do? You need only understand that the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect is the enemy of our Wuhuan Temple. In the future, regardless of who takes charge of the Wuhuan Temple, Yu Qianli, as the future sect master of the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect, must perish. Qian Rinxue stood in a daze, not responding. She knew well the fate that awaited Yu Qianli, yet why could she not control her own heart? Why? Bibi Dong, noticing Qian Rinxue's distressed expression, approached her side and gently comforted, It's all right, little Shui. I have nothing to offer you. If you can let go, it is best to do so. The feeling of longing is genuinely painful. You are still young, and as your mother, I have not been a competent one. I only hope you can be well. However, Qian Rinxue, unable to accept this, fled, yet her gaze remained resolute. No matter what, she would succeed. Observing the fleeing figure of Qian Rinxue, Bibi Dong let out a soft sigh and glanced toward the Duhan platform, realizing that it may be necessary to spare this young man's life. Meanwhile, below the platform, Yu Qianli looked at his brother Yu Qianheng and Douluo Yin standing before the Imperial fighting team and couldn't help but chuckle. Brother, sister-in-law, please show some mercy. We are but frail limbs. What if you break us? Douluo Yin, standing behind Yu Qianheng, laughed mischievously. Qianli, how old are you? Still acting like a child? It's been ages since you broke 50 levels, and yet you expect us to go easy on you? You should be the one yielding to us. A sly smile crept onto Yu Qianli's face. Brother, you have indeed chosen a wonderful wife. Yu Qianheng raised an eyebrow. You are not bad yourself. Yu Qianli nodded. Brother, it has been a while since we last sparred, hasn't it? How about a match? Just like with Brother Tianxin? I'm game, but I fear you may not be willing. With a harmless smile, Yu Qianli declared, if my elder brother is inclined, I shall certainly oblige. Chapter 163. Xing Yuan chess. After the two brothers conversed, Yu Qianli returned to his team and addressed Lin Tianxin. Once the match begins, you will plant Xing Yuan chess on the three members of the Shijia brothers and Yi Lingling across the way. Should anything go awry, send them down immediately. Lin Tianxin nodded with excitement. I understand. Beside Yu Qianli, Ning Rongrong expressed her confusion. Tianli, didn't T-brother just mention fighting like with cousin Tianxin? Isn't it's supposed to be one-on-one? Yu Qianli flashed a cunning smile. Of course, that is our intent, but not for the rest of you. Moreover, Sister Yin likely won't adhere to such rules. Ultimately, it is still a team battle. You must support me wholeheartedly. Facing brother and sister-in-law alone would not be easy. Ning Rongrong nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I will definitely support you with all my might. Yu Qianli ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair. If danger arises, run quickly. Understood? I know. This isn't my first time on the Duhan platform. Do you think I'm a child? She retorted, puffing out her chest defiantly. All right, do take care. With that, Yu Qianli turned and strode toward the front of the team. As he walked, 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, rose sequentially from beneath his feet, revealing the 2 10,000-year soul rings that adorned him. Yu Qianheng's expression grew serious as he remarked to Douluo Yin, Qianli has grown stronger. I fear neither of us can match him. Douluo Yin smiled reassuringly. Tianheng, have faith in yourself. You can do it. Nodding, they've both unleashed their soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, effectively countering the pressure exerted by Yu Qianli. As the referee's command echoed, Yu Qianli shouted, Rongrong, assist me, and charged toward Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin. Ning Rongrong's 9 treasure glazed tower shimmered with brilliance. The 9 treasures released dazzling light, proclaiming strength, speed, soul, defense. For streams of light surged toward Yu Qianli, and upon entering his body, he trembled with power as his claw, adorned with black dragon scales, struck fiercely at Yu Tianheng. Seeing the impending strike, Yu Qianheng activated his 3rd soul ring, his already formidable physique expanding once more, his powerful dragon arms transforming into a terrifying deep blue. While his upper garment was incinerated by thunderous energy, he swung his dragon claw toward Yu Qianli, and with a resounding crash, both were sent flying. Yu Qianli barely steadied himself, while Yu Qianheng managed to regain his balance with the assistance of the Shijia brothers. Douluo Yin urgently called out to Yi Lingling, Lingling, hurry. Yi Lingling nodded, her 4 soul rings rotating rhythmically. The first yellow soul ring flared brightly, and a black-purple begonia blossomed from her hand, landing on Yu Tianheng. Instantly, Yu Tianheng felt the internal injuries lessen, nodding to those nearby as he urged, Yin, give me a boost. Douluo Yin replied with excitement, Tianheng, there will be side effects. Fear not, you are here with me. Let's do it. Gazing into Yu Tianheng's determined eyes, Douluo Yin activated her first 2 soul rings, unleashing her first soul skill, Scarlet Phosphor Poison, and her second, Azure Phosphor Poison. 2 distinctly colored toxins surged from her mouth, wholly absorbed by Yu Tianheng. In an instant, Yu Tianheng's eyes transformed, one red, the other blue, resembling a demonic deity. Scarlet Phosphor Poison stimulated the nerves, enhancing attack power and speed by 45%, while Azure Phosphor Poison dulled pain, increasing defense by 50%. Feeling the surge of power, Yu Qianli unleashed a dragon roar into the sky. Observing Yu Tianheng's demonic appearance, his 3rd soul ring illuminated. the blue-black dragon scales on his arms transforming into pure black, expanding into a diamond shape. Rongrong, assist me with all your might. Tianchen, prepare to lay the Xingyuan chess. Once set, immediately send the Shijiao brothers and Yi Lingling off the stage, especially Yi Lingling. Otherwise, the Imperial fighting team will be unkillable. Lin Tianchen nodded. Recognizing the threat posed by Yi Lingling's 9-heart begonia, capable of healing any injury as long as one remain alive, an utter cheat in team battles. With that, the 4 soul rings behind Lin Tianchen shone exceptionally bright. His 3rd soul ring activated. Countless pieces imbued with stellar energy glided across the ground, almost instantly burying themselves to form the celestial array. At that moment, several small pieces appeared in Lin Tianchen's hand, with a flick of his wrist. These small pieces adhered at peculiar angles to the Shijiao brothers and Yi Lingling. At the forefront, Yu Qianli concentrated dark energy, summoning a massive sword forged from the convergence of darkness and thunder into his grasp. Yu Qianheng, observing the colossal sword, smiled slightly. A similar sword materialized in his hand, though it was solely composed of thunderous energy. When the 2 colossal swords clashed, Yu Qianheng intended to unleash his soul bone skill, but noticed Yu Qianli signaling him to refrain from revealing it in front of outsiders. It was not just Yu Qianheng who possessed a soul bone. Yu Qianli, Didian, Ning Rongrong, each of them had several 10,000-year soul bones. Not to mention Yu Qianli's inherited soul bone from the Blue Lightning sect. Should this information fall into the hands of the wrong individuals, they would be in grave peril. Realizing this, Yu Qianheng withdrew his left hand, pressing down on the colossal sword with all his might. However, his sword, composed solely of thunder, could not match the corrosive effect of Yu Qianli's weapon. Thus, they simultaneously discarded their colossal swords, resorting to the most primal means of combat. Exchanging blows, you strike me, I'll strike you back. However, Yu Qianheng's soul power was significantly lower than Yu Tianli's, and soon he bore the marks of their confrontation. From behind, De Guyan anxiously urged, Lingling, hurry and heal Tianheng. Yi Lingling nodded, releasing her soul skill while reassuring, Sister Yin, don't worry. I'll activate my soul skill right away. The purple soul ring corresponding to her 3rd soul skill flared up, and a purple petal flew toward Yu Qianheng. But suddenly, the situation took a dramatic turn. With a resounding boom, countless Xingyuan chess pieces detonated amidst the Huangdou team. In Chapter 164, Martial Soul Fusion Technique, the explosion sent the chess pieces flying, and Yi Lingling, situated at the back of the team, could not withstand the force, being instantly hurled out of the arena. Similarly, the Shijiao brothers, who were also affected by the chess pieces, were propelled backward. They managed to stabilize their stance with the help of Yu Feng and Aosu, but the price was Yu Feng stepping out of bounds and losing his qualification for the competition. However, at the last moment, all of Yi Lingling's soul rings erupted, and every petal flew towards the members of the Huangdou team, except for the eliminated Yu Feng and Yi Lingling. The remaining members of the Huangdou team returned to their peak condition. Yu Tianli smiled mischievously at his elder brother. Big brother, there's no helping it. Who told Sister Lingling to be so formidable? This was my last resort. Yu Qianheng snorted coldly, raising his enormous dragon claw to strike at Yu Qianli. Yu Qianli revealed a playful smile as his 4th soul ring ignited, invoking his 4th soul skill, Thunder Saint Armor. The black soul ring unleashed a fierce black light, enveloping him in a suit of black scaled armor. Upon seeing his brother's 4th soul ring activate, Yu Qianheng couldn't help but curse under his breath. As Yu Tianheng, being Yu Tianli's elder brother, was well aware of the power of the 4th soul skill. He had previously joked with Yu Qianli that anyone who faced it might end up succumbing before Yu Tianli even did. Yet, why was it now his turn? Gritting his teeth, Yu Qianheng's 4th soul ring suddenly glowed. 4th soul skill, Thunder Dragon Head. Countless bolts of thunder converged, forming a massive dragon head above Yu Qianheng. With a twist of his wrist, the enormous dragon head lunged towards Yu Qianli. As the colossal dragon head approached, Yu Qianli swiftly shifted his stance, his right hand gathering the purple power of destruction, and a black-purple longsword materialized once more in his grasp. The appearance of the sword captivated the attention of all titled Douluo present, particularly Bibi Dong, whose beautiful eyes glinted with a hint of coldness. This was a power from the divine. It was unacceptable to allow anyone other than herself to wield such strength. Qianrenque was her daughter, and she had no objections to a divine being accompanying her. However, how could her enemy, someone she had never regarded highly, be worthy of divine power? This individual must not be spared. Once the tournament concluded, both of you must bring Qianjun Jiangma, along with 20 soul Douluo and 100 soul saints. Regardless of who obstructs you, eliminate them on the spot, as I demand to see this boy's corpse. Hearing Bibi Dong's chilling command, Zhu Douluo trembled, bending low and stammering. Your Holiness, what if the young master inquires? Before Zhu Douluo could finish, he felt as though an immense weight pressed down upon him, akin to drowning. After a while, he finally regained his composure, only to hear Bibi Dong's voice proclaim, this matter must not reach Xiaoshua's ears. If, in the end, Xiaoshua still attempts to intervene, bring her back alive. Zhu Douluo felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and descended, for the tournament would conclude in just a day or two, and he needed to prepare. Meanwhile, on the stage, the massive dragon head was cleaved in two by Yu Tianli and dissolved into the air. Yu Tianheng gazed in shock at his brother wielding the long sword, while the ever-supportive Dugu Yin tightened her grip on Yu Tianheng's trembling hand. Tianheng, you must use that move. Otherwise, we will truly lose. Seeing Dugu Yan's resolute expression, Yu Tianheng nodded, gripping Dugu Yan's hand tightly, and shouted, Fusion! In an instant, the soul power of the two soul kings erupted, and the phantoms of their martial souls intertwined before merging into one. Yu Tianli stared blankly at the duo across from him, suddenly realizing martial soul fusion technique. Big brother, you were hiding this from me. Yet it was too late for such revelations, as an enormous, nearly black-blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex materialized in place. Gazing at the towering dragon, Yu Tianli could only exclaim, Big brother, are you trying to play tricks on me? On the sidelines, Elder Luo's breathing quickened as he desperately sought to understand whether this martial soul fusion technique required a male and female duo or if any two martial souls could suffice. If the latter were true, then could his brother and Dugu Bo not achieve a fusion technique of a 98-ranked and a 94-ranked title Douluo, potentially reaching a level of 99? The martial soul hall would then have nothing to fear, and the Blue Electric clan would stand unchallenged. As Yu Tianli beheld the approaching giant dragon, determination flickered in his eyes. He cast aside his robe, revealing his fair skin, but in the next moment, countless dragon scales appeared out of thin air, enveloping his entire body, transforming not just his upper body, but also his lower body, with his feet morphing into dragon claws. The martial soul fusion technique of two soul kings could even rival that of an average soul Douluo. Even Yu Tianli felt a sense of solemnity when facing such a creature. Without the use of soul bones, he was uncertain of his ability to defeat this dragon. At that moment, a surge of colorful light flowed into Yu Tianli's body, and feeling the enhancement of his attributes, he turned and smiled, softly saying, You all should retreat. This dragon is too powerful. I wouldn't want to inadvertently harm you. Ning Rongrong obediently nodded, casting a cautious glance at Yu Tianli, signaling everyone to descend. The others understood that they could not interfere in such a battle and would only distract Yu Tianli, so they leaped down. As the members of Lamba Academy jumped off, Yu Tianheng waved his hand, indicating for his teammates to follow suit. Soon, only Yu Tianli and the giant dragon remained on the stage. Yu Tianli calmly stated, Big brother, is this your true strength? The dragon replied, Tianli, this is something we only recently discovered. Yin Yin and I can activate the martial soul fusion technique. And today is the first time we are using it in battle. Yu Tianli nodded, a charming smile gracing his face. Big brother, let's truly engage in a battle. I also wish to test my true strength. As he spoke, his fifth soul ring illuminated. Fifth soul skill, Black Prison, Sacred Dragon Break. Instantly, dark calamity clouds began to gather above Yu Tianli's head, eliciting gasps from the onlookers outside, who marveled at the sheer might of this fifth soul skill. Meanwhile, in the Elder Hall, the Judgment Elder Qian Douluo observed the calamity clouds hovering above the battle arena. as he sensed the ominous aura emanating from the clouds. He felt a twinge of discomfort within his angelic soul power. In an instant, his figure appeared above the battle arena, scrutinizing the dark clouds. Why do I sense a power within these calamity clouds that does not belong to this world? Am I mistaken? Douluo questioned himself. Upon closer inspection, he could see nothing unusual and concluded that it was merely a relatively powerful martial soul, slightly stronger than the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, and nothing to be overly concerned about. With that, he vanished from sight. On the battle stage, 9 colossal black dragons surged forth, one after another, towards the dragon formed by Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yan's martial soul fusion technique. Inside the dragon, Douluo Yan, who had endured 4 black dragons, spat blood, anxiously asking, "Tianheng, are you all right?" The protagonist merely provides soul power and martial spirits. The rest relies solely on Yu Tianheng's efforts. With a bitter smile, Yu Tianheng stated, "I can withstand at most 1 attack. I will automatically release it later. All my remaining soul power can send you outside the Duhan arena. I possess the dragon transformation to endure, but you cannot." Douluo Yan was taken aback, exclaiming, "Tianheng, absolutely not. I won't allow you to endure this." Yet, Yu Tianheng merely smiled at Douluo Yan and directed the colossal dragon to charge towards the black dragon. Yu Qianli, controlling the black dragon, discerned Yu Tianheng's intention. The soul power in his hands continuously coalesced, and the 5th black dragon merely surrounded the colossal dragon, while the remaining dragons dissipated. Having reached level 57, Yu Qianli could effortlessly command his 5th soul skill. Observing the giant dragon he had bound, a smile crept onto Yu Tianli's face as he taunted, "Brother, you have lost. Release your state now. We can compete freely in the future." As he spoke, the colossal dragon vanished, transforming into the 2 of them. Although their faces appeared slightly pale, they fortunately suffered no significant injuries. Yu Tianheng sighed, "We concede. We have exhausted our last resort, and I almost sustained severe injuries from my own brother. If he weren't my own brother, I would have made sure to teach him a lesson." Once Yu Tianheng declared their defeat, the referee promptly announced in the semifinals, Lanba Academy faces the Tiando Royal Team, with Lanba Academy emerging victorious. No sooner had the words left his lips than the red-robed judge added, "Furthermore, the final of the Continental Youth Soul Master Competition will take place tomorrow, featuring the teams from Lanba Academy of the Tiando Empire and the Wuhuan Hall's Wuhuan team." The joy of victory quickly dissipated for Yu Qianli, who regained his composure, realizing that his arrival had introduced numerous variables into the competition. First, the emergence of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, followed by the addition of the formidable Qian Rinxue from the Wuhuan Hall Academy, was alarming. This 24-year-old had rigidly adhered to the competition's rules. Coupled with the Golden Generation's martial soul fusion techniques, Yu Tianli felt a sense of trepidation. Facing Qian Rinxue had already proven exhausting. Adding 2 Soul King's martial soul fusion techniques felt insurmountable. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Yu Tianli's eyes as he quickly summoned his teammates to the hotel conference room. Meanwhile, Elder Luo gathered Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yan beside him. Erecting a barrier in the lounge, he quietly inquired, "Is your martial soul fusion technique based on the compatibility of your martial souls, or is it something else? Do not rush to answer. Take your time to reflect, for this concerns the survival of our blue electric sect." The 2 young men initially blushed, but upon hearing Elder Luo's mention of the sect's survival, their expressions shifted. Eventually, Douluo Yan spoke up, "Grandpa Luo, I believe it stems from the compatibility of the martial souls, as this sensation began when I absorbed the celestial herb. I'm certain Tianheng feels it too. It only intensified after we broke through level 50. Yu Tianheng nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, Grandpa Luo, you must be suggesting that our grandfather should explore this compatibility." Elder Luo nodded solemnly, stating, "That is precisely the case. This matter is of great importance. I must relay this information back promptly, so they may experience it. If successful, my elder brother would possess the strength to confront Qian Douluo head-on. Coupled with the strength of the other titled Douluos from our blue electric sect, we could completely eliminate the threat posed by the Wuhuan Hall." As he finished speaking, he dismantled the barrier, smiling, Well, although you lost today, do not be disheartened. Return and train diligently. Strive to overwhelm that little brat, Tianli. Upon hearing Elder Luo's comforting words, the two young men's expressions brightened considerably, as losing to their much younger brother was somewhat disconcerting. In the conference room, Yu Qianli quietly asked Rongrong, I suddenly recalled that your seven-treasure glazed tile school possesses a rather special skill called Fusion Ring, correct? Ning Rongrong nodded, somewhat perplexed. Yes, what of it, Tianli? Are you suggesting that the seven of us should directly attempt the Fusion Ring tomorrow? Yu Tianli nodded, tilting his head as he inquired, is that not permissible? Ning Rongrong could not help but roll her eyes at Yu Qianli, retorting, come on. The difficulty of the Fusion Ring is not any less than that of martial soul fusion techniques. It merely does not require martial soul compatibility, and 7 people make it exceedingly challenging. Yu Tianli pointed to Ning Rongrong's left arm, gently stating, have you forgotten your soul bone skill? At this, Ning Rongrong suddenly remembered that her left arm soul bone could completely consolidate the spiritual energies of 7 individuals, thereby significantly increasing the success rate of the Fusion Ring. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Great. Let's give it a try tomorrow. Yu Qianli nodded. All right, please outline some precautions. This will serve as our trump card, especially since the opposing team appears overwhelmingly strong. Xianling concurred, acknowledging, indeed, 1 soul emperor and 3 soul kings, along with a slew of soul ancestors, is quite formidable. Lin Tianshan chimed in, Boss, what should we do tomorrow? Should I take command? Yu Qianli shook his head, then nodded again. If we successfully perform the Fusion Ring, there will be no need for orders. If not, the command will fall to you. Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, Lin Tianshan saluted him as if he were a general receiving orders. Yu Tianli waved his hand, jokingly admonishing, enough with the nonsense. If we do not secure the championship tomorrow, none of you will graduate. Each of you will undergo 2 years of special training, and only when you reach level 60 will you be allowed to leave. In response, the crowd erupted in lamentations, collectively protesting this inhumane treatment. Yu Tianli smiled. I have heard that the Wuhuan Hall possesses 3 soul bones over 30,000 years old. Are you not the least bit tempted? The group exchanged glances, uncertain, before voicing their concerns. Boss, with just 3 soul bones among so many of us, how can we divide them? Yu Tianli shook his head with a smile, asserting, who said there are only 3? I can assure you that if we win the championship this time, I will personally provide several soul bones, ensuring each of you receives 1, and none will be below 30,000 years. Initially taken aback, the group's expressions transformed into delight. Having known Yu Tianli since childhood, they were well aware that he always fulfilled his promises. Did this mean the first soul bone could be an exceptional 1 over 30,000 years? With this goal in mind, the group's morale surged. Yu Tianli gestured for them to return, handing each a restorative pill from the apothecary hall, instructing them to recover their soul power swiftly. Once they departed, Elder Luo entered with Yu Qianheng and Du Guiyan. Yu Qianli, puzzled, asked Elder Brother, you are not seeking Elder Luo's assistance to vent your frustrations, are you? Yu Qianheng rolled his eyes in exasperation, jokingly scolding, I am not that petty. Elder Luo is here to discuss martial soul fusion techniques with you. Only then did Yu Tianli remember that Elder Luo probably wanted the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex to find a partner akin to the royal family of the Xinglua Empire. Possessing martial soul fusion technique. Uncertain whether this technique stemmed from compatibility between martial souls or between the 2 individuals, Yu Qianli inquired of the pair, is it rooted in the compatibility of your martial souls? Yu Qianheng smiled. Of course, it is based on the compatibility of the martial souls. The serpent itself is a sub-dragon species, so it is entirely reasonable for it to initiate martial soul fusion techniques. Yu Qianli nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in his words. If it were merely a matter of compatibility with the martial soul, then it would be quite manageable. He suggested sending a message back home, requesting Grandpa and the old monster to conduct some tests. However, he reminded to send several waves of people, as they were currently situated within the Martial Soul City, where spies from the Martial Soul Hall were certainly lurking nearby. Elder Luo nodded in agreement, expressing that it was indeed a concern. He had already dispatched 5 teams, though he had informed them of false information. Additionally, he had sent Yang Wudi, the esteemed Yonghong master, out of the city early to rendezvous with Bai He, who had been waiting in Shuanglong City. Given Bai He's speed, it wouldn't be long before his elder brother was informed of the situation. Yu Qianli agreed, recognizing that the Martial Soul Hall could not overtly place their agents within the Tiando Empire, and besides, they could hardly catch up with Elder Bai He. Upon hearing Yu Qianli's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Across the entire continent, there were scarcely 5 individuals who could surpass his speed. Elder Luo then inquired, Tianli, have you devised a plan to confront the Martial Soul Hall's combat team tomorrow? Today, you struggled against Tianheng and Yinyan's Martial Soul Fusion technique, and tomorrow, you will face the formidable Qian Renxue, along with 3 Soul Kings. Are you certain you can handle it? If not, don't force yourself. I suspect the Martial Soul Hall might resort to underhanded tactics against you. We are not in dire need of those few soul bones. It's simply IS&T worth it. Yu Qianli scratched his head, but resolutely replied, Elder Luo, I truly do not care much for those 3 soul bones. I simply do not wish to concede before even competing. I want to give it a try, and we have devised a strategy, so it's not as if we are entirely without hope. Elder Luo, however, remained unconvinced, fixing his gaze upon Yu Qianli and asking pointedly, what is your level of confidence? Yu Qianli shrugged, perhaps around 30 to 40%, but I do possess the ability to defend myself, so rest assured. Upon hearing that Yu Qianli had a 30 to 40% chance, Elder Luo felt somewhat relieved, knowing that Yu Qianli currently bore 4 soul bones. And if he exerted his full strength, self-preservation would certainly not be an issue. All right, just be cautious. We shall return now. Make sure to rest well tonight. After expending so much soul power, regaining your peak condition is of utmost importance. With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Yu Qianli. Yu Qianli let out a hum. Understanding Elder Luo's implication, it was merely a reminder to ensure a good night's sleep. Understood, I will certainly rest well, he declared. Reflecting on this, Yu Qianli affectionately ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair, smiling as he said, I want to be able to keep you company tonight, but wait for the match to conclude. Upon hearing Yu Qianli's teasing remark, Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson, and she exclaimed, Pa, what nonsense! Yu Qianli burst into laughter, producing a piece of dragon grass leaf from his soul guide and handing half to Ning Rongrong. Here, recover your soul power well, so you can give the Martial Soul Hall a good fight tomorrow. This sparked Ning Rongrong's fighting spirit as she seized the dragon grass leaf and declared, You're right. Let us show them what we VE got. Yu Qianli smiled, placing a piece of the dragon grass leaf in his mouth. Sitting cross-legged as he began to cultivate the Baolong body refinement technique. Nearby, Ning Rongrong mimicked his actions, also sitting cross-legged to practice. Feeling the continuous flow of soul power within, Yu Qianli sensed that the bottleneck at level 58 was beginning to loosen. As dawn broke the following day, Yu Qianli exhaled a deep breath, standing up and stretching. Level 58, I have finally arrived. After enjoying a good stretch, he noticed Ning Rongrong asleep against the wall. With a reluctant shake of his head, he carried her to the bed, then climbed in himself, falling asleep fully clothed. While all-night cultivation could substitute for sleep, it did lead to a certain degree of mental fatigue. Thus, it was Ning Rongrong who awoke first as the sun rose, discovering herself embraced by Yu Qianli. A delightful smile graced her face as she gently turned over, gazing at Yu Qianli, who was softly snoring. Unable to contain herself, Ning Rongrong let out a soft giggle, which roused Yu Qianli. He looked down at the enchanting figure in his arms and chuckled. What is it? Are you admiring my charm again? Ning Rongrong retorted playfully, Pa, how shameless! Who praises themselves? Before she could finish her sentence, Yu Qianli captured her lips in a kiss, and in a moment of daze, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, reciprocating his affection. Just as Yu Qianli's hand began to wander, a voice from outside called, Lao Da, it's time to get up. We're departing. Ning Rongrong reacted first, looking at Yu Qianli with pleading eyes. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Yu Qianli reluctantly released her, calling out towards the door, Got it. I'll be there shortly. As they emerged, They found Elder Luo gazing at Yu Qianli with a look of deep reproach, as if to say something. Yet, Yu Qianli, with a bright smile, proclaimed, "All right, let us gather," and set off. The group cheered in unison, heading towards the Colosseum before the Martial Soul Hall. Having reached this point, the Lamba Academy had already proven its mettle. Even if they were to be outmatched by the Martial Soul Hall's combat team, it would no longer matter. Upon entering the arena, the audience erupted in cheers, exclaiming phrases like, "Ah, Yu Qianli is so handsome," and "Ah, Lin Tianchen is so handsome." It wasn't until the Pope stood before them that the noise subsided. Dressed in a luxurious black robe, Bibi Dong's melodious voice resonated. The final match of the Continental Youth Soul Master Competition begins now. As her declaration concluded, the Cardinal in red spoke. "The match is officially prepared, both sides. Please release your martial souls." Yu Qianli observed the Martial Soul Hall team, led by Qian Rinxue, who donned a flowing white gown, her golden hair elegantly tied back, emanating an ethereal aura as if she had come not to battle, but to meet a lover. Standing behind the crowd, Ning Rongrong huffed softly, her innocent appearance contrasting with her disdain. Across from her, Qian Rinxue beamed at Yu Qianli, saying, "It's been a while, Yu Qianli." To which Yu Qianli replied coolly, "There's no need for idle chatter. Let us begin." With that, 5 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, rose from beneath his feet, revealing 2 enormous dragon claws beneath his black golden robe, radiating an even greater intimidating presence than the previous day. Qian Rinxue tilted her head, observing him with admiration. "You've improved again. You truly live up to your reputation." "Merely luck. I look forward to your guidance," he responded, as the 2 soul rings behind him glowed, unleashing a torrent of black serpentine lightning that spread outwards. In response, Qian Rinxue's body shimmered with golden light, softening the once ferocious serpent lightning. Yu Qianli shook his head, realizing that he would need to exceed Qian Rinxue's level to be immune to the purification power of her angelic domain. Qian Rinxue addressed her companions. "Yu Qianli is mine. You all handle the remaining weaklings." Hu Laina, Yin, and Shiyue nodded in acknowledgement, understood. With that, the 6 figures darted forward into battle. Witnessing the charge led by 3 soul kings, Xu Yiping and Xuan Ling exchanged glances, activating their 3rd soul skills simultaneously. A colossal shield wall materialized between the 2 teams, and 2 beams of light surged into their bodies, courtesy of Ning Rongrong's 10,000-year 4th soul ring, enhancing their defenses by 60%. Even Hu Laina and Yin would find it challenging to breach the top-tier defenses of these 2 defensive martial souls within a short span of time. As Yu Qianli observed that the crowd was momentarily at ease, he let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, his 3rd soul ring radiated with a brilliant light, causing his already formidable physique to surge to a staggering 3 meters and 2 centimeters, enveloped in awe-inspiring aura of serpentine lightning. Qian Rinxue, witnessing Yu Qianli charging toward her, could not help but smirk, wondering if this was all he could muster. "Allow me to show you what true power is," she declared, activating her 1st soul ring. The 1st soul skill, Angel Assault. Yu Qianli felt a resonating sound, and in the next moment, 6 angelic wings manifested before him as Qian Rinxue wielded her longsword. Just as the blade was about to descend, Yu Qianli retreated slightly, launching a kick aimed at Qian Rinxue's face. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue bent her legs, her angelic wings fluttering incessantly, unleashing countless blades of wind toward Yu Qianli. Upon witnessing the barrage of wind blades, Yu Qianli nearly erupted in expletives, lamenting how Feng Xiaotian, that sycophant, had toiled to master the 36 consecutive strikes of the Gale Demon Wolf, only for her to mimic it effortlessly. And here she is, executing 108 consecutive strikes with her 3 pairs of wings. Truly, it is a case of a sheep letting out a goat's fart, both absurd and flamboyant. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Yu Qianli concentrated the powers of thunder and darkness, conjuring a massive black sword in his grasp. Steadying himself with one hand on the ground, he wielded the sword to deflect the wind blades generated by the angelic wings. Onlookers, including Feng Xiaotian and his companions, were utterly astonished. Wu glanced at the duel between Yu Qianli and Qian Ruanxue in disbelief, exclaiming, "Brother Xiaodian, how can that woman execute your 36 consecutive strikes?" Feng Xiaodian sighed, responding softly, "Wu, that is far from my technique. I can barely manage 40 consecutive strikes at best. Yet Qian Ruanxue can effortlessly unleash 108. She is not of this realm." On stage, Yu Qianli, wielding the colossal sword, regarded Qian Ruanxue with an icy demeanor. "Your imitation is commendable, but 108 consecutive strikes? I doubt Feng Xiaodian will ever reach such heights." Qian Ruanxue chuckled coldly. "You are overestimating yourself. Feng Xiaodian is not worthy to compare with beings like us." Just as Yu Qianli was about to retort, he noticed a crimson mist surging from behind him. Shocked, he discerned the androgynous figure within the mist, deducing it must be the martial soul fusion technique of Laina and Xiaoyu. It was clear he needed to shake off Qian Ruanxue quickly. With that thought, Yu Qianli spun the colossal sword in his hands, hurling it towards Qian Ruanxue, imbued with seemingly boundless, thunderous power. Qian Ruanxue, seeing the sword racing towards her, accelerated her soul power, expanding her golden domain. However, when she struck the colossal sword away, she realized Yu Qianli had already retreated to his teammate's side. Gasping for breath, Xian Ling and Su Yiping looked at Yu Qianli, who gently inquired, "Are you all right?" Su Yiping shook his head, replying, "I'm fine, Qianli. Let's begin. They've already initiated their martial soul fusion, and we must act swiftly. Otherwise, if they gain the upper hand, we will undoubtedly lose." Yu Qianli nodded, positioning himself at the forefront of the team, signaling everyone as he proclaimed, "Divine Dragon Blast." With that, Ning Rongrong placed her hands upon Lin Tianqian's shoulders, moving forward in succession until Su Yiping's hands rested on Yu Qianli's shoulders. A wave of pink energy surged forth, and with a thunderous sound, aided by Qian Ruanxue, the defensive shield wall shattered like paper, revealing an astonishing sight. Qian Ruanxue suddenly recalled something and shouted, "Quick, stop them!" Chapter 168, 7 in Unity. Qian Ruanxue exclaimed, "It's the 7 in Unity martial soul fusion technique. Laina, use all your strength to halt them. If they successfully fuse, the consequences will be dire." Upon hearing Qian Ruanxue's words, Laina, embodying the fox spirit, brandished her dual blades and charged towards Yu Qianli at the forefront. Yu Qianli, however, wore a faint smile, unleashing torrents of thunderous power toward the fox spirit. This energy contained significant destructive force. If Laina withstood it, the destructive energy could eliminate her from the competition entirely. No healing could mend the damage from such a force, as it was unique across the continent. If the destructive energy lingered within, it would jeopardize her future cultivation. Laina, unperturbed by the approaching serpentine lightning, underestimated Yu Qianli's soul power, believing her fusion technique combining 2 Soul King's strengths could easily withstand such an assault. However, Qian Ruanxue, possessing a fragment of divine power, understood the peril of such energy remaining within the body. Although she felt no deep connection with Laina and the others, she could not stand by as the Wuhuan Temple's talent was squandered. Thus, she summoned her limited angelic divine power, conjuring a golden wave of light that surged from her sword towards the purple lightning. Realizing the forceful wind approaching from behind, Laina quickly grasped Qian Ruanxue's intent and pivoted. Yu Qianli internally lamented the missed opportunity, thinking that if she had absorbed that destructive force, she would have been left severely weakened. Nevertheless, the delay bore fruit, as the soul power of all 7 individuals coalesced around Yu Qianli. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through his veins, Yu Qianli sighed, reflecting that if he hadn't absorbed 4 premium soul bones or exceeded his limits with his first soul ring, the 7 in Unity technique would have undoubtedly overwhelmed him. With that in mind, Yu Qianli revealed a devilish smile as his 5 soul rings of 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black transformed into 5 identical black rings, enveloping him in a soul-chilling darkness. He glanced back at Su Yiping, softly saying, "Take care of yourselves, the rest is up to me." Thanks to Ning Rongrong's soul bone skill, illusionary space, The seven in unity did not drain the other member's soul power entirely, but retained nearly 20% for self-preservation. After all, they had created a significant predicament. Qian Ruanxue addressed the soul masters. You few, lacking the cultivation of a soul king, step down. You will merely serve as fodder up here. Go. Hearing her command, the three soul masters exchanged glances and quickly descended from the battle platform. Watching their retreating figures, Qian Ruanxue remarked softly, he has now gathered the soul power of 7 individuals, likely surpassing an ordinary soul saint. As the future leader of the Blue Lightning clan, I cannot believe he lacks 1 or 2 soul bones. When the fox spirit confronts him directly, Yin, you maneuver around. If necessary, eliminate his teammates first, especially that 9-treasure glazed tile soul master. If she continues to bolster you, Qianli, we are doomed. Upon hearing Qian Ruanxue's directives, Yin and the fox spirit nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yu Qianli grinned. So, have you reached a consensus? Shall we commence? As soon as the words left his lips, Yu Qianli's assault commenced, his massive dragon claw crashing down upon Qian Ruanxue's wings. If he could cripple her wings, her fighting capability would diminish drastically in the short term. The fox spirit, wielding her blood blades, positioned herself behind Qian Ruanxue in an attempt to intercept Yu Tianli's claw. Under normal circumstances, she might have succeeded. But given Yu Tianli's current state, her blood blades crumbled like paper, with one shattering outright. Seizing the opportunity amidst Yu Tianli's assault, Qian Ruanxue activated her 5th soul ring. 5th soul skill, Solar Sacred Sword. At this moment, the sun blazed high in the sky, and the sacred sword forged from the essence of the sun god, Yin, emanated an extraordinary terror. Qian Ringshu wielded the sacred sword and fiercely thrust it toward the abdomen of Yu Tianli. Feeling the intense heat at his core, Yu Tianli's 3rd black soul ring suddenly illuminated, and countless bolts of black serpentine lightning coalesced around him. Harnessing this serpentine energy, he steadied his form, and a purple sacred sword materialized in his grasp. The sun's sacred sword? Why not test my own? With a slight lift of his lips, Yu Qianli unleashed the true power of the purple divine sword for the first time. Qian Ringshu gazed at the incoming purple sword energy, and the overwhelming force upon it made her falter. Even Bibi Dong, seated in the audience, rose solemnly, her complexion paling at the sight of the divine power emanating from the sword energy. Just a single wave of divine force surpassed all the power she had accumulated through her divine examination. What kind of deity was this? Could it be that Yu Qianli had received the deity's inheritance even before birth? Witnessing the destructive aura of the sword energy, Bibi Dong's resolve to eliminate Yu Tianli deepened. Furthermore, she resolved to eradicate the entire Lan Dianba Wang Long clan, leaving them no time to recover. Initially, she had planned to act in 5 years. But with a divine inheritor like Yu Tianli in the fray, and given his current state, it was likely he could complete the divine inheritance in that very time frame. Even if it meant exhausting all her resources, as long as she could stabilize her ascension to divinity, every sacrifice would be worthwhile. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong returned to her golden chair, her gaze filled with an endless killing intent. On the stage, Yu Tianli held the sword, poised to sever the sun's sacred sword when he spotted Yin charging toward the crowd. Against 6 individuals at their peak strength, halting Yin would pose little difficulty. But the weakened 6 could not withstand the might of the level 52 Yin, especially with Ning Rongrong still among the crowd, as the world's foremost support soul master. She would undoubtedly be the primary target. Thinking swiftly, Yu Qianli unleashed the full force of his thunderous power, propelling the 2 people beside him away as he surged toward Yin. Sensing the impending attack from behind, Yan's 5th soul ring flared to life. The black 10,000-year soul ring heralded Yan's strongest strike. If he could incapacitate Ning Rongrong, Yu Qianli's strength would diminish significantly, leaving him no match for the combined might of Qian Ringshu and the fox spirit, thereby allowing Yin to retire in glory. Resolutely, Yin unleashed his 5th soul skill, Yin Yu Yin Long Wan. Countless flames erupted from the ground beneath the crowd. The onlookers were astonished to discover that this soul skill could immobilize individuals. Cough, cough. What kind of skill is this Yin wielding? As a colossal dragon's head emerged from the ground, Yu Qianli's eyes turned a blood red, but it was too late. The massive crimson dragon's head surged upward. With a resounding crash, the members of Lanba Academy were sent flying. Yu Qianli watched as Ning Rongrong's complexion turned ashen, blood spilling from her lips, and the others sustained varying degrees of minor injuries. Just as Yu Qianli was about to rush toward Ning Rongrong, a purple begonia flower fell onto her. Yu Qianheng's voice rang out, "Tianli, with Lingling here, Rongrong is safe. Focus on the battlefield. Resolve matters on the battlefield." Yu Qianli nodded, gently assuring, "Take good care of Rongrong. I will return swiftly." With that, he turned toward the three who had already gathered together, seemingly having dispatched everyone from the Lanba team, except for himself. Yin wore a smug expression, convinced of their victory in this tournament. Anticipating the 4,000-year red flame soul bone prepared for him by the Pope, Yin felt an exhilarating rush. Observing Yan's demeanor, Yu Qianli smiled coolly, feeling confident about winning. "Are we?" Yin, with a playful glint in his eyes, replied, "Why not just surrender and make it more exciting for me?" "Ha ha!" Yan's words seemed to amuse Yu Qianli, who laughed heartily. After a while, Yu Qianli grew serious, fixing a stern gaze on Yan, and declared, "You must understand, a dragon can only be a dragon. Forever a dragon. It is impossible for one to be beaten and then serve as a dog." With that, the specially crafted black robe of the Lan Dianzong disintegrated into fragments, revealing the black dragon scales beneath. In an instant, he transformed into a true giant dragon, complete with 2 dragon wings sprouting from his back and fearsome dragon horns emerging from his visage. Only a small portion of his face remained untransformed, as his once clear eyes morphed into terrifying vertical pupils, making the 3 opponents feel as though they were being stalked by a beast. Outside the arena, Elder Luo was so excited that he crushed the cup in his hand. This was full dragon transformation. How could Tianli, at only level 58, sprout wings? Had he somehow broken through amidst the battle, ascending 2 levels in one go? With a mighty roar, Yu Qianli charged at the 3, his wings powerfully flapping, sending forth a barrage of thunderous wind blades toward them. Upon witnessing these blades, Feng Shaotian below was utterly shattered. All the effort he had invested in creating his unique soul skill was rendered useless, as 2 individuals had mastered it within a short time, even enhancing it significantly. Was there no longer any path for him in this world of prodigies? The 3 facing the thunderous wind blades were truly at a loss for words, especially Yin, who had previously believed their victory was assured. Why had Yu Qianli suddenly become so formidable? Damn it, why hide such power for the finals? Yet, those thunderous wind blades were impossible to resist. This was no mere skill of a high-level soul king. It felt as though he was facing a teacher from the Wuhuan Hall Academy, mercilessly overpowering him. Out of 36 thunderous wind blades, 22 were directed at Yin, many of which he had to endure with his body. Seizing this moment, Yu Qianli dashed into the midst of the 3, his left hand, now a dragon claw, grasping Yan's neck. With a slight squeeze, Yin was lifted off the ground. The red-robed bishop below interjected, "No harming in the competition. Release him." Anticipating this, Yu Qianli flicked his claw, tossing Yin out of the arena, unnoticed by anyone, as a trace of purple shadow lingered on Yan's neck. After casting Yin aside, Yu Qianli smiled. "What about you 3? Will you descend on your own, or shall I send you down?" Qian Rengshu snorted coldly. "This is merely a temporary breakthrough. Do you truly believe this guarantees your victory? Overestimating yourself?" With that, her 6th soul ring illuminated, and a golden angelic figure appeared behind her. 6th soul skill, Angel's Roar. A sound wave attack, channeling the divine power of the angel within her, conjuring an illusion of a celestial being capable of stunning those with insufficient soul power. The angelic figure emitted a thunderous roar, and Yu Qianli felt a jolt throughout his body. Qian Rengshu and the Fox Spirit seized the opportunity to launch their attacks from either side. The sound wave assault severely impairing Yu Qianli's mental acuity and slowing his reflexes dramatically. As the 2 assailants advanced towards him, Yu Qianli revealed a terrifying set of fangs. The 3rd soul ring behind him activated once more, transcending the original Thunder Fury. Dark streams of energy materialized from thin air, enveloping Yu Tianli tightly before releasing him once again. When he reappeared, he had transformed into a colossal dragon, his head resembling a gigantic dragon's skull, towering nearly 4 meters high. For the first time, Bibi Dong displayed a look of concern, given Yu Tianli's current state and the recent impact of the angel's roar. It was uncertain how much rationality remained within him. Should the unknown divine power within him leak out, both her daughter and her student would be in grave danger. At that moment, Qian Renshua let out a cold snort, her right arm glowing with a resplendent gold, radiating an aura of sanctity. Light and darkness, eternally opposing forces. Yet before the might of Qian Renshua's right arm soul bone ability, darkness had never triumphed. Holy radiance break. Countless beams of light erupted from Qian Renshua, centered around her. It was daytime, and Yu Tianli's dark sacred dragon martial spirit held no advantage in terms of attributes. However, the previously overwhelmed Yu Tianli regained his composure, seizing control of his body once more. Just as he regained his senses, the golden wave of light struck him squarely in the face, sending him hurtling backward. Qian Renshua shouted, "Yaohu, take advantage of his weakness." At that moment, Yaohu took command of Xie, and the two blood blades glimmered with renewed brilliance. "Yu Tianli, allow me to demonstrate my self-created soul technique, Round Moon." With that, Yaohu sprang into action, her form moving like a whirlwind. In an instant, she and the two crescent blades seemed to vanish, leaving only a massive white circular disc before Tang San. Upon witnessing this seemingly flawless Round Moon, Yu Tianli displayed a peculiar smile. The absence of flaws was, in fact, the greatest flaw. Chapter 170, Round Moon Shattered. Yu Tianli unleashed a flurry of thunderous wind blades towards the Round Moon, his dragon wings flapping rapidly. You think these wind blades can shatter my Round Moon? You underestimate yourself, Xie retorted, directing the Round Moon to meet the oncoming thunderous blades. Seeing Xie charge directly forward, Yu Tianli couldn't help but exclaim, "Fool!" Subsequently, he concentrated his dark soul power, gradually forming a hammer entirely composed of soul energy in his hand. He recalled that in the original narrative, Tang Hao had stated that the Haotian hammer, once cultivated to level 40, could shatter the Round Moon with a single strike. Although he lacked the Haotian hammer, he was now at level 60. Surely he could break through. With that thought, he expanded the hammer of soul power in his grasp until it resembled a small hill. A flicker of fear crossed Xieyu's eyes. Could a Round Moon truly withstand such a force? Distracted and hesitant, she was left vulnerable. Observing the emerging cracks in the Round Moon, Yu Tianli scoffed, tightening his grip on the soul hammer, channeling a surge of thunderous energy as he struck downward towards the Round Moon. Qian Renshua understood that if the Round Moon were shattered, her chances of victory would diminish significantly. Having lived alongside Yu Tianli for some time, she knew that injuring Ning Rongrong was akin to striking at Yu Tianli's most vulnerable spot. It seemed today would not end peacefully. With that thought, she unleashed a blinding golden light from her son's sacred sword, exclaiming, "Xie, focus. This guy can't hold on much longer. His dragon transformation consumes an immense amount of soul power. We just need to hold out a little longer." As she spoke, her pristine wings flapped rapidly, unleashing a barrage of wind blades that descended upon Yu Tianli. Below, the Lanba team watched with bated breath. The master sighed softly. "It's over. Tianli has lost." The members of the Lanba team widened their eyes in disbelief. The hot-tempered Xianling couldn't contain himself, exclaiming, "Tianli has the upper hand. Don't speak so rashly." He intended to say more, but fell silent upon noticing Lu Erlong behind the master. Earlier, Yu Tianheng softly asked, "Uncle, how can this be? Tianli seems to have the advantage." Following his remark, even Elder Luo turned to the master, for they believed that Yu Tianli hadn't truly lost. The master shook his head gently, stating, "Do you see the wind blades created by Qian Renshua? There are at least 100 of them. While Tianli can match an average soul sage, he cannot underestimate such a multitude of blades. Moreover, even though your soul powers are concentrated on Tianli, his current state is that of a martial spirit true form, which consumes an immense amount of soul power. Qian Renshua and her allies are simply wearing him down, playing the long game. Upon hearing the master's words, concern etched itself onto the faces of the onlookers, as they could only hope for Yu Tianli to overcome his adversaries in a decisive blow. Nearby, the ghost Douluo began to tremble, seemingly recalling some monumental event. The Douluo beside him steadied his arm, whispering, "It's all right, it's all right, it's all in the past. As long as he appears, he is destined to perish. Do not fear, do not fear." On the stage, Yu Tianli coldly scoffed at the overwhelming onslaught of wind blades. His fourth soul ring flared to life, summoning a suit of dragon armor that enveloped him. The dragon wings on his back beat with increased vigor, allowing the wind blades to strike against him without faltering. As each blade impacted, Qian Rinxue felt as though she herself was being struck. The sensation was overwhelming, as if she were experiencing it firsthand. Could it be a psychological reaction? The thought made her feel a tinge of embarrassment, completely unaware that it was due to Yu Tianli's soul technique. Below, Xie was in a state of despair. If the round moon could not be maintained, what hope remained? However, she dared not voice such thoughts, knowing that even in defeat, she must not provoke this formidable opponent. Yu Tianli was unfazed by such concerns, and he swung the colossal soul hammer down towards the round moon and Qian Rinxue. Observing the motionless Qian Rinxue, Xie sighed helplessly, directing her power to confront the massive hammer. With a resounding crash, the entire arena was flattened, awaiting the dispersal of the dust. A wave of golden light surged forth, revealing Xie and Hulaina unconscious at its center, while Qian Rinxue was shrouded in a radiant golden glow. In the audience, Bibi Dong smiled faintly. Her daughter had made a breakthrough in the heat of battle, a fortuitous turn of events that could pave the way for the expansion of the Spirit Hall. Qian Rinxue swiftly cast aside Xie and Hulaina, who were caught by the awaiting cardinal in red, sent off for healing. Standing on the stage, Qian Rinxue looked at Yu Tianli, who sat exhausted on the ground, and cheerfully proclaimed, "Surprised, aren't you? I also made a breakthrough." Yu Tianli managed a wry smile and nodded. That last strike had depleted most of his soul power. He had not anticipated Qian Rinxue's timely ascent to the 70th level, likely spurred by his own influence, as she had returned to the Spirit Hall to absorb the angelic soul bone, resulting in her newfound strength. Although she had not yet acquired a soul ring, it was indeed a qualitative leap, particularly in her angel domain. Yu Tianli felt that her soul power was unable to recover, as the angel domain gradually consumed her energy. Leaning against the debris of the Duhan platform, Yu Tianli straightened up, realizing that she still had soul bones in reserve. It seemed she would have to utilize one or two of them, otherwise, she might truly fall victim to this cunning opponent. With this thought, Yu Tianli decided to hold nothing back. In an instant, she dispelled her dragon transformation, revealing her fair skin, while her left arm turned crimson, showcasing the skill of her left arm bone. 100,000 years left arm soul bone skill. Thunder Flame, Sacred Dragon Break. A red dragon-shaped lightning bolt surged towards Qian Rinxue, who sensed the power of the attack. She maximized the golden light surrounding her, and her angel domain operated at full speed. With her pure white angel wings unfurling, Qian Rinxue charged toward the dragon-shaped lightning. Her fourth soul ring suddenly glowed. Fourth soul skill, Angel's Absolute Domain Kill. The soft angel wings transformed into razor-sharp blades, as countless feather blades coalesced in the sun's sacred sword held by Qian Rinxue, striking fiercely towards Yu Tianli's red dragon-shaped lightning. A hint of bitterness appeared in Yu Tianli's eyes. She had not anticipated that Qian Rinxue possessed such a formidable attack soul skill. It was truly a miscalculation. Did she really have to resort to that ultimate move, which was originally meant for her escape? However, as she observed her dragon-shaped lightning about to falter against Qian Rinxue's feather blades, a surge of determination filled her heart. Yu Tianli's left arm blazed crimson once more, emanating an intensely fiery energy. 100,000 years left arm soul bone skill. Thunder Flame, Sacred Domain Transform. In an instant, the red energy enveloped both combatants, transporting them to the miniature world of the Thunder Flame Sacred Domain. Qian Rinxue gazed at the scarlet sky and shouted towards it. Yu Tianli, cease these petty tricks. If you have the capability, face me directly. Hiding away is not the mark of a true man. Ha ha. A resounding laughter erupted from behind Qian Renxue. Turning around, she saw Yu Tianli approaching step by step. Yu Tianli, previously bare-chested, had somehow donned a black robe adorned with dragon patterns, her previously disheveled hair now neatly tied back. Meeting Yu Tianli's inky gaze, Qian Renxue forced herself to remain composed. What is the meaning of this, Yu Tianli? If you wish to battle, then let us engage. If not, surrender. What are you playing at? A mischievous smile graced Yu Tianli's lips. Qian Renxue, to be frank, this power was initially intended for my escape when returning to the city. I never expected you to be this formidable, creating so many complications for me. Alas, for the sake of the championship, I must resort to this move. Qian Renxue was taken aback, then quickly realized you possess quite a bit of self-awareness, knowing my mother will not let you off easily. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianli scoffed. You should be more concerned about your own fate. Within my sacred domain, my soul power is amplified by 100%. I am akin to a deity here. Do you still wish to resist? Qian Renxue had already sensed the anomaly upon entering this realm. Although her divine power was severely limited, it had always surged vigorously. Yet now, she found her attempts to mobilize it thwarted, as if suppressed by an unseen force. Do not overestimate yourself, she huffed. I refuse to believe this little world can last forever. While I may not be able to exert much power now, I should still be able to protect myself. Once I escape, what can you do? Will you merely linger in a feudal existence? Yu Tianli let out a cold snort, realizing that Qian Renxue still underestimated him. Fifth soul skill, Black Prison, Sacred Dragon Break. A pitch-black soul ring rose behind Yu Tianli, and in an instant, countless black calamity clouds gathered above him. Qian Renxue had witnessed Yu Tianli's fifth soul skill once before, but at that time, its power had been nowhere near this magnitude. This world can indeed enhance soul skills. Such a remarkable utility. Perhaps I should concede. However, I suspect that releasing such a skill requires considerable energy, making it unlikely for you to unleash it again soon. Are you not afraid of death? Qian Renxue leaned against a nearby surface, even retracting her angel wings, regarding Yu Tianli with a playful expression. Yu Tianli snapped his fingers, and the calamity clouds hung suspended in the air. He then seated himself and addressed Qian Renxue. I surmise Bei Dong has dispatched numerous individuals to hunt me down, perhaps at least 2 titled Douluo. Qian Renxue shook her head, correcting him. You are mistaken. It is not just 2, but a full 4 titled Douluo, along with several soul Douluo and soul saints. Have you thought about how to escape? Yu Tianli dismissed her concerns with a wave. For titled Douluo seems insufficient. Is this the extent of the Wuhuan Temple's prowess? They shall not take my life. Qian Renxue rolled her eyes, acknowledging the truth in Yu Tianli's words. His group included Elder Luo and Sword Douluo, with Ning Fengji, the foremost support-type soul master, alongside a spirit fusion technique centered around a master. They were indeed formidable opponents. However, Qian Renxue's thoughts drifted back to her mother. With a soft voice, she said, Release this world. I concede. The championship is yours. A smile spread across Yu Tianli's face as he nodded and waved his hand. Very well, but before that, there is one more task for you. What task? Qian Renxue inquired, her face contorted in confusion. Did he discover something? You need a good sleep. With that, Yu Tianli flicked his right hand, releasing a dense cloud of pollen towards Qian Renxue. Realizing too late that he was attempting to drug her, Qian Renxue succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Yu Tianli looked at the unconscious Qian Renxue and chuckled. This is a sleeping potion crafted from celestial-grade ingredients. One step down. Haha, little girl. Did you think I was so easily deceived? If I let you go, what good would it do me? Now it's my time. With a wave of his hand, he dissolved the sacred domain, casting a cold gaze at the onlookers outside the Duhan platform. It was time to announce the results. The red-clad bishop below wore a grim expression, glancing up at Bei Dong on the high platform, who let out a sigh of relief before standing and softly proclaiming, I hereby announce that the champion of this Continental Youth Soul Master competition is Lanba Academy. As Bei Dong's words fell, a frenzy of cheers erupted around them. predominantly from those who had placed heavy bets on Lanba Academy. The members of Lanba Academy rushed towards the Duhun platform in unison. Yu Tianli, observing the now conscious yet pallid Ning Rongrong, felt a pang of guilt. I did not protect you well. You want to hold it against me, will you? Ning Rongrong shook her head vigorously, wrapping her arms around Yu Tianli's, and softly replied, I'm fine. With Lingling's Jiu Exine Haitang, my injuries have healed. I'm just a bit tired. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Yu Tianli gradually set his mind at ease, embracing Ning Rongrong's slender waist. Rongrong, as long as you are unharmed, I can finally breathe easy. You have no idea how worried I was when you spat blood. I was beside myself with concern. Fortunately, you are safe now. Otherwise, I would have been burdened with guilt for ages. Chapter 172. Three soul bones. Just as everyone was engaging in light conversation, a chilling voice pierced through the air. I wonder if Lanba Academy has come to a decision regarding whether they can assist the students of my Wuhuan Hall in detoxification and healing. One of our students remains in a coma, while another is on the brink of death. Yu Qianli cast a sidelong glance at the red-robed ecclesiastic, remaining silent. His gaze seemed to convey an unspoken disdain, as if to say, you, old cur, are not worthy of addressing me. Noticing Yu Tianli's reticence, the red-robed ecclesiastic shifted his attention to Bai Bai Dong on the high platform. Bai Bai Dong, observing the seemingly unresponsive Qianren Shua, gritted her teeth and looked at Yu Tianli, forcing a smile. Come now, I am, after all, your elder. Must I beg you? Yu Tianli shook his head and politely replied, I dare not. He then patted Ning Rongrong's small hand and approached Qianren Shua. He waved a small vial in front of her nose, and with that simple motion, Qianren Shua stirred back to consciousness, gazing at Yu Tianli with a dazed expression. However, upon seeing the looks of the others, she understood that the outcome of this soul master competition had already been decided. With a gentle sigh, she turned and made her way back to her chambers. Yu Tianli, his expression impassive, walked over to Yan's side. Observing Yan's face, which radiated a purple hue, Yu Tianli smirked disdainfully. The level of destructive power present was such that even if he extracted it, the damage to Yan's body would be irreparable. With this in mind, he placed a large hand on Yan's chest and gently inhaled, drawing back a significant portion of the destructive energy. Watching the purple haze dissipate from Yan's face, Yu Tianli thought to himself, this remaining bit shall serve as a gift for you. I believe you'll be most grateful. Rising to his feet, he walked back to the others. Observing Yu Tianli diligently treating the injuries of the Wuhuan Hall members, Bai Bai Dong nodded in satisfaction. This child exhibits a commendable sense of discretion. If not for this, alas, what a pity. With a smile, Bai Bai Dong announced, the competition has concluded. Please come to the stage to collect your prizes. As she spoke, radiant light surged from her hands, and three soul bones, each emanating a distinct hue, materialized on the tray, their potent soul energy attesting to their exceptional quality. Had this not been the front of the Pope's Hall, and had numerous powerful figures not been present, a chaotic scramble for these soul bones would likely have ensued the moment they appeared. Yet at this moment, no one dared to act recklessly. The crowd turned their gazes toward Yu Tianli, signaling for him to step forward and claim his reward. Yu Tianli smiled and walked step by step toward the high platform, finally standing before Bai Bai Dong. This was the first time she had seen him so closely. Indeed, he was strikingly handsome. No wonder Xiao Shui was smitten. With an unexpected impulse, Bai Bai Dong asked, would you care to join the Wuhuan Hall? I could secure you a fine marriage. Yu Qianli was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this was Bai Bai Dong offering him a final chance. She must have uncovered his identity as the divine heir. Should he refuse, the hunt would be relentless. Nevertheless, he maintained his smile and replied, Your Holiness, you jest. I am a member of the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect. How could I possibly join the Wuhuan Hall? As for a fine marriage, my heart already belongs to another, so there is no need for your concern. Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, Bai Bai Dong chuckled softly. His response did not surprise her. If he were spineless, Xiao Shui would not have taken an interest in him. With that, Bai Bai Dong handed the tray to Yu Tianli, smiling as she said, Congratulations on winning the Soul Master competition. I hope to see you in the Douluo Hall in the future. Yu Tianli accepted the tray, nodding. I will certainly make an appearance. He raised the tray high above his head, returning to his companions amidst envious gazes. He first stored the soul bones in his soul guide device, intending to discuss them later at the hotel. Everyone nodded in agreement, understanding that this was not the appropriate place for distributing soul bones. Thus, the members of Lanba Academy returned to the hotel in succession. Along the way, Elder Luo dealt with a few individuals eyeing the soul bones. In the conference room of the Lanba battle team, everyone surrounded Yu Tianli, eagerly awaiting their respective soul bones. Observing their eager expressions, Yu Tianli first produced the 30,000-year chase wind soul bone, handing it to Yu Tianhao with a smile. Tianhao, your soul bone is the best pick. This chase wind soul bone is a perfect match for you. As he beheld the dark blue leg bone, Yu Tianhao felt a surge of excitement. He had never anticipated that his first soul bone would be one of such remarkable age. His father had only a single soul bone that barely surpassed 10,000 years. Tianli, thank you. Seeing Yu Tianhao's reaction, Yu Tianli waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. Tianhao, what are you doing? This is merely a promise I made to you. No need for thanks. Just absorb it already. Yu Tianhao nodded eagerly, clutching the soul bone tightly as he stepped aside to begin absorption. Next, Yu Tianli handed the wisdom skull bone to Lin Tianxin and the fiery arm bone to Xian Ling, advising them to sit aside and absorb their soul bones as well. Meanwhile, Su Yiping and Yu Tianma gazed longingly at Yu Tianli, for the 3 soul bones awarded for the competition had already been distributed, leaving them uncertain about what remained. Seemingly perceptive of their thoughts, Yu Tianli waved his hand, and another soul bone appeared in his grasp. He presented the icy crystal-colored left arm bone to Yu Tianma. Tianma, this was dropped during our hunt for the 5th soul ring amidst a beast tide. It is a 5,000-year snow dragon bone, perfectly suited to meet your dragon lineage needs. 5,000 years. Yu Tianma's eyes remained fixed upon the soul bone, unable to tear himself away. Countless titled Douluo had never possessed a 5,000-year soul bone. Such a treasure was rare beyond measure. Trembling slightly, Yu Tianma accepted the soul bone, ready to express his gratitude, but was halted by Yu Tianli. Enough with the sentimental words, we are brothers. Go on, quickly absorb it. Yu Tianma nodded vigorously and seated himself to begin the absorption process. Su Ziping, observing his companions receiving their soul bones, looked eagerly at Yu Tianli. When yet another soul bone appeared in Yu Tianli's hand, Su Yiping innocently inquired, Tianli, what kind of soul bone is this? Yu Tianli replied with a smile, this one was also obtained during the beast tide. It belongs to an ice divine snake, boasting a cultivation age of 40,000 years, perfectly compatible with your Xuanwu Wuhuan. It may even awaken your Xuanwu bloodline. Go ahead, give it a try. Chapter 173. Run? Su Yiping accepted the soul bone, solemnly stating, Tianli, your kindness is unforgettable. I shall remember it in my heart. He then took the soul bone and moved aside to commence absorption. At this moment, Elder Luo approached with a serious demeanor. Placing a hand on Yu Tianli's shoulder, he infused a gentle soul power into his body, causing Yu Tianli to feel a comforting warmth. After a moment, Elder Luo withdrew his hand, his face filled with confusion as he looked at Yu Tianli. Why is your body perfectly fine? Yu Tianli rolled his eyes in exasperation and retorted, I must ask, Elder Luo, what do you mean by perfectly fine? Are you hoping for something to be wrong with me? Elder Luo, realizing his misstep, chuckled and remarked, Tianli, that was not my intention. I was merely pondering how you managed to ascend from level 58 to 60 in such a short span. I initially assumed you had employed some perilous secret technique, yet it appears that was not the case. Yu Tianli rolled his eyes, but patiently explained. You recall the meridian map I mentioned before, right? I concentrated all 7 of my soul powers to open the last 2 meridians, Run Mai and Do Mai, which led to my sudden breakthrough. As he spoke, Yu Tianli shrugged his shoulders. Is it truly that simple? Perhaps I shall attempt it as well. Even involving Tian Xin, Elder Luo softly suggested. Yu Tianli helplessly rubbed his forehead and replied, Elder Luo, perhaps we should focus on how to return. Without a plan, any good strategy will be futile. A playful smile crept onto Elder Luo's face as he responded, You might not know, But your grandfather is already waiting for us not far from the outskirts of Wuhuan City, and he and Douluo have successfully initiated their martial soul fusion skill. I dare say the results are promising, so what is there to worry about? Yet Yu Tianli sighed with concern, turning to gaze out the window with a serious expression. Truth be told, he was reluctant to reveal the true strength of the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect so soon. A few more years of secrecy would be advantageous. Standing by the window and watching the slowly drifting clouds, a sudden smile broke across his face as he realized he had overlooked something important. With that thought, he retrieved a blue object from his soul guide. Meanwhile, within the hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong listened with a scowl to the report from Douluo. Your Holiness. Upon returning to the hotel, the members of Lanba Academy began absorbing their soul bones and show no signs of leaving. Bibi Dong snorted. That young man indeed possesses some audacity, choosing to stay and absorb soul bones instead of fleeing. Just then, Qian Renxue approached in her elegant white gown. Bibi Dong, puzzled, inquired of Qian Renxue, what brings you here? Are you here to thwart my plans? Qian Renxue shook her head and replied calmly, I will accompany them when the time comes. A moment of breathing space before my demise will suffice. Very well, you shall have your time. Just remember, keeping such individuals alive is not beneficial, she remarked, turning to head to her quarters. At that moment, Douluo hurriedly approached, whispering, Your Holiness, our spies report that Yu Yuanjin has appeared near Wuhuan City, presumably to assist Yu Tianli. Bibi Dong contemplated, wishing to personally eliminate that old man. Yet she understood that now was not the time to reveal her true strength. With a soft sigh, she proceeded towards the Elder Hall. As twilight descended, Lu Erlong exited the hotel, heading alone towards the outskirts of the city. The spies of Wuhuan Temple swiftly reported back. Your Holiness, a leading teacher from Lanba Academy, is making his way outside the city. Should we intervene? The spy knelt down, awaiting orders. Bibi Dong reclined in her golden chair, softly inquiring, and what are the others? What are they doing? The rest are still engaged in absorbing soul bones. It is suspected that Lu Erlong has gone to seek reinforcements, the spy replied. Bibi Dong nodded, instructing, keep a close watch on Lanba Academy's members. Send Douluo and Douluo together. Remember, they must not die within Wuhuan City. It must be clear that their demise occurred outside its borders. Understood. As the spy turned to leave, Bibi Dong suddenly interjected, send another to monitor Lu Erlong. Ascertain whom he meets along the way. Understood? Understood. With that, the spy exited the hall of the Pope, leaving Bibi Dong with a puzzled expression, contemplating what confidence Yu Tianli possessed to confront her in the hall of the Pope. Was he truly courting death? 200 kilometers outside Wuhuan City, Lu Erlong finally reunited with the waiting Yu Yuanjin and Douluo Yu Yuanjin. Observing Lu Erlong's solitary return, questioned, where are Tian Heng and Tianli? Gasping for breath, Lu Erlong explained, I took care of the followers behind us. One was a soul, sage-level agile attacker. If we do not eliminate him, our movements will be exposed. Yu Yuanjin's gaze swept over to a lurking figure nearby. With a cold snort, he focused his energy on the soul sage, who initially froze before desperately attempting to escape. However, the might of the 98th level Yu Yuanjin was akin to an immovable mountain. With a slight wave of his hand, he snapped the individual's neck. With their rears secured, Lu Erlong urged, Uncle, we must retreat. Wuhuan Temple is thoroughly tracking us. The area surrounding our hotel is swarming with their forces. If it weren't for Tianli's brilliant escape plan, we would have been trapped. Upon hearing Lu Erlong's words, Yu Yuanjin's expression darkened. Where are Tianli and the others? Just then, Yu Tianli's voice came from behind. Grandfather, I am here. A surge of blue light erupted as a group of them appeared in the vicinity. Yu Yuanjin, startled, pointed at Yu Tianli and exclaimed, What trickery have you devised this time? Yu Tianli, with a beaming smile, replied, Let us depart, before Wuhuan Temple discovers us. I have plenty of surprises to share with you along the way. Nodding, Yu Yuanjin gestured to set off, declaring, Our destination is the Lan Jianba Wang Long sect. It is time to return home. On the other side, the spies of Wuhuan Temple trembled as they knelt, stammering, Your Holiness. The members of Lanba Academy have vanished without a trace. Bibi Dong, perplexed, inquired, with so many from Wuhuan Temple surrounding the hotel, how could they have escaped? And when was this discovered? Chapter 174. The Plot of Grandfather and Grandson. What did you say? You have broken through to level 60? On the road. Yu Yuanjin stared in astonishment at Yu Tianli. You haven't resorted to some temporary breakthrough technique, have you? That would be detrimental to your future cultivation. Yu Yuanjin said with a serious expression. Beside him, Yu Tianli smiled, responding, Grandfather, you have watched me grow up. Do you truly think I will be foolish enough to do that? Rest assured, once we return, my focus will be on hunting for soul rings. It must be at least 70,000 years. He encouraged, let us carefully consider which soul beast to hunt. Yu Yuanjin was taken aback before bursting into laughter. Realizing his grandson had a point, why would he engage in such a losing venture? Yet, 70,000 years seemed somewhat low. The fifth soul ring was already at 60,000 years, and the sixth should be at least 80 or even 90,000 years. Once they returned, he would thoroughly assess Tian Li's condition. If possible, 100,000 years would not be out of the question, especially since the Star Do Great Forest still held possibilities. Meanwhile, in the Hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong waved her hand, deciding that since they had fled, it was best to let it go. Everyone disperse, she commanded, turning towards her quarters. As she walked, her mind raced with questions. Why? Why? If you're the supreme deity, why? In the divine realm, the god of destruction. Ti Li coldly addressed the god of Azura. What is it? Your heir seems to be somewhat discontent. Perhaps you should remind him who truly holds authority here. The god of Azura, with a resigned expression, replied, Brother, he is merely my chosen one, not me. Why strike me? I have no knowledge of his actions. Can we not reason this out? The destruction god, king, snorted disdainfully, gripping the ear of the Luocha god. Listen well, little ghost, do not attempt to outsmart me. It is imperative that you manage this task effectively. If this brat fails to inherit my divine position, and if I am unable to escape this life, you little rascals should brace yourselves for death. With that, he hurled the Luocha god away and stormed off towards his palace in a huff. The Luocha god, feeling helpless, sent a message to his representative, urging the chosen one to steer clear of that individual to avoid further trouble. After 2 days, the group finally returned to Tiando City. Upon entering, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. The members of the Lamba battle team decided to cultivate at the academy for a while before embarking on their trials. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, the original Shrek Academy students, prepared to return to the Xinglua Empire in search of opportunities. Although Zhu Zhuqing held disdain for Dai Mubai, she resolutely agreed to return for their mutual survival. Ma Hongjun and Oscar joined the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. After ensuring everything was in order, Yu Tianli planned to find time to present each of them with a celestial herb. The unnamed support type member remained at the academy, while Tang San and Xiao Wu were taken away by a man in a black robe, having a warm conversation with Master before their departure. A month passed in this manner. In the Blue Electric sect, as Zhenlong Hall, Yu Yuanjun, seated majestically, was met with a smile from Yu Tianli. Grandfather, after a month of contemplation, have you yet decided on my sixth spirit ring? Yu Yuanjun raised an eyebrow and replied with a playful smile. It's not that I haven't made a decision. I'm simply torn. You currently have 2 options. First, the Dark Dragon Guard has reported that an 85,000-year-old white armored earth dragon has appeared in the Icebound Forest, which is highly suitable for you in terms of both age and attributes. Yu Tianli chuckled, Grandfather, just tell me the second option. If the first choice is truly so excellent, you wouldn't be so indecisive for this long. Hurry up. A smile crept onto Yu Yuanjun's face as he pointed at Yu Tianli. Let me say this then. Do you remember that 100,000-year-old sky blue bull python we encountered in the Star Do Forest when you were 7? Yu Tianli nodded. What about it, Grandfather? You have such confidence in me, considering it is a 100,000-year-old spirit beast. Enough of your pretense. I know you've been researching this for a month. To be frank, have you taken a liking to that sky blue bull python? If so, we can prepare to go tomorrow. You have stabilized your cultivation at level 60 for a while now. How does that sound? Yu Tianli nodded, then shook his head, seriously stating, "To be honest, I am indeed interested in the sky blue bull python. A 100,000-year-old spirit beast is worth killing, but my current limit is around 90,000 years. I fear that the sky blue bull python may have surpassed the 100,000-year threshold." Yu Yuanzhen suddenly recalled that during their last confrontation, the sky blue bull python had indeed been stronger than the average 100,000-year spirit beast. Nevertheless, Yu Tianli grinned and said, "So we must negotiate a deal with it. Grandfather, are you aware of a technique among spirit beasts called sacrifice?" Yu Yuanjin nodded, familiar with the concept of sacrifice. What kind of deal could convince a spirit beast that is cultivated for over 100,000 years to relinquish its power and sacrifice for you? On that day, it remains a mystery what Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Tianli discussed in Jinlong Hall. The next morning, the trio of Yu Yuanzhen, Douluo, and Yu Tianli set forth on their quest for the sixth spirit ring. In the Stardow forest, Yu Yuanzhen softly remarked, "Tianli, we are not far from the central area. Have you prepared your approach? In my opinion, it would be better to directly hunt its spirit bone. I find your plan rather unreliable." Yu Tianli laughed as he walked ahead. "Grandfather, we must at least give it a try. If it doesn't work, we can take action then. A peaceful approach can yield rewards. Do as you wish. You're the clever one." With that, they proceeded towards the center. Douluo nudged Yu Tianli, his expression grave. "Do you truly have confidence?" Yu Tianli raised an eyebrow, smiling. "I'm about 80 to 90% sure. Isn't it necessary to try everything? What, do you lack faith in me?" Douluo snorted. "In all my years, I have never seen anyone daring enough to pursue a 100,000-year spirit ring at this stage. You're quite ambitious for your age. Every journey begins with a single step. My fifth spirit ring is already 70,000 years old. A little ambition for the sixth spirit ring is not excessive." With that, Yu Tianli hastened towards the central area. With two tidal Douluo present, no spirit beasts dare to show themselves. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the life lake in the center. Gazing at the calm surface of the life lake, Yu Tianli stepped forward, his voice cold and commanding. "Sky blue bull python, I know you dwell beneath the lake. Come forth. I wish to discuss a transaction with you. And you, great monkey, do not hide in the shadows. With your capabilities, my grandfather could easily defeat you with one hand." As soon as Yu Tianli's words fell, the previously tranquil surface of the lake began to ripple chaotically. With a resounding splash, countless droplets of water erupted, the air becoming humid. A colossal bull's head, over 4 meters in diameter, gradually rose, speaking in human tongue. "What transaction do you propose, human?" Yu Tianli observed the massive bull head, a cold smirk creeping onto his face. "Sky blue bull python, perhaps you should reconsider your attitude. Do you even comprehend the gravity of your situation? Furthermore, I have news regarding Xiao Wu that you may find intriguing." Upon hearing Xiao Wu's name, the sky blue bull python's enormous eyes widened, and it roared. "What have you done to Xiao Wu? As a spirit beast that has cultivated for 100,000 years, it understood how vulnerable Xiao Wu was during her transformation phase, potentially threatened even by an ordinary soul emperor. Who could resist the temptation of a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone?" Yu Tianli smiled. "Let me be clear. I desire your spirit ring and spirit bone. In exchange, I can offer you an opportunity to ascend and ensure that Xiao Wu lives a peaceful life. Please do not refuse. Think carefully about my offer." The sky blue bull python fell silent, recalling that it had witnessed Yu Tianli's future aspirations for the path of divinity, particularly as one of the most esteemed dragon attribute, martial souls. Contemplating this, the sky blue bull python hesitantly asked, "Are you certain you can protect Xiao Wu from harm?" Yu Tianli shook his head. "I cannot guarantee she will suffer no harm, for emotional wounds may occur. However, I can assure you that I will protect her from the covetous gaze of others." After hearing Yu Tianli's words, the sky blue bull python fell into deep contemplation. After a long pause, it finally spoke. "Give me a moment. I will agree to your terms, but I have matters to discuss with my brother." Yu Tianli nodded in understanding. "You have 1 hour. Go ahead." He cast a triumphant glance at Yu Yuanjun. As the sky blue bull python submerged once again, Yu Yuanjun shrugged, acknowledging that the young man had indeed made a valid point. What did you say to it? It actually agreed. You're in for a treat. Douluo clapped Yu Tianli on the shoulder. Yu Tianli waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a small concession. He then turned to his grandfather, his expression serious. Grandfather, there's a matter I would like to discuss with you. Seeing Yu Tianli's plan succeed, Yu Yuanjun inquired with great interest. What is it? Speak. What necessitates our young master's personal deliberation? The words elicited a smile from Yu Tianli. Grandfather, I plan to venture to the legendary city of slaughter after acquiring my soul ring. The city of slaughter? Yu Yuanjun gazed at Yu Tianli with astonishment, his expression grave. Are you certain? That is not a favorable place for cultivation. Yu Tianli nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, Indeed, that place is longed for by many. Power, that kind of power, the domain, who could resist such temptation? Observing Yu Tianli's smug demeanor, Yu Yuanjun could not help but pat his head. Cease your arrogance. Absorbing the soul ring is the paramount task. Yu Tianli chuckled and replied, All right, you are right. I shall adjust my physical state immediately. With that, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to swiftly circulate the Tyrannosaurus body refinement technique. Behind him, a shadow of a dark sacred dragon became increasingly distinct, resembling a demon god. Beside them, Douluo murmured, Is Tianli's martial spirit an ancient inheritance or a mutation from consuming divine herbs? Yu Yuanjun shook his head. I am uncertain. Throughout the history of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, there have been instances of the light sacred dragon martial spirit, but the dark sacred dragon has never appeared. It could be due to Tianli consuming divine herbs. The light sacred dragon? Isn't that a type of the ancient dragon king? The very manifestation that counters evil and darkness? Does that not imply that Tianli's dark sacred dragon is inferior to the light sacred dragon? Douluo pondered, confusion evident on his face. Yu Yuanjun shook his head and smiled. Not necessarily. When darkness and light both reach their zenith, there ceases to be a notion of one suppressing the other. Rather, they mutually restrain each other, signifying that the dark sacred dragon and the light sacred dragon exist at the same level. Douluo nodded thoughtfully, his expression turning serious. I wonder if the sect leader has noticed any peculiarities with the Tiando royal family recently? Yu Yuanjun paused momentarily. Then his countenance mirrored the gravity of Douluo's. Indeed, in the past 2 months, the Tiando royal family had dismantled nearly 50 sects of varying sizes. Although they were minor sects, the royal family's unpredictable demeanor was quite concerning. Douluo nodded in agreement. Moreover, while Shuya may not have achieved much, he is considered benevolent. I have heard that many have been subjected to extreme punishments. Could it be that the Tiando royal family harbors some unmentionable secret? Yu Yuanjun shook his head. Recently, the palace's shadows have been unable to convey any messages. There may be issues there. After we return, we must investigate thoroughly. Douluo could only nod as uncertainty loomed over the situation, leaving them with no choice but to await further inquiries upon their return. At that moment, Yu Tianli concluded his meditation and called out to the Lake of Life. Tianqing Yomang, are you ready? Hurry, I have matters to attend to. As his words echoed, the colossal bull head reappeared in the sky. Unlike before, this time the Tianqing Yomang seemed transcendent, emanating a faint azure glow throughout its form. Yu Yuanjun spoke in a deep voice, Tianqing Yomang. Regardless of what Tianli promised you, I assure you it will be honored. You need not worry. The Tianqing Yomang moved its massive head. Well aware of Yu Yuanjun's strength, few outside could surpass him. With Yu Yuanjun's assurance, it felt secure to proceed. With this thought of vivid energy akin to blood, erupted from the Tianqing Yomang's crown. Not only Yu Tianli, but even Yu Yuanjun felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, they had not directly hunted the Tianqing Yomang. This creature possessed nearly 150,000 years of cultivation. Had they done so, Tianli might have faced dire consequences. In the 175th chapter, Sacrifice, the Tianqing Yomang roared fiercely amidst the blood flames. I hope you will honor your promise and take care of Xiao Wu, otherwise. We shall be bound in enmity for eternity. Yu Qianli nodded coldly. He would certainly fulfill his promise, with the strength at his back. Safeguarding Xiao Wu was hardly a challenge, as long as she did not act recklessly. The body of the Tianqing, Niu Meng, gradually faded within the blood flames. Upon hearing Yu Qianli's words, satisfaction glimmered in its eyes, and it subsequently closed them, surrendering to the intensifying flames. Gradually, the flames transformed into a dark red hue, and the Tianqing, Niu Meng's body began to resemble a transparent red crystal. This 10,000-year spirit beast let out a tremendous roar, and in that roar, the Tianqing, Niu Meng's form dissipated entirely, with all the red expanding into a colossal ring that slowly merged with Yu Qianli's body. At the moment the red ring integrated with his body, Yu Qianli felt an overwhelming explosive power surge within him, prompting the Tyrannosaurus body refinement technique to activate autonomously, continuously absorbing the energy from the soul ring to replenish himself. Due to the nature of the sacrifice, the power within the soul ring faced no hindrance, flowing seamlessly into Yu Qianli's body. Time passed unmeasured, and when Yu Qianli reopened his eyes, the shadow behind him seemed to solidify, emitting a long howl. 6 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 1 red, shimmered brilliantly behind Yu Qianli, particularly the red, which exuded an indescribable nobility. Simultaneously, Yu Yuanjin and Douluo both clapped their hands and exclaimed, "It worked." Yu Qianli nodded with a smile. The ability to persuade the Tianqing Niu Meng to sacrifice for him stemmed from 2 factors: the transformation into a dragon and possessing Xiao Wu as a card to play. It was through this that the Tianqing Niu Meng willingly offered itself to him and provided him with a right leg bone. Feeling the solidity of his right leg, Yu Qianli looked proudly at his grandfather and joked, "Grandfather, can you guess what level I am at now?" Yu Yuanjin rarely displayed a smile. "A 10,000-year soul ring and a 10,000-year soul bone. Surely that grants you at least level 65. Yu Qianli shook his head and turned to Douluo, "Old monster. Can you guess my current level?" Douluo assessed that Yu Qianli's level was likely between 65 and 67. After much contemplation, he settled on a middle ground. 66? Yu Qianli nodded. The Tianqing Niu Meng had propelled him directly to level 66. At 16 years old, he was a soul emperor, and if he maintained this pace, reaching title Douluo by 25 was inevitable. Upon hearing Yu Qianli's level, Yu Yuanjin's heart jolted, though his expression remained impassive. "You must return eventually. I know I cannot stop you, but the Tiando royal family has been unsettled lately. You should remain within the sect for a while, understand?" Seeing the seriousness in Yu Yuanjin's demeanor, Yu Qianli could only nod. Yet, recalling his grandfather's earlier concerns regarding the Tiando royal family, he inquired, "Grandfather, what peculiarities have you observed with the Tiando royal family? Could it be that someone from the spirit hall has infiltrated them?" Yu Yuanjin shook his head. "Do you remember the news that came through not long ago? The Emperor Shuya has broken through to level 60. Yu Qianli nodded. "I remember. That was merely 2 months ago. What of it?" "I encountered Emperor Shuya a few days prior. He surely has a powerful ally at his back, a strength that rivals mine. Though he may appear injured, I discerned a hint of his true prowess. Emperor Shuya has now reached the level of Soul Sage." Yu Qianli's pupils constricted, his countenance unwavering as he stated, 70 levels. Perhaps he has consumed a top-tier divine herb or absorbed a high-level soul bone. Yu Yuanjin nodded slightly. If he had not previously encountered Xian Chao, he might have thought that Emperor Shuya had mastered some arcane sorcery. However, as an emperor of a nation, he had experienced tremendous changes and was striving diligently. It was merely that these treasures might be the foundation of those small sections. With this thought, Yu Yuanjin ceased his musings and closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. Meanwhile, Yu Qianli gazed intently out the window. Regardless of the heavenly materials or earthly treasures, or even advanced soul bones, unless a true deity descended, it was inconceivable to elevate one's level by 10 within merely 2 months. There was only one method to achieve such a feat: the emergence of the Shengling Jiao, a cult that arose after millennia, where evil soul masters could seize the vitality of others to hasten their own cultivation, with some even able to directly absorb the bloodline powers of others. Had Yu Qianli not traversed into this realm, he would never have conceived such a notion. It seemed evident that a remarkably powerful evil soul master must be in close proximity to Emperor Xie, perhaps even an ancestor of evil soul masters. It appeared the time had come for him to contemplate his own future. If evil soul masters proliferated, the Douluo continent would be plunged into chaos, and the aspirations of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect would be shattered. With this thought, Yu Qianli planted a seed of concern in his heart. The carriage rolled along, returning to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect in less than half a day. Upon arrival, Yu Qianli instructed Yu Bei to summon Oscar and Ma Hongjun. In Yu Qianli's courtyard, Oscar and Ma Hongjun arrived together. Oscar spoke first. "Brother Tianli, I heard from Uncle Yu Bei that you have something for us." Yu Qianli smiled and replied, "You've come. Please take a seat." Once they were seated, Yu Qianli placed 2 jade boxes on the table and said with a smile, "Although our interactions have been limited, now that you have joined the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, you are part of the Yu family. These 2 precious herbs are what I promised you earlier, but before that, there are a few rules I must clarify." Given the significance of the Xian pin, even though the 2 often displayed a lackadaisical demeanor, they sat up straight. And Oscar said earnestly, "Brother Tianli, please go ahead." Yu Qianli chuckled. "It was not a grave matter. I've heard you both have certain habits common among men, which I understand. If it were in a brothel, I would not object, but one thing is clear. You must not force any innocent women. Is that acceptable?" Oscar quickly replied, "No problem, no problem." However, Ma Hongjun hesitated, saying, "Brother Tianli, it's not due to lechery. It's because of my martial soul." Yu Qianli waved his hand and pointed at the 2 jade boxes, smiling. "I understand completely, which is why I want to present these to you. Open them and see. They are designed to address the flaws in your martial souls." As he pushed the boxes toward the 2, he looked at Ma Hongjun and said, "This herb, known as Jiguang Fengwang Kuei, is specifically meant to resolve the issues with your martial soul. I have carefully observed your sinister fire. Although this mutated sinister fire is powerful, it continuously erodes your body. The root cause lies in the impurity of your phoenix flames, which leads to your troubles. This Jiguang Fengwang Kuei can purify your phoenix flames entirely, thereby significantly enhancing their power." Then Yu Qianli tilted his head and asked, "By the way, Hongjun, what level is your soul power at now?" Ma Hongjun scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and replied, "Brother Tianli, my soul power is stuck at level 39. I was just about to enter seclusion to break through." Yu Qianli nodded, smiling. "Perfect. This herb will assist you greatly." Ma Hongjun stared at the Jiguang Fengwang Kuei in the jade box, lost in thought. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Tianli, I would prefer to absorb this herb after breaking through level 40. Is that all right?" Yu Qianli looked at Ma Hongjun with mild surprise, not expecting such determination. He smiled and nodded. "Of course, the precious herb is yours now. It will gradually lose its potency if left outside, so let us keep it with me for now. You can come for it when you are ready." He then pushed the other jade box toward Oscar, explaining, "This herb is called Xylangeolon. Due to the slow cultivation speed of food-type soul masters, there are not many high-level food-type soul masters. However, this herb is sufficient to mitigate the slow cultivation issue you face. Its effects can last until you reach level 70. Your soul power has long surpassed level 40, making this the perfect time for you to absorb it." Oscar accepted the jade box and nodded, saying, "Brother Tianli, I cannot thank you enough. From this day forth, my life belongs to you." He stood and bowed deeply to Yu Tianli. Yu Tianli gently helped Oscar up, smiling. "You are a member of the Blue Electric sect. It is only natural for me to take care of you. Go ahead and consume it. Simply circulate your soul power to absorb the herb's essence. Hongjun, you will guard Oscar. I have other matters to attend to." Both Oscar and Ma Hongjun nodded in unison, watching Yu Qianli's departing figure. Ma Hongjun sincerely remarked, "Xiao Ao, it seems we truly made the right choice in coming to the Blue Electric sect." Oscar agreed. "Indeed, Brother Tianli has treated us remarkably well. I can't quite understand why the master dislikes him so much." Ma Hongjun tilted his head, pondering for a moment before shaking it and saying, "If you can't understand, how could I?" "Never mind that. You should hurry and absorb the herb instead of worrying about such matters." Oscar chuckled. "Right? What is the point of pondering those things? It's best to focus on our tasks. He then consumed the Xylingio lawn from the jade box, sitting cross-legged on the ground to circulate his soul power and absorb the herb's essence. Ma Hongjun also sat cross-legged, attempting to break through the 39-level bottleneck. Meanwhile, 1,000 kilometers east of the Blue Electric Sect, in a secluded mountain area beneath a waterfall cascading over 200 meters, a young man trained with a hammer at the base of the waterfall. Anyone who happened to witness this would surely be astounded. The force of the waterfall, plunging over 200 meters, would have swept away an ordinary person, yet this young man wielded a massive iron hammer at the foot of the waterfall, executing his techniques with remarkable precision. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared by the lakeside. Go, it's time to eat. Take a break. The young man at the base of the waterfall consciously halted his training, relinquishing control over his body to the waterfall's force before swimming up from the depths. He ran to the girl's side, who frowned slightly as she held a large towel to dry him off. All right, Xiao Wu, I can manage myself. What as for dinner? I'm famished after a day of practice. The boy and girl were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu huffed playfully, handing the towel to Tang San while setting out a food box. Today, we're having meat. Uncle bought a whole cow. It'll last us quite a while. Bruce, there are the carrots that I love. As Tang San dried his hair, he smiled, reflecting on how he had pleaded with his father for a long time before he finally agreed to let Xiao Wu stay. It seemed his father was beginning to accept her presence. Just then, he noticed his father, Tang Hao, approaching. Tang Hao spoke in a deep voice. How did today go? Tang San replied earnestly. I can already swing 61 strikes, 6 more than yesterday. Tang Hao acknowledged with a grunt, noting that achieving 61 strikes was commendable, particularly due to the advantages afforded by the external soul bone and the trunk bone, with the latter's enhancement being particularly significant. This soul bone is indeed remarkable. Tang San nodded in agreement, recalling that this soul bone had cost him 300 million gold soul coins, courtesy of Gu Tianli. Tang Hao know that? A rare smile gracing his face. That lad from the Long family truly is impressive. As far as I know, he has already broken through to the Soul Emperor level. Soul Emperor? The news of Yu Tianli's sudden breakthrough had not been shared with the others, leading them to believe that Tang San's astonishment stemmed from the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. Tang San exclaimed in surprise. I remember that Gu Tianli is merely a year older than I am. Has he truly reached the Soul Emperor level at just 16? The first of his kind on the entire continent. Tang Hao nodded again, asserting that in terms of talent, if Yu Tianli were to claim the second spot, no one would dare contest his first place. At 16, he had yet to surpass level 40, while this boy had already reached level 60. Who could he turn to for an explanation? It seemed that the legendary soul bone of the Blue Lightning Sect had also found its way into Yu Tianli's possession. It seems that the Blue Lightning Sect is indeed on the rise. Though he harbored such thoughts, as a father, he had to motivate his own son. Thus, Tang Hao spoke with solemnity. Indeed, Yu Tianli serves as an excellent target. Having a goal instills motivation. Do not think I jest. Your talents are quite comparable. Simply a matter of opportunity. Your current soul power stands at level 45, and I set a target for you to break through to level 50 within a year. Do you understand? Observing his father's resolute demeanor and Xiao Wu's approving expression nearby, Tang San nodded firmly, silently steeling himself. After all, he had traversed worlds. Failure was not an option. Chapter 177. The 9th level soul guidance pillar at the 7 treasures glazed sect within the Grand Hall. Ning Fengji pondered deeply as he regarded the 2 massive cannons and a gathered crowd. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Tianli, is the power of this 9th level soul-guided cannon truly that formidable? Yu Tianli nodded, smiling as he replied. Uncle Ning, would I deceive you? This is the first batch of newly manufactured 9th level soul-guided cannons. While the exact power remains uncertain, it is undoubtedly far superior to the 8th level cannons. How about we find a location to test it out? Beside him, Douluo chuckled. You young lad, let's go test it. This old bone am eager to experience the cannon's might. With that, he began to lead the way towards the testing grounds. Ning Fengji, bemused, looked at Douluo Gurong, exclaiming, Uncle Bone, why the rush? Tianli, go fetch Rong Rong. She would certainly want to join us for such an exciting endeavor. Yu Qianli agreed with a smile, and Douluo suddenly realized his oversight regarding their little princess, urging Yu Qianli to bring Ning Rongrong along. Without needing guidance, Yu Qianli made his way to Ning Rongrong's room. Rongrong, he began, but upon entering, he found her napping on the bed. He approached her side, gazing at her delicate features, unable to suppress a smile. As if sensing his presence, Ning Rongrong suddenly opened her eyes. Upon recognizing Yu Qianli, she playfully said, "Brother, hug me." Seeing his beloved act so adorably, Yu Qianli wrapped his arms around her slender waist, reclining against the pillow as she embraced his neck, nuzzling her cheek against his chest. "Brother, I want a kiss." Hearing this, Yu Qianli chuckled, saying, "But Rongrong, Uncle Ning and the others are still waiting for us in the grand hall. We must hurry." Nothing personal, but Rongrong was clearly still half asleep, and he had no intention of taking advantage of her drowsiness. However, Ning Rongrong stubbornly clung to Yu Qianli, insisting, "No way, no way. I need a kiss before I can get up." Seeing her playful antics, Yu Qianli, albeit reluctantly, pressed a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead, and only then did she contentedly rise from the bed. "What does father need from me?" Ning Rongrong inquired softly as she tidied her hair. Yu Qianli paused for a moment, then realized she was referring to Ning Fengji and replied slowly, "I brought 2 9th-level soul-guided cannons. And Uncle Ning mentioned wanting to test their power, stating such a fun activity would be incomplete without you, hence my visit." Ning Rongrong responded with a soft "oh," finished fixing her hair, and took Yu Qianli's hand, obediently stating, "Let's go to the grand hall." As she spoke, she playfully tickled his palm. Feeling the warmth of her delicate hand in his, Yu Qianli smiled, and together they walked hand in hand towards the grand hall of the 7 Treasures glazed sect. Upon entering, they noticed the members of the Yu clan engaged in conversation with Douluo. As soon as Douluo spotted Yu Qianli, he called out, "Young lad, just in time. Tell him that his insistence on adhering to proper construction methods is overly rigid. Come, you explain it to him." Hearing Douluo's words, Yu Qianli felt a headache coming on. Dealing with the Yu clan was no simple matter. Each of them was fixated on construction and not easily dissuaded. Yu Qianli could only smile apologetically. "Uncle Bone, let us address this later. Let us focus on testing the soul-guided cannon first. What do you think?" Douluo huffed like a child, but then led the way to the testing grounds. Yu Qianli, following behind, stored the soul-guided cannon back into the soul guidance device, while quietly conversing with Ning Rongrong. Before long, they arrived at the unique testing grounds of the 7 Treasures glazed sect, which had been cleared in anticipation of the cannon test. Douluo grinned. "Young lad, are you not going to bring out that soul-guided cannon? Let this old man have a go at it." With a smile, Yu Qianli activated the soul guidance device, and a towering 2-meter-high soul-guided cannon appeared before everyone. Concentrating a modicum of soul power, he began to manipulate the cannon. "Uncle Bone, are you ready?" Douluo snorted, but released his martial soul nonetheless. After all, the 8th-level soul-guided cannon required the use of soul skills for defense. Without his martial soul, he would surely be blown away by the 9th-level cannon. In his mind, he summoned forth 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings, declaring, "Come on, lad. Show me what you've got." Yu Qianli nodded, amplifying his soul power. The ancient black cannon emanated a radiant glow as a dazzling blue energy began to coalesce, causing the air at the cannon's mouth to ripple erratically. Douluo, now apprehensive, thought to himself, "Will this not strain my old back?" With that thought, he activated his 5th soul ring. 5th soul skill, Bone Dragon's Protection. Instantly, a multitude of bone armor manifested before Douluo. With a deafening boom, the soul-guided cannon unleashed a tremendous roar, sending forth a massive blue wave of energy hurtling towards Douluo. Seeing the oncoming blue wave, Douluo's pupils constricted, and he activated the soul ring associated with his 7th soul skill, summoning a colossal bone dragon that spanned several meters in length. Even so, Douluo was still sent flying by the force of the blue energy sphere. Ning Rongrong, filled with concern, exclaimed, "Qianli, is Uncle Bone all right? Will he be hurt?" Yu Qianli revealed a bittersweet smile. Rong, the injuries should not be serious. At most, they are merely superficial wounds. Grandfather Gu has at least summoned his martial soul's true form, so it should be fine. As he spoke, Yu Tianli glanced at the nearby Jianduo, the highest-ranking presence in the vicinity. Jianduo shook his head and softly replied, "Old Gu is fine, just a minor injury, and he's on his way back." Just then, they spotted Gu Duo returning, looking rather disheveled. "Good lad, that thing of yours packs quite a punch. If it encounters someone unworthy, it will undoubtedly suffer a great loss. Even serious injuries are not out of the question. Below the rank of Soul Douluo, there is no chance of escape. How long will it take to craft such a cannon?" Upon hearing Gu Douluo's words, everyone turned their attention back to Yu Tianli. He sighed and shook his head. "Well, the crafting time is not an issue. It's just that the materials for this cannon are rather difficult to procure. The materials from the Londian zone might only suffice to create 2 more. Chapter 178. Materials? Indeed, only enough for 2 more. The craftsmanship of this soul-guided cannon is exceedingly intricate. For this, we even invited one of the 3 renowned master craftsmen in the continent, Master Lu Gao, and emptied all the reserves of Gongxin City, barely managing to create these," Yu Tianli said with an expression of helplessness. Ning Fengji was taken aback. "Gongxin City? The city renowned as the capital of metals? They cannot even meet the supply for soul-guided cannons?" Initially, he had considered sending someone to the capital of metals for purchases, but now that even its reserves had been depleted, it was an issue that money could not solve. Seeing the look on Ning Fengji's face, Yu Tianli comforted him. "Uncle Ning, such items are indeed bestowed by heaven. With these 2 level 9 soul-guided cannons, even if the Spirit Hall launches a massive assault, as long as they do not deploy their entire force, the Qi Bao Liuli zone can retaliate." Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, Ning Fengji couldn't help but smile. He himself could hardly maintain a stern demeanor. The possession of 2 weapons of such destructive capability was indeed a stroke of fortune, equivalent to having the strength of 2 titled Douluos. Reflecting on this, Ning Fengji spoke. "I was mistaken in my thoughts. By the way, Tianli, let's settle here tonight and share a few drinks together." Yu Tianli nodded, smiling. "It would be my honor to comply." During the banquet, it was Yu Tianli's first time drinking with his esteemed father-in-law, who said his father-in-law was gentle and refined. The liquor served was strong. And what was this nonsense about drinking from large bowls? Shouldn't his status warrant a small glass of wine? By the end, Yu Tianli was assisted out, clutching his stomach, having consumed at least 10 jars of strong liquor, feeling as if his belly might burst. Ning Rong, supporting him, complained, "How could you drink like this? Your tolerance is no match for Dad and the others." Yu Tianli laughed and replied, "I was merely honoring my father-in-law. I could not dampen his spirits." Ning Rong, with a flushed face, retorted while helping him, "Shameless. I'm not even married to you yet." Saying this, she led Yu Tianli to a small room next to hers. "Go wash up quickly. You reek of alcohol." With that, Ning Rong dashed out. Yu Tianli took a moment to recover before heading to the prepared wooden tub, filled with 8 corners mystic ice grass and fiery apricot blossoms for body refinement. Bathing felt quite unsatisfactory. The originally boiling hot water felt merely lukewarm. After a brief wash, he donned the bathrobe that had been prepared and turned towards Ning Rong's room. Such a beautiful occasion should not be wasted, he thought, gently pushing open Ning Rong's door, only to witness the sight of a beauty emerging from her bath. Ning Rong, startled, wrapped herself in a towel and exclaimed, "What are you looking at? How did you come in here? What if Dad hears us?" Upon hearing her words, the slightly intoxicated Yu Tianli revealed a charming smile, pulling Ning Rong into his embrace. With a flash of blue light from his left hand, he enveloped them both in a protective barrier. "How is it? This Hanhai Qiankuan shield isolates sound and breath. Even if Uncle Ning were right beside us, he wouldn't notice." When Yu Tianli awoke again, it was already close to noon the next day. Gazing at the still sleeping Ning Rong in his arms, he smiled at the lovely figure. Just as if sensing his gaze, Ning Rong's eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes, meeting the gaze of her beloved. Suddenly recalling the wildness of the previous night, her face turned crimson as she buried her small head in Yu Qianli's chest, shyly murmuring, "What are you staring at? Look at you." Yu Qianli chuckled and said, "All right, look at the time. We should get up. If Uncle Ning cannot find us, he will surely worry." As he spoke, he prepared to retract the Hanhai Qingquan shield. However, Ning Rongrong grasped Yu Tianli's hand, pouting, "Just a little longer, please. You rarely come by. Didn't you say you wanted to travel? Tell me, is there someone outside? Otherwise, why say you'll be gone for 2 years?" Yu Tianli sighed. "How could that be, Rongrong? You know me well enough. I'm truly going to cultivate. This place is simply unsuitable for someone of your support type." Before he could finish, Ning Rongrong silenced him with a kiss, affirming her trust in him through her actions. When they finally emerged, only Ning Fengji and Douluo remained in the Great Hall, as Douluo had gone out to inspect early in the morning. Ning Fengji, with a helpless expression, remarked, "Where have you two been? You vanished early in the morning. Truly, can you not be apart for even a moment?" Yu Qianli smiled and replied, "We just went to the back mountain for a look. It's important for the youth to rise early." Ning Fengji nodded, urging them to sit down and eat. "Your grandfather sent someone to hurry us. Truly, it feels as if I am not providing meals at all." Yu Tianli Blaishuli Binchet Ning Rongrong Svrist Krining Rongrong. "I wish to eat the dishes you make. Could you prepare me a plate?" Ning Rongrong shot him a look, but still headed outside. Watching her retreating figure, Yu Tianli smiled and then spoke, "Uncle Ning, I have something I wish to discuss with you." Ning Fengji, intrigued, looked at Yu Tianli and asked, "What is it?" Yu Tianli glanced at Ning Rongrong before continuing, "I intend to go out for a while. It could be a year at the quickest, 3 at the slowest. But I will definitely return. I was thinking of taking Rongrong back to my Lan Dian zone for some time. Would that be acceptable?" Ning Fengji was taken aback, asking, "Going out a train? May I ask where you plan to go for such an extended period?" Yu Tianli paused for a moment before responding. "Do you know of the Shashanlingyu?" Ning Fengji's pupils constricted as he looked at Yu Tianli in surprise. As the sect master of the Qi Bao Liuli zone, he was naturally aware of the existence of the Shashanlingyu and the means to obtain it. Thus, Ning Fengji became somewhat excited, saying, "Tianli, are you serious? That place is not a good destination. Calling it a place of 9 deaths is not an exaggeration." Douluo chimed in, "Young Yu, there no one can protect you." Yu Tianli nodded, still smiling. "Uncle Ning, Grandpa Jian, I understand all of that, but please trust me. I possess sufficient ability to protect myself, and I will return within 3 years." Chapter 179. Departure. Upon hearing Yu Tianli's resolute words, Ning Fengji exchanged glances with Douluo, who could only sigh. After all, the power of the domain was coveted by all, not just by Yu Tianli. Even Douluo desired it, yet not everyone dared to pursue it. Reflecting on this, Ning Fengji's gaze towards Yu Tianli bore a hint of admiration. At that moment, Ning Rongrong returned with a platter of snacks. Placing it beside Yu Tianli with a cheerful smile, urging him to eat and remember to finish everything. Yu Tianli nodded with a smile, gently grasping Ning Rongrong's delicate hand, and said softly, "Rongrong, you must return with me later. Uncle Ning has promised." Ning Rongrong was pleasantly surprised, as she had not anticipated that Yu Tianli could persuade her father. Life at home was rather dull. The meal was consumed swiftly, and as they observed Yu Tianli and Ning Rongrong's retreating figures, Ning Fengji sighed again and remarked to Douluo, "It seems we have underestimated him. He is far more resilient than we imagined." Douluo nodded in agreement and solemnly replied, "In less than a decade, this child will become a leader in the Spirit Master realm." "Fengji, do you know the current level of his soul power?" Ning Fengji shook his head. As a support-type soul master, and given that his soul power was capped at 79, he could only perceive that Yu Tianli had reached the rank of Soul Emperor. But the specifics eluded him. Douluo grinned. 66. "Can you believe it? 66? Ning Fengji exclaimed in astonishment. It usually takes years of accumulation to level up after becoming a Soul Emperor. Yet he has achieved 66 so swiftly? Could it be 100,000 years spirit ring? Pondering this, Ning Fengji inquired, "Jian Shu, could it be that this child has already acquired 100,000 year spirit ring?" Douluo fell silent for a moment before responding. "It is not impossible. His 5th spirit ring has already reached 70,000 years. it is quite feasible for him to absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring for his sixth. But finding a 100,000-year dragon-type spirit beast is no simple task. The only known one is the sky blue bull python in the Stardew forest. Ning Feng Ti noted. A 100,000-year spirit ring, combined with a 100,000-year spirit bone, could indeed elevate a soul emperor by 6 levels. However, why not reserve this opportunity for the 7th spirit ring? It would enhance the power of the martial soul's true form. After all, 100,000-year dragon-type soul beasts are exceedingly rare. Forget it, Jian Shu. Uncle Long must have his own plans. By the way, the group of people you, Tianli, brought must have their buildings constructed as they requested. But we need to have our people around. Jian Shu, you handle this matter. Jian Douluo nodded, indicating his understanding. After leaving the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Yu Qianli and Ning Rongrong returned to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect in less than half an hour. First, they visited the True Dragon Hall, where Yu Yuanjin playfully scolded Yu Tianli before letting them go. When the pair returned to Yu Tianli's courtyard, it was nearly evening. Yu Tianli cheerfully suggested, "Let's go to the kitchen. I will prepare some dishes for you." Ning Rongrong, gazing at her beloved, smiled coyly and replied, "All right, let me see our little Li's culinary skills." When Yu Tianli served several dishes unique to his previous life, Ning Rongrong was astonished. As she ate, she playfully complained, "Why do you only cook for me now? You are so mean." Yu Tianli gently urged her, "Slow down. No one is rushing you. I made plenty. Would you like me to cook for you again in the future?" Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, Ning Rongrong's expression turned sorrowful. "But you are leaving." Suddenly, she burst into tears, clinging to Yu Tianli's neck and weeping profusely. Yu Tianli, both amused and helpless, embraced Ning Rongrong, softly patting her back and comforting her. "Rongrong, don't cry. I will return. You should focus on your training at home. I won't be gone long, I promise." As he comforted her, they moved from the table to the bed, and their heartfelt exchanges persisted into the night, gradually subsiding only after many hours. Watching Ning Rongrong fall into a deep slumber, Yu Qianli quietly rose, donned a dark robe, and swiftly made his way to the True Dragon Hall, where he found his grandfather. Yu Yuanjin regarded Yu Qianli's attire and spoke solemnly. "In such a hurry? Can't you stay a few more days?" Yu Tianli shook his head. "No, if I stay longer, I may not want to leave." "Grandfather, I entrust Rongrong and my teammates to you." Yu Yuanjin nodded. "Since you have made your decision, go. Be cautious in all matters. Everything at home is well, so do not worry." Yu Qianli did not reply further, once again donning his gilded mask before vanishing from sight. Yu Yuanjin observed the disappearing figure and declared, "The Dragon King plan is temporarily halted. From this day forth, all disciples of the Blue Electric sect must retract. Any outings require my and the 3 elders' approval." A cold voice responded, "Understood." Aside from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, Yu Qianli's figure continued to advance southward. Though the Blue Electric sect lacked a killing god, the exact location of the City of Slaughter was well documented. The City of Slaughter is located at the border between the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire, 500 miles outside Longxing City. Within 2 days, Yu Tianli reached the entrance of the City of Slaughter. Contrary to his expectations, the City of Slaughter had established strongholds. It was not the small tavern that Tang Xin entered in the original story, but a remarkably grand gate, with throngs of people rushing inside, indicating that the Spirit Hall indeed intended to use this place as a prison. With this in mind, Yu Tianli maintained his speed, soaring directly into the red light emanating from the gate. In a swift motion, he entered the City of Slaughter. The restrictions were indeed formidable. Once inside, Yu Tianli landed on the ground. Feeling the presence of his destruction divine sword, he smiled wickedly upon confirming that the purple longsword remained in his grasp. It appeared that his assumption was correct. The destruction divine sword, as a divine artifact, was not bound by these restrictions, allowing him to legally wield his extraordinary power within the laws of the City of Slaughter. As he contemplated this, a shadowy figure clad in a black robe appeared beside him. "Greetings, I am your guide in the City of Slaughter. From this moment, your safety will be my responsibility for the next 24 hours, the cloaked figure intoned in a chilling voice. Yu Qianli cast a sidelong glance at the black-robed individual and coldly commanded, "Take me to the inner city." The figure seemed taken aback, their voice softening. After all, anyone who knew about the inner and outer cities upon their arrival must have some connection to someone who had exited the city of slaughter. Perhaps even the legendary killing god. Are you certain? I suggest you acclimate to the outer city for a while, since you have just arrived in the city of slaughter. What do you think? The eyes beneath the gilded mask flashed with impatience. Take me to the inner city. I wish to participate in a hellish slaughter arena now. The black-robed figure fell silent. Although this individual might be a relative or acquaintance of the killing god, as the saying goes. Good advice is hard to give to a doomed ghost. If he seeks death, let him have it. With this thought, the black-robed figure turned and headed toward the inner city, with Yu Qianli closely following. As they walked, they encountered numerous pale, emaciated figures along the way. It is likely that one is merely a coward who dares not participate in the hellish slaughter arena, contributing but 2 Bloody Marys each month. After about half an hour, Yu Qianli, under the guidance of the cloaked woman, finally arrived at the gates of the inner city. Approximately 10 meters away, there were no guards in sight. Before the woman could utter a word, Yu Qianli strode directly inside. Hey, slow down. Without me by your side, they will surely take action. Yu Qianli cast a cold glance at the cloaked woman and retorted, Is it safe merely because you are nearby? The woman proudly raised her chin, declaring, of course, I am the emissary of the king of slaughter. In the city of slaughter, no one dares to challenge the authority of the king. She paused before continuing, However, this protection has its limits. Once the novice protection period ends, your survival will depend solely on your own abilities. Yu Qianli scoffed, producing a long sword that he swung fiercely at a nearby burly man who was utterly unprepared to be dispatched by a newcomer. Without halting, Yu Qianli seized the Bloody Mary from the man's hand and presented it to the cloaked woman. Sign me up for the next hellish slaughter arena. I am pressed for time, he stated coldly. The cloaked woman, momentarily taken aback by the prowess of her new acquaintance, gracefully accepted the Bloody Mary and led Yu Qianli toward the arena. Along the way, had it not been for the presence of the cloaked woman, he would have been besieged by numerous attackers. Stealing a glance at Yu Qianli, the cloaked woman noticed the indifference in his eyes beneath the gilded mask, realizing that he was indeed unconcerned. With this thought, she quickened her pace. Under her guidance, Yu Qianli beheld a peculiar edifice, circular in shape and more accurately described as an irregular cone, with the largest base tapering as it ascended. At approximately 30 meters above the ground, it maintained a consistent diameter upward to 50 meters. Observing the cloaked woman as she handed the Bloody Mary to an attendant, she returned with a token inscribed with 4 prominent characters. Chi Wu Jio'er. This is your name in the city of slaughter. From now on, you shall be known as Chi Wu Jio'er. Additionally, your match begins in 5 minutes, so you may prepare. My protective period concludes as you enter the hellish slaughter arena. Yu Qianli nodded, dismissing the notion of protection as superfluous in a place where soul techniques were rendered ineffective. Even a titled Douluo would pose no threat. Following the final instructions of the cloaked woman, Yu Qianli arrived at the waiting room for the next match, which resembled a cage. The other 9 contestants regarded him with wary eyes, for his pristine appearance belied a fighter's demeanor. Soon, the 10 contestants surged into the arena, where remnants of the previous battle still lay strewn about. Witnessing the gruesome corpses, Yu Qianli felt a wave of nausea. Despite having taken lives since the age of 6, he had never encountered such brutality. At the sound of the starting signal, the other 9 contestants, in unison, chose to spare Yu Qianli, perceiving him as lacking in combat prowess, preferring to leave him for last. Yu Qianli, however, tightened his grip on the purple longsword, watching as the 9 engaged in fierce combat. The audience outside erupted in cheers as the contestants fought, and soon, only one towering figure remained, a 3-meter-tall behemoth. Muscles taut like a wild beast, bloodied and resembling a demon from hell, he cackled, Boy, this is my 9th match in the hellish slaughter arena. Encountering me can only mean you are unfortunate. Come forth, let me end you, and I can survive another year. Before the man could finish, Yu Qianli's purple longsword pierced his chest, swiftly severing his head. The crowd's excitement intensified at Yu Qianli's swift action. Any act of killing in the hellish slaughter arena elicited fervor among the spectators. Observing the crowd's grotesque enthusiasm, Yu Qianli calmly withdrew his sword and walked out, as if he were an anomaly. Upon exiting the hellish slaughter arena, he was immediately beset by over 30 individuals, all converging on him. Yu Qianli's eyes, hidden behind the gilded mask, revealed a hint of disdain. This was an opportune moment to establish his authority in this new environment. With this in mind, the purple longsword reappeared in his hand, seemingly possessing a will of its own as it harvested the lives of those charging at him. In but a few breaths, Yu Qianli emerged from the sea of corpses with composure. The onlookers began to adopt a different attitude towards him, some even daringly approaching him, seeking the protection of a powerful figure. The cloaked woman, observing from a distance, was taken aback. Qi Wujiu heir had indeed proven himself capable, establishing his standing within half an hour. One could only wonder how remarkable he must be outside this realm. Chapter 181. An old acquaintance. A month had swiftly passed since Yu Qianli's arrival in the City of Slaughter, during which he had participated in a total of 17 hellish slaughter matches. Within the inner city, few could rival his standing. Throughout the month, he had faced no less than 3 ambushes, the most perilous involving 300 assailants. Had it not been for the holy sword of destruction in his possession, he would have surely sustained grave injuries. However, following these encounters, no one dared to provoke Yu Qianli any longer, and he earned the title of the Saint King of Slaughter. After casually acquiring a Bloody Mary, he signed up for the next match. The hellish slaughter arena operated continuously, with spectators present at all hours. As 10 competitors slowly entered the arena, Yu Qianli brought up the rear, surrounded by individuals boasting no fewer than 5 victories. Glancing at his opponents, he noted 2 Soul Ancestors, 3 Soul Kings, 1 Soul Emperor, and the remaining contestants were all Soul Saints. For a moment, Yu Qianli found the prospect of competing in the City of Slaughter rather uninteresting, as there was not a single formidable opponent among them. Given his reputation, all 9 contestants simultaneously targeted Yu Qianli, wielding large knives, short swords, and even throwing knives. Yu Qianli deftly wielded his purple longsword, deflecting the incoming projectiles, and with the swiftness of a striking serpent, dispatched the first 3 in mere moments. As Yu Qianli's figure continued to flicker, he charged toward the remaining 6 individuals. Upon facing Yu Qianli, the 6 could not help but tremble with fear, although they were formidable warriors in their own right. In the City of Slaughter, where soul techniques were forbidden, encountering someone as physically formidable as Yu Qianli rendered them utterly defenseless. In no time at all, Yu Qianli stood atop 9 corpses, retrieving his purple longsword. With 18 victories, he had taken another step closer to the century mark. Calmly exiting the Hell's Arena, all around him avoided the Slaughter Saint King, wary of being mistaken as potential assailants. Yu Qianli relished this solitude, eager to reach 100 victories and escape the treacherous path of hell. However, he soon found his way obstructed by a group ahead. The crowd, having noticed him, scattered to reveal 3 figures at the center. Gazing at the 3 individuals, his eyes narrowed beneath the golden mask. He had not anticipated encountering familiar faces here. They were none other than the stalwarts of the Wuhuan Temple Academy's battle team, the illustrious generation of the Wuhuan Temple, Xiaoyu, Yin, and Hulaina. The 3 stood back to back, evidently new arrivals to the City of Slaughter, besieged by a throng of over 100, suggesting they had provoked someone they ought not to have. However, as they were enemies, there was no need for idle banter. Casting a fleeting glance at them, Yu Qianli vanished from sight, heading toward his own quarters. It would be best if they perished here, sparing him the emergence of more powerful adversaries. Upon returning to his quarters, he retrieved the provisions he had brought from outside. Before entering the City of Slaughter, Yu Qianli had amassed food from nearby towns and stocked enough spring water to last 2 to 3 years in a soul guide. After all, the commodities within the City of Slaughter were hardly clean. It was wise to prepare in advance, and a few coins were a small price to pay. After a simple meal, Yu Qianli sat cross-legged to cultivate his soul power. A year passed swiftly, and his victories surged to a staggering 88, rendering him unmatched in the City of Slaughter. As for the illustrious trio from the Wuhuan Temple, they had achieved a modest 30 victories, gaining a measure of fame themselves. Having reached 88 victories, Yu Qianli had not participated in the grand tournament of the Hell's Arena for nearly half a month. He had underestimated the city of slaughter. When he achieved 80 victories, a surge of killing intent had erupted within him. Had it not been for the million-year-old spirit bone within him, he might have succumbed to endless carnage. Consequently, he now attended the Hell's Arena matches only twice a month, as each additional contest stirred his bloodlust, risking an outburst of violence. Within his quarters, feeling the killing intent within him had diminished, Yu Qianli rose to his feet. He needed to fulfill his objective within 2 years. No excuses. With determination, he made his way toward the Hell's Arena. Countless individuals gathered within 2 meters of him, seeking to curry favor. Winning his approval would surely transform their lives in the city of slaughter. Yet, Yu Qianli remained unresponsive, for he trusted no one here. In this ruthless environment, yesterday's ally could easily become today's foe. Noticing the encroaching crowd, Yu Qianli unleashed a surge of purple energy, summoning the destruction divine sword into his grasp. With a mere thought, he reaped the lives of the 10 or so individuals before him. This act only heightened the excitement among his admirers, with numerous women shedding their garments and dancing provocatively beside him. Disgusted by the throng surrounding him, Yu Qianli instinctively released his killing intent. Over the past year, the number of lives he had taken exceeded 3,000, and the overwhelming aura of slaughter quelled the fervor of the surrounding crowd. Trembling, they knelt along the path, no longer daring to act recklessly. Only then did Yu Qianli retract the destruction divine sword and proceed toward the Hell's Arena. As Yu Qianli's figure vanished from sight, the onlookers dared to rise, restoring the chaotic semblance typical of the city of slaughter. Meanwhile, Yin, Xiaoyu, and Hulaina, observing coldly, experienced a different kind of awakening. Hulaina, somewhat agitated, turned to Yin and asked, "What do you think now? Do you still believe you can rival the Slaughter Saint King?" Yin scoffed, falling silent. He had learned that the Slaughter Saint King had only arrived a month earlier and had swiftly established his dominance, a feat not easily achieved. Yet, Yin believed that if his martial soul were a weapon soul, perhaps he too could attain such heights. However, he could not voice these thoughts, as he increasingly sensed Hulaina drifting away from him, seemingly enamored with the so-called Slaughter Saint King. Had it not been for Xiaoyu's presence, Yin would have confronted that individual. After a brief while, Yu Qianli arrived at the Hell's Arena, descending the winding staircase toward the registration area. Approaching a burly man holding a Bloody Mary, he softly requested, "Could you hand me that Bloody Mary? I wish to participate in a match." The man, initially impatient, turned to see who dared to challenge his authority as an 8-victory contender. However, upon glimpsing Yu Qianli's golden mask, he trembled and stammered, "Of course, sir. Here you are. If it's not enough, I shall fetch more immediately." Yu Qianli merely accepted the Bloody Mary, coldly asserting, "That's sufficient. I only require this one." He then passed the drink to the veiled woman at the registration desk. "Hello, please register me." Hearing Yu Qianli's icy voice, the veiled maiden was momentarily entranced. Unable to resist her infatuation, she sweetly replied, "Esteemed Slaughter Saint King, your match begins in 3 minutes. Please proceed to the waiting area. Your competition is about to commence." Yu Qianli nodded, thanking her before turning toward the deeper waiting area. Watching his retreating figure, the veiled woman blushed, thinking he thanked me. The onlookers sighed at her infatuation, yet they understood that she was the messenger of the Slaughter King, someone they could not afford to offend. Yu Qianli entered the waiting area as the 6th in line. As the Slaughter Saint King, with 88 victories, no one was even close to his record. The individuals before him regarded him with trepidation, their eyes fixated on his golden mask, utterly captivated. Who could have imagined that the Slaughter Saint King, who had not emerged for a month, would choose today to make an appearance? As the multitude stepped onto the arena, the purple sacred sword in Yu Qianli's grasp began to radiate its vibrant hue. The 9 individuals before him appeared to Yu Qianli as mere wooden dummies, easily dispatched. Indeed, within mere moments, those 9 fell lifeless at his feet, their bodies arranged in peculiar formations. However, as Yu Qianli accomplished this, his pupils constricted, transforming into blood-red orbs, and he seemed to lose all consciousness. Yu Qianli felt as though he had entered a blood-red realm. Had it not been for the icy sensation emanating from his head-soul bone, he might have succumbed entirely. Just then, a chilling voice reached his ears. Humph, I did not expect you to possess some skill. What? Have you come to my domain with destructive intentions? As Yu Qianli opened his mouth to respond, another cool voice interjected from the opposite side. What Azura, you a being of such stature, have decided to personally intimidate the younger generation? Yu Qianli felt a jolt to his head and immediately lost consciousness. That individual referred to as Azura snorted coldly, filled with ire, and declared, Destruction. Do not presume that after a millennium of seclusion, this divine realm is solely yours. You would do well to restrain yourself, lest you provoke my wrath. Yet Destruction remained unfazed, responding with a playful smirk. Azura, are you certain? Your millennium of seclusion seems to have left your successor in quite a precarious position. Are you sure? Ha ha ha. Humph. I shall handle the Rakshasa side myself. Do not feign sorrow for your successor. Besides, Destruction, let me remind you, your successor may not inherit your divine position. Once he steps out of the city of slaughter, he could very well qualify as my Azura deity's successor. Upon hearing Azura's words, the god of destruction paused, his expression unchanged. Yet the thought of Azura seizing the opportunity filled him with dread. Thus, the god of destruction snorted. Do you think my successor lacks self-control? He understands the situation. To be frank, this child's origins are far from simple. At this juncture, the god of destruction could only attempt to intimidate Azura, for he still wished to venture forth and could not allow Azura to cut off his escape route. Azura, taken aback, scrutinized Destruction's seemingly genuine demeanor and pondered if this young man was perhaps the son of a divine king. However, Destruction was already a divine king. How could he still seek to comprehend the divine hierarchy? Dismissing the thought, Azura snorted once more and dissipated the surrounding crimson light, vanishing from Destruction's view. The god of destruction then gazed at the unconscious Yu Qianli, gently pressing his hand against Yu Qianli's forehead. A resonant hum echoed, and Yu Qianli abruptly awoke, returning to the arena amidst the cheering spectators. He bit his tongue to fully regain his senses and began to walk towards the exit. Meanwhile, two figures in black cloaks whispered among themselves in the audience. What do you think? He seems off. Have you thought this through? We only have one chance to strike. Are you certain? Look at him. He must be struggling to contain his murderous intent. If we kill him, we will be the strongest in the city of slaughter. And then what of women and status? Are you too old to take risks? All right, we will each bring 800 men. I want to see what this so-called king of slaughter is made of. We must hurry. Time is short. As Yu Qianli exited the hellish arena, he felt a lingering disquiet, unable to pinpoint its source. He longed to return to his quarters and meditate. Yet, the further he walked, the more he sensed something amiss. He was surrounded by far too many people. While he was accustomed to admirers, this was an unusual multitude. The eyes concealed behind gilded masks glinted with murderous intent. It was unexpected that someone with 89 victories would attract such a threat. How intriguing. Perhaps this was merely a preliminary trial before traversing the path of hell. With that thought, Yu Qianli halted, the purple long sword manifesting once more in his hand. Since you have all arrived, come forth. Hiding serves no purpose. Let me see who dares to attempt my assassination. His voice, though soft, resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. Ha ha! You are not as insignificant as you appear. Yet this so-called king of slaughter is indeed remarkable. I have traversed the continent for decades and have never encountered a prodigious youth like you. Were it not for this being the city of slaughter, I would gladly share a drink with you. Old Bay, you speak the truth. Had it not been for your brother offending others and landing us in this city of slaughter, we would have long ascended to the pinnacle of the continent. Cursed be that damned Qian Xuanji. Before the robust figure could finish, the man known as Old Bay interjected, Old Nan, silence. Old Nan seemed to realize his error and promptly fell silent. Yu Qianli regarded the two before him with a hint of amusement. Perhaps they could transform foes into allies? He recognized these two as unchallenged overlords, having spent over 20 years in the city of slaughter, achieving 80 victories. Had Yu Tianli not been so outstanding, they might have overshadowed him. Their dialogue hinted at a past entanglement with the former pope of the Spirit Hall. Perhaps a private discussion was in order? If negotiations failed, they could always resort to combat, could they not? Upon mentioning the former pope, both Old Nan and Old Bei appeared momentarily stunned. After considering Yu Tianli's proposition, they exchanged glances and said fiercely, "Boy, there are nearly 2,000 people surrounding us. We acknowledge your prowess. You have 2 minutes. If you reveal anything of interest, we would not mind conversing." Yu Tianli nodded and calmly stated, "Qin Xuanji has been dead for 15 years. This proclamation struck Old Nan and Old Bei like a thunderbolt. Incredulity etched on their faces. The illustrious Pope, a titled Douluo expert, and the father of an unparalleled individual. How could he have perished? After a prolonged silence, Old Bei finally spoke. "You all disperse and await our news." He gestured for those around them to depart. Once only Yu Tianli, Old Nan, and Old Bei remained. Old Bei rasped, "Now, tell us what transpired." Yu Tianli raised an eyebrow, his voice cool as he replied, "Qin Xuanji died 15 years ago." Upon hearing this, the despair in both men's hearts was beyond expression. 15 years had passed, and they had spent 2 decades in this cursed place. Yu Tianli continued, 15 years ago, Tang Hao of the Haotian clan battled the Pope, defeating 3 opponents and gravely wounding him. Qin Xuanji returned to the Pope's palace and died within months. His successor was his wife, Bibi Dong. Yu Tianli's words once again sent shockwaves through the 2 men. Bibi Dong? Isn't she the disciple of that scoundrel Qin Xuanji? How did she become his wife? Upon hearing the words of the 2 individuals, Yu Tianli revealed a playful smile. It seemed that these 2 were of the same generation as Qin Xuanji, possessing the qualifications to hold a grudge against him. Even if they were deemed useless, they must be at the level of a soul Douluo. If such experts were to be persuaded to join the Landian sect, the sect's strength would undoubtedly surge once more. Contemplating this, Yu Tianli continued, "I wonder if you 2 wish to leave this city of slaughter?" Old Nan and Old Bei raised their eyebrows almost in unison. Old Bei spoke first. "What, young lad, do you wish to recruit us 2 old-timers? Having roamed the continent for decades and engaged in the intrigues of this city of slaughter for 20 years, they recognized Yu Tianli's intentions immediately." Yu Tianli nodded directly. With such cunning individuals, excessive concealment would only backfire. "Indeed, I shall not hide it from you. My name is Yu Tianli, and my ancestral name is Yu Yuanjin." As he spoke, he performed a respectful gesture towards the 2. Upon hearing the name Yu Yuanjin, the pupils of the 2 men instantly constricted. Yu Yuanjin had already made a name for himself across the continent as a titled Douluo long before they entered the city of slaughter, and he was a rare titled Douluo with 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Old Bei chuckled, "I never expected you to be the descendant of that old dragon. Truly, you live up to his illustrious reputation. Your ancestor must now be at least level 96, I presume." Yu Tianli smiled, neither confirming nor denying, and remarked, "Now, I believe I have the qualifications to negotiate terms with you both." Exchanging glances, Old Nan and Old Bei nodded. Old Bei replied with a grin, "Indeed, given the sordid affairs of your 3 sects and the Spirit Hall, coupled with your background, if you truly take us brothers out, we would be willing to serve you for 20 years. 20 years would be ample time. With that duration, they would possess sufficient strength to protect the Landian sect, unafraid of any adversaries." With that in mind, Yu Tianli smiled and said, "Very well, 20 years is sufficient. Then I invite you both to swiftly participate in the grand competition of the Hell Slaughter Field. Thus, we shall tread that infernal path together." Both Old Nan and Old Bei nodded. Old Nan smiled and said, "Since we have made an agreement, there is no need for secrecy. My martial soul is named Ziling Yutong, a quasi-titled Douluo of level 90. Old Bei possesses the martial soul of Hongyue Langwan, also a quasi-titled Douluo of level 90. With 2 quasi-titled Douluos, acquiring a suitable soul ring would elevate them to true titled Douluos, thereby ensuring that the number of titled Douluos in the Landian sect would rival that of the Spirit Hall." Thinking of this, Yu Tianli smiled calmly. retrieving several pills from his soul guide and tossing them to Old Nan and Old Bay. He said solemnly, "These pills are called Qing Lian Liang Yuan. They will cleanse the blood toxins from your bodies, albeit with the possibility of mild diarrhea." Old Bay took the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Trusting one another, the brothers had no doubts about Yu Tianli. Upon returning to his quarters, Yu Tianli's eyes glowed a startling red, threatening to engulf his black pupils. The head soul bone continuously gathered strength, attempting to expel the red light from his mind. A cry escaped Yu Tianli's lips, relying on the last vestiges of his rationality. He activated his internal soul power, employing the tyrant dragon body refinement technique, as the head soul bone released a cooling sensation. Time passed without his awareness, and eventually, the redness in Yu Tianli's eyes began to dissipate. He panted heavily, gazing at the dim sky of the city of slaughter, a resilient determination igniting within his gaze. In the blink of an eye, half a year had elapsed. Yu Tianli's victories had reached 98, while the Nanbei brothers had achieved 94. With 5 months remaining until Yu Tianli's 2-year appointment, the trio had grown familiar with one another. Having just completed a victory, they gathered, and Yu Tianli presented the few remaining provisions from his soul guide. He tossed a roasted leg of lamb to each of them, smiling as he said, "Brother Nan, Brother Bei, you both need to reduce the frequency of your participation in the Hell Slaughter field. Your speed is truly too rapid. At this rate, you may be ensnared by bloodlust while traversing the infernal path." Old Bei and Old Nan chuckled. "Little Tianli, we understand. Had it not been for your miraculous herbs, we might have succumbed to the bloodlust long ago. For the remaining 5 matches, we've decided to take a month and a half to complete them, so we hope you can bear with us." Yu Tianli took a bite of the roasted lamb leg and waved his hand with a smile. "It is no trouble at all. Once we exit this city of slaughter, I shall rely on you 2 brothers for guidance." "Ha, little Tianli is jesting. We will heed your command," Old Bei declared, pouring himself a drink. Meanwhile, in the soul-hunting forest, a blue-haired youth emerged, gazing at a man in a black robe and a graceful young woman before him. The girl, surprised, exclaimed, "You are 3rd brother? How have you changed so much?" The black-robed figure revealed a rare smile, explaining that previously he had received only his genes, but now Xiao San had inherited his mother's genes, becoming the true version of himself. Turning to Tang San, Tang Hao spoke solemnly, "Xiao San, given your current physical strength, your 5th soul ring should be around 15,000 years, correct?" Tang San grinned. "Actually, it is a bit more than that, 18,000 years. Thanks to the body soul bone that Brother Tianli gifted me. Without it, I might not have been able to absorb an 18,000-year soul ring." Tang Hao nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us celebrate your breakthrough by finding a place to feast." "Yay, I want to eat carrots," shouted Xiao Wu. That night, under the moonlight, Tang Hao spoke gravely to Tang San. "You may need to be apart for a while." Tang San showed little surprise, asking how long. "About 2 years. It is not as simple as you think. Can't I bring her along?" Tang San replied, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "No, once you go to that place, you will be thankful you did not bring her," Tang Hao insisted firmly. "What about Xiao Wu? 2 years is a long time." Tang San replied resignedly. "We will depart early tomorrow to return her to the Xingdou Great Forest, where it is the safest place, far better than being with me." "All right, tomorrow morning." Tang San nodded. The next morning, as Tang San awoke, he found Xiao Wu beside him, seemingly waiting for him to awaken. He gently ruffled her hair and said, "Xiao Wu, we may need to be apart for a while." Xiao Wu looked surprised. "What's wrong, 3rd brother? Do you not want Xiao Wu anymore?" Tang San forced a smile. "How could that be? Xiao Wu, I would never abandon you. I must go to a very dangerous place to cultivate. I have already discussed it with Dad, and will send you back to the Xingdou Great Forest first. Don't worry, just 2 years, and I will return to take you with me." Xiao Wu's big eyes appeared pleading. "I am not afraid of danger. Can I go with you?" Tang San shook his head. "If it were possible, Dad would not disagree. Be obedient and wait for me in the Xingdou Great Forest." As Tang San gazed at Xiao Wu with unwavering determination, she nodded in response. He embraced her, and they shared their feelings in a tender exchange. When dawn broke, the trio once again embarked on their journey into the Xingdou Great Forest. perhaps due to the proximity of the hunting soul forest. They arrived at the Xingdou Great Forest before darkness fell. Xiao Wu, feeling reluctant to part from Tang San, softly said, "San Gu, shall we go in and see my friends? The day is still young." Naturally, Tang San wished to spend more time with Xiao Wu, his gaze shifting towards Tang Hao, who seemed to see a reflection of his deceased wife in Tang San's face. Tang Hao silently note that, allowing Tang San and Xiao Wu to venture deeper into the forest while he followed at a distance. Along the way, the presence of Tang Hao deterred any soul beasts. And soon, the trio reached the heart of the Xingdou Great Forest, the Lake of Life. Returning to a place filled with memories, Xiao Wu brightened up, bounding to the lakeside and calling out joyfully, "Deming, Erming, come out. I'm back." Responding to her call, a thunderous roar echoed, and a towering giant ape appeared before them. Tang San, taken aback, remarked, "So this titan giant ape is Xiao Wu's friend. It seems your strength back then was quite formidable." A bashful Xiao Wu replied, "Oh, come on, brother, you always tease me." She then turned to Erming, smiling. "Erming, is Deming out? Why hasn't he come to greet me?" With a heavy sigh, Erming spoke in human tongue, "Xiao Wu de Gu. He is no longer here." Xiao Wu froze momentarily, her mind racing. "What do you mean, no longer here? Where has he gone?" Erming solemnly explained. 3 individuals arrived that day. 2 were titled Douluo from the human realm, one of whom possessed a 100,000-year soul ring. And that old fellow's martial spirit is among the most elite, the blue lightning tyrant dragon. The Gu exchanged a few words with one of those human boys and then sacrificed himself. Chapter 184. Enemies? Upon hearing the titan giant ape's account, silence enveloped the trio. 100,000-year soul ring and a blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit. Who else could it be but Yu Yuanjin? And those capable of summoning him were few and far between. Only Yu Qianli could possibly accept a 100,000-year soul ring. However, Yu Qianli owed a great debt to Tang San. At this moment, Tang San found himself at a loss for words to comfort Xiao Wu. In his view, Yu Qianli might not even be aware of the connection between the Tianqing Yomeng and Xiao Wu. Even if he did, it was merely the hunt of a soul beast, and the soul ring was acquired through such means. With her eyes glistening red, Xiao Wu implored, "San Gu, you will help me, won't you?" Tang San grasped Xiao Wu's small hand, assuring her, "Xiao Wu, do not be saddened. There will always be a way." Yet, before he could finish, Xiao Wu had pulled her hand away, fervently gazing at him. "Do you know how long I lived with Deming? We spent 100,000 years together, and now he has been killed. Tell me, what can we do? What can you do?" At that moment, the titan giant ape interjected, "By the way, I overheard those humans say that after absorbing the soul ring, they were heading to the city of slaughter." Upon hearing this name, Tang Hao's murky eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, and he spoke gravely, "Titan giant ape, when did that group arrive? And how long have they been gone?" The titan giant ape tilted its head and replied softly, "It's been nearly 2 years." "Why do you ask?" 2 years. Upon hearing this time frame, Tang Hao's mind raced. 2 years was more than sufficient for Yu Qianli to exit the city of slaughter, making it worthwhile to attempt. He turned to Xiao Wu, stating earnestly, "To be frank, I initially planned to send you back to the Xingdou Great Forest and then take Xiao San to the city of slaughter. I figure that by now, Yu Qianli should have emerged. Why not confront him directly and inquire about this matter?" Xiao Wu gazed longingly at the Lake of Life, ultimately nodding in agreement. She turned away, leaning against a tree, softly weeping. Tang San approached her gently from behind, unsure of how to console her. Meanwhile, within the city of slaughter, a month had passed. In the hell-killing fields, as Yu Qianli drove his holy sword into the last enemy's skull, a profound emptiness enveloped him. Everyone stood and erupted into fervent cheers. The killing sacred king, a legend in the hearts of all city of slaughter inhabitants, in under 2 years. He accomplished what others could not in 2 decades. Compared to the newly victorious Nanbei brothers, it was Yu Qianli who ignited greater excitement. In that moment, an overwhelming aura of slaughter emanated from Yu Qianli, causing the cheering crowd to pale in fear. Just as he reveled in this moment, a low, piercing voice echoed from all directions, "Congratulations, young killing sacred king. The murderous aura surrounding Yu Tianli was suddenly drawn back into him, rendering his complexion pale. Within the hell-killing fields, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, with all spectators fervently chanting the name of the Killing King. Killing King, Killing King, Killing King. As he beheld the blood-red figure floating in the air and the two elders Nan and Bei descending from the stands, Yu Qianli couldn't help but think that perhaps it was best to keep that old fellow Tang Xin here, preventing him from venturing out. If he were to exit, the waste from the Hao Yan sect would likely begin to believe they were formidable. With that thought, Yu Qianli reached the snow-necked swan kiss within his soul guide. By the time they reached the end of the Hell Road, the hell-killing fields would truly turn into a hellscape. At that moment, the voice of the Killing King resonated nearby. Young Killing Sacred King, you and the Nanbei brothers have both achieved 100 victories. So I have decided to bestow upon you the title of God of Killing. I announce and confer upon you the status of guest elder of the City of Slaughter, allowing you to return at any time. Elders Nan and Bei exchanged puzzled glances with Yu Qianli, who internally scoffed, thinking, "This old fellow thinks he can deceive me with such trivial tricks?" He then smiled and said, "Since we have come to the City of Slaughter, it would be a missed opportunity not to traverse the Hell Road. Wouldn't it, esteemed Killing King?" The Killing King's gaze sharpened, but mindful of Yu Tianli's status, he looked to the elders Nan and Bei. "What about you? Do you also wish to experience the Hell Road?" Elder Bei quickly caught on, smiling, "Esteemed Killing King, my brother and I wish to rely on our own strength to traverse the Hell Road and earn your favor, to become true gods of killing." Hearing their words, the Killing King snorted coldly, rasping, "If that is the case, then I wish you 3 success in traversing the Hell Road and achieving your own unique titles as gods of killing." As he spoke, a faint red mist suddenly emanated from the Killing King, the immense aura causing the Nanbei brothers to instinctively retreat. Yet Yu Qianli glared coldly at the Killing King, silently uttering, "Tang Chun, for the future of the Blue Lightning clan, I am sorry." As I ponder, the malevolent and frigid aura exclusive to the King of Slaughter has permeated the entire venue. The fallen souls surrounding the audience are irresistibly drawn to this sinister energy, transforming into grotesque zombies that claw desperately at their own faces and bodies until they are reduced to mere torrents of blood, serving as sacrificial offerings to the opening of this hellish path. Despite having claimed countless lives, exceeding 3,000, Yu Tianli cannot shake a sense of discomfort upon witnessing this scene. However, the thought of the impending fate awaiting these individuals in the City of Slaughter ignites his enthusiasm as he gazes at the crimson glow. Shortly thereafter, a blood-red staircase materializes before Yu Tianli and his companions. The King of Slaughter coldly remarks, "Since you 3 wish to traverse this hellish path, proceed." Yu Tianli bows slightly, a smile gracing his face as he addresses the Nanbei brothers. "Old Nan, Old Bei, stay close to me. This hellish journey is no simple task." Both Old Nan and Old Bei nod in agreement, and together with Yu Tianli, they vanish into the crimson light. Observing their departing figures, the King of Slaughter sneers, "Dark Old Bat King, go forth. These 3 are no ordinary foes. Consuming them will bring tremendous benefits to both you and me." With that, a creaking sound emanates from behind him. In Chapter 185, titled The Dragon King Plan, as the red light envelopes Yu Tianli, he feels a momentary severance of his spiritual energy. However, it lasts but an instant, noticing that Old Nan and Old Bei seem to be succumbing to the murderous aura. Yu Tianli's eyes blaze with a piercing white light, invoking the phantasm break skill from his spiritual prowess. Old Nan and Old Bei experience a moment of disorientation, as if a blinding light has pierced their minds. When they regain their senses, they find Yu Tianli standing before them. Having traveled extensively across the continent prior to entering the City of Slaughter, Old Nan and Old Bei recognize that Yu Tianli has saved them. They clasp their hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Brother Tianli, we cannot thank you enough for this great favor." Yu Tianli waves his hand dismissively, smiling as he replies, "My dear brothers, there is no need for excessive gratitude. The hellish path is about to commence, and whether we can escape depends on the 3 of us. Let us not linger. please take a moment to rest and gather your strength for the journey ahead. Exchanging glances, Old Nan and Old Bay sit cross-legged on the ground, beginning their meditative recovery. Meanwhile, Yu Qianli reflects on the trials faced by Tang San in the original narrative as he traversed the hellish path. Recalling the likes of the Dark Gold Bat King and the 10-headed Blazing Sun Serpent, renowned foes he believes he can easily vanquish with his current strength. Yet, he fears that the King of Slaughter may harbor ulterior motives, concocting a more formidable challenge for him, which could lead to dire consequences. Elsewhere, within the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect as True Dragon Hall, Yu Yuanjin gazes intently at his grandson Yu Tianheng and granddaughter Yu Tianxin. Elder Luo, standing nearby, quietly urges, "Elder brother, it's been quite a while since Tianheng and Tianxin arrived. What exactly do you wish to convey?" Yu Yuanjin, as if awakening from a deep slumber, nods at Elder Luo and states, "I summoned you both to discuss a previous plan designed specifically for cultivating Tianli, the Dragon King plan." Upon hearing Yu Yuanjin's words, Elder Luo nearly gasps in disbelief, pondering the implications of such a declaration. However, these thoughts remain unspoken, for Yu Yuanjin's authority within the sect is absolute. When Tianli was present, he would occasionally heed Tianli's counsel, but now, with Tianli absent, there is no one capable of swaying Yu Yuanjin's resolve. Contemplating this, Elder Luo cannot help but sigh deeply, yearning for Tianli's swift return as the situation grows increasingly untenable. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin exchange bewildered glances, clearly unaware of the Dragon King plan's significance. Yu Yuanjin, with a rare smile, affirms, "You guessed correctly. From this moment onward, you both shall join the Dragon King plan. Do you understand?" Both Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin nod eagerly, excitement coursing through them at the prospect of gaining strength. Satisfied with their reactions, Yu Yuanjin gestures for them to depart. Once their figures fade from the True Dragon Hall, Yu Yuanjin turns to Elder Luo. "I must take my leave for a while. During my absence, you will be responsible for these two. The sect cannot rely solely on Tianli, nor should we confine him. His future lies beyond these walls." Meeting Yu Yuanjin's resolute gaze, Elder Luo can only offer a wry smile and nod in agreement. As Yu Yuanjin departs, his form vanishes in an instant, racing towards an unknown destination. In the midst of their journey through the hellish path, Old Nan and Old Bay conclude their meditation. Upon standing, they realize the circular platform beneath them measures less than 5 meters in diameter, with a bottomless chasm lurking below. Additionally, a narrow path, barely half a foot wide and only wide enough for 2 feet to stand side by side, leads into the ominous darkness. This is their sole route to the outside world. In Yu Qianli's hand, a glimmer of light reveals a jade-colored rope. This unique material, ice serpent jade, requires the essence of hundreds of century-old ice serpents to forge a 20-meter-long rope. Old Nin gasps in astonishment. Yu Tianli nods with a smile, pointing to the narrow path. "This route is too constricted. Using the rope will ensure our safety." Old Nan and Old Bay agree, with Old Bay stating, "Brother Tianli, Old Nan and I will lead the way. You follow behind." Yu Tianli does not object, recognizing that remaining in the rear is the safest position, as he has yet to fully trust the two before him. Soon, the trio steps onto the narrow path, each possessing formidable cultivation levels, allowing them to adapt swiftly. Yu Tianli's spiritual energy extends to a terrifying diameter of 100 meters, ensuring that no subtle disturbances within that range escape his notice. After traversing the path for a considerable duration, Yu Tianli finds himself perplexed. The original text indicated that one would encounter the dark gold bat after merely 300 steps. Yet, he has taken countless steps without sighting even a single bat. Frustration brews within him as he thinks, "King of Slaughter, do not toy with me, or I shall retaliate." Suddenly, he perceives a powerful vibration, sensing an approaching presence. He exhales in relief. "Old Nan, Old Bay, prepare yourselves. Something is coming." Initially startled, the two draw their long knives, huddling closely together. As the ominous buzzing intensifies, Yu Tianli finally glimpses the dark gold bats, cursing inwardly, "Damn you, King of Slaughter. Once I emerge, you shall pay dearly." Before them looms a dark cloud of bats, each bearing a terrifying dual head, with a three-headed Bat King at the center. Despite the curses, Yu Qianli's destruction energy coalesces, and a sacred sword materializes in his grasp. As the three-headed dark gold Bat King bellows, the swarm of bats surges towards the trio, a chaotic wave of over 1,000 bats hurtling in their direction, even causing the seasoned Old Nan and Old Bay to tremble. For an entire incense stick's duration, the dark gold Bat King finally commands the swarm to halt. And in that brief moment, the trio has felled nearly 500 bats, not accounting for the injured. If this continues, the entire horde will soon be depleted. And with the loss of kin, there are others within this hellish path eager to usurp their position. Yu Qianli gazed intently at the dark golden Bat King at the center, his hand gripping the destruction sacred sword as it expanded once more, pointing directly at the Bat King. Chapter 186. The Domain of the God of Killing. Having long stood beside the King of Slaughter, the dark golden Bat King possessed his own insights, especially since this time the King of Slaughter had bestowed upon him a fragment of something transcendent. Thus, even upon sensing the perilous aura emanating from Yu Qianli's destruction sacred sword, the Bat King felt no fear. In the city of Slaughter, fearing death was the greatest folly. Meanwhile, Yu Qianli hurled the destruction sacred sword towards the dark golden Bat King with great force. The purple sword transformed into a streak of light, hurtling directly towards the Bat King. At the moment the sword was unleashed, a profound dread surged deep within the Bat King's soul. He yearned to flee. Yet regardless of how he flapped his wings, the purple light seemed to have locked onto him. Even with hundreds of dark golden bats standing before him, they were as inconsequential as a scrap of paper in the wake of that purple radiance. With a soft thud, the purple light struck the Bat King down, casting him into the endless abyss. Meanwhile, within the city of Slaughter, the King of Slaughter abruptly opened his eyes. The dark golden Bat King was dead, and utterly so. He shared a mysterious connection with the Bat King, enabling him to sense the despair that enveloped the Bat King before his demise. Could it be that someone from that realm had intervened? At that moment, the King of Slaughter was devoid of the grandeur he once possessed as Tongshan. One could say he was no longer Tongshan at all. If someone from that realm had acted, he could not allow the 10-headed fiery serpent to emerge again. Otherwise, the path to hell would lose its deterrent power entirely. Just as the King of Slaughter resolved to summon back the 10-headed fiery serpent, a chilling voice resonated within his mind. Immediately recall all dispatched obstacles, open the secret passages to hell, and allow those three to exit. Everything will be decided by me. Upon hearing this voice, the King of Slaughter bowed his head deeply, acknowledging yes. On the other side, a voice echoed in Yu Qianli's mind as well, urging him not to attempt to disrupt the area and to hurry out. Yu Qianli was initially taken aback. Had his intention to avoid destruction been seen through? However, he had only just passed the first trial. How could he be told to leave so hastily? Lost in thought, he heard Lao Bei exclaim, "Qianli, look below." Following Lao Bei's gaze, Yu Qianli's pupils constricted. Was this an exit? What was happening? How had he arrived at the exit so quickly? Could it be a trap? Yet recalling the voice of the god of destruction in his mind, Yu Qianli gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, "We shall proceed through here. This must be the exit. Lao Nan, Lao Bei, follow me." With that, Yu Qianli flashed forward to the glowing white opening. Without a second thought, the three of them dashed out. As they passed through the luminous barrier, Yu Qianli felt a chilling aura penetrate his body, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. Yet it soon dissipated from his consciousness. Immediately afterward, a circle filled with white mist unfurled around Yu Qianli. Sensing the terrifying killing intent within the white fog, he could not help but smile knowingly. The domain of the god of killing had manifested. Assessing his own soul power, he realized that over the past 2 years, his progress had slowed, only reaching level 70 in that span. Nevertheless, Yu Qianli was quite content with his training, with the domain of the god of killing. He could easily defeat 2 versions of himself from 2 years prior. Glancing back, he noticed Lao Nan and Lao Bei still unconscious on the ground. An wry smile crept across his face. These 2 fellows were indeed enjoying themselves. Just as he contemplated helping them up, a feminine voice rang out behind him. "Yu Qianli, return my daming." A gust of wind swept past Yu Tianli's ear. He swiftly turned to see the evolved Tong San and Xiao Wu, accompanied by a figure cloaked in black robes. A slight smile graced Yu Tianli's lips as he bowed slightly to the figure. I have the honor of meeting Hao Tian Douluo. May I inquire about your purpose for being here? Where is Xiao San? The evolved Tong San patted his chest. Tianli, I'm right here. I am Xiao San. Yu Tianli initially wore a look of confusion, but upon noticing the 24 bridge Minjiwai at Tong San's waist, he feigned enlightenment. It seems Xiao San has had quite the adventure. I wonder what brings the three of you to this place. Earlier, I heard Xiao Wu mention something about a life. Yu Tianli, stop pretending. You use me to threaten Daming, forcing Daming to sacrifice himself for you. How dare you feign ignorance? Xiao Wu glared at Yu Tianli. Her teeth clenched. Yu Tianli shot a cold glance at Xiao Wu, a mocking smile crossing his face. So you three have come to seek retribution against me? Very well. With Hao Tian Douluo present, I shall certainly not escape. My life is here. Come and take it. With that, Yu Tianli pretended to close his eyes. Meanwhile, Tong San and Xiao Wu's companion, Tong Hao, was calculating the situation in his mind. This lad possessed at least 2 or 3 soul bones, not to mention a soul bone from the 10,000-year Tingqing Yomon. If Xiao San were to absorb these, his cultivation speed would surely soar. Just then, Tong Hao frowned, sensing a formidable tidal Douluo approaching their direction, likely Old Loam. As Tong Hao remained silent, Xiao Wu's 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings materialized behind her. The first 3 rings lit up simultaneously as she surged towards Yu Tianli. Tong San urgently interjected, Xiao Wu, hold on. Let us clarify things first. But before Tong San could finish, an overwhelming aura sent Xiao Wu tumbling back. Tong San swiftly caught her, his eyes glowing with purple light. There stood Yu Yunjin, cloaked in black, his 9 soul rings shimmering brightly behind him. Grandfather, what brings you here? Yu Tianli was indeed surprised. He had initially planned to retreat using his Thunder Flame sacred domain as soon as Xiao Wu made her move. However, he never anticipated his grandfather's arrival. Yu Yunjin rarely exhibited a smile. Am I not here? Otherwise, you thought you could just sit back and take a beating? Upon hearing his grandfather's teasing, Yu Tianli felt a hint of embarrassment creeping into his smile. Now that the elder had appeared, Tong Hao and Xiao Wu could no longer remain indifferent. With an impassive expression, Tong Hao remarked, It has been years. How has Uncle Yu been? Back in the days when Hao Tian's sect was open, I often visited the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect with my brother, so addressing Yu Yunjin as Uncle Yu is only fitting. However, while they exchanged pleasantries, Tong Hao made it clear, but if you wish to settle the score regarding my grandson, we shall have a thorough discussion. Chapter 187. The Tiando royal family? Not bad, this old bone can still hold its own. What say you, young Tong Hao? Care to exchange a few blows with this old man? Yu Yunjin boomed cheerfully. Tong Hao, however, bore a wry smile. If he were uninjured, he would not hesitate to spar with this old fellow. Yet, given his current condition, he doubted he could endure even 20 moves without being defeated. Uncle Yu, I'm hardly a match for you. I merely intended to inquire about Tianli's 6th soul ring. Before Tong Hao could finish, Yu Yunjin interjected, What is this? Is there an issue with my grandson's 6th soul ring? Tong Hao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, spoke, Uncle Yu, I trust you are aware of Xiao Wu's identity. Tianqing Niupong has been her companion for 100,000 years. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting, Xiao Tong Hao, that any soul beast associated with your family for 100,000 years is off limits? Let me tell you, had that young girl not been a dragon-type soul beast, and had Tianli not persuaded me multiple times, I would have acted against her. The temptation of 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone is something you should understand. His words were ruthless, yet Tang Hao found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, given that Yu Tianli had extended numerous favors to his foolish son, he sighed, feeling a headache coming on. Nevertheless, Tang Hao maintained the dignity befitting a title Daw, coldly stating, If that is the case, then we shall part ways here. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, let us depart. With that, the figures of the 3 vanished in an instant. As they disappeared, Yu Yunjin finally turned his attention to his grandson, expressing surprise. Oh, you have reached level 70? Yu Tianli nodded, then pointed to the unconscious Lao Nan and Lao Bei nearby. "Grandfather, please help me wake these two brothers." Yu Yuanjin glanced at Lao Nan and Lao Bei, then unleashed a surge of powerful soul power that jolted them awake. They stared at each other in confusion before turning to Yu Tianli's side, exclaiming in astonishment, "Thunder Douluo?" Yu Yuanjin looked at Lao Nan and Lao Bei with a smile. "So it is you too. No wonder I haven't heard from you for many years. You have been in the city of slaughter." Yu Tianli chimed in, "Grandfather, Lao Nan and Lao Bei are now both level 90 quasi-title Douluo. I had delightful conversations with them in the city of slaughter. They mentioned wanting to retire in our blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect." Yu Yuanjin understood the underlying meaning of his grandson's words and replied with a smile. "If you too wish to join us, you are welcome to come to my blue electric sect as honorary elders. Furthermore, acquiring soul rings will require some assistance. Will it not?" Lao Nan and Lao Bei clasped their hands and smiled. "Thunder Douluo, no need for such formalities. We have long admired the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. To retire here is indeed a blessing. Should you need our assistance, please do not hesitate to command us." Just as the atmosphere was joyous, the somewhat daft Lao Bei suddenly spoke. Something seems off with my martial soul." As he spoke, he unleashed his martial soul. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings appeared behind him. Lao Nan looked at the wolf head, which should have been a vibrant red, now turned black, astonished. Furthermore, it seemed his own martial soul was also somewhat abnormal. Yu Tianli squinted, sensing that something had indeed transpired unbeknownst to him. Although Lao Nan and Lao Bei had not acquired the slaughter domain, their accumulated killing intent over 20 years in the city of slaughter had evidently led to an evolution of their martial souls. However, this was advantageous. Their enhancement ultimately benefited the blue electric sect. It appeared that once they obtained their 9th soul ring, Lao Nan and Lao Bei would undoubtedly stand out among title Douluos. Lao Nan, Lao Bei, fet not. This should be the result of the 20 years of killing intent you accumulated in the city of slaughter, stimulating the evolution of your martial souls. "It is a good thing," Yu Tianli said with a smile. The two finally understood. An evolution of their martial souls was indeed a positive development. Yu Yuanjin added with a smile, "Gentlemen, we are not far from the Stardow Forest. How about we head there to hunt for soul rings?" "That would be splendid." Yu Tianli looked at Yu Yuanjin in confusion. But Yu Yuanjin seemed unwilling to explain and merely shook his head. The four set off toward the Stardow Forest, and by evening they reached the outskirts, setting up camp to venture in the following morning. Not far from the camp, Yu Tianli approached Yu Yuanjin with some curiosity. Yu Yuanjin casually remarked, "You wish to know why I am so eager to take you all to acquire soul rings?" Yu Tianli nodded, looking inquisitively at him. Yu Yuanjin sighed softly and spoke seriously. "Tianli, the Tiando royal family has undergone a tremendous upheaval. In just 2 years, the Tiando royal family has changed its previously conciliatory approach, punishing 3 treacherous kingdoms and directly annexing them. All royal families from the 3 kingdoms have been slaughtered." Hearing Yu Yuanjin's words, Yu Tianli's pupils constricted. Was this still the feeble Snow Knight Emperor from the original text? However, before Yu Tianli could respond, Yu Yuanjin revealed even more shocking information. Moreover, the Snow Knight Emperor has broken through to the rank of Soul Douluo and has established an organization named Bloodguard, which includes a high-ranking title Douluo. A high-ranking title Douluo? Yu Tianli was utterly bewildered. Given that his grandfather was already a level 98 title Douluo, was this individual truly on par with him? Yu Yuanjin turned away, stating nonchalantly, "His strength is still inferior to mine, but the gap between us has significantly narrowed." Upon hearing Yu Yuanjin's words, Yu Tianli sighed deeply. Rapid advancements in strength, Bloodguard, and a penchant for slaughter. Could it be that they were dealing with an evil soul master? The mere thought lingered, as it bore striking similarities to the characteristics of an evil soul master. Was it possible that the Snow Knight Emperor had a hidden evil soul master by his side? Or perhaps a progenitor of evil soul masters? Yet, the original text made no mention of such beings. Could it be a well-concealed secret? Grandfather, could that be a form of malevolent cultivation? Yu Tianli cautiously inquired. Yu Yuanjin shook his head gently. "This I cannot ascertain. There have been no reports of such things on the continent. Once we acquire the soul rings, with the addition of Lao Nan and Lao Bei, the blue electric sect will only need to consolidate its disciples and await the right moment. The following day, just as dawn broke, the four entered the Stardow forest. Given that Yu Qianli and his companions sought the 7th and 9th soul rings, coupled with Yu Qianli's 6th soul ring already reaching 100,000 years, the soul beasts they required would undoubtedly be of considerable age. The group flew for half an hour before arriving at the inner circle of the Stardow forest. Upon landing, Yu Qianli cheerfully asked Lao Nan, Lao Bei, "Have you decided what kind of soul beast you wish to find? Your martial souls have evolved, making them exceedingly rare. Since you're most familiar with your own martial souls, any ideas would help us find direction." Lao Nan and Lao Bei exchanged smiles. With Lao Bei speaking first, "Qianli, you know that Lao Nan and I lack any background. Our ascent to title Douluo has been solely through hard work. Our 8th soul ring is merely 60,000 years. We cannot compare to your monstrous 6th soul ring of 100,000 years. I would like to seek a strong, offensive soul beast around 80,000 years." Lao Nan chimed in with a smile. "I too would like a control-type soul beast around 70 to 80,000 years." Yu Yuanjin nodded, smiling. "My target for Qianli is also similar. If there are no significant changes, his 7th soul ring will likely be around 70 to 80,000 years." Everyone shared a bitter smile. The change Yu Yuanjin referred to was none other than a suitable 100,000-year soul beast for Yu Qianli. But such a treasure was indeed a rare find. It seemed that the group's overwhelming presence had frightened the soul beasts away, as they encountered not a single soul beast throughout the entire day. As the sky darkened once more, contemplating the situation of the Tiando imperial family, Yu Qianli could not help but suggest, "Grandfather, why not employ our old method?" "Old method? What old method?" Yu Yuanjin was taken aback. With a smile, Yu Qianli retrieved a fragrant celestial herb from his soul guide device, which was now in his hand. Upon seeing the lotus neck flower in Yu Qianli's grasp, combined with that familiar aroma, Yu Yuanjin exclaimed, "The Yoxiang Chiluo celestial herb. You intend to attract soul beasts within the Stardow forest once again?" Yu Qianli regarded Yu Yuanjin with an indifferent expression, as if to say, "Grandfather, I have faith in you." Observing the mischievous demeanor of this young man, Yu Yuanjin nearly spat blood in frustration. Yet, upon reflection, there was no better alternative at hand. However, the thought of his grandson stirred a sense of unease within him. "Qianli, are you certain that this contraption can attract soul beasts that are tens of thousands of years old?" Yu Yuanjin could not help but inquire. Yu Qianli paused momentarily, perplexed. "What do you mean by contraption, grandfather? Have you forgotten our flawless synergy in the past?" "Grandfather, that's not all," he continued, producing several ginseng-like herbs from the soul guide device. Lightly brushing his fingernail against them, he let the medicinal liquid drip onto the Yoxiang Chiluo celestial herb. At that moment, as the golden liquid touched the flower's stamen, the fragrance of the Yoxiang Chiluo intensified to the point where even Lao Nan felt faint. In that instant, a cacophony of roars erupted within the inner circle of the Stardow forest, drawing the attention of both Yu Yuanjin and Yu Qianli, for it seemed to carry the essence of a 100,000-year soul beast. On the opposite side of the forest, a golden-haired woman gazed in astonishment into the depths of the woods, muttering to herself, "What is happening? Is a beast tide about to occur in the Stardow forest?" This woman, clad in a well-tailored white palace gown, perfectly showcased her figure's advantages. Behind her stood two figures, one black and one white. "Young master, this place is not safe. If a beast tide truly erupts, even if I risk my life, I fear I won't be able to protect you." The black figure spoke coldly. "Indeed, young master, Yu Egwan is right. We've accomplished our objective. We should depart quickly." This trio consisted of Qian Renshue, Zhu Douluo, and Gue Douluo. Not long ago, Qian Renshue had broken through to level 70, and Qian Daolu had instructed Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo to take her out to hunt for the 7th soul ring, while also allowing her to unwind. However, now that the soul beast was hunted, how did they find themselves amidst a beast tide? Zhu and Gue Douluo could not help but lament. Fortunately, Qian Renshue nodded, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Qian Renshue felt somewhat helpless. wondering what these two old men thought of her. Did they truly believe she was foolish enough to seek danger for thrills? Just as the trio prepared to leave, a colossal dragon roar erupted from the depths of the forest, followed by a smaller, yet more familiar sound. Qian Renxue turned in shock to gaze into the forest depths. Over the past 2 years, she had specifically dispatched individuals to gather information about him. Yet despite sending numerous people, they had returned empty-handed. With this thought, a smile crept onto Qian Renxue's lips. Little did she expect to encounter him here. This time, she was determined to take him back. With that, 6 pure white angelic wings manifested behind Qian Renxue. And just as Zhu Thaw and Fei Thaw felt a sense of relief, she shot towards the depths of the forest. Both Zhu Douluo and Gui Thaw were momentarily stunned before displaying bittersweet smiles. Zhu Douluo remarked helplessly, "Old ghost, you heard that too, didn't you?" Gui Douluo snorted. "With such a thunderous roar, am I deaf? What is there not to hear? Young master is truly devoted. With her capabilities, she could attract anyone. Why choose such a troublesome fellow?" Gui Douluo cast a disdainful glance at Zhu Douluo, saying, "Enough of your useless chatter. Let us hurry. If we delay, it may be too late." With that, he took off into the forest without waiting for Zhu Douluo. Zhu Douluo sighed and followed suit. Meanwhile, in the forest's depths, Lao Bei shouted amidst a clash with an 80,000-year soul beast, Tianli, "Enough already. How many more do you need? Hurry and retract your divine ability." Beside him, Yu Qianli was enveloped in countless fine black dragon scales, even his neck covered in diamond-shaped scales, as terrifying dragon wings sprouted from his back. Lao Bai. Just a moment longer. While the numbers are overwhelming, the truly suitable ones are far too few. Let's hold out a bit longer. Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, Lao Nan's 8 soul rings shimmered continuously, and the Black Moon Vine King in his hand emitted a terrifying killing intent to intimidate the soul beasts before them. At that moment, a figure appeared. Chapter 189. "You, how did you come here?" Qian Renxue landed atop a tree, observing quietly. Upon noticing the 6 gleaming soul rings behind Yu Qianli, she was taken aback to find that the 6th ring was red. What secrets does this fellow possess? While Qian Renxue was lost in thought, a terrifying dragon roar erupted nearby, prompting both Yu Yuanjin and Yu Tianli to look in that direction. A towering abyssal dragon, over 20 meters tall and resembling black jade, materialized before them. Gazing at this soul beast, Yu Yuanjin exclaimed, "Tianli, this soul beast may not be 100,000 years old, but it is certainly close. Given your current physical prowess, absorbing this abyssal dragon is just right. Secure the Yoxiang Chiluo and prepare to close the net." Understood. Just as he spoke, the Yoxiang Chiluo, which had attracted countless soul beasts, was stored away. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanjin's imposing presence surged once again, with the 9 soul rings behind him shining brilliantly. Qian Renxue regarded the escalating aura of Yu Yuanjin with newfound admiration. Yu Yuanjin was perhaps the most formidable individual on the continent, second only to his grandfather. This might of his was something even her mother, Bibi Dong, could scarcely achieve. It appeared that the Blue Lightning clan still harbored numerous secrets. Meanwhile, Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo, who had accompanied Qian Renxue, stared in astonishment at the formidable Yu Yuanjin. Gui Douluo couldn't help but shudder, realizing that Yu Yuanjin's martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, had reached such an extraordinary level that it bore a resemblance to the might of his own high-ranking martial soul, the Radiant Holy Dragon. The terrifying power of thunder contained a luminous essence that was particularly effective against Gui Douluo's martial soul, the Ghost Shadow. "I say, this old dragon is quite extraordinary. Did he hide his strength back then?" Gui Douluo stammered. Zhu Douluo was equally taken aback, recognizing that he had only sensed such might from 2 individuals before, one being the Judgment Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall, and the other the Second Elder. The Golden Crocodile, Douluo. Observing Yu Yuanjin's current state, it was evident that he had broken through to level 98 not long ago. He resolved to remind the Pope upon returning that if they intended to take action against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, they must summon either the Grand Elder or the Second Elder. Otherwise, it could spell disaster. Just then, Yu Yuanjin's 9 soul rings merged into his being, transforming him into a true giant dragon. Although he may not have matched the abyssal dragon's size, the aura he exuded was far beyond that of the abyssal dragon. With the imposing presence of Yu Yuanjin and the abyssal dragon, the few ancient soul beasts that had been provoked earlier had already vanished without a trace. Lao Nan and Lao Bei stood protectively in front of Yu Qianli, gazing at the fierce battle between the two colossal dragons in the sky. Yu Qianli, having retracted his martial soul manifestation, stared in awe at his grandfather soaring above. Yu Yuanjin's massive dragon claw had already struck the abyssal dragon with tremendous force. Even against the 400,000-year-old Ice Emperor Scorpion, he would have held the upper hand, let alone this abyssal dragon, which had yet to reach 100,000 years of age. With just one claw, he had left the abyssal dragon dazed. A member of the dragon race who never anticipated being so thoroughly overwhelmed by a human powerhouse. This unexpected turn of events left him utterly bewildered. Despite having cultivated for nearly 100,000 years, he had never encountered such a fierce human. Just as he contemplated fleeing, he found himself ensnared by countless bolts of thunderous power. As Yu Yuanjin prepared for Yu Qianli to capture a soul ring, a chilling female voice echoed from the skies. Juju Douluo, Gue Douluo, seize that boy for me. All eyes turned towards the woman in the sky, with a hot-tempered Lao Bei exclaiming excitedly, "It's the six-winged angel." Given her age, she must be Qian Xuanji's daughter. Beside him, Yu Qianli nodded slightly, his voice tinged with indifference. "Qian Rinxiu, do you truly believe you can take me with just these two inept individuals? You underestimate the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect." Qian Rinxiu revealed a mysterious smile. "Yu Qianli, you remain so arrogant. Do you think, given my nature, that I would appear here unprepared?" With that, she emitted a sharp whistle. In an instant, two figures appeared behind her, standing on the treetops, bowing slightly as they greeted. "We pay our respects, young master." For title Douluo, Yu Qianli was genuinely surprised by the weight Qian Rinxiu wielded. Having just emerged from the city of slaughter, he had hurriedly arrived at the Stardow Forest. Even if the Spirit Hall aimed to hunt him down, it seemed implausible that they could reach him so swiftly. Was it merely coincidence? Yu Qianli couldn't help but curse internally. What absurd fate is this? Just then, Yu Yuanjin released the abyssal dragon, moving to Yu Qianli's side, allowing the abyssal dragon to retreat deeper into the forest. Yu Yuanjin's black cloak billowed without wind, as 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red, materialized behind him. He stated nonchalantly, "Even with 4 title Douluo, what difference does it make? Enter still ants." A slight smirk appeared on Qian Rinxiu's lips as she exchanged a knowing glance with Juju, Daw, and Gei, Daw, prompting them to begin forming seals. Yu Qianli was the first to react, shouting loudly to his grandfather, "Grandfather, it's a martial soul fusion skill. They intend to use that technique. We must flee." Before Yu Yuanjin could respond, the black and white halo of the martial soul fusion technique had already immobilized the 4. Juju Douluo whispered, "Young master, quickly. Yu Yuanjin's power is too formidable. We can only restrain him for a minute. Hurry." Qian Rinxiu nodded, addressing the two behind her, "Capture Yu Qianli. Do not engage in anything else, and rendezvous at the specified location." "Do I need to repeat myself?" "Understood," they responded, their figures flickering as they swiftly captured Yu Qianli and vanished, while Qian Rinxiu also retreated rapidly. Observing the retreat, Juju seemed to amplify his soul power, and soon, the two also disappeared from sight. Moments later, the black and white halo erupted, and Yu Yuanjin's black robe tore apart. Lao Nan and Lao Bei sighed inwardly. The old dragon was genuinely agitated. After reaching the rank of Soul Sage, it was rare for one to reveal their martial soul true form. Yet now, Yu Yuanjin was completely enveloped in fine blue dragon scales, with a pair of enormous dragon wings sprouting from his back. His limbs had fully transformed into those of a dragon, and he hoarsely proclaimed, "Spirit Hall, if anything happens to Qianli, I, Yu Yuanjin, will dedicate my life to annihilating you." In a cavern deep within the Stardow Forest, a young girl clad in a white palace gown gazed at the unconscious boy on the ground. In that moment, she resembled a small cat, slowly inching closer to Yu Qianli. The cave held only the two of them, as the four tidal Douluo stood guard outside, ensuring no sound could breach the cave's sanctity. Qian Rinxue gently took one of his arms, leaning against him, curling herself within his embrace, even nuzzling against him to relish the rare warmth. Outside, a light rain began to fall, but it did not disturb Qian Rinxue as she nestled against Yu Tianli. She had long awaited this day. The feeling of being enveloped in his embrace was exquisite. Suddenly, Qian Rinxue withdrew from Yu Tianli's hold, the tenderness in her expression replaced by an icy demeanor. Gradually rising, she regarded the boy on the ground with a frosty gaze, as if urging herself onward. For the spirit hall, I should personally end your life. Yet I cannot surmount the barrier within my heart. To simply let you go seems contrary to my nature. You must leave something behind. With that, the coldness on her face transformed into a sly smile as a crystalline yellow dagger materialized in her palm. Gently, she flipped Yu Tianli over with a pointed toe, and the dagger struck. All right, elders, we shall take our leave. With a soft voice, Qian Rinxue, now donned in a moon-white cloak, commanded. One of the two elders summoned by her could not restrain himself and inquired, Young master, what about Yu Tianli? Qian Rinxue replied nonchalantly, Leave him here. By the way, Elder Yu, leave some clues for that old dragon. Do not let the soul beast devour this boy. The four elders displayed expressions of concern, and Qian Rinxue coldly insisted, I will report back to my grandfather. Just focus on your own tasks. The elders, sensing her impatience, quickly bowed and acquiesced. When Yu Tianli awoke once more, he heard the gentle patter of rain outside. Quickly turning over, he examined himself. Aside from some dirt on his back, he felt no unusual sensations. Why had Qian Rinxue brought him here? Did she violate me? As he pondered, he heard his grandfather's voice. If you're awake, get up quickly. Why are you dawdling? Upon hearing this, Yu Tianli sprang up, glancing at his grandfather and Lao Nan and Lao Bei. Grandfather, how long was I out? How did you find me? Yu Tianli could not help but inquire. Yu Yuanjin snorted, disregarding the rain outside as he strode toward the exit. Yu Tianli, puzzled, looked to Lao Nan and Lao Bei, hoping to extract answers from them. Lao Nan and Lao Bei could not hold back their laughter, with Lao Bei finally breaking the silence. Tianli, I must say, you did well. If you weren't born in the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, you might have been a kept man. Just now, some so-called elder from the spirit hall transmitted a message, saying you were in this cave and told us to hurry, adding that we should tread carefully. If not for their young master's orders, you would have been finished. Ha ha ha. Lao Nan beside him also laughed heartily. What a joke. The two elders had thoroughly unsettled Yu Tianli, causing his composure to crumble. Without hesitation, he stood up and rushed outside. Grandfather, the abyssal dragon has fled. It seems unlikely it will be fooled again anytime soon. What shall we do? Yu Tianli could hardly believe that his grandfather would neglect important matters over such triviality. We have no choice. Do you recall the Titan Great Ape? Yu Tianli nodded eagerly, of course, but the Titan Great Ape is not a dragon-type, grandfather. Arlon Dianba Wang Long can only absorb dragon-type soul beasts, right? Who told you to absorb it? I simply asked if you remembered. Of course I remember. Yu Tianli was bewildered by his grandfather's words. Although the Titan Great Ape was nominally the king of the Star Doe Forest, it was actually a subordinate of that insignificant D. Tian. You had previously absorbed the Tian Qing Nyomang, and this Titan Great Ape alone cannot dominate the vast Star Doe Forest. That is why D. Tian dispatched the 100,000-year Abyssal Dragon to assist the Titan Great Ape. Otherwise, do you think a 100,000-year Abyssal Dragon would suddenly appear in the Star Doe Forest? After hearing his grandfather's explanation, Yu Tianli was momentarily stunned, and he couldn't help but think, Grandfather, how do you know this? You can't be an undercover agent sent by soul beasts. However, Yu Tianli maintained a smile on his face, saying, Grandfather, let us go and capture that abyssal dragon. Yu Yuanjin shook his head, no rush. Let Elder Nan and Elder Bei absorb their 9th soul rings first. Yu Tianli was taken aback and looked around. Where on earth do we find a 9th soul ring? Yu Yuanjin suddenly slapped Yu Tianli on the head. Are you not going to look? By the time Elder Nan and Elder Bei break through to Tidal Douluo, capturing soul beasts will be much easier. Feeling the pain from his head, Yu Tianli deeply sensed his grandfather's anger and wisely chose to remain silent, following along helplessly. The elders behind them nearly burst into laughter at Yu Tianli's antics as they ventured deeper into the forest. After an undetermined amount of time, the four finally encountered a black-furred tiger approximately 90,000 years old deep within the forest. Its entire body was pitch black, standing about 3 meters tall and over 5 meters long. Perhaps overly confident in its strength, it continued to lick its paws without stopping upon noticing the arrival of the four. Yu Yuanjin exclaimed in delight. This black-furred tiger's cultivation is roughly 95,000 years. It will be perfect for Elder Bei's soul ring. What do you think, Elder Bei? Elder Bei nodded in satisfaction. His 8th soul ring was of a lower age, so obtaining a 9th soul ring of about 95,000 years was indeed fulfilling. Besides, the probability of a soul bone appearing from a soul beast of such age was not 100%, but certainly over 90. He thought to himself, surely, I can't be unfortunate enough for this not to yield a soul bone. Yu Yuanjin chuckled, suddenly transforming his right hand into a massive dragon claw aimed at the black-furred tiger. However, this action immediately caught the black-furred tiger's attention. It recognized the terrifying pressure emanating from Yu Yuanjin, realizing it could not withstand such force, and began to seek an opportunity to flee. Chapter 191. Reasoning? After a fierce battle, not only did Elder Bei's black-furred wolf fall to the ground, but a companion, a blue python of around 90,000 years, also lay gasping for breath. Yu Yuanjin addressed Elders Nan and Bei. Elder Nan, Elder Bei, go ahead and absorb your respective soul rings. Tianli and I will protect you. Both elders nodded. With Yu Yuanjin present, they had no concerns for their safety and swiftly ended the lives of the 2 soul beasts with their daggers. Soon, dark orbs of light began to gather above the 2 soul beasts, and 2 dark rings gradually emerged, with a hint of red, even mixed within the black ring of the wolf. They both used their soul power to draw the rings towards themselves, continuously absorbing the soul energy within. Meanwhile, Yuanjin's expression darkened as he turned to Yu Tianli. I previously mentioned that I do not oppose your pursuit of women, but that does not mean you should seek someone affiliated with the Spear Hall. You understand the implications, do you not? Yu Tianli helplessly nodded. Grandfather, where did you see me pursuing someone from the Spirit Hall? Besides, when did I ever seek another woman? You cannot believe what those from the Spirit Hall say. Please listen to your own grandson. Yu Yuanjin snorted coldly and warned, be mindful of your actions. Keep it in mind. Yu Tianli resigned, nodded, and sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to circulate his soul power. About an hour later, Elders Nan and Bei gradually opened their eyes, exchanging excited glances. My soul power has reached the peak of level 91. Yu Tianli had long since awakened, smiling as he said, it is likely that you have spent too long at level 90, combined with the high-quality soul rings you have obtained. Reaching the peak of level 91 is not surprising. As he spoke, Yu Yuanjin also stepped forward. Elders, do not you wish to check if any soul bones were produced? They are precious treasures. Elder Nan was the first to stand. Sect Master, it is already an unimaginable fortune for us to have hunted such high-level soul beasts. If we were to greedily seek those 2 soul bones, would we not be ungrateful? Elders Nan and Bei had experienced the complexities of the continent. It was already rare for sects to assist outsiders in obtaining desired soul rings. If soul bones were obtained during the hunt, they would certainly need to be surrendered, especially considering the high-level soul bones of over 90,000 years. Therefore, Elders Nan and Bei had never considered claiming the soul bones for themselves. Yu Tianli glanced at his grandfather, noting the look he received, and promptly smiled. Elder Nan, Elder Bei, you are not treating yourselves as outsiders, are you? He stepped forward, speaking casually. Although our acquaintance has been brief, during our time in the Killing City and on Hell Road, both of you have provided me with considerable assistance, which I will never forget. Moreover, with you both now part of my Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect, your growth directly contributes to the strength of our sect. Elders Nan and Bei were contemplating how to refuse when Yu Yuanjin suddenly coiled his dragon claws, crushing the bodies of the 2 soul beasts and leaving behind 2 exceptionally intact soul bones. As they gazed at the soul bones presented by Yu Yuanjin, their breaths quickened with excitement. Just as Elder Nan was about to refuse once more, Yu Yuanjin directly placed the soul bones into their hands. Elda Nun, Elda Bai. If you truly feel uncomfortable, then agree to one request of mine. Sectmaster, please speak. We brothers are absolutely at your service. Both elders Nan and Bei replied respectfully. You both are surely aware of the grudges between my Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect and the Spirit Hall. In the not-too-distant future, a confrontation between the Spirit Hall and my Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect is inevitable, perhaps in 5 years, 10 years, or even 20 years. I hope that you can genuinely integrate into my Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect. Is that agreeable? Elders Nan and Bei exchanged glances and felt the cold sensation of the soul bones in their hands. Ultimately, they nodded involuntarily. Sectmaster, from this day forth, our lives are dedicated to the Landian sect. Whatever tasks you bestow upon us, we shall accept without hesitation. Observing the two brothers swayed by his grandfather's persuasion, Yu Qianli couldn't help but think that his grandfather was running a pyramid scheme. Due to the inability to absorb the dragon-type soul bones, one cannot harness the dragon's power. Thus, these two advanced soul bones are akin to mere trinkets for the direct disciples of the Landian sect. If bestowed upon the outer disciples, it would be more advantageous to present them directly to the two brothers, Lao Nan and Lao Bei, thereby deepening their sense of belonging to the Landian sect. While contemplating this, the protagonist's grandfather spoke. All right, you two, take this opportunity to absorb the soul bones. You might just break through to level 92. Upon hearing Yu Yuanjin's words, the brothers could no longer contain their excitement. After expressing their gratitude once more, they proceeded to absorb the soul bones. After approximately half an hour, everyone hastily made their way toward the life lake at the center of the Stardew Forest. With the enhancement of a 90,000-year-old soul bone, both Lao Nan and Lao Bei successfully advanced to level 92. With their assistance, the group's speed noticeably increased. Meanwhile, at the life lake, the abyssal dragon lay in the center, roaring with venomous rage. These detestable humans dare to scheme to capture my soul rings and soul bones. If I encounter them again, I shall not spare them. The Titan Great Ape glanced at the abyssal dragon, responding with irritation. Can you be quiet for a moment? Those humans are beyond your capabilities. That old fellow single-handedly defeated both me and my brother without giving us a chance to retaliate. If it's just you, Lord D. Tion will surely have to send someone else. The abyssal dragon shot a disdainful glance at the Titan Great Ape. Listen here, little monkey. Why do you always uplift others while diminishing your own might? I understand that you are grieving over your brother's loss, but don't take your anger out on me. After all, we are both soul beasts. Must you harbor such hostility towards me? If I perish, our kind will lose another pillar of strength. The Titan Great Ape snorted, turning away and ignoring the abyssal dragon, who saw no reason to seek out trouble. However, shortly after, a familiar aura returned. The abyssal dragon shivered in fear. No way. This human is relentless. I've even returned home, and he still dares to come here to hunt me down. Titan brother, you must help me, or I shall be finished. Chapter 192. The Seven Soul Ring. The Titan Great Ape grunted softly, contemplating that if he had the ability to stop them, his brother would not have needed to sacrifice himself. Yet the abyssal dragon had made a valid point. As members of the same soul beast clan, they could not simply stand by and watch their kin be hunted for their soul rings and soul bones. Resolving this, the Titan Great Ape began to rise to his full stature, speaking in a deep tone. You are injured. I will delay these humans for you. My soul rings are ineffective against them, and they will not harm me. Quickly, enter the secret realm and seek Lord D. Tion. Understood? The abyssal dragon, deeply moved, replied, Titan brother, rest assured, I will immediately seek out Lord D. Tion. As he spoke, he dove deeper into the life lake. Watching the abyssal dragon's figure gradually disappear, the Titan Great Ape felt a mix of emotions, as if the image of his brother's sacrifice was vividly before him. At that moment, four figures appeared before the Titan Great Ape, led by none other than Yu Yuanjin. Upon seeing the Titan Great Ape, Yu Tianli stepped out from behind Yu Yuanjin, declaring, Titan Great Ape, I promised the Tianqing Bull Python that I would not harm you. Please retreat quickly. I'm only here to find that abyssal dragon. The Titan great ape coldly snorted, causing the entire forest to tremble slightly. You must be Yu Qianli. I have heard your name from Xiao Wu. I must say, for thousands of years, you are the most gifted individual I have encountered. Given time, you will likely become the greatest on the continent. Although I may not be able to defeat you, I am still a member of the Soul Beast clan and cannot simply watch as you hunt our kin. Therefore, do not waste your breath. I will not let you pass. Upon hearing the Titan great ape's words, Yu Qianli's expression darkened. Why am I even conversing with a monkey? He thought. Just then, a dragon's roar echoed, and in an instant, several figures burst forth from the life lake. Ha ha, Titan brother, I've brought friends. The abyssal dragon joyfully dashed towards the Titan great ape. Despite their previous minor disagreements, the abyssal dragon decided to regard the Titan great ape as a brother for his willingness to protect him at the cost of his own life. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanjin shielded Yu Tianli behind him, or rather, the three of them formed a protective circle around Yu Tianli. Yu Yuanjin observed the incoming figures as his black robe billowed without wind, and 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red, rose sequentially from beneath his feet. How remarkable! It seems I still possess a modicum of influence, as I have brought the true master of the Stardow Forest, Lord Tian, along with 3 of the 10 ferocious beasts. Yu Yuanjin thought, feeling a sense of pride. However, the ferocious beasts before him could perceive that Yu Yuanjin's strength had indeed progressed compared to several years prior. They could not help but marvel. Humans are indeed the most adept at cultivation on the continent, achieving in a mere step what soul beasts might take 100,000 years or more to attain. Lord Tian gazed at the elder, whose presence now exuded an aura comparable to his own, and spoke in a deep voice. You have hunted 100,000-year soul beast within my Stardow Forest. Do you intend to deplete it entirely? Upon hearing Lord Tian's words, the others displayed expressions of confusion. Was this truly the once arrogant beast god, Tian? Yet, Tian himself felt a sense of hardship. To confront this individual was akin to challenging the lofty god king, an impossible endeavor, especially since his master had yet to fully recover his strength. At this juncture, how could he afford to suffer a significant loss? Yu Yuanjin allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Tian, I merely seek a suitable soul ring for my grandson. How could you claim I intend to deplete your Stardow Forest? Hearing Yu Yuanjin's words, Tian nearly choked on his own breath in frustration. Dealing with such a person had already cost him over 10,000 years of cultivation. And now the Stardow Forest had lost a 100,000-year soul beast along with countless lesser soul beasts. Your grandson barely possesses a cultivation of 70 levels. Are we to wait until he reaches the title Douluo rank, resulting in a loss of 300,000-year soul beasts from my Stardow Forest? Tian could not help but shout. Just as Yu Yuanjin was about to respond, Yu Tianli stepped in to halt him, slowly emerging with a smile. Tian, how about we make a deal? After I acquire the 7th soul ring, I assure you that my 8th and 9th soul rings will not be sought from the Stardow Forest. Furthermore, when I reach a certain level, I will release both of them to protect your Stardow Soul Beast clan. What do you think? It must be said, Yu Qianli's proposition was indeed enticing. Having cultivated to Lord Tian's level, he naturally understood that within 20 years, Yu Qianli would undoubtedly break through the human limit of 100 levels and ascend to divinity. If that were the case, sacrificing 200,000-year soul beasts might be a worthwhile trade. How can you guarantee that you will fulfill your promise? Upon hearing this question, Yu Qianli realized that the deal was halfway sealed. The offer to protect the Stardow Soul Beast clan was simply too significant for Tian to dismiss. I cannot say how I will assure you, but you must understand, this is my commitment to you. Before Yu Tianli could finish, he was interrupted by Tian. You need not elaborate further. I understand. However, I have a condition. Speak. I require you to consume my inner core. If you cannot comply, I shall gladly self-destruct my cultivation to drag you down with me. With that, a core the size of a bun was expelled from Tian's mouth. Yu Qianli gazed at the inner Dan radiating a mysterious dark light, nodding slightly, for he needed to retain something to bolster his faith. With that, he extended his hand to catch the falling inner Dan. Just as he was about to bring it to his lips, The timely voice of Yu Yunjin echoed. Tianli, have you truly thought this through? This is no ist. If you are hesitant, I can't. Grandfather, do you remember what I said when I obtained my first soul ring? Yu Qianli replied calmly, looking directly at his grandfather. Yu Yunjin, taken aback yet relieved, seemed to grasp something profound in that moment. He waved his hand, signaling for Yu Qianli to make his own decision. Without a second thought, Yu Qianli swallowed the inner Dan. Instantly, an overwhelming force surged from his abdomen. Was there more to this? To his astonishment, the inner Dan continuously supplied him with dragon power. How greatly Emperor Tian had aided him! He turned to Emperor Tian with a beaming smile. Emperor Tian, observing Yu Qianli's grin, assumed he awaited his verdict. In light of protecting the Soul Beast clan, he declared, Abyssal Dragon, for the future of the Soul Beast clan, you must sacrifice. The other three formidable beasts beside him were dumbfounded, particularly Xiong Juan, the mightiest among them, who could not refrain from exclaiming, Emperor Tian, this is one of your kind. Enough, Xiong Juan. This matter requires no further discussion. Abyssal Dragon, one day you will comprehend my current sentiments. Whether you wish to comply is entirely in your hands. After a long pause, the Abyssal Dragon finally understood Emperor Tian's intent. He had not anticipated that seeking his leader would lead to this. Realizing he had no opportunity to refuse, he could only offer a wry smile and say, I understand. Lord Emperor Tian, please take care of my kin. I am grateful. Emperor Tian nodded, assuring him, rest assured from this moment forth. Your kin shall be the most esteemed beings in the entire Douluo forest. The Abyssal Dragon nodded and turned to the Titan giant ape, saying, Titan, thank you for risking your life to save me today. I will forever cherish this. With that, a terrifying roar erupted from the Abyssal Dragon, causing the entire Douluo forest to tremble. An endless stream of black energy emanated from the Abyssal Dragon, coalescing into a dark ring. As more energy gathered, the color of the ring began to shift, revealing hints of crimson that slowly spread, causing the Abyssal Dragon's form to gradually fade. Eventually, as the Abyssal Dragon completely vanished, the ring transformed into a deep blood-red hue. As the blood-red ring approached Yu Qianli, the three formidable beasts, led by Xiong Juan, retreated toward the depths of the Lake of Life. Meanwhile, Yu Qianli began to absorb the soul power contained within the soul ring. The countless soul energies within the crimson ring flowed unreservedly into his meridians, visibly enhancing his physical prowess. Beside him, Emperor Tian retracted his majestic dragon form, transforming into a middle-aged man seated upon a massive stone by the Lake of Life, patiently awaiting the outcome. As time progressed, the blood-red soul ring gradually dimmed until it vanished entirely. Just as the final glimmer of red was about to morph into a soul bone, a purple streak of light absorbed that red glow, moving steadily toward Yu Qianli's left leg. Having just completed the absorption of the soul ring, Yu Qianli felt his left leg become more solidified. Just as confusion washed over him, a sensation from his left leg bone provided clarity. Originally, his left leg bone was a 60,000-year-old entity with a single skill, but now it seemed to have undergone an evolution, acquiring an additional skill and a domain-like presence. However, he knew he could not reveal this to others. With that thought, Yu Qianli gradually rose to his feet, addressing Emperor Tian in the distance. Emperor Tian, our agreement has been fulfilled. We shall take our leave. The middle-aged man rasped. I hope you do not forget the words you spoke today. With that, Emperor Tian's figure dissipated from sight. Yu Yunjin spoke solemnly. Let's return for now. We shall discuss matters later. He then proceeded toward the forest's outskirts. The four figures quickly vanished from the Lake of Life. After approximately half an hour, they finally exited the Douluo forest and arrived at the nearby Qingshan town. Yu Yunjin waved his hand. Let us rest for the night. We shall set out again in the morning. With that, they entered the Seven Treasures Pavilion, where each ordered a few dishes before retreating to their rooms. Yu Qianli, not waiting for Yu Yunjin to call him, instinctively made his way to his grandfather's chamber. Upon entering, he sat down at Yu Yunjin's gesture. With a wave of his hand, a blue soul power barrier enveloped their room. Now, tell me what transpired. Wasn't there supposed to be a soul bone? How did it end up within your left leg? Did you not already possess a left leg bone? Yu Qianli chuckled ruefully. I thought so too. All I know is that my left leg bone seems to have evolved, gaining an additional skill and a domain-like presence. As for why, I am at a loss. Domain? Yu Yuanjin raised an eyebrow, speaking coolly. What domain? Show me. Yu Qianli nodded, then with a thought, released a stream of black light from his left leg, gradually enveloping the entire room. After sensing the aura, Yu Yuanjin smiled. Not bad. Your domain can weaken my thunder power by 10%. What is this domain called? Holy Abyss Domain, capable of diminishing elemental powers within the domain according to level, up to a maximum of 80%. For one like you, it can weaken by about 10%, while I can enhance my own power by 50%. Hearing Yu Qianli's words, Yu Yuanjin nodded in satisfaction, smiling. It seems this journey was indeed worthwhile. How does the 10,000-year Martial Soul Avatar fare? The enhancement from the Martial Soul Avatar should be even greater. Do share. Yu Qianli could not help but boast slightly. Upon activating my Martial Soul Avatar, my thunder power increases by 300%, while my attack and defense both rise by 100%, lasting half an hour. What do you think, grandfather? As he spoke, Yu Qianli proudly raised his head. Indeed impressive, surpassing my Martial Soul Avatar by more than a fold. I truly entrust the Blue Lightning Clan to you. Yu Qianli shrugged, smiling. Grandfather, how old are you? As far as I know, a rank 98 title Douluo can live beyond 200 years. By that measure, you have over 100 more years ahead of you. Moreover, if you manage to break through to rank 99 one day, you might just witness your great-great-great-grandson watching his grandson show off before him. Yu Yuanjin felt a wave of warmth, waving his hand. All right, enough. Go back and rest well tonight. We shall embark on our journey home tomorrow. Yu Qianli snapped to attention, like a soldier receiving orders, replying, understood. He turned toward the door, but just as he reached it, his gaze sharpened with surprise as he looked down the stairs. A group of individuals clad in black attire entered the room, among whom were two individuals who, although not intimately acquainted with Yu Qianli, shared a modicum of camaraderie. However, the circumstances surrounding these two appeared rather bleak. In Chapter 194, titled Xing Luo, a flicker of light flashed from Yu Qianli's hand, revealing a golden mask which he promptly donned. Leaning against a pillar on the second floor, he observed the unfolding spectacle below. The leader of the group, a blond man in his 30s, spoke in a grave tone. I say, Daimu Bai, can't you two stop dawdling? I've come at the behest of Father to procure the fifth spirit ring for you and Zhu Qing. If not for your delays, we would have already entered the Xing Do Great Forest by now. Another blond man amidst the crowd, visibly agitated, retorted, You, Davis, ought not to be so unreasonable. We are merely at level 50, hardly capable of matching your pace. Beside Davis stood a tempestuous woman who scoffed. Truly, two useless individuals. After 2 years of training, how have you both become even more inept? Do you think that by associating with that Yu Qianli, you can escape unscathed? How naive! Yu Qianli, overhearing this, shook his head in exasperation. It seemed that Zhu Zhuyan was utterly oblivious to the consequences of her words. Below, her remarks grew increasingly brazen. I say, Daimu Bai, as the third prince of the Xing Luo Empire, how can you stoop to such depths, sending your poor sister to rely on Yu Qianli? It's utterly shameless. And you, Zhu Qing, you have brought disgrace upon our Zhu family. Enough. Zhu Qing interjected, her face flushed with indignation, while she held admiration for Yu Qianli. Their relationship barely qualified as friendship, let alone the sordid implications Zhu Zhuyan suggested. Yet to onlookers, her outburst only served to confirm Zhu Zhuyan's accusations. Davis scrutinized Zhu Qing, frowning as he admonished, Calm down, Zhuyan. Daimu Bai is still of royal lineage. Even if he has no regard for his reputation, the royal family does. Inform the innkeeper to prepare several rooms and arrange for meals. We must make haste to the Xing Do Great Forest tomorrow. Zhu Zhuyan acknowledged this and relayed the message to her attendants. Soon, one of them whispered something in her ear, prompting her to smile mischievously as she approached Davis. Saying softly, Davis, Xiaoman mentioned that there aren't too many rooms left. What should we do about the lack of accommodations for my brother and sister-in-law? Davis furrowed his brow and, in a voice only they could hear, replied, You're not trying to stir up trouble. are you? This is our last night. There is no need for such antics. Zhu Juyan shrugged. Really, why would I deceive you? Davis waved his hand dismissively. Let them stay in the rooms. And those others can occupy the lower floors. This matter is non-negotiable. With that, he made his way upstairs. At the top of the stairs, Davis caught sight of a figure. A person in a black robe adorned with dragon patterns, wearing a golden mask, evoking a sense of déjà vu. This individual appeared to be around 20 years old, and Davis pondered, could they be affiliated with the Londian sect? As he contemplated, he offered his princely smile and extended a hand toward Yu Qianli. Greetings, I am Davis, the first prince of the Douluo Empire. May I inquire your esteemed name? Yu Qianli paused momentarily, bewildered by the absurdity of the question, then continued to gaze downwards, as if he had not heard. This left Davis hanging in awkward silence. At this juncture, Zhu Jiyun interjected impatiently. Davis, why are you conversing with a deaf person? Is that not beneath your dignity? Davis felt a twinge of irritation. As a prince, he had lowered himself to show goodwill, only to be met with such disregard. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing, trailing behind Dai Mubai, gazed at the golden mask in astonishment, her body trembling slightly. The black dragon-patterned robe further solidified her suspicions. As the crowd began to close in, a voice emerged from behind. What are you all doing? It was Lao Bei. Davis cast a dismissive glance at the unimposing figure of Lao Bei and chuckled. Ah, country folk will always be country folk. Let us be on our way. Just as they prepared to depart, Yu Qianli's cold voice rang out. Lao Bei. Aside from those two, expel the rest. Got it. That is all I needed to hear. Lao Bei declared, his aura surging as he seized Davis and Zhu Juyan, who exclaimed in alarm, What do you think you're doing? I am the first prince of the Douluo Empire. Before he could finish, both Davis and Zhu Juyan vanished from sight. Outside, Davis, supported by attendants, struggled to regain his footing. At this moment, he was merely a level 55 Soul King, and under Lao Bei, a title Doa's might, his situation was precarious at best. What do we do now, Davis? Zhu Juyan asked, rubbing her lower back. Davis clenched his teeth, his voice brimming with realization. I understand now. I know who he is. He is at Yu Qianli from back in the day. Zhu Juyan gasped. Yu Qianli? How could that be? Isn't he with the Londian sect? Has he perhaps broken through to Soul Emperor? Davis nodded. That seems likely. He was already a Soul King back then. If he has progressed to Soul Emperor in 2 years, then the rise of the Londian Bawang sect is imminent. Let us move on. Zhu Juyan, taken aback, questioned, Davis, are we not taking action? What if Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing return to retaliate? Davis chuckled coldly. With Yu Qianli present, we cannot act openly. However, upon our return, we shall report to Father that Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing conspired with the Tianshou bandits to attack us. Then we can incite Father to disown Dai Mubai. Once he is expelled from the royal family, the other branches will take care of them without us lifting a finger. Hearing Davis's words, Zhu Juyan laughed, as if the earlier incidents had never occurred, and the group departed Qingshan town, heading towards the Douluo Empire. Meanwhile, within the inn, Yu Qianli acknowledged Lao Bei's glance and nodded, stating coldly, You too, follow me. He then proceeded towards his room. Dai Mubai, still processing the identity of the figure before him, sensed that this person bore no ill will and thus followed Yu Qianli. In chapter 195, titled Return, when Yu Qianli removed his mask, Dai Mubai's expression shifted uncomfortably. Although he and Zhu Qing shared no deep feelings, he was still her fiancé, and Zhu Jiyun's earlier remarks left him feeling somewhat irked. Yu Qianli forced a smile. What a coincidence to run into you both. How have you fared over the past 2 years? Dai Mubai replied with a wry smile. Qianli, you've seen for yourself. Our situation is dire. If it weren't for you, we might not have made it to tomorrow. Yu Qianli nodded. I suspected as much, which is why I instructed Lao Bei to intervene. Zhu Juqing expressed her slight concern, saying, well, Qianli, Brother Davis, and Zhu Juyan are accompanied by 2 Soul Saint-level experts, and secretly, there is also a Soul Douluo. Your subordinate. Yu Qianli raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. No worries. Lao Bei is an outer elder of my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, a title Douluo of level 92. He should be more than capable of handling it. As Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Yu Tianli's remarkably handsome face, she found herself inexplicably blushing more today than ever before in her life. Yu Tianli also noticed the unusual demeanor of the two before him and gently remarked, "All right, I suspect your siblings will not speak well of you after returning. Make sure to rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, we shall return to the Blue Lightning sect together. You might as well visit the Lanba Academy." Dai Mubai nodded, acknowledging there was no better course of action. If they ventured into the Star Doe forest to hunt for soul rings, Davis and the others could very well be lurking in the shadows, which would not be a trivial matter. Regarding Zhu Zhuqing's sentiments, Dai Mubai felt as if he might perish under her gaze directed at Yu Tianli. Early the next morning, the six of them set off promptly. On the way, Yu Yuanjun briefly inquired about Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's circumstances before falling silent. With the strength of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, there was no one, apart from the Spirit Hall, who could rival them, not even the two great empires. With the addition of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, what should have been a half-day journey extended until just before the gates of Tiando City closed. After giving Yu Tianli a few instructions, Yu Yuanjun led the Nanbei brothers back to the sect. After escorting Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing to the Lanba Academy, Yu Tianli hurried towards the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, a figure flashed by at an incredible speed, so swiftly that even the night watchman did not react. Just as Yu Tianli lamented the sparse defenses of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, a sharp sword energy shot towards him. "Who dares intrude upon my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect?" After dodging the sword energy, Yu Tianli clasped his hands and said, "Grandpa Jian, it's me." Upon seeing who it was, Chen Xian recognized Yu Tianli. "You rascal, you've been missing for 2 years. What brings you to my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect at this hour?" Chen Xian asked, feigning ignorance. Yu Tianli chuckled, "Grandpa Jian, surely you know the answer. I have come to see my Rongrong." "Umph. When did Rongrong become yours? You've been away for 2 years. Let me see your progress. If I am not satisfied, you shan't leave," Chen Xian proclaimed with an air of authority. Yu Tianli flashed a charming smile and replied, "Could it be that the esteemed senior seeks to challenge me here? But if we were to go to the back mountain, what is sect's safety? I think." Just as Yu Tianli was about to put Chen Xian in a difficult position, two figures emerged from the void, Douluo and Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji paused upon seeing Yu Tianli, then inquired, "Tianli, when did you return?" Yu Tianli bowed slightly. "Uncle Ning, I arrived tonight." Ning Fengji nodded, but then noticed Yu Tianli's peculiar expression and glanced curiously at Chen Xian. Chen Xian couldn't help but laugh. "Ha! The boy intended to go straight to find Rongrong, but I stopped him. I wanted to see his progress over the past 2 years, and he is quite clever. He claims it would disturb the rest of the sect's disciples, and going to the back mountain would hinder our patrol. Perfect timing, you two have returned. Let us 3 head to the back mountain and properly assess this lad." Douluo, excited by Chen Xian's words, exclaimed, "All right, let us go to the back mountain and see what this lad is made of." Ning Fengji, equally intrigued, added, "Tianli, Uncle Ning also wishes to witness your progress. You wouldn't let us down, would you?" Yu Tianli internally scoffed countless times, but maintained a beaming smile, replying, "Very well, let us proceed, esteemed sirs." With that, he led the way towards the back mountain. The figures of Chen Xian, Douluo, and Ning Fengji soon vanished from sight. At the back mountain, Douluo and Ning Fengji stood to the side, while Yu Tianli faced off against Chen Xian. Chen Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a 7-kill sword hovering ominously behind him. "Young man, if you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall reluctantly deem you worthy. What say you?" "Jen sin zestet." Yu Tianli smiled and bowed. "Since Grandpa Jian has such a noble interest, I shall humbly comply." With that, he assumed a stance ready to receive the challenge. Noting Yu Tianli's readiness, Douluo cautioned, "Lad, you haven't unleashed your martial soul. You wouldn't dare to face the Sword Elder without it, would you?" Yu Tianli chuckled, "Grandpa Gu, I fear unleashing my martial soul might startle you. Oh, you've grown quite bold during your time away. Let us see if your skills have improved." Douluo urged. Yu Tianli shrugged, "All right, but don't blame me if you're left astonished." With that thought, A radiant aura enveloped Yu Qianli as 7 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 2 red, rose sequentially from beneath his feet. When Ning Fengji and the others saw that Yu Qianli's 6 soul ring was 100,000-year one, they were momentarily stunned, even failing to notice that his 7th soul ring was also red. After a while, they began to regain their senses, but Douluo's words sent them back into shock. Wait, why is his 7th soul ring also red? Ning Fengji and Chun Xin turned to look at the position of the 7th soul ring. 200,000-year soul rings. The one most affected was Chun Xin, who recalled how he had traversed the continent in search of his 9th soul ring, ultimately choosing a soul beast over 90,000 years old. Though he was among the top tier of titled Douluos, he could never claim to be the absolute pinnacle. Chapter 196. Surprised Yu Qianli observed the astonished expressions of the 3 and smiled. May I take my leave now? Ning Fengji waved his hand. Go ahead, go ahead. Even if there is nothing else, having those 200,000-year soul rings is sufficient. You may leave. Yu Qianli smiled and bowed, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from their sight. Watching the place where Yu Qianli had just been, Chun Xin was rendered speechless for a long time. Douluo comforted him. Come now. Old friend, the young one has fate on his side. We should be happy for him. Indeed, Uncle Jian. Qianli's fortunes are beyond what we elderly folk can compare. It seems that our decision to arrange his engagement with Rongrong was somewhat ambitious. Ning Feng tisait unusuality spirited. Chun Xin remarked, Fengji, I believe Qianli harbors genuine feelings for Rongrong. You need not worry. Ning Fengji nodded silently, not offering any further comment. Meanwhile, Yu Qianli quietly made his way to Ning Rongrong's chamber. Before long, upon seeing the familiar form peacefully sleeping on the bed, he couldn't help but break into a warm smile. For reasons unknown, being in the presence of Ning Rongrong brought him a sense of comfort, as if all his weariness had surged forth at that moment. He shed his outer robe and gently lay down beside her, inching closer, as if sensing the familiar embrace. Ning Rongrong wrapped her arms around Yu Qianli's, drifting back into a deep slumber. As the first rays of dawn streamed in, Ning Rongrong gradually awakened. Last night had been the most restful sleep she had experienced in 2 years. Just as she was about to rise, she felt something nestled in her embrace. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but exclaim, gazing at the familiar figure she had missed for an eternity. Her heart raced uncontrollably, especially upon noticing the delicate, fair face before her, causing her cheeks to flush. While he sleeps, a gentle kiss wouldn't be too much, would it? She mused, leaning in closer. However, as soon as their lips brushed, a powerful force encircled her waist, pulling her in tightly. Ha, I caught you in the act. The playful laughter of Yu Qianli made Ning Rongrong realize she had been toyed with. She attempted to turn away, but the grip around her waist was unyielding, rendering her immobile. You wicked person. After being away for so long, do you know how much I've missed you? If she hadn't spoken those words, it might have been better, but the more she said, the more aggrieved she felt, and tears began to well in her eyes. Seeing this, Yu Qianli hurriedly wiped away her tears, soothingly assuring her, but I have returned now, and I promise I will never leave you alone again. Wherever ye go, I will take you with me. Ning Rongrong shot him a skeptical glance. Really? Yu Qianli nuzzled against her cheek, chuckling, would I lie to you? Of course it's true. Indeed, since returning from the city of slaughter, there had been no more perilous situations. Observing the change in Ning Rongrong's demeanor, Yu Qianli grinned. Rongrong, I just heard you say you really missed me. Ning Rongrong's face turned crimson as she retorted. What? Who would miss a villain like you? Enough of your antics. I must get up. A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Yu Qianli's lips as he leaned closer, whispering in her ear, Rongrong, when will you take charge of this? Let me see how much you truly miss me. And with that, he pressed his lips against hers. Ning Rongrong wrapped her arms around Yu Qianli's neck, responding tenderly. Before long, the room was filled with melodious sounds reminiscent of a heartfelt serenade. When they finally emerged, it was nearly noon. Embarrassed and flustered, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, You wicked person. Even my father came to call. It's all your fault. Yu Qianli laughed nonchalantly. Uncle Ning has been through this himself. He will definitely understand us. As they entered the Qibao Hall, Ning Rongrong blushed deeply, guided by Yu Tianli's hand. Ning Fengji beamed at the two, softly saying, "Sit down. We have been waiting for you both. Today, our family shall share a reunion meal." He gestured to a servant behind him, who nodded and signaled. Instantly, a plethora of exquisite dishes arrived at the table, crafted from soul beasts. Douluo waved his hand, instructing everyone to leave. In an instant, only Ning Fengji, Douluo, Douluo, Yu Tianli, and Ning Rongrong remained. Ning Fengji urged, "Eat up. You must have suffered these past 2 years." Yu Tianli shook his head, smiling. "Uncle Ning, it was not difficult at all." Chun Exin, standing nearby, remarked solemnly, "You should not be overly modest. In the entire spirit master world, only your grandfather and Tang Hao possess 100,000-year soul ring, along with the current Pope Bibi Dong and the judgment Elder Qian Douluo. Now you have 200,000-year soul rings. This is the lifelong dream of many. 100,000-year soul ring? When did that happen?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. As she spoke, she pinched Yu Tianli's thigh. "Such an important matter, and you didn't tell me." Yu Tianli gently pried her hand away, chuckling. "Rongrong, I thought it wasn't a trivial matter, and you are far more important than anything else." Ning Rongrong finally released her grip, proudly declaring, "At least you have self-awareness. Now, tell me, what don't I know?" After pondering, Yu Tianli tilted his head and said, "On the way, I also saved Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing in Qingshan Town." Ning Rongrong looked at him, puzzled. What happened between those two? "Wait, are you talking about Zhu Qing?" Yu Tianli, somewhat confused, nodded. "Yes, you know about the competition within the Xingluo royal family. Their siblings are likely planning to take them to the Star Dove Forest to deal with them secretly. That is probably how it goes." Douluo nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, the Xingluo royal family is quite ruthless, which is why their national power surpasses that of the Tiando Empire." However, Ning Rongrong ignored Douluo's words. Fixating on Yu Tianli, "You mean to say you saved Zhu Qing? With such an opportunity, she didn't offer herself to you?" Even Yu Tianli, despite his usual cluelessness, could sense the jealousy in Ning Rongrong's tone and replied with a smile, "No, how could that be?" Chapter 197. Rules. Ning Rongrong shot Yu Tianli a glare that seemed to say, "You will be dealt with later." Yu Tianli nodded meekly, and the trio of Ning Fengji observed the exchange, especially Ning Fengji, who felt an immense pride for his daughter. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing returned to the Blue Tyrant Academy, entering the vice principal's office. Flender, Zhao Wujuan, Li Yusong, and the master, several teachers from the original Shrek Academy, gathered together. The master spoke first. "Mubai, rest assured, Tianli rescued you both because he considers you friends. Since you have returned, do not dwell on the past. I am aware of the cruelty of your royal family. This outcome is already fortunate." Upon hearing the master's words, Dai Mubai shook his head, quietly responding, "Master, it is not that I am being overly anxious. With my elder brother's temperament, he would only act if he intended to eliminate me." Zhu Zhuqing chimed in, "Yes. My sister will likely incite her brother to have us removed from the royal family. Once that happens, those who are removed will have no reason to live." Hearing this, both Flender and Zhao Wujuan frowned. Although they had progressed significantly in the past 2 years, with Flender even reaching the level of Yisol Douluo, such strength was inconsequential in the eyes of the Xingluo Empire. To protect these two children, they would need to seek a power more ruthless than the Xingluo Empire itself. In Flender's view, only 3 forces could rival the Xingluo Empire: the Spirit Hall, the now secluded Haotian sect, and the rapidly growing Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Even though the Haotian sect had closed its doors and expelled Tang Hao, if anything were to happen, would Tang Hao remain a mere spectator? After a moment of contemplation, the master finally suggested, "Why not both of you join the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect?" Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged surprised glances, but upon reflection, joining the Blue Electric sect might indeed be their only avenue of escape. After all, the Spirit Hall stood as the adversary of the Xingluo Empire. Becoming a part of it would likely provoke the royal family to eliminate them at all costs. The Haotian sect is unlikely to offend the entire Star Luo Empire's royal family for the sake of Dai Mubai and his companion. The only remaining concern is the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect. Flanders turned to the master and quietly inquired, Xiao Gang, can this truly be accomplished? These two children have grown up under my watch. They're like my own offspring. The master nodded and reassured him, rest assured. Since Tian Li has intervened and brought them back, it indicates that he does not mind these matters. Moreover, with his father having broken through to the 98th level, the Star Luo royal family is unlikely to easily offend the Lan Dian sect over Mu Bai and his companion. Upon hearing the master's words, Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, rose to their feet, and bowed respectfully to the master. The master helped them up and gently stated, I see that both of you have reached the threshold of the 50-level Quasi-Soul King. In the next few days, allow Flanders to take you to hunt for your 5th soul ring, after which I will formally introduce you to the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect. Both nodded in agreement. On the path to the Zhenlong Hall of the Lan Dian sect, Yu Tianli held Ning Rong's little hand as they strolled leisurely. At that moment, 2 figures approached, revealing Lu Erlong and Qinming. Yu Tianli smiled and greeted, Aunt Erlong, Brother Qinming. It has been 2 years since we last met, and your progress is commendable. Lu Erlong playfully punched Yu Tianli and then laughed. No matter how fast we progress, it pales in comparison to your achievements. I heard from Uncle that you have already broken through to the Soul Saint realm. At this rate, it won't be long before you catch up to me. Qinming added with a wry smile, Indeed, Tianli, I've barely reached 79 levels in these 2 years. Before long, you'll have completely surpassed me. You vous avez un de chocolat. Oh, no. You two are the primary focus of Grandpa's training. He expects you to break through to the titled Douluo realm within 10 years. Keep up the good work. I have faith in you both. Lu Erlong shot Yu Tianli a glance, but, recalling the master's admonition, responded with a smile. Your uncle has asked me to discuss something with you, and to gauge your thoughts. Yu Tianli raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you referring to Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing? Lu Erlong nodded and flatteringly remarked, Tianli, considering you are classmates, you wouldn't just stand by and watch them perish, would you? Yu Tianli shrugged and replied, Aunt Erlong, haven't I already saved them once? How can you say I would just watch them die? Just as Lu Erlong was about to respond, Elder Luo's voice resonated nearby. All right, let's head to the Zhenlong Hall. Your elder brother has something to discuss with you. Nowadays, Elder Luo, second only to Yu Yuanzhen within the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect, spoke with considerable authority, prompting Lu Erlong to stick out her tongue and obediently proceed toward the Zhenlong Hall. Upon entering, Yu Tianli cheerfully addressed Elder Luo. I must say, Grandpa Luo, it hasn't been long since we last met, yet your aura remains as imposing as ever. Clearly, you have been diligently cultivating in my absence. Yu Yuanzhen, seated on the throne, responded with a mock scolding. Stop with the flattery. Tell me your thoughts. Yu Tianli squeezed Ning Rong's hand, signaling her to trust him. She nodded, fully confident in him. After addressing these matters, Yu Tianli turned his attention to the assembly. In truth, whether we act or refrain from action is inconsequential. Even if we do act, the Star Luo royal family cannot hold us accountable. The Lan Dian sect can merely provide them with a secure environment. Within the sect, no one may act recklessly, and beyond the sect's borders, any occurrences are not our concern. Hearing Yu Tianli's words, the crowd fell into deep contemplation. Observing their silence, Yu Tianli spoke once more, Brother Qinming, upon your return, please inform Flanders that once you enter the gates of the Lan Dian sect, there is no turning back. The sect can dispatch personnel to assist in hunting for soul rings, but aside from that, do not venture outside. Qinming nodded, agreeing with the plan. Even if the Star Luo royal family sent individuals to cause trouble, they would not dare to directly enter the territory of the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect to commit murder. Thus, as long as Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing remained within the sect, there was ample room for negotiation. Chapter 198. The invitation from the Tiando royal family. While the discussion continued, the doors of the Zhenlong Hall swung open, drawing the attention of everyone present. Yu Tianheng rushed in, addressing Yu Yuanzhen, Grandfather, envoys from the Tiando royal family have arrived. Prince Xuexing has brought along a high-ranking soul master and requests your presence in the royal palace. Yu Yuanjun furrowed his brow and turned to Yu Tianli, asking, Tianli, what is your perspective on this? Yu Tianli also frowned, then shook his head and replied, although I cannot discern the true intentions of the Tiando royal family, we must be prepared for any eventuality. Their actions are undoubtedly aimed at suppression, not annihilation. So we should enter the palace with confidence. Yu Yuanjun nodded in agreement. You and I share similar thoughts. Come, accompany me. Yu Tianli nodded and added, however, we cannot allow the royal family to have their way. Bring along Lao Nan and Lao Bei, as well as the old monster. Lao Nan and Lao Bei are new figures whose true strength remains unknown, while the old monster, often regarded as the weakest title Douluo in the Soul Master community, has made significant progress following the consumption of divine herbs and the evolution of his martial soul. It is high time for the world to witness the true power of this old monster. Yu Yuanjun nodded, Elder Luo. Go inform them to join us in the palace. You will hold the fort at the Landian sect. Elder Luo nodded and exited. Yu Tianli squeezed Ning Rong's hand gently, saying, Rong, please wait for me in my room. I will return shortly, with a tender ruffle of her hair. Ning Rong nodded obediently. Be careful. I will be waiting for you at home. She then skipped towards Yu Tianli's room. Watching her retreating figure, Yu Tianli remarked coolly, let us proceed to the palace. At the entrance of the Landian sect, a man clad in a dark red robe addressed those behind him. Prince Xuexing, why has that old man Yu Yuanjun not yet emerged? Is he so unwilling to grant me some respect? As Prince Xuexing dealt with this individual, he silently cursed within, thinking, this fool truly has no sense of danger, daring to speak ill of Yu Yuanjun. The man before him was none other than Lu Sha, the favored disciple of the Snow Knight Emperor. Just as Lu Sha's impatience grew, Yu Yuanjun and his companions made their leisurely exit. Prince Xuexing hurriedly approached Yu Yuanjun, his demeanor humble to the point of discomfort. Yu Yuanjun spoke solemnly, Prince Xuexing, we are old acquaintances. Let us dispense with the pretense. Prince Xuexing was genuinely surprised that Yu Yuanjun would extend him this courtesy. Over the past 2 years, as the Snow Knight Emperor's behavior became increasingly erratic, a host of peculiar individuals surrounded him, diminishing Prince Xuexing's authority significantly. A light cough unexpectedly emanated from the carriage behind Prince Xuexing. He quickly introduced, Your Highness, Tianli, and Poison Douluo. This is Lu Sha, a favored aide of His Majesty. Lu Sha let out a dismissive grunt, reclining in the carriage as he slightly bowed to Yu Yuanjun and the others, languidly stating, I am Lu Sha, pleased to make your acquaintance. Yu Tianli tilted his head, observing the audacious Soul Emperor on the carriage. As Yu Tianli cast a knowing glance at the Elder Bei, the latter nodded in understanding and approached the horse-drawn carriage with an icy demeanor. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of wails emanated from beside the carriage. How audacious! Do you not fear my master's wrath? Yu Yuanjun, do you not care for your servant? The more Lu Sha cried out, the more forceful Elder Bei became in his grip. Before long, Lu Sha was gasping for air. Prince Xuexing pretended to advise, Prince Yu, you should cease at once. Lu Sha is a favored individual in the presence of His Majesty. Yu Tianli snorted lightly and commanded, Elder Bei, bring that little incompetent along. Let us enter the palace. Elder Bei complied, dragging Lu Sha by one leg in the wake of Yu Yuanjun and the others. Prince Xuexing dared not utter a word, trailing behind them. Along the way, numerous onlookers pointed and murmured, Isn't that Lu Sha, the favored one before His Majesty? How has he ended up in such a state? Do you not see who is with him? That is Yu Yuanjun, the leader of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, and his young master, Yu Tianli, along with that esteemed expert, Douluo. In their presence, what is Lu Sha worth? Indeed, it was as they said. Upon entering the palace, the Emperor Xuye and the enigmatic titled Douluo were engaged in fervent conversation. Upon noticing the newcomers, especially Lu Sha's condition, the two feigned ignorance, rising with smiles to greet them. Prince Blue Electric has arrived. Ah, Tianli has returned as well. After 2 years away, you must have made significant progress. Please, take a seat. After offering their respects and settling in, Emperor Xue pointed to a middle-aged man clad in a dark red robe and introduced, "Esteemed guests, allow me to present my national master of the Tiando Empire, the titled Blood River, Douluo." Yu Qianli's pupils constricted. Individuals bearing such titles were most likely evil soul masters. Yu Yuanjin stood to congratulate Blood River Douluo. "Congratulations, my dear brother Blood River. I have something to apologize for regarding this matter." Blood River Douluo gestured towards the ground where Lu Sha lay, saying, "This useless wretch must be the one you refer to. If he has offended the Thunder Douluo, I would not hesitate to end his life." As he spoke, his large hands coalesced, and a blood-red claw descended upon Lu Sha's head. It appeared that he awaited Yu Yuanjin to intervene, but seeing the latter remain as still as a meditating monk, he muttered a curse at the old fox before the claw struck fiercely. With a sickening sound, Lu Sha's skull was crushed. Emperor Xuye remarked softly, "Is this fool's fault for being so thoughtless? Why not let us take a stroll through the palace together?" Yu Yuanjin rarely smiled, responding, "Indeed, I too wish to converse with your majesty." With that, they rose and made their way toward the palace garden. Yu Tianli followed behind, casting a final glance at Lu Sha's corpse, revealing a wicked smile as he joined the others. Unbeknownst to him, Blood River Douluo's eyes glimmered with covetous intent towards Yu Tianli. The energy within this child as flesh surpassed even that of Dugu Bo, a titled Douluo. If I could absorb this child, I would undoubtedly reach a realm beyond imagination, becoming the most powerful existence in the entire Douluo continent. Meanwhile, Emperor Xie stood by the lakeside, speaking softly, "Prince Blue Electric, my strength has progressed rapidly in recent years, and my health has greatly improved. The ambitions I once lacked have seemingly sprouted overnight." Yu Yuanjin smiled faintly, lowering his head slightly. "Your Majesty is in the prime of life. Having such ambitions is entirely natural. When I was your age, all I thought about was how to protect the Blue Electric sect. Compared to your Majesty, I feel rather inadequate." Upon hearing Yu Yuanjin's words, Emperor Xie couldn't help but laugh heartily. There is no need for false modesty, my dear Blue Electric King. I have perused numerous texts. Attaining your level signifies a lifespan of 200 years is certainly achievable. You are only in your 70s. Why are you fixated solely on safeguarding your sect?" Yu Yuanjin replied with a smile. "Has your Majesty forgotten? I am not only the leader of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, but also the Blue Electric Prince of the Tiando Empire. Should you have any tasks, do not hesitate to command me." Emperor Xue seemed to hear only what he wished to understand, laughing as he departed. Yu Yuanjin, too, revealed a subtle smile. Inside the carriage, Yu Tianli gazed curiously at his grandfather. As if sensing his grandson's confusion, Yu Yuanjin chuckled. "What is it? Do you wish to know what Xue discussed with me?" Yu Tianli instinctively nodded. Yu Yuanjin chuckled again before continuing. "That old rascal Xue seems to have lost his senses. He wishes to recruit me. It is not pride on my part. If the esteemed Grand Elder Qian Douluo or the Pope Bibi Dong sought my allegiance, I would surely refuse, but I wouldn't laugh so heartily. Why? Because they possess the qualifications and abilities to recruit me. What does Emperor Xue have other than a stroke of luck and a bit of strength gained from meandering paths?" In that moment, Yu Qianli truly grasped the profound pride that resided in his grandfather's heart. Observing Yu Tianli's thoughtful silence, Yu Yuanjin instructed the drivers, "Head to Lamba Academy." Before long, the carriage came to a smooth halt at the entrance of Lamba Academy. Yu Yuanjin turned to Yu Tianli, saying, "Go fetch those two youngsters. The sect will be closing for a while." Yu Tianli inquired with confusion, "What is the reason? Why will we close the sect for no reason?" Yu Yuanjin playfully tapped Yu Tianli on the head. "You should go because I said so. I have publicly agreed to Xue today, but tomorrow I will announce my seclusion. He cannot raise any objections for the time being. After a while, when he realizes that relying solely on underhanded methods will not ensure dominance in this continent, I will announce my return." Yu Tianli rubbed his head, responding, "Got it, grandfather. I'm not foolish. I can figure it out." With that, he leaped from the carriage and made his way into Lamba Academy. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanjin watched his grandson's retreating figure in contemplation. After a while, he addressed the drivers. "Old Nan, Old Bay, what do you think of my grandson?" Old Nan outside replied softly, "Young Tianli possesses a talent for cultivation that arises but once in a century. And he has his own ideas when faced with challenges. I can see that you intend to train him as the next generation's leader. Yu Yuanjin chuckled lightly, stepping out of the carriage, leaning against it, and jestingly remarked, I'm not merely grooming him as the next leader. This child possesses his own aspirations. The realm he seeks to attain may well surpass my own. Old Nan was taken aback. He was aware of Yu Yuanjin's current prowess, the strongest assault-type beast martial soul in the world, a 98th level title Douluo, overshadowing the second elder of the Spirit Hall. If he were to surpass Yu Yuanjin, could it mean he would reach the unparalleled 99th level Douluo? It seems young Tianli harbors ambitions that are anything but ordinary. On the other side, Yu Tianli arrived at the office of Dean Liu Erlong. Upon seeing him, Liu Erlong smiled broadly. Tianli, you're back so soon. What brings you here? Yu Tianli smiled and said, Erlong Gugu, it must be a good thing. You should inform Dai Mubai and the others to tidy up. Today, I am returning to Londian Zone. Liu Erlong exclaimed in surprise. Really? Xiao Gong will surely be very happy to hear this. Yu Tianli waved his hand helplessly and said, all right, hurry along. I will wait for them at the academy entrance for a quarter of an hour. Do not keep me waiting. Without waiting for Liu Erlong to suggest calling for the master, he hurriedly dashed out, wishing to avoid encountering his rather inconvenient uncle. However, perhaps due to Yu Tianli's rising fame at the Blue Tyrant Academy, many fellow students gathered around him along the way, enthusiastically greeting him as senior. When Yu Yuanjin saw Yu Tianli emerge in a disheveled state, he furrowed his brow and softly inquired, what is the matter? Yu Tianli looked at his crumpled attire and could only offer a wry smile, saying, having too much popularity is not always advantageous. Old Bay beside him could not help but chuckle. I must ask, Tianli, how is it that wherever you go, you attract so much attention? Could it be that you have been secretly charming them? Yu Tianli shot Old Bay an exasperated glance. I say, Old Bay, I am a family man, though I may be somewhat handsome. You cannot tarnish my character. A delicate laughter suddenly rang out from behind him. When Yu Tianli turned to see Zhu Zhuqing covering her lips and giggling, she quickly bowed her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. Old Nan nudged Old Bay and gestured discreetly towards Zhu Zhuqing, creating a slightly awkward atmosphere. Fortunately, the master, an expert in dispelling such awkwardness, soon arrived. Father, I did not expect you to come so swiftly. As the master and others appeared, they turned their gaze towards Yu Yuanjin. Yu Yuanjin, upon seeing his last surviving son, could not help but soften his demeanor, gently saying, yes, I came to Tinsho City to attend to some matters and to bring these two children back. The master, filled with excitement, remarked, Father, these two children have been nurtured by us and possess remarkable talent in cultivation. I hope you will take good care of them. Yu Yuanjin nodded, responding kindly, I understand. You must all be cautious at the Blue Tyrant Academy. The Xinghua royal family will surely come looking for you. If you find yourselves unable to cope, send someone back to the sect. Chapter 200. The first strike. Yu Xiaojing nodded, assuring, do not worry, father. I will certainly trouble you when I return to the sect. Yu Yuanjin grunted in acknowledgement and turned towards the carriage, while Yu Tianli followed suit, notifying the others before boarding his carriage. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing also bid farewell to the master and Falan before climbing aboard the second carriage. The two carriages slowly made their way towards Londian Zone. As they watched the carriages gradually disappear from view, the master comforted Falan, saying, Falan, do not worry. Mubai and the others will surely be well cared for at Londian Zone. Liu Erlong added, indeed, Falauda besides. Ma Hongjuan and Ao Sika are also at Londian Zone. When they returned last year, they were already soul kings of over level 50. They will be treated well, just as Mubai and Zhuqing will. Listening to this, Falan gradually revealed a smile. I have no grand ambitions. In a few years, once I can no longer serve as vice president, I shall also go to Londian Zone to become an elder. Liu Erlong proudly declared, haha, Falauda, rest assured, with your current strength, becoming an external elder will be more than sufficient. Who knows? Perhaps you will even be promoted to a title Douluo and serve as an internal elder. Haha, Erlong Mei, I shall take your good wishes to heart. On the rugged mountain path, several figures emerged from the forest. The leader addressed the group, Everyone, this is likely our best opportunity. If we miss this chance, and those two scoundrels enter Londian Zone, we will never be able to complete our mission. A figure clad in black nodded. Indeed, if they reach Londian Zone, we may not even have a chance to infiltrate before being discovered. We must act now and eliminate them. The leader growled, "Move out." Instantly, hundreds of individuals in black cloaks surged from the forest, rushing towards the two carriages. Meanwhile, within the carriage, Yu Yuanjin opened his eyes, astonished that they dared to strike. Yu Qianli smiled and remarked, "Grandfather, you have noticed as well." Yu Yuanjin replied crossly, "Do you think so little of me? Though I lack your domain, my soul power is substantial." Yu Qianli shrugged, "I will go take a look. You wait here." With that, he stepped outside. Upon descending, he saw a dense crowd surrounding them, while Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing were shielded within by Old Nan and Old Bei. Yu Qianli wore a roguish smile as he addressed the approaching black-clad figures. "I am rather curious to know who endowed you with the audacity to attempt to ambush us near Londian Zone. Do you possess such confidence in your own strength?" The black-clad leader, seemingly impatient, did not engage in further conversation, immediately ordering an attack. Yu Qianli scoffed, turning to Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing. "Stand behind us and be cautious. You have already obtained your 5th soul ring, so you should have some means of self-protection." As he spoke, an unusual pressure emanated from him, a radiant white light enveloping him. The approaching black-clad figures felt as if they had plunged into the depths of hell, unable to unleash their power. To their astonishment, they beheld the young man before them, adorned with an astonishing array of soul rings. 7 soul rings appeared behind Yu Qianli, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 2 crimson, with the 2 blood-red 100,000-year soul rings shaking the hearts of all present. "Old Nan, Old Bei, swiftly deal with them. We have matters to attend to back at the sect." Old Nan and Old Bei acknowledged his command, particularly Old Bei, who eagerly replied, "Finally, I've been waiting for you to say that." What followed was an event that left the black-clad figures utterly dismayed. 2 titled Douluos. Even Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing were taken aback to realize that the ones driving their carriage were 2 titled Douluos. Was Londian Zone truly so affluent? In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, only Old Nan, Old Bei, Yu Qianli, Dai Mu Bai, and Zhu Zhuqing remained standing. Yu Qianli smiled at Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "All right, let us return to the carriage." He then turned and walked back to his own carriage. Yu Yuanjin observed his grandson and remarked solemnly, "Well done. It seems our time in the city of slaughter was not in vain. You handled it quite adeptly." "Of course," Yu Qianli replied proudly. Meanwhile, within the carriage, Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing were left in a daze, with Dai Mu Bai unable to contain himself, exclaiming, "Yu Qianli, is he a monster? In just over 2 years, he has risen nearly 20 levels. And why does he possess 200,000-year soul rings? Those can only be absorbed by someone nearing the level of a titled Douluo." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, her cool voice breaking the silence. "I do not know, but Tianli did absorb a 1,000-year soul ring for his 2nd and a 10,000-year ring for his 4th. Perhaps this is why his physical capabilities differ from others." Outside, the coachman Lao Ning could not help but chuckle to himself. The charisma of their young master was truly extraordinary. Over the past few days, girls enamored with him had been appearing one after another. Indeed, it was only fitting. Following someone like him surely promised a bright future. The carriage soon returned to Londian Zone, where at the entrance, the waiting Oscar and Ma Hongjun excitedly shouted, "Dai Lao De, Zhuqing Meizi, we are here." Upon seeing Ma Hongjun and Oscar waiting for him, Dai Mu Bai felt his heart, which had been dormant for an eternity, begin to race once more. He swiftly approached them, and the 3 embraced tightly. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, "Dai Lao De, I have heard all about your situation. Do not worry. We brothers will diligently cultivate for a few years, and when the time comes, we will accompany you back to confront them. What do we care for that royal family? Rest assured, we will definitely give them a taste of their own medicine." Oscar chimed in, "Fatty is right. You just focus on the fight ahead, and I will be right behind you, providing sausages in abundance." Perhaps due to the rarity of reuniting with his brothers, Dai Mu Bai refrained from interrupting Oscar's lewd remarks and instead expressed his gratitude. Thank you, my brothers. I am truly fortunate to have you by my side. He then inquired, by the way, what levels are you at now? Since there is no one overseeing you at the academy, you must not let your cultivation fall behind. In the 201st chapter, your progress is remarkable. Ma Hongjun proudly declared, Douluo. I have not slacked off in my cultivation over the past 2 years. I am now a level 55 Soul King. Beside him, Oscar added with a hint of pride. I am also at level 55, but I have reached the pinnacle of this level and am on the verge of breaking through to level 56. Had I not heard that you were coming, I would have secluded myself to achieve level 56. Dai Mubai looked at his two brothers in astonishment, momentarily speechless. After a while, he finally remarked, I recall 2 years ago, both of you were 2 levels lower than me. Your progress is astonishing. Zhu Zhuqing then interjected, indeed. Fatty and Xiao Ao, how have you both become so enlightened in these 2 years? Weren't you the most playful ones? Ma Hongjun sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. Xiao Ao and I have changed. We're no longer the same as before. Come, let us retreat to our courtyard and rest. As he spoke, he took Dai Mubai by the hand and led him toward their small courtyard. Meanwhile, Yu Qianli smiled helplessly. This little fatty was quite amusing, knowing not to directly mention the spiritual herbs. Thinking of this, Yu Qianli turned to his grandfather and said, Grandfather, I will go check on Rong Rong and then visit Long Shengu. Upon returning, I feel as though something within there is drawing me in. Yu Yuanjin nodded. All right, I will accompany you shortly. In Yu Qianli's small courtyard, Ning Rongrong was deeply engrossed in conversation with Dugu Yan. Upon seeing Yu Qianli return, she joyfully stood up and exclaimed, You are back. She rushed over to him, wrapping her arms around his. Dugu Yan, observing their exchange, could not help but interject. I say, how long have you two been together? Is it not enough yet? Embarrassed, Ning Rongrong released her hold on Yu Tianli's arm, though they still held hands as they sat opposite Dugu Yan. Yu Tianli then asked, Sister-in-law, where is elder brother? Dugu Yan huffed. That elder brother of yours is extremely busy these days. Who knows what he is up to? Yu Tianli raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of jealousy in her tone. Just then, he felt Ning Rongrong pinch him, prompting him to quickly say, Oh, right. Grandfather wanted to speak with me about something earlier. You two carry on. With that, he swiftly exited. As luck would have it, he soon encountered Yu Tianheng approaching his courtyard. Upon seeing Yu Tianheng, Yu Qianli exclaimed, My dear elder brother, what have you done? Did you not hear what sister-in-law just said? I am utterly bewildered. Yu Tianheng paused, his gaze evasive as he replied, Nothing, Tianli. What are you talking about? By the way, grandfather said he is waiting for you at Long Shengu. You should hurry. Yu Tianli shook his head, patted Yu Tianheng on the shoulder, then turned to head toward Long Shengu, while Yu Tianheng made his way to Yu Tianli's courtyard. Currently, Long Shengu had become a forbidden area for the disciples of Lan Dianbao Wang Zone, with ordinary disciples unable to enter. However, ever since returning, Yu Qianli felt an inexplicable pull from within Long Shengu, as if some opportunity awaited him. Upon arriving at Long Shengu, he spotted his grandfather standing at the entrance, his robe billowing without wind. Grandfather, Yu Yuanjin turned at the sound, greeting warmly, You have arrived. Let's go inside and take a look. Yu Tianli nodded, and the two of them entered together. Long Shengu remained unchanged from years past, yet the destructive power contained within seemed to have intensified. Sensing the anomaly, Yu Yuanjin spoke solemnly, It has been many years since I last entered Long Shengu. It appears that the contents here have undergone a tremendous transformation. There must be some hidden opportunity within. Yu Qianli nodded. Upon entering, he felt an exhilarating surge of destructive power within him. After walking approximately 1,000 steps, he felt as though he could barely contain the destructive energy surging inside him. Neither of them realized they had stepped into a violet light curtain. At that moment, a colossal temple materialized before them. Yu Qianli, astonished, exclaimed, Is this? Could it be the temple of the god of destruction? Yu Yuanjin shook his head. Regardless of whether it is or not, we have arrived. It would be a pity not to explore it. Qianli, let us go. With that, both Yu Yuanjin and Yu Tianli advanced toward the temple. As if responding to their presence, the grand doors of the temple swung open in an instant. They stepped inside, and the resplendent temple appeared remarkably vast, with a massive golden statue standing in the center. Staring at the golden statue, Yu Qianli could not help but muse, "Is this the god of destruction?" At that moment, a voice resonated from above them. "You two have finally arrived." Simultaneously, a violet figure slipped out from the golden statue. They looked up to find the god of destruction himself standing before them. Yu Yuanjun respectfully clasped his hands together. "We have intruded, esteemed elder. May I ask your name?" The figure chuckled. "Ha ha ha. You two little brats do not recognize me? The younger one among you, the power within you is still effective, as I have saved you numerous times. Surely, you must remember who I am." Yu Tianli feigned trepidation. "So the strange energy within me is a gift from you. I am eternally grateful for your repeated acts of salvation." The violet figure then laughed heartily. "All right, since you are still young, I shall tell you my name. I am destruction, and I am not a being of Douluo continent, but rather an existence that surpasses 100 levels, as you have heard in legends." Upon hearing the words of destruction, Yu Yuanzhen's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Though he understood that breaking through the 100th level would grant him eternal life and power, the living example now before him left him utterly astonished. In contrast, Yu Tianli remained unfazed. After all, in his memory, even the indolent Ma Hongjun managed to ascend to divinity. If someone with his own talent, opportunities, and efforts could not achieve the same, then his existence would be in vain. The figure of destruction gazed at Yu Tianli and softly spoke. "While attaining divinity may bestow eternal life and power, there's also a price to pay." Chapter 202. The trial. For instance, once you become a god, your true form cannot leave the divine realm. There are many unforeseen circumstances. In time, you will come to understand. After speaking, the purple figure chuckled. "However, experiencing such hardships will likely come thousands of years after achieving divinity. For now, it is time to commence this examination. Old fellow, you shall go first." As he spoke, he pointed at Yu Yuanzhen. The unfortunate Yu Yuanzhen, having lived over 70 years, had spent most of his life being revered and respected. Yet now he was being referred to as old fellow. Fortunately, Yu Yuanzhen took it in stride. Before such a deity, even arrogance was inappropriate. He approached with utmost reverence, and the purple figure lightly gestured, sending a stream of light into Yu Yuanzhen's forehead. A faint flame emblem appeared upon his brow, transitioning from white to yellow, then swiftly to purple, and finally to black. Just when Yu Tianli thought the colors would cease to change, the seemingly stagnant flame flickered slightly. In an instant, the black flame emblem transformed into a vivid crimson. Witnessing this crimson flame, the purple figure let out a hearty laugh. Pointing at Yu Yuanzhen, "It appears you, old fellow, possess the qualifications to be my representative on the Douluo continent. Quite impressive." Afterward, with a gentle wave of his hand, a purple stream of light entered Yu Yuanzhen's body. Typically, to become a divine representative, one must undergo 7 trials. But you need only 3. Do you know why? The god of destruction said with a half-smile. Yu Yuanzhen shook his head and humbly replied, "The younger generation is unaware. I kindly request your guidance. Esteemed elder." The purple figure chuckled. "The situation is simply not right at present. In due time, you will comprehend. For now, this young one is not yet ready for the trials. You, old fellow, shall go first. There are matters ahead that require you to pave the way for this young one." Yu Yuanzhen bowed respectfully and said, "I, lacking in talent, do not aspire to achieve divinity. But if my grandson can succeed, that would be my greatest wish in this lifetime." Upon hearing Yu Yuanzhen's words, the purple figure slowly faded from sight, leaving only a lingering voice. "Very well, you may proceed. Yu Yuanzhen, complete the first trial within 2 years and return here. Otherwise," as the voice faded, the divine temple vanished, leaving Yu Yuanzhen and Yu Tianli momentarily bewildered by its sudden disappearance. While pondering, Yu Tianli turned to his grandfather with a smile and asked, "Grandfather, what is this first trial you mentioned? It sounds quite daunting. Is it truly so difficult?" Yu Yuanzhen sighed. "How shall I put it? It is challenging, yet not insurmountable. Yu Tianli tilted his head, prompting him to be more succinct. Yu Yuanzhen, somewhat exasperated, replied, "You are quite clever. The first task is for me to seek a path for the evolution of my martial soul." Martial soul evolution? Yu Tianli exclaimed in disbelief. Such a feat was akin to scaling the heavens. Even he had relied on a rare celestial herb to complete the ultimate evolution of his martial soul. However, where could he possibly find a herb to facilitate his grandfather's martial soul evolution? Observing the troubled expression on Yu Tianli's face, Yu Yuanzhen shook his head. Enough. Tianli, we have 2 years. There is no need to rush. Let us return and think of a solution without haste. With that, he took Yu Tianli by the hand and led him outside. As they walked, Yu Tianli pondered the matter of martial soul evolution. He recalled a story from the unparalleled Tang sect, where Mu Lao assisted Bei Bei in awakening the blue lightning tyrant dragon into the radiant holy dragon. Yet, he could not remember the methods involved. Never mind. I shall think it over when we return. Just as Yu Tianli regained his focus, he found himself within the true dragon hall. His grandfather sat upon the throne, and feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yu Tianli said, "Grandfather, how long have we been back?" Yu Yuanzhen jested. Not long, just half an hour." Yu Tianli sheepishly scratched his head and lowered his gaze. I became somewhat lost in thought. Yu Yuanzhen waved his hand. "Enough. No need to explain. I understand. You should rest well. Though you have reached the soul sage level, remember, this is not your peak. Starting tomorrow, you must train for 2 hours each day in the Dragon God Valley." Yu Wuslabia surpresa responded, "But didn't you designate that place as a forbidden zone?" Yu Yuanzhen retorted, "To ordinary folk, it is a forbidden zone, but for you, it is an invaluable training ground. Stop your antics and be off." "All right." With that, Yu Tianli hurriedly made his way outside. After barely a moment, he was off to a small courtyard, and before he even entered, he caught a whiff of enticing meat aromas. Surprised, he stepped inside the courtyard and found Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin toasting with small cups. A few dishes were laid out on the table, while 3 women busied themselves in the yard. "I say, how did you 2 end up in my courtyard, drinking no less? Where did you find this wine?" Yu Tianli sat down on a stool in exasperation, only to find a cup handed to him, which he downed in one go. Yu Tianheng chuckled. "We had no idea, but since Rong Rong was here, I had her bring it out for us." "Ha! Did you not expect that, little trickster?" Just then, Ning Rong Rong, Dugu Yin, and Lei Ling Air approached, each carrying a clay pot. Once they finished their tasks, they uncovered the lids, and Yu Tianheng introduced, "Tianli, this is something I had specially sourced from afar. I wouldn't easily reveal it unless you returned. Can you guess what it is?" The enticing aroma of the meat indeed piqued Yu Tianli's appetite. "What could it possibly be? If you don't tell me, I might just start eating." Yu Wuslabia Tianli Laoga. Yu Tianheng shook his head. "You lad, can't you cooperate with your big brother?" "Never mind. I want to hold it against you." He pointed to a pot on the left. "This contains the thigh meat of a 60,000-year-old scarlet flame, saber-toothed tiger. Unlike the ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts." Chapter 203. Training, and more training before Yu Tianheng could finish his sentence. Yu Tianli had already begun to feast heartily, exclaiming between bites, "Indeed, big brother, you've truly outdone yourself." Yu Tianheng could only shake his head in resignation. Raising his cup as the 3 brothers clinked glasses and drank their fill, Yu Tianxin smiled and said, "Tianli, this wine of yours is truly delightful. Do you have any more? I would like to take some back to share with Ling-Er's father." Yu Tianli could not help but retort, "My dear brother, since you have said this, what can I possibly say to deny you? Rest assured, I will make sure you are satisfied." At this moment, Yu Tianheng sighed and said, "Tianli, the reason we have come to find you is to discuss the future of the Landian sect." Yu Tianli appeared puzzled and inquired, "Elder brother, what future of the Landian sect are you referring to?" The Landianba Wang sect has been flourishing in recent years, boasting over 7 title Douluo level fighters, with dozens more at the soul Douluo level. Even against the Spirit Hall, we possess considerable strength. I do not understand your concerns." Yu Tianheng shook his head and replied, "Tianli, I understand your perspective. However, you have not returned in over 2 years and may not be aware of the current situation in Tiando City. Over these past 2 years, the Tiando royal family has been expanding, continually restricting our Londian sect. I fear. Before Yu Tianheng could finish, Yu Tianli interrupted with a smile. Elder brother, you worry too much. Not to mention our own strength. We are allied with the other 3 sects. With the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo from the Rongrong 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, we possess 9 title Douluo. Even if the Snow Knight Emperor has reached title Douluo, he would still not be our match. Yu Tianli cleared his throat and added, moreover, I have encountered the title Douluo behind the royal family, and my grandfather's strength far surpasses his. Elder brother, I understand your concerns, but the Londian sect has not wasted these years. Your focus should be on diligent cultivation, for it is only through our efforts that the future of the Londian sect can truly be secured. Yu Tianli's words resonated profoundly with his brothers, and after sharing a few more drinks, he bid them farewell. Ning Rongrong quietly leaned against Yu Tianli, whispering, how do you know so much? You sound like a little trickster. Yu Tianli held Ning Rongrong's small hand and replied softly, Am I not a little trickster? I managed to win the heart of the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Ning Rongrong playfully rolled her eyes at him and said, you rascal. Stop with the nonsense. Tell me, is what you said about the title Douluo beside the Snow Knight Emperor true? Yu Tianli, intrigued, asked, what has piqued your interest in this matter? Ning Rongrong hesitated before saying, Tianli, I must ask you to keep this between us. Yu Tianli nodded, encouraging her to continue. Ning Rongrong, reassured by his promise, spoke, I only learned about this not long ago. There are rumors that our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect is the wealthiest sect in the world. Recently, when I broke through to the Soul Emperor level, my father appointed me as the Vice Sect Master and informed me that all the treasures of our sect were acquired with the permission of the Tiando Empire, should the Empire ever require them. As she spoke, Yu Tianli gently covered Ning Rongrong's mouth and whispered in her ear, do not worry with me here. No one can bully you, not even the title Douluo. Be good. He then embraced her. The night passed in silence, and when Yu Tianli awoke, the sun had already risen high in the sky. Looking at the still sleeping Ning Rongrong in his arms, he couldn't help but chuckle. This girl sleeps even more soundly than I do. Just then, he noticed a mischievous smile at the corner of Ning Rongrong's lips. Feigning sleep, are we? Let me teach you a lesson. With that thought, Yu Tianli's hands began to wander. Ning Rongrong's breathing became increasingly uneven, and a lovely blush crept onto her face. As Yu Tianli grew bolder, Ning Rongrong could not help but giggle. All right, you naughty one. Did you realize I was already awake? Yu Tianli continued his teasing while whispering in her ear, what is the matter? Can't handle it? It seems you need to strengthen your cultivation. While speaking, he playfully nibbled on Ning Rongrong's ear. After a considerable time, Yu Tianli finally rose leisurely from bed. As Ning Rongrong combed her hair, she pointed at Yu Tianli and said, you did this on purpose. We agreed to go home today, and yet you took so long. Yu Tianli, feigning surprise, replied, what is this? Why you have 2 faces? Just a moment ago you were. Before Yu Tianli could finish, Ning Rongrong covered his mouth, warning, if you say another word, I will ignore you. Ha ha. All right, I understand. But you look exceptionally beautiful today, he said charmingly. Come here and help me tie my dress. With that, Yu Tianli tied the bow for Ning Rongrong from behind. After they were ready, Ning Rongrong cheerfully said, okay, let us go. We shouldn't keep father and the others waiting. The 2 of them chatted and laughed as they exited the Londian sect. A dark figure vanished into the nearby forest. Deep within the forest, on a hillside, the dark figure knelt before a man. Under the Blood River crown, Yu Tianli and Ning Rongrong had already left the Londian sect, heading towards the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. The figure standing on the hillside was none other than the Blood River Douluo, who raised his right hand slightly, and the dark figure disintegrated into dust. It's going to come out. Since you have emerged, do not return. With that, the figure disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, Yu Tianli and Ning Rongrong moved further away from the Londian sect, while a red figure drew closer to them. Yu Tianli, become a part of my Blood River energy. As he spoke, the 9th soul ring behind him suddenly lit up, and a red Blood River portal appeared in the ground. As the red Blood River portal manifested, Yu Qianli instinctively pulled Ning Rongrong to leap away, and 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and red appeared in succession. Countless delicate dragon scales enveloped Yu Qianli, and his dragon wings spread wide, barely stabilizing his form. Blood River Douluo, is that you? Do you fancy my appearance? Yu Qianli scoffed. Observing the 7 radiant soul rings behind Yu Qianli, Blood River's eyes gleamed with excitement. Chapter 204, Blood River. Gazing at the brilliant 7 soul rings behind Yu Qianli, Blood River could not help but exclaim, "No wonder your corporeal energy is so formidable. With 200,000-year soul rings, it implies you possess 2 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones. Moreover, given your unique martial spirit, they are both dragon-type soul bones. Ha 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 ha. You have truly presented me with a grand surprise. By devouring both of you, I may very well reach rank 99. Ha ha. Hearing Blood River's words, Yu Qianli interrupted. I must say, old man Blood River, do you truly believe that your cultivation, acquired through dubious means, can compare to that of someone who has genuinely trained? He continued, as far as I know, the 6-winged angel of the Spirit Hall inherently counters you, even if you were to reach rank 99. I doubt that Douluo could not easily dispatch you. Blood River, unfazed by Yu Qianli's mockery, continued to condense his soul power, slowly surrounding Yu Qianli with a blood river formed by his 9th soul skill, intending to absorb everything about Yu Qianli perfectly. Yes, you are right. Douluo is indeed formidable. The innate constraints of martial spirits cannot be mitigated by mere effort. Just like you, perhaps even giving you 10 more years. Douluo may not necessarily be your match. Blood River spoke with the demeanor of a long-time elder, chuckling amiably. Yu Qianli firmly grasped Ning Rongrong's delicate hand with his left, signaling her to remain behind him. Meanwhile, his right hand gathered a shimmering purple radiance, relying solely on the destructive divine power within himself, hoping it would prove effective. As he concentrated on this power, he smiled and remarked, "You are quite an intriguing individual. Do you truly believe my ambitions are so limited?" Oh, Xuehe seemed taken aback by Yu Qianli's words, but soon he chuckled and said, "Tell me, young one, do you comprehend the weight of your words? Douluo represents the pinnacle of human cultivation. Are you even aware of what lies above that?" Yu Qianli raised an eyebrow and replied confidently, "Of course." Xuehe appeared to be ignited by Yu Qianli's enthusiasm. "You possess a rare talent, young one. Perhaps there is a possibility, but regrettably, it seems you are currently incapable." Without allowing Yu Qianli a chance to respond, a massive blood river had completely enveloped both him and Ning Rongrong. Gazing at the encapsulating blood sphere, Xuehe revealed a fatherly smile, knowing that if he patiently waited for a quarter of an hour, he would achieve a qualitative transformation. Inside the blood sphere, Yu Qianli whispered, "Rongrong, our time is limited. When the moment comes, assist me with all your might. I will forcefully cleave this blood sphere, and then you must run towards the Landian zone. I will do my utmost to hold him back. Rest assured, I possess 200,000-year soul rings and a soul bone. Remember, you must act swiftly." Ning Rongrong, her complexion pale, nodded heavily at Yu Qianli's words. As she did, a resplendent Jiao Bao Liu Li Ta materialized in her hand, its 6 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, glowing brilliantly. With enhancements to power, speed, soul force, defense, and attack, an 80% amplification coursed through him. Upon feeling the augmentation from the Jiao Bao Liu Li Ta, Yu Qianli exhaled softly, and the red soul ring positioned at his 7th soul ring erupted with a magnificent radiance. A long dragon's roar escaped his lips as his black robe was torn apart. His already formidable physique towering as a 10-meter-high black dragon emerged within the blood sphere. Yu Qianli tightly gripped the destruction giant's blade in his hand and struck fiercely at the blood sphere. Outside, Xuehe, observing the expanding blood sphere, intended to use his soul power to restrain Yu Qianli. However, unexpectedly, as Xuehe prepared to act, a wave of destructive energy surged from deep within the blood sphere, and in the next moment, the expanding blood sphere was cleaved in two. Yu Qianli gently propelled Ning Rongrong towards the direction of the Landian zone, urging, Rong, hurry. After stabilizing her form in midair, she sprinted towards the Lan Dian zone with all her strength. Xuehe, witnessing Ning Rong's fleeing figure, disregarded the backlash from his ninth soul skill being disrupted and lunged forward to intercept her. At that moment, the black dragon obstructed Xuehe's path. Xuehe coldly regarded Yu Qianli, who had manifested his martial spirit, and icily stated, "Do you believe that by breaking through my ninth soul skill, you have earned the right to contend with me? Do you think I, a rank 98 title Douluo, am feeble? Even if you possess 100,000-year soul ring. What of it? Since you seek a swift demise, I will oblige." Yu Qianli gripped the purple giant's blade tightly, his voice low and resolute. "There is no choice. You, a creature neither human nor ghost, will never comprehend this. This is love. I cherish her, and thus I shall protect her with all that I can. Do not mock me. I fear death, yet for her sake I would gladly embrace it. Let us battle." Xuehe. As he spoke, Yu Qianli concentrated all his destructive power into his right hand, unleashing the domain of the god of death. Xuehe's face flickered with shades of green and white as his soul power surged ominously. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, the goddess of life discreetly wiped away a tear and nudged the nearby Xiaozi, saying, "Quick, help him. It's your fault for dragging me to witness this insolent boy. Now I have shed tears. If you do not assist him, I shall ignore you." Xiaozi grasped the goddess of life's hand and softly replied, I understand. It's mainly to show you that I have not chosen poorly. I will assist him now." As she spoke, her right hand gently pointed downward, unlike previous instances where a purple light shone forth. This time, it was a golden radiance. The goddess of life furrowed her brows and inquired, "Is this the power of light? Xiaozi, what are you doing? That boy faces the most formidable powers on Douluo continent. What significance does granting him the power of light hold?" It seemed that in an instant, the goddess of life grasped the situation, speaking, "You intend to alter his martial spirit once again?" Xiaozi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I have bestowed too many gifts upon this young man. Providing too much is not beneficial for his future growth. His martial spirit is the dark sacred dragon. Though it is indeed a top-tier existence, it cannot enable him to confront too many challenges. It would be wiser to modify it slightly. At the very least, it would present an opportunity." Chapter 205, Ascension. After listening to Xiaozi, the goddess of life nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. However, you must ensure the boy's safety. Should any mishap occur, do not expect my attention again. The grand god of destruction, slightly envious, remarked, "Wife, why do I feel that you care for this boy more than you do for me?" The goddess of life chuckled slyly. "This is not my fault. You chose such a child. I am currently contemplating matters beyond this divine realm. If you fail to fulfill your duties and provide me with empty promises, prepare for the consequences." Yes, I assure you the task will be completed." Down below, Xuehe once more gathered his soul power, conjuring a colossal blood river that materialized even more solidly than before due to the manifestation of his martial spirit. Xuehe cackled ominously. "Boy, let us see how you escape now. Do not think that just because you sent that girl back to summon help, Yu Engine will have time to rescue you. I assure you, with the enhancement of my martial spirit, I will perfectly devour you within a mere incense stick's worth of time. By then, even if Yu Engine arrives, he shall only meet his demise." Upon hearing Xuehe's words, Yu Qianli furrowed his brow, realizing that today would not conclude peacefully. This adversary indeed possessed some cunning. As he contemplated, a soaring black light descended from the heavens, directly entering Yu Qianli's being. Feeling the remnants of that black radiance's ultimate destructive power, Xuehe shuddered involuntarily, although he was solely restrained by the light attribute. This extreme destructive energy instilled profound fear within him. He even entertained the notion of fleeing. The source of such overwhelming destruction surely exceeded human capabilities. Was this young man truly the destined child, under the gaze of the divine? On the other hand, Yu Qianli, forced to relinquish his martial spirit form due to the influx of the black light, experienced a tumultuous change in his complexion. This was the ultimate destructive power belonging to the god of destruction, far surpassing the most extreme destructive force on the continent by several hundred times. Thus, even a mere stream of this energy overwhelmed Yu Qianli with an insurmountable force. Yu Qianli could only hastily activate his soul power, striving to merge with this force of annihilation. However, the force that entered his body seemed to possess its own intentions, resisting Yu Qianli's control and attempting to summon the annihilation power within him, racing towards a specific destination. The greater the accumulation of annihilation power within him, the more Yu Qianli felt an unsettling sense of unreality, as if his martial soul were undergoing subtle changes, yet he remained unaware of the cause. Meanwhile, while Yu Qianli advanced his martial soul, Shuehe, standing nearby, was in distress. The overwhelming annihilation power within Yu Qianli's body exceeded his physical capacity, and the leaked annihilation power enveloped him tightly, leaving Shuehe in a position of frustration, unable to seize such a precious opportunity before him. Time passed, and Yu Yuanjin was about to arrive. Given his current strength, confronting Yu Yuanjin head-on was utterly impossible. He steeled his heart and uttered a harsh remark. "Very well, I shall spare your life today, but mark my words, you will be mine in the future." With that, the figure vanished from sight. As if reaching a critical threshold, the annihilation power within Yu Qianli completely took over his body and his martial soul. The dark sacred dragon began to operate autonomously. 7 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 2 red, radiated brilliantly around him. The dragon wings on his back underwent violent transformations, with the originally black dragon scales gradually shifting to a dark purple hue. After an indeterminate period, when Yu Qianli awoke once more, he found himself back in his small courtyard. Ning Rongrong lay beside his bed, seemingly asleep. Gently, Yu Qianli lifted her and placed her on the bed before stepping outside to assess his physical condition, discovering no issues whatsoever. It appeared that his martial soul had indeed changed. Could it be another advancement? As he pondered, Yu Qianli gradually summoned his soul power. The 7 soul rings rose sequentially from beneath his feet, and his body was adorned with dark purple dragon scales, while his once normal pupils transformed into terrifying vertical slits. Is this a more powerful dragon, martial soul? I can indeed wield supreme annihilation power. Yu Qianli exclaimed. At that moment, Yu Yuanjin's voice resonated behind him. Turning to face his grandfather, he inquired, "Grandfather, what brings you here?" Yu Yuanjin waved his hand in silence, directing his gaze towards Yu Qianli's newly manifested martial soul. Could this be the legendary Dragon King capable of mastering the ultimate annihilation attribute? Zi Huang Nie Tianlong? Yu Yuanjin speculated. Zi Huang Nie Tianlong? Isn't that Su Tianran's martial soul from Douluo too? Could it also be the higher-level martial soul of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus? Or is there a connection between dragon martial souls? Yu Qianli pondered. He then asked, "Grandfather, is the Zi Huang Nie Tianlong the higher-level martial soul of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus? How can my martial soul change so suddenly?" Upon hearing Yu Qianli's words, Yu Yuanjin shook his head. "I cannot say for certain, but one thing is clear. Your martial soul is evolving positively. The Zi Huang Nie Tianlong surpasses your dark sacred dragon in strength, primarily due to its mastery over the ultimate attribute, annihilation." This revelation took Yu Qianli by surprise. Yet he considered it a stroke of fortune amidst adversity. With this in mind, he solemnly stated, "Grandfather, today that old Shui he sought to devour me. I am certain that the Shui Yidadi has also practiced his dark arts to advance to the rank of Soul Douluo so swiftly." Yu Yuanjin nodded. "I understand. Please elaborate on the situation." The old ghost Shui he employed his 9th soul skill, a massive blood sphere, ensnaring both me and Rongrong. I distinctly felt that had I not broken free in time, I would have been completely consumed within half an hour. Yu Yuanjin furrowed his brow, stating, "It seems the time has come to quell the arrogance of these individuals. Do they truly believe that my blue electric sect is without defenders? Indeed, my Chibao Yoli sect feels the same. How dare they target Rongrong? This is utterly despicable." Hearing this, Yu Qianli turned to Sining Fengji and Gudo Luo. Gudo Luo's face was filled with rage. He regarded Rong Rong as his own granddaughter. And now someone dared to harm her, no less from some insignificant royal family. Ning Fengji gestured for Douluo to remain silent. Tianli, what exactly transpired? And how is the royal family involved? Please explain in detail. Ning Fengji urged. Yu Tianli nodded and replied earnestly. This matter has only recently come to our attention. Uncle Ning, do you recall that since Shui Yidadi fell gravely ill 3 years ago, his cultivation speed has skyrocketed? He is now a sole Douluo. Ning Fengji nodded, encouraging Yu Tianli to continue. Uncle Ning, I do not wish to boast, but with my talent, I cannot claim to have advanced nearly 40 levels in 3 years. If Shui Yidadi truly possessed such talent, how could he barely reach the rank of Soul King in this crucial year of his life? Today, the method employed by that Shui Douluo is a common trick of evil soul masters, attempting to absorb the life energy of both Rong Rong and myself to enhance himself. Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words and connecting the dots, Ning Fengji fell silent for a moment before addressing Yu Yuanjin. You uncle, what do you propose we do about this? Yu Yuanjin shook his head. Fengji, I do not know either. The implications of this matter are far-reaching, and we have discovered it too late. From my last observations within the palace, Shui Yidadi seems to have gathered a large number of such evil soul masters around him. No fewer than 2,000. 2,000, Ning Fengji exclaimed, astonished at Yu Yuanjin's revelation. Has Shui Yidadi truly amassed so many in such a short time? If he is allowed a few more years, what then? Yu Yuanjin nodded gravely. Not only that, but evil soul masters develop rapidly, especially in their early stages. As long as they possess sufficient life energy, it is exceedingly easy for them to recruit followers. Douluo interjected. No wonder Shui Yidadi has abandoned his conciliatory policies in recent years. It was all for the sake of life energy. He has truly lost his way. Ning Fengji shook his head. Once a person becomes accustomed to acquiring power so easily, they will no longer strive for diligent cultivation. I fear that Shui Ye's strength has surpassed our imagination. It seems we must prepare to sever ties with the Empire. I was foolish to intertwine the future of Qi Bao Liuli's sect with Tiando Empire. Yu Yuanjin chuckled softly. Fengji, do not blame yourself. No one would have anticipated that a sovereign would entangle himself with evil soul masters. Your Qi Bao Liuli sect must make decisions swiftly. Otherwise, should problems arise, it could be dire. Ning Fengji nodded. You uncle, I understand. I shall return to make preparations at once. Rong Rong should not return for the time being. There are individuals from the Empire within our sect that must be controlled. Finally, Yu Tianli seized the opportunity to speak, hastily assuring, Uncle Ning, rest assured, I will take good care of Rong Rong. Ning Fengji smiled, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Tianli. For now, you should remain within the sect and focus on your cultivation. The future of both the Blue Electric sect and Qi Bao Liuli sect rests upon you and Rong Rong. Yu Tianli nodded lightly and reassured, rest assured. Uncle Ni, you may not know me well, but I am indeed diligent and hard-working. Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, Douluo couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance at him, thinking to himself, you little lecher, everyone knows you well enough. How shameless. Ni Fengji chuckled softly, said nothing, and after bidding farewell to Yu Yuanjin, he proceeded towards the Qi Bao Liuli zone. Yu Yuanjin patted Yu Tianli on the shoulder and tossed an ancient tome onto the table, urging him, study this well. Do not waste your divine martial soul. Yu Tianli accepted the tome and said, Grandfather, wait a moment. I have something to discuss. Yu Yuanjin raised an eyebrow, signaling Yu Tianli to speak quickly. With a playful grin, Yu Tianli continued, Grandfather, last night I perused the herbal compendium and discovered a herb that stimulates martial souls. However, its refinement requires too long yuengua. What do you think? Yu Yuanjin retorted, somewhat annoyed. How can you use such a precious item as long yuengua for my personal affairs? Don't even think about it. Besides, do you think this is something so easily accomplished? Yu Tianli anticipated his grandfather's reaction and presented his prepared argument. Grandfather, the long yuengua is merely the final step. If the preceding steps succeed, then adding the long yuengua would be the finishing touch. If it fails, I can always return them to you. He added, moreover, grandfather, as the leader of the Lan Dianbao Wang Longzong if your martial soul evolves, it would be an unparalleled benefit to the entire family. Should formidable foes invade, not only will Tu Long Yuan Gua be inconsequential, but even the true Dragon Palace could be trampled upon. So, grandfather, please grant me this. Seemingly convinced by his grandson's reasoning, Yu Yuanjin's soul-guiding device glowed, and Tu Long Yuan Gua appeared on the table. Watching his grandfather's retreating figure, Yu Tianli softly murmured, "Rest assured, grandfather, it will surely succeed." He then stored the Tu Long Yuan Gua in his soul-guiding device and turned towards the side room. Upon entering the side room, Yu Tianli retrieved a small cauldron and prepared several exquisite ingredients along with some rare herbs. With the enhancement of his soul power, he merely needed to control the temperature using his soul energy. After half an hour, the high temperature transformed all the herbs within the cauldron into a viscous liquid. While managing the cauldron's temperature with one hand, he made a long incision on his wrist with the other. For Yu Tianli, who had reached level 73, a regular knife could not pierce his skin. He had to break through it himself. His body contained boundless destructive power, along with countless dragon energies. His blood was a tremendous tonic for anyone with a dragon-type martial soul, especially since he possessed the inner core of the ironclad tool known as Di Tian, a being of Dragon King caliber. As he observed the deep crimson blood gradually engulfing the medicinal liquid, Yu Tianli ceased the bleeding and tossed in the Tu Long Yuan Gua. The mixture of blood and liquid seemed to react with extraordinary excitement. And the moment the Long Yuan Gua were added, they completely integrated with the concoction. It was time to condense the pill. Chapter 207, Condensation. With his mental energy rapidly expanding, the blood-red medicinal liquid swiftly coalesced into small pills, floating in the air. Yu Tianli's expression brightened as he retrieved a white jade bottle from his soul-guiding device, guiding the dark red pills into the bottle. Upon inspecting the pills within the white jade bottle, he counted roughly 100 and nodded with satisfaction. "This is excellent. Grandfather only needs to consume one each day for 100 days of quiet cultivation, and he should soon encounter the opportunity for a transformation of his martial soul." With this thought, Yu Tianli stored the white jade bottle in his soul-guiding device, preparing to head towards the true Dragon Palace. At that moment, he spotted Daimu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing, Alsi Ka, and Ma Hongjuan approaching his courtyard. Yu Tianli smiled and said, "What brings you all here?" "Gomin, Gomin." He welcomed them inside. In the courtyard, they arranged themselves accordingly, and Yu Tianli gestured towards the house, saying, "My beloved is resting inside, so I cannot invite you in. If there's anything to discuss, please do so here." Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, Daimu Bai hastily waved his hand, saying, "Brother Tianli, you are too courteous. It is already a trouble for us to visit you this late. How can we expect to discuss matters in detail?" Alsika chimed in, Yes, Brother Tianli, you are not treating us as outsiders, are you?" Yu Tianli chuckled and directly asked, "What troubles have you encountered at the Landian Zone? Or is there some issue you wish to discuss? Speak, and I shall assist you." Zai Mu Bai Hes Tita, saying, "Brother Tianli, I feel somewhat embarrassed. If it weren't for the lingering pride within me, I wouldn't have come to ask for your help, but..." Yu Tianli waved his hand. "I understand your intentions. This matter is not impossible, but you have just arrived at Landian Zone. If I were to provide you with celestial herbs, what would others think of me, Yu Tianli? They would surely say I'm unjust in my rewards and punishments. Mubai, how about this? You both spend a year or so diligently cultivating in my Landian Zone, and I will find an opportunity to present the items to you." Daimu Bai wanted to negotiate further, as early acquisition meant early benefits, but Zhu Zhuqing interjected, "No problem, Brother Tianli. We are already exceeding the rules by asking for your assistance. Your agreement is more than sufficient. We will certainly return and cultivate earnestly." Yu Tianli nodded. That is the spirit. The cultivation environment at Landian Zone surpasses that of Lanba Xue Yuan. After a period of focused training, great changes will soon unfold, and you will have your chance to shine. Just then, a gentle and languid voice echoed from behind them. "Tianli, who has arrived?" Everyone turned to see Rong peeking from the doorway. Upon seeing his beloved, Yu Tianli's lips curled into a perfectly charming smile. "It's Mubai, Hongjuan, and the others. Go tidy yourself up and come greet them. Ni Rongrong replied with a soft retreating to prepare. Daimu Bai and Ma Hong Juan exchanged envious glances, especially the latter. Although he had returned to a more normal physique after consuming celestial herbs. The past 2 years of rigorous training at Londianzong had left him without opportunities for romantic pursuits, leaving him still single. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing displayed a look of disappointment. Before long, Ni Rongrong re-emerged dressed in a light moon-white outfit, her long hair cascading down to her waist, carrying a tray of fragrant tea and snacks. I apologize for the hurried preparations. This is all I could manage at home, she said, placing the treats on the round table in the courtyard. Yu Qianli observed her delicate attire and promptly draped his black outer robe over her shoulders, softly saying, "The night air is chilly. You should wear something warmer." Ni Rongrong playfully replied, "I didn't want to keep you all waiting." As she settled beside Yu Qianli, she looked at everyone and said, "It has been so long since we last met." The group greeted each other with smiles, but after a brief moment of silence, they began to take their leave. Ni Rongrong watched the departing figures, puzzled, and asked, "Why did they leave as soon as I came out?" Yu Qianli playfully pinched Ning Rongrong's small nose, realizing that their conversation had concluded and it was quite late, making it awkward for them to linger. Ning Rongrong, sensing the unspoken implication, blushed and retorted, "How annoying! Stop being mischievous." With a smile, Yu Qianli replied before a few of them arrived. Uncle Ning and Grandpa Gu came by, but you were still asleep. They stayed for a while and then left. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong stomped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "Why didn't you wake me? Oh, how embarrassing." Yu Qianli gently took her hand and softly reassured her, "Uncle Ning and the others were worried about you. Once they saw you were fine, they felt relieved. Moreover, given the recent turmoil, the atmosphere in the Tiando Empire is quite unsettling. The Qibao Liuli clan also needs Uncle Ning's presence, as it seems a significant upheaval is imminent." Ning Rongrong leaned against Yu Qianli's broad shoulder, asking, "Tianli, is the situation really that dire?" He nodded solemnly, expressing, "For many years, I have been strategizing for the future of both the Blue Lightning clan and the Qibao Liuli clan. However, events have unfolded beyond my plans and expectations, and it has become clear that even our allies may transform into formidable adversaries. Is it truly that serious?" Ning Rongrong gazed up at him. "Rest assured, no matter what happens, I will ensure the safety of the Blue Lightning clan and the Qibao Liuli clan." With that, he embraced her tightly. "I believe in you." Early the next morning, Yu Qianli arrived at the Jinlong Hall. Elder Luo, standing outside, was somewhat surprised to see him so early and joked, "Oh, isn't this our esteemed young master from the Blue Lightning clan? What brings you out at such an early hour? Aren't you usually still in bed?" Yu Qianli shot him a glance and retorted, "Grandpa Luo, your wit seems to have sharpened over time. Where's my grandfather? I need to speak with him about something important." Elder Luo gestured towards the Jinlong Hall. He sighed, having trained all night again. "I can't help but wonder what you two are scheming. Your elder brother is already at level 98 and still puts in so much effort. Reaching level 99 isn't merely about hard work." With a chuckle, Elder Luo pointed towards the hall. "Let us go." Chapter 208. Opportunity. You say reaching level 99 isn't just about hard work. Why is your brother putting in so much effort? Elder Luo asked, puzzled. Yu Qianli responded with a smile. "Elder Luo, how do you know that reaching level 99 isn't about hard work? You haven't even reached level 98. Upon hearing this, Elder Luo retorted, "You know nothing. While I may not have reached level 98, I am still a level 95 title de la. You must understand the concept of comparison, young rascal." Yu Qianli scoffed, ignoring Elder Luo's futile argument, and headed straight into the Jinlong Hall. As he entered, he found his grandfather observing him from the main hall. "What is this? Didn't he succeed? Come to return my Long Yuan fruit?" Yu Yuanjin chuckled. Yu Qianli shook his head. "Not at all. I have come to present you with some elixirs." With that, he conjured a white jade vial from his soul guide. Yu Yuanjin's eyes sparkled with interest. "Oh, you really succeeded?" He rose and approached Yu Qianli. Handing over the white jade vial, Yu Qianli instructed, "Grandfather, take one each day and absorb all the energy from the elixir. Only then will you be able to consume another. I estimate that in about 3 months, your martial spirit will undergo a transformation. As he spoke, he looked at his grandfather with pride. Yu Yuanjin accepted the vial, furrowing his brow as he noted the lingering faint scent of blood. Tianli, you put in a lot of effort. He turned away, concealing the tears in his eyes. Yu Tianli bowed respectfully, saying, Grandfather, I will also enter seclusion soon. I wish you success. With that, he walked out. Yu Yuanjin watched his grandson's retreating figure, smiling softly as he poured one of the elixirs into his mouth. Turning to Elder Luo, he commanded, Elder Luo, relay my orders. Starting today, I will enter seclusion. You will oversee all matters within the clan until I emerge. He then made his way to the secret chamber within the Zhenlong Hall, feeling the power stirring within him after ingesting the elixir. Outside, Elder Luo shook his head in exasperation. Brother, what are you doing going into seclusion when you're perfectly fine? Meanwhile, back in his courtyard, Yu Qianli greeted Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, I will likely be residing in the Longshan Valley for about 3 months. Once my grandfather completes his seclusion, I will emerge as well. During this time, you must continue to practice diligently. He ruffled her hair affectionately. Ning Rongrong looked at him with reluctance. Can I go with you? You just returned. Yu Tianli shook his head. Rongrong, the Longshan Valley is no longer what it used to be. The destructive power within is something only a few can withstand. Although your physical constitution is stronger than the average support-type Soul Master, it's still unwise for you to stay there for long. However, you can visit me, and we can check on each other's progress. Ning Rongrong playfully nudged him, her spirits lifting at the thought of visiting Yu Tianli. How often can I come to see you? Yu Tianli pondered for a moment before replying. Once a week? Or perhaps every 3 days? Understanding his implication, Ning Rongrong huffed. I'll manage my own schedule. After all, you'll just be practicing as usual. With that, she dashed off to gather his clothes. Watching her graceful figure, Yu Tianli felt a fire ignite within him. Yet knowing it was not the right time, he forced his gaze to the window, taking a while to regain his composure. At that moment, Ning Rongrong handed him a bundle, cheerfully stating, this contains a week's worth of clean clothes. I'll bring you new ones when I visit. Yu Qianli carefully placed the bundle into his soul guide, thumping his chest confidently. Rest assured, I'll be waiting for you. Ning Rongrong nodded, but then shook her head, saying, forget it, I think I'll go with you. You're so clumsy, I'll pack for you myself. Upon hearing her words, Yu Qianli took her hand. All right, I'll follow your lead. Let us head out, my dear. Together, they made their way towards the Longshan Valley. Along the way, many clan members greeted them, and Yu Tianli returned their salutes. Ning Rongrong gently squeezed his hand. You haven't been back in years, yet you're still so popular in the clan. Yu Tianli chuckled. What can I say? It's just the burden of being an exceptional man. I want to hide it from you. Before you arrived at the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, many sought my grandfather's assistance in finding me a partner. In the end, this delicate flower of our clan ended up in your hands, and yet you're still not satisfied. Ning Rongrong nearly choked at his words. How come I never realized you were so shameless before? Yu Tianli cheerfully remarked. So, how did you perceive me before? Please, share your thoughts. A sidelong glance, but softly responded, upon first seeing you, I found you quite handsome, and you were very considerate. Gradually, I grew to like you more and more. Oh, so it boils down to my charming looks, does it? Yu Tianli teased. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but pinch Yu Tianli's waist playfully. And what about you? How did you come to like me? Speak up. Yu Tianli quickly grasped his delicate hand and, in an unusually serious tone, declared, would you believe me if I said I liked you in my previous life? Ning Rongrong gazed intently into Yu Tianli's eyes, discerning no hint of jest. She turned her face away, accustomed to his antics, and urged, let us go, we still need to build a small hut. As she led Yu Tianli toward Long Senku, he silently pondered, Rongrong, I know you may not believe this, but I truly fell for you in my past life. Hence, in this life, I shall not let you go. As they ventured deeper into ocean, their figures gradually faded from sight. By evening, a wooden cabin was completed, and the pair remained entwined in each other's company. Chapter 209. 3 months of cultivation. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the wooden cabin, Italy awoke, slowly rising to wash his face. He retrieved a substantial amount of jerky and provisions from his soul guide and had a simple breakfast before stepping outside. Having spent over 2 months in Longshanel, his soul power had reached the pinnacle of level 73. He estimated that a promotion was imminent. Seated on a wooden stump outside the cabin, he began to cultivate using the Balong Lang Fija, channeling his destructive power. With each breath, he absorbed more of the surrounding destructive energy, increasing the speed of his internal flow. Throughout the day, Li remained in meditation on that stump. Strangely, as time passed, he felt the destructive energy within Longshu becoming increasingly sparse, as though he were depleting it entirely. Perhaps I should venture deeper. Lingering here is not ideal, he contemplated. Gradually rising, he stretched and donned his outer robe, resolutely delving further into the valley. After approximately half an hour, as he ventured deeper, the concentration of destructive energy in the air intensified, nearly doubling that around his cabin. Observing the seemingly endless expanse of Fengshu, Yer Tanli produced a fire starter and continued onward. After another half hour, just as he contemplated proceeding further into the seemingly boundless Isano, a thunderous sound emanated from the direction of Jinlongdan. Yer Tanli turned abruptly, wondering, could it be that grandfather has emerged from seclusion? With that thought, gigantic dragon wings burst forth, propelling Yer Tanli toward the Jinlongdan with fervor. At that moment, in Jinlongdan, Yer Yun Zheng stepped out, his body adorned with intricate golden dragon scales, while 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, radiated brilliantly behind him. Beside him, Elder Loa stared in astonishment at the astonishing transformation of an stuttering, "Be brother, what has happened to you? Your martial spirit?" Seemingly regaining his composure, Injin gradually retracted his martial spirit, donning an outer robe from his soul guide. His demeanor had drastically changed with each movement. A commanding voice echoed in Ruinjin's mind, "You have completed the martial spirit evolution task. The first trial is concluded. Reward: stabilize the bloodline of the Golden Saint Dragon, and your soul power has increased by 1 level." As the voice faded, the crimson sunset was instantly engulfed by the radiant golden light emitted by Yunjun, resembling a magnificent golden ocean. This brilliant light coalesced into a pillar, and the pressure it exuded enveloped the entire Lin'an. Those below level 90 were rendered immobile by its force. Even the tidal Douluo felt a sense of trepidation under its weight. As Li rushed through the air, he sensed this familiar pressure and felt a surge of joy. It's grandfather. He has broken through to level 99. With this, regardless of how circumstances change, Landian Bawang Longzong will remain invincible. With this thought, Li's dragon wings beat even faster. Under the immense pressure emanating from Yunnan, Elder Loa could not help but exclaim, "Brother, enough! There are children in the sect." This remark jolted Yu Yanjun back to awareness, although the pressure he released was not directed at anyone. Prolonged exposure could cause irreparable harm to the children. As Hung retracted his pressure, Elder Loa gazed at him, noting that while he still wore the hastily donned robe, his weathered eyes belied his youthful appearance. One might easily believe Yanjun to be in his 30s. Elder Loa could not restrain his curiosity. "Brother, what has transpired?" "First, your martial spirit changed, and now your soul power has increased by a level. Have you encountered some fortuitous event?" In high spirits, Yuanjun replied, "Old 4. This is a tale best shared when Old 2 and Old 3 arrive. It is tedious to recount to each of you separately." Just then, Elder Hong and Elder Li hurriedly approached. Upon seeing their elder brother, Elder Hong exclaimed, "Brother, what has happened? How did you suddenly break through?" Yu Yanjun smiled and said, "All right, everyone is here. Listen closely to what I say next, and keep it to yourselves, understood?" The 3 elders nodded, and seeing their agreement, Yer Yanjun proceeded to share the news of his participation in the divine trial. No sooner had he finished speaking than the commanding voice echoed in his mind once more. Second divine trial. Select the child of destruction. Elder Zhong, Li, and Bo are invited to participate in the divine trial and successfully complete the first test. Upon hearing the message, Yanjun turned to the elders. "So, what do you think?" The elders had already entertained thoughts of their participation and nodded in agreement when Yanjun spoke. Consider this carefully. This is no trivial matter. Should you fail, the consequences will be dire. Before Yanjun could finish, the three elders erupted in laughter, with Elder Hong heartily saying, "Brother, after all these years of cultivation, we fear nothing. If we were afraid, we would have perished long ago. Now, just tell us how to begin." Elders Li and Moa nodded in agreement. As the camaraderie among the brothers solidified, Yanjun began to condense purple golden light in his right hand, asking who will go first. Elder Hong waved his hand. "I'll go first. Since you are taking the red level divine trial, I must at least be a black level participant, right? Come on, brother." Yanjun nodded, and the purple golden light surged into Elder Hong's forehead, contrasting sharply with Yanjun's previous experience. Behind the venerable Hong Zhonglao, a violet pillar of light emerged, commencing from its base with a hue of yellow, followed closely by purple, and then transitioning to black. Once it turned black, the pillar ascended slowly, eventually halting at the position of the black level for assessment. Yanjun smiled and nodded, remarking, "Second brother, black level 4 assessment, quite commendable." While speaking, a black 4-pointed star embedded itself into Hong Zhonglao's forehead. Chapter 210. Has it begun? Observing the proud demeanor of Hong Zhonglao, Yanjun cautioned, "Do not be overly pleased. The divine assessment is not as simple as you might think. Understood?" Hong Zhonglao nodded, and beside him, Li Zhonglao stepped forward, stating, "Elder brother, it is my turn now. Let us see how my talent measures up." Yanjun sighed as a stream of purple gold light struck Li Zhonglao's forehead. Once again, a massive pillar appeared behind Li Zhonglao, transitioning from white to yellow, purple, and swiftly ascending to black. Upon reaching black, it gradually climbed higher until it stabilized at the black level 4 assessment. Li Zhonglao's face illuminated with joy. "How about it, second brother? My talent is not inferior to yours." Hong Zhonglao patted Li Zhonglao on the shoulder. "Well done, third brother. You indeed have a promising future. Stick with me henceforth." Li Zhonglao, pleased, chimed in, "All right, second brother, I am at your command." At that moment, Luo Zhonglao, anxious, interjected, "I say you two elder brothers have completed yours. But what of me, the younger brother? Perhaps my talent surpasses both of yours." Hong Zhonglao and Li Zhonglao disregarded Luo Zhonglao, with Hong Zhonglao jesting, "Old fourth. Just accept Durfata." Huh. Just then, Yanjun looked skyward and sternly called out, "If you are here, come down. What mischief are you up to up there?" As Yanjun's words fell, Yu Tianli descended from the sky. Yanjun, grinning broadly, proclaimed, "Congratulations, grandfather, on making further progress." "Congratulations, grandfather." Yanjun, somewhat exasperated, added, "Enough with the antics. Your grandfather is still waiting. We will discuss your matters later." Yu Tianli shrugged and stood behind Yanjun, observing as he directed a stream of purple gold light into Luo Zhonglao's forehead. In an instant, the colors of the pillar behind Luo Zhonglao began to shift. From gold to white, it swiftly transitioned to purple, deepening gradually. This change, though slower than before, continued until it transformed into black, ultimately stabilizing at the black level 6 assessment. Yu Tianli could not help but think, "I did not expect Luo Zhonglao's talent to be nearly on par with Dai Mu Bai from the original story. Truly unexpected." Meanwhile, Yanjun chuckled with satisfaction. "I did not foresee this. Old Fourth has achieved black level 6. Luo Zhonglao, initially astonished, soon burst into hearty laughter, addressing Hong Zhonglao and Li Zhonglao. "How about it? Second brother, third brother? My talent surpasses yours. Ha ha ha. From now on, I shall protect you both." Hong Zhonglao and Li Zhonglao shot him an irritated glance, thinking, "This old man truly knows how to boast." After a while, Yanjun finally spoke. "All right, let us discuss your first assessments." Hong Zhonglao began. "My first assessment is called Destruction Power Training. Within a year, my body must endure 1% of the destruction power." Li Zhonglao nodded in agreement. "I share the same." Luo Zhonglao laughed. "I am similar, but mine is at 3%. Hong Zhonglao, feeling proud, remarked, "It does not seem too difficult. Could it be that I am exceptionally strong?" Yu Yuanjin covered his face and turned to Yu Tianli, saying, "Let him experience it. Use your full strength. Do not hold back." Yu Tianli, grinning, responded, "Really? Grandfather, though I cannot reach 1% of the destruction divine power, yet, over the years, I must have at least 1,000th, right? I fear that second granduncle." Hong Zhonglao could no longer remain calm, despite being a grandparent. He believed that even though Yu Tianli had attained soul sage level, he could withstand at least one of Yu Tianli's strikes. "Tianli, do not underestimate me. Though I may lack the talent of your grandfather, I am still a level 94 title de, one of the best on the continent. Now, unleash your full power without holding back." Seeing Hong Zhonglao's determination, Yu Tianli nodded, letting out a long dragon roar as 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black encircled him. Countless fine, purple-black dragon scales enveloped Yu Tianli, and his limbs underwent complete draconic transformation, with massive dragon wings unfurling behind him. Yu Tianli's right arm glimmered with purple light, swelling to the size of a soccer ball. "Grandpa Hong, be careful," he warned, as he unleashed boundless destructive energy toward Hong Zhonglao. Hong Zhonglao grunted, refraining from summoning his martial spirit, intending to confront the destructive energy directly. Having previously felt the might of the destructive energy, Yu Yuanjin urgently called out to Hong Zhonglao, "Second brother, summon your martial spirit." Sensing the impending force of destruction, Hong Zhonglao exuded the overwhelming presence of a tidal Douluo, as 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings manifested behind him. Just as Hong Zhonglao activated his martial spirit, the immense wave of destructive energy approached him. As Hong Zhonglao prepared to strike the destructive energy with a punch, it seemed to flow like a liquid, entering his body. Initially taken aback, Hong Zhonglao soon dismissed it, saying, "No way, just like this." Before he could finish, the energy surged within him, wreaking havoc. Frowning, Hong Zhonglao quickly sat down and began channeling his soul power to resist this terrifying force. At first, Hong Zhonglao easily suppressed the energy, but once it reached a certain level, no amount of soul power he summoned could budge the destructive energy. To make matters worse, the energy began to spread, consuming Hong Zhonglao's soul power. Clenching his teeth, he attempted to muster more soul power to resist the destructive force. Yu Yuanjin exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Tianli, who nodded in understanding. With a slight gesture of his hand, Yu Tianli compelled the destructive energy to return to his body. As he withdrew the force of destruction, Yu Tianli sighed softly, realizing that this technique consumed an immense amount of soul power. Otherwise, in actual combat, it would be a formidable killing move. Meanwhile, Hong Zhonglao suddenly opened his eyes wide, panting heavily, gazing in astonishment at Yu Tianli, who had just retracted his martial spirit. Yu Tianli cautiously asked, "Grandpa Hong, are you all right?" Chapter 211. All began to prepare for battle. Hong Zhonglao's lips twitched involuntarily. No problem, Tianli. How much destructive energy was that?" He seemed to need Yu Tianli to repeat it for reassurance, his eyes wide with anticipation. Yu Tianli smiled. "Second granduncle, that was merely a fraction. Barely 1,000th. 1,000th, 1,000th. Hong Zhonglao murmure repeatedly. Elder Luo, standing nearby, expressed his concern as he gazed at Yu Yuanjin, saying, "Elder brother," observing second brother's state, "if we are struggling with a mere 1 in 1,000, what are the higher levels? I am faced with the daunting challenge of 3%. 30 times more. Wouldn't he that me my demise?" Yu Yuanjin, with a serious demeanor, addressed the group. "This is no jest. I warned you that this could be lethal. Now that you comprehend the gravity, starting tomorrow, you are all to relocate to Longshangu to cultivate the power of destruction." Elder Luo sighed, reflecting on the years gone by, realizing he would have to recommit himself to rigorous training. Yu Tianli chimed in cheerfully, "Grandfathers, I happen to have a wooden cabin in Longshangu. I have been practicing there for nearly 3 months. I can vacate it for your use. What do you think?" Elderly twitched his mouth in appreciation. "We are grateful for your generosity." Yu Tianli waved dismissively. "Oh, grandfathers, there's no need for such formality. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask." The elderly gentleman responded with a collective hum of acknowledgement. At that moment, the remaining members of the Landian sect arrived at the Jinlong Hall, particularly Ning Rongrong, who upon seeing Yu Qianli, exhaled a sigh of relief. She hurriedly approached him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and wrapped her arms around his. Yu Qianli quickly inquired, Rongrong, what is the matter? Why are you upset? To the side, Du Guyin coldly interjected, that loud noise earlier alarmed Rongrong. She feared something had befallen you in Longshan-gu. She rushed there, but could not find you, which made her panic. Yu Qianli tightened his grip on Ning Rongrong's hand and whispered soothingly in her ear, Dear wife, do not worry. I am perfectly fine. Ning Rongrong clung to his arm, unwilling to let go. Yu Qianli gestured to his elder and led Ning Rongrong towards a small courtyard. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanjin addressed the crowd gathered before the Jinlong Hall, stating in a solemn tone, As you all witnessed, Elder Luo has successfully broken through to level 96. Henceforth, our Landian sect has gained another formidable super Douluo. Let's give Elder Luo a round of applause. The three elders, who understood the deeper implications of Yu Yuanjin's announcement, exchanged knowing smiles. The uninformed onlookers erupted in excitement upon hearing that Elder Luo had reached level 96. When Landian sect had only Yu Yuanjin as a 96th level title Douluo, it was already a revered entity. Now, with Yu Yuanjin breaking through to level 97 and Elder Luo at level 96, the Landian sect was bound to soar. Yu Yuanjin's astuteness was evident, as within mere hours, news of Elder Luo's breakthrough had spread to various power factions. In the Wuhuan city, Bibi Dong, upon hearing the report from her subordinates, waved her hand dismissively, You may leave. After the spy finished, she gazed at the golden dome of the hall and remarked, Another 96-level title Douluo has emerged. The Landian sect is indeed growing stronger by the year. Beside her, Zhu Douluo commented, Your Holiness. This means that the Landian sect now boasts 3 title Douluos. Coupled with the 2 from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, this could be problematic. Bibi Dong sneered. It appears we must accelerate our plans. Gui Mei. Gui Thaw promptly stood, kneeling before her. Your command is my duty. Go to the worship hall and inform Qian Daolu of this development. Summon the title Douluos Jin Yi, Qian Jun, and Jiang Mo to heed my orders. Bibi Dong instructed coldly. Gui Mei nodded and proceeded to the worship hall. In the Tiando Imperial Palace, Emperor Shui Yi, observing his spies, inquired, who reported that Elder Luo of the Landian sect has been promoted to level 96. Yes, my lord, I dare not deceive. This news comes from a trusted informant within the Landian sect. Emperor Shui Yi waved his hand, addressing the Shui He Douluo beside him. It seems we must continue to court the Landian sect. Shui He sneered, Your Majesty, I fear the Landian sect may not be inclined to engage with you. With 3 title Douluos and 2 super Douluos, they are not easily swayed by mere favors. Shui Yi coldly retorted, I do not require your instruction. Tend to your own affairs. The Milton Kingdom in the south has made secret contact with the Xingluo Empire. I want you to retrieve the entire Milton royal family. Do you understand? Shui He silently vanished from sight. Meanwhile, as Yu Qianli returned to his courtyard, holding Ning Rongrong's hand, he gently placed her on the bed and embraced her. Do not fret. I am too cunning to fall into danger. Promise me you won't cry next time, he said playfully, pinching her delicate nose. Ning Rongrong buried her head in his chest, obediently murmuring in reply. Yu Qianli smiled. Rongrong, I suspect that a significant upheaval is on the horizon. Perhaps we should alert Uncle Ning. Ning Rongrong nodded. I will send a message back tomorrow. Hearing her words, Yu Qianli's lips curled mischievously. In that case, I shall test the fruits of your training. Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson as she wrapped her arms around his neck, and a melodious sound of affection began to emanate from them. The next day, as the sun began to rise, several unexpected visitors arrived at Yu Qianli's courtyard. Qianli, do not laze about. Rise and do not keep your grandfathers waiting. Hearing Elder Luo's voice, Yu Qianli inwardly cursed, then donned an outer robe and stepped outside. Upon opening the door, he was met by the sight of Yu Yuanjin and the 3 elders standing in unison in the courtyard. Yu Qianli yawned and asked, What brings you here so early esteemed grandfathers. Are you not disturbing my dreams? Yu Yuanjin cleared his throat and solemnly declared, "We have decided that the entire Lan sect must prepare for battle." Chapter 212. The Haiyan army. Yu Qianli looked at Yu Yuanjin in surprise. "Grandfather, is it time already?" Yu Yuanjin nodded. "The Anlong guards have reported that the Wuhuan temple is recently consolidating its soul masters. They may be preparing to act against us." A tremor ran through Yu Qianli. Was the soul hunting operation slated to commence in 2 years? Could it be that the rapid development of the Lan sect had instilled unease in the Wuhuan temple? "I understand, grandfather. What do you need me to do?" Yu Qianli's demeanor shifted from despondence to a calm resolve. Observing his transformation, Yu Yuanjin could not help but chuckle. "We are to establish a military force, an army composed entirely of soul masters, and you shall be the commander." Yu Qianli raised an eyebrow. "Grandfather, how many individuals are we talking about? I hope it meets my expectations." Yu Yuanjin extended 3 fingers, urging Yu Qianli to guess. Yu Qianli tilted his head. "Is it merely 300? What can 300 do?" Yu Yuanjin scoffed, while Elder Hong behind him retorted, 300? It's 3,000. 3,000? Where do we acquire that many?" Yu Qianli exclaimed in shock. At the sight of his reaction, Yu Yuanjin and the 3 elders erupted into laughter. Elder Luo added, "If we weren't concerned about setting our sights too high, we would have considered giving you 5,000. Yu Qianli sighed inwardly, realizing he had underestimated the Lan sect's capabilities. Yu Yuanjin smiled at Yu Qianli and asked, "So what do you think? Is it feasible? If so, let's come up with a name." Yu Qianli looked up at the sky, as if pondering something, and then suggested, "Grandfather, how about we call it He Yin Juan?" He Yin Juan? That's a splendid name. Qianli, you truly have a way with words. Elder Li, who stood behind Yu Yuanjin, remarked. Yu Yuanjin nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, let us name it He Yin Juan." The 3,000 troops have already assembled at Leitang Shan, and all necessary resources will be provided promptly. Now, hurry and organize the structure. Yu Qianli nodded and replied, "All right, I will get ready and head over immediately." With a sound of affirmation from Yu Yuanjin, the 4 of them vanished from sight. Yu Qianli let out a sigh of relief and walked into the house, where he found Ning Rongrong waking up. Upon seeing Yu Qianli enter, Ning Rongrong asked curiously, "What happened? Is someone here?" Yu Qianli nodded and replied, "Grandfather and Grandpa Lu are here. They gave me some instructions." Ning Rongrong exclaimed, "Oh, why didn't you wake me when they came?" Yu Qianli chuckled, "Come on, get up. We have to go out." Initially reluctant, Ning Rongrong soon got up and began to tidy herself. Yu Qianli quickly washed his face and donned a black robe adorned with dragon patterns, tying his long black hair back simply. Observing Ning Rongrong dressed in a moon-white dress, he suggested, "Let us go find Ma Hongjuan and Dai Mu Bai. There are matters that require their involvement." Ning Rongrong frowned, questioning, "What is so urgent that we need to gather them?" Yu Qianli ruffled her hair affectionately, explaining, "It's grandfather. He is forming a spirit master team and wants me to lead it. I need some capable assistance." Reassured, Ning Rongrong replied, "But what about our team members? What will happen to them?" Yu Qianli smiled, "I haven't forgotten them. Our 5-year appointment isn't up yet. They could be anywhere right now, and we can't contact them. We'll make arrangements when they return." With a nod, Ning Rongrong allowed Yu Qianli to lead her towards Dai Mu Bai's courtyard. Before long, they arrived at Dai Mu Bai's residence, where they found him just waking up. Yu Qianli greeted him, "Mu Bai, have you all risen? I have something to discuss." Dai Mu Bai smiled and replied, "Qianli go, we're all up. I'll go fetch the others." He called out of the house, "Hongjuan, Xiao, Ao, Zhu Qing, hurry out. Qianli Ge is here." Ma Hongjuan quickly appeared, exclaiming, "Qianli Ge is here. Come, sit down. What is the matter?" Soon, the 4 of them gathered together. Zhu Qing emerged, carrying a pot of floral tea and a plate of snacks. Once seated, Yu Qianli smiled and said, "I'm here to ask you about something. I'd like to know your thoughts." Dai Mu Bai eagerly inquired, "What is it, Qianli Ge? Just say the word, and we'll do whatever it takes." Yu Qianli chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "It's not that dramatic. My grandfather believes the current situation is quite serious. So he intends to temporarily form a spirit master army and wants me to be the commander. I'm here to ask for your assistance. What do you think?" Ma Hongjuan leaped up in excitement, Really, Tianli? Do you think my strength is enough to be a general? Yu Tianli replied with a smile. Grandfather has provided me with 3,000 spirit masters, and I've assessed their abilities. Among them are 3 soul saints, 12 soul emperors, and the rest are mainly soul masters and great soul masters. With your rank as a soul king, you could certainly serve as a battalion commander. Ma Hongjuan jumped for joy, affirming, great. I am definitely in Tianli. What about you, Xiao Awandai Lauda? Yu Sika replied hesitantly. Tianli. You know my situation. I'm a food system spirit master. If it were a regular army, I'd be fine, but in your spirit master team, I fear I might hold you back. In response, Yu Qianli patted Osik on the shoulder, reassuringly saying, don't worry, Xiao Ao. With your talent, your starting point in Hei Yanjuan will likely be the highest. Hei Yanjuan? Dai Mubai and the others looked puzzled at Yu Qianli. He nodded, confirming, yes. That's the name I've chosen. Hei Yanjuan. Dai Mubai smiled and said, I'm on board, Tianli Ge. My martial spirit will thrive in the army. No matter the starting point, I won't give up. Yu Qianli nodded, realizing this would allow him to better command the troops. Excellent. You all have an incense sticks time to prepare. Once you're ready, let us head to LightningProdigy. Time is of the essence. We need to gather everyone swiftly. After hearing Yu Tianli's words, the 4 promptly went to their rooms. Ning Rongrong, walking beside Yu Tianli, smiled and said, Tianli, I've noticed you're becoming quite the persuader. Chapter 213, Organization. Yu Tianli chuckled. This is just the beginning. Just wait and see. Before long, everyone had completed their preparations and gathered in the courtyard. Yu Tianli waved his hand. Hongjuan, you lead the way to LightningProdigy. Ma Hongjuan responded with a smile. Understood. He set off towards LightningProdigy. Meanwhile, at LightningProdigy, the 3,000 spirit masters had assembled, and the 3 highest-ranking soul saints were Yao Tong's master Yang Wudi's sister, Yang Wuqing, a level 78 assault system soul saint wielding the Pohun spear, Yu Xiaoli, Yu Tianli's uncle, a level 74 assault system soul saint with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, and Suan Long, a level 73 assault system soul saint with the Liu Guang sword. The 3 soul saints convened, and Suan Ji Gang addressed Yu Xiaoli, saying, Brother Yu, I'm not yet familiar with your nephew's temperament. I hope you can enlighten me, so we can prepare accordingly. Yu Xiaoli shook his head. I cannot say much. As Tianli and I rarely interact. I only know he is currently a soul saint, and is following our elder's wishes to form an army. However, I must warn you both, my nephew is quite petty, so it would be wise to avoid offending him. Just then, Yu Tianli's voice rang out. Excuse me. Are Yang Wuqing, Yu Xiaoli, and Suan Long present? Upon turning around, the 3 saw Yu Tianli and his companions approaching. Yu Xiaoli hurried over, smiling. Tianli, you've arrived. Our elder asked me to assist you. Yu Tianli grinned. Thank you, Uncle Li. Let's have a good chat later. As he spoke, he walked toward the nearby platform. Upon seeing someone ascend the platform, the assembled 3,000 spirit masters gradually quieted down. Yu Tianli surveyed the now silent crowd and stated coolly, Greetings, everyone. I am Yu Tianli, a level 73 assault system soul saint. Pausing for a moment, he continued, Many of you might be thinking, why has such a young lad been sent here? He must be all talk and no substance. The crowd erupted into laughter at Yu Tianli's words. In truth, to speak candidly, this is my first encounter with such news, which I only learned of this morning. However, there's no way around it. We were born into the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect, and we must adhere to orders. I am aware that some among you may not be inclined to accept my authority, but fear not, for today I grant you this opportunity, including these 3 soul saints. I shall refrain from employing my 7th soul skill. If any of you can defeat me, the commander will be replaced by you. Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, the soul masters exchanged glances with the 3 soul saints on stage. None of them were fools. Even if Yu Tianli were merely a facade, he certainly possessed some strength. The notion of an underdog triumphing was simply unfathomable. The 3 soul saints on stage appeared somewhat at a loss, and Yu Xiaoli chuckled, saying, Tianli, do not jest. We, your loyal companions, firmly support you. Sun Long beside him nodded in agreement. Indeed, young master, you are overthinking this. Before Sun Long could finish, a crisp voice rang out beside him. "I wish to take a shot." Upon hearing this voice, Sun Long felt an urge to find a fissure in the ground to hide in, as this person showed no regard for face whatsoever. As he watched Yang Wuqing slowly step forward, Yu Qianli smiled and said, "All right, everyone, make way for me and this individual." Upon hearing Yu Qianli's command, the others dared not disobey and cleared a space on the high platform. Yu Qianli then cheerfully introduced himself. "I am Yu Qianli, Wuhan, Zihuang Mietianlong, a level 73 Assault System Soul Saint. Please enlighten me." In response, Yang Wuqing summoned a jet-black glimmer, and a long spear of 2 zhang appeared in his grasp. "I am Yang Wuqing, Wuhan, Pahun Chong, a level 78 Assault System Soul Saint. Please enlighten me." As he spoke, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings emerged behind Yang Wuqing. Noticing Yu Qianli's unchanging demeanor, Yang Wuqing could not help but frown and asked, "You are not using your Wuhuan?" Yu Qianli nodded no, it would be too ostentatious. As he spoke, a violet long sword materialized in his right hand. Sensing the dangerous aura emanating from the purple sword, Yang Wuqing tightened his grip on the spear, pivoted his waist, and charged at Yu Qianli. Yu Qianli did not evade. With a gentle sweep of his sword, he deflected the spear. With a slight twist of his wrist, 2 streams of violet light surged toward Yang Wuqing. Yang Wuqing's eyes shifted slightly, and he executed 2 spear techniques that sent the streams of violet light flying. However, unbeknownst to him, several wisps of that violet light carried subtle energy that penetrated his spear tip and began to erode his soul power. With a cold snort, Yang Wuqing's 3rd soul ring suddenly illuminated, and the spear in his hand shimmered, exuding a chilling aura with every movement. "Lord Soul Skill, Hen Bing Shu Ling," he declared. Yang Wuqing's hands deftly maneuvered, causing the spearhead to seemingly split into 3, as the 3 tips lunged toward him from different angles. A perfectly curved smile graced Yu Qianli's lips. The sword in his hand expanded in an instant, transforming into a colossal blade. With a swift turn of his waist, Yu Qianli unleashed a barrage of violet light from the colossal blade, seemingly intent on devouring Yang Wuqing. Recognizing the urgency of the attack, Yang Wuqing retracted his offensive stance, positioning the spear defensively in front of him to counter the violet light. Just as he braced himself against the violet streams, Yu Qianli leapt high into the air, bringing the massive blade crashing down upon the spear. In that moment of contact, Yang Wuqing felt an overwhelming force surge through him, and his soul power could not keep up with the consumption. In an instant, he was sent flying, only to be caught by Zhu Zhuqing. As they gazed upon the fallen Yang Wuqing, the surroundings fell into a profound silence, with many looking up at Yu Qianli on the high platform with admiration. Yu Qianli then shifted his expression to a serious one and stated, "Now, I trust there are no dissenters among you, correct? Very well. I hereby announce that from this moment forth, the 3,000 of you shall be organized into a single army, named the He Yanjun. 3 battalions will be established, and the temporary commanders will be Yang Wuqing, Yu Shaoli, and Sun Long. Is that understood?" "Understood." The crowd responded in unison. Observing their reactions, Yu Qianli nodded with satisfaction and addressed the 3 commanders. "If you comprehend, then proceed to set up camp with your troops. From now on, Leiting Mountain will serve as the base for the He Yanjun, and it shall also be the first line of defense for the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect." Yes. Chapter 204. The beginning half a year passed quietly. On Leiting Mountain, Yu Qianli donned a black robe, surveying the 3,000 He Yanjun from atop the high platform. Yang Wuqing, Yu Shaoli, and Sun Long stood at the forefront of their respective battalions. Behind them were Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun. Oscar stood beside Yu Qianli, whispering, "Brother Tianli, the assembly is complete." Yu Qianli responded with a brief acknowledgement and began, "It has been half a year since the establishment of the He Yanjun, yet I have yet to witness your capabilities. The hope behind forming the He Yanjun was commendable. However, observing your current state, it would not be an exaggeration to call you a group of wastrels." After a pause, Yu Qianli continued, "Now, the 3 battalions shall be ranked according to their performance, with a grand competition held every month. The top achiever will receive double the resources, the second will retain their current standing, and the third shall have their resources halved. Is that clear? Understood, understood. The crowd exclaimed loudly. Casting a sweeping glance over them, Yu Tianli instructed, Very well, you have until tomorrow to prepare. I expect to witness your grand competition. Do not disappoint me. With that, Yu Tianli descended from Leiting Mountain, making his way toward the Zhenlong Hall. Before long, Yu Tianli arrived at the Zhenlong Hall, where Yu Yunjin and the three elders greeted him with smiles. Unable to contain himself, Yu Tianli inquired, What is it? Why do you all look at me so? The Red Elder, unable to conceal his excitement, replied, Tianli, we have summoned you to assess the results of our progress. Over the past 6 months, we have devoted ourselves to rigorous training and have gleaned some insights on countering the annihilation energy. Cool, me. Let us have a friendly match and see your full strength. Yu Yuanjin nodded in agreement. As your grandfather suggests, let us proceed. A perfect smile graced Yu Tianli's lips as he replied, Excellent. It is just the opportunity for you to witness my improvements over the past 6 months. As he spoke, a formidable aura enveloped the Zhenlong Hall with 7 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 2 red, radiantly shimmering behind Yu Tianli. Opposite him, the Red Elder displayed a different demeanor from before, revealing 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black, and 9 soul rings behind him. His previously rotund figure seemed to have shed excess weight, becoming remarkably robust, with his height now approaching 2 meters. Yu Tianli's right hand coalesced with annihilation energy until it formed a sphere the size of a human head, which he then hurled toward the Red Elder. The Red Elder emitted a cold grunt, and the power of thunder surged forth, with countless blue electric serpents dancing around him. As their pure, elemental forces clashed, Yu Tianli watched in astonishment as the transformation unfolded in the air. Even he, momentarily distracted, forgot that while annihilation energy could corrode soul power and accelerate its depletion, it would gradually succumb to pure, elemental forces, returning to dust. Before long, the annihilation energy, without further support, was completely dissipated by the Red Elder's elemental force. Yu Tianli withdrew his wuhuan and gave the Red Elder a thumbs up, saying, Red Grandfather, that tactic was quite clever. I truly did not anticipate it. The Red Elder, retracting his wuhuan, chuckled. Let us maintain a low profile. It is not that remarkable. Despite his words, the Red Elder's grin stretched from ear to ear. On stage, Yu Yuanjin's lips curled slightly as he smiled and remarked, Second brother, you have indeed performed admirably. Over the past 6 months, it seems your soul power's bottleneck has loosened, and it will not be long before you achieve a breakthrough. After a brief pause, Yu Yuanjin continued, Moreover, Tianli has also made progress in these 6 months, nearing the 75th level. What do you think? Are you ready for the divine assessment with your several grandfathers? Yu Tianli nodded, acknowledging that his grandfathers, with their profound soul power and daily cultivation, could indeed devise such methods. Yu Yuanjin nodded and waved his hand toward the grand entrance, summoning a golden barrier that enveloped the entire Zhenlong Hall. He then rose to his feet, revealing 9 soul rings behind him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. He was enveloped in a golden aura. Observing this, Yu Tianli quickly signaled the 3 elders to line up and prepare for the assessment. In no time, Yu Yuanjin was enveloped in a faint purplish golden hue. His right hand, resembling a dragon's claw, slowly coalesced with purple energy, the destructive force within it far surpassing that of Yu Tianli. The elder in front, the Red Elder, had also completed his martial spirit manifestation and was poised to unleash his martial spirit's true form to withstand the terrifying destructive power. In an instant, the purple energy in Yu Yuanjin's hand shot towards the Red Elder, who summoned all his soul power in a moment, activating his 7th soul ring. The formidable power of thunder coalesced around him, and just as the purple energy was about to strike, the thunderous force erupted. Though both were terrifying attributes, the destructive force was slightly more fearsome than the thunder. However, the relentless nature of the thunder soon turned the tide from suppression to counter-suppression. The elder Yudi AI nearby breathed a sigh of relief, believing that the Elder of Strength need not worry, as it all depended on the performance of the Elder of Luo. Before long, the terrifying destructive power was entirely dissipated by the Red Elder's thunder, scattering into the air. The Red Elder heard a commanding voice in his mind. Black Level 4th Assessment. First test, 1% of destructive power achieved. Reward, soul power increased by half a level. Fuse with a thread of destructive power. Following this, an immense pressure emanated from the Red Elder, shattering the barrier of level 95, and the next moment, he ascended to the status of a 95 title Douluo. Elder Luo, who stood behind, said, "Second brother, please stabilize your cultivation." The Red Elder nodded and moved to a nearby open space, sitting cross-legged on the ground to cultivate his soul power. Shortly thereafter, the Elder of Strength also successfully passed the assessment, sitting beside the Red Elder to consolidate his soul power. Only the Elder of Luo remained. Yu Qianli hurried to his side and whispered, "Grandfather Luo, I suggest you directly release your martial spirit's true form. This will allow for better control over your internal thunder power." Elder Luo nodded, and his 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, rose in succession beneath him. The black ring in the 7th position suddenly glowed, its might surpassing that of both the Red and the Elder of Strength, as a towering 6-meter black-blue dragon materialized before Yu Qianli, accompanied by a more fearsome purple orb of light. Elder Luo swung his powerful dragon claw, directing countless bolts of thunder towards the purple wave, quickly subduing the destructive energy. Perhaps due to the strictness of Elder Luo's assessment, it took nearly half a stick of incense before he successfully dissipated all the destructive energy. At that moment of success, a solemn voice echoed in his mind. Black Level 6 Assessment. First test, 3% of destructive power achieved. Reward, soul power increased by 1 level. All soul rings age increased by 500 years. Elder Luo's soul rings underwent a drastic change. The 2 yellow 100-year rings transformed instantly into 1 yellow and 2 purple. Yu Qianli caught this change almost immediately, and soon Elder Luo sat aside to stabilize his cultivation. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanjin regained his awareness and heard Red Level Divine Assessment. Second test completed. Reward, all soul rings age increased by 2,000 years. A look of incredulity spread across Yu Yuanjin's face as he observed the transformation of his 9 soul rings. 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red began to change. The new configuration emerged. Purple, 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 black, 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 and red, all new soul rings displayed behind Yu Qianli. Ecstatic, he exclaimed, "Grandfather, your soul rings have also transformed." Yu Yuanjin nodded with a slight smile, saying, "With all soul rings enhanced by 2,000 years. My first 4 soul rings have undergone significant changes. The 4th soul ring has even become 10,000 years. With this, even a direct confrontation with Qian Douluo, I, your grandfather, am confident of standing undefeated." Yu Qianli nodded, gesturing towards the 3 elders who were stabilizing their cultivation. "Grandfather, I shall return now. Please protect them." Yu Yuanjin nodded, Go on, go on. At such a young age, you show little respect for your elders." Yu Qianli shrugged. "Grandfather, you are hardly old. At 30, many would believe it. Standing beside me, claiming to be my grandfather, I doubt anyone would believe it." Yu Yuanjin laughed and scolded. "Enough, hurry and leave. What nonsense are you still spouting?" Yu Qianli chuckled and darted towards the exit of the Jinlong Hall. Watching his departing figure, a rare smile appeared on Yu Yuanjin's face. "Qian Douluo, I await you at the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Let us see who is stronger between us now." In the Spirit Hall's Worship Hall, an unusual gathering took place with Bai Bai Dong, Qian Douluo, and Qian Renshua, the prominent figures of the Spirit Hall. Qian Douluo frowned as he addressed Bai Bai Dong. "Are you certain about this course of action? Is your preparation adequate?" Bai Bai Dong nodded. "There is no issue. Such high-level battles do not impose stringent requirements on lower-level soul masters. As long as Elder Jean E can hold Yu Yuanjin, the others will take care of the Blue Electric Sect's elders, and we shall converge thereafter." Elder Jean E, standing nearby, patted his chest, assuring Qian Douluo and Bai Bai Dong, "Brother, your holiness, do not worry. Yu Yuanjin is merely a 97-level title Douluo. I can handle him myself." Qian Douluo shook his head. "Jean E, do not underestimate him. The uncertainties surrounding the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect are considerable. I suspect Yuanjin may have already broken through to level 98. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus is on a higher tier than your golden crocodile king. Should he reach level 98, do not confront him recklessly. Wait for an opportune moment to encircle him. Having been with him for almost a century, Qian Daolu treated Jin Yi with a bit more care, offering detailed advice. Bai Dong glanced at Qian Renshua standing behind Qian Daolu and sighed, Elder Jin Yi. When the time comes, you may encounter a lad named Yu Qianli. Capture him alive. I have great use for him. Elder Jin, one of the few aware of the underlying motives, nodded in understanding. Observing his compliance, Bai Dong stated solemnly, Soul Masters from various Spirit Hall branches are converging towards the Blue Electric Sect. The date is set for the 15th of next month. The operation is named Soul Hunt, and we must eradicate the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect completely. All present, except for Qian Daolu and Qian Renshua, bowed in reverence, obedient to the holy edict of the Pope. In Yu Qianli's courtyard, gazing at the lavish spread of dishes before him, he looked astonished at Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, did you prepare all this? It's far too much. Have you spent the past 6 months learning to cook instead of cultivating? Ning Rongrong cast a sidelong glance at Yu Qianli, handing him a pair of chopsticks. What do you mean by not cultivating properly? I have already reached the pinnacle of level 69, and in just a few days, I will achieve a breakthrough. Indeed, then I must hasten to take you to acquire your soul ring. Your 6th soul ring is already 70,000 years old. Shouldn't your 7th soul ring be 100,000 years? Yu Qianli remarked, clasping Ning Rongrong's delicate hand. Ning Rongrong playfully tapped Yu Qianli's head, saying, Do you think 100,000-year soul beast is as abundant as water in your mind? You dream of 100,000-year soul ring. Seeing Ning Rongrong's charming demeanor, Yu Qianli felt a rush of warmth in his abdomen. He pulled her into his embrace, and sensing his change, Ning Rongrong squirmed. Her cheeks flushed as she said, What are you doing? Stop fooling around. We haven't even eaten yet. This meal was carefully prepared. Yu Qianli's lips curved into a mischievous smile. We could use a soul guide to keep it warm. That sounds splendid. I must test your cultivation results. Ning Rongrong's head nearly buried itself in Yu Qianli's embrace as she softly protested. What results? Don't move around so much. At least let us go inside first. All right. As if waiting for her words, Yu Qianli swept Ning Rongrong off her feet and dashed into the house, causing her to giggle at his urgency. Yu Qianli, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, Oh, you think you can escape me? He captured Ning Rongrong's pink lips, and she shyly reciprocated. Moments later, melodious sounds filled the room. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when Yu Qianli finally re-emerged from the room, night had fully descended. He moved the bamboo table back inside, arranging the delicious meal Ning Rongrong had prepared earlier, and approached her with a smile. Rongrong, you're up. I heard your stomach rumbling. Ning Rongrong rubbed her eyes and lazily replied, Stop it. Pull me up. Chapter 215. You are different, perhaps it was a dream. This was Yu Qianli's assessment of his current surroundings, yet upon seeing the god of destruction and a woman in a green robe before him, he realized he had been transported to another world by the god of destruction. The woman in green remarked, Oh, has the little one awakened? The god of destruction chuckled. This lad isn't foolish. He wouldn't wake without a little incentive. He raised a hand, unleashing a surge of destructive energy towards Yu Qianli. Yu Qianli swiftly dodged, smiling at the god of destruction. Ah, esteemed god of destruction, where am I? How did I end up here? The woman in green couldn't help but laugh. You remind me so much of your younger self. The god of destruction grimaced at Yu Qianli. This lady is my beloved, the goddess of life. We have summoned you for a significant matter. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianli straightened his posture and said solemnly, It is an honor to meet you, goddess of life. Please command me. I would never dare to disobey. The goddess of life smiled gently. I called you here not for your sake, but primarily for Ning Rongrong. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's name, Yu Qianli's expression shifted. He worried about what she might have done wrong and implored the goddess of life to grant her another chance. Before he could finish, the god of destruction waved dismissively. What? Do you think we have nothing better to do in the divine realm than to deal with your little lover? Yu Qianli was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that if they truly intended to harm Ning Rongrong, they could have done so without bringing him here. A mere wave of their hand could erase her existence. He felt foolish for his concern. Seeing Yu Qianli's anxious demeanor, the goddess of life chuckled. It seems you are genuinely fond of Rongrong, which reassures me. Here, take this. She placed a transparent, circular ring into Yu Qianli's hands. What is this? Yu Qianli feigned ignorance. A windfall? A divine bestowed soul ring? It seems Rongrong's seventh soul ring is secured. The goddess of life patiently explained. This is known as a divine bestowed soul ring. When your soul power reaches a bottleneck, it will grant you the most needed soul skills and the highest possible soul ring level, without the need to hunt soul beasts, potentially even reaching 100,000 years. Yu Qianli nodded in astonishment. Thank you, esteemed one. Rongrong is nearing her bottleneck, and I was pondering where to find a suitable soul ring for her. He glanced at the god of destruction with a hint of intention. The god of destruction, feeling scrutinized, retorted, "What are you looking at? I have nothing for you, and if I did, I wouldn't give it to you." Yu Qianli shrugged and muttered, "So stingy," as the god of destruction trembled with frustration. The goddess of life laughed. "Come now, why argue with a child? Hurry and present it." Seemingly struck by a thought, the god of destruction's hand shimmered, revealing another transparent ring. Use this for your 8th soul ring when the time comes. It might be a few years before you need it. Keep it safe, understand? Yu Qianli beamed, accepting the gift. Understood. Thank you for your guidance. I will surely take your place soon. With a chuckle, the god of destruction waved him off. All right, be gone. Suddenly, Yu Qianli felt an immense force push him away. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his courtyard, where Ning Rongrong was seated on the bed, surrounded by shimmering 9-colored light, a sign of her impending breakthrough. Yu Qianli quickly stood by, patiently awaiting her success. Moments later, the 9-colored light erupted, radiating a powerful aura from Ning Rongrong. Yu Qianli's heart soared. It appeared she had successfully broken through. Ning Rongrong slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze filled with determination as she spotted Yu Qianli grinning at her. "Oh, Littlely, come here and massage my shoulders." Delighted, Yu Qianli rushed to her side and gently began to knead her shoulders. "Ah, a little to the left. Oh no, a little to the right." Ning Rongrong, in her playful manner, was met with Yu Qianli lifting her effortlessly by the neck, laughing. "What is this? Are you still craving more?" As she struggled, waving her tiny fists, she exclaimed, "Let me down. Be careful, or I'll hit you." With a mischievous smile, Yu Qianli playfully tossed her onto the bed. Ning Rongrong, slightly startled, looked up at him with wide eyes. "You actually let me go?" Yu Qianli chuckled. "No more games. Let me show you something. You might directly acquire a 100,000-year soul ring." Upon hearing 100,000-year soul ring, Ning Rongrong ceased her antics and, like a curious kitten, nestled against Yu Qianli's leg. "What is it? Let me see." Yu Qianli's hand shimmered, revealing the transparent soul ring. This is the divine bestowed soul ring. You only need to absorb it gently when you reach the bottleneck of your soul master journey, and based on your physical strength, acquiring a 100,000-year soul ring should be quite feasible. In the eyes of Ning Rongrong, a glimmer of light sparkled as she gazed at the divine soul ring handed to her by Yu Qianli. She softly inquired, "Is this truly such a miraculous item that one need not hunt soul beasts for it? Where did you acquire this?" Observing the affluent demeanor of the young lady, it seemed that if Yu Qianli merely uttered a word, she would rush to procure 10 or 8 more for her amusement. Yu Qianli gently tousled Ning Rongrong's hair, chuckling. "What are you thinking? This is a divine soul ring, of course a divine gift." Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback before comprehending the gravity of Yu Qianli's words. "But what did you encounter a deity? This is simply too incredible." Yu Qianli's lips curled into a smile as he replied, "Do not concern yourself with that. Quickly, while you're in the midst of a breakthrough, absorb this soul ring and strive to attain a 100,000-year soul ring." Ning Rongrong nodded and once more seated herself on the bed, asking, "You must at least tell me how to use it." Witnessing her earnestness, Yu Qianli felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Simply channel your soul power to shatter the divine soul ring," he instructed softly. Ning Rongrong nodded, her right hand gently channeling her soul power. The divine soul ring seemed to acknowledge her as she grasped it lightly, transforming into a vibrant green aura that encircled her. The ethereal green mist gradually enveloped her form, and rings of light began to manifest around her. Observing the spectacle, Yu Qianli focused his thoughts and fully unleashed his killing god domain, enveloping the entire courtyard to ensure that nothing would disturb Ning Rongrong's absorption of the soul ring. Having prepared everything, Yu Qianli also seated himself on the ground, entering a meditative state to channel his soul power. After an indeterminate period, he slowly opened his eyes, realizing he had reached the 75th level. After a brief moment of joy, his gaze shifted to Ning Rongrong, who was surrounded by a circle of light. He had to activate his head spirit bone just to discern her current state. It appeared she had successfully absorbed approximately 80,000 years of energy. Seeing her calm demeanor, Yu Qianli breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that her physical constitution was far superior to his expectations. It seemed that when the time came to acquire her 8th soul ring, he could directly consider a 100,000-year soul beast. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed, and Yu Qianli furrowed his brow, swiftly appearing outside the courtyard to find Yu Qianxin, who was panting heavily. Yu Qianxin, what brings you here at this late hour? Yu Qianli inquired, surprised. With a wave of his hand, Yu Qianxin replied, Elder Hong sent me. Today, Elder Douluo discovered that numerous soul masters were lying in ambush near the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect as he returned to the mountain. Several elders investigated and found that within 10 miles of the sect, over 10,000 soul masters were concealed, including many formidable Contra-level experts maintaining order, seemingly waiting for something. The sect master has sent me to summon you to the True Dragon Hall for discussions. Yu Qianli was taken aback. Could the soul hunting operation be commencing? A gleam flashed in his hand as a dark token appeared. Yu Qianxin, Rongrong is currently in the midst of a breakthrough and cannot leave. Take this token and go to Thunder Mountain to find Yang Wuqing. Convey my orders. The Heian army is to mobilize entirely and be equipped with soul-guided cannons. Should any intruders attempt to storm the mountain, they are to be killed without mercy. Yu Qianxin took the ancient token, feeling its weight in his hand. Do not worry. Qianli, I will handle it. He turned and dashed towards Thunder Mountain. Meanwhile, Yu Qianli gazed at the full moon above, sighing quietly to himself. After years of preparation, it appeared the time had come to test their results. As for the Spear Hall, let there be a confrontation. With that thought, Yu Qianli returned indoors. At this moment, Ning Rongrong was reaching the final stage of her absorption, gritting her teeth for that last hint of crimson. Yu Qianli could only wait patiently. The divine soul ring would not harm its absorber. If Ning Rongrong truly could not endure, she would naturally relinquish her attempt. The fact that she was still persevering indicated her inner strength. As Yu Qianli paced the room, the green mist began to dissipate, revealing a vivid crimson hue. Behind Ning Rongrong, 7 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 1 red, shone brilliantly. Bathed in a 9-colored radiance, she resembled a celestial goddess descending from the heavens. Just as Yu Qianli was admiring the sight, Ning Rongrong suddenly opened her eyes. Upon meeting the gaze of her beloved, she felt a rush of shyness. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty before? Yu Qianli chuckled before adopting a serious tone. We must move. Trouble has arisen. The Spirit Hall may be preparing to strike. Grandfather has already sent for us. Come, let us head to the True Dragon Hall. Ning Rongrong, understanding the gravity of the situation, swiftly donned her outer robe and followed Yu Qianli toward the True Dragon Hall. Inside the True Dragon Hall, several elders were seated. Your Highness, has Rongrong succeeded in her breakthrough? Yu Yuanjin asked with a smile upon seeing them enter. Yu Qianli signaled Ning Rongrong to unleash her martial soul. She nodded gently, and the 9-treasure glazed tile appeared in her hands, her 7 soul rings shimmering brightly. The assembly gasped at the sight of the red soul ring positioned at her 7th soul ring. Yu Yuanjin erupted in hearty laughter. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my granddaughter-in-law. The crowd below erupted in admiration, showering her with praises. Yu Qianli, however, fixed a serious gaze upon Yu Yuanjin. Grandfather, Have we informed Uncle Ning and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect regarding the Spear Hall situation? Ning Rongrong glanced at Yu Yunjin with concern. Of course. Yu Yunjin replied with a smile. Elder Li and 5 Contra-level experts have circled around from the back mountain. By now, they should have arrived at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. You need not worry, my dear. Yu Qianli nodded, gripping Ning Rongrong's small hand, signaling that everything would be fine. Just then, he heard Yu Yunjin proclaim, "All mountain elders, return to your peaks to guard. Should the Spirit Hall dare to act, our blue lightning tyrant dragon sect shall ensure they return empty-handed." Understood. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed through the night sky, prompting everyone to exit the true dragon hall and gaze toward Thunder Mountain. Yu Tianli remarked coolly, "It seems they have encountered the He Yin army. After today, the name of the He Yin army shall resound throughout the continent. Yu Bai, here." A shadow appeared before Yu Tianli. "Notify the He Yin army to withdraw from Thunder Mountain." Yu Bei clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Yes. As Yu Tianli surveyed the brilliantly lit blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, he stated coldly, "We must instill some confidence in them." As he spoke, several shadows suddenly appeared in the air, with a leading figure exuding a pressure that left everyone gasping for breath. "What? Yu Yunjin, will you not assist your disciples? If you delay, they may truly perish." Yu Yunjin, draped in a black robe, replied calmly, "Since you have arrived, why not reveal your true self? We are old acquaintances after all." The leader removed his headscarf, revealing a pale blue robe, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings rhythmically undulating behind him. "As expected of you, old dragon. In that case, today I shall witness the prowess of the blue lightning tyrant dragon." Chapter 217. No mercy. A cold snort escaped from Yu Yunjin as he spoke with icy clarity. "Jin Yi, with your abilities, you are unlikely to subdue my Lan Dian Ba Wang Long Zone." The golden light surrounding Jin Yi surged violently, the red soul ring behind him sparkling brilliantly. "Today I, from the Spear Hall, have come in full force. I will not relent until my objectives are achieved. Now, let me gauge your strength." Yu Yunjin chuckled softly. "Indeed, I must respect you as a senior. However, today concerns the survival of my Lan Dianba Wang Long Zone, and I can only act recklessly." As he spoke, his body surged with power. 3 purple, 5 black, and 1 red soul rings appeared behind Yu Yunjin. Upon witnessing this, Jin Idolaw leaned back in shock, rubbing his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken. His expression turned grave. Having delved into the knowledge of the divine, he realized that Yu Yunjin had encountered a fortuitous event. Today, it would not end peacefully. Qian Jun, Jiang Mo, instruct everyone to resolve this swiftly. "I will hold Yu Yunjin. It seems today will bring significant upheaval," Jin Idolaw murmured. Qian Jun and Jiang Mo nodded, leading the other titled Douluos towards Leiting Mountain. Just then, Elder Luo's voice rang out once more. "The elders of Lan Dian sect. The Spirit Hall has already reached our doorstep. We must show them our might." As he spoke, 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and crimson emerged behind him. Not only him, but Elder Hong, Dugabo, and the other elders also unleashed their soul rings. The color drained from Jin Idola's face. 6 titled Douluos, indeed. The Lan Dianba Wang Long Zone harbored great ambitions. Including himself, the Spirit Hall had only deployed 7 titled Douluos. What once seemed a sure victory now appeared precarious. As he pondered, Yu Yunjin's golden aura erupted, countless fine golden dragon scales appearing on his body. As the second offering of the Spirit Hall, Jin Idolaw had never been so astonished. What was happening? How could Yu Yunjin's martial spirit have transformed? Before he could comprehend the situation, Yu Yunjin's colossal golden claw reached towards him. Feeling the claw that seemed capable of tearing through time and space, Jin Idolaw's eyes gleamed with determination. He enveloped himself in a layer of fine golden scales, even covering his chest with a thick armor. Jin Idolaw concentrated, gathering waves of golden light, attempting to block Yu Yunjin's casual strike. Yet, this singular blow shattered the thick armor on his chest, sending him hurtling through the air. Had it not been for Qian Jun and Jiang Mo holding him back, He might have been sent flying to who knows where. Qian Jun and Jiang Mo urged. Second offering, we must retreat. Yu Yuanjin has concealed his strength. He has likely already reached the 99th level. If we delay, we may not escape. Jean Douluo felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, astonished that he had been so easily overpowered by Yu Yuanjin's casual strike. Yet, looking at the thousands of soul masters affiliated with the Spirit Hall, still fighting valiantly, he realized that even if he left, this multitude represented nearly a third of the Spirit Hall's foundation. With this thought, a fierce red light surged from his body, restoring his vigor. Qian Jun, Jiang Mo. You two lead the retreat. The Qibao Glaze sect can be neglected. If I perish, but it saves over 10,000 soul masters, it is worth it. Tell my brother that I, Jin Yi, will always be his brother in the next life. As he spoke, the seventh soul ring behind him illuminated, his muscles and meridians swelling with power as he transformed into a giant crocodile over 10 meters long. His long tail lashed towards the Zhenlong Palace. And Yu Yuanjin snorted coldly, one hand shielding the crowd below, while the other grasped Jean Douluo's tail. The full force strike of a 98th level titled Douluo was effortlessly caught, and Jean Douluo couldn't help but break into a grim smile. Yu Yuanjin, you truly underestimate me. Jean, even if you have reached the 99th level, I am not a mere soft persimmon for you to squeeze. Ninth soul skill, Jean Yi's destruction strike. The blood-red soul ring behind him erupted with light, expanding the form of the golden crocodile. The tail once held by Yu Yuanjin slipped free, unleashing a terrifying assault. Qian Jun and Jiang Mo, witnessing this desperation, could not help but shed tears. Everyone, retreat from the Lan Dianba Wang Long zone, quickly. As they spoke, two massive iron rods struck towards the Dark Army. Elder Luo moved swiftly, barely managing to block the assault from Qian Jun and Jiang Mo. Despite being a seasoned, titled Douluo, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him. He was not on par with Yu Yuanjin or Yu Qianli. He could not face many foes alone. While he managed to deflect the attack, it allowed the Spirit Hall's forces to withdraw from the battlefield towards the outskirts of the Lan Dian sect. Though the Lan Dian sect had a considerable number of titled Douluos, only he surpassed the 95th level. Even if he pursued, he would not fare well. Thus he abandoned the chase. Feeling the torrent of energy released by Jean Douluo, Yu Yuanjin furrowed his brow. This old madman was indeed fighting for his life. With this thought, the blood-red soul ring behind him glowed once more. Ninth soul skill, True Dragon's Wrath, resounding through the heavens. A massive calamity cloud materialized above Jean Douluo. 9 colossal dragons, infused with thunder and destructive power, emerged from within, charging towards him one after another. Only the first dragon was halted by Jean Douluo's Jean destruction strike, while the remaining 8 converged upon his massive form. Jean Douluo's body crumbled like a broken kite, golden scales raining down, transforming his grand physique into that of an old man. Gazing at Yu Yuanjin, who loomed like a celestial being in the sky, Jean felt a sense of uncertainty. Once, he too had soared like Yu Yuanjin, looking down upon the dying. He never imagined that one day, he would become the one lying below. Ha! I hope Qian Jun and Jiang Mo do not disappoint my expectations, he coughed. Chapter 218. A shift in the situation. Jean Douluo had not yet perished. His formidable physique allowed him to cling to life, coughing up blood while smiling. Yu Yuanjin, I truly did not expect you to break through the barrier of 99 levels. I underestimated your talent. Yu Yuanjin gradually descended to the ground, unconcerned by the dust beneath him, sitting cross-legged and facing Jean Douluo with a smile. Indeed, achieving today's accomplishments was beyond my wildest dreams. I owe it all to one person. Jean Douluo appeared to recall something. I know, it must be your grandson, Yu Qianli. Truly, he is someone worthy of the young masteress' attention. By the way, would it be too much to ask for a drink for a dying man? Yu Yuanjin shook his head gently, a flash of brilliance emanating from his hand as he presented a black wine pouch before Jean Douluo. Jean Douluo reluctantly accepted it, exerting considerable effort to uncork the wine, and then took a hearty gulp. Cough, what a fine wine. Such a pity. Yu Yuanjin, what a shame for this exquisite liquor. Yuan-jun remained silent, merely observing as Jean-Yves Douluo drank deeply. Shortly thereafter, Jean-Yves Douluo appeared to regain some vitality, his complexion becoming flushed. Yu Tianli, watching from the side, realized this was a fleeting moment of revival. Indeed, within moments, Jean-Yves Douluo had breathed his last. Only then did Yuan-jun slowly rise to his feet, gesturing to conceal both himself and Jean-Yves Douluo's lifeless body. Understanding Yuan-jun's intentions, Yu Tianli awaited the outcome. Before long, the golden barrier vanished, and Yuan-jun emerged with a measured stride, while Jean-Yves Douluo's remains had dissolved into dust. Elder Luo, please tidy up the aftermath. Tianli, Rong, you two shall accompany me. Yuan-jun commanded as he made his way towards the Jinlong Hall. Yu Tianli grasped Ning Rongrong's hand, smiling as he said, "Come, let us not keep grandfather waiting." Ning Rongrong nodded, allowing Yu Tianli to lead her into the Jinlong Hall. Observing the pair entering, Yuan-jun smiled and said, "Tianli, can you guess why I summoned you?" Yu Tianli smirked, replying, "Grandfather, it's about obtaining 2 soul bones. Isn't it? Let us see what kind of treasure this Jean-Yves truly possesses." Yuan-jun's lips curled upward slightly as he gently waved his hand, revealing 6 radiant soul bones suspended in the air, originating from Jean-Yves Douluo's body. Even Yu Tianli, well-versed in worldly matters, could not help but marvel. It was no wonder Jean-Yves Douluo had cultivated to level 98. 1 soul bone of 100,000 years, 2 exceeding 80,000 years, and the remaining 3 approximately 50,000 years old. Such a luxurious assembly, particularly the central 100,000-year torso bone. Pointing to the torso bone, Yuan-jun inquired, "Do you know from which soul beast this soul bone originated?" Yu Tianli shook his head, admitting ignorance, yet surmised from its aura that it bore the bloodline of a dragon. Yuan-jun nodded, grinning, "You are close. This is the torso bone of an iron-armored crocodile dragon king, indeed a dragon species. I plan to..." Before Yuan-jun could finish, Yu Tianli interjected, "Grandfather." Yuan-jun was taken aback, gesturing for him to continue. Yu Tianli smiled, "Grandfather, I understand your intent, but I believe this soul bone should be entrusted to my elder brother. If it were given to me, it would be quite unfair to him." Yuan-jun frowned. Speaking solemnly, "Tianli, think carefully. This is a 100,000-year soul bone, a rarity indeed." Yu Tianli resolutely nodded, "Grandfather, I have faith that with my abilities, I can acquire a torso bone of similar caliber in the future. My elder brother's situation differs. I already possess 400,000-year soul bones, along with a skull bone comparable to 1 million years. Thus, this soul bone should rightfully be given to my elder brother." Seeing the earnest expression on his grandson's face, Yuan-jun could only acquiesce, stowing away the torso bone and skull bone, saying lightly, "In that case, I shall consider your elder brother's future as well. Please summon Tianheng, and you too may return." Yu Tianli nodded, leading Ning Rongrong by the hand as they exited. Upon stepping outside, they spotted Yu Tianheng guarding the entrance, along with a throng of individuals from the sect. Yu Tianli's lips curled into a smile as he said, "Elder brother, grandfather wishes to see you." Yu Tianheng nodded, speaking softly, "Elderly has returned. You two should inquire about the situation at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. I shall enter first." With that, he made his way into the Jinlong Hall. Watching his elder brother's retreating figure, Yu Tianli murmured, "Rongrong, do you think my decision was correct?" Ning Rongrong tilted her head thoughtfully before responding with a smile. "Tianli, no matter what you choose to do, I will support you. I believe whatever you decide is right." Hearing her words, Yu Tianli chuckled, ruffling Ning Rongrong's hair. "Come, let us consult elderly and see how matters stand with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School." Ning Rongrong nodded with a smile, heading towards Elderly's direction. Not far from the Jinlong Hall, Elderly turned upon hearing Yu Tianli's voice. "Elderly, how fares the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? Is everything well?" Elderly smiled upon seeing Yu Tianli and Ning Rongrong, replying, "Little Tianli, with your elderly at the helm, what issues could arise?" The Spirit Hall dispatched 2 titled Douluo and over 4,000 soul masters. With the soul-guided cannons you sent early on, even if they sent another 4,000, it would not suffice to cause significant harm. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school likely only suffered some losses among the outer disciples. When I returned, Sect Master Ning appeared quite well and expressed his gratitude for your soul-guided cannons. Upon hearing that her father was unharmed, Ning Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief. While Yu Qianli chuckled, Uncle Ning certainly knows how to jest. His agreement to my union with Rongrong is already a tremendous blessing. Were a few trivial matters to warrant thanks. Yu Qianli's words elicited hearty laughter from elderly. Such a sentiment is commendable. You are indeed a fine scion of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Now, you two should return and rest. You've been busy all night. I must report to your elder brother. After bowing to elderly once more, Yu Qianli and Ning Rongrong made their way back to their quarters. At the summit of Jinlong Mountain, Yu Qianli gazed out over the entirety of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, a smile breaking upon his face. Nearly 2 decades of intricate planning had come to fruition, heralding a seismic shift in the continent's landscape. Chapter 219, a shocking revelation in Wuhuan City. Within the Hall of Offerings, Qian Daolu looked at the two figures of Qianjun Doa and Jiangma Doa below, his eyes reddening as he demanded, "You two, repeat that once more." At his command, both Qianjun Doa and Jiangma Doa trembled. Qianjun Doa, gathering his courage, stammered, "Master, the second elder sacrificed himself to ensure our retreat. He has perished." The leader of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, Yuan Jun, has broken through to level 99. Upon hearing level 99, Qian Daoliu's aura erupted, engulfing the entirety of Wuhuan City in his fury. The soul masters within the city cowered in terror, fearing to become casualties under such overwhelming pressure. 99? Yuan Jun has attained level 99? Has he perhaps discovered the divine? Qian Daolu thundered, "Qianjun, did you see Yuan Jun's soul rings?" Qianjun hastily knelt, proclaiming, "Master, I did see. Yuan Jun's soul rings are 3 purple, 5 black, and 1 red. At the time, I was still in shock. It is evident now that Yuan Jun indeed harbors secrets." After hearing Qianjun Daolu's account, Qian Daolu waved his hand, signaling for Qianjun and Jiangma Doa to leave. They bowed tremulously before hastening out of the Hall of Offerings. Inside the hall, Bibi Dong had mysteriously appeared. Qian Daolu spoke softly, "You're already aware?" Bibi Dong nodded, her exquisite face betraying no emotion. Thanks to Jean E. Douluo, the foundation for the Spirit Hall's future dominance over the continent remains intact. As for Yuan Jun, he is merely a temporarily resilient insect. When the day comes for me and Xiao Xue to achieve our goals, what significance does Yuan Jun hold? Qian Daolu let out a cold snort, remarking that this sentiment indeed resonates with your typical style. Bai Dong, rarely smiling, remarked that the demise of Jean Edo Luo was not without merit, as it unveiled the underlying truths of the Londian sect. Had it not been for this revelation, the day of reckoning would have been far more dire than merely the loss of one genie. Qian Daolu did not pursue this line of conversation. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently upon Bai Dong, inquiring how she intended to conclude this matter. Seemingly lost in thought, Bai Dong fell into silence for a moment before responding, "With the might of the Wuhan Temple. What we need to explain to anyone. If you truly harbor concerns, why not take a stroll? If you traverse the continent, who would dare question the integrity of the Wuhan Temple?" Qian Daolu waved his hand dismissively, signaling Bai Dong to depart. Just as she was about to exit the worship hall, Qian Daolu spoke again. "The prestige of the Wuhan Temple must not be tarnished. Qianjun and Jiang Mo, accompany me. It has been long since the Wuhan Temple established rules, and now is the time for such measures." Bai Dong paused momentarily before vanishing from sight. In Tiando Imperial City, the snowy Night Emperor stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the blood river below the hall. His expression grave. "I truly did not anticipate the Lan Dian Ba Wang Zong to be so deeply concealed with 7 Tidal Do Luos, and the Wuhan Temple suffering the loss of Jean Edo Luo. It seems the Lan Dian Ba Wang Zong can no longer be suppressed." Shuehe, equally solemn, replied, "Your Majesty, it appears the Lan Dian Ba Wang is poised for a meteoric rise. Outside of the Wuhan Temple, It is likely that all soul masters will gravitate towards the Lan Dian Ba Wang zone. The snowy Night Emperor's expression darkened as he pondered. It seems we too must apply pressure on the Lan Dian Ba Wang zone, regardless of the outcome. Even if it means granting them a royal title, the Lan Dian must nominally remain under the aegis of the Tiandou Empire. Shui nodded, suggesting that all the southern kingdoms be allocated to the Lan Dian zone for nation building. This way, the renown of the Tiandou Empire will only grow. And once we both attain the pinnacle of level 99, the Lan Dian zone will be at our mercy. The snowy Night Emperor sighed heavily. It seems we have no choice but to proceed thus. Shui, relay the message. We shall pay a visit to the Lan Dian zone. I do not believe that Yu Yuanjin would dare refuse my personal visit. As a result, the Lan Dian Ba Wang zone garnered immense fame across the Douluo continent, boasting 7 titled Douluos, ultimately supplanting the Hao Tian sect to become the foremost sect in the realm. At the Jinlong Hall, 3 days had elapsed since the last attack on the Wuhan temple. Yu Yuanjin observed the court members and, with a slight smile, remarked, "Since His Majesty has arrived at the sect's threshold, it would be remiss of me to remain idle here. Very well, let's all go forth to greet His Majesty." With that, he rose first and made his way towards the sect's entrance. Meanwhile, the snowy Night Emperor stood at the entrance of the Lan Dian Ba Wang zone, glancing back at Shui, he with a hint of concern. "Shui, what if Yu Yuanjin does not come to greet me? Would that not be quite embarrassing?" Shui chuckled lightly. "Your Majesty, under different circumstances, Yu Yuanjin might have hesitated. But now, even if he feigns loyalty, he must appear as a dutiful subject, for he too has aspirations to maneuver the continent through your influence." The snowy Night Emperor snorted disdainfully. "We shall see whose progress is swifter. I do not believe that Yu Yuanjin can reach level 99. Nor can the Lan Dian zone produce many more like him." The snowy Night Emperor's assertion held merit, as it is indeed rare for a titled Douluo to emerge so rapidly. In a short span, it is unlikely that another would arise. However, the cultivation method of the evil soul masters, which the snowy Night Emperor practiced, allowed for extraordinary advancement. With his current prowess, he would soon surpass level 90, achieving the status of titled Douluo. At that point, with sufficient life force energy, reclaiming what was given would be a matter of time. As he contemplated, he noticed Yu Yuanjin approaching with a grand entourage. Upon seeing the snowy Night Emperor, Yu Yuanjin bowed in respect. "Yu Yuanjin greets your Majesty. I humbly request your presence to enter." Observing Yu Yuanjin's demeanor, the snowy Night Emperor could not suppress a cold smile. Though his visage remained warm as he replied, "Lan Dian Wang, you are too courteous. I have come to request your assistance. I wonder if you might grant me this favor." Yu Yuanjin's lips curved into a perfect smile as he responded, "I am at your Majesty's service." The snowy Night Emperor was taken aback by Yu Yuanjin's swift acquiescence, reinforcing his earlier convictions. He smiled and continued, "Currently, the 2 southern kingdoms have been engaging closely with the Luo Empire, suspected of treason. They have been dealt with, yet the southern situation remains dire, which greatly concerns me. I wonder if Lan Dian Wang would dare to take on this responsibility?" Upon hearing the snowy Night Emperor's words, Yu Yuanjin's smile widened. "Your Majesty, I am willing to undertake this task and shall not betray your trust." The snowy Night Emperor nodded in satisfaction, knowing that with Yu Yuanjin's agreement, the Tiandou Empire could now exert substantial pressure on the Wuhan Temple and Luo Empire. "Excellent, Lan Dian Wang. I shall merge the 2 southern kingdoms into one, which will serve as your fiefdom. You must govern this land well on my behalf." As he spoke, a colossal royal seal materialized in the snowy Night Emperor's hand, which he extended towards Yu Yuanjin. Yu Yuanjin accepted it with a smile, assuring the Emperor that he would not disappoint him. The snowy Night Emperor replied heartily, "In that case, Lan Dian Wang, I shall take my leave, for there are many affairs awaiting my attention at the palace. Please excuse me." Yu Qianli, observing the 2 venerable elders engaging in their cunning exchanges, found it rather tedious. Sensing that everyone's attention was focused on his grandfather and the snowy Night Emperor, he discreetly turned and made his way towards the Jinlong Hall, knowing that his grandfather would eventually return and they could discuss matters then. As he walked, Yu Qianli could not help but sigh. Ever since the incident with the Wuhan Temple concluded, The Bon Douluo had taken Ning Rongrong back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect for a brief stay, leaving him feeling quite restless within the sect. Not long after, Yu Qianli returned to the Zhenlong Hall, leaning against one of the pillars, preparing to rest when he heard Yu Yunjin's voice nearby. You sneak back just to sleep? When did you become so lazy? Yu Qianli looked at his grandfather and smiled. Grandfather, what are your plans for those two kingdoms? Have you thought of a name yet? Yu Yunjin shook his head, settling into the dragon throne, gazing thoughtfully at Yu Qianli. Feeling somewhat uneasy under his grandfather's scrutinizing gaze, Yu Qianli asked, Grandfather, what are you pondering? Upon hearing this, Yu Yunjin seemed to recollect something and smiled. Qianli, I do not intend to govern those two kingdoms. The Lan Dianba, Wang Zone requires my presence, so I believe it would be better for you to take on this task. Yu Qianli was momentarily taken aback before responding with a wry smile. Grandfather, please do not jest. How could I possibly manage that? I have no experience. Yu Yunjin shrugged his shoulders and looked at Yu Qianli, saying, learning, who is born with all skills. It's settled then. You will go in your capacity as the crown prince of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, accompanied by the 3,000 Heian army. I will also send you the Old South and Old North, along with 12 soul Douluos. How does that sound? It should be sufficient for you to gain complete control over these two kingdoms. Listening to Yu Yunjin's arrangements, Yu Qianli couldn't help but stick out his tongue. With such a lineup, not to mention two kingdoms, even the entire Tiando Empire would pose no challenge. After all, back when the Snow Knight Emperor had yet to cultivate the path of the evil soul master, the Tiando Empire had not even a single true title Douluo, relying solely on the Qi, Bao, Liu Li sect to hold its ground. With such a splendid array now, he had no chance to refuse. All right, grandfather, I will make my preparations and set off in a few days. As he spoke, Yu Qianli bowed respectfully to Yu Yunjin and turned to leave. Watching Yu Qianli's retreating figure, Yu Yunjin remarked lightly, Qianli, this is your destiny. There is no escaping it. At Thunder Mountain, the Heian army had suffered considerable losses during the previous attack by the Spirit Hall, with 812 of the original 3,000 men perishing and about 1,000 injured. However, the old man had promptly arranged for reinforcements for the Heian army and provided substantial medical support. Observing the invigorated Heian soldiers below, Yu Qianli called out loudly, Warriors of the Heian army, the reason you stand here today is due to the sacrifice of those 812 brothers, as well as your own efforts. The Blue Electric sect will not forget any of you. Do you still have the confidence to engage in another fierce battle? Yes, yes, yes. The voices of the Heian army resonated throughout the Blue Electric sect. Yu Qianli nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Good. Confidence is essential. Now, obey my orders, everyone. Pack your belongings. In half an hour, our destination is the capital of the Lake Kingdom, Lake City. Yes. Yu Qianli then turned to the three leaders of the Heian army behind him. Aside from Sun Long, who had sustained minor injuries during the battle with the Spirit Hall, the other two stood tall behind Yu Qianli. Yu Qianli respectfully addressed Sun Long. How are you? Brother Sun, are you all right? Sun Long waved his hand dismissively. Ah, these minor injuries are nothing to worry about. Just let me know what the young sect master needs. Yu Qianli nodded and said in a low voice, Grandfather instructed me to go to the Blue Electric Kingdom in the capacity of the Crown Prince to assess the situation. You three will lead the Heian army at the forefront, while I and the two elders will follow shortly. The three nodded in agreement. Just as Yu Qianli was about to return to his courtyard, Yu Shaoli approached him with a hint of eagerness, saying, Qianli, may I bring along my unambitious son? The corners of Yu Qianli's mouth lifted slightly. Uncle Shaoli, what are you saying? We are family. Such words seemed distant. Yu Shaoli scratched his head sheepishly. It's just that my spouse has been urging me, and my son does possess some talent for cultivation. I thought it might be good for him to have something to do. Intrigued by Yu Shaoli's words, Yu Qianli paused. Yu Shaoli was nearly 50 this year, and his son must be in his 20s, although Yu Qianli was unaware of his cultivation level. Uncle Shaoli, what is his name? Yu Shaoli immediately understood Yu Qianli's intention. My son is named Yu Qianlu, 25 this year, and he has just recently broken through to Soul King, currently at level 51. Yu Qianli's eyes brightened. 25 years old and at level 51. That is quite impressive. Why had I not heard of him before? It seems I should pay more attention to the promising talents within the family. No problem, Uncle Xiaoli. Let Tianlu cousin serve as a deputy general in your camp. But one thing, he must adhere to the rules. Yu Xiaoli quickly nodded with a smile. Rest assured, Tianli, I will ensure it. Chapter 221. A handshake upon returning from Thunder Mountain. Yu Qianli was summoned by Yu Yuanjin to the Jinlong Hall. Seeing Yu Yuanjin standing alone in the Grand Hall, Yu Qianli couldn't help but ask, Grandfather, what is the urgent matter? Yu Yuanjin looked sternly at Yu Qianli as he approached, saying, I sense that Qian Daoliu has arrived. We must meet him. Upon hearing the name, Qian Daoliu, Yu Qianli's heart trembled. This name loomed like a mountain since the day he was born, but now everything was different. Grandfather, I wish to accompany you, Yu Qianli declared resolutely, looking at his grandfather. Yu Yuanjin was not surprised and smiled. Well done. I wanted to see if you had the courage to join me. You truly are my grandson, Yu Yuanjin. Let us depart now. We cannot keep him waiting. With that, Yu Yuanjin took Yu Tianli's hand and vanished from the Jinlong Hall, arriving at a valley not far from the blue electric tyrant dragon sect. There, Qian Daoliu stood tall on a mountain peak, clad in a moon-white robe. Looking towards the blue electric tyrant dragon sect, he murmured, Yu Yuanjin has arrived. Prepare for the greeting. Both Jianjun Douluo and Jiangma Douluo nodded. They could never forget how Yu Yuanjin had effortlessly defeated the ultimate second offering with a single strike. In their minds, the level of danger he posed was second only to that of the great offering. Before long, a golden streak of light descended upon a mountain peak not far from the three. Upon landing, Yu Yuanjin and Yu Qianli were revealed. This was the first time Qian Daoliu regarded them seriously. In his memory, Yu Yuanjin had merely been a slightly talented junior, even when he reached level 96. Qian Daoliu had not taken him seriously, believing Yu Yuanjin would never break through to level 98. Ironically, this very mindset had led to the demise of a lifelong companion. Gazing at Yu Yuanjin, Qian Daoliu said coldly, Yu Yuanjin, it has been a long time. Seeing Qian Daoliu in his white robe, Yu Yuanjin smiled slightly. Indeed, it has been a while. I recall our last meeting was during my ascension to Soul Sage. After all these years, who would have thought I would stand at the same level as you? Hearing Yu Yuanjin's mockery, Qian Daoliu remained unfazed, replying coolly, Indeed, I did not expect this. Had I known you would achieve such heights, I would have taken measures back then, even at the cost of offending the three great sects. Yu Yuanjin snorted coldly. Unfortunately for you, it's too late. Qian Daoliu, are you here today to challenge me? To test the prowess of this newly ascended 99th level titled Douluo? Qian Daoliu nodded, confirming his intent. It has been many years since I encountered someone worth my full effort. Come, let me see what you are capable of. As he spoke, 9 black and red soul rings rose sequentially from his back. Jianjun and Jiangma, observe carefully and do not act recklessly, understood? Qian Daoliu cautioned. Although Yu Yuanjin had only brought one grandson today, in the realm of 99th level peerless Douluos, it could take just a thought to eliminate Jianjun and Jiangma. Despite not having accompanied him as long as Jianjun and Jiangma had been with him for several decades, and as one ages, a sense of nostalgia grows. Having two who understood his past was indeed a comfort. Jianjun and Jiangma nodded hesitantly, inwardly reflecting. Even if I were given the courage, I would not dare to make a move casually. We are all too aware of how terrifying Yu Yuanjin, this madman, truly is. Observing the 9 soul rings of Qian Daoliu, Yu Yuanjin couldn't help but exclaim, and soon, 9 soul rings of purple, black, and red appear behind him, floating in an extraordinarily rhythmic manner. Yu Yuanjin underwent a significant transformation as countless delicate golden dragon scales enveloped him, and his limbs had already morphed into colossal dragon claws. Witnessing Yu Yuanjin's metamorphosis, Qian Daoliu was momentarily entranced. This was the long-lost martial soul of ancient times, the golden sacred dragon. How could this be possible? The blue lightning tyrant dragon's control over thunder and dragon transformation was already monstrous, yet the golden sacred dragon was a different matter altogether. It seemed Yu Yuanjin truly possessed extraordinary gifts. With that thought, 3 pairs of enormous white wings manifested behind Qian Daoliu, and his fighting spirit could no longer be concealed. Even if the golden sacred dragon were formidable, I, the six-winged angel, am a divinely bestowed martial soul. What is there to fear? As Douluo charged fiercely towards him, Yu Yuanjin's wings behind him flapped violently. With a slight concentration of his right claw, a wave of light, infused with the powers of flame and thunder, surged towards Douluo. In that moment, the sixth soul ring behind Douluo blazed to life, activating his sixth soul skill, Angelic Roar. As he faced the nearly tangible mental attack rushing towards him, Yu Yuanjin couldn't help but curse softly. If it were only himself, he might not have cared. But with his dear grandson present, should he fail to intercept this move, it was likely that Yu Qianli would be struck down by the terrifying Angelic Roar. Thus, Yu Yuanjin's sixth soul ring erupted with its inherent brilliance, and a resounding dragon roar erupted from his mouth, sending shockwaves that countered Douluo's mental assault. However, the soul beast within the valley suffered immensely. Within this inland gorge, the most formidable soul beast might have barely reached 10,000 years of cultivation. Under the impact of the residual waves, those soul beasts that could not evade were left with shattered innards, collapsing unconscious. As if sensing something, Douluo chuckled and remarked, "Well, with this move, I can consider a small wish of mine fulfilled. Yu Yuanjin, remember this. As long as you are in the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, I will not harm any of your members. I hope you can live a few more years." With that, his figure abruptly vanished from spot. Yu Yuanjin also retracted his martial soul, gazing at the place where Douluo had disappeared, and casually stated, "Tianli, what do you think of this 99th level elder of the Spirit Hall?" Feeling the residual power, Yu Tianli involuntarily replied, "Grandfather, I fear that Douluo is also a prodigy of his generation." Yu Yuanjin seemed to reminisce for a moment, and after a while, he finally spoke. Indeed, during his era, only two could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. One was Tang Chun, the father of the former sect master of the Haotian sect, an unparalleled Douluo at 99 levels. The other was the legendary representative of the sea god. Back in those days, we were young and reckless, unaware of the significance of a divine representative. Only today do I realize that the representative of the sea god truly existed, and likely also possessed the prowess of a 99-level, unparalleled Douluo. Seeing the longing expression on Yu Yuanjin's face, Yu Qianli couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Among the few prodigies of that time, aside from Douluo, Tang Chun had long since become a shadow of his former self, and Poseidon of Sea God Island could never leave its confines. What difference was there from being confined? However, his grandfather was indeed an exception among these unparalleled Douluos. Though he was also the representative of the god of destruction, this divine being was rather unorthodox, so his grandfather was spared from the constraints of formalities. Lost in thought, Yu Yuanjin playfully tapped Yu Tianli on the head, laughingly chiding, "Enough of that, we are setting off tomorrow. I will accompany you to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and see if you can win over Rongrong." Hearing Yu Yuanjin's words, Yu Qianli couldn't help but chuckle. "Grandfather, you must speak a few good words for me when the time comes." Before long, the grandfather and grandson duo arrived at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, where Ning Fengji approached with a smile, saying, "Uncle Yu, what brings you here today? Please come in." Yu Yuanjin smiled in return. "Fengji, we have come to seek a cup of tea. You wouldn't mind, would you?" Ning Fengji felt a wave of embarrassment and replied, "Uncle Yu, how could I ever mind? I would be delighted if you could stay here at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School." As they spoke, they entered the grand hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, where Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo awaited them. Bone Douluo looked at Yu Tianli with a smile and remarked, "Young lad, Rongrong heard you were coming and immediately ran back to her room to change clothes. I'm curious, what charm do you possess to captivate our little princess so thoroughly?" Yu Tianli couldn't help but chuckle and replied, "Grandfather, perhaps it is just good genetics." His words elicited laughter from everyone present. After a short while, Ning Fengji waved his hand, dismissing the attendants in the grand hall, and then looked at Yu Yuanjin with a beaming expression, saying, "Uncle Yu, thanks to the people you sent and the weapons Tianli delivered, our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has managed to weather this storm. What's more, Sword Douluo has reached 97 levels during the battle." Observing Sword Douluo, Yu Qianli recalled that in the original story, Sword Douluo Qinshin had achieved his breakthrough to 97 levels after losing an arm and gaining some insights. It appeared that Qinshin had likely already reached the pinnacle of 96 levels, merely lacking the opportunity to engage in life-and-death battles with equally leveled soul masters. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Sword Do arose and addressed Yu Yuanjin, Old Dragon. Though we are of the same generation and I have reached 97 levels compared to you, a 99 level unparalleled Douluo, I feel rather insignificant. Even if you had not come today, I intended to visit the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect tomorrow. Since reaching 97 levels, I have felt somewhat stagnant in my training, and I hope. Hearing Qinshin's words, Yu Yuanjin chuckled and waved his hand. Qinshin, what are you doing? Sit, please. My attainment of 99 levels has a great deal of luck involved. It is not as glorious as you think. However, I can certainly share some training methods with you. Though you must understand that the unique training style of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon lineage may not suit you. Qinshin nodded solemnly, stating, I understand that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul has its own distinct training methods. I merely wish to give a try. I would be grateful for your guidance. With that, Yu Yuanjin shared his years of insights with Qinshin. After a considerable time, Qinshin came to his senses, his eyes shining brightly as he hurriedly stood and bowed deeply to Yu Yuanjin, expressing his gratitude. Yu Yuanjin waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for thanks. At that moment, the door of the grand hall swung open, and everyone's attention turned to see Ning Rongrong had finished her preparations. Ning Fengji looked at her and said, Rongrong, your dragon grandpa is here. Why are you taking so long to come out? Hurry and greet him. Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue, but obediently ran to Yu Yuanjin's side, cheerfully saying, Grandpa, you're here? That single word, Grandpa, warmed Yu Yuanjin's heart immensely, while Yu Qianli gave Ning Rongrong a thumbs up. Seeing his grandfather's approving gesture directed at Ning Rongrong, Yu Qianli could only muster his courage and step forward, wearing a broad smile as he looked at Ning Fengji. Uncle Ning, you must have heard about the matter concerning the Snow Knight Emperor coming to my Lan Dianba Wang Long clan, right? Ning Fengji nodded slightly, of course. What is it, Qianli? If you need anything from Uncle Ning, feel free to speak. Uncle Ning will definitely accommodate you. Yu Qianli hastily waved his hand, anxiously saying no. No, Uncle Ning, you misunderstand. It is my grandfather who needs to remain at the Lan Dianba Wang Long clan and does not have the time to visit the Lan Dian kingdom. So he sent me, in the capacity of the crown prince, to handle matters on his behalf. I thought that this journey would take a year or two, and I figured I could take Rongrong along to explore a bit. I just wonder if you, Uncle Ning, would agree? As he spoke, Yu Qianli's voice grew softer, as if lacking confidence. Seeing his demeanor, Ning Fengji couldn't help but chuckle, saying, All right, stop pretending with me. I agree, but you must also ask Rongrong if she agrees. Upon hearing Uncle Ning's consent, Yu Qianli quickly turned to Ning Rongrong, gesturing eagerly. Seeing his expression, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but laugh, saying, All right, Dad, I'll go with Qianli. He is always too busy to take care of himself, so I can help him out and feel at ease. Hearing his daughter's words, Ning Fengji shook his head helplessly, teasing her for being so outgoing and not caring about her old father. However, with Yu Yuanjin still around, Ning Fengji could only smile wryly and say, Very well then, Rongrong, but remember, safety first when you're out there. You must pay attention to your safety. Although the situation on the continent has changed significantly, it is not yet a time of peace, understand? Chapter 223. The Royal City. After hearing Ning Fengji's words, Yu Yuanjin chuckled and waved his hand, saying, Rest assured, Fengji, the personnel I selected meticulously will ensure the safety of the two of them. Moreover, they're no longer children. Both have achieved the level of Soul Saint. So you can be at ease. Ning Fengji nodded, smiling. Uncle Yu, just in case, I only have Rongrong as my precious daughter. On the official road from the Lan Dianba Wang Long clan to the Lan Dian Royal City, 3 horse-drawn carriages sped along. After about half an hour, the carriage stopped in front of a large city, and the driver called out, Young master, we have arrived at Lan Dian City. The 3 generals of the He Yan army are already here. Do you wish to? With a swift motion, the carriage curtain was gently lifted, and Yu Qianli stepped down slowly, softly declaring, "From now on in Londian Royal City, address me as the Crown Prince. Do not confuse the titles." The driver nodded lightly and led Yu Tianli towards the positions of the three generals, Yang Wuqing and others. Upon seeing Yu Tianli descend from the carriage, Yang Wuqing and the others hurriedly approached and performed a standard military salute. Yu Tianli waved his hand, his voice cool. "Is everything arranged for the Heian army?" The chief general of the Heian army, Yang Wuqing, first cupped his hands towards Yu Tianli and then spoke, responding to Your Highness. "The Heian army has already stationed themselves within the garrison of the city, and the royal city has also been prepared. Please, Your Highness, follow me." Yu Tianli nodded and inquired, "I have heard that the previous two great kingdoms had at least hundreds of thousands of troops. Where are they now, and how many remain? Notify them that I wish to see them in Londian Royal City tomorrow morning." With that, Yu Tianli turned and walked back toward the carriage. The others nodded in agreement. The carriage slowly made its way towards the royal city. Upon entering, 7 or 8 elders emerged from the leading carriage, each exuding an extraordinary aura as they stood beside the vehicle. Yu Tianli gently opened the carriage curtain and assisted Ning Rongrong down. He glanced around at the royal city before turning to the elders, Lao Nan and Lao Bei, saying, "Lao Nan, Lao Bei, take 500 Heian soldiers and thoroughly investigate Londian City to see if there are any remnants of the former king." Adityanadi, Yu Bai, standing at the forefront, stepped forward. Over the years, his soul power had advanced remarkably. He was now an 83rd level soul Douluo. "Your Highness, I am here. Prepare yourselves. If any of the 12 commanding generals or chief officers within the Londian kingdom do not arrive by tomorrow morning, you are to deal with them accordingly." The glint in Yu Tianli's eyes bore a chilling intent. He did not have much time to manage the affairs of the Londian kingdom. Cultivation was his priority now. The reason Yu Yuanjin assigned him so many personnel was precisely for this purpose. Upon hearing Yu Tianli's command, Yu Bei nodded, gestured, and led the remaining soul Douluo towards the royal city's garrison. With these matters arranged, Yu Tianli finally smiled, looking at Ning Rongrong and saying, "Rongrong, let's go see the quarters they have prepared for us in advance." Hearing Yu Tianli's playful words, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shot him an annoyed glance, saying, "Enough with the nonsense. Before we left, I made a promise. When we return in a year, you must at least reach level 79. And I need to reach level 74. In another year, Tianma and Xianling will be back. If they catch up to us, what will we do?" Upon hearing Ning Rongrong mention those little rascals, Yu Tianli rubbed his chin, acknowledging her point. Indeed, those boys have considerable talent, and they have likely been working hard to surpass me these past few years. However, I have 2 10,000-year soul rings backing me up. I cannot be surpassed. As for you, young lady, you spend all your time sleeping. If you get surpassed, I will spank you." Ning Rongrong, in anger, raised her small fist and playfully hit Yu Tianli's chest a few times before allowing him to take her hand as they walked towards the Londian royal city quarters. After a night without incident, early the next morning, Yu Tianli rose early, looking at the maidens brought from the Londian clan and quietly instructing, "You all, be a bit quieter so you do not wake Rongrong." The maidens nodded like little chicks pecking at rice. Satisfied with their response, Yu Tianli quickly washed up, donned a dark robe, tied his hair back simply, and proceeded towards the administrative hall within the royal city. Upon entering the administrative hall, he saw Yang Wuqing and the 3 chief generals standing alongside a group of people. Yu Tianli sat down on a grand seat with an air of authority, listening as Yang Wuqing stepped forward to report, "Your Highness, within the Londian kingdom, 27 commanding nobles and generals were to attend. Apart from 12 who did not show up, the rest are here." Yu Tianli acknowledged with a sound and surveyed the 15 individuals who had arrived. After a moment, he spoke, 27 individuals, and only 15 have come. Fortunately, this is better than I expected. I thought none would come. Yu Bai, at once." Yu Bei appeared like a shadow before Yu Tianli, kneeling on one knee. "Go. There are 12 of you. You have half a day to return with the heads of those 12 individuals. Do you understand?" Yu Bei responded affirmatively, and in an instant, 12 figures dashed out. Although Yu Tianli's voice was not loud, everyone in the hall dared not make a sound. The nobles and generals present felt fortunate to have shown up. Realizing that those who had not come were still living in the past, believing they could act recklessly with the support of the Luo Empire or the Spirit Hall. Without recognizing who was truly in charge now, Yu Qianli gazed down at the 15 military leaders, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes as he remarked, "Well, it appears you have come here out of consideration for me, Yu Qianli. I shall refrain from imposing upon you. Bring forth chairs for the esteemed princes and generals." As he spoke, attendants hurriedly brought forth seats. Once everyone was settled, Yu Qianli continued, "Let's commence. Each of you, step forward and disclose the number of troops at your command. I wish to ascertain if anyone dares to deceive me due to my youth. Get it right, and there will be rewards. Get it wrong, and there shall be consequences." Listening to Yu Qianli's words and recalling the formidable reputation of the Lan Jianba Wang Long over the years, the princes and generals felt compelled to be forthright in their disclosures. Yu Qianli calculated in his mind, estimating that their combined forces amounted to roughly 300,000, along with the 12 deceased, bringing the total military strength to an impressive 500,000. Suddenly, Yu Qianli thumped his thigh and, rising to his feet, declared, "Excellent. You 15 have spoken well. Given my satisfaction today, I shall grant each of you a retention of 10,000 troops. The remainder must be surrendered." The 15 generals lifted their heads, a flicker of reluctance in their eyes, but they dared not voice their discontent. The Lan Jianba Wang Long sect was simply too powerful for them to challenge. However, Yu Qianli's subsequent words alleviated some of their dissatisfaction. Participation is voluntary, and those who join will receive a promotion in rank, as well as the opportunity for their offspring to enroll in our Lan Dian sect's exclusive academy. Those who excel may join the Lan Jianba Wang Long. Yu Qianli's proclamation was akin to a thunderous bombshell. The Lan Jianba Wang Long was the most sought-after power on the continent, and even these feudal lords who commanded armies yearned for the backing of the Lan Jianba Wang Long. If they felt this way, one could only imagine the desires of the scattered cultivators across the continent. One cautious elder spoke up, "Might I inquire if what the young master says is true, and not a jest to deceive us?" Yu Qianli's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied, "Rest assured, it is indeed true. You must understand, I am not only the heir of the Lan Dian kingdom, but also the young clan leader of the Lan Jianba Wang Long. Some matters require no further elaboration." "Very well, young master," an elder named Feng proclaimed. "I, Feng Cheng, humbly hold the title of First Marquis. I am willing to surrender my entire legion of 30,000 cavalry to you, and my family shall relocate to Lan Dian City, with the hope that my descendants receive fair treatment at the Lanba Academy." As he spoke, the elder knelt and bowed thrice with reverence. Seeing the head of the Feng family, Yu Qianli could not help but reflect on his own circumstances. Had he not meticulously planned over the years, his own family might have already faded into obscurity on this continent. With a smile, Yu Qianli rose and boomed, "Well, since Elder Feng has demonstrated such enthusiasm, how could I not reciprocate? From this day forth, I elevate Feng Sheng to the rank of First Duke, and the descendants of the Feng family may freely apply to the Lanba Academy." Yu Qianli's words ignited excitement among the assembled lords and generals, prompting them to willingly relinquish their troops in exchange for a formidable ally. After approximately half an hour, Yu Qianli successfully ushered the group out. Observing the return of Yu Bei, he stood and calmly stated, "Within the Lan Dian kingdom, there are approximately 500,000 troops. Following my assumption of power, there will likely be dissent within the ranks. Yu Bei, there are two matters that require your attention." Yu Bei bowed respectfully. "Young master, please instruct me, and I shall fulfill my duties without hesitation." Yu Qianli nodded lightly before continuing. "First, send someone back to the Lan Dian sect to request 50 family members capable of commanding troops. From the outer sect, any who have achieved great merit may also be included, but I have one stipulation. Their cultivation must not be below the Soul King level. Second, the current military organization is chaotic. It is imperative to reorganize the troops swiftly, yet I anticipate some unrest during this process. I authorize you to temporarily establish a military law office and allocate 1,000 hind troops to you until the reorganization is complete. I do not wish to hear any dissenting voices. Can you manage this? I shall certainly not disappoint the young master. This time, Yu Bei addressed Yu Qianli not as young master or young clan leader, but simply as young master. Yu Qianli noted the distinction with a smile and waved his hand, signaling Yu Bei to depart. Watching Yu Bei's retreating figure, Yu Qianli chuckled and spoke to his companions. Old Nan, Old Bei, what do you think of my arrangements? Old Nan grinned and scratched his head, saying softly, how should I put it? Some of these rules and frameworks baffle me. To put in old-fashioned terms, it seems you were born for this role. Otherwise, how could you be so adept? Upon hearing Old Nan's words, Yu Qianli burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Old Nan, when did you become so adept at flattery? This truly surprises me. Old Bei chuckled in agreement, clearly amused by Old Nan's remarks. After sharing a good laugh, Yu Qianli finally said, all right, it has been a long day. You two should return and rest. The security of the royal city will depend on your vigilance. Old Nan and Old Bei clasped their hands in acknowledgement. It is our duty, young master. You need not worry. Meanwhile, at the Lan Dianba Wanglong sect, in the True Dragon Hall, Yu Yuanjin smiled at those present and asked, did Tianli really say that? The cloaked figure replied excitedly, indeed. How could I dare to fabricate such a statement? Ha ha ha, splendid. Go summon the 3 elders and the 2 dragon elders to the True Dragon Hall. Inform them that there are important matters to discuss. Yu Yuanjin exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Yes. As the cloaked figure departed, Yu Yuanjin chuckled. This rascal has picked up a few tricks from his grandfather. Before long, the 4 elders arrived at the True Dragon Hall. The Red Elder could not contain his curiosity, asking, Elder brother, what urgent matter has compelled us from our seclusion? Yu Yuanjin beamed at his brother and replied, it is indeed good news. Tianli has just sent word, requesting 50 family members to help him command the 500,000 troops of the Londian Kingdom, all of whom must be above the Soul King level. The 4 elders initially stared in disbelief before processing the information. 500,000 troops, what a jest. Tianli had only recently arrived, yet he had managed to gather such a force. However, Yu Yuanjin's joyous demeanor suggested he was not fabricating this news. The Black Elder finally spoke, Elder brother, while sending out 50 individuals is feasible if they all come from the family. Might that not be problematic? Furthermore, wouldn't it raise concerns among the outer sect? Yu Yuanjin chuckled. Tianli has anticipated this. He stated that most should come from the family. But if any from the outer sect achieve great merit, they may also be included. The reason I summoned you is twofold. First, to discuss potential candidates, and second, I wish to expand the ranks of his Haiyan troops to 5,000. To expand the Haiyan troops to 5,000 would grant Tianli complete control over all the forces within the Londian Kingdom. Yu Yuanjin stated calmly. The 4 elders nodded in agreement. The Haiyan troops already numbered 3,000, so increasing their ranks to 5,000 was not excessive. Moreover, since the incident with the Wuhuan Temple, the Lan Dianba Wanglong's reputation had soared, attracting numerous small families and scattered cultivators to its banner. Taking out this little matter is merely a triviality. Observing that the 4 elders had no objections, Yu Yuanjin commanded, very well, since there are no dissenting opinions. Let Elder Luo take the lead. If any of you have reliable candidates from the outer sect, feel free to present them. The 4 nodded in agreement. And Yu Yuanjin smiled as he added, all right, go prepare. Ere long, stay behind. I have something to discuss with you. The other 3 elders bowed and promptly exited the chamber. Once the 3 elders had departed, Yu Yuanjin began, ere long, what is your current cultivation level? Lu ere long softly replied, Uncle, I have now reached the peak of level 89. It won't be long before I achieve a breakthrough. Yu Yuanjin nodded, smiling, indeed. I never expected your progress to be so swift. Furthermore, your soul rings and soul bones are brimming with dragon power, and there seems to be no bottleneck. However, I called you to stay because I have a gift for you. Lu ere long was taken aback, looking at Yu Yuanjin with confusion, unsure of what he meant. Yu Yuanjin chuckled, and with a flick of his wrist, produced a dragon source fruit that shimmered in his hand. Gently pushing it forward, the fruit flew towards Lu ere long. She took the dragon source fruit, momentarily stunned, then quickly declined, saying, Uncle, that is too much. I have not contributed significantly to the sect, and am unworthy of such a gift. Yu Yuanjin waved his hand dismissively. What do you mean, unworthy? Your years of leadership at Lanba Academy are no small feat, Erlong. You've become quite worldly. Lu Erlong still attempted to refuse, but Yu Yuanjin insisted. Enough. This is bestowed upon you in my capacity as sect master, and you cannot refuse. Moreover, Lanba Academy needs you to remain steadfast. Do you understand? Hearing Yu Yuanjin's words, Lu Erlong reluctantly accepted the dragon source fruit, realizing that it would enable her to swiftly break through to level 90. Otherwise, it would take her at least half a year to achieve that milestone. After accepting the dragon source fruit, Lu Erlong finally spoke. I am curious, uncle. What are your plans for Lanba Academy? If there are areas where I can assist, please let me know. Yu Yuanjin chuckled lightly, then stood up slowly, gazing at Lu Erlong with a smile. From now on, you need not call me uncle, for you have reached the rank of title Douluo. Lu Erlong was momentarily stunned, and then a joyful expression graced her face as she shyly responded. Greetings, father. Wait, tomorrow I will bring Xiaogang. Seemingly understanding Lu Erlong's meaning, Yu Yuanjin inquired with interest. Erlong, what is Xiaogang's current cultivation level? It has been a while since I last saw him, and I wonder how he has fared. Speaking of her beloved, Lu Erlong revealed a rare smile, her tone exceptionally gentle. Xiaogang has worked diligently over the years and has now reached level 58. Within a year, he too shall break through to Soul Emperor. Yu Yuanjin nodded in satisfaction, pondering that his youngest son, who had been born with a deficiency in innate soul power, had suffered considerable humiliation in his youth. If it weren't for Tianli discovering the celestial herb, his son would have faced a much harsher fate. He resolved to make amends for the past. With that thought, Yu Yuanjin's soul guide flickered again, and he handed Lu Erlong a black wooden box. This is a fragment of a right arm bone from the golden crocodile Douluo that fell during the last invasion by the Spirit Hall. It originated from a 7,000-year-old iron armor dragon. When you return, please give this to Xiaogang, as it is a small token of my affection as a father. A 7,000-year-old soul bone. Lu Erlong gasped in astonishment, then broke into a smile, realizing that with this soul bone, Xiaogang would likely break through to Soul Emperor in less than 2 months. With the dragon power from the soul rings and soul bones, Xiaogang's martial soul would be even more stable. Thinking of this, Lu Erlong bowed to Yu Yuanjin, saying, Thank you, uncle. No, thank you, father. Upon hearing her words, Yu Yuanjin waved his hand, signaling her to take her leave. Lu Erlong clasped her hands in gratitude, bowed deeply once more, and exited the hall. As Yu Yuanjin stood in the hall, he murmured, Xiaogang, from now on, you must rely on yourself. Within half a day, he gathered the 50 individuals designated to lead the troops, with Elder Luo personally overseeing them, along with 2,000 soldiers from the Heian army, all heading towards the Landian kingdom. Notably, after the news of the surprise attack on the Landian Tyrannosaurus spread, Yu Qianma and Xianling initially planned to return to the Landian sect immediately. However, before they could prepare, word of the Landian sect's victory reached them, prompting them to abandon their plans. Nevertheless, Yu Qianma and Yu Tianhao still felt uneasy and rushed back. Upon their return, and finding nothing amiss at home, they learned that Yu Qianli had gone to the Landian kingdom to become the heir, which sparked their interest. And they set off towards the Landian kingdom alongside Elder Luo. On the road, Elder Luo glanced at Yu Tianma and Yu Tianhao, unable to suppress a smile as he remarked, It seems you two have truly not wasted these years. You have both reached Soul Emperor. Quite impressive. Yu Tianma, familiar with Elder Luo, chuckled, Ha ha ha. Elder Luo, one must make some progress, otherwise when we see Tianli, he will certainly mock us. Beside him, Yu Tianhao laughed in agreement. Indeed, if we fail to meet his expectations, he will surely never let us hear the end of it. Hearing their banter, Elder Luo burst into hearty laughter. It had been so long since he had heard anyone speak ill of that little rascal since these youngsters departed. How refreshing it was. Elder Luo waved his hand. With your current cultivation levels, few on the continent can rival you. Rest assured, if Tianli dares to act recklessly, I will support you. Chapter 226. A meeting this expedition comprised individuals of at least Seoul Zun rank, and within 2 days, they reached Longdian City from Longdian sect. At the city gates of Longdian City, Yu Qianli, accompanied by Lao Nan and Lao Bei, personally came out to greet them. Upon seeing Yu Qianma and Yu Qianhao at the forefront of the procession, he was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "You two little rascals, when did you return? You didn't even inform me. How outrageous!" Yu Qianma and Yu Tianhao exchanged glances and laughed. "Ha ha ha, we intentionally kept his secret from you. Were you surprised?" Yu Qianli playfully scolded. "All right, just wait until I decide how to deal with you." He then turned to Elder Luo. "Elder Luo, is everyone accounted for?" Elder Luo nodded. "All present. Your grandfather has also expanded the He Yan army to 5,000 men. I've already instructed them to report to the He Yan army camp." Yu Tianli nodded and instructed a servant, "Summon the 3 commanders of the He Yan army to the palace." As he spoke, he beckoned everyone to enter the royal city. In the royal city, at the Changle Palace, Yu Qianli hosted a banquet to welcome several distinguished guests who had traveled from afar. Observing Yu Qianma and Yu Tianhao enjoying their meal with great relish, Yu Tianli sighed and then smiled. "So, you two have not been slacking off in your training these years. Show me your cultivation levels. If they are lacking, I shall not hesitate to discipline you." Yu Qianma tossed aside the chicken leg in his hand, chuckling as he said, "Ha, before I came here, I told Tianhao that you would definitely say this. Did I guess it right? Since you asked, I shall reluctantly share with you that I, Yu Qianma, am a level 66 Assault System Battle Soul Emperor. How about that? I didn't embarrass you, did I?" Upon hearing Yu Tianma's rank, Yu Qianli's eyes brightened, and he turned to Yu Qianhao, inquiring, "What about you, Tianhao? How are you faring?" Yu Qianhao replied with a smile, "I'm slightly behind Tianma, currently at the peak of level 65, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to level 66. Hiss. The others in the hall couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Were these two truly that extraordinary? It was no wonder that extraordinary individuals preferred the company of one another. Satisfied, Yu Qianli nodded and his smile deepened. "Let me find something for you two to do. What do you think?" Yu Qianma and Yu Tianhao exchanged glances and burst into laughter, with Yu Qianma eagerly saying, "Tianli, we came to you precisely to have you assign us some tasks. We fear nothing, except for you not giving us any assignments. Please tell us what it is. I'm all ears." Seeing their eager expressions, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but laugh softly. However, as the former vice-captain of the Blue Tyrant battle team, she still commanded a degree of authority in front of them. She teasingly remarked, "You two, after being out so long, how come you're still so unaccomplished? You fell for this guy's words so easily." As she spoke, she provocatively glanced at Yu Qianli. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Yu Qianma and Yu Qianhao exchanged exasperated looks towards Yu Qianli, who simply rolled his eyes at Ning Rongrong and replied with a smile, "How can this be considered deceiving? What I reveal is surely good news. With your soul power, come join my Hein army. My grandfather intends to expand it to 5,000 personnel, and I need 2 more battalions. You two can each take one and act as commanders to test your capabilities." Yu Qianma and Yu Qianhao were elated upon hearing this and promptly stood to bow towards Yu Qianli. Yu Qianli quickly stopped them, saying, "Hey, you two, are you done? Don't pretend with me. Be careful, or I might kick you both." While saying this, he turned to the side and addressed Elder Law. "Elder Law, do you have a list of those 50 individuals you brought? I need to review it for proper allocation of defense. Considering the proximity of the Blue Electric Kingdom to the Xinglua Empire, we must be diligent." Elder Luo nodded in understanding and handed a confidential letter to Yu Tianli. Yu Tianli set down his wine cup and tore open the letter, examining the names and soul power levels listed within. It even noted the personalities and weaknesses of these individuals, indicating that his grandfather had indeed put in considerable effort. With a smile, Yu Qianli raised his wine cup at the table and boisterously declared, "In that case, let us toast to the eternal glory of our blue electric Tyrannosaurus." The others in the hall raised their cups in unison. After the banquet had concluded in the political hall, Elder Law, Old Nan, Old Bayu, Tianma, Yu Qianhao, and Ning Rongrong all turned to Yu Qianli, seemingly awaiting a decision from him. Elder Law, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Tianli, do not burden yourself. This is not a difficult matter. Yu Qianli forced a smile and said, Elder Luo, others may not know, but surely you are aware of my uncle's attitude towards me. Though he said little, everyone could discern Yu Qianli's sentiments regarding his uncle. Elder Luo shook his head helplessly and turned to Yu Bei, inquiring, What did your elder brother say? Why is that kid Xiaojiang suddenly coming to the Blue Electric Kingdom? What has transpired? Yu Bei wore a mournful expression, replying, Elder Luo, I already mentioned that Qianli returned to seek out the clan leader, and it seems that Dean Erlong might have said something to Xiaojiang. He has just broken through to Seoul Emperor and wishes to come here to prove himself, intending to bring an army. Beyond that, I am unaware. Elder Luo sighed helplessly, looking at Yu Qianli. Qianli, try to be understanding. That boy Xiaojiang has faced many challenges in his youth, which has greatly changed his temperament. It's likely that he has already made up his mind, so you must bear with it. Yu Qianli shook his head with a wry smile and slowly rose to his feet. Elder, I am not a person who cannot tolerate my uncle. However, a family has its hierarchy with one person in charge. There must be a decision-maker. If Uncle Xiaojiang were to impose upon me, what would I do? You ought to provide me with a guideline. Upon hearing Yu Qianli's words, everyone stifled laughter, and Old Bei couldn't help but chuckle. Despite Yu Qianli's good-natured demeanor, he shot Old Bei a glare. Old Bei, unfazed, laughed and said, Qianli, I have an idea. Would you care to hear it? Everyone turned their attention to the somewhat simple-minded fellow, curious to hear what he might propose. Yu Qianli nodded, signaling him to proceed. Old Bei pointed to a location on the wall map and said with a smile, Look here, at Kyuk City, the northernmost city of the Blue Electric Kingdom. Although it is a large city, it is adjacent to a region directly governed by the Tiando Empire. While it requires a garrison, a mere 10,000 troops would suffice. And for your uncle's sake, we could even allocate 30,000 troops to Kyuk City for him to manage. Upon hearing Old Bei's suggestion, Yu Qianli and the others glanced at him, realizing that this simpleton actually had a spark of brilliance. This plan seemed quite feasible. With that thought, Yu Qianli smiled and declared, In that case, let us appoint Yu Xiaojiang as the Duke of Kyuk, overseeing Kyuk City. Pausing for a moment, Yu Qianli continued, I recall that among the names on that list, there were 3 who were reported by the Blue Tyrant Academy, correct? Let us send these 3 to Kyuk City, along with 30,000 troops, and let him manage it as he sees fit. Elder Luo nodded in agreement, stating, It seems that this is the only viable course of action. Qianli, please don't hold it against Elder Luo for being verbose. After all, he is your uncle, and you are the future leader of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan. Be magnanimous, all right? Yu Qianli waved his hand with a smile, saying, Elder, I understand. I am not a narrow-minded person. Surely I can accommodate my own uncle. I have come to terms with it. Even if he demands something from me, I shall simply give it to him. As his grandson, I am indifferent. Elder Luo clapped his thigh in approval, exclaiming, Now that's the spirit. Very well. I shall leave this matter in your hands. I must return overnight, as the Blue Electric clan cannot do without me. Yu Qianli nodded and saluted Elder Luo, who acknowledged him before vanishing from sight. After Elder Luo departed, Old Nan and Old Bei left the space for Yu Qianli and his companions. Staring at the spot where Elder Luo had vanished, Yu Qianli was momentarily speechless. Yu Qianma nudged him with a cold expression, saying, Qianli, what's wrong? Have you gone mute? Just as Yu Qianma approached, Yu Qianli seized his wrist. With a hearty laugh, Yu Qianli pinned Yu Qianma to the ground. Yu Qianma cried out, Qianli, you ambushed me. If you have the guts, wait until I set up my formation and I'll show you my progress. Seeing Yu Qianma's animated antics, Yu Qianli released his grip and gestured to Yu Qianhao, saying, You two should team up. I wouldn't want anyone to accuse me of bullying you. As he spoke, Yu Qianli swiftly retreated about 20 steps, watching the two with a playful smile. Yu Qianhao was certainly aware of Yu Qianli's formidable prowess. According to his mother, Yu Qianli had already attained the realm of Soul Sage. However, if he refrained from employing his 7th soul skill, even if he could not emerge victorious, he could still exchange a few blows. With this thought in mind, Yu Qianhao smiled and remarked, Qianli, I know you have ascended to Soul Sage. Once you unleash your martial spirit's true form, we shall undoubtedly be at your mercy. Yu Qianli raised an eyebrow and softly inquired, Dare you both face me without using soul skills? Upon hearing his words, Yu Qianma and Yu Qianhao exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. After all, if Yu Qianli were to forego his soul skills, he would have to rely solely on his physical strength and exceptional combat techniques, thus enhancing their chances of victory. Lost in thought, they watched as 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings manifested behind Yu Qianma, mirrored by Yu Qianhao's 6 rings. Yu Qianli observed the two with interest. Their presence exuded a formidable aura comparable to that of a typical soul sage. It seemed that these two had indeed experienced remarkable adventures. As he contemplated this, purple-black dragon scales began to envelop Yu Qianli, and 7 soul rings, 3 purple, 2 black, and 2 red, appeared behind him, oscillating in a strikingly rhythmic manner. The atmosphere in the administrative hall fell into an eerie silence. Yu Qianma and Yu Qianhao appeared utterly astonished. Their gazes fixated on the 2 crimson soul rings that adorned Yu Qianli's back, as if they were spellbound. After a considerable pause, Yu Qianma exclaimed in astonishment, "Where on earth did you acquire 100,000-year soul ring? This is simply outrageous." Yu Qianhao stammered in agreement. "Exactly. I wondered how you could promise not to use soul skills while competing against us. With 200,000-year soul rings backing you, we would stand no chance, even if we risked our lives." Amused by their reaction, Yu Qianli chuckled. "Come now, is it truly such a big deal? It's merely 200,000-year soul rings." At this, Ning Rongrong, standing behind him, playfully pinched Yu Qianli's cheek, teasing, "Let me see, what is this face made of? Your skin is thicker than the walls of a fortress." In response to Ning Rongrong's comment, Yu Qianli pointed at Yu Qianma and Yu Qianhao, laughing. "Look at these two fellows, completely dazed at the sight of my 100,000-year soul rings. Will they ever have some ambition?" Ning Rongrong's laughter chimed like silver bells. After a while, she turned to Yu Qianma and Yu Qianhao, saying, "Tianma, Tianhao, come closer. I have a secret to share with you." No longer fooling around, Yu Qianma and Yu Qianhao hurried to Yu Qianli and Ning Rongrong's side. Yu Qianli, slightly annoyed, said, "I had planned to discuss this when you both returned. But since you're back early, I'll tell you now. You both have heard of the 100-level ascension to godhood, right?" Instantly, Yu Qianma and Yu Qianhao's expressions turned serious. Yu Qianma cautiously asked, "Brother, have you already ventured into that realm?" Seeing Yu Qianma's cautious demeanor, Yu Qianli couldn't help but chuckle. "Indeed, I have delved into it, striving towards the 100-level ascension to godhood. So, do you wish to join me in the divine examination? It likely won't be long now." Yu Qianhao inquired softly, "Can we also achieve the 100-level ascension to godhood?" Yu Qianli shook his head, replying nonchalantly, "Not quite, but it will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Moreover, it won't hinder you from seeking other deities. It's akin to completing tasks, after which the gods bestow rewards." Upon hearing this, both brothers' eyes brightened, and they eagerly nodded. "That sounds wonderful. What does it begin?" "We are definitely in." Yu Qianli smiled, gazing at the resplendent dome above, softly stating, "Soon, very soon. It won't be long, at most by next year." Yu Qianhao grinned. "That is splendid. When everyone returns, we can cultivate together. What a delight." Ning Rongrong chimed in playfully, "You two better hurry up with your training. Participating in this will bring good fortune, perhaps even your future 100,000-year soul rings." Hearing the phrase 100,000-year soul rings, Yu Qianma and Yu Qianhao looked at Ning Rongrong with expressions that nearly begged for her to reveal more. Observing their eagerness, Yu Qianli playfully tapped Yu Qianma on the forehead, saying, "Call her sister-in-law. If she is pleased, she might just share more." "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law." Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Qianma and Yu Qianhao exclaimed. Their unabashed enthusiasm left both Yu Qianli and Ning Rongrong in fits of laughter. Ning Rongrong finally spoke. "Indeed, all participants in the divine examination who surpass the black level will receive a divine soul ring upon encountering their first bottleneck. This divine soul ring can be absorbed according to your physical constitution. Given your physique, you might not reach 100,000 years, but 60 or 70,000 years should be within reach." As she spoke, Ning Rongrong unleashed her martial spirit, revealing her own soul rings. 1 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 1 red, summoning a total of 7 rings behind her. Upon witnessing the crimson 100,000-year soul ring, Yu Qianma and Yu Qianhao felt an overwhelming urge to embark on the divine examination immediately, for that soul ring was undeniably captivating. Seeing their awestruck expressions, Yu Tianli remarked, "All right, enough of this. Consider it a goal to motivate you. Now hurry along, it's late, don't linger." Yu Qianma and Yu Qianhao exchanged knowing smiles, but they dared not interrupt Yu Tianli. After a brief farewell, they departed. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong blushed, casting a shy glance at Yu Tianli. She playfully punched his chest, scolding, "What were you thinking, saying that in front of Tianma and Tianhao? How embarrassing." Yu Tianli raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk gracing his lips. "What did I say? I merely suggested it was getting late, encouraging them to return home for rest. Don't misunderstand, little one. Your thoughts are rather perilous." With a playful huff, Ning Rongrong turned and headed towards her chamber, while Yu Tianli followed closely behind, a mischievous smile lingering on his face. On another front, at the Lan Jianba Wang Long zone, within the Zhenlong Dian, Yu Tianli regarded Liu Erlong with a hint of exasperation. "Erlong, this is no trivial matter. Are you certain you've thought it through? Although you've reached level 90, the journey to that realm is arduous. Are you truly ready?" Liu Erlong nodded, kneeling with a stoic expression. "Father, I possess a modicum of self-awareness. The 100-level ascension to godhood is beyond my reach. If I could attain your current realm, I would be utterly content. I ask for your permission." Yu Yunjin sighed deeply, as if recalling something profound. Ultimately, he nodded, and 9 soul rings, 3 purple, 5 black, and 1 red, manifested behind him. A surge of purple light flowed from Yu Yunjin into Liu Erlong's forehead. Before long, a pillar of light appeared behind Liu Erlong once more, transitioning swiftly from yellow to purple and gradually deepening in color until it settled at the 6th black level. A magnificent purple hexagon appeared on Liu Erlong's forehead, only to gradually fade away. The black level 6 trials. "It seems you are indeed a person of destiny, Erlong," Yu Yuanjin remarked, as a transparent soul ring manifested in his hand. With a gentle push, he sent the soul ring towards Liu Erlong. Liu Erlong was momentarily taken aback, but feeling the allure of the soul ring, he couldn't help but inquire, "Father, what is this?" Yu Yuanjin turned away, his voice cool as he explained, "This is a divine soul ring. Every participant in the black level trials receives one when their soul power first reaches a bottleneck. It will determine the age of your soul ring based on your physical constitution. Given your current physique, attaining a 100,000-year soul ring is certainly within reach. Absorb it in the Zhenlong Hall. I will protect you, so there is no need for concern." Liu Erlong respectfully bowed to Yu Yuanjin, expressing his gratitude for his father's guidance, and proceeded to absorb the soul ring. As he guided the transparent soul ring with his soul power, it transformed into a vibrant yellow upon enveloping him, gradually deepening in hue until it became an enigmatic black. Yu Yuanjin watched Liu Erlong absorb the soul ring. Lost in thought, "Xiao Gang, why must you be so stubborn? As a father, I cannot accomplish everything for you." The next morning, Yu Qianli rose early to oversee the deployment of the military, finally concluding his tasks by noon. He entered the palace and leaned against Ning Rongrong, softly saying, "Rongrong, this title of heir is quite exhausting. Had I known it would be so taxing, I might have preferred to stay home and cultivate." Ning Rongrong, while gently massaging Yu Qianli, laughed, "You who were so diligent in your training, why do you become so lackadaisical when it comes to these matters? I truly cannot comprehend you." Yu Qianli took hold of Ning Rongrong's delicate hand, gently caressing it as if discovering a rare treasure. After a moment, he finally spoke, "Rongrong, you might not understand. I have always been this way. I never wish to engage in these affairs. My tireless cultivation is driven by the desire to protect those close to me. To tell you the truth, this has been my aspiration since childhood." Ning Rongrong chuckled. "All right, I believe you. How could I not? You are truly incorrigible." Yu Qianli tightly embraced Ning Rongrong, burying his head in her bosom, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Ning Rongrong gazed at her beloved with eyes full of affection, momentarily entranced. In Wuhuan City, within the offerings hall, Qian Douluo regarded Qian Renxue before him, seemingly making one last plea. "Xiao Xue, Have you truly considered this? This is no trivial matter. Even if you proceed, time flew swiftly, and within a year, the Blue Electric Kingdom was firmly in Yu Tianli's grasp. Not only that, after growth and development, the army expanded from 500,000 to 1 million. It could be said that, aside from the directly affiliated forces of the Tiando Empire, the Blue Electric Kingdom was the foremost within the empire. At this moment, Yu Tianli had embarked on his journey back to the Blue Electric sect, entrusting all affairs of the kingdom to Lao Nan and Yu Xiaojiang. With Lao Nan by his side, he felt assured that this family legacy would not be squandered. Pondering this, Yu Tianli couldn't help but sigh deeply. Despite being kin, why does my uncle always seem to stray? Ningrong, observing Yu Tianli's silent contemplation. Couldn't help but ask, what troubles you? Why the sighs? Yu Qianma and Yu Tianhao also inquired. Indeed, elder brother, what is the matter? Xianling and Tianxun are returning soon. You should be a bit more cheerful. Yu Tianli shook his head, a hint of wry amusement gracing his features. It's not about that. I was merely pondering how, despite being our uncle, Xiaojiang seems so distant and often strays from our side. It's truly disheartening. Hearing this, Yu Qianma and Yu Tianhao also sighed. After all, Yu Xiaojiang had once been their mentor, and they had hoped for a closer bond. However, as time passed, they realized his heart lay elsewhere, and their spirits gradually cooled. Yu Qianma said coldly, enough, Tianli. We have treated him well enough. We owe him nothing. Let's not dwell on unpleasantness. Yu Qianhao chimed in, indeed, Tianli. Xianling and the others are returning in a day or two. Let us see how they have progressed. If they are weaker than me, I shall not let them off easily. As Yu Qianhao's words lightened the atmosphere, Yu Tianli chuckled, Tianhao, let us not forget, Tianxun is undoubtedly a high-ranking soul emperor. His zingy wonky martial soul is among the most elite control-type martial souls in the continent. It would be easy for him to counter you. Yu Qianhao scoffed, control type versus support type? That's unavoidable. Besides, Lin Tianxun's zingy wonky is exceptionally formidable. I might genuinely struggle against him. With this thought, Yu Tianhao grinned. Even if I falter, I have you. Elder brother, I refuse to believe he can surpass your might. Yu Tianli helplessly shook his head. Having reached the 79th level, he was no longer in the same league, rendering any comparison unnecessary. The carriage sped along swiftly, and soon, they arrived at the Blue Electric Overlord sect. Upon entering, a figure appeared before them. Yu Tianli focused and recognized it was Elder Luo. After a year apart, Elder Luo exuded even greater authority. Yu Tianli smiled. Grandfather Luo, it has been a year, and your progress is remarkable. Elder Luo, rarely smiling, responded, you young man have a keen eye. Let us go. Your grandfather is waiting for you in the Jinlong Hall. Nodding, Yu Tianli glanced at Yu Qianma and the others. Let us go. Grandfather is likely eager to see our accomplishments. Regarding Yu Engine, both Yu Qianma and Yu Tianhao held him in high esteem and hastily made their way to the Jinlong Hall. When Yu Engine saw the foreigner, a smile spread across his face as he cheerfully asked, So, how did it go? Report your soul power levels. I wish to see your progress. Yu Qianli raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Let them go first. I shall save the grand finale for last. His words elicited a chorus of eye rolls from the others. Nevertheless, Ning Rongrong stepped forward confidently, smiling. Grandfather, I have reached the 77th level. See, Rongrong has been diligently cultivating. Yu Engine nodded, acknowledging that such progress at the Soul Saint level deserved commendation. Following Ning Rongrong's example, Yu Qianma felt slightly embarrassed and scratched his head, chuckling, Grandfather, I surely cannot compare to Rongrong, but I have reached the pinnacle of 69 levels. I estimate I will break through within a month. Observing the bashfulness of Yu Tianma, Yu Engine chuckled and remarked, indeed. At your age, possessing such cultivation is unparalleled across the continent. Do not be overly modest. As he spoke, he glanced at Yu Qianhao, who sheepishly scratched his head and replied, Master, I am still somewhat lacking. I only recently broke through, and I am now at level 69. Upon hearing this, Yu Engine nodded in satisfaction and exclaimed, Excellent. I am genuinely pleased with your accomplishments in cultivation. Moreover, within just a year, You have made significant strides in the Londian kingdom. Truly commendable. At that moment, Yu Tianli interjected with irritation. I say, grandfather, have you forgotten about me? What about my progress? Yu Yuanjin shot him a glance and replied with a smile. What is this? Is our young lord finally willing to share? Pray, enlighten me about your advancements. Yu Tianli raised an eyebrow and grinned. Grandfather, I've already reached the pinnacle of level 79. It won't be long before I can rightfully claim the title of Soul Douluo. At that point, you must appoint me as an elder. A spark of excitement flashed in Yu Yuanjin's eyes as he eagerly responded. Very well, Tianli. I promise, once you attain the Soul Douluo rank, I shall make you an elder. How does that sound? Just as Yu Tianli was about to speak, a voice echoed from outside the Zhenlong Hall. Tianli, Tianli, Xianling, and those little rascals have returned. Come out quickly. The eyes of Yu Tianli and the others sparkled with delight as they exclaimed, Let us go, Tianma, Tianhao. We must see how those little rascals have fared. Anyone below level 65 shall receive a sound thrashing. Yu Tianma and Yu Tianhao shared mischievous smiles, eagerly replying, Finally. That is the spirit. Chapter 229. A reunion. Yu Yuanjin raised his head and said, Go on. You youngsters haven't seen each other in years. Have a good time. And return to me tomorrow. Is indeed time. Hearing Yu Yuanjin's words, Yu Tianli's expression stiffened slightly, but he nodded and proceeded outside. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted by the sight of Xianling, Lin Tianshan, and Su Yiping approaching in unison. From their imposing presence, it was evident they were formidable soul emperors. Yu Tianli clapped Su Yiping, who was at the forefront, on the back and said, Yiping, it's been years since we last met, and you have grown considerably. Your strength must have surged. Now, report your soul power levels, or else. Xianling stepped forward eagerly. I'll go first. My current soul power is at level 68. Surprising, isn't it? Yu Tianli replied, nonchalantly, not bad, just barely meeting the standard. Go ask Tianma and Tianhao how they are faring. Xianling, taken aback, turned towards Yu Tianma and Yu Tianhao, his expression filled with curiosity. Lin Tianshan, brimming with pride, proclaimed, Brother Tianli, Yiping and I are far superior to Xianling. We have already reached level 70. If it weren't for our 5-year pact, we would have already ventured to obtain soul rings. Oh, Yu Tianli exclaimed in surprise, then chuckled. That's splendid. You two are about to encounter a great opportunity. Lin Tianshan and Su Yiping were momentarily taken aback, their expressions lighting up with excitement. What opportunity? Have one of you broken through? Are we heading to the Star Do Great Forest? You must take us along. Yu Tianma interjected with a laugh. Tianshan, why think so small? Aim higher. Higher? Lin Tianshan and Su Yiping exchanged glances, puzzled, before looking back at Yu Tianli. Yu Tianli waved his hand dismissively, smiling. All right. You fellows have been away for years. Let's have a good gathering tonight. We must drink and celebrate, understanding the significance of the moment. Lin Tianshan and Su Yiping followed Yu Tianli to his courtyard in the Londian sect. Once inside, Yu Tianli turned to Ning Rongrong and said, Wife, there's no need for me to cook tonight. Please inform them to bring enough dishes for a feast. Also, find my hidden stock of wine. Ning Rongrong shot him a playful glare, but obliged, instructing the others, You all sit tight. I will prepare the meal. This captain of yours is quite the slacker. Just wait. Lin Tianshan, ever perceptive, chimed in, All right, thank you, sister-in-law. Yu Tianli playfully smacked Lin Tianshan on the shoulder, teasing, What about your girl? Where is she? Did she abandon you? Lin Tianshan chuckled, waving his hand, Of course not. She just returned home to see her parents. I couldn't possibly stop her, could I? Yu Tianli nodded, gesturing for everyone to gather closer, speaking softly, Brothers, I won't say much more. I trust you all believe in me, right? Tianma, Tianhao, and I have discussed this, and you should have heard of the legend of reaching level 100 and becoming a deity. Lin Tianshan, Xianling, and Su Yiping exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement. Xianling remarked, Brother Tianli, you can't be serious, can you? While we've all heard the tales of reaching level 100, it's incredibly difficult. Who can guarantee they will reach 99? Moreover, I've heard one needs divine qualifications, but how can anyone know if they possess such qualities? We have never encountered a deity. Xianling voiced what everyone was thinking. including Yu Tianma and Yu Qianhao. However, Yu Tianli merely chuckled softly, Xianling, would you believe me if I told you I've touched that realm? The group stared at Yu Tianli in shock. Could it be that the secrets of the Lan Dian Wanglong family were indeed passed down through generations? No wonder they could vanquish the Wuhuan temple and slay the golden crocodile Douluo. If only Yu Tianli knew what they were thinking, he would surely laugh. For it was all his own merit, not merely a legacy. Yet, Yu Tianli demonstrated it most directly, as his soul power surged and 7 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 2 red, rose rhythmically from beneath him. 10,000-year soul rings? And 2 of them? Lin Tianchun stammered in disbelief. He had initially hoped to acquire a 6,000-year dark demon evil god tiger as his 6th soul ring, planning to boast about it later over drinks. Little did he know that his elder brother was far more formidable, boasting 2 10,000-year soul rings. What did that signify? Was this the power of a deity? With a triumphant grin, Yu Tianli said, "So, do you believe me now?" Xianling nodded vigorously, and Yu Qianma, with a wry smile, remarked, "How about it, little chubby? Now you believe?" When I first saw Tianli's 2 10,000-year soul rings, I was left speechless. Reflecting on it now, it truly aligns with what Tianli said. Even the typically composed Su Yiping could not help but smile wryly, saying, "Tianli, what should we do? We have no experience with this at all." Yu Tianli smiled, his lips curling upward. "Let us wait until tomorrow. After all, we haven't seen each other in years. Tonight, we must drink well, and let me see if your tolerance has improved after your long travels across the continent." Upon hearing about drinking, the plump Xianling patted his chest and exclaimed, "Ha ha, Tianli, if you're drinking, you must call on me. I am renowned for my drinking prowess. Just inquire in the far northern lands. Who does not know of my reputation as the abyssal giant's little Xianling?" At the mention of this flamboyant title, everyone burst into laughter. As they were enjoying the moment, a servant began to bring in dishes. And Ning Rongrong produced several jars of fine liquor that Yu Tianli had cherished. As they feasted and toasted, sharing tales from years gone by, joyous laughter erupted, and grievances were voiced with fervor, recounting thrilling moments that made one break into a sweat. They continued drinking until the deep hours of the night, at which point Yu Tianli instructed that these inebriated fellows be escorted to their respective courtyards. Chapter 230. The test. It was not until noon the following day that Yu Tianli finally roused himself from bed, rubbing his still sleepy eyes and letting out a long yawn. Ning Rongrong, waking beside him, stifled a yawn and gently remarked, "What time is it? Did we not agree to visit grandfather for the test today?" Yu Tianli stretched lazily, sprang from his bed, and after a quick wash, cheerfully replied, "It seems to be already noon. However, it appears those fellows have yet to awaken." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong quickly leaped from her bed, exclaiming, "Hurry and get ready. Oh dear, how can we afford to be late for such matters? Let us go. We must not keep grandfather waiting." She donned a dress and loosely tied her long hair back, pulling Yu Tianli along as they rushed outside. As they stepped out, they encountered Yu Tianmo and others approaching. Yu Tianli promptly adopted a stern expression and chided, "Do you not know what date it is? How can you be so late? Are you disregarding my words?" Seeing Yu Tianli's demeanor, Yu Tianmo and the others could not help but burst into laughter. Yu Tianli, unable to maintain his stern facade, irritably asked, "What is so funny? Do you not realize that we are late? Just wait and see how grandfather will deal with you." To his surprise, Xianling interjected with a grin, Tianli, there is no need to pretend. We have been up since early morning and have come to your courtyard 3 times already. Seeing you still asleep, we did not dare to wake you." Feeling embarrassed, Yu Tianli nearly wished to vanish into the ground. After all, they had caused quite a ruckus the previous night while under the influence of alcohol, and now he found himself waking so late. Finally, it was Su Yiping who stepped forward, saying, "All right, enough with the laughter. Since Tianli has awakened, let us hurry along and not keep the sect master waiting." Realizing the gravity of the situation, everyone straightened up and made their way toward the Jinlong Hall. Upon arriving at the entrance, they were met by the anxious elder Luo, who rushed over and said, "Young ancestor, why are you just arriving? Your grandfather has been waiting impatiently. Come quickly. Yu Tianli, unperturbed, replied with a smile. Elder Luo, it seems your cultivation has indeed deepened. At this rate, you will soon catch up with grandfather. Elder Luo playfully smacked Yu Tianli on the head and pulled him into the Zhenlong Hall. Say enough of this. My little ancestor, let us hurry, and afterward I shall indulge you in some idle chat. As they entered the Zhenlong Hall, they found Yu Yuanzhen sitting in solemnity at the head of the hall. Yu Tianli cheerfully called out, Grandfather, I have arrived. I'm not late. Am I? Yu Yuanzhen snorted. Stop pretending. Come here at once. You and your friends are becoming increasingly outrageous. As he approached them, Yu Tianli could not help but chuckle. All right, Grandfather, we recognize our mistake. We simply woke up late today, but from now on, we shall strive diligently in our training. Understanding the challenges of the divine examination, Yu Yuanzhen nodded and replied, Enough of this banter. Are you all prepared? I shall not delay you any longer. With that, 9 soul rings, 3 purple, 5 black, and 1 red, appear behind Yu Yuanzhen. Realizing the significance of these soul rings, Yu Tianmo and the others understood the gravity of the situation. They had witnessed Yu Yuanzhen's soul rings before. Such power could only belong to the divine. Instantly, they all felt invigorated. Yu Yuanzhen, with purple light flowing around him, continued, Have you all made up your minds? Once the divine examination commences, there will be no stopping it. Those who cannot pass will face a singular outcome. Are you ready? Yu Tianli turned to his companions, all of whom nodded resolutely. After all, ordinary individuals would strive to confront such challenges. How could they, as prodigies, retreat? Seeing the determination in their expressions, Yu Yuanzhen uncharacteristically smiled. Very well. Let's begin. I wish to witness the capabilities of your generation. As he spoke, the purple light in his hand coalesced, and a colossal sacred pillar materialized before them. Yu Tianli nudged Yu Tianmo, urging, You go first. Yu Tianmo, without hesitation, approached the sacred pillar, but soon found himself awkwardly asking, Grandfather, what should I do? Yu Yuanzhen chuckled softly. Simply place your hand on the sacred pillar. Do not be anxious. You have inherited the little dragon's talent, and you will surely succeed. Yu Tianmo nodded determinedly and placed his right hand upon the purple sacred pillar. The moment he did, the color of the pillar began to shift dramatically, first turning yellow, then purple, and gradually deepening to an intense black. Once it reached black, the pillar began to rise slowly, ultimately settling at the 6th level of the black grade. A stream of black light flickered from within the pillar, landing on Yu Tianmo's forehead, transforming into an exquisite hexagram. Yu Yuanzhen nodded with satisfaction. Black grade 6, not bad. Next, observing Yu Tianmo's triumphant demeanor, Yu Tianhao stepped forward to face the sacred pillar. Similar to Yu Tianmo, the moment Yu Tianhao placed his hand on the pillar, it reacted almost identically, although he took slightly longer to reach the black stage. Ultimately, it stopped at the 5th level of the black grade. Seeing this, Yu Tianhao wore a hint of disappointment. Yu Yuanzhen consoled him. Tianhao, do you think the divine examination is an easy feat? Do not equate the number of assessments with superiority. Furthermore, you have achieved the upper tier of the black grade assessment. Few can surpass you across the continent. You're the pride of Yubei. Hold your head high. These words struck Yu Tianhao like a thunderclap, prompting him to raise his head in realization. Secmaster, I understand now. Thank you. He bowed deeply to Yu Yuanzhen. Chapter 231. The first test. Yu Yuanzhen waved his hand with a smile. All right. Tianhao, rise. The best way to repay us old fellows is to cultivate diligently. Yu Tianhao nodded earnestly and joined Yu Tianmo's side. Soon after, Su Yiping and Xianling completed their assessments, both achieving the 6th level of the black grade. Lin Tianchun walked with his hands clasped together, murmuring to himself, I must surpass the 6th level. Yu Yuanzhen could not help but glance at the son of his old friend with a bemused expression. This brat, what does he think of the divine examination? As he pondered, he focused his energy, and Lin Tianchun was taken aback when his hand touched the sacred column. At that moment, the column transformed at a pace that far exceeded all those who had come before him. It shifted from yellow to purple, and then to black in the blink of an eye, even within the black level. It continued to rise rapidly until it finally settled at the 6th examination of the black level, albeit still climbing slowly. Almost instantaneously, the sacred column turned blood red, and the radiant light stabilized at the 7th examination of the red level. At this moment, everyone gazed in astonishment at the sacred column, including Yu Engine, who thought, damn, I haven't even started the divine examination yet, and you've already found another one? Behind him, Yu Tianli patted Lin Tianxin on the shoulder, saying, well done, Tianxin. Reaching the 7th examination of the red level, your future is boundless. Lin Tianxin, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head and replied with a smile, it's not that impressive. Really? Go ahead, Tianli, it's your turn. Yu Tianli nodded and leisurely approached the sacred column. As he gently placed his right hand upon it, the column began to change violently. In that brief moment, it transformed from yellow to black, and the black magical patterns surged upward at an astonishing speed, surpassing all those who had undergone the trial before him. When the column reached 2/3 of its height, it emitted a low, rumbling sound and then underwent a dramatic transformation. In an instant, it surged to the top, even breaking through the apex and piercing the dome of the Zhenlong Hall, with dazzling red light bursting through the clouds. Upon witnessing this radiant light, even Yu Engine forgot his earlier concerns and smiled. The 9th examination of destruction, since becoming the earthly representative of the god of destruction. Yu Engine had begun to understand divine matters more profoundly. This 9th examination was a means of propelling individuals toward divinity. After an indeterminate amount of time, the red light gradually receded, revealing a blood-red emblem of the sword of destruction emblazoned on Yu Tianli's forehead, signifying unparalleled glory and nobility. Yu Engine remarked, be humble and patient. Do you understand? Yu Tianli nodded knowingly, playfully squeezing the small hand of Ning Rongrong behind him, signaling encouragement before yielding his position to her. Ning Rongrong smiled and walked toward the shimmering sacred column, and as her small hand made contact, the column suddenly changed color. The once mesmerizing purple transformed abruptly into a vibrant green. The green magical patterns darted swiftly across the sacred column, and soon came to rest at the position Yu Tianli had just achieved. The lively green then coalesced into a stream of light that encircled Ning Rongrong's wrist. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances at Yu Engine, seemingly seeking answers regarding the significance of this green level. However, what they did not realize was that Yu Engine himself was equally bewildered. Why is it green? I have no idea. Yu Tianli, however, began to grasp the situation. Recalling the inherent attributes of Ning Rongrong's martial spirit, he could almost confirm his suspicions. In his previous life, he had read that the god of destruction had a wife in the divine realm named the goddess of life, one of the 5 divine kings. It seemed that Rongrong was destined to inherit her legacy. At that moment, Ning Rongrong addressed the group's curiosity, saying, everyone, don't overthink it. My divine examination is simply different from yours. Yours is the examination of the god of destruction, while mine is the examination of the goddess of life. It's just a different divine examination. There is not much difference between Tianli and me. With this clarification, the group understood, and Yu Engine smiled, channeling his soul power to retract the sacred column, looking at the others with a cheerful expression. So what are your divine examinations? Share with me, so I can gauge their difficulty. Yu Tianma scratched his head and replied, my first divine examination is called Destruction Body Refinement, where one must endure under 10% of destruction energy to pass. Su Yiping and Xianling nodded in agreement, stating, we have the same requirement. Yu Tianhao scratched his head, saying, I'm at 8%. He then turned to Yu Tianli and asked, what about you, Tianli? Yu Tianli patted Lin Tianxin's shoulder and inquired, Tianxin, what is your level? I feel somewhat intimidated by this. Lin Tianxin managed a wry smile, saying, I'm at 15%. Yu Tianli sighed, sounding as though he had lost all hope, stating, I'm at 30%. My goodness, is this even fair? Yu Engine was utterly baffled. He understood the power of destruction energy. Even the 3 elders, with their soul power at over 90 levels, struggled to endure just 1%. How could these young ones, with the highest soul power being Yu Tianli at a pinnacle of 79, manage 30%? Yu Qianli shook his head and turned to Ning Rongrong, forcing a smile. Rongrong, what is your first examination? It must be quite challenging as well. Ning Rongrong appeared startled at first, but then a mischievous smile spread across her face. Hee hee. Do you really want to know? I'm afraid it might be too much for you. The group, initially indifferent, perked up at her words, playfully nudging Yu Tianli's back, making their intent clear. Come on, your turn. Yu Tianli did not push back and encouraged. Rongrong, just tell us. We're all family here. There's no need to hide anything. We'll help you. Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue playfully and said, well, you all insisted on hearing it. So don't blame me if you get upset. My first examination is simply to follow you all. Chapter 232. The beginning upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words. The group displayed expressions of astonishment. What does it mean to follow us? Is Rongrong also expected to endure destruction energy? Yu Qianli exclaimed anxiously. Rongrong, what is going on? What is your examination? Please tell us. We're dying to know. Seeing Yu Tianli's urgency, Ning Rongrong burst into laughter. Tianli, my examination is just to accompany you all. If you get injured, I'll heal you. When there is nothing happening, I'll just stroll around. After hearing this, the others looked at Ning Rongrong as if she were a strange creature. Wait, can it really be like this? If someone asks what Ning Rongrong is doing, she would say, oh, I'm just strolling around. The thought made Yu Tianli laugh heartily. In fact, he was somewhat satisfied with this examination, as long as Rongrong could complete it smoothly, without any obstacles. All right, Rongrong, since that is the case, you must stay close to me to heal my wounds. Yu Tianli even threw her a flirtatious wink. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at him playfully. I want to follow you. Dream on. As she spoke, she glanced at Yu Yuanjin seated on the throne. Grandfather, look at Tianli. He doesn't take his training seriously and just plays all day. Grandfather, if you do not take charge of him, there truly will be no one left to manage him. Yu Yuanjin nodded, seemingly in agreement with Ning Rongrong, as he coldly regarded Yu Tianli and stated, Tianli, if you cannot break through to level 80 within half a month, you shall commence a year of hellish training. At the mention of hellish training, even Yu Tianli's eyes widened in surprise. What kind of hellish training is this? It is beyond human endurance. Yu Tianli never expected that at his age, he would still be threatened by such rigorous training. With a smile plastered on his face, he implored, Grandfather, could we perhaps negotiate a bit on the timeline? What about 1 month? Yu Yuanjun first shot him a glance, then revealed a sly smile, saying, in that case, let it be 7 days. After 7 days, if you do not achieve your goal, be prepared for the consequences. Just as Yu Tianli was about to retort, Yu Yuanjun produced 2 transparent soul rings and extended them towards Lin Tianshun and Su Yiping. You two have reached a bottleneck in your soul power. According to the rules of the divine test, all who pass the black level assessment are entitled to receive a divine gift soul ring. This divine gift soul ring can unlock your maximum potential, allowing you to acquire the highest possible soul ring within your capabilities. Rongrong's 7th soul ring was acquired in this manner. However, you need not pursue the 10,000-year soul ring. It is far too perilous to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at level 70. You both must be fully prepared. Yu Yuanjun said calmly. Lin Tianshun and Su Yiping nodded in agreement, realizing that such a divine gift soul ring is not something that comes easily. Feeling the immense allure of the soul rings, both Lin Tianshun and Su Yiping exchanged shy glances with Yu Yuanjun, understanding their sentiments. Yu Yuanjun chuckled and waved his hand, urging them to absorb the rings. We, along with your companions, shall protect you, so you can proceed with confidence. Lin Tianshun and Su Yiping eagerly nodded and then sat cross-legged on the ground. As they concentrated on the soul rings, the rings transformed into an enigmatic force that enveloped them tightly. Observing the envious expressions of Yu Tianmo and others, Yu Tianli chuckled. All right, you all need not be so envious. Just focus on your own training. These opportunities will eventually come to you. With that, he too sat down cross-legged and began practicing the Baolong Lian Tiju. After all, with Yu Yuanjun's guidance, there was no room for disobedience. As Yu Tianli began his training, the others followed suit and sat down quietly, immersing themselves in cultivating their soul power. Yu Yuanzhen, witnessing their diligence, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. It appears that my earlier words are soon to be realized. This continent is on the verge of entering their era. After about half an hour, beads of sweat began to form on Lin Tianchun and Su Yiping's foreheads. Yu Yuanzhen gradually roused everyone from their focus, as the absorption state of these two had reached a critical juncture. Observing the color of the soul ring, which had nearly reached 80,000 years, he noticed Su Yiping's face slowly turning purple, indicating that he was close to his limit. Just as Yu Tian, Li was about to urge his grandfather to intervene, he noticed an astonishing aura beginning to emanate from Su Yiping's body. It seems to be concluding this is for the best, as one must not force the process, especially at the soul saint level. As expected, within mere moments, Su Yiping slowly opened his eyes. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 7 soul rings appeared behind him, and the brilliance emanating from his eyes captivated those around him. Yu Tianli couldn't help but smile and inquire. So, Yiping, what level have you reached? Su Yiping, with a bashful grin, replied, I intended to push further, but the pressure was overwhelming, and I could barely hold on. I absorbed approximately 83,000 years, placing me at the peak of level 71. However, if I were to receive a divine gift soul ring at the bottleneck of Soul Douluo, I am confident I could break through to the 10,000-year soul ring. Yu Tianli nodded with assurance. Do not worry. There will be opportunities. At that moment, Lin Tianchun, seated beside Su Yiping, let out a pained growl. Beads of sweat cascading down his face. The black soul rings swirling around him began to shift into a vibrant crimson, signaling his attempt to break through to the 10,000-year soul ring. Xianling exclaimed in astonishment. Tianchun is striving for a 10,000-year soul ring. It seems he won't rest until he achieves his goal. Yu Tianli nodded but replied calmly. It should be fine. Tianchun's 6th soul ring is the 6,000-year dark demon evil god tiger, and with the addition of the immortal herb he absorbed, his physical prowess surpasses that of a typical soul Douluo. Moreover, this divine gift soul ring lacks the resentment lingering from the death of a 10,000-year soul beast, making it relatively easier to absorb. As he spoke, he glanced at his grandfather. Grandfather, what was it like when you absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring? You are among the few who have managed to absorb both a 10,000-year soul ring and a 10,000-year soul bone. Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, Yu Yuanzhen chuckled. Back then, it was only with the combined efforts of myself and the 3 elders that we managed to subdue the Thunderbolt Tyrant Dragon King. However, when I absorbed that soul ring, the residual resentment nearly drove me to madness. Had I not possessed a highly aged skull to protect me, I might not have survived that ordeal. As he reminisced, Yu Yuanzhen gazed nostalgically at the sky above. Meanwhile, the attention of the others shifted back to Lin Tianchun. Though sweat trickled down his face, his aura gradually stabilized, and the soul ring grew increasingly crimson until it was entirely engulfed in red. Xianling exclaimed in excitement. Tianchun has succeeded. Yu Tianli couldn't help but smile. Indeed, he has succeeded. Lin Tianchun's aura surged, revealing 2 yellow, 1 purple, 3 black, and 1 red soul ring behind him, all pulsating in harmonious rhythm. Moments later, Lin Tianchun slowly opened his eyes, and his Xing Yuanqi appeared to have undergone a transformation, now adorned with an additional star-like gleam. With a sigh of relief, Lin Tianchun stood up, stretching luxuriously, causing a cacophony of cracking bones. Xianling hurried over to Lin Tianchun's side, cheerfully asking, So, Tianchun, how does it feel after absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring? Lin Tianchun could not contain his laughter. It feels exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. My soul power has reached approximately 73 levels. Xianling's eyes widened in disbelief. That high? Your absorption of a soul ring has equaled our year of arduous training. Lin Tianchun chuckled. So do you want to hear what my martial soul true form looks like? At this, everyone perked up. recalling that they had been waiting for both of them to share their experiences since Su Yiping's absorption. Lin Tianchen laughed. "Brother, you go first. We are all ears." Su Yiping, feeling shy, scratched his head and smiled. "My 7th soul skill is called Xian Wu True Form, which enhances defense by 200% and increases soul power, attack, and strength by 100% for half an hour." How impressive! Everyone gasped in awe. If Su Yiping's 7th soul skill is that formidable, one can only imagine how powerful Lin Tianchen's 7th soul skill must be. Upon reflecting on this, everyone turned their gaze towards Lin Tianchen. He smiled and scratched his head, saying, "My 7th soul skill is called Xingyuan Jinshin. For half an hour, my Xingyuan chess possesses the essence of celestial power, unrestricted by any barriers, capable of traversing obstacles and accelerating the absorption of celestial energy. Moreover, I can manipulate this energy to form formations to encircle and eliminate our foes." Upon hearing Lin Tianchen's explanation, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. While others merely enhanced their defenses or strength with celestial energy, how is it that Lin Tianchen could wield such varied abilities, both absorbing celestial power and altering formations? What was all this? At that moment, Yu Yuanjin elucidated their confusion, chuckling, "This is a unique phenomenon associated with the lineage of Xingyuan chess. Many years ago, I encountered Tianchen's grandfather on the continent and witnessed his remarkable prowess. The variations of Xingyuan chess are indeed numerous. These will require your own exploration, and I cannot assist you much further." Hearing Yu Yuanjin mention his grandfather, Lin Tianchen lowered his head, realizing that his grandfather Lin Yikong's illustrious reputation had not been tarnished by him. Yu Yuanjin smiled and exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Tianli, who nodded in understanding and cheerfully announced, "All right then, since those who needed to absorb their soul rings have completed the process, we shall now commence the examinations. From this moment on, our training will take place deep within Longshan Valley. Is there any objection?" "No objection." Yu Tianli nodded in satisfaction, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. "Good. I shall grant each of you half an hour. We will gather at the entrance of Longshan Valley in half an hour." As he spoke, Yu Tianli waved his hand, and the group swiftly dashed toward the exit. Watching their retreating figures, Yu Tianli turned and bowed slightly to Yu Yuanjin, his expression becoming somewhat serious as he said, "Grandfather, we may be inside for quite some time. We will not emerge until we complete the 6 trials. Please take care of yourself." Yu Yuanjin chuckled and chided, "You mischievous child. Do you think your grandfather is on the brink of death? Your concern is appreciated. By the way, there's something I must tell you." Yu Tianli raised an eyebrow. "Grandfather, what is it? Is there anything about our family that I am unaware of?" Yu Yuanjin smirked. "Your grandfathers and your second aunt have nearly reached the final stage of their divine trials." Yu Tianli was initially taken aback. "Second aunt? When did she participate? And how have they progressed so quickly?" Yu Yuanjin shook his head. "I am uncertain about that. Second aunt came to the Jinlong Palace seeking to participate in the divine trials during her breakthrough at level 90. Given her resolute attitude, I could not refuse. She is quite impressive. Not only did she face the 6th trial with ease, but she also possesses a divine soul ring of 100,000 years. Currently, she stands as the 3rd most formidable expert, her soul power having reached level 93. After a brief pause, Yu Yuanjin continued, "Moreover, their divine trial's difficulty is significantly lesser than yours, with a disparity of several times, which accounts for their swift progress." Only after hearing this did Yu Tianli regain his composure, realizing that the divinity bestowed by the destruction deity had indeed cast its influence, rendering the trials for his older peers comparatively trivial. It appeared there were matters of which he remained unaware. "Grandfather, I understand now. I shall take my leave. We may not return for 2 or 3 years, so please be cautious." Yu Tianli reiterated his concern. Yu Yuanjin waved his hand dismissively. "All right, enough said. There are few who could challenge me now, so focus on your cultivation. Off you go." Yu Tianli nodded, took Ning Rongrong's hand, bowed to Yu Yuanjin, and turned to depart. Upon exiting the Jinlong Palace, Yu Tianli beheld Ning Rongrong and, with a smile, pulled her into an embrace, exclaiming, "Rongrong, having you by my side all these years has been a true blessing." He tightened his grip slightly. Ning Rongrong chuckled softly, wrapping her arms around his neck and teasingly replied, "As long as you recognize my worth, that is enough." Chapter 234, Within Longshan Valley. At the entrance of Longshan Valley, Yu Tianli and his companions had gathered. Yu Tianli looked towards Yu Yuanjin and the three elders who had come to see them off, smiling as he said, "Grandfather, esteemed uncles, we shall now enter. Please take care." Yu Yuanjin waved his hand, "Go. Train well. We old fellows will await your return." Yu Tianli smiled, remained silent, and bowed to Yu Yuanjin and the others before turning and leading his companions into the depths of Longshan Valley. Unbeknownst to them, as they stepped into the valley, a faint purple light descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire area, causing their figures to vanish from the sight of Yu Yuanjin and the others. Yu Yuanjin observed the spot where Yu Tianli and the others had disappeared, chuckling. "All right, that is sufficient. Let's return." The three elders exchanged knowing smiles and followed Yu Yuanjin back. Meanwhile, Elder Luo, trailing closely behind, could not help but speak softly. "Elder brother, it seems that Xiao Gang over in the Blue Lightning Kingdom may be acting a bit excessively." Yu Yuanjin was taken aback, looking at Elder Luo inquisitively. "What has Xiao Gang done?" Elder Luo scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. Before Tianli left, he appointed Lao Nan and Xiao Gang to jointly manage the Blue Lightning Kingdom. Initially, Tianli had governed it well, but after Xiao Gang took over, things became somewhat chaotic. Lao Nan, mindful of Xiao Gang's position, has found it difficult to assert authority. Just a couple of days ago, he sent me a letter expressing his grievances. Yu Yuanjin furrowed his brow, quietly addressing the others behind him. "Second, third, have you received any news from the Blue Lightning Kingdom? Speak up. I need to think of a solution." Elder Hong and Elderly exchanged glances, speaking softly. "Elder brother, we have indeed heard some rumors regarding Xiao Gang. It seems he's brought Tang Hao's child into the Blue Lightning Kingdom. And word has it that Tang Hao is also involved, even allowing Tang Hao's son to lead 30,000 of his men. I dare not inform Tianli of this." After Elder Hong spoke, Elderly shrugged, leaning against the idea that, knowing Tianli's temperament, had he learned of this matter, he would likely abandon the divine trials and return to the Blue Lightning Kingdom to teach Xiao Gang a lesson. Yu Yuanjin sighed deeply, pondering whether to label his son as clever or foolish, setting aside the fact that he meddled in his own nephew's affairs. Tang Hao and his son Tang San were the most wanted targets of the Spirit Hall. To have them brazenly residing within the Blue Lightning sect was tantamount to endangering its safety for the sake of one's growth. With this thought, Yu Yuanjin's frustration surfaced forth. Take second aunt to the Blue Lightning Kingdom and replace Lao Nan and Lao Bei. As his uncle, you should be able to keep him in line. Make sure he understands what is appropriate for a disciple of a major sect and what is not. Observing Yu Yuanjin's anger, Elder Luo bowed respectfully and set off towards Tiando City. Meanwhile, within Longshan Valley, after walking 200 paces, the temple appeared before the group. Unlike their previous encounter, the temple seemed to have expanded considerably, resembling a small city. Yu Qianli was both astonished and captivated when a voice echoed from within the temple. "Esteemed guests, now that you have arrived, what purpose do you serve by not entering?" As Yu Qianli fixed his gaze, a figure clad in a black robe, enveloped in an aura of darkness, slowly emerged. Yu Qianli could not help but call out, "May I ask who you are and what brings you to this sacred temple?" The figure first chuckled a few times, then concentrated a surge of destructive energy in his right hand. "I understand that my appearance may not be particularly appealing, but you should recognize this. I am the overseer of your divine assessments, Tanshur." Upon seeing the destructive energy in the man's hand, Yu Qianli felt a familiar sensation, realizing that this individual was undoubtedly one of their own. With this thought, Yu Qianli's tone became more respectful. "May I inquire what teachings you have for us, esteemed elder? We, your juniors, offer our respects," he said, bowing along with a few companions. Tanshur then produced a chicken leg seemingly from thin air, munching on it as he spoke. "I am not worthy of your respect, especially since you, the Holy Son, have not asked me for a greeting. I am merely here to assist you in your training. That is all you need to know. I estimate I can accompany you for a year or two, and help you complete several assessments before others are sent down from above. Observing the succulent chicken leg in Tanshir's hand, Xianling behind Yu Tianli could not help but swallow hard, whispering, Tianli, that elder's chicken leg looks so delicious. He surely cannot be a villain. Shall we go in? Upon hearing Xianling's words, Yu Tianli nearly lost his composure. What logic is it that a delicious chicken leg means he must be a good person? However, with the distinctive identification of the destructive energy, Yu Tianli decided to trust this elder. With that, he clasped his hands together towards Tanshir. Elder Tanshir, we shall rely on your guidance. As Tanshir continued to gnaw on the chicken leg, he replied, Yes, good. You all may head to the second floor. One room, each will suffice. As for this young lady, she can share a room with you, correct? He winked at Yu Tianli. Ning Rongrong beside Yu Tianli blushed and lowered her head. Yu Tianli chuckled, tightening his grip on Ning Rongrong's hands as they made their way into the temple. As everyone entered the temple, Xianling stealthily approached Tanshir, a flattering smile on his face. Elder Tanshir, would you spare me a chicken leg? Tanshir looked at Xianling with surprise, seemingly recognizing the uniqueness of his martial soul. Your martial soul is quite extraordinary. The bloodline of the gluttonous beast suits me well. Alas, in light of your martial talents, I shall grant you 2 chicken legs. Should you desire more, simply seek me out. Xianling was overjoyed as he hurriedly accepted the fragrant chicken legs, stuffing one into his mouth while exclaiming, Thank you, elder. This chicken leg is simply divine. Tanshir waved his hand. All right, hurry and prepare. Among you, your soul power is the weakest. Do not just think about eating. Remember to cultivate as well. Xianling nodded vigorously, hastily shoving the other chicken leg into his mouth. Understood, elder. I shall go prepare. Chapter 235. Training commences. Watching Xianling's retreating figure, Tanshir couldn't help but murmur. This lad is quite suitable to inherit my legacy. It seems I made the right choice in seeking my master. Though he may not possess the best talent among them, he is indeed the most fitting for my purposes. It appears I must nurture this little chubby fellow. Soon, the group finished the preparations and approached Tanshir. Yu Tianli, rarely serious, asked, Elder, how should we proceed with our training? Tanshir displayed a cunning smile, pointing outside the temple. Yu Tianli, somewhat perplexed, glanced outside and softly said, I humbly request your guidance, for I am dull of wit and do not grasp your meaning. Tanshir patiently replied, You shall understand once you go outside. Hurry along. Yu Tianli, resigned, nodded and led his companions out of the temple. At the moment they stepped outside, Tanshir raised his right hand gently, causing the entire temple to tremble violently. Yu Tianli and the others were taken aback, while Lin Tianshun, puzzled, remarked, Tianli, what is happening? It seems the temple is rising. Su Yiping nodded in agreement. Indeed, and it appears the temple is also retreating. As they spoke, the temple shook once more, revealing that the portion above ground was merely a small part. In mere moments, the temple ascended a full 100 meters, creating a long heavenly staircase between Yu Tianli and the temple. At that moment, everything became clear to Yu Tianli. Tanshir likely intended to enhance their physical prowess layer by layer, similar to how Tang San and his companions did in the original story. The staircase was likely imbued with destructive power. Training upon it would allow them to better adapt to the impact of the destructive energy. With this realization, a smile crept onto Yu Tianli's face. It seemed Tanshir possessed some clever methods. At that moment, Tanshir's figure at the temple's apex flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Yu Tianli and the others. He pointed at the steps that seemed to be made of white jade and said, Each step contains a considerable amount of destructive energy. With each ascent, the destructive energy increases. If you can adapt to the energy here, your chances of passing the first divine assessment will be greatly enhanced. Upon hearing this, the group, not being fools, quickly understood. Yu Tianli regarded his companions and said solemnly, Let us ascend and test our limits first. Then we can determine where is best for cultivation. Everyone nodded in agreement, for all were eager to discover their limits. Yu Tianli took Ning Rongrong's hand, smiling as he said, Wait for me. I shall return shortly. Ning Rongrong nodded obediently, smiling, Do your best, and be careful. With a determined nod, Yu Qianli strode up the temple steps. The moment he stepped onto the staircase, he could distinctly feel the destructive energy emanating from it. While this sensation was negligible for him, for the others, it was akin to walking on blades. Those who had never encountered destructive power felt as though knives were piercing beneath their feet, compelling them to channel their soul power to resist this formidable force. Yu Qianli ascended over 100 steps before turning back to see that his companions had only managed to reach about 20 steps, unable to go any further. Sighing, he decided to descend, for his companions required assistance. He called out, "How is everyone? Can you go on?" The group shook their heads in unison, with Xian Ling slumped on the steps, gasping for breath. "Brother Tianli, I can't go on." This soul-destroying energy started off manageable, but as we progressed, it penetrated deeper into our bodies, eroding our soul power. It's simply too overwhelming. Lin Tianchun, beside him, nodded in agreement. Indeed, I feel the speed at which the destructive energy erodes our soul power is alarmingly rapid. Yet if we do not use our soul power, it feels like knives beneath our feet. Seeing their plight, Yu Qianli could not help but chuckle, pointing to his own head as he said, "I ask you all to engage your minds. That destructive energy is a form of elemental energy. As such, it must adhere to the principles of mutual generation and restraint. Utilize the elemental power within you to counteract the destructive force. If you do not do this, how can you possibly pass the first assessment?" Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, clearly caught off guard by this revelation. However, as Yu Tianli spoke, it was as if a sudden enlightenment had struck them, stirring their thoughts to life once more. One by one, they seemed to regain their vigor and made their way towards the steps, observing their retreating figures. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but approach, smiling as she said, "Tianli, you always do this. Why didn't you mention it earlier?" Honestly, Yu Tianli flashed a cunning smile, grasped Ning Rongrong's hand, and replied softly, "Haha, you see, if I had told them right from the start, would they have taken it seriously? If they dismissed the divine test, that could spell disaster." Ning Rongrong pouted, feigning annoyance as she retorted, "You always cause trouble. Who knows what's on your mind?" Admiring Ning Rongrong's adorable demeanor, Yu Qianli playfully ruffled her hair and said, "Come on, it's rather dull watching you alone. Let's go together and see how far you can climb." Ning Rongrong scoffed, but tightened her grip on Yu Tianli's hand, declaring, "Fine, let us go. We'll see whether it's me or you, the little trickster, who is truly formidable." Yu Tianli raised an eyebrow, grinning mischievously as he responded, "All right, let us have a competition and see who is superior. Shall we wager something?" With a playful tilt of her head, Ning Rongrong inquired, "What do you propose?" "I am a woman of my word." Leaning closer, Yu Qianli whispered a few words into her ear. Even he felt hesitant to voice it aloud in front of others. But Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment upon hearing it. Afterward, Yu Qianli arched an eyebrow at her, smiling as he asked, "So, are you daring enough?" Ning Rongrong clenched her teeth, fiercely declaring, "Let us bet. I'm sure I'll win. Just wait and see." With that, she ascended the steps, and Yu Qianli, chuckling, followed her lead. Chapter 236. Training time. Although Ning Rongrong lacked any attribute energy capable of countering the destructive force within her, the moment she stepped onto the white jade staircase, those destructive energies seemed to frolic around her, emitting a delightful purple glow. Nearby, the gluttonous one chuckled softly, recognizing Ning Rongrong's identity as he observed the unusual phenomenon she created. He couldn't help but smile ruefully, realizing that his old master was indeed a devoted husband. Seeing Ning Rongrong's peculiar display, Yu Qianli was not to be outdone and boldly ascended the staircase, heading in her direction. Thus, Ning Rongrong advanced rapidly, while Yu Qianli pursued her with fervor. Before long, they had climbed over 100 steps. The 5 others trailing behind shared a wry smile, bemused by the sight of this couple, realizing that indeed, 2 extraordinary beings were playing together, completely disregarding their ordinary selves. With a silent sigh, they concentrated once more, channeling their inner energies to resist the destructive force beneath their feet. As Ning Rongrong reached over 200 steps, the destructive force, while still harmless, began to subtly impede her progress. Observing her slowing pace, Yu Qianli couldn't help but smirk, thinking I knew it. It can't be this easy for me. With that in mind, he quickened his pace and soon reached her side. How are you holding up, Rongrong? Just admit defeat. It's not a big deal. Why must you be so stubborn? Ning Rongrong shot him a glare, huffed, and continued to inch her way upward. However, the resistance from the destructive energy intensified. With each step, she could even see a tangible barrier obstructing her path, causing beads of sweat to form on her delicate brow. Yu Tianli, noticing her determination, began to understand her underlying resolve. Although no one had ever expressed it to her, Ning Rongrong knew that without Yu Tianli, she might not even achieve a respectable position within her team. Yet, despite this, there was a sense of pride within her. She yearned to prove herself, if only once. Therefore, she refused to yield, persisting in her ascent. 7 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 1 red, rhythmically pulsed behind her, releasing her martial spirit, which made her feel considerably lighter. Meanwhile, the gluttonous one, watching Ning Rongrong ascend, gently focused his right hand, seemingly controlling the destructive force. Just as Ning Rongrong began to feel a sense of relief, a sharp pain shot through her feet as the destructive force swiftly eroded her soul power, draining it rapidly. Yu Tianli frowned, casting an annoyed glance at the gluttonous one, who, feeling Yu Tianli's gaze, nonchalantly shrugged and casually pulled out a chicken leg to munch on. Seeing the glutton's indifference, Yu Tianli felt a sense of helplessness. Dealing with such a stubborn character was indeed challenging. Yet, noticing Ning Rongrong's struggle to hold on, he gently urged, Rongrong, listen to me, take a break, or step back a few levels to regain your soul power. Otherwise, you won't last much longer. Ning Rongrong, unwilling to concede, gazed at the seemingly endless staircase, gritting her teeth. Suddenly, the blood-red soul ring on her back flared to life, and 6 streams of light surged into her body. With each influx, her speed increased. However, merely a quarter of an hour later, the enhancement effects faded. Just as she prepared to ascend another step, a formidable shockwave propelled her backward. Yu Tianli had already anticipated this. With a pair of fierce dragon wings sprouting from his back, he dashed toward Ning Rongrong, catching her in his embrace and ensuring her safe landing. Seeing Ning Rongrong unconscious, Yu Tianli shot a frosty glare at the gluttonous one. Senior, I will take Rongrong back to settle her. With that, he soared towards the temple. The gluttonous one shook his head, transmitting a message. Kid, go back if you must. The first divine test is far too simple for you. After you settle that little girl, come find me behind the temple. This first test is not worth your time. Yu Tianli paused momentarily, then flapped his wings with renewed speed. Upon returning to his room, he gently laid Ning Rongrong on the bed, delicately covering her with a quilt. He softly grasped her small hand, his voice low as he murmured, Rongrong, why are you so foolish? Why rush to prove yourself? As if sensing his call, Ning Rongrong's small hand tightened around his. After a considerable time, Yu Tianli reluctantly released her hand, placing a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead before turning to head towards the back of the temple. Meanwhile, the gluttonous one, watching Yu Tianli's delayed arrival, couldn't help but express his frustration. I say, you young man, are you capable or not? You're still young. Why are you so infatuated with women? There will be plenty of time for that. Just don't embarrass your master. Yu Tianli shrugged nonchalantly and said, Senior Tan, sure, let's begin. I want to complete the first trial, so I can go back and comfort Rongrong. She can't do without me. Even Tan Sure, with his good temperament, could hardly contain his irritation. Is this even human speech? He thought. The aura around Tan Sure began to rise dramatically, as he concentrated the power of destruction in his hands. Even someone like Yu Tianli, who had long been accustomed to dealing with such destructive forces, felt a sense of threat. His soul power surged wildly, with 7 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 2 red, revolving rhythmically behind him. The red soul ring in the 7th position suddenly lit up, and Yu Tianli's form rapidly expanded, transforming into a towering 12-meter-tall purple-black dragon, with its wings flapping vigorously behind him. Tan Sure had reached the final preparations. Observing Yu Tianli's martial soul manifestation, he couldn't help but exclaim, truly, he is the one chosen by the master. Only this lad could create such a spectacle at the soul saint level. However, amidst his admiration, Tan Shi's right hand clenched slightly, directing a powerful wave of destructive energy toward Yu Tianli. Wherever that destructive energy passed, annihilation followed. Yu Tianli shivered. Was this the true power of destruction? This was merely 30% of its potential. What devastation might occur at full strength? Lost in thought, Yu Tianli's dragon claws focused as he began to merge the thunderous power from his left hand with the fiery energy from his right. In an instant, the two forces surged toward the oncoming wave of destruction. Yet, it seemed Yu Tianli had underestimated that destructive force. The two earth-shattering energies met the destructive power like lambs to a slaughter, without even a sound. With a cold snort, Yu Tianli erupted with a blue-black radiance. It was the soul bone technique, thunder flame, sacred domain. A massive energy engulfed him, intertwining with the destructive force. Tan Shi seemed surprised that Yu Tianli possessed such a technique. Observing the sly smile on Yu Tianli's face, he sensed something was awry, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Bah, I won't dwell on it. Isn't it more enjoyable to eat chicken legs? He muttered while pulling out 2 chicken legs and indulging in them. Within the thunder flame sacred domain, Yu Tianli's power geometrically increased. In this domain, he was nearly invincible. The thunderous energy condensed once more, this time not like a lamb entering a tiger's den, but rather overpowering the destructive force, gradually wearing it down. Before long, Yu Tianli emerged from the thunder flame sacred domain. Tan Shi, observing Yu Tianli's demeanor, realized that he had breezed through the first trial with surprising ease. Just as Yu Tianli stepped out of the thunder flame sacred domain, a commanding voice echoed in his ear, announcing, "Pass the first trial. Reward: 1 level of soul power." Reaching the bottleneck, the reward automatically transforms into a divine soul ring. As the voice faded, Yu Tianli felt as if the barrier before him had vanished in an instant, allowing him to effortlessly reach level 80. A transparent soul ring appeared in his hand. Gazing at the divine soul ring, Tan Shi remarked, "Another divine soul ring. It seems the master truly values you. Very well, I shall reluctantly act as your protector to prevent any unforeseen incidents." While saying this, he retrieved a bucket of fried chicken legs and leaned against a tree to feast. Yu Tianli, observing Tan Shi's gluttonous demeanor, felt both embarrassed and grateful for his assistance. With a flash of light from his hand, he tossed 2 buckets of the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan's specialty beer, chilled to perfection. "Here, Tianli thanks you for your protection, senior. However, merely consuming fried chicken is somewhat unsatisfactory. This is a unique delicacy from our clan. Please do give it a taste." As he spoke, Yu Tianli offered a respectful gesture toward Tan Shi. Tan Shi eagerly accepted the chilled beer, taking a bite of the chicken leg followed by a sip of the icy brew. He was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, "This is absolutely delightful. Ah, Tianli, give me 2 more buckets. This little amount isn't enough for anyone." Yu Tianli rolled his eyes and tossed 2 more buckets from his soul guide device, exasperatedly saying, "Senior, I must inform you that my stock is limited. Please enjoy it sparingly, for once it's gone, it will be truly gone." As he spoke, Yu Tianli sat cross-legged on the ground, disregarding Tan Shi's comments. He forcefully shattered the divine soul ring onto himself, enveloped by an enigmatic energy. The soul ring began to change colors rapidly. White, yellow, purple, black flashed by, and strands of golden lines appeared on the increasingly dark soul ring. Tan Shi chuckled and said, "This lad starts at 50,000 years. Indeed, the saying comparison brings despair holds true." Soon, after a brief period, the others could not locate Yu Tianli and began searching until they discovered him absorbing the soul ring behind the temple, with Tan Shi guarding him. Seeing Tan Tianma approaching, Tan Shi jumped up and grabbed his hand, excitedly exclaiming, "Kid, do you have any of that Blue Lightning Clan specialty beer? I've been craving it after such a long time." Tan Tianma was taken aback, but then smiled, "Senior, I believe I have a bit. If you wish, I shall gladly offer it." With that, he retrieved 2 bottles of beer from his soul guide device. Tan Shi initially accepted the beer with delight, but then frowned. "Why isn't it chilled? I want it cold. This unchilled version is simply not enjoyable." Tan Tianma glanced at Yu Tianli, who was still absorbing the soul ring. Feeling somewhat speechless, This once noble senior had been thoroughly corrupted by this fellow. Yet, it seemed Tan Shi's behavior had not been exemplary in the past either. With a gentle concentration of his right hand, Tan Tianma enveloped the beer in a chill, quickly freezing it. Feeling the refreshing cold, Tan Shi beamed and pulled out a bucket of chicken legs to indulge once more. The crowd gathered around Yu Tianli, watching the transformation unfold. The black soul ring swirling around Yu Tianli suddenly shifted, changing color from a faint red to a vibrant crimson ring. With 1 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 3 red soul rings revolving rhythmically behind him. Everyone felt a surge of joy. Xianling smiled and said, "It's done. Brother Tianli, this must be your 3rd 100,000-year soul ring. I don't even dare to ask for much. I merely hope that when I achieve title Douluo, I can possess 200,000-year soul rings, and I would be utterly content." Lin Tianchen patted Xianling on the shoulder, smiling. "Don't worry, Xianling, believe in yourself. Who knows, you might end up with 3 or 4. Hearing Lin Tianchen's words, everyone laughed. Among the 7 of them, only Yu Tianli, Ning Rongrong, and Lin Tianchen possessed 100,000-year soul rings. They were aware of the advantages these soul rings conferred, but they also understood the hardships that accompanied them. In an instant, as everyone gazed upon the 8 soul rings behind Yu Tianli, which ordinary mortals could scarcely aspire to, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. These 8 soul rings had been acquired at great peril, and even within their hearts, they knew they would not dare to undertake such risks to absorb soul rings beyond their level. Observing the silence among them, the gluttonous one chuckled and said, "What are you all pondering? Each of you is an extraordinary genius. Why dwell on years of hardship?" After a brief pause, he continued, "Moreover, there's no point in comparing yourselves to this lad, Yu Tianli. Had I not been born several millennia before him, he might have already surpassed me. So, focus on your training. This lad has a point. Physical prowess is indeed of utmost importance." Just as he finished speaking, a languid voice emerged from behind him. "Senior Gluttony, I have spoken those very words. How could I be unaware? Do not fabricate tales." The crowd turned excitedly towards the source of the voice, where Yu Tianli slowly rose, a smile adorning his face as he looked at them. Ning Rongrong, upon seeing Yu Tianli, gasped. The overwhelming aura he had radiated earlier had torn his clothes to shreds. While seated, it was unnoticeable, but upon standing, he transformed into an enticing figure. Hurriedly, Ning Rongrong covered her eyes with her small hands, while Su Yiping, shaking his head, remarked, "Tianli, do you not feel a bit chilly?" Yu Tianli, momentarily taken aback, followed Su Yiping's gaze and awkwardly chuckled. "How could I reveal my fine physique? It would only serve to make my brothers feel inferior." With that thought, he tore off the tattered remnants of his clothing, retrieved a pristine robe from his soul guide, and donned it, grinning as he said, "I apologize for casting a shadow over you, my brothers." The crowd could not help but exclaim, "How shameless! With that little bird of yours." Yu Tianli quickly covered Ning Rongrong's ears, feigning ferocity as he said, "Silence. Do not corrupt Rongrong's ears." With a collective scoff, the eldest among them, Su Yiping, stepped forward and laughed. "All right, Rongrong is still here. How can you speak such things? By the way, Tianli, this 100,000-year soul ring possesses 2 soul skills. Show us what your 8th soul skill is like." Upon hearing about his 8th soul skill, Yu Tianli nodded with keen interest. Even he was eager to see it. As he nodded, 8 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 3 red, emerged sequentially from beneath him, with the crimson soul ring at the 8th position glowing brightly. "This is the first soul skill of my 8th soul skill, named Yu Longyin." With that declaration, Yu Tianli's body, previously covered in purple-black dragon scales due to his martial soul, underwent a transformation, the dark scales turning into a lustrous jade-like sheen, making him appear as if sculpted from white jade. At that very moment, a thunderous dragon roar erupted from his lips, sending shockwaves through the souls of those present, leaving them momentarily stunned. Yu Tianli, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head, realizing he had forgotten to instruct his companions to release their martial souls for protection. Thinking of this, he turned to Ning Rongrong, a playful smile on his face. "Rongrong, my dear, why not give him a taste? Let's see how they fare against my overwhelming presence." Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at him, exasperated. When will you learn to be more cautious? As she spoke, she pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Yu Qianli, grinning sheepishly, pleaded, Rongrong, I beg you. With a huff, Ning Rongrong summoned her 7 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 1 red, allowing 5 beams of light to penetrate the bodies of her companions. As if awakening from a deep slumber, they blinked in astonishment at one another, searching for answers in each other's expressions. Lin Tianxin could not restrain himself from asking Yu Qianli, Tianli, is this truly your 8th soul skill? Yu Qianli nodded and replied with a smile. The first skill of my 8th soul skill is called Yu Long Yin. It attacks the soul, corroding the opponent's essence. For those with lower soul power than mine, it disregards defenses. However, I did not activate the soul-corroding effect just now. Otherwise, you all would have fared much worse. Hearing this, the group could not help but marvel at the potency of a 100,000-year soul skill. How could such an ability exist? The notion of negating defenses was utterly bewildering. Meanwhile, Xianling timidly inquired, Tianli, what is your other skill? Please, do not use us as test subjects again. I suggest you match your strength against senior Gluttony instead. Gluttony, looking bemused at Xianling, thought, is this truly the successor I have chosen? He is remarkably obedient. Yet, since Xianling had spoken, Gluttony knew he could not remain idle. He had to showcase his prowess before his chosen successor. With that, he cast aside the half-eaten chicken leg, wiped his hands on his old robe, and grinned, come on, lad, let's see what you're capable of. Speaking thus, he did not summon his martial soul, instead standing there with his hands behind his back, a smile on his face. Yu Tianli clasped his hands in respect, saying, forgive me, senior. As he spoke, the 8th soul ring behind him glowed once more. 8th soul skill, Zihuang Mietianzhan. In an instant, Yu Qianli's dragon claws came together, and a long beam of light appeared, resembling a blade slicing towards Gluttony. The crowd, momentarily taken aback, wondered how such a powerful first skill could be followed by a seemingly ordinary second one. However, Gluttony, having been a deity for millennia, understood that this seemingly simple attack harbored boundless intent of destruction. Even he felt a tinge of trepidation upon witnessing it, as Yu Qianli brought down his strike. A blade imbued with overwhelming power surged towards Gluttony. Those observing could feel the sheer might of the attack, realizing it was beyond their capacity to withstand. Yet, Gluttony had long mastered such assaults. It was merely the earlier overwhelming intent that had caught him off guard. He effortlessly lifted his right hand, dissipating the blade with a resounding thud, leaving the crowd in awe. The onlookers were stunned. Who would have guessed the true strength of this senior, who had kept his prowess concealed? Lin Tianxin felt that Gluttony was even more formidable than the strongest individual he had encountered, Yu Yuanjin. Realizing that Gluttony had effortlessly nullified his attack, Yu Qianli could only smile helplessly, fully aware of Gluttony's strength, having been a deity for thousands of years. Even if his strike had landed, it would merely amount to a tickle. With a hearty laugh, Gluttony waved his hand and declared, all right, enough of this. Hurry along with your training, each of you. Should anyone dare to become complacent, I shall make them experience true suffering. As he spoke, he raised his fist in a playful threat. The group, shivering at the revelation of Gluttony's true might, hurriedly set off towards the temple, each eager to avoid incurring his wrath. Yu Tianli gestured for Ning Rongrong to proceed first, then approached Tanshi with a smile, inquiring, Senior, what is the nature of my second trial? Why do I need to have it prescribed for me? I'm utterly perplexed. Tanshi couldn't help but reveal a sly grin, extending his hand toward Yu Qianli. Understanding the cue, Yu Qianli respectfully retrieved 2 chilled barrels of beer from his soul guide and presented them to Tanshi. Tanshi nodded in satisfaction and remarked, ah, a promising youth indeed. Let me elucidate. Your second trial is designed to enhance your practical combat abilities. The stipulated range is between level 95 and 99, with a duration equivalent to the burning of an incense stick. Choose wisely, for we are quite familiar with one another, are we not? As he spoke, he took a generous gulp of the icy beer. Upon hearing about the second trial, Yu Qianli couldn't help but chuckle. This trial of the god of destruction was rather intriguing. Unlike other divine trials that relentlessly challenged the candidates, the god of destruction seemed surprisingly lenient. Could it be due to his extraordinary appearance? With this thought, Yu Qianli resolved not to disappoint the god of destruction, smiling as he declared, Senior Tan Shi, I shall choose level 99. I will not take advantage of you. What do you say? Tan Shi paused, astonished, and asked what level. Please repeat that. Yu Qianli calmly responded, 99. I will not take advantage of you. Initially, Tan Shi assumed that Yu Qianli would opt for something like level 96 or 97 as a mere formality. Little did he expect him to choose level 99. Did this young man not comprehend the gravity of such a choice? Wasn't he his grandfather, a peerless Douluo, at level 99? Could this be a case of masochism? With this in mind, Tan Shi regarded Yu Qianli with an odd expression, questioning, Are you certain? You do understand the implications of level 99, don't you? Yu Qianli nodded resolutely, affirming his decision. Choosing level 99 was indeed his objective. Tan Shi then realized he had underestimated this young man during their time together. He possessed ambition and insight. Very well, young man. From now on, I shall await you at the temple entrance every morning. We shall proceed with your choice of level 99, and I shall see what card you hold. With that, he turned away, taking the 2 barrels of chilled beer to indulge in a feast. Observing Tan Shi's demeanor, Yu Qianli shook his head in resignation. Having deduced Tan Shi's true identity as one of the 7 deadly sin gods under the god of destruction, specifically the god of gluttony, it seemed Tan Shi was merely an alias. With this thought, Yu Qianli turned towards the temple and soon arrived at the temple's entrance. Noticing that Yu Qianma and the others had already reached level 50, Yu Qianli called out, Focus, everyone. Otherwise, I shall have to teach you a lesson. Ning Rongrong nudged him playfully, asking, Hey, stop fooling around. By the way, what level is your soul power now? Yu Qianli, feigning ignorance, replied, I believe I'm at level 82. Give or take. Why do you ask? Ning Rongrong nodded, taking his hand and leading him outside. As they walked, Yu Qianli remarked, What's going on with you today, Rongrong? You seem a bit off. The two reached a cliff, where Ning Rongrong finally halted, playfully patting Yu Qianli's face. Her cheeks flushed as she said, I'm here to fulfill my promise. Yu Qianli was momentarily taken aback, then gazed in surprise at the assertive Ning Rongrong. A rush of heat surged through him, but he knew to maintain composure, softly suggesting, Rongrong, this may not be the most appropriate place. We should return to the room. With a mischievous smile, Ning Rongrong quipped, Didn't you say we should be outside? What's wrong? Does our esteemed young master have moments of shyness? Yu Qianli's lips curled into a slight smile as he suddenly pulled Ning Rongrong into his embrace, saying, Very well, since you have taken the initiative, I shall reluctantly comply. Realizing the situation was becoming precarious, Ning Rongrong swiftly extricated herself from his arms. If she were to fulfill her promise here, what would become of her? Observing her flustered state, Yu Qianli decided to refrain from teasing her any further. All right, let us head back. I must remind you, although your divine trial may not be particularly strenuous, your cultivation must not fall behind. Now at level 76, you must break through to level 80 within a year. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Ning Rongrong pouted playfully while clinging to Yu Qianli's arm, a proud expression on her face. The next morning, Yu Qianli rose early and made his way to the designated meeting spot with Tan Shi. Before long, he spotted Tan Shi ambling over, clutching a bucket of fried chicken legs, munching away as he asked, Have you eaten yet? Yu Qianli shook his head, admitting he hadn't had breakfast yet. Tan Shi grumbled, What a terrible habit. How can one skip meals? Here, catch. Saying this, he tossed 2 chicken legs from his bucket toward Yu Qianli. Yu Qianli caught them effortlessly, secretly delighted, as he had long craved such delicacies. Who would have thought he could enjoy fried chicken on the Douluo continent? In a matter of moments, Yu Qianli stood once more, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Tan Shi, who had shed his usual laziness, seemingly employing some secret technique to suppress his soul power to level 99. This was Yu Qianli's first encounter with Tan Shi's martial soul, a formidable sawtooth tiger, adorned with 7 black and 2 red soul rings, showcasing his power. It was likely that even among those at level 99, Tan Shi surpassed both his grandfather and Qin Douluo in prowess. Well, young man, Tanshi teased, are you having second thoughts? You could still opt for level 96 without losing face. Yu Tianli shook his head, expressing his gratitude. I appreciate your kindness, Senior Tanshi. However, I must insist that you hold nothing back in our duel. I wish to gauge my true strength. Tanshi nodded, recognizing the determination in Yu Tianli. Very well, then. Let us see what you are truly capable of. With Tanshi's affirmation, Yu Tianli's aura surged dramatically as 8 soul rings. 1 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 3 red rose from beneath him. With each soul ring that manifested, his might intensified. Tanshi, observing this display, couldn't help but inwardly marvel, realizing that such a presence would be difficult for an ordinary title Douluo to replicate. No wonder he insisted on level 99. He had grounds for his confidence. With that thought, Tanshi summoned his martial soul, and the sawtooth tiger appeared to come alive, charging toward Yu Tianli. In response, Yu Tianli's third soul ring shone brightly, and his already imposing physique grew even more formidable, his dragon-like claws expanding to an enormous size. Charging at the sawtooth tiger, the two clashed fiercely. The tiger, a manifestation of Tanshi's divine spirit, was inherently powerful, further augmented by its master's divine status over the years, making it exceedingly fierce. After many years in the divine realm, the jagged tiger had developed a semblance of its own thoughts. Initially, it believed that the figure before it, Yu Tianli, could be easily repelled with a mere flick of its master's finger, rendering its own intervention unnecessary. However, once the battle commenced, it realized that Yu Tianli was akin to a rabid dog, willing to exchange injuries to force the jagged tiger back. Moreover, Yu Tianli's fifth soul skill, Zhuangbuangjia, reflected a portion of its attacks back upon itself. Despite its extensive cultivation in the divine realm, the jagged tiger found itself unable to withstand this. Nearby, the gluttonous spirit, observing the confrontation, sighed in resignation. It seemed that its own spirit had become too accustomed to a life of luxury. It had anticipated a stalemate with Yu Tianli, yet the reality was quite different. With this thought in mind, the gluttonous spirit's aura shifted, and with a subtle gesture of its right hand towards the jagged tiger, the creature vanished from sight, returning to the form of a martial spirit, now enveloping the gluttonous spirit. At this moment, Yu Tianli had sustained minor injuries, with blood flowing from his right arm. Nevertheless, he looked at the gluttonous spirit with a smile, commenting, I must say, Senior Glutton, your tactics leave much to be desired. I expected something formidable, yet it turned out to be merely a facade. The gluttonous spirit scoffed and charged toward Yu Tianli, its massive claws aimed directly at his head. Yu Tianli felt as if every ounce of his energy had been ensnared, rendering him immobile. As the claws descended upon him, an overwhelming wave of white mist surged toward the gluttonous spirit. Taken aback, the gluttonous spirit mused, Isn't this young one the chosen of my master? How does he possess the potential to ascend as a Shura god? In an instant, the gluttonous spirit retreated, its fierce gaze fixated on Yu Tianli. How can you have the potential of a Shura god? Yu Tianli was momentarily bewildered. What on earth are you talking about? What potential of a Shura god? Senior, could you clarify? The gluttonous spirit retorted, I mean this domain you have unleashed. Explain it to me. Realizing it referred to his domain of slaughter, Yu Tianli shrugged, exuding a sense of helplessness. This domain was acquired through harrowing experiences in the city of slaughter. It has nothing to do with any Shura god. The gluttonous spirit shot a fierce glare at Yu Tianli before turning away, leaving behind a warning. You better be telling the truth otherwise. It was no wonder the gluttonous spirit was so agitated. In the divine realm, the Shura god and the god of destruction were two of the 5 great divine kings, eternally at odds, and neither was known for their amiability, leading their followers to be equally antagonistic. Yu Tianli, however, remained unfazed, having done nothing to provoke such concerns. Just as he was about to return to the temple to continue his cultivation, he heard a sharp cry from Ning Rongrong. Almost immediately, Ning Rongrong rushed over, her voice laced with concern. Tianli, how are you hurt? Does it hurt? Seeing her anxious expression, Yu Tianli couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. Do not worry, Rongrong. It's just a minor injury, nothing to fret over. Yet Ning Rongrong was unconvinced, nearly on the verge of tears. Yu Qianli, noticing her distress, swiftly pulled her into an embrace, reassuring her, it's really not that serious. If you're worried about me, why not heal me quickly? As he spoke, he playfully patted her backside. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot him a glare before summoning her martial spirit. Two streams of healing energy flowed into Yu Qianli, and in an instant, the bleeding from his right arm ceased. He felt a surge of revitalization. Ning Rongrong looked at him with concern, asking, "How are you feeling now?" With a devilish grin, Yu Qianli replied, "All is well. I could even engage in 100 rounds with someone tonight. Stop saying such absurd things." Ning Rongrong exclaimed, unable to bear his teasing, burying her face in his embrace. Meanwhile, the gluttonous spirit stood with a serious expression, conversing with a shadowy figure. "Furious, you must inquire about the situation. How is it that this young one is connected to the Shura god? If that is the case, I cannot undertake this task." The shadowy figure, known as Furious, responded with a hint of exasperation, "I am Gluttony. Why do you still present yourself in this manner? I can ask, but do you truly believe the master is unaware of these matters? He likely knows everything already. Perhaps this is all part of his scheme." Chapter 241. Half a year upon hearing Gluttony's words, the gluttonous spirit maintained a serious demeanor. "Just go and ask. If the master has indeed given his approval, I shall comply. If not, I cannot cultivate a successor for the Shura god." Furious fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "Very well, but do not act rashly until I bring you news. Do you understand?" The gluttonous spirit waved its hand dismissively. "I understand. I am not foolish. Hurry, please." With that, the shadowy figure vanished. The gluttonous spirit, hands clasped behind its back, gazed skyward. Before the temple, the onlookers were astounded by Yu Qianli's second trial. Lin Tianchen exclaimed, "Brother Qianli, if you have the option to choose, why opt for level 99? Are you seeking unnecessary hardship? What will become of us, your brothers?" Xian Ling chimed in. "Indeed, Brother Qianli, we are concerned for your well-being." The eldest among them, Su Yiping, spoke solemnly. "Xian Ling, Tianchen, you both should refrain from speaking so hastily. Qianli surely has his own considerations. This divine trial is likely not as simple as we imagine. I suspect Qianli has his own strategy, correct?" As all eyes turned to Yu Qianli, he nodded, giving Su Yiping a thumbs up, followed by a grin. "Yiping is correct. I indeed have my own plans. I believe the greater the difficulty of the divine trial, the more substantial the rewards. Thus, I chose level 99. Moreover, this divine trial allows Rongrong to replicate my abilities. Within a year, I should reach level 85, and Rongrong will likely reach level 80 as well. With our combined strengths, facing off against the level 99 gluttonous spirit should not pose a problem. Furthermore, let us not forget, I possess soul bones, which are my trump cards. Besides, it's merely about enduring for the duration of an incense stick, not defeating him. Surely, you do not think I lack the ability to endure for that long?" Listening to Yu Qianli's words, the crowd fell into contemplative silence. If that were the case, with Ning Rongrong's assistance, enduring for the time of an incense stick indeed seemed feasible. Noticing the silence, Yu Qianli clapped his hands cheerfully. "All right, enough of this dawdling. Hurry up, you lot. You haven't even passed the first trial yet. I don't want to finish all 9 trials while you are still stuck on the 5th or 6th. At his words, laughter erupted among the group as they resumed their ascent of the temple. Meanwhile, Yu Qianli quietly meditated, refining his soul power. On the other side, the gluttonous spirit, filled with anticipation, inquired of the shadowy figure, "What did the master say?" Furious, looking somewhat resigned, replied, "Do not press me for details. Had it not been for the mistress's presence earlier, I would have faced a scolding. The master instructed that such matters should not trouble him. We are to follow his arrangements." Greed, seemingly unwilling to accept the situation, inquired, "Master, since you are aware, why then do you allow this young man to pursue such knowledge?" Anger let out a gentle sigh and replied, "Enough, Greed. This is beyond our control. You should hasten to complete your task and return to the divine realm." With a resigned nod, Greed stored away his light and shadow, sitting despondently on the ground. Lost in thought, After receiving the affirmation from the god of destruction, Greed resumed his rightful duties, engaging in intense practice with a couple, Yu Qianli and Ning Rongrong. For half a year, which swiftly passed by, on the mount behind the temple, Yu Qianli donned a flowing black robe, his long black hair simply tied at the back. In contrast, Greed maintained his disheveled appearance, clutching a golden fried chicken leg. Yu Qianli couldn't help but chuckle. Senior, after half a year, you have witnessed all my strength. What do you think my chances are if the divine examination were to commence? While munching on the chicken leg, Greed mumbled indistinctly, you possess considerable talent. Having reached the 84th level in just 6 months, your fortune is also commendable, especially with 5 high-tier soul bones. With my suppressed strength at 99 levels and that little girl as support, you might just hold out for a brief moment. Yu Qianli appeared somewhat astonished. Oh, that's impressive. Whenever I asked you before, you were always vague. What's different today? Did the sun rise in the west? Waving his hand, Greed chuckled. Well, after half a year's training, I ought to give you some encouragement. Besides, you're not lacking in talent, are you? Yu Qianli nodded, and 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 3 red, rose sequentially behind him, fully unleashing his 84th level soul power. Then, I humbly request your guidance today, Senior. Greed raised an eyebrow and playfully remarked, What? Are you alone today? Where's that little girl? Yu Qianli replied nonchalantly, She stayed up late last night, so I let her rest a bit longer. Upon hearing Yu Qianli's words and observing his unabashed demeanor, Greed couldn't help but click his tongue and laugh mischievously. You should be more mindful, young man. At such a tender age, you resemble a glutton of desire. Unfazed, Yu Qianli responded coolly, Senior, perhaps you should focus on yourself. I would want you to find yourself with a mouth full of teeth on the floor. As he spoke, the 7th soul ring on his back suddenly ignited. So today we are getting serious. Fine, I shall engage earnestly. Saying this, he tossed the chicken leg aside, and 9 soul rings, 7 black and 2 red, materialized behind him, with the sawtooth tiger poised and ready. In an instant, Yu Qianli's form elongated in the wind, transforming into a colossal purple-black dragon measuring 13 meters in height, its wings flapping vigorously behind him. Just as he completed this transformation, the 8th soul ring glowed with a crimson light. 8th soul skill, Dragon's Roar. The purple-black dragon swiftly coalesced, and in an instant, a thunderous roar erupted from Yu Qianli's mouth. Goodness, you little rascal, you're playing dirty. That dragon's roar was potent enough to immobilize Greed for 3 seconds, an eternity in such a fierce confrontation. Greed's 7th soul ring began to shimmer, summoning forth a gigantic sawtooth tiger. He hoped to endure those 3 seconds and then teach Yu Qianli a lesson about respect for elders. The dragon's roar struck Greed's soul like a tangible force. Had it not been for Greed's years of divine experience and the exceptional stability of his soul, an ordinary title Douluo might have been rendered stunned by such an attack. Chapter 242. The first examination of the group in his helplessness. Greed could only divert some of his focus to mend his wounded soul, hoping desperately for those 3 seconds to pass quickly, so he could properly instruct this young man on the virtues of respecting one's elders. Meanwhile, Yu Qianli wore a sly smile, having already begun to gather the power of destruction while using Dragon's Roar. He had amassed it to full capacity. The red soul ring, corresponding to the 8th position, suddenly flared to life. 8th soul skill, Purple Radiance Destruction / Greed felt a surge of despair. He had encountered this attack before, but never had it been unleashed with such ferocity right from the outset. With no alternatives, Greed braced himself, knowing that during those 3 seconds, all he could do was withstand the onslaught. 1, 2, 3. As he silently counted, he simultaneously repaired his damaged soul. However, it seemed that time itself had stalled. Why hadn't this young man struck yet? Curious, Greed cautiously opened his eyes to see that the impudent boy had vanished without a trace, infuriating Greed to the point of stomping his feet in frustration. For the next few days, Yu Qianli avoided Greed diligently, fearful of being caught and reprimanded. It was only during the first divine examination of Yu Qianma and the others that Yu Qianli appeared with an apologetic grin. while Greed coldly snorted and walked towards Yu Qianma and the other five. Yu Qianma, Yu Qianhao, Lin Tianchun, Su Yiping, Xianling. Greed called out loudly. The five responded excitedly, present. With a serious expression, Greed declared, "Today marks the final day of your assessment. You five, line up and participate one by one. Do you understand?" "Understood." The five replied in unison. Greed nodded in satisfaction. This was more like it. If they were all as troublesome as Yu Qianli, it would be unbearable. With renewed enthusiasm, Greed's voice rose a few notches. "All right, I will call your names, one at a time. Yu Qianma." "Here." Yu Qianma shouted joyfully, stepping forward with a smile. Greed nodded. "Yu Qianma, 6th level black examination. Are you prepared?" Yu Qianma cast a glance at Yu Tianli before responding with a grin. "I am ready. I hope you will go easy on me, senior." Greed leisurely nodded. "I will do my best." Yu Qianma chuckled, and 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, appear behind him. Over the past 6 months, Yu Qianma, Yu Qianhao, and Xianling had successively broken through the 70th level, becoming genuine soul saints thanks to the divine soul rings. Though they had yet to successfully challenge the 10,000-year soul ring, they had achieved soul rings of approximately 70 to 80,000 years. Next time, at the 80th level, they would have the opportunity to attempt the 10,000-year soul ring. At that moment, Yu Qianma's 7th soul ring suddenly illuminated, and a massive ice dragon emerged beside him, releasing an even greater chill into the air. Greed observed Yu Qianma with approval, exclaiming, "I must say, while your talent may not rival that of that rascal Yu Qianli, few on the continent can compare with you. Truly remarkable." As he spoke, Greed unleashed the power of destruction from his hand, smiling. "Let us see if you can withstand this first assessment." The dragon's head of Yu Tianma extended, and a fierce dragon roar erupted from its mouth, sending forth waves of cold air towards the power of destruction. Although Yu Tianma was also at the 6th level black examination, the amount of destruction power for the first assessment was not overwhelming. Moreover, having successfully broken through the 70th level, Yu Tianma's ice power continuously consumed the destructive force. Before long, he had entirely depleted the power of destruction, and all present wore expressions of joy. A serious voice simultaneously echoed in Yu Tianma's ears, announcing the successful completion of the first assessment of the Black Level 6th examination, resulting in an elevation of soul power by 1 level, thereby remedying the shortcomings of his innate cultivation. In that fleeting moment, Yu Qianma felt waves of warmth coursing through his body, as though some boundaries had been shattered. He was acutely aware that due to insufficient nourishment in his early years, his innate soul power had only reached 8.5 levels, causing his cultivation speed to lag behind others. However, now that he had rectified his deficiencies, his cultivation speed would significantly accelerate, potentially surpassing even his teammates. Observing Yu Tianma standing still, Tanshi understood the implications of his reward. It seemed that the 7 deadly sins could now accompany their master in traversing myriad realms. With this thought, Tanshi waved his hand, urging the next candidates to step forward. From Lin Tianchun to Su Yiping, Xianling, and Yu Qianhao, all successfully passed the assessment and entered the second examination. Notably, Lin Tianchun's divine examination reward bore an unusual significance. As a member of the Xingyuan Qi clan, he completed the first assessment of the Red Level 7th examination, receiving a reward that included an elevation of soul power by 1 level and an extension of life by 1 year. Upon hearing his reward, Lin Tianchun was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a bittersweet smile. An extra year was still a year, and he hoped that with the aid of the divine examination, he could overcome the curse of his martial spirit's fate. Unbeknownst to him, Tanshi was observing him intently. That evening, as the group celebrated, Tanshi beckoned Yu Tianli aside. With a sheepish grin, Yu Tianli remarked, "Tanshi, this isn't fair. You shouldn't hold grudges like this. I have been avoiding you for so many days. It's time to let it go." Tanshi shot him a disapproving glance and, with rare seriousness, inquired, "Are you aware of the predicament concerning your little brother Lin Tianchun?" Yu Tianli was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as he asked, "What predicament? What is wrong with Tianchun?" Tan Shi, growing impatient, clarified, it pertains to his martial spirit. Do not tell me that you, hailing from the Lan Dianbawang clan, are unaware. Yu Qianli shook his head, gazing steadily at Tan Shi. I do not know. Tianxin has been cultivating exceptionally well. Apart from me and he Dongdong, he is the strongest among us. What is the issue? Tan Shi scrutinized Yu Tianli for a considerable time before sighing softly. I cannot blame you. I only just discovered this myself. Your clan, Lan Dianzong, likely lacks any records regarding this matter. Yu Qianli raised an eyebrow, signaling Tan Shi to continue. Tan Shi shook his head and said softly, Lin Tianxun's martial spirit, Xingyuan Qi, has the ability to quantify any entity in the world, including destiny, which has attracted the jealousy of heaven. If he does not break through to title Douluo before the age of 40, he will perish. A layer of frost enveloped Yu Tianli's visage as he coldly demanded, What exactly does that mean? Explain it clearly. What does it mean to die if one does not break through by 40? Tan Shi sighed, his tone softening. It is a flaw of the clan that possesses this martial spirit. He is subject to the envy of heaven, akin to the punishment faced by your little girl's clan martial spirit. The seven treasure glazed tile pagoda, albeit their punishment is somewhat more severe. Yu Tianli's expression turned icy as he solemnly retreated. Tan Shi followed closely behind, wary of provoking him further. Yu Tianli strode directly towards Lin Tianxun, who had been consumed by a profound unease ever since Yu Qianli was called away. It felt as though his secret was on the verge of being exposed. As Yu Qianli approached Lin Tianxun with an icy demeanor, the latter's heart raced with trepidation. Without warning, Yu Qianli overturned the table before them. Seizing Lin Tianxun by the collar and coldly articulated, Lin Tianxun, do you still consider us brothers? The sudden shift startled everyone present, their eyes wide with shock at Yu Qianli's unexpected aggression. To them, Yu Qianli had always been genteel, never revealing any hint of emotion. This display left them momentarily stunned. Eventually, it was the eldest among them, Su Yiping, who stepped forward, urging Tianli, let's discuss this calmly. What is happening? At the very least, give Tianxun a chance to explain. With Su Yiping's intervention, Yu Qianli scoffed and released Lin Tianxun, turning away as he frostily demanded, Lin Tianxun, you must explain to everyone what is going on. Were you planning to wait until your death to tell us? At Yu Tianli's words, the group turned their astonished gazes towards Lin Tianxun, recognizing that he would not jest about such matters. Facing their scrutiny, Lin Tianxun could only manage a wry smile as he explained, Tianli, please listen. I only discovered this while traveling the continent. It is a secret of our clan. I stumbled upon a solitary tome left behind in my ancestral home and learned of it. I did not intend to keep it from you. Xian Ling, filled with agitation, exclaimed, Tianxun, is it truly so? What is the situation? You must tell us. We are on the edge of our seats. Lin Tianxun, with a resigned sigh, sank to the ground, his demeanor visibly waning as he revealed, you see my martial spirit as the premier control-type martial spirit in the world. Yet you remain unaware of the burden that comes with such a title. I have finally come to understand why my grandfather, a prodigy, passed away at such a young age. After a pause, seemingly summoning immense resolve, Lin Tianxun continued, the truth is, the Xingyuan Qi clan faces a dire condition. If one does not attain the rank of title Douluo before the age of 40, they will die. Their soul power will gradually dissipate within a month, leaving them devoid of any remnants of power before meeting their end. As Lin Tianxun's words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the group. The requirement to reach title Douluo before the age of 40 was an exceptionally harsh one. Even they dared not claim they could achieve such a feat after what felt like an eternity. The usually naive Xian Ling suddenly interjected, have you all forgotten something? The group turned to him in confusion, while Yu Qianhao tugged at Xian Ling's sleeve, signaling that this was not the time for levity. Oblivious to the warning, Xian Ling beamed. What I mean is, have you forgotten what we are doing? We are participating in the divine examination. In an instant, the group was taken aback, realizing the significance of their current endeavor. The rewards from the divine examination were indeed substantial, and as long as they performed well, achieving title Douluo would be within their grasp. Moreover, failure in the divine examination also meant death. The atmosphere shifted to one of awkwardness as Yu Qianli, amused by his own frustration, scratched his head and laughed. Damn it, I completely forgot about that. Qianling, you have a sharp mind. If anyone ever calls you foolish, send them my way. I'll deal with them. Hearing Yu Tianli's words, Qianling scratched the back of his head, revealing his signature goofy grin. Beside him, Yu Qianma stepped forward and remarked, Enough, Tianli is only concerned and thus agitated. Furthermore, Tianchun, in the future, if anything arises, you must first communicate with your brothers. Tianli is quite vexed that you did not inform him of such matters. Frankly, even I am somewhat irked by this. Let's not allow this to happen again. Lin Tianchun chuckled and scratched his head, acknowledging, understood. I never even considered the Shinkao. It seems that among us, Qianling is indeed the most astute. Upon hearing Lin Tianchun's words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Even the ever-hungry Tanshi couldn't resist giving Qianling a thumbs up, exclaiming, No wonder I chose you. Your thoughts are indeed unique. After a while, Yu Tianli spoke again. Well then, let us consider today's matter resolved. By the way, what is your second examination? I forgot to ask earlier. Please tell me, so I can ponder it as well. Su Yiping chuckled and stepped forward, stating, Our second examination is quite interesting. We must enter a secret realm to hunt a type of soul beast known as the Qianlangsha. We are tasked with slaying 1,000 of them. Each of us required to hunt 5,000 years or older. If we accomplish this, we will have passed our second examination. Yu Tianli nodded in agreement, noting that such a challenge was relatively simple. The Qianlangsha could barely be classified as a medium-level soul beast, so hunting 1,000 should not pose much of a challenge. Shall I have Rongrong assist you? After all, I've been pondering new techniques and practicing with the old man Tanshi lately, Yu Tianli suggested with a smile. The group exchanged glances until Yu Tianma finally chimed in. How about you join us, brother? This task won't take many days. Consider a break. And you can practice with the Qianlangsha? Intrigued, Yu Tianli nodded in agreement, realizing he had been in the Longxing Valley for nearly a year. A visit to the secret realm would be refreshing. Chapter 244, The Secret Realm. All right, I shall accompany you to this secret realm. The Qianlangsha is a rare soul beast on the continent, and I have only seen it depicted in the Soul Beast Compendium. I am eager to see what the real Qianlangsha looks like. He glanced at Ning Rongrong, smiling as he said, Rongrong, please assist us when the time comes. I am also keen to try out my new techniques. Ning Rongrong nodded with a smile, tilting her head. Sure, let's see who among you is the strongest. Just as the group began to jest about placing bets, Tanshi interjected, You all should not underestimate the Qianlangsha. Exercise utmost caution. Yu Tianli noticed Tanshi's hesitance and chuckled. Tanshi, if you have something important to say, please do not hesitate. We are all quite familiar with one another. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Tanshi scratched his head and replied with a smile, There's nothing that can't be said. The Qianlangsha was originally the guardian beast of the Lord of Destruction, banished to the mortal realm 8,000 years ago, so it possesses some remarkable qualities. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianli and the others became intrigued, prompting Yu Qianli to encourage, Tanshi, please elaborate on what makes it so extraordinary. It would serve as a warning for us. After all, if we encounter difficulties during our confrontation, it would be quite unfortunate. Acknowledging Yu Tianli's reasoning, Tanshi nodded solemnly and explained, Currently, the Qianlangsha exists in two categories. The first consists of those banished 8,000 years ago. Their powers have significantly deteriorated after being away from the divine realm for so long, making them only slightly stronger than ordinary soul beasts. The second category, however, refers to those in the secret realm. These are the Qianlangsha that did not err and were thus imprisoned by the Lord of Destruction. However, after an investigation by the Lord of Destruction, it was determined that their offenses were greater, but at that time, the Lord was preoccupied with other matters. So this issue was overlooked. Although this secret realm does not compare to the divine realm, it is still not the mortal plane. So the Qianlangsha here retain most of their innate advantages. For instance, they can simultaneously control both water and fire energies, spitting fire and water. Moreover, the secret realm is shrouded in darkness, which will significantly heighten the challenge for you. Therefore, You must understand that this is no trivial examination. Just as Tan Shi finished speaking, a voice echoed in Yu Tianli's ear, announcing that the third examination had been discovered by the Shinkao participants. Thus, the third examination would be released early. Enter the secret realm and eliminate the Qianlongsha clan, with a duration of 1 year. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianli couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Looking at his companions with a resigned expression, it seems we truly must go together. My third examination has been revealed. Enter the secret realm and annihilate the Qianlongsha clan. Hearing this, Tan Shi sighed deeply, yet it seemed he had anticipated it, speaking gravely. As I suspected, the master has not forgotten the transgressions of the Qianlongsha. Tomorrow, I shall open the secret realm and accompany you to assess the situation. Be cautious, for the Qianlongsha clan includes soul beasts that are 100,000 years old, and I sense there is more than one. Thus, you must remain close by my side. We're merely going to observe, understood? The group nodded in agreement. Realizing the looming danger suggested that this examination would indeed be formidable. With that, everyone returned to the temple to rest. The next morning, everyone rose early, standing at the entrance of the temple awaiting Tan Shi's arrival. Before long, they witnessed Tan Shi approaching, and they could hardly believe their eyes. Clad in a long black robe, his previously disheveled hair was neatly tied back, and his scruffy beard was now cleanly shaven, a stark contrast to his usual lazy demeanor. Yu Tianli couldn't help but laugh. Tan Shi, what has happened to you? Is it possible that the Qianlongsha has some old connection with you? If so, how will we proceed? Tan Shi shot him an irritated glance, speaking in a low tone. The Qianlongsha were once comrades who fought alongside us. Though they have erred, I would not approach them looking disheveled. I must maintain some dignity, right? Yu Tianli merely shrugged, refraining from further comments, allowing Tan Shi to proceed as he wished. Tan Shi then concentrated, gathering his soul energy, and in the blink of an eye, a portal appeared before them. He cast a serious glance at the group, instructing, remember my words. Once we enter, stay close to me, understood? Everyone nodded in agreement, and Tan Shi led them into the secret realm. Upon entering, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped them. Yu Tianli gazed out, spotting an expansive lake eerily still, resembling a stagnant pool. Tan Shi subtly cast a barrier around them to shield their presence, wary of detection. He was not concerned for himself. After all, the Qianlongsha would not dare to confront him. However, if Yu Tianli and the others were discovered, it would spell trouble. Should the Qianlongsha become vigilant, the task would no longer be a simple hunt. Slowly, the group of 8 advanced towards the lake's periphery, soon arriving at its edge. Tan Shi gazed at the vast lake, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, he finally spoke with a hint of excitement. It appears you are indeed fortunate. The formidable Qianlongsha is currently in seclusion, completely oblivious to the affairs outside. This presents you with a golden opportunity. While the old Longsha is absent, why not seize the moment to accomplish your tasks? As he spoke, Tan Shi retracted the barrier, a sly grin adorning his face as he observed the group. Yu Tianli could not help but smile at his companions. Brothers, since that is the case, let us showcase our true strength to Senior Tan Shi. With that, 8 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 3 red, materialized behind Yu Tianli, exuding an overwhelming presence that ignited the still waters of the lake like the detonation of a nuclear bomb. Chapter 245. The hunt. The lake erupted in a cacophony of terrifying dragon roars emanating from its depths as countless Qi Longsha surged forth, revealing their fearsome dragon heads. It was only then that Yu Tianli discerned the true form of the Qi Longsha, a colossal dragon head atop a massive shark body, almost as if they were fused together. However, there was no time to ponder such matters. The destructive power within Yu Tianli surged rapidly, silencing the lake. Even the 2 leading 100,000-year Qi Longsha fell silent, for they had not witnessed such terrifying destructive energy for countless years. They had been trapped in this lightless abyss for 80,000 years. Would they not be spared? The 200,000-year Qi Longsha exchanged glances, their intelligence heightened after living together for tens of thousands of years. It was evident to them that the strength of the humans before them was not formidable. lacking even the power of a titled Douluo, making them ripe for slaughter. Furthermore, their ancestor would break through in less than a year, allowing them to escape this secret realm and re-enter the world. In that moment, one of the Qi Yin Long Sha let out a thunderous roar towards the sky, prompting the mature Qi Yin Long Sha in the lake to respond to its call, leaping into the air. To Yu Tianli's astonishment, as the Qi Yin Long Sha soared, its body transformed, revealing 4 dragon claws that descended upon them with alarming speed. Xianling, Yiping quickly prepared to intercept them. Yu Tianli shouted to his companions. As he spoke, a dense white mist enveloped him, his killing god domain. He then turned to Tang Shi, Senior Tang Shi. Rong Rong will not participate in the assessment, as she does not belong to our destruction god assessment. Can you ensure her safety? Ning Rongrong's face turned pale, her voice trembling as she replied, Tianli, I'm fine, I still want to assist you. Tang Shi stroked his smooth chin and replied softly, I will protect you. You can still provide assistance when the time comes. As a support-type soul master, just focus on what you need to do. With that, Tang Shi took Ning Rongrong into the air, their presence unnoticed by others. Yu Qianli, observing them ascend, could not help but smirk. His voice, laced with a hoarse edge. Declare, brothers, those 200,000-year souls are mine. As for the rest, do not bring shame to our Lanba team. As he spoke, the soul guide in Yu Tianli's hand shimmered with radiant light, the latest portable level 9 soul cannon developed by the Landian sect. He tossed the soul cannons to his companions, warning, this is a newly developed portable level 9 soul cannon. There are no more than 20 in the Landian sect. If anyone breaks one, they shall face dire consequences. A wicked smile spread across the faces of Yu Tianma and the others. Rest assured, Brother Tianli. Let us see who can claim more kills. Meanwhile, in the air, Ning Rongrong wiped away her tears and began to assist her comrades methodically. Her first action was to infuse Su Yiping and Xianling with defensive energy. With her current soul power at level 76, she could achieve a 90% enhancement effect. And if she activated her martial soul true form, the increase could reach 150%. With Ning Rongrong's defensive boost and Yu Tianli's killing god domain, the initial wave of assault was effortlessly repelled. Observing the Qi Yin Long Sha's formation beginning to falter, Yu Tianli's figure darted forward into the fray, closely followed by Xianling, Su Yiping, and behind them, Yu Qianma, Yu Qianhao, and Lin Tianxin. Without the impact of their charge, the Qi Yin Long Sha were rendered akin to ordinary terrestrial soul beasts. Their strength became irrelevant. Yu Tianli's 3rd and 5th soul rings ignited successively, unleashing a surge of thunderous and destructive power as he charged towards the 200,000-year soul beasts without concern for the lesser creatures around him. The 200,000-year soul beasts were utterly unprepared for the outcome of their own assault. After being thwarted, they found themselves subjected to a one-sided massacre. The monstrous figure charging towards them bore 300,000-year soul rings, indicating that he had slain 300,000-year soul beasts already. A bloodthirsty smile blossomed on Yu Tianli's face as he gathered his destructive energy, and the destruction holy sword materialized in his grasp. Leaping into the air, he plunged the sword towards one of the Qi Yin Long Sha. At that moment, the 2 Qi Yin Long Sha almost fled in terror. Yet a voice within them insisted that this young man was merely a soul Douluo, incapable of inflicting harm. With that thought, one Qi Yin Long Sha opened its jaws wide, unleashing a torrent of flames at Yu Tianli. As the flames approached, a smirk played on Yu Tianli's lips. With the power of fire at his command, who could rival the Fire Dragon King beneath the ice and fire 2 elemental eye? To him, the 2 Qi Yin Long Sha were akin to children wielding a lighter. With this in mind, Yu Tianli's left arm ignited in crimson, and a dragon-shaped lightning bolt erupted forth, a manifestation of his left arm's soul bone skill, the Thunderflame's sacred dragon break. The dragon-shaped lightning surged into the flames, astonishing the Qi Yin Long Sha, as it appeared to be alive, continuously absorbing their fiery breath. Simultaneously, the destruction holy sword descended, piercing the left claw of the Qi Yin Long Sha, which howled in pain and retaliated with flames. Observing the 2 Qi Yin Long Sha, Yu Qianli could not help but smile as the radiant light flickered in his hand, and the soul cannon adhered to his left index finger. With a gentle concentration of soul power, the cannon unleashed a furious roar as an energy burst forth from its muzzle. This energy intertwined with the flames, and in that instant, the powerful force propelled the flames towards the two Qi Yin Long Sha. The two crimson flame dragon sharks gazed at the fiery energy orb that enveloped them, and their spirits plummeted. Chapter 246. Escape. Perhaps the fearsome nature of the fiery energy orb was too overwhelming for the beasts, or perhaps the aura of the killing god was too soul-stirring. The two crimson flame dragon sharks could no longer withstand the pressure in their hearts and fled toward the Great Lake. Yu Qianli did not pursue them. After all, 200,000-year soul beasts were rare and precious. Rather than slaying them now and wasting the soul rings and soul bones, it was wiser to wait until his companions could absorb the soul rings of that age, then enter the secret realm to seize both the soul rings and soul bones in one fell swoop. With this thought, Yu Qianli gradually made his way toward the retreating crimson flame dragon sharks. Thanks to the enhancement from the 9 treasures glazed pagoda within the killing god domain, Yu Qianma and the others had already completed their tasks. The once numerous crimson flame dragon sharks had dwindled to just a few stragglers, and with the 2 leading brothers having fled, the rest hastily followed suit toward the Great Lake. Soon, the group reconvened. Xianling could not help but inquire, "Brother Tianli, I noticed the 2 crimson flame dragon sharks you subdued displayed no resistance. Why did you let them go?" Yu Qianli smiled and patted Xianling's shoulder, patiently explaining, "Xianling, even if we were to slay them here, the soul rings and soul bones would be wasted. Besides, I still have a year for this task. Within that time, who among you will break through to the next level? The soul rings will then come to us." Upon hearing Yu Tianli's words, their eyes gleamed with excitement. 100,000-year soul ring and a piece of 100,000-year soul bone. Whoever absorbed them would see their power multiply. Nearby, Tanshur had overheard their conversation and coldly remarked, "All right, let us hurry out of the secret realm. With your current strength, if the old dragon shark appears, you will be no match for it." Heeding Tanshur's warning, the group quickly followed him toward the exit. Just as they stepped out of the secret realm, the authoritative voice of the god of destruction resounded. Destruction God Trial, second trial completed. Soul power elevated by 1 level. Soul ring age increased by 300 years. Hearing their respective rewards, the group could not help but rejoice. Xianling laughed heartily. "Ha, my second soul ring has become a 1,000-year one. I was always envious of Brother Tianli's second soul ring, but now I have one too, ha ha." The others joined in the laughter. "Indeed, envious of you, Tianli and Ning Rongrong's 1,000-year second soul rings. Now that they had one, they could showcase it upon their return, demonstrating what it meant to possess a magnificent artifact." Yu Qianli rubbed his forehead, expressing his desire to distance himself from this childish group. After some time, he turned to Tanshur with a smile and said, "Senior Tanshur, I have a question I wish to consult with you. I hope you will enlighten me." Tanshur gestured for him to continue. Yu Tianli clasped his hands together, his expression serious. "Senior Tanshur, I wish to inquire about that old crimson flame dragon shark. What is its cultivation level? It once served in the divine realm, so I assume you must know." Upon hearing this, Tanshur fell silent for a moment before sighing and replying, "That crimson flame dragon shark is named Qilong. It is considered the progenitor of all crimson flame dragon sharks on the continent. Back in the day, when it fought alongside us in the divine realm, it already had a cultivation of 600,000 years. Now, it is likely to have surpassed 800,000. Coupled with its training in the divine realm, its soul is exceptionally strong. Even the beast god, Emperor Tian, would not be its match." Upon hearing Tanshur's words, Yu Qianli swallowed hard. An age exceeding 800,000 years was nearly sufficient for his 9th soul ring. Moreover, this crimson flame dragon shark could yield a soul bone, a splendid opportunity indeed. Observing Yu Tianli's expression, Tanshur understood his intentions. It was likely that his master had already devised a plan to make this crimson flame dragon shark Yu Tianli's 9th soul ring. However, could he, with his current soul power of 84, break through to title Douluo within a year? Could this young man truly elevate 6 levels in such a short time? Never mind. He thought it was better to focus on nurturing his successor. With this in mind, Tanshi gathered everyone and said solemnly, I believe you all have begun your third trial. Share what your third trial entails. Yu Qianli and Ning Rongrong listened with keen interest, while Yu Qianma and the others appeared somewhat embarrassed, scratching their heads. Finally, Su Yiping stepped forward confidently and said, Our third trial involves steady cultivation. We must meditate and comprehend the essence of cultivation on the steps outside the temple. When we have elevated 3 levels, the trial will be considered complete. Even Yu Qianli, known for his cleverness, did not anticipate such a peculiar divine trial. Meditating and comprehending. How could one grasp the power of destruction this way? Yet, perhaps it was indeed possible. But why had he not received such an advantageous divine trial? At that moment, a sudden clap of thunder resonated in the sky. Yu Qianli, startled, looked up in terror, mentally apologizing to the old god of destruction. Perhaps the old god could hear him. The thunder abruptly ceased. Tanshi seemed to understand the cause of the thunder and chuckled. Addressing Yu Qianli, I say, young Qianli, your second trial is not yet complete. You do not have much time left. Can you endure for a stick of incense under my command? Upon hearing Tanshi's words, Yu Qianli raised an eyebrow, confidently asserting, of course, Senior Tanshi, you need not worry. By then, it will be you who struggles to withstand my onslaught. Tanshi, intrigued, regarded Yu Qianli with a grin. Young Qianli, have you gained confidence in battling those 200,000-year-old beasts? Let me tell you, in my eyes, those two are no more significant than ants. Do not overestimate your current strength. Yu Qianli shrugged helplessly, as if bearing an unjust burden, and replied, Senior Tanshi, there's a saying, hearing is but a shadow, seeing is believing. How can one claim I am incapable without witnessing it? Tomorrow morning, at the old place. Allow me to show you my progress. Tanshi nodded in satisfaction, smiling, very well, but remember, if you do not live up to your claims, not only will you receive a beating, but you must also bring me a few barrels of chilled beer, 3,000 barrels, to be precise. Fair enough? Upon hearing the mention of 3,000 barrels, Yu Qianli's lips twitched. 3,000 barrels? Were you trying to drink yourself to death? Chapter 247, Arrogance. Yu Qianli sighed and chuckled. I say, Senior Tanshi, let us not discuss winning or losing. Even if I were to win, providing you with beer would be no trouble. However, is 3,000 barrels not a bit excessive? Moreover, that beverage spoils easily, and no ordinary soul guide can hold that much beer. Tanshi, seemingly prepared for this, pointed to Yu Qianma and said, but we have this little ice dragon here. We can have him dig a cave to store all the beer, then freeze the cave to preserve it. If I were not of a different elemental affinity, I would not need to go to such lengths. What do you think, little Qianma? Do you have any objections? Yu Qianma smiled wryly and replied, I have no objections. Senior, if you command, I shall serve. Seemingly pleased with Yu Qianma's response, Tanshi waved his hand and smiled at Yu Qianli. So, young Qianli, do you have anything else to say? 3,000 barrels of beer should be manageable, right? Yu Qianli raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, stating, very well. If that is the case, I shall certainly procure the 3,000 barrels of beer for my esteemed senior. That night, within the sacred temple, in Yu Qianli's chamber, Ning Rongrong nestled against Yu Qianli, the two entwined in a tender embrace. After a prolonged silence, Yu Qianli finally spoke. Rongrong, you must diligently cultivate. In the span of this year, you ought to reach level 80. Otherwise, you may miss the opportunity to confront the Qian Longsha. Ning Rongrong initially huffed softly, then donned a serious expression, saying, but Qianli, have you truly contemplated this? There are only 2 Qian Longsha, and with so many of us, how shall we divide them? As he gently caressed her, Yu Qianli responded with a smile, there is no need for division. Whoever reaches the bottleneck first shall step forward. My third trial has granted me but a year. Once that year elapses, your husband may be left behind. What do you suggest I do? Ning Rongrong let out a playful huff and insisted, it's not about inciting conflict. You must devise a solution quickly. Yu Qianli chuckled, it is quite simple, really. From an elemental perspective, Tianma and Yingping are already excluded. Tianma is on the path of ultimate ice, making it impossible for him to absorb such chaotic energy. Although Yingping can absorb it, he is not suited to control two opposing energies simultaneously, so they undoubtedly cannot participate. Pausing for a moment, Yu Qianli continued, moreover, Xuanling and Tianhao are the lowest among us at level 73. Given their cultivation pace and the rewards from the divine trials, they might reach level 77 or 78, which is beyond my influence. Thus, only you and Tianxin possess the requisite soul power. You're currently at level 76, while Tianxin is at 75. With the divine trials taken into account, you two are the best candidates. Do you understand, my dear? As he spoke, Yu Tianli gently lifted Ning Rongrong's chin, whispering, Tell me, did my words resonate with you, my lady? At that moment, Ning Rongrong was rendered speechless, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Yu Qianli, seemingly awaiting something. Before long, a melodic and sorrowful sound filled the air. Even the moon above seemed to shy away from the sight of this pair. The following morning, Yu Tianli rose early, and after a brief wash, he roused Ning Rongrong with a cheerful, Rongrong, let's be off. Your assistance is indispensable today. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong shot him a playful glare, teasingly chiding. And yet you took so much last night. Do you not understand the concept of priorities? Yu Qianli raised an eyebrow, stepping closer to her, gently lifting her chin with a mischievous grin. Of course, you are of utmost importance. Ning Rongrong playfully scoffed, swatting his hand away. She quickly stood, tying her long hair back and donning her battle attire, standing gallantly beside Yu Qianli. Yu Qianli observed her with a smile, saying nothing more as he took her hand and led her toward the mountain behind the temple. Shortly thereafter, Tanshi appeared behind the temple, accompanied by Yu Qianma and 6 others, who seemed eager to witness the unfolding events. Yu Qianli eyed them with a hint of annoyance. What brings you all here to watch me get beaten? Yu Qianma and the others quickly shook their heads, grinning. Not at all, Tianli. We merely indulged in too much breakfast and decided to take a stroll. We shall return to our training shortly. Feel free to proceed. Tanshi chuckled, pointing at Yu Qianma and the others. Their presence is indeed fortuitous. They can serve as witnesses to ensure you do not cheat. Furthermore, they must understand that one cannot act with impunity. Yu Qianli shrugged, ignoring Yu Qianma and the others as he swiftly appeared opposite Tanshi. 8 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 3 red, materialized behind him, enveloping him in a myriad of fine dragon scales. Simultaneously, Ning Rongrong summoned her own soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 1 red, along with the illustrious Jiubao Liuli Ta, which appeared above her right hand. The Jiubao Liuli Ta, being the pinnacle of gemstone-type martial souls, radiated an air of nobility, further emphasized by the crimson 10,000-year soul ring behind her. Tanshi, observing their formidable appearances, chuckled. So, young Tianli, you truly intend to engage me in earnest? Shall I light an incense stick, just in case you succeed? Yu Qianli nodded thoughtfully at Tanshi's words, responding with a smile. In that case, I humbly request your guidance. As he spoke, he retrieved a medium-length incense stick from his soul guide and thrust it before Yu Qianma and the others, igniting it with a flick of his hand. Senior Tanshi, please enlighten me. As he declared this, his 3rd and 7th soul rings suddenly glowed, and the towering 15-meter-long Zihuang Mietianlong unfurled its massive form, entwined in boundless forces of destruction and thunder. In tandem, Ning Rongrong's 7th crimson soul ring illuminated, and a blood-red radiance enveloped her being as a towering Jiubao Liuli Ta appeared behind her, casting a dazzling light toward Yu Qianli. As Tanshi beheld the majestic Zihuang Mietianlong, he reluctantly set down his chicken leg and drained his beer in one gulp, enveloped by an enigmatic aura. With Ning Rongrong's assistance, Yu Tianli's power soared to nearly level 95, allowing him to stand toe-to-toe with even the genie Douluo. The colossal dragon claw struck down towards Tanshi, imbued with destructive and thunderous energy, sending a shiver down Tanshi's spine. In an instant, he concentrated his soul power, unleashing a massive wave directed at Yu Qianli. Simultaneously, Yu Tianli's right leg erupted with an endless black light, seemingly intent on enveloping both of them entirely. Tanchire's expression turned serious as he faced the oncoming darkness. In the interest of fairness, he suppressed his strength to resemble that of a level 99, yet this black light felt decidedly unfair. Little Tianli, you truly know how to challenge me, he lamented. Very well, I concede, I yield. As he spoke, chicken legs and beer reappeared in his hands. Meanwhile, Yu Tianli retracted his martial soul, quietly attuning himself to the divine trial rewards within his mind. Destruction divine trial, second trial completed. Reward, soul power increased by 2 levels. Destruction divine trial, third trial. Comprehend the power of destruction, 1 year time frame. Reach level 90. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Yu Tianli nearly exclaimed in frustration. A year's time, even with the recent 2-level increase to reach level 86, still felt like an insurmountable challenge. Did they truly expect him to be an unfeeling cultivation machine? After all, he had brought his wife along. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and the others anxiously awaited news of Yu Tianli's third trial, for each of his trials had a reputation for being arduous. Observing Yu Tianli's silence, Ning Rongrong could no longer contain herself. Tianli, what does your third trial entail? Yu Tianli looked at her with a resigned expression. My dear, I may need to be away for a while. Neglecting the fact that Yu Tianli referred to her as his wife, Ning Rongrong hurriedly asked with urgency, What is it? Tianli, quickly tell me what your divine trial is. No matter what happens, I will stand by you. The others, including Lin Tianchen, echoed in unison. Indeed, Tianli. Regardless of what transpires, we are here for you. Yu Tianli, feeling somewhat bashful, responded, My third divine trial is to reach level 90 within a year. Upon hearing his words, the group collectively gasped in astonishment. To attain the rank of a quasi-title Douluo in just 1 year was indeed a formidable challenge. However, Ning Rongrong quickly reacted, indignantly burrowing into Yu Tianli's embrace, striking him repeatedly. While she pounded him, she exclaimed fiercely, You naughty rascal, daring to deceive me. Do you believe I could bite you to death? Ha ha! Yu Tianli laughed heartily, holding Ning Rongrong tightly, and teasingly replied, All right, I will listen to little Rongrong, ha ha ha. Before long, everyone dispersed to continue their training. In the chamber of the divine temple, Yu Tianli leaned against the headboard, gently caressing Ning Rongrong's silky hair. As he stroked her locks, his other hand began to grow restless. Ning Rongrong looked at him with a serious expression, declaring, No mischief. All right. I promise I won't misbehave. I will just touch, he reassured her. Chapter 249. The outside world as the blossoms flourished. The atmosphere outside grew increasingly delicate since Yu Tianli and his companions entered the Destruction Temple to undertake their divine trials. The Wuhuan Temple's attack on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had failed, resulting in the loss of numerous skilled fighters, including several title Douluo. Yet, this seemed secondary to the matter at hand. In Wuhuan City, within the Doa Hall, Douluo, clad in a white robe, appeared somewhat enraged, the veins on his forehead protruding. After a century of cultivating his internal energy, he was now thrown off balance by a few words from his granddaughter. Meanwhile, Qian Ruanxue, dressed in a pure white gown, looked helplessly at her grandfather. Grandfather, this matter is not as grave as you perceive. It is merely a year's time. What could possibly be delayed? Douluo felt an intense surge of anger, as if he might spew forth an old grudge. His beloved granddaughter, nurtured for over 20 years, was now considering bearing a child for a little rascal who had ruined the Wuhuan Temple's century-long ambitions. Was there anything more absurd than this? He doubted it. Even when the golden crocodile Douluo had perished, Douluo could not have been this furious. At his level, he had only Qian Ruanxue left in his heart, and over the years, he had witnessed her grievances. Contemplating this, Douluo attempted to temper his emotions and spoke gently. Little Xue, it is not that grandfather lacks flexibility. This matter is too significant. Moreover, you and he have no formal relationship. What does that signify? An illegitimate child? Upon hearing this, Qian Ruanxue's expression darkened. Did she not know? Yet, Yu Tianli's heart was already filled entirely with one person. Nevertheless, she thought it best not to dwell on it. Ever since their first encounter, Yu Tianli's image had been etched in her mind, impossible to erase. Meanwhile, in the papal hall, Bibi Dong, clad in a moon-white garment, reclined on her bed, feeling her soul power advancing. Her usually icy visage rarely revealed smile. Gradually rising, she summoned her soul power, and a massive purple-black energy portal manifested before the window. With graceful steps, Bibi Dong entered. Within lay an expansive artificial lake, not filled with clear water, but with shimmering purple liquid. Slowly, Bibi Dong shed her moon-white attire, revealing her enchanting figure, and submerged herself into the lake. Countless energies surged into the reservoir. Bibi Dong's soul power began to rise at an astonishing rate. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 9 months had elapsed. Yu Qianli sat cross-legged atop the temple roof, continually absorbing the power of destruction, urging his soul power to circulate through the destruction lineage within him. In just 9 months, his soul power had reached the pinnacle of level 89, on the verge of a breakthrough. To expedite this process, Yu Tianli chose to enter seclusion. As he felt the accumulation of soul power within him, an instinctive intuition told him that his martial soul would likely undergo a transformation after reaching level 90. Though the specifics eluded him. After all, he was still a little dragon. Since the Wuhuan Temple's soul-hunting operation, the continent had fallen into an unusually serene state. In the Blue Lightning sect, Yu Yuanjin looked perplexedly at the scout reporting to him. Are you saying that the Snow Knight Emperor broke through to level 90 last night? They have already sent someone to the Blue Lightning sect, seeking my assistance? The scout nodded affirmatively. Yes, there was quite a commotion in Tiando City last night. The news has spread throughout the entire city. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanjin waved his hand, dismissing the scout. Summary: transcending into the world of Douluo. Endowed with innate soul power at its zenith, he awakens his martial soul. Aware of future developments, he must grow stronger, thriving amidst adversity, repeatedly breaking records and embarking on a journey of self-cultivation, leaving behind his own legendary tale. Thus, within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, another renowned genius emerged. He is the brother of Yu Tianheng,